Family members, SuTao has traversed into Su Yuntao and bound to the survive to become a god system, with skills that are incredibly powerful. A month later, in Holy Soul Village, he helped Tang San awaken, and the crystal ball lit up, showing full innate soul power. He recited his exclusive line to activate Holy Word, and completed a hidden task to obtain a promotion symbol, directly upgrading to a 34th level Soul Master. I tell you, that day, I looked at the kid in front of me, and the crystal ball buzzed and lit up instantly. Goodness, the blue light almost blinded me, full innate soul power. I was so excited inside. The system notification ding rang in my head, but I had to maintain a serious face and pretentiously recited my exclusive line. Unexpectedly, it's full innate soul power, but unfortunately, it's a useless martial soul. Wait a minute, that's a lot of information. Let me start from the beginning. This whole thing needs to rewind 3 months. I, SuTao, a well-educated youth from the 21st century, closed my eyes and opened them, and good heavens, I had directly traversed into the world of Douluo continent as that ultimate tool, Su Yuntao. Family members, who understands, starting off at hell difficulty, I just wanted to hit the restart button on my life. As a result, the golden finger arrived. A system with a name as cheesy as it gets, called the Survive to Become a God system. I almost choked when I first heard it, but after reading the feature introduction, I could only say it's really fragrant. Listen to this system panel. It's like it was tailor-made for me. Host, Su Yuntao, Martial Soul Lone Wolf, level 30. But the system opened a backdoor for me. My actual soul power is equivalent to a 37th level Great Soul Master. My combat power directly multiplied tenfold. Then there are the skills. Here comes the main event. The first one, Holy Word, Super God level, can only be used twice a year. The first sentence, unexpectedly, it's full innate soul power, but unfortunately, it's a useless martial soul. As long as I say this to someone with full innate soul power, this guy will definitely become a god in the future. The second sentence, kid, I see you have excellent bone structure and potential to become a soul master. As long as I say this to a child, he will at least awaken with soul power between 7 and 9 levels if he's already that good, help directly ascend to full innate soul power on the spot. The second skill, Pathfinder, has a 5 chance for the awakening target to generate soul power out of thin air, and there's a guaranteed outcome 3 out of every 100. The third, Toolman, this one is the most outrageous. Every time I help someone awaken their martial soul, I can level up my soul power and gain an extra year of life. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? The only limitation is that each time I make a significant rank upgrade, like from level 30 to 41, I must personally awaken a full innate soul power. Finally, the wealth and fortune have come my way. Although the upgrade conditions are harsh, I thought, in a month, wouldn't I be in Holy Soul Village? Isn't that where Tang San is? Isn't this upgrade spot secured? Isn't this the chance to have a villa by the sea? Just as I was feeling good, I remembered that the system also gave me a welcome gift pack. Quickly, I opened it. System, open package. After a burst of cheap fireworks effects, for treasures appeared before me. A power concealment card, permanent. In the future, if I want others to see what level I am, that's what it'll be, focusing on playing the pig to eat the tiger. Used it immediately. A divine gift soul ring. Its duration depends on how long I can hold out. It'll save this for when I help Tang San awaken and break through the 30 level bottleneck. A martial soul's second awakening card can only be used at level 50, saving it for later. Finally, a super god level technique called Wolf King Howl of Heaven. I tell you, this is simply my lifeline. Even if my soul power level gets stuck, I can still train my physical body, and I can still pin people down on the ground later. I was ecstatic to receive the technique. That day, I returned to the small 2-bedroom apartment in Notting City, closed the door, and started practicing. That feeling was incredible. Soul power was like countless little drills, crazily strengthening every cell in my body. Except for going out in between to help awaken others for task numbers, I didn't step outside for a whole month. Soon a month passed. Today is the moment that will determine my fate going to Holy Soul Village. I specially got up early, put on my white training outfit, draped a black cloak, and when I looked in the mirror with my sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, I was so handsome that I was moved myself. To maintain the best condition, I didn't use soul power to travel, I strolled leisurely over. After all, in the original work, there were 8 kids in Holy Soul Village. This was a physical job. When I arrived at the village entrance, old Jack, the village chief, was already waiting with the children. When he saw me, he was so respectful. Respected Battle Soul Master, I have to trouble you again this time. I casually helped him up, thinking to myself, brother, you have no idea that the inconspicuous kid behind you is my real big client today. Entering the Martial Soul Hall, After some routine formalities, the awakening ceremony officially began. I directly summoned my martial soul, Lone Wolf, and the momentum was impressive. Scythe, weapon martial soul, no soul power, next. Ho, weapon martial soul, no soul power, next. 6 in a row all failed. I felt no waves in my heart, because I knew the real show was yet to come. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. I looked at his plain face, but those eyes, clear and deep, were clearly not those of an ordinary child. I was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that this kid would become a god in the future? Golden light poured in, and he stretched out his right hand. A common blue-silver grass sprouted. It worked. A huge stone in my heart fell, and I calmly passed the crystal ball over. The next second was the scene at the beginning. The crystal ball emitted a brilliant blue light, directly going off the charts. I took a deep breath, embodying the acting king, my expression shifting from shock to regret, then to deep sorrow, a series of moves flowing smoothly, and then I loudly shouted that key line. Full innate soul power? You actually have full innate soul power? What a pity it's a useless martial soul. Holy word skill activated. Then, I started my personal show, keeping Tang San alone and sending the other children out. I leaned in mysteriously. Tang San, do you know why I kept you alone? He shook his head in confusion. I cleared my throat, my expression like a con artist who had been caught. Your situation is very unusual. Blue silvergrass, full innate soul power, TSK, TSK, TSK. His small face instantly became alert. I changed my tone and lowered my voice. Don't be nervous, I'll tell you a secret. In my experience, you should have another martial soul, right? I stared hard into his eyes. This kid, although he has lived 2 lives, is still a child at heart, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Don't rush to deny it. I waved my hand. I'm not interested in knowing what it is. I just want to remind you, twin martial souls are very rare on the entire continent. This matter should stay buried. Don't tell anyone, or it will bring you disaster, understand? I'm selling a favor to the future sea god in advance. This investment is bound to pay off. Seeing him silent, I knew he had taken it to heart. I patted his shoulder, said I would help him keep it a secret, and then took him out. At the door, old Jack was anxiously pacing. I handed him Tang San's martial soul hall proof, casually said, this kid has soul power, but unfortunately, it's a useless martial soul, and then left without looking back. I had another village to go to. Gaining experience was a priority. As for Tang San, sure enough, he went home and revealed everything to his drunkard father. When Tang Hao heard blue silvergrass and full innate soul power, his eyes changed. When Tang San tremblingly pulled out the pitch-black little hammer from his left hand, I could already imagine the ghostly expression on Tang Hao's face at that moment. Haotian hammer, twin martial souls. Ha ha ha. That old fellow was probably so excited he nearly blew the roof off. But once he calmed down, he became anxious and questioned Tang San if this matter had been exposed. Of course, that kid Tang San is very calculating and didn't mention my business at all. He thinks his dad is just an ordinary blacksmith and doesn't want to get him involved. As for me, after finishing the last village, I rushed home in a hurry, sat cross-legged, and opened the system directly. Wow, the guide skill has been activated. The lottery wheel has also appeared. At the bottom, there's a line of small text. 100 draws grant a promotion symbol. I calculated that there are about 80 villages under my management in Notting City, and over a year, I could only gather a few dozen draws. It would take 10 years to accumulate 100 draws. I felt disheartened at that moment. But just as I was about to check the task settlement, I noticed the reward section was flashing with golden light. Extra awakening of dual martial souls. Completing hidden tasks. Special reward. 1 promotion symbol. Damn, so there's this good thing. Without hesitation, I claimed it. In that instant, I felt a crack deep in my soul, as if some shackles had been broken, and I felt completely unburdened. The barriers to promotion were gone. The time has come. I immediately took out that divine gift soul ring and used it directly. A golden soul ring descended from above my head, and a soft light enveloped my entire body. I immediately manifested my martial soul and madly operated the Wolf King Howl technique. The feeling was as if I was thrown into magma and then pulled out repeatedly for tempering, painful enough to make my face contort, but the power within my body was skyrocketing. Most of the energy from the divine gift soul ring was absorbed by my physical body, and the rest surged into my martial soul. My third soul ring began to condense, transitioning from purple to deep purple, and finally, it turned into a profound black. 10th Sandier soul ring. When everything calmed down, I opened my eyes, feeling the surging power within me, grinning like a fool. I opened the panel and was shocked. Level 34. Soul rings. White, yellow, black. Third soul skill, Gale Flash. Can instantaneously move in one direction. leaving after images, usable 3 times. This is a divine skill for both chasing and fleeing. Moreover, the previously surplus soul power was directly converted to 10 times after the promotion, and now I am already a 34th level soul master. This wave of upgrade is earned. Just when I was feeling great, a new main quest refreshed. Awaken 10 children with soul power and awaken martial souls for 100 children. The reward is an increase of 1,000 years for the first soul ring. Looking at my white 10-year soul ring, I instantly felt it was saved. Just as I was planning for the future, in the Wuhuan Hall of Nodding City, my immediate superior Master Mathuno was asking the front desk girl Cici about me. Cici, what's that kid Yuntao been busy with lately? He hasn't been attending class, and I can't see him anywhere. The girl named Cici, who had been the one the original body was always fawning over, blushed and said she didn't know either. Master Mathuno, being quite perceptive, muttered to himself, the position of the branch hall master has been vacant for a long time. This kid Yuntao can't slack off. Upon hearing this, Cici's eyes lit up. Wow, I used to think Yuntao was just a decent-looking sycophant, but now it seems he has a potential stock. I need to grab hold of him quickly. So, this girl directly stormed to my doorstep. She was quite clever, knocking on the door and then quickly turning around, trying to give me a back-view kill. But she didn't account for the fact that I was in a crucial moment of training and didn't hear a thing. After waiting for a while, she grew impatient and started banging on the door like a demolition team. At that moment, I was pushing my body to the next limit and was almost driven mad by the noise, causing my anger to flare up. I opened the door with a dark face, and there stood a woman with heavy makeup. As soon as she saw me, she immediately squealed in a high-pitched voice. Yuntao, I was covered in goosebumps and frowned, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" Her face turned pale, but she still squeezed out, "Yuntao, Master Mathuno asked me to ask why you're not at work." Well, I heard it was about Master Mathuno. I was about to explain, but this woman exploded with emotion. "Su Yuntao, are you hiding a vixen at home?" I was completely dumbfounded. Is this woman crazy? I didn't want to waste time with her, so I turned around and slammed the door shut. After thinking for a moment, I opened the door again, took a piece of paper from inside, slapped it on the door, and closed it again, all in one smooth motion. Cici outside was stunned, and when she took a closer look, the note read, "I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation and am in closed-door training. Don't bother me with trivial matters, especially women and children." After reading it, she must have been furious, pulling at her hair in frustration before reluctantly leaving. I closed the door and began to flip through the memories of my original self. Oh, I remember now, it was Cici, with that dog-like behavior of the original self. It's no wonder this woman is so full of herself. But now, I'm not going to indulge her. Women? They only slow down my cultivation speed. I pushed this nonsense out of my mind, sat back on the bed, and continued my cultivation endeavors. It was time for romance. ISNT, leveling up and grinding monsters more enjoyable. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. I had already emerged from my closed-door training a month ago. During these 2 months, I had been bustling around the various villages under the jurisdiction of Nodding City, continuing to be my awakening tool, crazily grinding my task progress. You know, the job does get a bit addictive after a while. Every time I opened a blind box, it felt like pulling cards. I silently chanted for the boss. One more, hoping to get some golden light. While I was frantically working on my performance here on the other side, Tang San had already followed Old Jack in a nodding academy and put on a classic face-slapping show with the gatekeeper. However, there was a little bug in the plot. When a master revealed his twin martial souls, Tang San didn't kneel in excitement at all. Instead, he looked at the master with a face that seemed to say, "Who are you? Trying to trick me?" This left the master quite embarrassed, as he had put in a lot of effort to convince this disciple to join him. The master was also wondering, hey, are there really experts in this small place? Someone actually figured it out before me? But I couldn't care less about their deep master-disciple bond. I was busy planning my ultimate mission, becoming the Spirit Hall Master. I took a close look at the task description, and wow, it didn't specify that it had to be the headmaster. Being the branch hall master counts too. This is just like getting a promotion. The branch master of the Nodding City branch is my little goal. How to rise to power. 2 paths immediately popped into my mind. Plan A, be a diligent workhorse, toiling away for a few years until Master Mathios retires and passes it on to me. But that would take ages, right? No, too slow. That leaves only Plan B. Take a shortcut. Present a once-in-a-lifetime genius to the headquarters. And wouldn't that achievement be mine in no time? Then I could make a small request to become a small city hall master. And that would be a piece of cake. Just in time, I haven't used my holy word skill this year. It's a once-a-year super cheat. With just a word, I can create a genius with innate soul power of levels 7 to 9. Incredible. I've been a tool for others my whole life. And today I need to find a tool to help me score points. Who to choose? The kids in the village all have parents. That's not easy to work with. Suddenly it hit me. Aren't there slaves in this world? Isn't there a market just west of Notting City? So I set off straight for the west of the city. I tell you, that place goodness, when I walked in, I almost got knocked out by that smell. I pinched my nose and turned around a couple of times. And all I saw were adults who looked like they had committed crimes and were being punished. Not a single suitable person. Just as I was about to retreat, I noticed a crowd gathered in front of me. I originally didn't want to get involved, but then I caught sight of a little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, kneeling on the ground crying terribly. Who understands family? This really tugged at my heartstrings. ISNT this my dream lover, right? I immediately wriggled in like an eel, not caring about the people around me cursing. When I squeezed in, I saw a child wearing old but relatively clean clothes. Eyes closed, bowing his head, mumbling, "Please save my dad." I squatted down and grabbed him, shouting loudly, "Stop crying. What else with a big man like you sobbing? What's going on? Speak." The kid seemed to be stunned by my scare, forgetting to cry. He spoke in bits and pieces, saying his dad was a mercenary who had been brought back from the Soul Beast Forest a few days ago, barely hanging on to life. They had spent all their money, and the healing soul master they hired could only keep him alive for a while. They had no choice but to come to the street to ask for help. As soon as I heard that, I thought, isn't this just a case of someone falling asleep and being handed a pillow? Without saying a word, I grabbed the child and shouted to the onlookers, "Who? Go get the best healing spirit master in the city for me. I'll pay. Have him come directly to the child's house to find me." You wouldn't believe it, but there are indeed many kind-hearted people in this world. A big man who knew him immediately took on the task. I ran to his house while holding the child. His home was in the west of the city, a small shabby house, but it was kept quite clean. As soon as I entered the bedroom, good heavens, there was a strong man lying on the bed, all wrapped in bandages, with blood seeping through in a dark red color. The smell. It was likely that the wounds had become inflamed and were oozing pus. Before long, the healing spirit master, Old Song, arrived. He was quite polite when he saw me. He was a level 25 great spirit master with a water spring spirit, and he was considered a leader in the healing field of Notting City. With a flash of his yellow spirit ring, streams of clear spring water rushed towards the strong man, and when he unwrapped the bandages, the scene was too horrifying for me to look at. The child started crying again on the spot. I quickly picked him up and carried him out of the room, squatting down to ask him, "Hey kid, what's your name? How old are you?" "My name is Wang Hu, and I'm 1 month away from being 6 years old." As he spoke, he started to cry again. I was feeling overwhelmed, so I had to put on a stern face to intimidate him. "Get back. A man doesn't shed tears easily. Your father has me, so he won't die." After a while, Old Song came out, drenched in sweat, and said the person was fine, just needed to recuperate. Without saying a word, I handed over a bag of gold coins and settled the payment without hesitation. By midnight, his father, Wang Biao, woke up. I didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "I, Su Yuntao, are a deacon of the Wuhuan Hall. I saved you, but it comes with conditions." Wang Biao was a straightforward man. He immediately said that his life was mine now and told me to command him as I wished. I've been waiting for this sentence. I cleared my throat and pointed at Wang Hu, saying, "I see your son has extraordinary potential. He's a great candidate for martial arts training. Let him become my disciple." Wang Biao agreed without a second thought. A month later, on Wang Hu's 6th birthday, it was also the day he would awaken his martial soul. I brought him to the awakening room, filled with anticipation. This was the first SSR I had personally crafted. It was my achievement. I infused my soul power into the formation and silently recited the sacred words that could only be used once a year. Let me tell you, that scene was explosive with golden light. It was even more exaggerated than when Tang San awakened. All the golden light suddenly shot into Wang Hu's body. The next second, wow, we heard a tiger roar, and he directly performed a fierce tiger transformation on the spot. His muscles were bulging, shiny black, and his fur was so smooth that I suspected he was secretly using a conditioner behind my back. This wasn't just a localized change like an ordinary beast martial soul. This was a full-body possession. When he transformed back, his clothes were torn apart. I gave him one of my clothes to put on, then handed him a blue crystal ball. "Come on, let us check your soul power. Your martial soul has mutated. It should be for the better." The little guy was a bit anxious, and when he placed his hand on it, the crystal ball instantly lit up like a 100-watt blue light bulb, dazzlingly bright. "Stop," I quickly called out to him. "Innate soul power level 9. You've already surpassed 99% of the people on the continent." Actually, I knew this was already his limit. I patted his head and took him downstairs. His father, Wang Biao, was downstairs, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. I brought the two of them to my small courtyard before sharing the good news. As soon as Wang Biao heard it, this big man burst into tears, saying his child's mother must be watching over them from the heavens. Once they calmed down, I looked at the imposing black giant tiger shadow behind Wang Hu, pretended to ponder for a moment, then slapped my thigh. Got it. Its color is like the night. Its might is like a king. Let us call it Dark Night Tiger King. Wang Hu and his father were so excited, repeatedly shouting that the name was powerful. Done. I pulled Wang Biao aside and laid it all out. Your son's talent would be wasted following me. I want to report him to the Pope's Hall for a higher level apprenticeship, possibly even with the elders or the Pope himself. Of course, I paused for a moment. I had my own selfish motives. If I recommended him, I could gain some benefits. Wang Biao was silent for a long time, then deeply bowed to me. You are our benefactor and also Huer's master. I believe in you. Wow, this trust moved me a bit. I told Wang Hu as well. This kid was determined, clenching his fist and saying, I want to become stronger to protect my father and master. All right, everything was set. That day, I transmitted Wang Hu's information through special channels. A week later, in the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, sitting on the throne, looked at the information I had reported, raised an eyebrow, and said to Hu Laina beside her, Innate level 9, mutated martial soul? Interesting. Laina, you go personally and bring the child back. By the way, give that unknowing recommender a warning. Considering the talent is good, we can satisfy him with one reasonable request. Thus, today, all members of the Notting City Martial Soul branch were mobilized to line up outside the city to welcome the envoy from the Pope's Hall. Old Matthew led us like we were welcoming royalty. Soon, a group of people arrived, and a young and pleasant female voice came from the carriage. Upon reaching the branch hall, Hu Laina got off the carriage. Although she was wearing a veil, her figure, TSK. As soon as she opened her mouth, she directly called out, Who is Su Yuntao? My heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. I gritted my teeth and stepped out. She didn't waste any time and directly asked in front of everyone where that child was. My face burned. Being called out in public for escalating this matter was embarrassing. How could I face people after this? But it didn't matter. Once I become the palace master, you'll all have to call me leader. I brought her to my place, and Wang Hu and his father quickly arrived as well. Hu Laina squatted down and asked Wang Hu to release his martial soul. As soon as the Dark Night Tiger King appeared, the pressure it exuded made Hu Laina's expression change instantly. She stood up abruptly, looking at me in shock. Level 10? I calmly explained. I just leveled up yesterday, and when I awakened, I was actually at 9.5 levels, just a tiny bit short of full soul power. I tell you, Hu Laina was definitely in turmoil at that moment. Her martial soul was trembling under pressure. She had encountered a higher level martial soul. She calmly praised me a few times, said she wouldn't pursue the matter of reporting beyond rank, and would take the child away tomorrow. Wang Hu, being a filial child, quietly asked if he could bring his father along. Hu Laina was quite happy to hear this, and waved her hand to approve it. The next day, when we were sending them off outside the city, Hu Laina specifically asked me to stay behind. The group stopped, and she got down from the carriage, this time without wearing a veil. My mind went blank for a moment. Goodness, was this beauty real? It felt like my aesthetic was being redefined. This was a wave of aesthetic violence, folks. I quickly lowered my head and silently recited, Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, red powder skeleton. All are proteins. She looked at me as if I were possessed, finding it somewhat amusing, and asked me to come closer. I took a couple of steps, but didn't dare to get any closer. Fine. She didn't force me. You made a great contribution this time. So tell me, what do you want? A heavy stone in my heart has finally been lifted. I almost thought it was all in vain. I stood at attention and reported my KPI with a strong voice. Your Excellency, I want to become the master of the Nottingham City Martial Soul branch. By the way, I also want to obtain the qualification to run a school. A basic one will do. I tell you, the way Hu Laina looked at me back then was like a police officer interrogating a thief, scanning me up and down several times. Probably wondering what kind of act I was putting on. Being a hall master was one thing, but starting a school? That's crossing boundaries wider than the Pacific Ocean. She asked me, what do you need the qualifications to run a school for? What can I do? I can't just say it's to complete a system task, right? On the spot, I turned into a moral saint with a face full of compassion and said nonsense. Oh, envoy, you don't know. I just feel so sorry for the children in the surrounding villages. Many of them can't afford to go to school. I want to establish a free academy for the common people to cultivate reserve talents for our spirit hall. I almost threw up just listening to myself. Good grief. I almost believed it. That vixen Hulaina probably didn't think it through either, but seeing my attitude so sincere, she didn't ask much more and waved me off. As soon as their convoy moved far away, I immediately wiped the non-existent sweat off my forehead. Almost couldn't hold it together. I was grinning like an idiot, feeling that my operation this time was simply textbook level, empty-handedly pulling off a big score. In the following days, I directly skipped work, just waiting for my appointment to come down. When I returned to my little rundown yard, I suddenly felt a bit desolate. Sai, what can I say? Behind every successful man is always loneliness. Just then, I opened up my long-neglected system panel. Good grief, I didn't realize I was already level 40. But this soul ring configuration, white, yellow, black. It's practically the worst of the worst. It's embarrassing to even mention it. However, the task progress is not bad. The main quest is about to be completed. Alright, the time when I helped my cheap disciple Wong who awakened. Didn't I get a lottery chance as a reward? Come on, show me. Activate. I was silently praying for the system dad's blessing. And then I saw a big spinning wheel that looked exactly like the lottery booth at the elementary school entrance started to spin wildly. With a duong sound, guess what? A big gift package with cheap effects popped out. I opened it, and it was a broken book with the title, The First Set of Fitness Exercises for Elementary School Students on the Mainland. At that moment, I felt a blackness in my eyes. Who understands what my family went through? I seriously suspect that my system was given to me for free by Douluo after a discount. Hey push. I almost clicked on it right away, but I still patiently opened it to take a look. As a result, after that glance, I directly took off on the spot. This thing is not a fitness routine at all. It's simply a magical tool for forcing kids to level up. After practicing to a certain extent, combined with a top-tier technique, it can make children without any soul power awaken their potential for cultivation. System Dad really loves me. The next second, that broken book transformed into a beam of light and zoomed into my brain. By the time I realized what was happening, I was completely shocked. What kind of nonsense fitness routine is this? Isn't this just the second set of national radio calisthenics for primary and secondary school students that I did every day in my previous life? The eagle soaring? They just added a breathing technique, and now they're pretending it's an unparalleled secret manual? Just thinking about leading a group of little kids. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. That picture is so beautiful I can hardly bear to look. It's unbearable, ma fei. I'm currently struggling with radio calisthenics. While over at the Pope's place, my cheap disciple Wong, who has already caught the eye of his future boss, BB Dong. I've heard that scene was like a large talent recruitment fair. When my disciple Wong, who revealed his martial soul, that perfect martial soul manifestation instantly stunned BB Dong, who praised me for making a significant contribution to the spirit hall. As for the little requests I made, the big boss didn't even raise an eyebrow. Hulaina handed over a small note, and it was approved right away. Efficiency is the name of the game. A few days later, while I was at home cosplaying as a PE teacher, that old man Masiano rushed in a hurry, grabbed my arm, and pulled me outside, shouting, "Hurry, hurry. The Lord of the Zidian wants to see you." I was yanked off balance by him, and when I stepped outside, I saw a crowd of over 20 people standing at the entrance of the spirit hall, blocking the road. Anyone who didn't know better would think there was a wedding. The leader, like a eunuch announcing an edict, pulled out a piece of silk cloth from his pocket and began to shout, "By the decree of the Pope, Su Yuntao of Notting City has made contributions to the Spirit Hall and is hereby promoted to the Lord of the Spirit Branch Hall in Notting City." I almost couldn't hold it together at that moment, forcing out a look of overwhelming gratitude and surprise as I respectfully accepted the imperial decree. I give myself a perfect score for this workplace performance. After sending those great beings away, I couldn't wait to run home, close the door, lock the windows, and jump onto my bed, doing everything in one go. I opened the system and, sure enough, the final task section lit up, indicating it was completed. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly clicked to claim my reward, becoming a deity. The next second, a beam of golden light surged into the depths of my soul. The feeling, how should I put it? It was both tingling and exhilarating, a refreshing sensation that shot straight to the top of my head. I almost cried out. Once I calmed down, I realized that this didn't just grant me a ready-made divine position. Instead, it opened a back door for me in this world, creating a blank deity out of thin air. This meant that while the boss's position was given to me, I had to build the company myself, and the performance, faith value, had to be earned on my own. Wow, I went straight from being a grassroots worker to becoming the CEO of a startup, right? Looking at my faith value, it was 137 points, while a promotion token in the shop cost 1,000. I was still broke. Just when I was worrying about where to find the startup capital for my company, my good disciple Wang, who came back a few days later. Now this kid looked quite impressive, dressed well, with jade hanging from his waist and flowers on his feet, accompanied by 2 bodyguards of soul saint level. Exuding the air of a rich second generation, he mysteriously pulled me aside and took out a gold ingot. You heard that right, a dazzling gold ingot. Master, this is a private reward from the Pope for you, no accounting involved. As soon as I heard this, my heart sank and I instantly understood. This isn't a reward. This is basically a buyout fee. Once I take this money, my relationship with Wang, who as master and disciple, will come to an end. This woman, Bibi Dong, really knows how to play the game. I've witnessed the top-level manipulation of workplace PUA. Can I refuse? For the sake of that kid Wang, who being able to hold onto a big leg in the future, I can only accept it with a pinch of my nose. I accepted that heavy gold brick, but my heart felt like it was pressed down by a stone. Since it couldn't be kept, let's part on good terms. I spent an entire day running around the market and the village, preparing a large feast for him, as a last meal for the 2 of us as master and apprentice. During that meal, no one spoke. The air was filled with the taste of farewell. That kid, Wang Hu, seemed to understand too. His eyes were filled with tears, unable to say a word, just burying his head in the food, as if trying to consume all the bond between master and apprentice. In the end, I couldn't bear to watch any longer and secretly instructed the 2 bodyguards to knock him out and take him away. I stand alone on the city wall of Nottingham, watching their receding figures, silently swearing to myself. This is the last time Su Yuntao compromise in this world. The money for selling my apprentice has been secured. A full 1 million gold soul coins, obtained with tears. I turned around and invested all the money into my educational. I called all the village chiefs from over 180 villages under Nottingham to a meeting at the Soul Hall. The scene was like a bustling rural market, so noisy that it gave me a headache. I cleared my throat and shouted with soul power, "Everyone listen to me. I'm prepared to fund a kindergarten out of my own pocket." The crowd instantly erupted, with all sorts of comments flying around. I quickly went on to elaborate. "Everyone, let me finish. Our academy does not charge a single penny in tuition. Not only that, we will also arrange professional physical training to give the children in your village a greater chance of awakening their soul power and becoming soul masters." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Old Jack from Holy Soul Village was the first to step forward, his eyes wide as saucers. "Master, is what you said true? More genuine than gold?" I patted my chest to guarantee it. When the old village chiefs heard this, their eyes turned green with envy, and they unanimously approved on the spot, almost bowing down to me. Enrollment, land, and funding all in one go. My Awakening Academy is officially set to start. I'm making quite a splash here. Even that kid Tang San from Nottingham Junior College has heard about it, and specially went to ask you Xiao Jiang. "Hey, look at that." He is paying quite a bit of attention to me. Before I knew it, the first day of school arrived. Wow, it was a sea of people, with parents chatting and children crying out for their moms and dads. I organized my team to register the students, and by the end of the day, we had managed to enroll over 200 little carrots. I transformed all the idle awakened attendants under my command into glorious kindergarten teachers. Their main job is to teach some basic knowledge about martial souls and play with the children. Of course, the most important lesson hasn't started yet. I looked at the group of chattering little ones on the playground and revealed a friendly smile. "Kids, are you ready to welcome your physical education teacher and principal's first class, the Eagles Flight Radio Calisthenics?" Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Su Yuntao just gave them a big show right there. I let out a loud shout. Eagle takes flight. Then, under the astonished gaze of over 200 kids and dozens of teachers, I jumped right in. I twisted my waist, kicked my legs, and although the stretching and chest-expanding movements were super embarrassing, let me tell you, my posture was as smooth as flowing water, exuding power. The kids below were starry-eyed, like they were watching their idol. But those teachers? Wow. They all turned their heads away. Their expressions were something else. Looking like old folks on the subway glued to their phones, you could almost see them writing, "I don't know this guy," on their faces. Old man Matthew was even more dramatic. He was just sitting there enjoying his tea, and suddenly he spat it out like a goddess scattering flowers. After I finished, I stood with my hands on my hips, feeling like the most dazzling guy on the playground. "Classmates, isn't the dean amazing?" Amazing. That chorus of children's voices was deafening. "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." "Did you see that?" "Nailed it." As for those teachers, when I shot them a glance, they could only weakly respond. They don't understand my worth. The afternoon passed in a blur. By evening, I gathered all the teachers in the auditorium and laid it all out. No more pretending. I stood on stage and got straight to the point. I know you're all skeptical, thinking I'm just messing around with this academy, right? People below looked at each other, and in the end, they all nodded in unison. I smiled and threw out a bombshell. Actually, the answer lies in the set of calisthenics from the afternoon. That set of exercises is just a shell. The real core is a breathing technique that I created to go along with it. As soon as I said this, the venue erupted. They wanted to ask more, but with a wave of my hand, I continued. This technique can attract wandering soul power to refine the body and improve the affinity for soul power. In simple terms, it can increase the probability of children awakening with soul power. Although the effect is slow, over time, it can change a child's destiny. Boom! Now, it was completely explosive. Master, are you saying that everyone can become a soul master in the future? My God, the sky of this continent is about to change. They were all so excited that their faces turned red and their necks thick, standing up and shouting. Quiet. I shouted to old Master Matthew to regain control of the situation. It's not that exaggerated. I explained, this thing is not omnipotent. It can't turn a stone into gold, but it can slowly grind a piece of iron or into high-quality steel. It can help those children whose talents are just on the passing line to take that final step and kick open the door to becoming a soul master. Now, they understood. Old Master Matthew asked the crucial question for everyone. So, what about that breathing technique? I smiled faintly, looking at them without saying a word. Who among my family understands? Core technology can't be given away for free. This group of people quickly realized it, huddled together whispering for a long time, and finally stood up in unison, bowing to me. The way they acted was just short of shouting, "Big brother, we're with you from now on." All right, my team is formed. I just finished a team-building event. And let me tell you, the whole world outside is in an uproar because of my little matter. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, that woman, I can imagine that when she saw the intel, she must have crushed her coffee cup in her hand. Enhancing soul master talents 2 days later? This is outrageous. She's itching to make a move, but she doesn't dare to act rashly. After all, a forcibly picked fruit isn't sweet and could easily ruin her newly acquired genius disciple Wang Hu's heart. So after thinking for a long time, she finally decided to hold her ground for now. But she's also afraid someone else might get ahead of her. So she immediately called in Yuan, the one known as Chrysanthemum Pass, and gave him a stern order. You, go now. Secretly protect Su Yuntao's academy. Not even a single hair of his can be lost. Until I give the order, no one is allowed to touch him. Good heavens, she even assigned a titled Douluo as a bodyguard. On the other side, an even more heavyweight figure caught wind of the situation. The disheartened Uncle Tang, how was also secretly observing. He is an expert and immediately noticed the faint soul power gathering above my academy. He instantly went into PTSD mode, thinking this place was about to become the center of a storm, and it was too dangerous for his precious son Tang San to stay here. So, he staged a dramatic "Where's Daddy?" escape overnight. He kicked open the master's door, speaking in a flustered manner. Quick, pack your things, bring Xiao San. All right, and that rabbit, hurry up and run. The skies are about to change here. Poor master was left utterly bewildered, being arranged so clearly. As for me, I was completely unaware of all this and continued to be my diligent gardener in the academy. 3 months passed in a flash, and the first batch of little sprouts finally reached the day to awaken their martial souls. That day, I brought over 40 children into the Grand Hall, while their parents anxiously waited outside. I specially added some enhancements to the awakening formation, a small triangular formation capable of soul power infusion. In simple terms, I plan to secretly give them a little boost during the awakening, infusing some experience packets. The first child to enter was a rather composed little boy. I had him stand in the center of the formation and began guiding his soul power. Following the breathing technique I taught, the child started to absorb the energy I infused into him. Success! I felt a surge of joy. Sure enough, he extended his right hand and a sickle with golden edges appeared. Innate soul power level 2. A great start. Next, one after another, the children awakened. After all 40-plus children had completed their awakenings, I looked at the results, feeling a bit dazed. The task was accomplished, and out of those 40-plus children, 11 had awakened with soul power. The success rate was simply extraordinary. But then came the problem, dear families. The martial souls of these children were a bit, how should I put it, cybernetic ascension. They all had common, useless martial souls, like sickles and blue silvergrass, but they had all mutated. For example, one girl's blue silvergrass had a ring of blood-red lines at the tips. Wasn't this just strawberry-flavored blue silvergrass? I understand right away this is troublesome. If this gets out, Won't these kids be captured by other powerful forces to be used as lab rats for research? No, they can't leave my sight until I find an absolutely reliable backing. I walked out of the awakening room, first resolutely calming down the children who had not awakened and sending them back to their parents. Then, I called all 11 chosen ones and their parents to the grand auditorium. Looking at their excited yet anxious faces, I directly painted a grand vision for them. Congratulations to your children. But as you can see, their situation is very special. Therefore, I hope the children can continue to stay at the academy until they break through level 10. During this period, tuition will be completely waived, and the academy will help them obtain their first spirit ring. As soon as I said this, the parents went wild. Is there really such a good thing? Free education and guaranteed spirit ring allocation? Without hesitation, they all agreed on the spot, so excited that they were almost ready to bow to me. Finally, the children were temporarily kept, but when I returned to the dormitory and looked at my nearly empty wallet, I was so worried that I almost pulled my hair out. This big talk has been made, but where will the money come from? I must find an angel investor. I opened the map of the distribution of mainland forces and analyzed it one by one. The Spirit Hall? It was originally my first choice, but thinking of that woman Bibi Dong made me a bit apprehensive. I always felt that her gaze towards me was off, as if she wanted to swallow me whole, skin and bones. Just as I was mumbling to myself, good heavens, it was just as they say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The informant I placed at the city gate sent word that Pope Bibi Dong's royal carriage had already arrived outside Notting City. Let me tell you, this news is outdated. What do you mean outside the city? The person just appeared in a flash and blocked the door to my bedroom. At that moment, I was inside pondering which major force to ally with in the future. I was muttering to myself that I, Su Yuntao, would never be a tool person, when suddenly a crisp female voice came from the door. What tool person? Does anyone understand? That voice was pleasant to hear, but all the hairs on my body stood on end. I turned around slowly like a mouse spotting a cat, my neck creaking as I turned. Good heavens! I didn't even notice when the door opened, and there stood a stunning big sister in a pope's robe, with dew still in her hair, clearly having been teleported overnight. Her eyes staring directly at me. My heart was pounding like a motor, ready to jump out of my throat. Who is this girl? Bibi Dong, the leader of the Spirit Hall. She just quietly appeared in my small servant's room, and I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. She wasn't in a hurry. She just looked at me as if I were some rare animal. After a long time, I finally squeezed out a few words from my throat. Bibi bowed down. To your holiness. Then she just said, and let me tell you, it was unbelievable. She completely ignored me and walked over to the side of my bed. Sat down without hesitation. I was stunned. Your holiness. This lonely man and woman, in the middle of the night, you sit on my bed. Is that appropriate? But she didn't care at all. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Oh, right, what did you say about a tool person?" My mind is faster than a CPU, and I just blurted out, "Huh? It's nothing, just a classification method for martial souls that I invented. Those tool-type martial souls, like hammers and shovels, are collectively referred to as tool people." I tell you, I was so pleased with my clever answer that I almost gave myself a thumbs up. Bibi Dong was staring at me with her beautiful eyes, and although I felt she didn't believe a word of it, she seemed to have more important matters to attend to, so she didn't pursue it further. Seeing that she wasn't asking any more questions, I quickly breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively said, Your Holiness, what brings you here late at night? With your status, it wouldn't be good if someone saw you. Implicitly, I was saying, you should leave quickly. Guess what she said? I'm not afraid of others knowing. Who would dare to speak out? Wow, that is so imposing. Then she switched her tone and even showed a bit of emotion. I just came to see what kind of deity my precious disciple Wang Hu always talks about. As she spoke, she even huffed a little, and I realized she was jealous. Her disciple, whom she has worked so hard to teach, keeps thinking about me, who just handles the awakening. How can she feel balanced about that? I can imagine that at this moment, Wang Hu, far away in the Pope's palace, must be feeling a chill run down his spine. As soon as I saw the situation, I quickly thought of a way to dismiss the guest. Well, Your Holiness, if there's nothing urgent, how about, why are you feeling guilty? She raised an eyebrow, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire room, bearing down on me. Let me tell you, that feeling was like a mountain pressing down. But who am I? I have a deity within me. As soon as that pressure hit me, the deity inside me flickered, and suddenly I felt nothing at all, like a gentle spring breeze. But could I show that? No. At that moment, I got carried away and started to perform a scene of unwavering defiance. I gritted my teeth, trembled all over, sweated profusely, and my veins bulged. perfectly portraying an image of steadfastness in the face of evil forces. The Oscars owe me a little golden statue. In the end, she waved her hand and lifted the pressure, looking at me with disdain. Stop pretending. I didn't even use much force. How embarrassing. I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. She actually looked me up and down, her gaze as if she wanted to conduct a slice-and-dice study on me, making me feel uneasy. This fierce woman isn't lusting after my body, is she? She finally grew impatient and fired off a rapid barrage of questions. What exactly are you? Why can't you speak properly? How did my spirit hall end up with such a weirdo like you? Well, the truth is out now. No more pretending. I knew why she was here. It was all about my method for mass-producing soul masters. Pope. As soon as I opened my mouth, she interrupted me impatiently. Just call me Pope. Don't add your excellency when it comes from your mouth. It just feels like bad news. Damn. Fine, I'll endure. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. I adjusted my emotions and got straight to the point. I understand your purpose for coming, but you should also know that I can't just sell the skills that support my livelihood. How about we make a deal? Let's talk it over. She still maintained a calm and carefree demeanor. I started frantically showing her my value. I told her, what you know is just the surface. The core technology, one haven't taught anyone. What I teach my students is indeed useful, but without my follow-up support, at most it's just for physical fitness like doing calisthenics. I have to make her realize that without me, she is nothing. Let's talk about your deal. She was indeed hooked. I need protection and resource allocation. I made a direct offer. What can a spirit hall gain? My academy will merge into the spirit hall. However, you cannot interfere in any internal matters of the academy. Not enough. She denied it without a second thought. Wow, this woman really has a big appetite. I gritted my teeth and raised the stakes. I promised to deliver no fewer than 10 innate soul power children to the spirit hall each term. Seeing her unresponsive, I quickly added, each term, no more than 6 months. As soon as I said this, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf seeing meat. 20 soul masters a year, that's no small number. This condition had reached her psychological expectation, but I could tell she clearly wanted to squeeze me a bit more. She calmly asked, is there anything else? I felt a jolt in my heart. Is that still not enough? I've already given you my academy, and I offer you 20 soul masters every year. What more do you want? Do you want to take me as well before you're satisfied? I gritted my teeth and said, apart from core technology and myself, just say directly what else you want. Guess what? She smiled sweetly and said, I just want you. I was so stunned at that moment. Big brother, please don't joke like this. I quickly interrupted. Add one more. A talent with innate soul power above level 7. This is my trump card. I can only use it once a year, and now I have to wait another year. This time, Bibi Dong was completely unsettled. An innate level 7. How can this be compared to those who just barely meet the threshold? This can be specially trained? She directly made a bold demand. One is not enough. One every year. As soon as I heard this, I threw myself onto the bed and started to complain. Just kill me. The collaboration is canceled. I give up. Bibi Dong also felt awkward, realizing that she had pushed too hard, and began to soften her tone to persuade me. Don't get excited. Young people are just impulsive. The terms can be negotiated. I ignored her completely. She started to talk about being a tool again, and I directly shot back with, don't change the subject. Then I began to play the victim, saying that it takes an immense amount of vitality and soul power to nurture a top-notch innate level 7 talent, and that I would need to rest for several years. One a year would cost me my life. Let me tell you, I lied without batting an eye, and it was truly a tearful performance. Bibi Dong was taken aback by my act, and really thought the cost was that high. But as a dignified pope, it was embarrassing for her to be controlled by someone like me, and she got a bit anxious. The momentum of her title of Douluo flickered and faded. I immediately felt a surge of hostility and quickly got up from bed, searching for clothes while awkwardly chatting. Ahem, it's the beginning of autumn. The weather is getting cold. We should add some clothes. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shut up. In the end, after a long tug-of-war between us, she finally compromised. Just one, I agree. I immediately acted foolishly. No, I take it back. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Her eyes were almost spitting fire. Go ahead. If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. I looked like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. In the end, she was completely at a loss, gritting her teeth and asking, what are the conditions? I'll be straightforward. I want soul beasts. A lot of living soul beasts. This deal has finally been settled. My academy will merge with the Spirit Hall, providing 20 soul master seedlings each year, plus one innate level 7 genius. The Spirit Hall will provide me with funding, protection, and 100 living soul beasts for research. without interfering in the internal affairs of my academy. Before leaving, Bibi Dong was still fuming, and I chuckled, calling out to her, "Wait a moment. Let me give you a collaboration benefit. You know that master of soul theory on the continent, Yu Xiaojiang, right? I met him not long ago. Just imagine if he could join our spirit hall, working together with my ability to mass-produce soul masters. Wouldn't that be a perfect match?" As soon as I finished speaking, Bibi Dong punched me in the eye and left without looking back. I had dark circles under my eyes, but I was overjoyed inside. She must have gone to find Yu Xiaojiang, but she was destined to return empty-handed. The guy had already fled at the first hint of danger. However, this punch was worth it. Her hitting me meant she really considered me one of her own. Who would dare to touch my academy from now on? Finally, I could breathe a sigh of relief. I quickly opened the system interface to claim the main quest rewards I had been holding back for a long time. A purple halo directly fused into my lone wolf martial soul, and my third soul ring transformed from 100-year yellow to 1,000-year purple. Awesome. Then came my favorite part, the lottery. Eleven chance. I looked at the newly added 10 consecutive draw button with fierce eyes and clicked it directly. 10 shiny golden gift boxes appeared in front of me. Rubbing my hands together, I eagerly opened the first one. As a result, after the cheap special effects, the box was empty with a few big words written on the inside. "Thank you for your patronage. Draw again." At that moment, my heart sank. This broken thing even had empty prizes? Gritting my teeth, I opened all the remaining 9 boxes. Family who understands, 9 boxes, 7 thank you for your patronage. This drop rate is simply a slap in the face for non-lucky players. Fortunately, in the end, there were still 2 prizes left. A book and a small blue and white porcelain bottle. The book is called Detailed Explanation of Formation Basics, and as soon as it entered my mind, I instantly became the most knowledgeable person about formations in Douluo continent. I got it. The other small bottle is called Spirit Control Bottle, with the inscription at the bottom saying it can control the spirits of the world. Wow. Spirits, soul bones, soul rings. Can all these spirit-related things be controlled by it? Isn't this just a tailor-made cheat for me? The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I had to get the whole lab to study this treasure. So I got to work and wrote an application overnight, planning to give it to Bibi Dong at dawn and urge her to transfer the funds to me quickly. A little over a week later, I started wandering around my college. The students and teachers looked at me as if I were crazy because I was always holding a small notebook, pointing and gesturing at the air. I stood in the small grove by the lake in the academy, looking at the small island in the center of the lake, nodding in satisfaction. This place is great. The island is just right for setting up a concealed formation, and with a spirit gathering array at the bottom of the lake, this will be my secret base. My exclusive training ground. It's settled. It's settled. Let me tell you, I am all about execution. As soon as I had the blueprint for the secret base in my mind, I was already getting started. I locked myself in the office for a whole month. The drawings I made, let me tell you, the stack of draft paper is taller than me. As for the knowledge of formations, theoretically, I have the understanding of a 9th-tier god level in my head, but when it comes to practical application, well, I can barely manage a 6th tier, on par with a soul sage. But that's enough. After a month, I held 3 freshly completed formation diagrams in my hands. One is a 7th-tier Great Spirit Gathering formation. My main focus, and its effect, is outstanding. The second is a 6th-tier Concealment formation. Man, I almost pulled all my hair out trying to deduce this thing. Finally, there's a top-tier 6th-tier Trapping formation. Even a soul sage would have to obediently run in circles inside it. Just in time for the end of the year, I waved my hand and gave the whole academy a month off. The kids happily went home, and with the academy empty, hey, this is my golden time for construction. I immediately locked the door and started my grand undertaking. Let me tell you about that scene. It was unbelievable. First, I buried the array bases for the spirit locking formation in the 4 corners of the academy. Then I dove deep into the lake and filled the base of the Great Spirit Gathering formation. Next, I arranged the concealment formation around the small island. And finally, I scattered the bases of the trapping formation all over the academy like throwing beans. All the components were in place, but I didn't rush to ignite it. I set up a spirit energy conversion formation as an intermediary to connect these 3 major formations. In the end, I tossed my precious spirit control bottle into the center of the lake as the eye of the formation. Then I took a deep breath, and my soul power and spiritual consciousness surged in all at once. Goodness, that almost drained me dry. A 7th-tier formation is no joke. I saw that spirit control bottle light up with a buzz, and it started to expel spirit energy wildly, instantly activating the entire Great Spirit Gathering formation. Then, the concealment formation and the trapping formation lit up as well. The whole system successfully started. I sense that the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire academy has doubled. Let me tell you, now inside and outside our academy, it's like two different worlds. One side is the human realm, and the other is the fairyland. You know what I mean? In the future, 100 years from now, this place will be a paradise, filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I was standing by the lake, happily admiring my masterpiece, when suddenly, beep. My family, who understands? That long silent system of mine has come back to life. I didn't even need to go back inside. With a thought, the system interface unfolded right in front of me. A new task was flashing wildly. Main quest: establish your own primary, intermediate, and advanced Soul Master Academy. Reward: basic knowledge of medicinal herbs. Oh my goodness. ISNT this like a pillow being sent when I'm sleepy. I was just worried about needing to stock up at the ice and fire yin yang, not knowing those precious herbs. This is a precise airdrop. Moreover, I had originally planned to set up an advanced academy. Otherwise, all the seedlings I worked so hard to cultivate would be taken away by other forces as soon as they graduate. Who would I complain to? All right, I accept this task. Food must be eaten bite by bite. So let us start with the primary academy. Where will the money come from? Obviously, I'll ask BB Dong for it. This academy is nominally a property of the Spirit Hall, so it's only right to request development funds from the leadership. I have no psychological pressure at all. The holiday quickly came to an end, and the students and teachers returned one after another. I stood at the door alone to welcome the new students and later had to help Master Maximo with the registration, exhausting me like a dog. At that moment, I realized that next time, I must make sure the teachers come back to work early. In the evening, I gathered all the teachers in the auditorium for a meeting. I cleared my throat, and instantly, I exuded a leadership aura. Teachers, two things. First, bring back the hearts of these unruly kids. Second, next month is the Soul Awakening. Everyone needs to pay attention. Then came the key announcement. The lake to the south is now designated as a restricted area starting today. No one is allowed to go there. Lastly, and most importantly, we have money now. His Holiness the Pope, BB Dong, has funded us. Our academy won't lack for money in the future. When the teachers heard we had money, their eyes turned green, excited like never before. Only Master Maximo looked at me, his eyes filled with concern. A month later, during the Soul Awakening ceremony, thanks to my 7th-tier spirit gathering array, nurturing them daily, these kids are all as robust as little calves. And guess what? Out of 40 kids, 27 awakened their spiritual power. 27. I was stunned. Did my spirit gathering array work too effectively? This cheat is scaring even me. What is even funnier is that those who slacked off during the holiday didn't awaken successfully at all. Now, that's the problem. I only have 10 slots to give to the Spirit Hall, and I want to keep 5 for the most hardworking ones. What about the remaining 12? My primary academy, ISNT, even built yet. I called the 22 children and their parents to the auditorium and said that they would compete for these 10 spots. I asked 2 questions. The first, please raise your hand if you practice for more than 5 hours every day during the holidays. The room was as quiet as a chicken. The second, please raise your hand if you exercise every day. This time, 13 kids raised their hands. Got it. I immediately gave them my final lesson. Talent is certainly important, but attitude determines everything. Then I selected 10 out of those 13 kids and reported their names to the Spirit Hall. The 5 that I left for myself will be considered my named disciples, and they will stay in the academy for now. However, trouble has arisen with the matter of the Junior Academy. The land I previously obtained with the help of the Lord's Mansion in Notting City is now going to be used for building the Junior Academy, which makes me a competitor to their Junior Academy, right? They have started to create obstacles for me everywhere. I originally thought I could handle this small matter on my own and not trouble BB Dong too much. But what happened? After a long time, I realized I was still too young. There's no choice. In the end, I still need to seek help. I will honestly report to BB Dong, asking for money and resources. And by the way, request for assistance in dealing with the Lord's Mansion. I have a report here. Guess what BB Dong is thinking? She's in the atmosphere. She doesn't care about me retaining a few good seedlings. She is calculating a big account. She wants me to build an academy. I help her cultivate talent. And when they graduate, she comes to reap the rewards, saving time and effort. Family, this is a win-win situation. No, it's her winning big. So she waved her hand and approved it directly. Goodness, the Spirit Hall sent people to provide me with a full range of services, from site selection to construction, all covered. BB Dong, you are truly my goddess. It makes me feel embarrassed to think about taking advantage of you later. Ahem, what I mean is, once I research something good, I will definitely share a portion with you. Now that the matter of the junior college is settled, I'm wandering around the academy every day, casually improving my formations, and I even build a laboratory for myself on the Central Island. However, the soul beast that BB Dong promised me still hasn't shown up. It seems I need to hurry her a bit. But right now, the most troublesome thing is that the system task requires me to create 3 special courses. What can I teach? Gymnastiques breeding technique? That SR Foundation. Formation? Are you kidding? If this thing gets out and a soul sage can compete with a title Douluo, I'm telling you, the next day, all the title Douluos on the continent will come together to farm my instance. That image is too beautiful for me to bear. So, what should I teach? I'm at my wit's end. But it's no use overthinking it. Just when I was scratching my head, I suddenly remembered I have one last lifeline. The system lottery, right? It's better to rely on oneself than to ask others. It's better to rely on oneself than to draw cards. I still have 27 draws in stock. Let us give it a shot, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. What if I draw some black technology that doesn't exist in Douluo continent? If I can't draw anything this time, I'll really have to throw the formations away. At that point, I can only hope that BB Dong, that fierce woman, can help me withstand the pressure. If she can handle it, I'll directly acknowledge her as the big sister. With such a strong support, why not lean on her? I'm currently thinking about how to drag BB Dong into this, far away in the papal palace, and suddenly she sneezes loudly. She must be wondering how a titled Douluo like herself could catch a cold. Should she put on more clothes? Sister, that's not catching a cold. That's someone wanting you to take the blame. Forget it. Thinking too much is useless. Let us draw. I went straight back to my little nest on the island in the lake, closed the door and windows, sat cross-legged on the bed, and went through the whole process smoothly, focusing on the sense of ritual. I opened the system, and let me tell you, it's still that familiar cheap-looking 5-dime special effects big wheel. The sense of cheapness hits me head-on, feeling like a pop-up will appear at any moment asking me to recharge 648. All right, with 27 chances, I thought I'd try 2 10 draws first. Just as I placed my finger on it, I suddenly stopped. No, this is bad luck. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the bathroom, using hand soap, body wash, and a washcloth, scrubbing my hands until they were almost polished before returning satisfied. Here we go. Show me. For the first 10 draw. After a burst of light pollution, 10 boxes appeared in front of me. I clicked them one by one, feeling my heart sink little by little. 9, thank you for your patronage, and only 1 broken hair tie. My face turned dark. A hair tie? System, are you messing with me? Then a manual floated over. Wisdom hair tie increases the wearer's mental strength, wisdom, and creativity. Hey, my anger dissipated immediately. So nice. ISNT this just the youthful version of a mage artifact, the crown of wisdom? Thankfully it's black, even if it were pink with a bow for these attributes. I have to wear it today. Taking advantage of my good luck, I quickly went for the second 10 draw. This time was good. I got 3 items, a painting, a piece of clothing, and a book. Wow, my heart skipped a beat. Based on experience, books produced by the system are all top-tier treasures. I suppressed my excitement and took out the painting and the clothes. The painting depicted a valley, but without an instruction manual. I couldn't make much sense of it for now. The clothes were easier to understand. As soon as I touched them, they automatically bound to me, equipped with temperature control and self-cleaning functions. Who in my family understands this? No need to change seasons. No need to do laundry. This is simply a blessing for lazy people, and my level of affection for it instantly matched that of my beloved smart hair tie. The main event was here. I trembled as I picked up the book, the cover displaying 8 large characters, the basic principles of soul guidance devices. Soul guidance devices. My mind exploded with excitement. Isn't this exactly the special course I've been wanting? While this thing exists on the mainland, it has long fallen into decline. What I have is a systematic body of knowledge. With this, if I give BB Dong a few guaranteed spots, won't she be overjoyed? When the sky falls, she'll definitely help me hold it up. I didn't hesitate any longer and directly flipped to the second page. In the next second, the entire book transformed into a golden light and shot straight into my brain. Yeah, let me tell you, that feeling was like someone was drilling into my skull with an electric drill. A sharp pain instantly enveloped my whole body. My vision went black, and 2 streams of nosebleed shot out, and I fell straight onto the bed, completely crashing. When I woke up the next day, my brain felt like a pot of porridge, and it took me a long time to regain my senses. I have to say, this time I really lost a lot, but gained a lot too. The knowledge system of this soul guide device is so vast that it almost blew my mind. But luckily, I had a deity protecting my sea of consciousness. Now, I am the walking technical director of Soul Guide devices, from level 1 to 9. Except for the top-level blueprints, I know all the principles and research directions. If this develops, it would simply open up a whole new civilization. I've decided I'll focus on this as a special course. Starting from the basics, this way I can complete the tasks without immediately attracting the attention of those top-tier big shots. Just as this was settled, the new campus was also completed. That day, I was striding around the academy when a guard rushed over, saying that the envoy from the Spirit Hall had arrived. As soon as I heard this, I knew it was for the handover of the new campus. When I got to the entrance, lo and behold, it was that familiar face, a middle-aged guy in his 40s with a serious face like a disciplinary director. Every time I saw him, I felt like a student caught playing on my phone during class. As I was pondering, a sudden thought struck me. Hey, the disciplinary director? My eyes lit up as I looked him up and down, and a brilliant plan was born in my mind. The guy felt uneasy under my gaze and finally couldn't hold back, voluntarily speaking up. Sir, the Junior Soul Master Academy has been completed, and I'm here to take you for inspection. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't care about anything else and quickly asked him to lead the way. Wow. The new campus is built right next to my Awakening Academy, and it covers a vast area. The dormitory area, teaching area, and training area are all clearly defined. I was extremely satisfied and decided on the spot that this junior college would offer 2 majors in the future. One is the traditional Soul Master Department, and the other is the Soul Mentor Department, which I plan to develop extensively. I nodded while watching, my mouth crazily showering compliments. Not bad. The construction is solid. The speed is fast. Amazing. In fact, I couldn't really tell if they were cutting corners. I was just focusing on the attitude. The guy next to me still had a poker face and replied, "Thank you for the praise." Then there was no further conversation, which made things awkward for me. I suddenly realized that I didn't even know his name. I quickly asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The guy didn't mind and replied, "Your Excellency, my name is Niu Bang." Niu Bang? I almost heard it as Liu Bang. All right, Comrade Niu Bang. I made a quick decision and directly asked him to help me out since the academy was just starting and needed more hands. I'll talk to the Pope about it. Don't worry. After my series of combos, Niu Bang's serious face was about to crack, staring at me in shock. Wanting to say something, but unable to get the words out. Finally, just conceding. Hee hee, I couldn't help but chuckle inside. Such a ready-made director. How could I let you slip away? After inspecting the academy, I locked myself in my office. It was time to ramp up the recruitment for the Awakening Academy. I directly summoned all the old village heads from the villages under Nodding City for a meeting. Once everyone had arrived, I cleared my throat. Everyone, it's nice to see you again. I called you here today to announce something. Starting this year, our Awakening Academy will only accept children who are 4 years old. As soon as I said this, the place erupted. Sir, you can't do this. Give those 5- and 6-year-old kids a chance. They were all crying out, as if I had done something utterly heinous. I banged on the table and shouted with my soul power, "Everyone be quiet." The whole venue fell silent in an instant. I looked at them with a cold smile. Opportunity? I gave you all a chance last year. And what happened? What kind of children did you send me? Don't think I don't know. Now that you see the academy has been established, you want to cram the rest in here? It's too late. I directly gave these old men a little shock to reveal all their little schemes. I made it clear, from now on, there will only be 1,000 spots every year, and only for 4-year-olds. How to distribute them? The Spirit Hall will come up with a plan. Meeting adjourned. I left that sentence behind, ignoring them, and walked out. The admissions issue was finally settled. Next up were my 5 precious students. I arranged for them to be placed in the new campus of the junior college, letting Niu Bang teach them the basics. These 5 kids are my first disciples in the Soul Guidance Department, the future F5. A week later, I got myself ready, put on my glasses, carried a thick book, and walked into the specialized classroom of the Soul Guidance Department in a pretentious manner. This classroom, rather than being a classroom, was more like a large workshop, with a huge furnace and workbench in the middle. My 5 students, 3 boys and 2 girls, have been eagerly waiting. Let me tell you, the martial souls of these 5 kids are truly bizarre. There are candle flames, water hyacinths, mirrors, feather dusters, and even an ethereal musical note. To others, they all seem like useless martial souls, but in my eyes, they are all unpolished gems. I cleared my throat, stood on the podium, and felt like I instantly had the aura of a teacher. All right, children, we officially start the class. I placed my hands on the workbench, looking at their innocent yet eager faces. Before we begin the lesson, let me ask a question. I scanned them and asked, who knows what a soul guidance device is? The 5 kids looked at each other, and in the end, they all shook their heads in unison. When I saw these little guys looking completely confused, I knew it was my time to step in. What is a soul guidance device? I cleared my throat and hit them with a bombshell. Let me tell you, this thing is simply black technology in our soul master world. You wear a ring on your hand, and it can hold an entire soccer field inside. This is called a storage soul guidance device. Got it? It's a must-have tool for traveling. And there's even more explosive stuff. I gestured by Yubiu can shoot energy cannons. And with a Duong, it can deflect all attacks with a shield. There's even a flying device that can let you take off directly. This is not science fiction. It's real. As soon as I finished speaking, the kid named Lu Huang, the one with the candlelight martial soul, had his eyes lighting up and was the first to raise his hand to answer. Teacher, if there are such amazing things, then why are we still struggling to cultivate our soul power? If everyone had a set of equipment, wouldn't we be invincible? Wow, this kid's mind is quick. He got straight to the point. I felt a jolt in my heart, but I maintained my composure. Good question. The reason it's called a soul guidance device is that it relies on soul power to operate. Without soul power, that thing is just a pile of scrap metal. So, soul masters are always the core. They are the batteries, understand? I paused for a moment, looking at their thoughtful expressions, and decided to throw out another hook. Let me ask you again, why is our department called Junior Soul Engineer Department instead of Soul Tool Repairman Department? Except for Lu Huang, whose eyes lit up with a look of I get it. The other four looked like wilted eggplants, deep in thought. I exchanged a glance with Lu Huang. This kid is really perceptive, and I subtly nodded at him. All right, I won't make it hard for you. I waved my hand. To put it simply, there are two types of soul engineers. One type is the tech-savvy ones who stay in the lab every day. Just love to research how these things are made and how to upgrade them. They are the creators, the scientists. The other type is the combat enthusiasts. They don't care about the principles as long as they know how to use it, which button is for firing, which is for self-destruction. They take this black technology to fight. And let me tell you, their combat power is not at all inferior to that of pure combat soul masters. I raised the I had worked through the night to create and said, here it is, the beginner's manual written by me. Follow my lead, and you'll master it. Teacher, why have I never heard of such an amazing profession before? Another child asked. This was the question I had been waiting for. I immediately switched to a melancholic mode, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said in a deep tone, the soul guiding device has actually existed for a long time, but the method of manufacturing it has been lost. Until, I paused dramatically, until your teacher, I, ventured into the far north, risking my life, and unearthed it from the legacy of a departed sage. I established this course because I do not want this great legacy to be lost in our generation. What I said was so righteous and selfless. The five little ones below were so moved that they were in tears, their eyes filled with admiration, as if the little flames of worship were rising up, wishing they could bow down to me right on the spot. I maintain a grand and magnificent image on the surface, while my peripheral vision has already swept over their reactions. Hee success. With this wave of motivational talk. These five little ones. Cough, kids, don't you see me as a god? That's enough. It's time to stop while we're ahead. All right. It's not a big deal. I quickly restrained my expression. You are still young, and your main task is to cultivate your soul power. Soul power is the foundation. I'll first teach you some basics and introduce you to the field, but don't get too carried away. I will regularly check your progress. And if anyone falls behind, just wait and see how I deal with them. I have to tell you, I was a bit overwhelmed at that time. These kids are so naive, and with just a little persuasion, I could lead them astray. Ever since I fed them that pot of toxic chicken soup, they've been like they're on a high. Especially that Lu Huang. He has completely obsessed with electronic cultivation and has gone into a frenzy. While others are just a bit more enthusiastic in class, he has turned himself into a research subject. His roommate came to complain to me, saying that ever since Lu Huang learned the principle of that first-level soul-guiding device, numbing dagger, he has become completely possessed. He doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, and either bangs away in the workshop or huddles in his dormitory, scribbling in his little notebook. He looks disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, like a mad scientist consumed by his obsession. As soon as I heard, I thought, good grief, this is serious. I directly pulled him in my office. Now tell me, how are you doing up like this? I pointed at his dirty clothes, my brows furrowed in disbelief. He looked up, bewildered, glanced at himself, then looked at me, his expression as if he hadn't woken up yet. I suddenly got angry and spoke to them in a very stern tone for the first time. Didn't I say that the main task at this stage is to cultivate soul power? Did you take my words as a breeze by your ears? This kid trembled in fear, lowering his head and not daring to say a word. Lift your head. Answer me. He was startled by my shout, his body swaying slightly as he slowly raised his head, his eyes red and full of grievance. But he stubbornly refused to speak. I'm really having a headache. This child is usually so clever. How did he get stuck in a rut? Did I teach him too early? The temptation of this thing is something even adults struggle to resist, let alone a child. No, it's precisely because he doesn't understand that he can resist temptation more easily. With the way he looks, could it be? I looked at him with a complicated expression. Do you understand something? He didn't say anything, just nodded gently. Sigh. I let out a long sigh, then slammed the table suddenly, my expression changing. You don't understand anything. From today on, you're not allowed to touch anything related to soul masters. As soon as Lu Huang heard this, his face turned pale, and he nearly collapsed. No. Please, teacher. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please. Don't drive me away. He started crying outright. I softened in my heart, but at this moment, I had to be tough. Then why don't you listen? Everyone else is cultivating well. Why do you have to dive in head first? I. He stammered, unable to explain himself. All right. I was too lazy to ask further. I'll give you a chance. 3 months. Within 3 months, you must cultivate your soul power to level 10. If you make it, come find me, and I'll take you to hunt for soul rings. After you become a soul master, you can study however you want. If you can't do it, pack your things and get lost. I don't want disobedient students here. This kid had low innate soul power, but after awakening his martial soul, it was as if he had opened up. I suspected that his candlelight martial soul had some potential related to mental strength or intelligence. Such a good seedling couldn't be allowed to waste himself. Lu Huang looked at me unwillingly, his fists clenched and then relaxed, and finally he lowered his head. I understand, teacher. After he walked out of the office with a defeated expression, I felt as if a gaze swept over from outside the door. This kid is a handful. What I didn't know was that, just as I dealt with a small trouble here, a huge problem was already on its way. The scene shifted to the spirit hall on the Pope's throne. Bibi Dong held a report about my soul engineer class, her eyes flickering. Wow, this news spread faster than 5G. Soul tools? Soul. Master? She murmured. It looks like I have to make another trip. Even the title Douluo doesn't get this treatment. Making me run back and forth, this guy. By the end, a smile even curled at the corner of her mouth, but unfortunately, no one saw it. Since I pressed Lu Huang to go into seclusion, my days returned to a leisurely pace. Every day, I taught the remaining 4 students, and when there was nothing to do, I wandered around the academy or went to the island and the lake to fish. A week passed in the blink of an eye. That night, an unexpected guest arrived outside my academy. Who could it be? Bibi Dong. This girl is unbelievable. Instead of using the front door, she chose to sneak in, just like last time, probably wanting to launch a surprise attack on me. She restrained her aura, lowered her cultivation, and agilely flipped over the wall. And then the show began. Family, who understands? As soon as she landed, the defensive formation I had been tinkering with suddenly activated. An invisible confinement array quietly ensnared her. What about me? At that time, I was sitting in the stands of the playground, holding a bag of sunflower seeds, watching her with great interest through the real-time monitoring provided by the formation core. I saw the dignified Pope walking around like a headless fly in the formation, walking and walking. She thought she was strolling around the academy, but after a long time, she finally realized something was off. Wait a minute. At this speed, I should have reached the end of this little academy. Damn, I can't be lost, can I? I could imagine her bewildered, yet trying to appear calm expression. It was simply too much. I'm a titled Douluo, and I'm lost in primary academy? If this gets out, the whole continent will laugh at me. TSK. I munched on my sunflower seeds while enjoying this extraordinary scene. Watching her perfect figure matched with her anxious pace, her delicate face filled with who am I and where am I almost laughed out loud. Seeing that she had been wandering for almost 2 hours and her patience was running thin, I thought I couldn't play around any longer. If this fierce woman got angry and unleashed her Douluo power, leveling my academy with a slap, I would be in big trouble. I quickly brushed the sunflower seed shells off my hands and strolled over to her. Instead of directly removing the formation, I pretended to be heading back to my dorm after work, humming a little tune. I took a detour in the formation, and then with a duong, I appeared in front of her with a surprised expression. I came in directly to accuse a villain. Your Holiness. What? What are you doing here? Bibi Dong was startled by me and almost slapped me in the face. Upon hearing my voice, she froze completely. Oh, I understand, I said with a look of realization, interrupting her. You are here to inspect the work of our academy, right? Don't worry. I will definitely live up to your expectations and train more talents for the Spirit Hall. After saying this, I showed a puzzled expression, but wait. Why are you here so late at night? The gatekeeper didn't report anything to me. Her previously relaxed expression stiffened again, and her brain was probably racing to find a legitimate reason for sneaking into someone else's academy in the middle of the night. I tell you, at that moment her expression was such that it was just a step away from writing "I can't come up with anything" on her face. In the end, she couldn't be bothered to come up with anything, and with a surge of spiritual power, the Pope's authority returned. Enough with the nonsense. I have serious business with you. Lead the way. Oh, so there really is something, I muttered softly, but made sure she could hear I thought so. I've never seen a pope who doesn't do serious work and just wanders around all day. Her face darkened. Well, Your Highness, it's not convenient for us to discuss serious matters here, is it? I looked around. Let's go to your office. This time she didn't mention going to the bedroom. I was laughing crazily inside, feeling quite smug. On the surface, I respectfully led the way, winding and turning to bring her out of the formation, making it feel like we were passing through a small alley. Her skeptical gaze never left my back. When we arrived at the office, I invited her to take the main seat and chuckled. My lady, you came this time too? Don't laugh. She raised her hand to shield her eyes. It's blinding. I froze for a moment, then instantly switched to a serious expression. She also didn't bother with small talk and got straight to the point. Are soul guides and soul masters real? Hand over all the information to the spirit hall, and you can set the conditions. I knew it. What was bound to come has come. I fell silent for a moment, lowered my head, and asked, what conditions would not be considered excessive? Soul bones, soul rings, whatever you want. I scoffed, raised my head, and stared at her intently. So, how about unifying the continent? Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her, and the air in the entire office became tense. Let me tell you, that pressure was incredible, but I didn't back down and continued. You're putting in so much effort. Isn't this what you want to do? My gaze seemed to touch something in her, and her boiling soul power gradually calmed down. The room was terrifyingly quiet. After a long time, I spoke again. 10. Every year, give me 10 children over the age of 6 to be my students, and I will teach them about soul guide knowledge. Her eyes flickered, clearly weighing her options. To be honest, I was really taking a gamble, betting that she wouldn't dare to act against me, and that she would have reservations about my inheritance behind me. No, she still held her ground, hand over all the information. This is not something you can control. You want to forcibly take my own things? You could try. I was also getting heated and directly confronted her. As soon as I said this, she instead calmed down, probably recalling the incident of getting lost in the academy earlier. Her expression changed. What I encountered before. Is that her confidence? So what if it is? And so what if it isn't? I pressed on. Agree and we can talk. Disagree and we part ways. At this, she fell completely silent. I could feel the terrifying aura around her gradually dissipating. Hey, she's backing down. I knew that those who could become pope were adaptable individuals. After a long time, she finally spoke calmly. 10 it is. But I have one additional condition. Speak. No already formed soul guides are allowed to be leaked. The spirit hall can buy them back at a price. I pondered in my heart, this condition isn't excessive. After all, this is a school, not a weapons factory. Who wouldn't sell the extra finished products? All right, I agree, but only within the scope of my academy. Once the students graduate, I can't control what they want to do, and you can't lay a hand on my students. She was amused by my rogue words. Looking at me with disdain, her eyes seemed to say, do you think this old fox will let them go? No way. Okay, I'll send them over next week. She was decisive. Don't rush. I waved my hand. Wait until this batch of students awakens, which will be in about 3 months, then send them all together. That way, I won't have to prepare separately. Besides, I need to go out for a while, and I won't have time to keep an eye on your people. Bibidong's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, probably wanting to squash me. She stood up to leave, but as soon as she reached the door, she turned back, her gaze dangerously fixed on me. Take me out. I couldn't help but laugh inside, but I had to maintain a calm demeanor on the outside. Well, let's go. I told you. She was following me, that look in her eyes, that expression, clearly thinking, this bastard must be laughing at me. Just wait until he leaves the academy. I'll show him. I'll beat him up so badly he won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. After sending this powerful figure away, my life returned to a lazy routine. Recently, I developed a new hobby, lying on a small boat in the middle of the lake, using spiritual energy to make lines and mental energy to make hooks, pretending to fish, but actually honing my mental strength. Days passed like this, lying on the boat, enjoying the gentle breeze and sunshine, letting my thoughts drift away. Just then, I sensed it, a peculiar mental energy. Let me tell you, that feeling was absolutely incredible. It was like in a pitch-black universe. I was the only god, and the breaths of everyone in the academy transformed into stars in my eyes. At that moment, I saw a particularly dim little flame over at the junior college, desperately trying to consume the surrounding light to grow stronger. Wow, what was that? It was mental power, and it carried a hint of wisdom. I was jolted awake from that trance. This power, who among my family understands it? It was simply tailor-made for my soul guide theory. Who could it be? My mind raced. Over at the junior college, besides Nyobang, there were my 5 precious gems. That feeling just now, that power was still quite weak, but it had clearly reached a threshold. Soul Master from Soul Scholar? Lu Huang, it must be you. All right. My friend, I keep my word. Since I said I wouldn't disturb you, I won't come looking for you just yet. Anyway, you'll eventually come out, and then I'll have a good chat with you. Time flies, and it's been more than a month since BB Dong left. I walked into the classroom in my usual lazy manner, and hey, Lu Huang, whom I hadn't seen for a month and a half, was actually sitting there. I pretended not to see him and quietly started the class. This kid was quite smart, staying completely quiet the whole time and not bothering me. The classroom was eerily silent. When the class ended, I didn't rush anyone and directly called out, Lu Huang. He stood up immediately. Here. I looked at him expressionlessly and asked, is it done? He nodded and, afraid I didn't hear him clearly, added softly, yeah, just reached level 10 last night. Wow. The few kids next to us exploded at once. Huang Tao shouted the loudest, what the hell? How'd he get there so fast? Wasn't he only at level 1 with innate soul power? He's the lowest among us. I'm only at level 7. I'm at level 8. I'm at level 9. I'm also at level 8. After hearing this, Huang Tao looked desperate and said, damn, why is that? I'm the one with the highest innate soul power. So why am I the lowest level? I completely ignored that group of clowns, staring at Lu Huang with a complicated expression. After a long while, I finally said, all right, then you can just attend class normally from now on. After saying that, I was about to leave, but just as I reached the door, I suddenly turned back and said in a faint voice, but you are not allowed to continue researching soul guidance devices outside of class. Teacher. Lu Huang immediately became anxious. My tone instantly turned cold. I said, if your soul power level isn't enough, don't touch things that are beyond your ability. This kid's survival instinct was on full display. As soon as he sensed my tone was off, he immediately changed his words. No, that's not what I meant. Teacher, I wanted to ask, when are we going to get the soul rings? No rush. I softened my tone. Wait until you and your siblings all reach level 10. Then we'll go together. You just focus on your training. It won't be wasted, and you'll be compensated after leveling up. I patted him on the shoulder for now. Make sure to catch up on the theoretical knowledge you've missed. I think you should understand the importance of theory by now, right? Yes, I understand, teacher. Lu Huang was as obedient as a little chick. I turned to leave, but my mind kept pondering the little spark I felt that day. Lu Huang, that kid, is hiding a secret. As soon as I walked out, a few kids in the classroom immediately surrounded Lu Huang. Lu Huang, quickly tell us. Do you have some unique secret technique? First level innate soul power, and your cultivation speed is faster than ours. This isn't scientific. Huang Tao, with his bluntness, started blabbering again. Lu Huang himself looked confused. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with my martial soul. He didn't even realize that every time he entered deep meditation, his little candle flame martial soul would float out by itself, hovering above his head like a little sun, giving him a crazy speed boost. He returned to the dormitory and summoned his martial soul to take a look. It was an ordinary little flame, lacking light and heat, looking weak as can be. It probably couldn't even ignite a piece of paper. He was almost disappointed, completely unaware of the huge secret hidden within. Sigh. The teacher doesn't allow us to study soul guidance devices, so I might as well just focus on cultivation, Lu Huang muttered, sitting cross-legged and beginning to meditate. What he didn't know was that just as he entered a meditative state, I followed closely behind. Of course, I did it with my divine consciousness. My physical body was comfortably lying on the chair, but my mental power had already formed an invisible net, tightly enveloping Lu Huang's dormitory. I want to see what secrets you're hiding. Soon, that small flame floated out again, hovering above Lu Huang's head. I carefully wrapped it with my spiritual sense and began to analyze it. What the heck? This thing isn't fire at all. It's more like a pure energy entity, spiritual energy. The more I look at it, the more shocked I am. This martial soul is ridiculously strong. It's not strong in terms of combat power, but in terms of support abilities. And it hasn't even added the soul rings yet. It already has 2 passives. One is the wisdom aura, which can make people's brains more agile. The other is the training accelerator. Wow, this is the top tier ability that countless people dream of. Isn't this just a walking fountain buff? Wait, I suddenly thought of a key question. Can this buff only be used on himself, or can it be used on others? Is it a single target enhancement or a group aura? The value is completely on different levels. If it's a group enhancement, oh boy, then Lu Huang won't be able to leave the academy for even a step in the future. The value of one person could make our academy flourish for 100 years. No, this matter must be clarified. Tomorrow, I have to bring him in and study him like a lab rat. The next day, I went to the classroom with dark circles under my eyes. The 5 little brats looked at me with strange expressions, probably because it was the first time they saw me come over when I didn't have a class. I couldn't be bothered to waste words, so I leaned back in my chair and waved to Lu Huang. Lu Huang, come here for a moment. Teacher, what's up? I walked out from behind the table and clapped my hands. Summon your martial soul. Let me take a look. Lu Huang didn't ask much and directly summoned the dim yellow little flame. I looked at it with my naked eyes for a long time, but I couldn't see anything. It was just an ordinary candle flame. However, as soon as I opened my spiritual sense, everything changed. I could clearly see a faint yet resilient wave of mental power radiating continuously from that flame, and the range was absurdly large, covering the entire classroom. But strangely, I didn't feel any changes at all. I looked up at the other 4 students who had puzzled expressions on their faces and had an idea in my mind. Lu Huang retracted for now. Once he retracted his martial soul, I immediately used my spiritual sense to sweep through the entire classroom like sifting through a sieve, ensuring there was not a trace of residual energy. Then I spoke. Everyone, carefully feel your body, especially your brain. Remember this feeling. Lu Huang, release your martial soul again. This time, without the previous interference, I finally caught it. It was an extremely subtle mental power, like a spring breeze, gently brushing over each person present continuously. Those who were enhanced felt like frogs in warm water, completely unaware of any abnormalities. All right, I got it. Stop now. I waved my hand. Lu Huang looked at me with an expectant expression. I smiled and didn't keep him in suspense, directly saying, it's a very impressive ability. It can subtly enhance others' wisdom and accelerate their cultivation. Lu Huang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but he was very clever and immediately thought of more possibilities. Cautiously asking, do you mean? I just nodded slightly. What he wanted to ask was simply whether it could be used by others. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Huang became calm instead, even a bit anxious. Teacher, is it okay? It's fine. My tone was plain, yet incredibly firm. In the academy, with me around, no one would dare to have designs on you. I know this guy is now a walking superpower bank, a mobile treasure. If someone with ulterior motives finds out, they might capture him and use him as a battery. A brilliant plan instantly formed in my mind. The body of an auxiliary soul master, the combat style of a soul tutor. He has no combat power himself, but the soul guidance device can perfectly make up for that. A mobile turret that can give the whole team a buff in wisdom and cultivation speed. Amazing. This guy really struck gold. I walked over, gave his shoulder a heavy pat, and meaningfully said, Lu Huang, remember, for you, soul power is the foundation of everything. As for the ability of your martial soul, keep it to yourself, and just say to outsiders that you're a soul master with a useless martial soul. Do you understand? The kid was taken aback for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Another month passed, and good grief. I don't know if Lu Huang was stimulated or if his group aura was at work. But all 5 of my little treasures seemed to have reached level 10 as if they had discussed it among themselves. I hadn't been idle during this month either. I thoroughly researched their quirky martial souls and had a rough idea in my mind. It was time to go to the soul hunting forest and get them their first soul ring. 400 miles away from Notting City, I was on the road to the soul hunting forest with my 5 little ones, but my face was a bit sour. Damn Spirit Hall. The soul beasts they promised me are still nowhere to be seen, and they won't even help provide a few suitable soul beasts. Are they messing with me? What I didn't know was that Yuguan had already sent the news back and was currently lingering behind us like a ghost. Upon reaching the entrance of the forest, I took out the token of the master of the Soul Palace branch in Notting City and waved it. The guard soldiers immediately stepped aside respectfully. Once I entered the forest, I completely let loose, striding confidently forward as if this were my backyard. Of course, on the surface, it seemed that way, but my spiritual sense had already spread out to a radius of 1,000 meters, and I wouldn't let any rustling of grass or movement escape my notice. These kids, going on their first long trip, were acting like they were on a spring outing, completely lacking any sense of vigilance. Just right. Today I'll give this group of sheltered flowers a lively lesson in outdoor survival. I secretly scanned with my spiritual sense, and soon, a textbook appeared. In front of me was a 300-year-old cloud tiger. Not too big, not too small, just right for scaring people. I pretended that everything was fine and led them in that direction. Among the few kids, only Lu Huang was sharp. He stayed alert the whole way and tried a few times to remind his giggling companions, but he held back. Well, still not decisive enough. Soon, we stepped into the territory of the cloud tiger. That big cat was quite patient. We were almost right in front of it, and it still lay motionless in the grass. Roar! Just as I thought, in the moment when Huang Tao, that fool, passed by the grass, a tiger's roar suddenly erupted. The cloud tiger stood behind Huang Tao, baring its teeth at the four of them, frantically intimidating them. Huang Tao, that coward, was so scared that he wet himself, really, in the literal sense. His legs trembled like a sieve, and if it weren't for Xiao Ke holding him up, he would have knelt down right there. Teacher, help! Huang Tao's voice cracked as he shouted. I stood with my arms crossed, watching the show behind me, and said leisurely, "First, think of a way to solve it yourself. Don't worry, I won't put your lives in danger. Losing an arm or a leg is nothing. When the time comes, I'll personally make you a soul-guided prosthetic that will be even better than the original." Lu Huang next to me was sweating profusely, probably thinking frantically. The teacher is acting strange. He must be doing this on purpose. Luckily, I'm clever. After hearing my words, Xiao Ke calmed down instead. He handed the paralyzed Huang Tao over to his companions, stepped forward, and revealed his martial soul, a musical note. Wow, are we starting a physical exorcism right here? Xiao Ke had no soul skills, so he could only desperately pour soul power into his martial soul. The musical note martial soul began to emit pleasant sounds, and waves of sound moved towards Yunhu. Surprisingly, Yunhu really started to calm down slowly, and there was even a hint of liveliness in its eyes. However, it wasn't long before Xiao Ke's meager soul power was exhausted, and his martial soul was quickly retracted. The comfortable feeling suddenly vanished, and Yunhu became agitated again, letting out a roar and lunging forward. I thought the teaching purpose had been achieved, so I wasn't planning to play anymore. In a flash, a hand reached out from the side, and, with a slap, pressed the gigantic head of the cloud tiger firmly to the ground. Ow! Wu the cloud tiger let out a mournful cry, unable to move. Lu Huang, watching from behind, had his mouth gaping in an O shape, probably wondering, aren't I only in my 20s? How can I be so fierce? I shouted angrily at Huang Tao, look at you. You let a little kitten scare you so badly? How pathetic. Hurry up and find a place to change your pants. Then I picked up the cloud tiger with one hand, swung my arm, and threw out, watching it disappear deep into the jungle. This one doesn't suit you. It doesn't match anyone's martial soul. Keep going deeper. We soon entered the area of the 400-year soul beasts. Hard work pays off. Before long, a strange turkey appeared in my spiritual perception. I directly used a flash to go over, and before long, I returned holding the chicken. The chicken had a flame on its head that would never extinguish, and its tail feathers were fiery red as if they were about to catch fire. Flame-tailed chicken? Lu Huang exclaimed in surprise. Well, you kid are in luck. I nodded in satisfaction, 400 years old, just the right age, prepared to absorb it. Lu Huang sat cross-legged and adjusted his state. I handed him the dagger and then coldly said to the other kids, turn around. No closing your eyes. Watch carefully. The two little girls turned pale with fear, but still slowly turned around. Lu Huang didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he struck cleanly. Soon, a yellow 100-year soul ring emerged from the chicken's corpse. Guide it with your soul power. I instructed. The yellow soul ring slowly floated to the top of Lu Huang's head and then suddenly contracted, enveloping his candle flame martial soul in his palm. In the next second, a warm flame energy surged into Lu Huang's body, and his soul power instantly boiled up. His meridians started to swell with pain, and his figure visibly elongated a bit. The age of this flame-tailed chicken was nearly at the limit for a first soul ring, even exceeding it slightly, so the absorption was particularly strenuous. Lu Huang was sweating profusely, his face turning red, clearly struggling to hold on. Half an hour passed, and he was still persisting. I was also sweating in my heart. It shouldn't take this long, right? This was chosen right at the age limit. It better not explode on me. Just when my heart was in my throat. The violent soul power from Lu Huang suddenly quieted down, all of it being retracted back into his body. Good grief, just as I relaxed my heart. I saw the other little ones looking at Lu Huang with faces full of admiration. I cleared my throat, sat cross-legged in front of him, and put on an air of a master. All right, let him consolidate by himself. You guys, hurry up and set up camp. The little ones scampered off to get busy. As for me, I stood guard over Lu Huang like a protector, feeling an immense curiosity in my heart. What would this kid's first soul skill be? It didn't take long before Lu Huang opened his eyes. Hey, this recovery speed is impressive. Much faster than that Tang San kid back in the day. I hurried over. Are you awake? Is there anything wrong? Thank you, teacher. I'm fine. Sorry to worry everyone. This kid is quite polite. I waved my hand and got straight to the point. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up. Show me your first soul skill. What effect does it have? And guess what? Lu Huang had an awkward expression, and after holding back for a long time, he finally said, Teacher, my soul skill. Seems a bit hard to describe. I raised my eyebrow. Hard to describe? Less nonsense. Can it be used on myself? Can it be used on others? Yes. For a group, within a 5-meter range, centered on me. He answered honestly. All right, then come a bit closer and aim it at just me. I'll evaluate it for you. I directly gave the order. Lu Huang didn't hesitate either. As soon as he activated his martial soul, the circle of yellow soul rings floated up and down. In the candlelight, martial soul instantly became dazzling. Then, the soul ring flashed, and a wonderful energy enveloped me. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. It was like the CPU in my brain instantly upgraded from an i3 to an i9, with all sorts of flashy moves and new ideas popping out like they were free. My whole brain felt like it was illuminated, and my thoughts were crystal clear, just when I was enjoying myself. That kid Lu Huang turned pale as a sheet of paper and urgently shouted, Teacher, please stop. I can't take it anymore. I was startled and quickly withdrew my consciousness, rushing over to support him, directly pouring my soul power into his body. Damn, if my student gets drained, how am I supposed to continue being a teacher? If their essay problem, you should have said so earlier. Your martial soul is probably related to mental power. And if something goes wrong with this, it's no small matter. Lu Huang took a long time to catch his breath and said, At first it was fine, but I guess your mental power is too strong, and my soul power just flowed out like a burst dam. I couldn't hold on anymore. As soon as I heard it, I understood. I realized that your soul skill is to use your soul power as fuel to crazily overclock other people's brains. Wow, this ability is incredible. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, so I immediately named this soul skill. From now on, it shall be called Brainstorm. When Lu Huang heard this, his eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing his excited expression made me happy too. However, I quickly reacted and lowered my voice to warn him. Ahem, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. This soul skill of yours is your cyber Matai from 2025. Very precious. Once you return to the academy, don't use it carelessly. I'll help you cover it up. The next day, I was thinking about finding a soul ring for the next little one, the girl named Su Yu. Her martial soul is a beautiful mirror called a round moon mirror. So I thought I should find a soul beast related to the moon. Just right, I knew there was a small soul beast called the moon fox in this forest. Not very strong, and its age was suitable. For some reason, my right eyelid was twitching, and I had a feeling that something was about to happen. No, I needed to act quickly. I took these 5 little burdens and headed straight for the moon fox's territory. On the way, the kids complained about not having time to rest, and I scoffed inwardly, thinking, I'll make you practice more. Soon enough, I found traces of the moon fox, and I was too lazy to let them search. With a sweep of my divine sense, I directly locked onto a small fox basking in the moonlight on a big rock. I told the kids, stand still. Then whoosh, I disappeared. When I reappeared, I was holding a pure white little fox with blood oozing from its mouth and nose, looking like it was on its last breath. I tossed it in front of Su Yu and commanded, Su Yu, do it, kill it, and absorb the soul ring. If you hesitate, it will die on its own. After saying that, I went aside to wash my hands, leaving the kids staring at each other in bewilderment. Except for Su Yu. The other 4 kids looked at me with admiration, almost ready to shout that I was amazing. Guess what happened next? Su Yu, with her overly compassionate heart, saw the nearly dead little fox. Her eyes turned red, and her hand holding the dagger trembled like she had Parkinson's, unable to bring herself to strike. Lu Huang, anxious beside her, urged, Su Yu, hurry up. Survival of the fittest. If you don't kill it, it won't survive either. The one named Xiaoko couldn't stand it any longer, grabbed her hand, and aimed the dagger at the fox's neck. Just as it was about to pierce, he let go. With a plop, the dagger went in. Su Yu was completely stunned. Tears fell like a broken string of pearls, and she suddenly pulled her hand back, crying out to me, Teacher, why? I don't want to kill it. Why must a soul master kill soul beasts? I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a soul master anymore. Family, who understands, my temper flared up at that moment. But I held it in, looking at her, feeling incredibly complex. Is it right or wrong to force these ordinary kids onto the path of soul masters? I sighed, my voice calm as still water. Su Yu, have you made up your mind? The other kids were eager to persuade her, but I remained silent. The path was hers to choose. I couldn't walk it for her. Su Yu cried for a while, wiped her tears, looked at me and then at her classmates, and finally said to me with a guilty expression, Teacher, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, I said. This soul beast is already dead. Don't waste it. Absorb it. From now on, I won't push you anymore. She didn't speak, but silently walked over, cradled the corpse of the moon fox in her arms, and gently wiped the blood off it. At that moment, a miracle happened. The yellow soul ring, without any warning, floated out from the fox's body and directly encircled Su Yu. Immediately afterward, a huge white moon fox silhouette appeared behind her and finally entered her body. Even more outrageous was that the round moon mirror martial soul in her hand suddenly lit up and actually absorbed the entire corpse of the moon fox. I felt something was off at that moment. This operation doesn't belong to this world. My divine feedback told me that in that instant, Su Yu directly jumped out of the rules and restrictions of Douluo continent. Although she quickly returned to normal, the way I looked at her had completely changed. This girl has a big secret. I made a quick decision. Su Yu, after returning, focus on the theory of soul guide devices and soul master cultivation. Do as you wish. After sorting out Su Yu's matters, I hurriedly helped the other 3 boys catch soul beasts. This time I was smart, asking each one before catching, have you thought it through? Becoming a soul master means killing. Are you afraid? Fortunately, the 3 of them were quite manly and didn't cause any trouble. All 5 little brats became soul masters, and by rights, the task should have been completed. However, the uneasy feeling in my heart grew stronger like a death warrant. I made a decisive decision. Return to the city at full speed. No stopping. I was leading 5 kids through the woods, running for our lives, and they were all confused, not understanding what was happening to me. As I could see the academy's gate approaching, the alarm in my heart reached its peak. No, I can't let them follow me. I once grabbed 5 kids at once, with 2 tucked under each arm and 1 on my back, like a human mount, rushing towards the academy with them. Finally, when I was less than 500 meters from the main gate, I set them down. The little ones were jostled around so much that they were dizzy and stumbling. I sternly instructed them, you all hurry back to the academy, and no matter what sounds you hear, don't come out, understand? Watching them enter the academy gate, the heavy stone in my heart finally fell. I turned around and shouted into the empty wilderness, come out. Sneaking around is nothing impressive. The surroundings were eerily silent. Not even a bird was chirping. Wait, there weren't even any birds. My heart sank, realizing something was wrong. But before I could react, everything went black, and I was knocked out cold. I tell you, when I woke up, the first thing I saw was BB Dong's beautiful yet fierce face, squatting in front of me, poking my cheeks playfully with her fingers that were as white as jade. I could hear her mumbling, so unlovable. People from a spirit hall think about establishing their own factions every day. What are they even thinking? As she spoke, still not satisfied, she slapped my forehead hard twice. I really just want to get rid of you. She muttered to herself with a distressed expression. Damn, this woman really wants to kill me. I quickly pretended to be dead. As a result, she hit me in the eyes with 2 punches, duong duong, perfectly symmetrical. She looked at her masterpiece, smiled with satisfaction, and turned to leave. I waited for a while, quietly opened one eye, and confirmed that she had really left before I sat up with a hiss. Damn, this woman is really ruthless. I touched my 2 fiery red eye circles, wanting to cry, but having no tears. It's over. Now I have no face to see anyone. I rubbed my eyes while cursing, damn it. Don't let me see you next time. Otherwise, Before I could finish my sentence, a shadow loomed over my head. Danger. The word flashed through my mind instantly. My hand that was rubbing my eyes stopped, and my survival instinct kicked in, making a complete turnaround. Otherwise, I'll die right in front of you. Huh. Go ahead, die right now in front of me. The imposing voice of BB Dong floated down from above. I sprang up from the ground with a start, a flattering smile plastered on my face. Oh, your holiness. What brings you here? You wouldn't believe it. Just now, a little thief knocked me out with a club and hit me a couple of times. It hurt so much. Is that so? BB Dong looked at me with a half smile. Yes, exactly. I nodded frantically. Oh, then your security really is poor. Would you like me to send troops to help you guard the place? She had a look of concern for me on her face. My face went stiff, and I cursed her 1,000 times in my heart. Guarding? She must be here to suppress me. But I still had to say, oh, no need for your esteemed presence. I can handle this little matter myself. She pretended to say she was just passing by, and I scoffed inwardly. In the end, When she was about to leave, I quickly took the opportunity. By the way, my lady, when will that batch of soul beasts you promised me arrive? She didn't even blink. I've already given the order. It must be that the people below are not doing their job properly. I'll hurry them up for you. Don't worry. Well, I finally understood that this tiger lady intended to go back on her word. I returned to the academy with 2 huge dark circles under my eyes, feeling all gloomy and directly hid in the island in the lake. I swear I won't step outside for the next few days. Only when my limited edition national treasure skin finally fades will I sneak into the classroom. As soon as I entered, I saw that kid Su Yuntao sitting at the front with a stool, his legs crossed higher than the sky, pretending to be the homeroom teacher. Let me tell you, he was passionately lecturing, spitting everywhere, saying, with the teacher gone, I'm the boss. It's not easy for me to give up my precious training time to supervise you all. The 4 little brats below had already seen me and were desperately trying to give him signals, but he didn't notice at all. I rolled up my sleeves and pressed down on the back of his head. With a thud, this kid's face slammed down, sliding a long way on the ground. I tidied up my clothes and walked up to the podium like nothing happened. Ahem. Hello, everyone. It's been a few days since we last met, and today we're going to talk about your first soul skill. I directly ignored Su Yuntao, who was lying on the ground with his butt up, and started with Lu Huang. Lu Huang briefly talked about his brainstorming, of course, in a censor version, by Su Yan's called Purification, which can purify the body. Is pretty good. Shao Ku's is even more impressive, also called Purification, but it purifies the mind and soul. As soon as I heard this, I knew it wasn't simple. It was definitely a soul SBA. Finally, I picked up Su Yuntao, who was still pretending to be dead on the ground, and with a smile I asked, "It's your turn, little rascal." Su Yuntao covered his face with both hands and said in an extremely sad tone, My martial soul is a water hyacinth. I killed a water hyacinth that had been around for 400 years. My ability is to hold water. I almost couldn't hold it in. To maintain my aloof teacher image, I patted his shoulder and ran out of the classroom. I was afraid that if I stayed any longer, I would really burst out laughing. As soon as I left, the classroom erupted in laughter. I could hear Su Yuntao in the corner saying gloomily, "Sigh, laugh if you want. My family's 6 generations of heirloom water hyacinth, and I'm the only one who awakened my soul power." Lu Huang quickly went over to comfort him. "It's okay, Taozi. What are we afraid of with our martial souls? We can still be soul mentors, right?" I returned to my little cabin, laughing and joking, but I really need to think carefully about the future paths of these kids. After all, that kid Lu Huang, let me tell you, his martial soul is practically a walking super Wi-Fi, and it's the kind that boosts your brain. If this talent goes to waste, not to mention him, I won't agree to it first. We must give him something to do, and it has to be a big task that doesn't draw attention. An outrageous idea suddenly popped into my mind to make him, yes, this person, the core of a formation. Goodness, I could build him a little inspiration house, surrounded by a grand formation of 81 layers. When he sits inside and activates his soul skills, others would think the house itself is impressive. Who would have thought that the core power is a living person? It's simply a genius concept. The next day, I called that kid Lu Huang to the island in the middle of the lake. This was the first time a student had come up here. We sat in the pavilion, and I poured him a cup of tea. The kid was so nervous that his hands were shaking. I pointed to the college outside and asked him solemnly, "Lu Huang, take a look. Do you see any clues?" He looked for a long time and honestly replied, "Teacher, I didn't notice anything. It just looks pretty normal." I was feeling really happy inside, and if you could see that something was off, I went straight to the point and told him, "Kid, what I'm about to say might make your CPU overheat, and you mustn't say a word of it outside." I told him what soul tools, what knowledge, those are all things I put on the surface. My real trump card is formations, a technique that can directly communicate with the rules of heaven and earth. Do you understand the rules? Looking at his bewildered expression, I continued to deceive him, saying that once a soul master reaches level 10, they have to hunt soul beasts. That's the rule. What I'm teaching you is how to see through these rules, and even use them. That kid's eyes were almost popping out, sweating profusely, as if he had seen a ghost. As soon as I saw that the timing was right, I said to him, "Kid, do you want to learn? If you learn this set of things, the world you see will be different from others." You know what? This kid is really smart. He nervously asked me, "Teacher, what I need to give in return?" I gave him a thumbs up in my heart and laid it all out. The cost is that once you inherit my legacy, you are no longer just you. You belong to the entire academy. You must have the awareness to take on all of this. I didn't give him much time to think. Directly grabbing his shoulders and swiftly flying into the air, closing my eyes, I said, "Bro, let me open your third eye." Using my mental power, I hooked onto his small amount of mental strength, directly allowing him to see the astonishing grand formation I had set up above the entire academy. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. Countless golden threads formed a huge birdcage, enveloping the two academies tightly, with a pulsating power flowing through each thread that made one's heart race. Lu Huang was so scared he was dumbfounded. I could feel him trembling even through our mental link. After landing, the way he looked at me was different, filled with awe and fervor. I let him choose, to be an ordinary person or to join me in exploring the ultimate truth of this world. Who among our family could understand such temptation? Who could resist it? He hardly hesitated, kneeling down to bow to me as his master. Good. From today on, you are my second disciple. I helped him up and casually told him that he had an elder brother, exceptionally talented, but unfortunately taken away by that woman, Bibi Dong. This matter was settled. The next morning, Lu Huang packed his things and moved to the island in the lake. I didn't waste any words with him and directly toss him a book I had personally written, detailed explanation of basic arrays. Then, I revealed my ultimate plan to him. I wanted him to enter this grand formation and become a part of it. He was stunned at first, but quickly calmed down and asked me what the price was. The price is that you can never leave the range of the grand formation for the rest of your life. But you will also gain unimaginable benefits. As long as the grand formation exists, you will not die. From now on, you are the formation, and the formation is you. You will have control over the power of the entire academy. I spoke with such fervor that I almost convinced myself. This kid, I tell you, his thought process is truly extraordinary. He thought for a moment, his eyes shining brightly, and asked me, "Teacher, if I enter the grand formation, will the array still be controlled by you?" "Of course. But aside from me, only you can control it. After I die, everything will be yours." Goodness, isn't this a definite temptation for immortality? He was just a 6.5-year-old child, and he was thinking about seeking the Tao in the morning and being willing to die by evening. He agreed, his eyes filled with determination. All right, let's get started. I directly summoned the precious bottle at the core of the grand formation, suspending it above his head. As the bottle tilted, pure energy cascaded down like a waterfall. The first step was to wash his marrow and flesh. This process was quite pleasant, like soaking in a hot spring. After a day and night, he was almost transformed into transparent crystal, with complex array patterns appearing on his forehead. But this was just an appetizer. I shouted at him, "Kid, the physical body is done. Next is the soul. It will be extremely, extremely, extremely painful. Can you handle it?" He replied, "Teacher, go on, I can." All right. I directly mobilized the entire spiritual energy of the grand formation, filtered out my imprint, and then, like opening the floodgates, forcefully poured it into his sea of consciousness. The process was truly unbearable to watch. His tiny sea of consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by the violent energy, bursting, tearing, then repairing, and bursting again. He was rolling on the ground, holding his head, his voice hoarse from shouting, yet his mental strength was growing stronger, unable to even faint from the pain. For 3 whole days and nights, I watched by his side, and to be honest, I felt quite uncomfortable inside. After 3 days, the energy calmed down. He was almost ethereal, surrounded by golden energy threads. He succeeded. The core of the grand formation had unknowingly shifted to him. From now on, he was the artificial intelligence of this grand formation, the sole ruler of this realm. He now needed some time to adapt to his brand new, vast body. This period of seclusion lasted for nearly half a year. Outside, rumors were spreading wildly that I had refined my genius student. Fortunately, I had made arrangements in advance, letting Master Matthew and Yo Bang handle things, so the academy didn't fall into chaos. Half a year later, on the island in the lake, that kid finally opened his eyes. He seemed weightless, floating up directly, and then with one step, he instantly appeared in my office. He was adept at space jumps, better than anyone else. Awake? I didn't even look up, just woke up. "Teacher." His eyes now shone with a light of wisdom, completely different from his previous self. I let him familiarize himself with his powers. This kid now, let me tell you, is already far ahead. As long as he stays within the academy's boundaries, he is invincible. Theoretically, even a titled Douluo would have to think twice before approaching him. After handling his matters, I have a ton of my own things to deal with. In the past 6 months, the academy's reputation has grown bigger and bigger, and parents coming to enroll their children are almost breaking down the doors, each one trying to pull strings and use connections. It's driving me crazy. What's even more troublesome is Master Su Yuntao, the old man who's been supporting the academy all this time, is really going to retire this time. He told me he can't keep going and urged me to find a successor quickly. Watching him walk away, my heart felt incredibly heavy. Just when things were already tough, the Academy's growth finally caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Tiando Empire. I heard that the Snow Knight Emperor has sent Prince Shui Qinghe to personally inspect my Ficino province and investigate my academy. Good heavens! One trouble after another. Things are about to get lively. I was feeling overwhelmed when someone knocked on the office door. I thought to myself, who could be now? Can't they let me have a break? Cool. To my surprise, as soon as the door opened, Niu Bang walked in with a woman. This woman was sent by the Soul Hall to teach the regular class, and I had a vague impression of her. Seeing Niu Bang's ever-unchanging poker face, I knew it couldn't be good. Dean, Niu Bang began, stammering a bit, about the batch of students you stopped earlier. The Soul Hall sent us to handle this matter. I understood his meaning. He was eating at my place while still thinking about the Soul Hall's KPIs, feeling caught in the middle. I haven't said anything yet, and the woman next to me jumped in. Dean Su, you have already discussed this with His Holiness the Pope. We must take the students away. I was busy reviewing documents at the time and couldn't be bothered to lift my head. I let her ramble on like a fly. When she finally said she was tired, I slowly asked Niu Bang, Brother Niu, is this also your intention? No. Niu Bang just replied with one word. As a result, the woman exploded. No means nothing. That's exactly what it means. Hurry up and release them. The way she was acting, who would understand? It was like she wanted to perform a scene from I Am Not the Garlic Princess right in my office. I was furious at that moment. And I suddenly looked up, staring at her with my eyes, and softly said one word. Get lost. The voice wasn't loud, but the effect was remarkable. Let me tell you, a gust of eerie wind swept through the entire office, and that woman screamed, instantly disappearing without a trace. The adults. Even Niu Bang was stunned. I looked at him, my tone flat. Do you want to leave too? No. Is she okay? He asked, sounding very anxious. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him and directly confronted him. Now that you're here, just focus on your work and don't get involved in all that nonsense. Also, go back and tell your superiors that if they don't want to cooperate, just say so directly. Don't drag me along with a few soul beasts for a year without any sincerity. And you, I shifted my attention to Niu Bang. There are more and more people from the junior college side. Keep a close eye on them. Don't let just anyone in. Niu Bang's old face turned red with embarrassment. He probably regretted bringing such a thing in front of me. He patted his chest and promised to work hard in the future. And only then did I let him go. Guess what? That woman indeed went back and reported me, embellishing and slandering me. However, this matter was discussed directly with Bibi Dong, as her subordinates couldn't handle it, and in the end, it reached her. In the Pope's Hall, after hearing the report, Bibi Dong probably felt a headache coming on. This bastard really wants to go head-to-head with me. It's just a few soul beasts. Is it that serious? I can imagine how gritting her teeth she must have been. In the end, she had no choice but to give the order. I don't want to see that disobedient woman again. Also, send 1,000-year soul beasts to that bastard in Notting City and tell him the rest will be given next time. Let him release the people. A few days later, the soul beasts were delivered, just 10 of them, when the guy who delivered them arrived. I lost my temper in front of him. Is this all you brought to appease me? I asked for the Pope to come talk to me, personally, but he completely ignored me, wearing an expression as if to say, you big shots are fighting, we mortals don't understand, and played deaf and mute. Seeing that it was pointless, I accepted the delivery and handed over those 10 little ones. Finally, it was quiet, but I'm the kind of person who is always busy. There were too many matters at the academy, taking up most of my time, leaving me no room to focus on my formation research. This won't do. I need to hire someone. I need to appoint a vice president and a managing director to delegate the miscellaneous tasks. Once the news got out, good heavens, the entire continent went crazy like cats smelling fish. 2 from the top 3 sects came, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, along with various families, all sending people to rush to Notting City. The Spirit Hall even sent an elder to maintain order, fearing that a fight might break out. I am preparing for a grand recruitment fair here, while on the other side, that girl Qian Rinxua, with the title of Prince Qinghe, is also coming over here. On the day of the recruitment fair, the crowd was overwhelming, even blocking the city gate. I set up a makeshift stage and clear my throat. Thank you all for coming to support us. I'm just looking to hire a couple of managers. But I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Without further ado, let's start the exam. That's right, interviews take too long. So I decided to hold the first written test recruitment in Douluo, Dalu. Over 50 people answered the papers on the spot under the gaze of thousands. The scene was incredible. While I was supervising the exam, that fake Prince Qian Rinxua also arrived. Looking at the lively scene, she seemed a bit confused and asked an old man, what are you all doing? The old man couldn't explain it clearly either, so she could only join in watching the excitement. Soon, the papers were collected, and I quickly graded them. To be honest, nothing spectacular stood out, except for one named Ouyang Feng, who answered quite conventionally. Although there were no highlights, he also made no mistakes. Ouyang Feng, I shouted at the top of my lungs. A rather down-and-out scholar stepped forward, not even a soul master. He himself was stunned, looking at me in disbelief. I waved my hand and said, "You're the one. I'm hiring here. I don't care about strength, only ability. If I say you can do it, then you can." After securing the person, I started shooing everyone away. All right, the show is over. Everyone disperse. Most people left, but a few powerful factions remained stubbornly hanging around. I was pondering how to get rid of these pests when Qian Rinxue stepped forward. "Everyone, please leave. I think Dean Su doesn't welcome you." Her words were quite straightforward. Immediately, someone was unhappy. "Who are you? Think you're something special just because you're prince?" The guards beside Qian Rinxue drew their swords, but she stopped them. She revealed her identity, Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. "I have matters to discuss with Dean Su, so I kindly ask for your cooperation." Well, with the prince speaking, those people had no choice but to leave, no matter how reluctant they were. Once they were gone, this girl got straight to the point and wanted to tour my academy. I could see through it all. This was Qian Rinxue, and she was putting on quite a show. I politely took her on a tour of the junior college. After looking around, she showed no interest and directly asked, "Principal Su, can you take me to see the Awakening Academy?" Here it comes, the main topic. I immediately began to act, looking troubled. "Your Highness, that's not easy. Our Awakening Academy has a closed management system. Outsiders are not allowed in." But what I was really thinking was, "You little brat, did your mother send you here to steal her techniques? Do you believe I can just get rid of you?" Upon hearing my refusal, her interest only grew, and she started to use her status as the crown prince to pressure me. "Principal Su, I'm here on behalf of my father to inspect. There can't be anything unsavory going on in your academy, right? Hey, my CPU was overheating playing this game with me." I felt wronged at that moment, and my acting was heartfelt. "Your Highness, your words are too hurtful. I, Su Yuntao, have dedicated myself to the empire, cultivating talent. How could I possibly cultivate any mistakes?" This completely flustered Qian Rinxue. Her little face was so awkward, probably frantically brainstorming how to respond. As soon as I saw that the timing was just right, I changed the subject with an expression of pride. "If your Highness wants to see it, that's not impossible. However, our Awakening Academy is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. If you really want to see it, you'll need to apply to the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall for an order. Once you have that, I'll immediately open the door for you." With this statement, the meaning was clear. First, I have the backing of the Spirit Hall, so don't provoke me. Second, we are both from the Spirit Hall, so let's not harm our own. Qian Rinxue instantly understood, and her beautiful face displayed her dissatisfaction with me and her apprehension towards the Spirit Hall vividly. In the end, she could only leave in frustration. Phew. Finally sent this formidable figure away. I felt quite pleased. "Want to target me? You two are still too inexperienced." After I finally got some peace and quiet, I returned to the academy and discovered a new problem. Previously, to increase the number of lottery draws, I had awakened a few children who had just turned 6 early. After asking the teachers, I found out that, surprisingly, there were actually 8 children in the class who had turned 6. And because the awakening ceremony only takes place twice a year, it had been delayed. This is unacceptable. I was immediately furious and called all the teachers for a meeting. During the meeting, everyone was arguing in chaos. One side said it was the norm and normal practice, while the other side argued that it was delaying the children's futures and was not acceptable. I listened to them argue and calmed myself down. To be honest, if they come one by one, I might as well do nothing all day and just stay in the awakening room. But in the end, I made a decision. The students are the priority. We cannot delay. We will resolve the matters concerning these 8 children first, and we can come up with a specific plan later. After the meeting, I immediately arranged for those 8 children to awaken their martial souls. With this, I finally accumulated enough lottery chances, reaching a total of 100, having saved up 70 chances without using them. I hurried back home, burned incense, took a bath, washed my hands and face, fully embracing the ritual as I prepared to draw. Here we go. 10 consecutive draws. The results came out. 1 bottle of foundation pill. Not bad. 1 lighter? I was dumbfounded. What is this nonsense? No way. I refuse to believe this evil. I still have 60 draws left. I'll do them all. In an instant, 60 shiny, golden treasure chests piled up in front of me, and I went crazy, clicking them one by one. Open, open, open. Once I calmed down and counted my loot, wow, the haul was actually quite impressive. A total of 6 bottles of foundation pill. This stuff is amazing. It can directly increase my innate soul power by 1 level. 3. Pairs of underwear, just like the ones I'm wearing, perfect for a change. A strange gourd. And most importantly, 3 books. The first one, Pure Yang Technique, sounds powerful just by the name, but unfortunately, it requires me to remain a virgin. So I guess I won't be able to practice it. What a shame. The second one, Beast Taming Guide. This is great. It's just what I needed. I was worried about how to communicate with those soul beasts, but now it's perfect. Soul Beast Brothers, your good big brother is here. I excitedly opened the last book. On the page, there was only one word, teacher. Just that one word left me stunned, as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, I turned to the second page, which had no introduction, only a picture of a person with an unclear face giving a lecture. The moment I saw that picture, I knew the person in it was me. In that instant, I understood. This book instantly transformed into a ray of light, penetrating my mind. The only phrase echoing in my head was, a teacher is one who imparts knowledge, teaches skills, and dispels doubts. I finally realized that all the flashy things were useless. Students are my true foundation, and teaching and nurturing them is my strongest path. Let me tell you, this book, The Way of the Teacher, is like having an anti-backstab plugin installed for me. As long as it's one of my students, if they have even the slightest crooked thought in their mind, like wanting to steal some academy materials, their conscience will immediately sound the alarm. And then I'll receive a notification with a ding. Who understands this, family? Isn't this the strongest anti-addiction system? With this, what do I have to fear? Academy core techniques? Teach freely. Learn freely. With this huge weight lifted off my chest, I felt like I was floating. Just in time, the system rewarded me with a promotion token. To be honest, in the past, I would have been overjoyed, but now, after realizing the broad path of teaching and nurturing, personal cultivation feels trivial. I said I didn't care, but my body was honest, and I used that token right away. Wow, the soul power in my body surged like a dam breaking, and the bottleneck that had been stuck for so long shattered with a snap. A pitch-black Millennium Soul ring appeared out of nowhere, and I directly activated my martial soul, with soul power levels skyrocketing, 41, 42. In less than an hour, I shot straight up to level 50. So sect. In less than 2 years. Reaching level 50 at this speed, I want to give myself a thumbs up. I currently feel completely disoriented. With my soul master cultivation, along with my abnormal formations and physical strength, I can tell you that if I encounter an average soul Douluo, I could easily wrestle with him. If it's just about who could take a beating better, I doubt that any title Douluo below level 95 could break my defense. Of course, this is just my estimation, since I haven't really fought anyone seriously. I opened my panel and took a glance. The new 4th soul skill is called Howling Moon. What does it do? Under the moonlight, all attributes increase by 30%. But if there's no moon, it only adds 10% to defense. I was speechless at that moment. A 10,000-year soul ring gives me this? I'm not some moonlight knight who fights under the moonlight in the middle of the night. However, upon thinking it over, it doesn't really matter. I'm now the dean and a teacher, so I have to be refined. A gentleman uses words, not fists. In the future, if anyone dares to provoke me, I'll have my disciple deal with them. That kid Lu Huang's combat power is no joke. Once this matter was settled, the next day I gathered all the teachers in the academy for a meeting. There are always students who reach the appropriate age but have to wait in line for the once-a-year awakening ceremony, and this needs to be resolved. I thought it would take some persuasion, but then something strange happened. Just yesterday, a bunch of people opposed it, finding it troublesome, but today when it came time to vote, most people were on my side. I was puzzled at that moment, thinking, wait a minute, guys, you didn't have this attitude yesterday. Then an old teacher stood up with a knowing expression and said, Dean, we opposed it yesterday because we were worried that you hosting so many awakening ceremonies would be too much for you and leave you with no time for anything else. But this morning, when we arrived and saw you busy in the awakening room, we knew you had made up your mind. All we can do is support you. After listening, I felt a mix of emotions. I was genuinely touched, but more than that, I found it both amusing and absurd. All right, I appreciate everyone's sentiments. I cleared my throat and led the crowd of people into that small awakening room. Once everyone was gathered, I got straight to the point. Everyone, I know you've been wondering why the awakening ceremony in our academy has always been handled by me alone. I scanned the room, and several teachers looked quite uncomfortable. Do you think the reason our academy has an awakening rate of over 80% is solely because of that breathing technique and body conditioning exercises? Let me tell you, those things are somewhat useful, but not that much. I raised my voice, and I'm sure those 2 methods have already been leaked by some of you here. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at them, all searching for that culprit with our eyes. I didn't give them much time to react and directly dropped a bombshell. The true core of our academy is a unique technique that only I can master. That's why I always have to be the one to do it. But now, for the sake of the students, I've decided to teach this technique to everyone. This caused quite a stir. The teachers urged me to reconsider, saying this is the foundation of the academy and cannot be shared. Some even suggested I find a successor and pass it on to just one person. Well, since everyone is against it, let's compromise. I propose my final plan. I will still be the head of the academy, but we will select 4 vice presidents among you, and from now on, the daily affairs of the academy, including the awakening ceremony, will be handled by the 4 of you in rotation. The awakening ceremony will now be held once a month starting today. Of course, someone immediately raised the issue of funding. I waved my hand. Let's put the money issue aside for now. We can still manage. The urgent task is to select 4 vice presidents. I took out a stack of papers and conducted an anonymous vote on the spot, giving them no chance to campaign. Soon, the 4 vice presidents were selected. I asked them to stay behind while the others dispersed. For the next period, I taught them the complete process of the enlightenment technique and the awakening ceremony step by step. With a major overhaul of the management team, I finally freed myself from a pile of trivial matters, and life became instantly more comfortable. With some free time on my hands, I thought I should find a way to make some money, or else the academy would end up struggling. My goal is that thing, the fixed soul guiding device. I called Lu Huang over and asked him if he had finished researching the electromagnetic acceleration array method I asked him to work on before. The kid smacked his forehead and said, "Oh, teacher, I finished it a long time ago. I just forgot." After saying that, he rushed back like a gust of wind to get the materials. Looking at his scatterbrained appearance, I couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. When he returned, I casually asked him what he had been working on lately. He immediately said proudly that he found inspiration from the beast taming guide I gave him and wanted to study a way to link soul masters and soul beasts through arrays, turning them into beings like himself. Wow, with such a creative idea, he would be wasted not becoming an evil scientist. I quickly sent him off to tinker on his own. Once I got the materials, I dove into the laboratory. A few days later, my masterpiece, the Magnetic King Model 002 Small Electromagnetic Fixed Installation Soul Guiding Cannon, made its grand debut. I called a few students to help move the components of this precious gadget to the back mountain of the college. After assembling it, a highly advanced-looking turret appeared before me. Excited, I climbed into the driver's seat and skillfully loaded a solid metal shell. Everyone stay back. It's safe, but after all, it's a prototype. I shouted at the onlooking students. At the same time, I had already sensed that there were quite a few sneaky spies hiding in the woods across from me. Hey, just in time. I locked onto the target that had been set up 1,200 meters away using the tactical panel. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my right fist and slammed it down on the large red launch button. Magnetic King Type 002. First precision strike test. Launch. Whoosh. The shell vanished in an instant, and the observer in the distance shouted excitedly through the telescope. Perfect hit. The shell penetrated the target, and the power was fully up to standard. I grinned, and that smile was probably a bit eerie. Great. I'm very satisfied with the power. Next, let's test the durability of the cannon. I turned to the few male students beside me, my eyes shining with excitement. You guys take turns coming up. Aim at that patch of forest in front, and fire continuously at random targets. You can only stop after firing 500 rounds. My student Su Yu weakly said beside me, "Teacher, please don't laugh. I'm scared." My old face stiffened, and I turned to shout at the few boys, "What are you standing there for? Fire the cannons. After you finish, hurry back for a feast." One shell after another whistled into the mountain forest across from us, causing dust to rise and trees to fly. And I just smiled and watched. ISNT it enjoyable. Boys, this ISNT personal vendetta, it's a way to gently persuade them to retreat. Those scouts must be close to crying, madly fleeing in the rain of shells. Like ants on a hot pan. Even Ju Yuewan, who was hiding and observing, was so startled by a stray bullet that he fell to the ground and bit into the dirt. After firing 500 shells, it was already dark. I intentionally left one survivor to go back and report. That's right, I did it on purpose. The academy burns through money like this. I have to find a way to make some back, right? This electromagnetic cannon is the scythe I'm preparing to use for harvesting. Once the news spreads, once those big powers come crying to buy from me, at that time, I can sell them the cannon and they have to buy shells too. This immense wealth is about to be mine. As I walked back, I calculated my path to becoming an arms tycoon, nearly drooling with excitement. Upon returning to the academy, those little brats saw me grinning like a fool and still dared to mumble beside me. I tell you, I immediately gave each of them a loving iron fist to silence them. However, we still need to have the promise celebration banquet. Education is one thing, but keeping promises to students must be upheld. My brain seems to have been born solely for making money. Just selling mobile artillery isn't enough. I need to create a product matrix. I locked myself in the lab, and aside from making the final adjustments to the mobile artillery and adding a few surprises, I rummaged through my old designs and pulled out several sketches I had tucked away. Let me tell you, when I found the design for a storage soul guide, I slapped myself. Why didn't I think of this sooner? This thing sells way better than a cannon. Of course, the version sold to outsiders will be a toned-down one. My personal belt has 100 cubic units, while the rings I sell will only have 1 cubic unit. But I'm a kind-hearted person. I definitely won't engage in malicious price hikes. I'm taking the high-end marketing route, giving it a beautiful, symbolic meaning. Love, friendship, promoting the idea of diamonds lasting forever, a legacy that will endure. Just when I was feeling good about it, reality hit me hard. The core material for this thing is too rare to mass produce. Forget it. I won't think about that anymore. Just this batch. Let's go big. I'll hold an unprecedented auction, milking this once and for all. Once the news was out, the entire continent exploded. My lucky surviving spy became the promotional star of the year. Then, I had people distribute a bunch of little recording stones, like those holographic projections, directly announcing. 1 month later, at the Awakening Academy in Notting City, a special auction for soul guides. All bosses are welcome to come and throw money. At that moment, everyone went crazy. My academy instantly gained a mysterious and impressive aura. Meanwhile, I locked myself in the lab, working tirelessly. The previous preparations were nowhere near enough, so I pushed myself to create. Knives with cutting effects, swords that can be enchanted with flames, whatever looks cool, I made it. I even had a few of my students make some small items to set up a night market outside the auction, allowing them to earn some pocket money. A week later, I emerged from my isolation. Over 100 exquisite items, with 10 limited edition storage rings mixed in for atmosphere, and the electromagnetic cannon as the finale. With 3 weeks left, I started arranging the venue. You have no idea how much I spent building that auditorium. A third of the academy's budget went into it. And it looks like a gymnasium. Finally, it's coming in handy. Let me tell you, all the attendees are big shots. None of them are easy to deal with. So I have to be cautious. I equipped the auditorium with a full set of technology and tough measures. Soul power confinement arrays, strength detection arrays, attack arrays. As soon as they enter, everything is laid out clearly. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be suppressed on the spot. I want to show off my muscle and make those guys, especially the scoundrel from the Star Luo Empire, behave. After finishing the venue setup, I slapped my forehead. Oh no, the auditorium is too far from the academy entrance. Well, the fight breaks out on that stretch. I quickly called over my genius student Lu Huang and asked him to ensure safety along that route. To my surprise, he complained that my shout almost ruined his experiment. That little brat dared to criticize my terrifying smile. Who understands, family? My smile is so bright and handsome, and he has no taste. On the day of the auction, wow, what a scene. Drums and gongs were blaring, and firecrackers were going off. I specially borrowed over a dozen soul kings and 2 soul saints from the spirit hall to oversee the event, and the red carpet stretched from the entrance to the auditorium. Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived with 2 titled Douluo bodyguards, pulling out all the stops. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also sent an elder. Even Tang San's aunt, Tang Yuehua, showed up. Just as I was welcoming guests, suddenly, the entrance exploded, and the crowd parted like Moses parting the sea. I looked and thought, what the heck, it's Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Why is she here? I tell you, my face changed faster than flipping a book. 1 second I was shocked, the next I was rushing up like a lapdog. Oh my Pope, why did you come in person? Please come in. The people around nearly had their eyes pop out, especially Ning Fengji, whose face turned as dark as a pot bottom. As soon as I stepped onto the stage, holding the specially made microphone, I dropped a bombshell. Welcome everyone to the first auction of our Soul Guidance Academy. As soon as I said this, the crowd erupted. Soul Guidance Academy? The first one? Those in the know understood the implications. I felt a chill run down my spine, knowing it was Bibi Dong's murderous gaze behind me. Didn't we agree that what's mine is yours? And now you're going solo? I pretended not to see and continued with the process. Next up, let's invite the first auction item. Let me tell you, I understand women too well. I pulled out a pair of diamond storage rings, each with a 5 cubic meter space. When the lights hit them, they sparkled. Through the close-up on the big screen, All the women in the audience were mesmerized. Even Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful they were. Then, I delivered a heartfelt and top-notch pitch, tying these items to eternal love. Everyone, I've got this. The starting bid is 100,000 gold soul coins. As soon as I finished speaking, a wealthy woman immediately shouted 110,000, and her husband turned pale. The price soared, and in the end, a noble couple from the Douluo Empire snatched it up for 160,000 gold soul coins, claiming it as a wedding gift. A great start. The excitement of the first day's auction remained high. I split those rings up and mixed them with other items to play with the emotions of the crowd. By the end of the first day, I announced that there would be a night market organized by the students. Just as I was about to leave the stage, Bibi Dong blocked me backstage. Her presence was imposing, like she was 2 meters tall. She didn't say a word, just stared at me. My legs went weak, and I quickly assured her, "I'll explain. I promise I will." I said, "Tomorrow, once everyone leaves, I'll explain." However, she seemed uninterested in my explanation and suddenly asked, "Is that ring still available?" "Huh, yes, of course." I nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. She then said, "I want a unique one, not that limited edition." And then she left. Damn, this woman's standards are high. I broke into a cold sweat and quickly ran away. Just as I reached the night market and hadn't even caught my breath, someone shouted from behind, "Dean Su, please wait." I turned around to see that old fox Ning Fengji smiling at me, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. He immediately wanted to secure all the soul tools produced by my academy in the future, offering me a 10% discount. I was salivating at the thought, but I maintained my composure and calculated the figures for him, the astronomical numbers silencing him. In the end, we both took a step back. Instead of a partnership, we agreed on a transaction. He would take a fixed number of soul tools from me each year at an 80% discount. I even casually boasted that the Spirit Hall would offer the same price, and he eagerly agreed. Hey, the big fish took the bait. The next day, the main event arrived. Please welcome our grand finale, the electromagnetic fixed installation soul cannon. I had Lu Huang drive that thing onto the stage. It sounded like a transformer and looked incredibly cool. I grabbed the microphone and started hyping it up. This thing has immense power. Even a title Douluo with weak defenses can get hurt. Below the soul Douluo level, just one hit, and it's one shot, one kill. It's foolproof. As long as you have hands, you can operate it. The key point is, one soul master's soul power can fire 100 shots. The wealthy audience's eyes turned red, like hungry wolves. As soon as the bidding started, it was madness. The price shot up like a rocket. Tang Yuehua opened with 3 million, and then it was like gods were fighting. In the end, Ning Fengji, the richest man in the room, won it for 7 million. My hands were shaking. 7 million. This incredible wealth had finally landed on my head. After the auction ended, there were still some clueless people trying to cause trouble on my turf. A foolish prince from the Douluo Empire, relying on his royal status, wanted to snatch something from a smaller force nearby. Lu Huang stepped in to stop them, but they still wanted to fight. I was furious, with my martial spirit activated. I punched him from the white tiger to a dead cat, tossing him out of the academy like a chick. It was a warning to others, and everyone settled down. Once everyone was sent off, I turned around, and lo and behold, Bibi Dong was still standing behind me like a ghost, watching me deal with the troublemakers and send guests off. I was about to play dumb. Your Holiness, you haven't left yet?" She smirked and spoke softly. Someone still owes me a debt. I'll wait for him to repay it. Once it's settled, I'll leave." As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh in anger. Owing money? Who owes whom? Let me tell you, I was furious at that moment and went full sarcasm. "Oh my, Your Holiness. Who on earth dares to owe you money? You say the word, and I'll take care of them for you. I can't stand people who don't pay their debts." As soon as I said this, Bibi Dong's face turned red in an instant, both angry and anxious, biting her teeth and glaring at me. "Doesn't what you promised me yesterday count anymore?" "Of course," I replied firmly. A glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. I quickly added the second half of my sentence nonchalantly. "Of course it counts. I'm Su Yuntao, and my words are as good as a nail. Unlike some people, who can turn their back at any moment." This completely set her off. "Who are you being sarcastic to? Speak clearly. Family members, who understands? When a woman gets angry, her logic goes offline, regardless of who was at fault first." I couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so I turned and walked toward the academy. As for her, she had no choice but to obediently follow behind me, afraid of getting lost again. I could even hear her softly scolding herself for being so embarrassing. I directly took her to my precious laboratory. Let me tell you, on the experiment table, There was a blue, sparkling diamond ring, spinning on its own in the force field, and the aura was simply incredible. I put on gloves and carefully took it down, handing it to her. In that instant, her eyes went wide. Indeed, no woman can resist the temptation of a gem. I maintained a serious expression, pretending to be nonchalant. A custom-made piece, just this one. Let's consider it my explanation to the spirit hall. I wonder if it's enough? In fact, my heart was bleeding. This thing is so expensive. She reached out to take it, remained silent for a long time, which was tantamount to an acknowledgement. Then she gently asked, does it have a name? Deep Sea Blue. She nodded, took off her white gloves, revealing her extraordinarily beautiful hands, and gently placed the ring on her right middle finger, sneaking a glance at me. As soon as I noticed it was getting late, I directly issued the eviction order. Your Holiness, it's time for you to leave. She was silent for a long time, probably surprised by my directness, and her voice softened. Don't you have anything to say? What did I say? I walked directly to the door, performing a standard bow and extending my hand. Your Holiness, please. I fully embraced that sense of detachment. She stiffened, and I could feel her emotions on the verge of breaking, but in the end, she held it together and stepped out. Along the way, neither of us spoke. The atmosphere was so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. When we reached the main entrance, I went through my program farewell. Your Holiness, please take care. She suddenly paused, turning her back to me, her shoulders trembling slightly. Damn, she was crying. I don't know who or what she was thinking about, but she was definitely crying. The door slowly closed, and I stood behind it, watching her silhouette gradually disappear into the darkness. For some reason, I really hoped she would turn back. Rationality told me to stay away from the eye of the storm, but emotionally, well, it was complicated. That deep sea blue shimmered in the darkness, as if welded to her hand, probably never to be taken off again. I was feeling chaotic inside, tossing and turning all night. The next day, I simply dived into my island in the lake to focus on research, out of sight, out of mind. But as soon as I arrived at the back garden where I kept my soul beasts, I was stunned. It was empty. The dozens of soul beasts I had painstakingly extracted from the spirit hall were gone. Only 12 were huddled in the corner, shivering. My blood pressure shot up instantly, and I roared into the air. Lu Huang, I know you're there, get out here. Lu Huang, my genius yet scatterbrained disciple, was hiding in the formation. My shout scared him even more, making him reluctant to come out. Huh, so you won't come out, huh? I immediately unleashed a pink energy formation, triggering the entire Academy's formation array. The next second, a golden humanoid energy body was ejected with a duong, wrapped in a pink light sphere. Laughing so hard I was almost fainting, desperately pleading. Ha, ha, teacher, spare me. Ha, I beg you. I frowned and stopped the formation. Where's the soul beast? Where did you take it? He was panting and gesturing with a gap the size of a fingernail. No, it's not dead, just a tiny little problem. Speak, it's just. When I first tried that contract formation, I got a bit greedy and didn't control the energy well. I felt a jolt in my heart, a sense of foreboding. Just say the result. It's exploded. I was momentarily blinded and almost exploded. Exploded? There are only a few left? You prodigal. As soon as he saw me about to take action, he hurriedly spilled everything out. No. Teacher, let me finish. Although they exploded, they're all still alive. Their physical bodies are gone, but their souls remain. Their physical bodies are gone? I was taken aback and followed him to the back of the beast enclosure. Goodness. A large pit with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared before me, and above the pit floated countless soul beasts, so many that I couldn't even count them, all covered by a strange formation, looking like they were having a silver party. This formation was continuously supplying them with energy, making their souls become more and more solid. I examined the formation and asked Lu Huang, did you design this? He smiled awkwardly. What's with the smile? Hurry up and tell me. It was originally my setup, but after the explosion, the formation went out of control and mutated. Now I can't control it either. I shot him a glance, really just a half-baked person making noise. I stepped forward, extended a finger onto the formation, and my consciousness instantly covered it. In no time, I analyzed the core and regained control. I waved my hand to the formation, and the soul of a wind wolf king floated out. Lu Huang chattered beside me. Teacher, this soul state is so amazing. It's almost solidifying. I ignored him and noticed that the Wind Wolf King had a very peculiar state, with its physical body and soul fused together in the explosion, forming a kind of half-real, half-virtual state. The most outrageous part was that it actually signed a soul contract with the out-of-control formation. Lu Huang was also shocked. The formation has no soul. How could it possibly sign a contract? After saying that, he was startled himself and looked at me in terror. Teacher, no way. I nodded expressionlessly. This kid, by chance, actually got me the thing I needed the most. I immediately asked a key question. After the explosion, did any soul rings appear? Lu Huang thought hard for a moment, and his expression became extremely exciting. Teacher, no soul rings were produced. It worked. Family, it worked. I instantly understood what this meant. We might really be about to make history. I suppressed my excitement. Stored the soul of the Wind Wolf King, reinforced several layers of protection outside the mutated formation, and dragged Lu Huang towards the laboratory. Not long after we left, a confused consciousness quietly began to sprout in the core of that strange formation. It absorbed the remnants of my spiritual energy left in the formation. And after a long time, it called out to the outside world in a childish voice. Father. I didn't hear that call of father at all. I was in a rush to get back to the Spear Hall. BB Dong was there, trying to indirectly probe me, asking what I was planning to do. Did I pay her any mind? No. I simply closed my eyes, indifferent, with an attitude of ask me again, and I'll show you what I can do. After a while, they brought me 20 death row inmates, each looking fierce and intimidating. BB Dong shot me a glare and said the people had arrived. I suddenly opened my eyes, bloodshot, and without wasting any words, I used a palm strike from a distance to knock all 20 of them unconscious. Then I cupped my hands to BB Dong as a greeting, grabbed the tied-up death row inmates, and soared into the sky, keeping my achievements hidden, leaving BB Dong there. Probably wanted to laugh, but not daring to. Her face was almost cramping from holding it in. Back at my island in the lake, I tossed him to the ground and called out my precious disciple Lu Huang. When he saw these 20 unconscious strong men, he was dumbfounded and stammered. Teacher, is this the materials you mentioned? I told him, stop talking nonsense. They're all death row inmates. Just use them as you like. Hurry up and help. Let me tell you, the final experiment has begun. Before long, the results came out. It was a success. Everyone now has a companion beast. But problems arose. Can you guess what their companion beasts are? It's their own martial souls. Who understands this, family? In the future, while others are walking their dogs and cats on the street, you'll be there walking a big iron hammer, and the guy next to you will be walking a brick. You'll be the most eye-catching one on the whole street. This scene is too beautiful for me to look at. I thought to myself that I couldn't tell Lu Huang about this, or else that guy would go crazy with joy. Looking at those death row inmates who still didn't know their fate, my expression turned cold. I called Lu Huang aside and laid it all out for him, saying this matter couldn't be leaked, so you understand. He felt a bit reluctant, but still agreed. I said not to rush. Keep 2 that were about to level up for later use, and shut down the rest for now. Then we want to check out that mutated formation, the place where that mysterious consciousness was born. There were still dozens of mutated soul beasts in the formation. I took out a treasure called the Spirit Control Bottle, and I controlled the formation while Lu Huang collected them one by one. Just as we finished collecting all the soul beasts and were about to leave, the formation suddenly vibrated with a hum. Goodness, it scared me into running. If it exploded, the entire academy would be in trouble. What happened next? It was just a false alarm. That kid Lu Huang, brave as he is, looked back and even dared to hold me back, saying the formation was stable. I felt a bit embarrassed at that moment, but I couldn't show it. I turned around and gave him a life lesson. Kid, let me tell you, in the future, when you encounter something beyond your capabilities, either run or find a big shot. Got it. But that kid still had the nerve to argue back, saying he was one with the formation and couldn't run away. My temper flares up in an instant, and with a snap of my head, I explode. I'm telling you to be more refreshing. The academy blowing up isn't my responsibility, is it? It drives me crazy. But while I was cursing, I suddenly felt something was off. Why have I been so easily irritated lately? A chilling thought suddenly crossed my mind. I quickly told Lu Huang, this is bad. It seems the companion beast has serious side effects. We quickly went back to check on those death row inmates, and sure enough, they were all acting like they had taken gunpowder, extremely agitated, with some even smashing the formation. I immediately sat down cross-legged and inspected my body inch by inch. In the end, I really found it. My soul had been contaminated by the primal instincts of the accompanying beast. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. For experts like us who deal with souls, it's a small matter. I told Lu Huang that we could just add a purification function to the formation. After saying that, I stood on it myself and asked him to reconstruct me. Soon, I felt refreshed, and that inexplicable anger was completely gone. I said, all right, bring those 2 who need to stay over here and redo them. As soon as Lu Huang heard we were only doing 2, his previously high spirits instantly deflated. The 2 strong men were thrown into the formation, and pure soul power washed over them like it was free. Just then, the climax arrived. One of the guys, his face turning red, started to exude soul power from his entire body. My heart jumped, This was a breakthrough. I quickly shouted to Lu Huang, "Hurry! Pour energy into him. As much as you can." The energy in the formation surged like a tidal wave, and Lu Huang, scared, yelled, "Damn, teacher. It's going to explode again. Come help." I ignored him completely, my eyes fixed on that prisoner. I knew the formation wouldn't explode. I had installed a safety valve. The guy was screaming in pain, and just when he was about to reach his limit, a miracle happened. I clearly felt a special channel forming between his beast companion and his soul. A mysterious energy flowed through. Then, a circle of yellow soul rings appeared out of thin air. At first, they flickered in and out, but finally solidified. I suddenly realized, family, soul rings can be created by ourselves. Isn't this much more environmentally friendly than hunting soul beasts? I shouted excitedly. It's starting. However, this soul ring is only 100 years old, which is a bit disappointing. At this moment, Lu Huang suddenly shouted, "Teacher, look at his companion beast." I turned around, and wow, that companion beast was almost transparent, as if it had run out of power. I suddenly understood that the age of the soul ring depends on the strength of the companion beast when it was alive. I tried to replenish energy into the companion beast, and the color of the soul ring did deepen, almost turning purple, but in the end, it still failed. It seems the companion beast has reached its limit. After the experiment, I gave Lu Huang a signal and took the newly promoted prisoner out. Lu Huang understood and brought out the remaining death row inmates. When we reached the lakeside, I asked him to prepare a formation called the yin-yang turning wheel array. Then, I walked alone towards those death row inmates. Lu Huang didn't dare to look at what happened next. He turned his back to me, unable to suppress his dry heaving as he listened to the muffled sounds and smelled the blood behind him. I threw the bodies into the array and activated it. This array can reverse yin and yang, and I used it to bring back those soul beasts that had already fused. In the end, I obtained 14 mimic soul beasts, which is a new name I gave them. I patted Lu Huang and said to him, "All right, it's all over." The kid finally came to his senses and even dared to tease me. "Teacher, can we not do this in the academy next time? It's too polluting for the environment." Seeing that he still had the mood to joke around, I felt relieved. I scolded him with a smile. "You little rascal, you didn't even dare to look. How are you going to get by in the future?" But I still promised him that I wouldn't do this in the academy again. After finishing these tasks, I was just about to take a break when something went wrong with the academy's spirit gathering array. Lu Huang suddenly said to me seriously, "Someone is crazily stealing energy from the spirit gathering array." We rushed over and found that the spiritual energy was flowing towards that mutated array. By the time we arrived there, both of us were stunned. Good heavens, the one stealing energy turned out to be a spirit born from that array before. Now, looking like a 3-year-old child, she was floating in midair, desperately absorbing everything around her. The closer I got to her, the stronger the sense of familiarity I felt. My DNA was reacting. Isn't this my own daughter? Watching her struggle, my heart melted as a father. So I waved my hand and directly mobilized all the energy that the academy had accumulated over the past 2 years, sending it all to her. A massive amount of energy surged over, and the little one was stunned. Then she began to absorb it like crazy, her body visibly expanding, growing from a 3-year-old to a 6-year-old girl. The energy condensed into a colorful dress on her, while the array that had been enveloping her suddenly shrank into a beautiful hairpin, landing on her head. Lu Huang was completely dumbfounded, muttering, "So beautiful." I was immediately furious, rushing over to give him a lesson. "You little rascal. Who are you looking at? Don't even think about her." While we were playfully tussling, the little girl walked over barefoot, tilted her head to look at us, and suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter sounded like silver bells. The next second, she dove straight into my arms, calling out in a babyish voice, "Father, you are my father," with a voice and breath that were exactly the same. Oh, my heart melted. I held her, and she snuggled into my embrace like a little kitten. Lu Huang beside us was petrified, squatting on the ground, dejectedly drawing circles. Mumbling, "Clearly I was first." The spirit saw him, biting her finger and saying, "I'm so familiar with your aura. You're my brother, right?" The little bit of hope that Lu Huang had just ignited was instantly shattered, and he could only awkwardly smile and say, "Hee, I'm your brother, big brother." I glanced at him disdainfully, hugged my little sweetheart, and walked away. "Come on, Linger, let's go home. Don't mind your heartbroken brother." On the way, I named her Su Linger. From then on, I, Su Yuntao, also became a father. Once this news spread, all the girls in the academy who had a crush on me cried in despair, which saved me a lot of trouble. In these few days, I completely became a stay-at-home dad, spending every day around Linger. This little one is very picky, She only eats soul beast meat, and when she's hungry, she goes to fight for energy with the gathering spirit array. That kid Lu Huang tries to come over every day, but I just slap him away. However, while we play and mess around, we still have serious work to do. He walked to an empty space nearby and began preparing to set up a new formation, one that we redesigned based on Linger's birth process. This thing is not so easy to handle. Let me tell you, this is a peak level formation. Lu Huang's skills can at most help me out a bit, handing me tools and such. The core part still has to be done by me personally. Linger saw that we were so busy that we couldn't play with her, so she simply ran off to one side, imitating us, making random gestures on the ground, and having a great time. Before long, a brand new formation, which was about 80 similar to the one we had set up before, was established. The biggest difference is that we modified the control system, adding 3 layers of insurance. So there's absolutely no way for the kind of uncontrollable mutation that happened last time to occur again. Goodness, although last time the result was good. The process almost gave both of us a heart attack, and I never want to experience that again in this lifetime. Ik glanced back at Linger, who was still amusing herself, smiled, and ignored her. I turned to Lu Huang and said, "Go, catch a soul beast and bring it over. Let's run a test version and see the effects." Lu Huang nodded, quickly grabbed a pig from the nearby soul beast pen, and tossed it directly into the center of the formation. I took control and activated it. Guess what? The formation operated so smoothly that in no time, the pig successfully transformed into a simulated soul beast, and its form was stable enough to be used as material. A huge weight was lifted off my heart. I've been grinning like a fool lately, and now I was smiling even brighter. Lu Huang was next to me, recording data with a little notebook, also wearing a beaming smile. However, before our smiles could last 3 seconds, there was a huge bang from where Linger was playing. At that moment, my mind went blank. Oh my God, Linger! I rushed over with the fastest speed of my life. But before I could get there, I saw Linger walking out slowly from the smoke and dust, with a transparent formation shield around her, as if nothing had happened. Who understands? My little ancestor has activated a cheat for herself. I quickly rushed up and checked her from head to toe, finding her completely unharmed, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I became puzzled. That place was clearly an open area. How could it have exploded? Lu Huang also came over, and the two of us looked like fools, lying on the ground studying for a long time. There was only a small pit the size of a fist on the ground, but the power was not small. You see, I had reinforced the ground of my island, and even a full punch from a Soul King would only have this effect. Lu Huang suddenly looked up and asked me, "Teacher, did you notice anything?" I nodded, but didn't speak because I had discovered something even more outrageous. She had only been born for less than 10 days, right? "Teacher, have you taught her formations?" Lu Huang's voice trembled. "No," I replied with a single word. Although it was shocking that Linger could set up formations by herself, I could still accept it. But when I scanned the residual energy from the explosion with my spiritual sense, let me tell you, I almost stopped breathing. In that residual energy, I found a trace of the mysterious energy that we could never produce before. My goodness, if this thing can be mass-produced, won't the problem of insufficient energy when the soul beast generates soul rings be solved? In the future, every soul master will be able to directly push their soul rings to the limit their body can withstand. I immediately put on the gentlest expression and waved to Linger, who was standing beside me with her head down, afraid she had caused trouble. "Linger, come here, Daddy wants to ask you something." "It's a huge good thing." Linger was still a bit scared, but she obediently walked over. I encouraged her, saying, "Linger, don't be afraid. Do you know? You did a great job. This is a wonderful thing." As a result, my words directly set the stage for her to blow up my family's home again in the next 3 days. But that's a story for later. What does it mean to do a great job? The little one asked while biting her finger. I quickly took her hand down and softly said, "Doing a great job means Linger can get a reward." After calming her down, I quickly asked the main question. "Linger, do you remember how that explosive thing we saw earlier was made?" She tilted her little head and thought for a long time, then confidently nodded. I remember." I felt a surge of joy in my heart and immediately said, "Great. Linger, you direct, and Daddy will set it up, okay?" "Sure," she replied quickly this time. So, a peak array master and a genius apprentice, 2 people like elementary school students, began to follow a little girl to rearrange the array. Soon, a smaller array was completed. This time it didn't explode because I was personally controlling it. However, after the array was activated, nothing happened. I checked and found it was exactly the same as the one we had before, just a smaller size. This was awkward. I turned to Linger and asked, "Linger, are you sure it's like this? Did you forget anything?" She thought for a moment and shook her head. "It's just like this." Exactly the same as what I did. Only, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. Only the way you made it move is different from how I did it. At that moment, my mind buzzed as if I had received a sudden enlightenment. The way to move? The way to control? Linger, you are truly a genius. I understood in an instant. I shouted to Lu Huang, get Linger away. Once they had moved far away, I took a deep breath and began to reverse the operation of the formation. The formation, which was originally emitting golden light, instantly began to transform into a strange emerald green. I tell you, that scene was like the entire formation was about to explode, shaking violently, and the energy fluctuations were so intense that I could barely control it. I poured all my soul power into it, desperately suppressing it. We were stuck in this deadlock for a full 2 hours, and finally, the formation conceded. With a loud hum, a pure green energy filled the entire formation and began to operate autonomously, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of the island and the lake, transforming it into more green energy. It's done. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and looked at the masterpiece before me, knowing that the last shortcoming of the companion beast promotion plan had been addressed. I excitedly called Lu Huang and Ling Er over. As soon as Ling Er saw the formation, her eyes lit up and she jumped into my arms, pointing inside and shouting, "Father, there are so many delicious things in there. I want to eat." No wonder she is a formation spirit. The craving for high-level energy is ingrained in her DNA. I asked her if she knew what it was, but she couldn't explain it. She didn't have that knowledge in her mind. So, I simply took out a strand of green energy from the formation and handed it to her. This stuff had an incredibly rich life force, so it surely wouldn't do any harm. In one gulp, Ling Er absorbed it. The next second, she looked like she was drunk, her little face flushed and swaying back and forth. It startled me, but fortunately, she quickly returned to normal, and I could see that she had visibly grown taller. I named this energy spirit power. With it, I'm ready to do something big. I plan to establish a mid-level Soul Master Academy, making the accompanying beasts our academy's signature feature and enroll students from all over the continent. Moreover, this time we must charge fees. Charge them heavily. Tuition, material fees, accommodation fees. None can be left out. Of course, for our own people, it's free. As for outsiders, we'll charge them exorbitantly. With a single command, the strongmen sent by the Spirit Hall began a frenzied construction, and a super-large academy rose from the ground. The commotion was so great that it quickly caught the attention of the Pope, who had originally planned to come looking for trouble. He says it's a business trip, but I know what he's really thinking, right? He's just here to check on me and see if I'm hiding a beauty in my golden house. This month, I was so busy I could hardly see straight, planning the academy while researching the spirit power. The new academy was quickly completed. It was impressive. A modern building of steel and concrete, a real oddity in this classical world, attracting a large crowd to come and watch. With the academy built, it was time to recruit students. I needed money, so I decided to hold another auction to ride the wave of publicity. Once the news was released, the entire continent's attention was once again focused on this small place, Nodding City. "Don't run. If I catch you, I'll definitely stew you," I shouted angrily while chasing a small black and white creature. Behind me was my chaotic laboratory. That little thing is my accompanying beast, a lone wolf that has awakened its consciousness. And I named it Nunu. But this guy has the personality of a goofball, tearing the house apart every day, driving me crazy. I had just stopped to catch my breath when I saw Linger coming over with Nunu in her arms, pouting and questioning me. "Father, did you bully Nunu again?" I almost couldn't catch my breath. I was too lazy to explain, so I directly used the soul mark to take it back into the martial soul space. Linger immediately became unhappy. I've been busy preparing for the auction lately, with no time to accompany her, so I let this destructive little thing out to keep her company. But after just a few days, it was completely out of control. I could only coax her with sweet words, and in the end, I had no choice but to call a few of my students to play with her while I dove back into the manufacturing of soul-guided devices. The auction is scheduled for a month later, and enrollment will be a week after the auction ends. Once the news was spread, a woman who had been filling my screen had already disguised herself and arrived at the entrance of my academy. She dressed as a dashing young man, trying to sneak in, but was stopped by the gatekeeper uncle. These gatekeepers are locals from nearby villages, and their own children study here, so they're very responsible. So, guess what happened? This woman directly pulled out a handful of gold soul coins and handed them to the uncle, saying she wanted to inquire about my interesting stories. Let me tell you, our gatekeepers are professionally trained and would never be bribed by money, unless the amount is just too much. The uncle quickly covered the gold soul coins with his hand and grinned. "Young man, you've come to the right person. Come on, It's 2025. Who still plays such awkward disguises? BB Dong came up and asked. I heard that Dean Su has a daughter. I want to know the details. The gatekeeper uncle, unaware of the twists and turns involved, took the outside gossip as the truth and said, the dean's daughter suddenly appeared half a month ago, and it is rumored to be a love debt left from when he was awakening steward. I can imagine that when BB Dong heard this, her face turned pale. She thanked me and left, but back in the city, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, she sat up, her eyes looking as if she wanted to eat someone. No, I must hear him say it in person. The next day, the gatekeeper Uncle Lu came to find me. Looking anxious, he placed a bag of gold soul coins on my desk and recounted everything that had happened last night in detail. I was both amused and helpless. This guy was too honest. I directly confiscated the money and then gave it back to him as a reward, praising him for the timely report. This is what you call textbook imperial strategy. Take note. After he left, I immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from last night. Sure enough, I had surveillance made with a recording stone, pretty high-end, right? In the footage, the delicate young man was none other than BB Dong's face that I was so familiar with. I laughed at that moment, still inquiring about Ling. This woman is definitely after my body, no doubt about it. I thought about it and decided I had to meet her. Otherwise, if she set her sights on Ling, things would get serious. So I sent Yo Bang to invite her. It was said that our Pope was so angry at the post station that he crushed several cups. But in the end, she still came. As soon as she entered the office, that lingering, resentful aura nearly drowned me. She was sitting with her legs crossed, her long white legs swaying to the point of making me dizzy, and her gaze was fixed intensely on me. I pretended to report on work seriously, but she wasn't listening at all, just quietly staring me down. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore and exclaimed, Su Yuntao, do you like me? Cough, cough. I almost spat out my tea and quickly denied it. Your Holiness, I have never had such inappropriate thoughts. Just kidding, I could never admit to that. Upon hearing this, her face darkened instantly, and her voice trembled. Is it because of that vixen? I was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? What fox spirit? This woman's train of thought was so jumpy that I almost couldn't keep up. I quickly explained, no, it's not. Huh, you really have a fox spirit? She was so angry that her face turned red. I was so furious at that moment that I couldn't care about anything else. I just yelled at her. Wait a minute. Calm down. Listen to me. She seemed completely taken aback by my shout, staring at me in a daze. I felt so good inside, like wow. I made the Pope speechless. I was feeling on top of the world. I blurted out, there are no vixens. I'm all alone, single. By the time she came to her senses, she was furious and felt wronged. You're yelling at me. The expression on her face was worthy of an Oscar. She deserved a little gold statue. I timidly said no. Yes. Do you dislike me? Otherwise, why would you rather be single than like me? At this moment, she was completely letting it all out. I forced a smile, not knowing how to respond, and could only issue an eviction order. Your Holiness, it's getting late. You should go back. As soon as these words were spoken, she completely broke down. Years of grievances and heartache erupted all at once, and tears the size of pearls fell down like rain as she crouched on the ground, covering her face and crying. The power of the tidal Douluo within her instantly went out of control, and the entire office trembled, with a huge shadow of a spider flickering behind her. As soon as I saw this wasn't working, I unleashed my full power and miraculously suppressed all her manifestations. I am her destined nemesis. Seeing her calm down, I didn't hesitate and said directly, your heart is not here. You should leave. I don't want to be entangled with someone who has someone else in their heart. I reached out, pulled her up, and walked towards the door. She understood my intention and began to struggle wildly. But she was afraid to use too much strength for fear of hurting me. No, I'm not leaving. She started to act unreasonable. Can you believe it? I was amused by her, letting go of my hand and just looking at her. What do you need to leave? I don't want my peaceful life with my daughter to be disrupted. My voice was soft, but my will was firm. She sensed my determination and knew that if she didn't say something soon, she would really have no chance. She pleaded with a trembling voice. Wait for me. I'll settle everything with him and come back to find you. Promise me you'll give me a chance to come back to you, okay? I tell you, at that moment my mind was in turmoil. Rationality told me that this woman was crazy. I should cut ties quickly, but my DNA stirred. Who understands family? It made the decision for me. I struggled for a long time and finally managed to say 3 words. You go ahead, just those 3 words. And her tears evaporated instantly. She smiled at me so brightly, then turned and left so decisively. She didn't even bother to ask about my daughter, probably thinking that as long as she dealt with me, everything else was just noise. As soon as she left, I collapsed onto the chair and then slapped myself twice. Look at you acting tough. Why not just enjoy the easy life? What was I being so pretentious for? Fortunately, it seems this crazy woman was really into it. Hee. I still have some charm. On the other hand, BB Dong was really efficient, switching back to Pope mode in 1 second, issuing orders like snowflakes. With one core idea. The whole continent needs to catch that guy named Yu Xiaojiang. She was determined to cut through the chaos swiftly. On my side, the second auction of the Academy is being arranged in full swing. The invitations have been sent out. Whether people come or not, I'm not worried about selling, as I am the exclusive agent for Soul Guide devices across the continent. But the focus this time isn't on selling those broken pieces of junk. My real goal is to promote my Spirit Beast program. So I directly called over all 20 or so kids from the Soul Guide department, giving each of them a Spirit Beast, preparing for them to showcase it at the end of the auction. The auction will still be at the same place and follow the same process, lasting for 2 days. However, this time the scale is much larger than last time, with the number of forces doubled, many of which are from families in corners I've never even heard of. As the auction approaches day by day, that crazy woman has been gone for almost half a month, and there's still no sign of her. I have to say, I feel a bit uneasy. I can't quite say it's disappointment, but I just feel annoyed. At this moment, my daughter, Su Yuntao, came over to create more trouble for me. Hugging my leg and acting cute, Daddy, I want to go to the auction too. I was feeling quite annoyed at the time, so I directly rejected her. No way. The people coming this time are a mixed bag. It's too dangerous. You wouldn't even know if you got sold off. Be good. Don't go join the fun. To divert her attention, I took out a book I had made up from memory, titled An Introduction to Formation, and handed it to her. This little girl has an astonishing talent for formations, so I thought it would be good for her to chew on the book herself instead of bothering me. Little Linger pouted and reluctantly took the book away. Soon, the auction officially began. I stood on stage in a flashy suit, looking quite the part. Good evening, everyone. The second Soul Guidance Academy auction is now underway. The atmosphere at the venue was incredibly lively, and I auctioned off soul tools at sky-high prices with my silver tongue. Just when everyone was getting into the groove, I suddenly felt a jolt in my heart and sensed a gaze upon me. I instinctively looked in that direction, and through the crowd, I saw her in the most inconspicuous corner of the venue. Goodness, BB Dong is back. But the sight was something else. Dressed in a pope's robe that looked like it had just rolled in the mud, it was all gray and had several tiers. Her hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and her complexion was as pale as paper. With this appearance, can you believe this is the formidable pope who shook the world? My heart sank. What on earth had she been doing? Had she been wrestling with a 100,000-year soul beast? She quietly hid in the corner watching me, and despite the crowd bustling around, not a single person noticed her. Our eyes met in the air, and a beautiful smile suddenly bloomed on her weary face. In that moment, I felt all her fatigue vanish. As soon as the auction that day ended, I politely sent off the group of wealthy patrons and then quickly walked up to her alone. I didn't say anything. I simply reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She looked at me, her voice so soft it could almost be squeezed for water. I'm back. That gaze was as if she were afraid I would run away, staring at me intently. I looked at her disheveled appearance, feeling a mix of emotions. After a long silence, I took her hand and simply said 2 words, "Let's go home." She froze for a moment when I suddenly held her hand, her cheeks instantly turning as red as the evening clouds. Then, like a little wife, she followed me step by step back to the island in the lake. Along the way, she was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, finding everything new and fascinating. The trapped soul beasts, the big pits created by the formation explosions, and those oddly shaped buildings. Her eyes couldn't take it all in. When we returned to my little courtyard, I pulled her down to sit and finally asked her what had really happened. I tell you, once this woman falls in love, she really loses her mind. As soon as I asked her, she spilled everything like bamboo tubes pouring out beans. It turns out that for the past half month, she mobilized the entire intelligence network of the Spirit Hall to search for Yu Xiaojiang all over the world. In the end, she finally found him at that broken place, Shrek Academy, where Yu Xiaojiang was hanging out with Tang Hao. BB Dong originally wanted to play some strategy, so she wrote a letter inviting Yu Xiaojiang to talk alone and clarify things. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao, that old sly one, was worried and secretly followed him at night to protect him. Well, it's no surprise that enemies see each other and become extra hostile. I know for sure that a fight broke out without even hearing it. Looking at BB Dong now, she's just in a mess, but she's not seriously injured. So I know Tang Hao must have lost. It makes sense. Tang Hao already had old injuries and his strength had declined significantly. So he was no match for BB Dong in full form. Although the Hao-Ian hammer is quite powerful, it's just a hassle. In the end, Tang Hao was defeated and could only retreat with Yu Xiaojiang. But Bibi Dong was determined to solve the problem this time and directly entered a mode of relentless pursuit. As the time we agreed upon was approaching, she went completely crazy and chased after them like a berserk person. Tang Hao was already injured and dragging Yu Xiaojiang along, so he couldn't hold on at all. In the end, Yu Xiaojiang realized what was happening and told Tang Hao to leave him behind and run quickly. Only then did Tang Hao, filled with hatred, escape alone. As for what happened to Yu Xiaojiang in the end, she didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask further. The fact that she could come back proves that this matter has been settled, and there will be no trace of him on the continent in the future. But this trouble has also been buried. Since Tang Hao is still alive, he will definitely hold the Spirit Hall accountable for this. And in the future, his son Tang San will probably work hard to grow stronger. These are all future concerns. First, I settled Bibi Dong and then let her go back. Of course, I can't let her stay overnight. My daughter is still at home. The next day, the auction continued. As soon as the final soul guide appeared, the atmosphere exploded. 6 million. I bid 6.5 million. The price soared wildly. Over on the Tiando Empire side, Prince Xu Eshing personally came down with Prince Xuabong and directly shouted, "Our Tiando royal family bids 8 million. Once the royal family spoke, the other families wisely fell silent. However, on the other side, those fools from the Xingluo Empire directly mocked. 8 million? You dare to put that out? Our Xingluo Empire bids 10 million. I deliberately drag out the time to call the price. 10 million, once 10 million, twice. Xing Luo's buddy got anxious, shouting, "Hurry up. What are you hesitating for?" I ignored him completely and slowly shouted, 1,000. We, Tiando, bid 1 million. Prince Xu Eshing gritted his teeth and shouted it out. My eyes lit up, and without waiting for Xing Luo's reaction, I spoke at full speed. 10 million once, twice, 3 times. Deal. With a clang, the hammer fell. The people from the Xing Luo Empire exploded on the spot, pointing at me and ready to curse. Could I indulge them? These were profiteers. Selling them weapons was like asking for trouble. I couldn't possibly sell this stuff to a country that thinks about war every day. Of course, when Bai Dong wanted to unify the continent, that didn't count. They were my own people, so it was a clear double standard. The few representatives from Xing Luo were still shouting, "Who wants to see your lousy show? Let's go." I was in a good mood, but they instantly annoyed me. I couldn't be bothered to waste words, so I just squeezed the air and a huge hand of soul power descended from the sky, grabbing the loudest ones like they were little chicks and casually tossing them out of the venue. Of course, this was the effect of the formation's enhancement, but it was truly impressive. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, and no one dared to voice any objections. I nodded in satisfaction and shouted to the backstage, "Kids, show your talents." As the music started, more than 20 of my students dressed in beautiful clothes walked onto the stage. The audience was bewildered, not knowing what I was going to do. I walked to the front of the stage, cleared my throat, and began my long-prepared speech. Ladies and gentlemen, since ancient times, soul masters have relied on soul rings for their cultivation, and soul rings can only be obtained by hunting soul beasts. However, the number of soul beasts is limited, while the number of soul masters is increasing dramatically. Is this issue something that everyone has chosen to conveniently forget? The representatives of the major powers in the audience looked rather grim. I suddenly changed my tone, raising my voice sharply, and now, I will bring you an answer that could change the entire landscape of the continent. Children, summon your spirit beasts. With a buzzing sound, the soul power erupted from more than 20 children simultaneously, and one by one, vivid spirit beasts appeared beside them. Some are fierce tigers, some are giant bears, and there were even peculiar things like hammers and sickles, but without exception, they were all full of vitality. While below, the crowd instantly erupted. What is this? A new form of martial soul? I pressed my hand down, and the entire venue fell silent once again. This is our Academy's latest research achievement, the companion beast. Its emergence will perfectly solve the problem of insufficient soul beasts. I paused for a moment and dropped a bombshell. Each person can only fuse with one companion beast in their lifetime, and can accompany its master as they grow, providing all the soul rings you need. At this moment, the entire venue went wild. Everyone jumped up, their faces flushed, breathing heavily, and their eyes looked as if they wanted to swallow me whole. Seeing their excited expressions, I knew I had succeeded. I smiled slightly and added another piece of information. All right, I forgot to tell everyone an additional piece of news. Each soul ring provided by the companion beast will be the maximum duration that your current realm's body can withstand. The soul skills will also be the most suitable for you. It's all about companionship and top configuration. As soon as I said this, several older attendees clutched their chests, feeling as if they were about to have a heart attack. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, leaving only heavy breathing sounds. After a long time, someone, with a trembling voice, exclaimed, "Oh my God, this crazy world." The scene turned chaotic in an instant. "Dean Su, how can we get a companion beast?" "Yes, hurry and tell us." I don't control the scene either. I just smile and watch them go crazy until they calm down on their own. After a while, they finally manage to control their emotions. Only then do I slowly speak up. "Do you want to know the conditions for obtaining it?" "Yes." The audience responds in unison. "It's very simple. Join my newly established Intermediate Soul Master Academy. As long as you pay the fee, we accept children aged 10 to 12. Immediately, someone asks, "What about those of us who are overage?" "Don't worry," I said with a smile. "Everyone present today will receive one unlimited quota. Even if a titled Douluo comes, we will accommodate them. However, the fusion fee will be self-paid." Wow, the crowd erupts again. This is simply an enormous benefit. I continue to explain that, under certain conditions, one can provide their own living soul beast for fusion, and the higher the compatibility, the better the effect. However, our academy currently has limited technology and does not accept soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Moreover, the best time for fusion is around the age of 10, which allows for a direct breakthrough and perfect results. At this point, everyone understood that this quota is most valuable when reserved for the talented younger generation within their families. Finally, I announced the enrollment information. The Intermediate Academy will open in a week, and enrollment will proceed simultaneously. For the first session, we will only accept 2,000 students, on a first-come, first-served basis until full. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned red as they calculated how to secure more spots. Once everything was settled, I quickly sent this group of wealthy patrons away. I would feel heartbroken if they stayed for dinner. After sending them off, I didn't dare to pause for even a moment and hurried towards the island in the lake. At home, there was still a big one waiting for me to appease. However, I never expected that even worse things would happen. As soon as I returned to the island in the lake, wow, that scene was simply a battlefield. My daughter, Su Yuntao, is tightly grabbing onto BB Dong's long golden hair and won't let go. As for BB Dong, although she isn't using much strength, she has bound my daughter with her soul power, making her unable to move. "You little brat, let go of me." "No way. You bad woman. Don't think about taking my daddy away." As soon as I appeared, I saw this scene, and my face darkened. I rushed over in one swift move and swung my arms, hitting one person on the back of the head. Ouch, that hurt. The two troublesome ones, one big and one small, instantly let go and squatted down, holding their heads. Still, BB Dong had thicker skin. She stood up first and looked at me with a silly grin. "Hee hee, you're back." I frowned and asked, "What's going on with you two?" BB Dong immediately played the victim. Pointing at Su Yuntao, asked her, "Let her speak first." Su Yuntao wasn't afraid of her at all. With me backing her up, she boldly said, "Go ahead and say it." "Dad, she's a thief. She tried to steal from our house. When I caught her, she even wanted to kill me to silence me." I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. After hearing that, I started to doubt my own charm. BB Dong immediately exploded with anger. "You little girl, stop talking nonsense. I was sitting nicely in the pavilion, and you came up and attacked me. That was self-defense." The two of them were exchanging words, accusing each other of having bad intentions. As a result, my 6-year-old daughter, clearly no match for someone who has lived for decades like the Pope in a debate, was soon rendered speechless by BB Dong's words, her eyes turning red with anxiety. In her frustration, guess what happened? This little girl, in a fit of anger, directly dropped a shocking bombshell. She pointed at BB Dong and shouted to me in a childish voice, "Dad, this bad woman is after your body." I spat tea 3 meters away, and wow, just wow. What kind of fierce words are these? My face turned dark immediately, and I pulled my daughter over. "Who taught you to say that? This won't do. I must find out the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, how will it be in the future?" As a result, that woman BB Dong immediately defended her cub, shot me a glare, and said, "Why are you being so fierce? Don't scare the child." Her tone was so gentle that it gave me goosebumps all over. My daughter is quite honest. She spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. It was said by Water Hyacinth brother. "All right, it's Water Hyacinth, right? I've noted it down, and I'll make you mute in physics later." I quickly sent my daughter back to her room. Putting these two together is like throwing a cigarette, but into flammable material. It could explode at any moment. BB Dong and I sat in a small pavilion by the lake, staring at each other. The atmosphere, how should I put it, is just, there are pink bubbles floating in the air. It's so sweet, it's overwhelming. I can't hold it anymore. Let's get straight to the point. I'm the best at breaking the atmosphere. Donger, let's talk about the business of the accompanying beasts. I'm planning to cooperate with the Wuhuan Hall. They provide the soul beasts, and I provide the technology. The profit will be split 70 to 30, with me getting 70 and her getting 30. She still wants to be polite, saying we shouldn't be too formal with each other, but I shot back at her directly. Brother should be clear about money. Besides, this money isn't for you personally. It's to help you shut those old guys up in the Wuhuan Hall, making you more confident. Family, who understands? As soon as she heard this, that little spark in her eyes flared up, and I'm sure she was already calculating how to get rid of her old teacher. After discussing business, her little thoughts came back again, and she asked me about my daughter with a hint of jealousy. I deliberately teased her, proudly saying, yeah, my daughter, Suling. Isn't that a nice name? Seeing her jealous expression, I couldn't help but laugh, but in the end, I decided to come clean with her. I said, Linger is actually a product of heaven and earth, sort of an accident. Guess what? The look in her eyes was blatantly saying, keep making up stories. I'm at my wit's end and can only go all out. Fine, seeing is believing. Right by the lake, I waved my hand and directly summoned a holographic projection, just like in a sci-fi blockbuster. What it displayed was the footage of Linger being born from the formation. Bibi Dong was stunned on the spot, her worldview probably shattered. She kept murmuring that this mysterious man was mine. Let me tell you, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Her focus is always so peculiar. After watching the footage, her attitude did a complete 180, and she solemnly promised me that she would treat Linger like her own daughter from now on. With this matter settled at home, life became much more peaceful. A few days later, my new academy was about to start. Bibi Dong's efficiency was really high, over 500 soul beasts were packed and sent directly to me. Among the escort team were two familiar faces, Hulaina and her brother, the protective maniac Xiaoyu. Goodness, when Hulaina saw me again, her jaw nearly dropped. In her eyes, I was still that little tool, and now, in the blink of an eye, I'd become the renowned president of the continent. I, being idle, decided to personally take those two around the campus. Let me tell you, my academy is all about luxury without restraint. A sports hall that can hold 10,000 people. No, I call it the Martial Soul Hall, an open-air training ground. 4 concrete teaching buildings, 2 large dining halls for 10,000 people, and dormitories are divided into different classes, from common 6-person rooms to noble 4-person rooms, and even exclusive single villas that are not open to the public, clearly emphasizing class distinctions, which is quite realistic. Hulaina was immediately intrigued. Her teacher had hinted at it before, so she directly asked me how to enroll. Her brother tried to intervene, but was shot down with just one look from her. As for my family, I've always been generous. Just pay the fees. Thus, the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall was led into my intermediate academy. On the first day of school, the main event arrived, fulfilling the promises made to those big spenders at the auction by merging their spirit beasts. About 200 people gathered at the training ground. I started with a warning. The material fee is 100,000 gold soul coins each. No cheating. Then I took away all their spirit beasts. I needed to return to my secret base to process them. When I came back, it was time for assembly line work. The first one up was a little genius from the Strength Clan. Once the formation was activated, he entered, spun around, and came out with an adorable baby gorilla by his side. Then he broke through on the spot, and his third spirit ring was formed. After a busy afternoon, everything was finally done. Then came the best part, collecting payments. I set up a table right at the entrance of the auction, making it clear that no one could leave without paying. 100,000 for the material fee. Take it or leave it. Although those people thought I was being a bit greedy, the results were there, and one by one, they obediently handed over the money. In the end, there were still 5 special clients left. They were from the spirit sect and needed more energy, so I added extra services for them. I analyzed how much I had invested, and they generously said, "Director, just tell us how much." As soon as I heard it, wow, I liked this straightforward person. 50,000. At cost price. They didn't even blink and just paid. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Damn, it must have been too low. Next time, I must double it and really squeeze them. After collecting the money, life returned to the calm routine of research, occasionally chatting about love with Bibi Dong. Life was quite enjoyable. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. I certainly didn't waste this year. There was a major breakthrough in soul guide research. And let me tell you, I directly created a light bulb called the soul guide lamp, paired with my invention of a mini portable charger, which allowed my college to enter the electrical era ahead of time. I included designs for soul guide phones and soul guide cars in the textbook, just waiting for my students from the soul guide department to make them. My soul guidance department now has over 100 people. Once the first batch of students completes their training, I can become a hands-off manager. As for the formation, I'm mainly optimizing it, trying to make the technology for merging companion beasts more user-friendly. Otherwise, if I keep monopolizing it, I will eventually become the target of a big boss attack. So, I need to quickly come up with an upgraded version, creating a disposable, easy-to-use package that is ready to go. However, this technical challenge won't be resolved anytime soon. And I must tell you, I have a more urgent matter to attend to. I've been saving for over a year. Who understands the hard work? After being a diligent awakening tool for over a year, I finally gathered enough for 100 draws. This year, my little team has been great, helping me awaken over 200 kids with soul power. Although the system is stingy, they only count as 1 draw for every 2 awakenings, but no matter what, I managed to save up for 100 draws. This lottery is crucial for me. The main quest from the system is still stuck. I must establish a high-level Soul Master Academy and create 2 special courses. If I don't get something good from this draw, I might have to sell my unique formation techniques as common goods, which would be a huge loss for me. So, for this draw, I made it quite grand. I directly announced my retreat and told everyone not to bother me. Then I burned incense, bathed, washed my hands, and focused on maximizing the mystical vibes, praying to every deity I could. Back in my little courtyard, I closed the door, opened the system panel, and saw the glaring number of draw times, 100. I took a deep breath and went for 10 consecutive draws. Wow, the golden light flashed so brightly that it almost blinded me. 100 shining treasure chests instantly filled my little room. But I held back. I didn't open the chest right away. After the draw, the system returns a promotion token. So I decided to level up first. No hesitation, I slapped it directly onto myself. Let me tell you, that feeling was instantly different. The soul power in my body was boiling like it was boiling over, and I directly broke through the threshold of level 50, officially entering the Soul King realm. But that's not all. What was truly frightening was the 5th soul ring coiling around me, which was blood red, 100,000-year soul ring. If others saw this, they would probably be so scared that their hearts would stop. Moreover, my momentum was still rising, breaking through the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage levels. And the pressure was almost comparable to that of a titled Douluo before it gradually came to a halt. At that moment, I realized that the newbie gift package the system gave me at the beginning was this second awakening of my martial soul at level 50. My companion, Beast Nunu, which is also my martial spirit, has undergone a transformation. Originally just a plus-size husky, it has now evolved into the majestic Wind Wolf King, with silver-white fur all over, standing on the wind, and eyes full of wisdom. It's simply stunning. I took a glance at my new panel, Martial Spirit Evolution, level 51, and the soul ring configuration is impressive. Purple, yellow, black, red. The 5th soul skill is called Feng Su Yuntao, which allows me to control the wind for flight. Although my physical body is already strong enough to fly, this ability enables me to fly faster and with less consumption, making it a great addition. Alright, the prelude is over. It's time to get to the main event. Opening the box. I rubbed my hands together and casually grabbed the nearest box. With a slap, I opened it, and a flash of golden light appeared. It's a book. The Zodiac Killing Formation. Not bad, what good start. What I need the most right now is this kind of grand killing formation. At that moment, I thought, this is definitely going to work. Then, with full confidence, I grabbed 4 more boxes and opened them all at once. The result, empty box, empty box, empty box. The smile on my face gradually disappeared. I don't believe in evil. So I opened 5 more rounds, 25 boxes, and they were all empty. All of them. My mentality was about to break, and just as I was ready to smash my computer, oh no, smash the system, I suddenly remembered that the system seems to have a guaranteed mechanism where you get at least 1 good item every 10 draws. Since I opened 100 boxes mixed together, what does that mean? It means after laying down so many losses, the remaining boxes must be all top-tier items. Thinking of this, I got excited like a gambler with red eyes and directly swiped over 20 more boxes, roaring, open for me. As the golden light faded, I ended up with 3 bottles of foundation pills. Foundation pills, a potion that can improve talent. For me, it's completely useless. My head is buzzing, and there are 50 boxes left. I hope all the good stuff is in them. I steel myself and decided to open all 50 at once. The sight of 40 treasure chests bursting open with golden light was exhilarating, and even more thrilling was my heart, which felt like it was about to stop. As the golden light faded, the first thing I saw was 5 ordinary foundation building pills. My heart sank, but fortunately, there were still 2 books next to them and a piece of faded, shabby paper. I quickly grabbed the 2 books. The first one had an ancient-looking cover, titled God-Level Alchemy. I jumped up from the bed. Yes, this incredible fortune has finally come to me. Isn't this the second special course I've been longing for? I love you, System Dad. This book not only contains countless alchemical formulas, but it also comes with a divine fire called Wisdom Light that can imbue elixirs with spirituality. This technology is way ahead of its time. I excitedly slapped the book against my forehead, and a vast amount of alchemy knowledge surged in instantly. Then, I picked up the second book. The title was simple, Sword Drawing Technique. I saw these 3 characters and became even more excited. This is something from the legends of my past life. I also slapped it on my forehead. In the next second, I felt like I had gone through 10 reincarnations. In every lifetime, I practiced this move of drawing my sword. From the first life, where I practiced until I died without mastering it, to the 10th life, I had become the invincible sword master of the world, slaying demons with one strike and cutting down Buddhas with another. In the end, because I couldn't find an opponent, I got so bored that I ended up slashing myself. When I came to my senses, the muscle memory and sword intent from those 10 lifetimes were completely etched into my soul. Now, I'm the sword draw, and the sword draw is me. Finally, I picked up that gray piece of paper. With my knowledge of alchemy, I immediately recognized it as a formula for a pill. I scanned it with my divine sense, and the content of the formula appeared. Guess what it is? Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. Does anyone understand my family? The clown turned out to be me. The system didn't give me a bunch of useless pills. It directly brought me the production line. Holding the formula, I laughed on the bed like a rolling ball. Advanced Academy, Alchemy Department, this is it. After solidifying my cultivation in the room, I exited my retreat. Just as I stepped out, Lu Huang rushed over in a panic, saying that Su Yu had locked herself in her dormitory for several days, and he was very worried. As soon as I heard it was Su Yu, I understood the situation. This girl is unique. She's not a symbiotic spirit, but rather coexists with a soul beast. And she is not following the path of a soul master, but is cultivating her. She is breaking through. I instructed Lu Huang to stay calm and not to disturb her. Then I quietly used my spiritual sense to protect her. This protection lasted for over a month, until one day, the aura around Su Yu's dormitory finally changed. She had come out of her seclusion. I stepped forward and appeared right in front of her. However, the Su Yu before me had an enchanting gaze, clearly not herself, as the soul beast that coexists with her had taken control. My face darkened, and without even looking at it, I said, "You go back. Let Su Yu come out to see me." It shot me a resentful glance, closed its eyes, and when it opened them again, the gaze had returned to that of a lively girl. "Teacher," Su Yu softly called out to me. I sighed and asked her if she had really thought it through, that it was still not too late to have regrets. Her eyes showed a moment of hesitation, but soon became resolute. She said this is her path. All right, I no longer try to persuade her, only asking her to stay in the academy and not wander around. If anything happened, I could protect her. With that settled, I could finally focus on my alchemy endeavors. Thanks to my wife's connections, I had already gathered the materials for foundation-building pills and some basic elixirs, and even had a cauldron made by a blacksmith. Although my theoretical knowledge was top-notch, my practical experience was zero. I needed to find something simple to practice on first. I am in a secret room, spreading out a pile of herbs. There's a bruise-clearing pill used by an apprentice in divine alchemy. That's the one. I checked the herbs. Gui Wei, Qiyao, Xiangfu, Honghua. All here. Let's get started. Let me tell you, alchemy is a meticulous job, even more thrilling than engraving on chips. With my left hand, I frantically poured soul power into the cauldron as fuel, and with my right hand, I snapped my fingers. Suddenly, a little flame popped up and started burning inside the cauldron. This wasn't my precious exotic fire. It was just a small spell on the level of igniting a gas stove. Why use a butcher's knife to kill chicken? Then came the main event, like tossing dumplings. I threw in the processed herbs in order, one clump after another. My spiritual sense was as precise as a super AI, controlling the heat perfectly. Too much would burn. Too little wouldn't cook. Watching the pile of herbs transform into colorful potions in front of me was so relieving. The most crucial step, fusion. Who understands this, right? It was my first time, and I was so nervous that my palms were sweating. But who am I? Once I activated my spiritual sense, I was as steady as a rock. The potion essences, obedient like kindergarten kids, held hands and fused into a big liquid ball, suspended in the center of the cauldron, spinning smoothly. Time to heat the oil. I silently chanted in my heart, maxing out the soul power output, and the flames roared to life. A fierce fire attack for half an hour. When the time was up, the moisture evaporated, turning into an oval-shaped medicinal paste. I moved my spiritual sense, fished it out of the cauldron, and tossed it onto a prepared white jade plate. Then, I precisely divided it into 10 equal parts. And with a little roll of my hands, the shapes of 10 pills emerged. You think that's it? Not yet. I tossed those 10 little things back into the cauldron, slow-cooked them, letting them rotate and jump while evaporating the last bits of moisture. This cooling and heating, with a crack, all the medicinal properties were locked in. When I poured the 10 round bruising pills into a white porcelain bottle, listening to the crisp, clinking sound, I tell you it was worth it. My first time in alchemy, and I graduated with full marks, all thanks to my extraordinary spiritual sense, having a godlike perspective throughout, instantly correcting any small mistakes. It's practically an official cheat. For the next 2 months, I transformed into a factory worker in the alchemy room, rolling pills every day. By the end, I could even roll out pills with my eyes closed. My technique was incredibly smooth. What to do with this huge pile of bruising pills? Keep a small portion for myself, and send the bulk to my good friend Pope BB Dong. I had to sell it to the Wuhuan Hall at a 50 markup, taking full advantage of them. After all, this thing works well. They definitely wouldn't lose out distributing it as employee benefits. After 2 months in the secret chamber, I felt like I was about to mold. Today, I had to go out for some fresh air and prepare to refine the real main event, the Foundation Establishment Pill. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw my eldest disciple, Lu Huang, fiddling with the formation on the island in the middle of the lake with my sister Su Linger. Goodness, I floated up behind him like a ghost, and he didn't even notice. I went up and gave him a slap on the back, saying, "Little brat, what are you doing?" I nearly sent him away on the spot. When he turned around and saw me, he was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. "Old Master, how did you come out of seclusion?" I put on a serious face and teased him. "What's wrong? Do I have to report to you when I come out?" Seeing his awkward expression, I decided not to tease him anymore and directly took out a storage ring and threw it to him. "All right, there's something important. This contains the results of my efforts over the past 2 months. Go notify the Spirit Hall and have your Pope come over personally to pick up the package." After sending my disciple away, I spent some time playing with Linger before diving back in the secret chamber. Foundation Establishment Pill, activate. Let me tell you, the Foundation Pill, compared to the blood-resolving pill, is like the difference between elementary school math and advanced calculus. Over 100 types of medicinal materials. Just extracting their essence took me a full 2 days and 2 nights. The whole process couldn't stop. I endured 5 days and 5 nights without closing my eyes. And by the end, I felt like I was about to ascend to immortality, ready to become sworn brothers with the supreme Lao Jun. When those 10 perfect quality foundation pills, shining with a lustrous sheen, were completed, I almost cried on the spot. It was so hard to achieve, but if I sell just one of these, I can cover the entire annual expenses of my academy. We'll be rich from now on. I must quickly build the advanced academy to get that reward for basic knowledge of medicinal materials. You old poison, wait for me. I'm coming to save that precious land of yours. With money, I stand tall. I immediately issued the construction order for the Advanced Academy campus. The Marshall Soul Hall provides the manpower, I provide the funds, and let S speed it up to the max. I also handed over my ultimate blade technique cultivation method to the head of the academy as a daily exercise for the students, focusing on comprehensive development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. I'm still pondering that the threshold for alchemy is too high. So I plan to create a low-cost version and establish a department of pharmacy in the Advanced Academy. Not seeking to create pills, just aiming to produce medicines. Teaching them how to refine the essence of medicinal herbs and maximize their effects. This profession will be called pharmacist, and soul masters can learn it. Upon graduation, they will have a class. Perfect. The Advanced Academy will be completed before the new year, and its scale will be quite impressive. Recruitment? We will discuss it after the new year. This year, I won't be alone for the new year, as Linger will be with me. BB Dong secretly came over on the last day before the new year, and we spent a whole day in each other's company. I haven't been idle during this month-long break. I've been busy creating soul-guiding devices in preparation for the auction at the beginning of the year, while also refining a large batch of Foundation Establishment pills to benefit the students in the academy who are about to break through level 20. Of course, they won't be given for free. There will be a charge. With resources in hand, I am not anxious. Now, I am financially self-sufficient, and I've cleared most of my old debts with the Spirit Hall. The shackles on me have been completely removed. After the semester starts, the Advanced Academy will officially enroll students with a strict requirement. They must reach Soul Master before the age of 20. Soon, 1,000 elite students will be recruited. As the Advanced Academy gets on track, my system task has finally been settled. The reward has arrived, an abundance of basic knowledge of medicinal materials. I found a lounge chair and lay down in the yard, choosing to receive directly. Goodness. It felt like someone plugged a USB drive into my brain and started frantically transferring several terabytes of information. When I woke up again, it was already dark, and my head was still buzzing. The next afternoon, I was lying in the yard with a bun in my mouth, starting to organize the extra knowledge in my head. This reward is incredible, with knowledge of thousands of herbs, categorized, and I just need a thought to check any of them. Then I opened the task panel. The new tasks had already refreshed. Main quest. Opportunities abound on the continent. This year they all belong to my family. Requirements. Within a year. Collect the ice and fire dual eyes. Reward. Saint Master Realm. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Isn't that just giving it away? I was just about to go to that place. But when I focused my eyes, I found a deadly phrase. Taken? I rubbed my eyes. No mistake. It was collected. Not just taking it, but taking everything away, my family. At that time, I was on the subway watching an old man on his phone, and this system understands PUA. That place had become 2 Dragon Kings after their death. And you want to move everything? The difficulty is comparable to digging through the earth with bare hands. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. I calmed down and started planning. Step 1, gather people. I must first call my wife Bai Dong to go and teach that old poisoner Douluo a lesson so he knows the harshness of society. Step 2, pluck the feathers as the wild goose passes by. Not a single treasure inside can be left behind. Step 3, and the most difficult one, is to figure out whether those 2 old dragons are truly dead. For this operation, I decided to arm myself to the teeth. When out and about, a boy must protect himself. I rushed into my lab warehouse and began picking and choosing. This soul-exploding bomb, taller than a person, has decent power. It should be fine to send a titled Douluo to the afterlife, so I'll take it. This stack of teleportation symbols. A useful tool for retreating when you can't win, focuses on strategic withdrawal, so I'll take that too. And this dust-covered formation plate, my masterpiece. The 12 Zodiac killing formation. As long as I can trick people into it, those below God level 1T be able to get out. Even a titled Douluo will shed some skin if they go in, so it must come with me. By the time I came out, I had cleared out more than half of the warehouse, and I had several storage rings in hand. Sigh, the rings are still too small. They only hold enough supplies for a national destruction war, but I'll make do. I publicly announced that I would retreat once again, but in reality, it was a direct performance of shedding the golden cicada's shell. I contacted Bibi Dong using a soul guide and arranged to meet her at the entrance of the sunset forest outside of Heavendo City. That night, with a dark moon and high winds, I donned my night gear and skillfully climbed over the academy's wall. Wow, this feeling is just like escaping from evening study back in the day. When I arrived at the agreed location, Bibi Dong had already been there. As soon as she saw me, she jumped straight into my arms. I patted her head and said, "All right, the important matters come first. Let's go." Once we entered the sunset forest, I had Bibi Dong unleash her titled Douluo's kingly aura, and along the way, all the beasts bowed down. Not even a reckless soul beast dared to approach us. My spiritual sense was like a radar, scanning 360 degrees without any blind spots. Soon, I captured a peculiar energy fluctuation interwoven with ice and fire. Found it. I grabbed Bibi Dong and rushed in that direction. Before long, we arrived at the outskirts of the 2 mountains. Just as Bibi Dong was about to charge indirectly, I pulled her back. Wait, there's a poison zone ahead. She looked at me in confusion, as if to say that a mere poison Douluo could be dealt with in an instant. Be careful. That old poison master has set up a poison array. I explained while taking out 2 metal balls and handing one to her. The ball transformed in her hand into a super cool, tight-fitting protective suit. Seeing her blush as she put it on, I knew her thoughts were getting a bit unhealthy again. I also put on a piece of clothing and quietly sneaked in with her. My consciousness had already locked onto the exact center of the Ice and Fire 2 instrument's eye, where an old guy, exuding a nauseating aura, was definitely Douluo. What bad luck. I was still hoping to secretly move everything away. We stood directly on the peak of a nearby mountain, unabashedly releasing our aura. And the powerful pressure instantly scared the soul beasts within a 10-mile radius into a panic. Douluo, who was suppressing toxins in the spring, was abruptly awakened by this pressure, and a surge of furious anger rose up in him. With a long howl, he exclaimed, "Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a green figure rushed out from the valley. I looked at that figure, a smile curling at the corners of my mouth, and said softly to Bibi Dong beside me, "Dong, the good show is about to begin. Remember, just beat him half to death, don't kill him. I still have use for him later." Bibi Dong nodded, her gaze instantly turning sharp. As Douluo rushed out, he immediately saw the two of us on the mountain peak. When he recognized Bibidong's unparalleled beauty, he was struck as if by lightning, his heart racing wildly, and his mind began to frantically calculate an escape route. Damn it! How could the Pope of the Spirit Hall come here in person? How did she know I was here? This is bad. My mind is still buzzing over here. While Douluo has already started his extreme one-for-one operation. Let me tell you, that old guy is really ruthless. Watching Bibidong's deadly palm coming at him. He actually didn't dodge or evade. He took it head-on, just like a gambler, betting his entire fortune. He used the force for being knocked away to accelerate and pounce towards me. Good heavens, with blood on his face and a sinister smile. One hand was about to lock around my throat, while he shouted, "Kid, cooperate with me, and we can both survive. Family, who understands?" In that moment, I was a bit dazed. This guy is truly decisive. But he calculated everything wrong in one aspect. He thought I was a soft persimmon that he could just squeeze. I executed a backhand move, directly blocking his arm, and with my right hand clenched into a fist, I used no soul power, just pure physical strength. Delivering a solid punch that left him speechless, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, which I disdainfully waved away, then grabbed his arm and spun him around like a hammer throw, sending him flying back to Bibidong with a side kick. The entire process was smooth and fast, like it was on double speed. Douluo was flying in midair, his eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning who I was and where I was. He probably couldn't comprehend how the power of a Soul King could be more outrageous than that of titled Dalu. Bibidong was also shocked, but her reaction was quick. She casually intercepted him and sealed Douluo's soul power by gripping his neck. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, staring at me as if she was meeting me for the first time. I also pretended to look at my fists and mutter to myself, "It's not that I'm strong. It's just that this old poison is too weak. Yes, it must be like that." I cleared my throat, flew over, and took the unconscious Douluo from Bibidong's hands, calmly instructing, "Donger, guard outside for me. I'm going in to take care of some business." Bibidong obediently nodded. Before she came out, she had told the Wuhuan Hall that she would be in seclusion, so she had plenty of time. I, carrying Douluo, jumped directly into the valley of the ice and fire Yin-Yang-I. The wind howled, waking Douluo up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized he was in free fall from a great height. His soul power was sealed, and his eyes nearly popped out from fear. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Master, what? What do you want to do? Just give me a straight answer." I grinned and said, "Hey, accelerate." After landing, I tied him up tightly with a rope and tossed him aside without a care. Let me tell you, my eyes were wide open in amazement. As I looked around, it was all treasures. The Eye of Ice and Fire had one half with boiling red spring water and the other half with chilling white spring water, surrounded by various sparkling fairy herbs and spiritual medicines. The fragrant smell of medicinal herbs in the air made me feel like I could ascend on the spot with just one breath. Just as I was excitedly taking out my small shovel, ready to start digging, Douluo beside me said in a low voice, "Kid, do you know what these are before you dare to touch them? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death?" I couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight to a large pink flower. This is the legendary fragrant and exquisite fairy product. I carefully uprooted it along with the soil. My goal was not just to pick a few herbs. I intended to take everything from this paradise of the ice and fire to Yin-I. No, I was going to pack up the entire place. So, like an old farmer, I began to transplant these treasures, working diligently from the bright sun until the moon was up, being meticulous for fear of damaging the roots. In the end, I counted my haul, 12 fairy products, over 100 spirit herbs, and countless ordinary medicinal materials. Simply a windfall overnight. After collecting the treasures, I looked at the unconscious Douluo, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and decided to explore the secrets beneath this spring, the Dragon Tomb. I took a deep breath and plunged into the scalding red spring water. To be honest, my physical strength made this feel just like soaking in a hot spring. I felt nothing at all. Underwater, I used my spiritual consciousness to scan inch by inch, and finally, in a deep area, I discovered a void space that could devour my consciousness. I marked the location, surfaced to catch my breath, and then dove down again, this time with a clear target. I quickly found the entrance to the spatial fluctuation. Without hesitation, I reached out, and a tremendous suction pulled me inside. After a dizzying whirlwind, I found myself in a vast red space. The entire space was surprisingly supported by an enormous dragon skeleton that was incredibly massive. As soon as I entered, the overwhelming dragon pressure nearly made me kneel, but fortunately, the deity in my sea of consciousness automatically glowed to protect me, instantly dispelling the pressure. I reached out to touch the gigantic dragon bone, and suddenly, a memory surged into my mind. Who understands, family? That scene was simply the Pro-Max version of a celestial battle. Countless powerful beings with indistinguishable faces and divine dragons were fighting in the starry sky, shattering the continent. In the end, I witnessed two massive dragons, one engulfed in fire and the other in ice, being pierced by a single shot from a fierce warrior, and they fell. After watching this epic CGI, I felt numb. I felt like just a small fry. The Fire Dragon King was so formidable in life, yet he was still taken down in an instant. I walked towards the dragon's head, which was a full 10,000 feet long, and it took me quite a while to get there. When I reached the head, I found another dragon corpse, a white one, seemingly lifelike, and it was even still breathing. I was so startled that I almost turned and ran away. But when I used my spiritual sense to scan it, I discovered it was indeed completely dead, with not a trace of life energy. Only then did I muster up the courage to approach it. Suddenly, with a roar, a tiny white dragon floated out from the enormous dragon head, cradling a dragon pearl in its arms. The dragon pearl flashed and projected the image of a woman in white. She held the little white dragon and began to tell a sorrowful tale. In short, the Ice Dragon Queen, after her death, used all her essence along with that of the Fire Dragon King to conceive this vengeful child, hoping that a destined person could take it out to avenge the Dragon Clan and return to the divine realm in the future. By the end of her story, she was nearly mad, likely due to her final obsession. As the light curtain dispersed, the dragon pearl flew back into the little white dragon's embrace. The little white dragon, holding the pearl, shed a tear. Immediately after, the lifelike corpse of the Ice Dragon Queen turned into dry bones. The entire space was showered with blood rain, all dragon blood essence, gathering into a small stream flowing towards me. How can I be polite? Hurry up and take out the largest storage soul guide and start collecting like crazy. And that little white dragon was wrapped in a sea of red clouds, eventually transforming into a huge fiery red dragon egg. I walked over and touched it. The dragon egg shook, and a new consciousness surprisingly greeted me. Hey, I directly said to the dragon egg, little guy, from now on you'll stick with me. Call me your master, and I'll take care of you. Having settled all this space even rewarded me with a gift, the core of space control, a tombstone. I immediately placed a soul mark on it, and from now on, this place will be surnamed Su. I returned to the shore holding the dragon egg, first placing it in the spring water of the Yin and Yang Eye. Before going to wake up Douluo, this old guy was sleeping so soundly that when I called him, he looked quite annoyed and said, "What is it? Are you going to kill me, or let me go?" After saying that, he even turned over. I looked at his disheveled appearance and thought that taming him would be a bit challenging, but I needed his poison to work on the battlefield. I cleared my throat and asked a pointless question, "Old poison, do you want to live or die?" He sat up, looking indifferent as if he didn't care. What does it mean to want to die? And what does it mean to want to live? If you want to die, I can fulfill that wish right now. If you want to live, it depends on you. I only said half of it and let him figure it out. After a long silence, he finally caved. I want to live. What should I do? Only I am supreme. You must only listen to me. As soon as these words came out, he fell silent again, and the pride of the title Douluo began to make him struggle. I realized I needed to add some more pressure. I looked at him expressionlessly and said word by word, "Douluo, you are sick." This sentence directly blew him up. You are the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. What have I done to provoke you? It's one thing for you to hit me, but now you want to take my treasure and expect me to be your dog. Woo-woo. Goodness, a level 90 plus title Douluo suddenly cried out loud, crying as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting, with snot and tears everywhere, lamenting the injustice of heaven and saying how wronged he felt. I was so annoyed by his crying that I shouted in anger, "Stop! Listen to me." Only then did he quiet down, sniffling. I softened my tone. When I say you have a problem, I mean you're poisoned, affected by your own martial spirit. I also know how to solve it. Do you want to hear? Douluo was instantly dumbfounded, staring at me blankly. How? How do you know? Who am I? This little thing can't be hidden from me. Although he was still mumbling under his breath, his expression had changed. I knew he was intrigued. Of course, there's no free lunch in the world. I shifted my tone. He fell silent again. I directly threw out my trump card. Old Poison Master, you're not afraid of dying, but what about your poor granddaughter? How old is she? And she has to endure this toxic torment with you. Can you bear it? This statement completely shattered his psychological defenses. He finally made up his mind. All right, I agree, but you have to first detoxify me, then help my granddaughter. Deal. I readily agreed. I didn't plan to let BB Dong know about this. It was my own trump card. After dealing with Douluo, I gave him a few instructions and sent him off to be watched by BB Dong. As for me, I was about to undertake a monumental task. Moving a mountain. That's right. My plan was to pack up the entire mountain where the ice and fire yin-yang I was located and move it back to my academy. To achieve this, I spent a month setting up a super complex mountain moving formation all over the mountain, and I also conveniently cut and separated the dragon tomb space, sending it back in advance. Now everything was ready. All that was missing was a huge commotion to attract the attention of the entire continent, giving me 3 days' time. I found Bibi Dong and gave her a few iron balls I had newly developed, asking her to find a deserted place to drop them off and then leave quickly, with the rest being none of her concern. Bibi Dong took my big flower and left. As for me, I quietly waited in the mountains. We agreed to get it done within a day. As dusk fell, the sunset was stunningly beautiful. Suddenly, from the direction of the Douluo forest, a terrifying shockwave swept through, followed by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the entire Douluo continent. I was stunned on the spot. The noise was just too loud, right? Immediately after, deep within the Douluo forest, angry dragon roars echoed, and the top spirit beasts of the entire forest went berserk. That aura was as if ancient giant beasts had awakened, roaring madly to find a culprit. At this very moment, far away in the papal hall, Bibi Dong had long lost her previous calmness, her face filled with terror, constantly murmuring, "No man's land? No man's land. I've caused a huge disaster. I must not let anyone else know. Besides Tao, no one would know about this." But little did she know, Brother Tao, was about to explode with anger. At that moment, I just blurted out, "What the hell? This tiger woman." I told her it's an uninhabited place. What's going on in her head? Isn't the vast desert and Gobi appealing? Why does she have to throw me into the starry forest? Does anyone understand this? This move is just like throwing a cigarette, but into a barrel of explosives, aiming for a precise detonation. It's too wild, too reckless. From now on, any job with a bit of technical content should not involve her. Forget it, forget it. Cursing won't help. If the sky falls, we'll deal with it later. First, I need to move my precious treasure, the Eye of Ice and Fire, back home. I may curse fiercely, but my actions are swift. Once the formation is activated, guess what happens? The entire mountain is uprooted. Just like pulling out a giant radish, it rises with a hum. Then with a set of optical camouflage, the whole mountain goes invisible, disappearing right on the spot. I just stand by the lake of my ice and fire eyes, crossing my legs, not needing to worry about the direction at all. This mountain-moving formation comes with fully automatic navigation. Once I set the coordinates, it flies straight to the academy, and I just act as a human power bank, pouring in soul power, and that's it. You wouldn't believe it, but compared to the world-destroying explosion created by Bibi Dong, my sneaky act of stealing a mountain is as quiet as a mosquito buzzing. Besides scaring off a few unintelligent soul beasts, nobody noticed a thing. While I was humming a little tune and moving the mountain, the top experts on the continent had all been blown to the scene. Goodness, let me tell you, that scene was like a meeting of deities. The old man Dalu flapped the pairs of bird wings on his back a few times and was the first to arrive. But when he got there, the fiercest beasts from the Douluo forest were even earlier. After all, their home had been blown up. Who wouldn't be anxious? The explosion site was a horrific sight, a giant pit over a kilometer in diameter, still emitting strange energy, corroding everything around it. Dalu felt a bit uneasy, saying that this place would become a wasteland in the future. Those fierce beasts were gathered around the heavily injured dark gold terror claw bear, tending to its wounds. Upon seeing Dalu, the big boss Emperor Tian immediately started yelling, "Dalu, you humans must give us an explanation for this." Dalu didn't want to be there in the first place. He knew nothing about it, and he shot back. "Explanation? All I can say is we didn't do it, believe it or not. If you don't believe it, let us fight. I'm not afraid of you. Just look at that. The limit Douluo is so tough." As soon as he said that, the fierce beasts that had just been roaring fell silent. Just when the atmosphere turned icy, the barely alive dark gold terror claw bear woke up and weakly muttered to Emperor Tian, "Before the explosion, no one came here." Well, there it was. The truth was out. Emperor Tian and the others exchanged glances, picked up their injured brother, and without saying a word, retreated to the core area of the forest. Before leaving, they even huffed at Dalu, implying, "This isn't over. We'll save our own first and find the culprit ourselves." Once those fierce beasts were gone, Dalu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Start a war? What nonsense. He was just tough on the outside. If it really came to a fight, he alone wouldn't be enough to deal with a bunch of ancient monsters that had existed for tens of thousands of years. He clicked his tongue at the big pit beneath his feet and slipped away. At this point, the entire continent was in an uproar. No one wanted to be hit like this. Major factions were frantically investigating. And what was the result? They investigated to no avail. They couldn't even figure out the principle of the explosion, let alone find the culprit. The funniest part? Bibi Dong. She also pretended to come out of seclusion, sending a bunch of people to investigate, acting more serious than anyone else. I tell you, this sister must have been panicking inside, putting on an act here. The Oscars owe her a little golden statue. After a week passed, and things calmed down, she finally felt relieved. Meanwhile, while the major factions were drooling over that big pit, I had quietly set up my new mountain in the back of the academy, surrounded by layers upon layers of formations, ensuring that no one could discover it. Then I returned to the island and the lake, continuing my life of teaching and fishing. Explosion? What explosion? What does it have to do with a cultured person like me running an academy? The things that Tigress did have nothing to do with me. Brother Taozi, absolutely nothing. In the end, this incident became a mystery, historically known as the Dark Gold Mansion explosion mystery. My little days passed by like this, day by day, until 2 weeks later, an old man came to my door with his granddaughter. This man was Douluo. As soon as I saw his greenish face, I knew the real deal had arrived. I said directly to him, "Old Poison, first arrange for your granddaughter to be placed in the nearby intermediate college. And we can talk about your matters later." Douluo was also a clever person and understood immediately. After settling his granddaughter, he followed me alone to the center of the lake island. I won't waste time talking to him and directly make an offer. 2 options. First, find a powerful soul bone, and I will help you inject the poison into it. But this process is slow. If you're too anxious, your entire cultivation might be ruined. As soon as Douluo heard this, he immediately asked, "What about my granddaughter?" I waved my hand and said, "Your granddaughter is not a problem at all. The main issue is you. Your entire cultivation is tied to the poison. It's a bit tricky if you want to preserve your cultivation while also wanting to detoxify. So what's the second option?" He seemed anxious. I chuckled and dropped a bombshell. "Have you heard of the companion beast?" Of course, he had heard of it, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. I explained to him. Simply put, it's about completely separating your toxic martial soul from your body, allowing it to become a living being that can exist independently, which is the companion beast. This way, the source of the poison is gone. And with your title Douluo Foundation, won't you easily resolve the residual toxins in your body? As soon as I finished speaking, Douluo was completely stunned. Then, a title Douluo over 90 levels cried in front of me, tears streaming down his face, clearly heartbroken, probably recalling his son who was tortured to death by this damned poison. Once he calmed down, I continued, "If you want to create a companion beast, you first need to catch a suitable soul beast as raw material. You and your granddaughter should each catch one, preferably of the same type." Douluo listened intently, treating my words like a decree. I told him to go catch the soul beast. I would take care of the rest. To be honest, I had never done this before either. Using a title Douluo for an experiment was a first for me. It was practically a gamble. If successful, he would be reborn, and I would gain data, a win-win situation. If it failed, I could save my life, but as for my cultivation, I would have to rely on luck. After Douluo left, I found myself idle again. That old toxin expert was really efficient, heading straight back to his lair in the Sunset Forest. He was familiar with the route, heading directly to a snake cave behind a waterfall. To my surprise, it was home to a nest of phosphor snake kings. The most impressive part was that the Snake King was 80,000 years old, just one rank below his martial soul, the Phosphor Snake Emperor, perfect material. He aimed to capture it alive. He unleashed poison into the cave. His title, Douluo toxin, was a lethal anesthetic for his kind, knocking out the entire family of snakes, 2 10,000-year-olds and several thousand-year-olds. Only the 80,000-year-old Snake King was barely holding on, flicking its tongue at him. Douluo ignored it completely, pulled out an enormous burlap sack from his ring, and delivered a punch to the Snake King's head, knocking it out cold. Then he bundled all the snakes up and stuffed them into the sack. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. A band Douluo came back like a newly stocked vendor, carrying a huge burlap sack. He climbed over the wall into the academy, headed straight for my island in the middle of the lake. From a distance, he saw me still fishing and didn't disturb me. He just tossed the sack to the ground, pointed at it, and then turned around and ran off to gather herbs again, not saying a single word the entire time. It was all about extreme delivery, maximizing efficiency. I rowed my small boat to the shore, looking at the bulging sack and feeling both amused and helpless. This old poison is truly remarkable. It really took out an entire nest, didn't it? I carefully opened the sack, and a huge snakehead suddenly popped out, startling me. Damn, although I've seen scarier things than Bibi Dong's transformation, I still have a physiological fear of snakes. However, the main thing is important. I directly moved the largest 80,000-year old phosphor snake king to the transformation array and began to pour in energy like crazy. Let me tell you, the energy needed for this transformation is at least 500 times that of transforming a 1,000-year-old soul beast. I was afraid it wouldn't be enough, so I directly set it to 1,000 times the amount. The array was activated, and the transformation began. This process is not painful for soul beasts. On the contrary, it's quite comfortable, so the Snake King struggled a couple of times and then just laid down to enjoy it. I estimated the time, and by the time Douluo returned, everything would be ready. A week later, the array alarmed, and the transformation was complete. Just as I was putting away the freshly minted mimic soul beast, I sensed that Douluo had returned. This old man looked worn out and tired. He almost ran across the entire continent to find a frost snow lotus. As soon as we met, he hurriedly asked, "When do we start? What's the rush?" I told him to take a nap first, get his state back to full. Everything is ready, just waiting for him. I stayed up all night, handling all the medicinal materials and making thorough preparations. The next afternoon, Douluo arrived, looking refreshed. I led him to a barren area on the back mountain, had him sit cross-legged, and meticulously explained all the precautions to him. "I'm ready," he shouted. "Begin." I directly threw the sealed mimetic phosphor Snake King into the formation. The colorful energy instantly connected him with the mimetic soul beast. His martial soul automatically manifested, and then came the most crucial step, martial soul separation. With the combination of my formation and his efforts, his phosphor Snake Emperor martial soul was forcefully extracted from his body and slowly floated towards a mimetic soul beast. Next came the fusion. I was initially worried that the high rank of the Snake Emperor martial soul would reject the Snake King, becoming a mimetic soul beast. To my surprise, the Snake Emperor martial soul actually opened its mouth wide and began to devour the mimetic soul beast bite by bite. This was truly fantastic news. The devouring process lasted for a day and a night. Once completed, I immediately increased the power of the formation and began to forcibly modify the fused martial soul. The martial soul screamed and struggled in pain for 2 whole days, but eventually, the madness in its eyes faded, replaced by a lively sparkle. It worked. The companion beast was born. It looked curiously at the closed-eyed Douluo, and a natural sense of intimacy arose. Under the influence of the formation, it transformed from an illusory martial soul state into a solid form. But due to the quality of the materials being insufficient, it shrank in size, devolving from the Snake Emperor to the Snake King. But don't worry, there's one last step. After another day, Douluo and the companion beast established a complete connection. Seeing that the timing was right, I took out my treasure, the spirit gathering bottle, which contained a massive amount of pure energy. I shouted at him, "Douluo, now, break through." He responded to my call, and his soul power surged violently against the bottleneck. Crack! With a crisp sound, the level 91 bottleneck that had troubled him for many years shattered. He instantly stepped into level 92. But that is not all. The pure energy from the gathering spirit bottle surged into his body like it was free. A part was absorbed by him, while most flowed towards his spirit beast. Crack, crack. 2 more crisp sounds followed, and his cultivation directly skyrocketed to level 93. Finally, it stabilized at the peak of level 93. It was too fast. His foundation was unstable, and further absorption was useless. Meanwhile, his spirit beast also successfully evolved again under the catalysis of this energy, transforming back into the biphosphorus Serpent King. When Douluo woke up from his breakthrough, I pointed at the imposing biphosphorus Serpent King and smiled at him. "Congratulations. The operation was very successful. The source of poison has been removed, and you can slowly clear the remaining toxins yourself." Douluo's expression at that moment was a mix of excitement and gratitude. He almost knelt down to me. He reached out to touch the head of his spirit beast, which affectionately rubbed against his palm. This little creature could also control its size, shrinking instantly and wrapping around Douluo's neck like a scarf. By the way, I suddenly remembered, try using your martial soul true body. Without a second thought, Douluo did it on the spot. The next second, I was stunned. A nearly 100-meter-long prehistoric giant python appeared right in front of me. Its momentum was much stronger than before. So powerful. His soul power had doubled. The giant serpent spoke human words, its voice filled with shock. I quickly moved back a bit and shouted at him, all right, change back quickly and come over here, so we can talk about what this feeling is all about." That guy transformed back into human form and ran over excitedly. His expression looked like he had just won 5 million. The big snake beside him also reappeared, but looked a bit wilted, clearly drained from the fusion earlier. Douluo hurriedly put it away, then rushed in front of me, so excited that he could barely speak. Dean, this feeling, I'm telling you. After the fusion, when I activated my martial soul true form, my combat power doubled. A full double. Good heavens, I was shocked at that moment. Doubled? What kind of technology and fierce move did you just unleash? I'm the kind of person who loves to dig deeper, so I directly asked him, so powerful? No side effects? Is your kidney okay? Such a massive increase in strength is not scientific. He paused for a moment, thought carefully for a long time, then shook his head in confusion. It seems. Really no feeling at all. Maybe I didn't activate it for long enough. I thought this was not right. Something unusual must have a reason behind it. I pointed at him and said, let your snake out again. I will personally interrogate it. Douluo looked at me as if I were an idiot, probably thinking to himself, has the Dean gone crazy with research, talking to Soul Beast? But he didn't dare to argue and obediently brought out the Bai Lin Snake Emperor that had just settled down to rest. The snake looked bewildered, its eyes full of confusion, asking, what happened to our mutual protection? I was too lazy to waste words with him, so I directly activated my spiritual sense and connected with that little snake's mind. I asked it what price it had to pay for being so fierce just now. And guess what? There was indeed a price. But this price was all borne by that little brother himself. I tell you, in order to prevent that old bone of Douluo from being shattered by the violent energy, it used its own body as a shock absorber, helping him withstand a large part of the impact. If this goes on for a long time, Douluo will be fine, but it will be seriously injured. Does anyone understand? I was immediately filled with jealousy. Other people's companion beasts are like warm little quilts, focusing on companionship and protection. And then there's my own husky at home, who spends all day marking its territory in the academy. It's simply a disaster waiting to happen. Comparing people makes you die. Comparing beasts makes you throw them away. Douluo saw my face turning green and pale and thought something serious had happened, nervously asking, Dean, is there really a question? I waved my hand, nodded, and sighed. There's a cost, but all of it was shouldered by your precious little one. It was worried that your old body couldn't handle it, so it took most of the energy impact for you. Use it carefully from now on, or it might be in trouble. The Emerald Serpent King seemed to understand and nuzzled its head against Douluo's hand in a very obedient manner. Douluo froze completely, his expression incredibly complicated. After a long while, he touched the snake's head and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect that at my age. I could gain another family member. I gave him a big eye roll directly. This old Versailles, I don't want to deal with him anymore. I turned around to start cleaning up the mess, and just as I finished, I saw my precious daughter, Su, running towards me with tears streaming down her face. I quickly scooped her into my arms, feeling heartbroken. Oh, my little princess, who bullied you? Tell Daddy, and Daddy will take care of them. But she sniffled and said, no, nobody bullied me. It's just, I lost the food that Daddy gave me. As soon as I heard it, I understood. Wow. I previously took that energy storage spirit bottle of hers to upgrade it for Douluo, and I hurried off without telling her. That bottle is like a snack jar for her, and now that it's lost, how could she not be anxious and cry? I quickly took out the bottle that had already deflated a bit from my pocket and handed it to her, sincerely apologizing. I didn't lose it. It's with Dad. Blame Dad for not telling you when I took it. It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. The little girl immediately stopped crying and happily accepted the bottle. But after just 2 seconds, her little mouth pouted again, looking at me with a displeased expression. Dad, why is there so much less food inside? Did you steal my snacks? I was stunned for a moment. Who among my family understands? My reputation as the Dean is ruined. As a father, I was caught red-handed by my own daughter stealing snacks. I was so embarrassed that I could almost dig my toes into the ground. So I quickly admitted my mistake. It's Daddy's fault. I'll double the compensation for you later. After saying that, I shot a death glare at the real culprit behind me. Douluo was already feeling awkward, and when I glared at him like that, his old face turned beet red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After sending my daughter away, I led Douluo into my laboratory. The old guy had been holding it in all the way, and now he finally couldn't help it. Dean, was that just now, your daughter? The grain she mentioned is, without looking back, I made up a reason for him. Well, she's my biological child. She was born weak and needs pure energy to sustain her life. That stuff is like food for her. I didn't care whether he believed it or not, as long as this matter couldn't be known by a third person. And guess what? This honest guy actually believed it. The look of guilt on his face was unbelievable. I led him to a fully enclosed treatment room, had him clean himself up before entering, and then I operated the control panel outside, spraying my specially formulated potion inside. This stuff was specifically designed to counteract his snake venom. I instructed him to circulate his energy to absorb it, and once I saw him stabilize, I withdrew. Detoxification is a slow process, and I had more important matters to attend to. For the following month, Douluo seemed to have moved into a nursing home, soaking in medicinal baths every day, detoxifying and cultivating. Once the toxins in his body were cleared, he urgently brought his granddaughter Yan over. Yan's integration process went smoothly, but detoxifying her was more troublesome. I estimated it would take at least half a year. After briefing them on precautions, I left the two of them there. I certainly didn't have time to be a babysitter every day. In the past 2 years, I've been preparing a big move. I plan to turn the Dragon King tomb that I moved back into a super cultivation holy land. It will be shaped like a tower with 99 floors, corresponding to the 99 levels of Soul Masters. Each floor will be a trial level, getting more and more challenging as you go up. I intend to cram all my lifelong knowledge into the last 9 floors, which will be accessible only to my direct disciples. This project, let me tell you, is ridiculously grand. I've drawn hundreds of design blueprints, not to mention the rare materials, which are simply money-burning. For this, I've pulled out most of my savings, and even asked Bibi Dong for help to scour the continent for materials. I've also held several soul guide auctions to raise funds. After a whole year of this, I barely managed to gather enough materials. But the worst part? My system has been stuck since the last task settlement, directly crashing for a year. I can't claim rewards, can't draw lots, and the soul power feedback for helping kids awaken their martial souls is gone, leaving my cultivation stagnant at level 54. I'm only 25, and I've already started contemplating retiring at 40 to make way for my disciple Lu Huang. With the preparatory work done, I locked myself in the laboratory for another year. Spring has passed, and autumn has come. 2 years have gone by just like that. Today, the main structure of the cultivation tower has finally been completed. All that's left is to engrave the formations and fill in the trial content, which is not urgent. I decided to take a break for a couple of days and see if the academy has changed dramatically in my absence over these 2 years. I found my precious disciple, Lu Huang, first. Let me tell you, I have a hidden skill. I can sense the loyalty of those who have learned from me with just a thought. So I absolutely trust this kid. Although I haven't seen him for 2 years, and he still looks like a little brat, his demeanor is much more composed now. I poured him a cup of tea and smiled, asking, "You little rascal, has the outside world gone crazy while I was in seclusion for 2 years?" He respectfully took the tea and wiped his sweat, saying, "It's all right, generally stable. It's just that 1 or 2 deputy deans are a bit restless and want to stir up trouble." He continued, half a year into my seclusion. Someone started fanning the flames, wanting to make the core technology of our Awakening Academy public. Goodness, they're trying to dig up my roots. Lu Huang decisively dealt with those people, physically eliminating them all. What surprised me most was that most of the troublemakers were actually teachers from a Soul Guide Academy. Lu Huang followed the clues and found that this incident was related to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ungrateful wolves. I made the decision on the spot. No need to investigate further, halt all cooperation with them. Money can be earned back, but if they think they can steal from me, they have another thing coming. As for those 2 agitated deputy deans, Lu Huang was quite cunning. He had already stripped them of their power and deliberately left them alone, waiting for me to come out of seclusion to deal with them and establish authority. The next day, I directly summoned all the leadership for a meeting. In the meeting, I first praised Lu Huang fiercely, then lightly criticized a few who were inactive. Finally, I tossed several documents onto the table for them to circulate. On those documents were solid evidence of the 2 deputy deans' corruption and collusion. Everyone's faces changed. Those 2 were so pale they looked like paper, and they suddenly kneeled down, begging me for mercy. I shook my head, expressionless, and said 4 words, "Go in peace." After dealing with these trivial matters, I spent another month thoroughly reorganizing the academy with Lu Huang, making sure everyone knew that this kid was my confirmed successor. Once everything was back on track, I returned to my leisurely life of fishing and playing chess. One day, while I was fishing with Douluo, I suddenly heard a ding in my mind. Task settlement successful. Wow. I was so excited that I almost threw my fishing rod. I casually found an excuse with Douluo and ran to my yard, closed the door, and my voice was trembling. "System, you're back." The next second, a little blue sprite appeared out of nowhere, flying around me, and said in a baby voice, "Master, it's so nice to see you again." I don't have time to reminisce with it, so I quickly opened the task panel. Sure enough, the task reward for the Eye of Ice and Fire can finally be claimed. Holy Master Domain. I clicked to receive without hesitation. In that instant, I felt as if I was pulled away from reality, and before me was a vast and boundless sea of stars. Beneath the starry sea, countless beings were prostrating on the ground, worshipping in one direction, their eyes filled with fervent faith. I looked in the direction they were worshipping, and there was a void of starry sky, with nothing there, yet it seemed like everything was there. Soon after, a gigantic face projection appeared at the highest point of that void. I was stunned at that moment, this face. Why does it look so familiar? Oh my God, isn't that me? Just as I recognized myself, the entire starry universe spun around, transforming into torrents that crazily surged into my body. I feel like I'm about to explode. When I opened my eyes again, wow, I was still sitting in the same place, but behind my head with a sudden duong, a golden halo appeared like a Buddha. But the aura is completely different. It's not that incense-burning, worshipping vibe, but rather, how should I put it? A kind of righteous spirit that sets an example for others. So handsome that I felt a bit embarrassed myself. The key point is that something has been added to my mind. I'm telling you, I've comprehended. I've awakened something called a domain. The name is a bit plain, called a Sage Master Domain, but the effect is simply incredible. This thing has no offensive power. But as long as someone enters my territory and is not 3 levels higher than me, they have to treat me with utmost respect and sincerely believe in me. If someone truly acknowledges me, hey, they directly worship me on the spot, and it will be permanently effective. Even if they're a tough nut who refuses to acknowledge me, it doesn't matter, as long as they are in my domain. They won't be able to lay a hand on me, because their own conscience will condemn them fiercely. Does anyone understand? Family? This is no longer just a skill. This is a rule-level physical cheat. I was feeling quite pleased when I suddenly remembered that I still hadn't figured out what happened when the system crashed earlier. I quickly summoned the little blue system sprite. As soon as it appeared, it buzzed around me, giggling. I hurriedly called out to it. Hey, blue buddy. Stop spinning for a moment. What happened with the system before? It came to a sudden stop in front of me, raised its hand, and gave a salute. Grinning as it said, "Report, Master." That wasn't a crash. You completed a task, and the system is upgrading. The little bug in between was just a display issue. Wow, so it was a version update. No wonder the interface got stuck. After the update, it seems the main feature is companionship. And it even provided me with an intelligent AI. Curious, I asked, what new features have been added this time? The blue buddy puts hands on its hips and proudly said, the main improvement is enhancing user experience, which means they've added me. Hee. After saying that, it started flying around me again. I was dizzy from his spinning words. So I quickly interrupted him and asked the question I've always wanted to know. Blue Fatty, do you know how I got here? Do I still have a chance to go home? The blue fatty, who had just been cheerful, suddenly fell silent, and his tone became low. I'm sorry, Master, I don't have any information on that. I felt a jolt in my heart, but I was still unwilling to give up and pressed on. So, what about the possibility? Is there a chance to go back? What do I need to do? I didn't expect that he would know the answer to this question. He instantly reverted to his cheerful self, as happy as a 200-pound child. I know this. Master, as long as you can stand at the peak of this world, you will have the opportunity to go to other worlds. It is also possible to return to your hometown. Who understands what family means? Just with that one sentence, the flickering flame in my heart reignited. I'd always thought I could never go back, and I just planned to muddle through my days here. But now it was different. Even if the chance was slim, it was still a chance. Let's do it. I calmed myself down. And the blue fat guy started introducing new features again. Now the system can be directly controlled by voice, and the system mall has undergone a major overhaul, with products randomly refreshed every month. Most importantly, system currency can now be directly exchanged for gold soul coins. How to recharge? My eyes lit up. 1,000 gold soul coins can be exchanged for 1 system coin, Master. Damn, this exchange rate is really a money grab. I curled my lip but still charged in 1,000,000 gold soul coins first, exchanging for 100 system coins to see what it was like. I opened them all and filtered for items under 100 system coins. Well, as soon as I opened it, I saw an old friend, the Foundation Establishment pill. 10 system coins each. I casually asked, does the system recycle this thing? Yes, it does. The system offers a 90% discount for recycling. Great. The nature of the profiteer is fully exposed. I can sell what I refine myself for the same discount, so I might as well sell it outside. I continued to flip through, and suddenly 2 materials caught my attention. Starlight Sapphire and Sunken Silver. These are top-tier materials for making storage soul tools. Precious items that are priceless. Starlight Sapphire is 10 coins for 100 grams, and Sunken Silver is 5 coins for 100 grams. The prices are decent. Blue Fatty, give me 5 of each. With a wave of my hand, 75 system coins were gone. There are only 25 left in my account. Not much I can buy now. Huh, what's this? Spirit rice seeds, a packet costs 20 coins, even more expensive than Foundation establishment pills. What is the use of this rice? I asked Blue Fatty. Master, this is a great item. Mortals who eat it can improve their talent and prolong their life, and it tastes amazing. But it has very high requirements for the growing environment. Your lake island is still a bit lacking. As soon as I heard it, I was tempted. Isn't this just a standard feature in cultivation novels? But what if the environment isn't suitable? Master, don't you have a secret realm? The Dragon Tomb. If we renovate a bit, it should work. A single sentence from the Blue Fatty woke me up. That's right. How could I forget that place? Buy it. I must buy it. After spending the money, I only had 5 coins left in my pocket. But I closed the shop with satisfaction and opened the newly refreshed task panel. Guess what? The system asked me to form a team to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Soul fighting competition across the continent. Isn't this just like the national competition for high school students? The system really knows how to give me things to do. The rewards were quite enticing, with a tiered structure that could be stacked. Just for participating, I would receive a recipe for a Peiyuan Dan. If I made it to the top 10, I would get a set of sword formations. If I made it to the top 3, I would receive blueprints for a flying soul guide device. And if I won the championship, I would be directly rewarded with a random martial arts manual. This task was practically a gift. Although I knew that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was incredibly strong and winning the championship was basically impossible, I couldn't return empty-handed. Moreover, I wanted to take this opportunity to showcase my students who had fused with their accompanying beasts and promote my accompanying beast system. Without further ado, I immediately went to the academy to arrange the selection process, letting them first select 20 elites. There was no rush. The competition was still 2 years away. Then I took that bag of precious spirit rice seeds and dove into the Dragon Tomb space. The place was just as it had been, with 2 enormous dragon bones lying on the ground and the dragon eggs still hatching at the eye of ice and fire. I chose the piece of land under the dragon's head where the energy was most concentrated, preparing to cultivate and farm right there. First, I set up a spirit gathering array, then took out a giant energy-storing soul guiding device I specially made called the Milk Warehouse, and poured all the stored spiritual energy into the array, effectively accelerating the maturation of the land's environment. After waiting for 3 days, the land transformation was complete. During these 3 days, I didn't idle either. I'd already sprouted the spirit rice seeds. Another 10 days later, the seedlings had grown to 20 centimeters tall, green and lush, looking very pleasing to the eye. I rolled up my pants, bent over like an old farmer, and planted the seedlings into the ground one by one. This spirit rice is a dryland crop that doesn't need much water and sunlight. It feeds on spiritual energy. I set up a wind and rain system and an artificial sun in this space, focusing on creating a fully automated ecosystem. This thing takes a year to mature. So after I got everything set up, I basically just came in every half month to check the equipment. In the blink of an eye, the final selection of contestants from the academy was about to begin. I called the 20 students over. The next day, I gave them a shocking education. I moved a mountain from elsewhere overnight and added some special effects to it. A gravity array and a heart-seeking illusion array. I pointed to the mountain peak and said to them, "Do you see it? The finish line is right there. The first 10 people to reach the top in 12 hours will qualify for the competition. Let's get started." At first, these kids were quite dismissive, thinking this little hill would be a piece of cake. But as soon as they stepped onto the first step, their faces turned pale. "It's gravity," someone who understood exclaimed. Little did they know, this was just an appetizer. When they stepped onto the second step, they were all shaken, frozen in place with sweat pouring down their faces. Their eyes filled with fear. My heart-testing formation amplifies the fears within you. Whatever you are afraid of, that's what you'll face. The first step feels like a mountain pressing down on you, and the next step is confronting your childhood shadows, specifically designed to tackle all forms of resistance. And the result? Half the time has passed, and the fastest one has only climbed a little over 700 levels, each of them exhausted like dogs. I shake my head at the sight. Did I set the difficulty too high? When the time is up, not a single one has made it to the top. Not one. I was furious at the time. I walked up to them and directly criticized, "Is this all you've got? Total failure? You are the so-called geniuses selected from thousands in the academy. With your level, you are far from being competitors in the big tournament." Seeing their defiant expressions, I sneered. "Don't be so unconvinced. Let me tell you, I know of an academy where all 7 participants are monsters. Their average innate soul power is at level 9. The strongest among them is already at level 37. And what about you? The strongest is only at level 32. Are you going to participate in the competition? You're just going to be cannon fodder for others." My words crushed their pride completely. Seeing them all dejected, I decided not to hit them any further. I announced the selection of the 10 who were at the front, and then gave each of the 10 who were eliminated a foundation-building pill as a consolation prize and sent them on their way. Finally, I said to the remaining 10, your training is just beginning. When all 10 of you can reach the top of the mountain, we will proceed to the next stage. After saying that, I left to prepare the subsequent devil training plan for them. I plan to completely replicate the Special Forces physical training from my previous life, with the intensity doubled. As for soul skill training, I'll learn the water walking and tree climbing technique for Naruto to improve my soul power control. Regarding practical combat, I'm preparing to build a training tower in the Dragon Tomb space, filled with soul-guided puppets, and let them challenge and fight monsters inside. It will probably take those kids 10 to 15 days to climb that mountain, which is just enough time for me to finish building the training tower. I tell you, this thing can't be seen by outsiders. It's 3 stories high and 2 eye-catching. So I dove straight into my Dragon Tomb space with all the materials to work on this secret project. Goodness, the scene was just like a high-end manufacturing site. First, I cut a large piece of spatial fragment from my Dragon Tomb space, and then, like slicing sashimi, I precisely divided it into 99 pieces. Each piece will become a floor of the training tower. Then, I took out the treasure I bought from the System Mall, the Starlight Sapphire, which serves as the core motherboard of the entire training tower, and I installed it in the center. The 99 pieces of spatial fragments were plugged into this motherboard like extensions. I then used silver as the data cable to connect the motherboard to the entrance of each floor. In the future, anyone entering would step in and be instantly teleported to the corresponding spatial fragment for trials. With the space sorted out, it was time to fill it with content. I poured out a huge pile of soul-guided puppets, ranging from level 10 minions to level 89 soul low-level training robots, 10 of each type, enough to satisfy any demand. But that wasn't enough. Fighting alone is boring, so I designed different challenges for each floor, including trap beasts and deadly passages, ensuring every level had surprises. Of course, from a 90th floor upwards, that was my private collection filled with my own legacies, temporarily not open to the public. After all, those little brats would be lucky to clear the first 50 floors. Finally, I opened a teleportation portal at the bottom of the tower that directly connected to the beast pen on my island. In the future, when they wanted to train, they could teleport directly from the island, convenient and quick. The entire training tower was hidden in my Dragon Tomb space for now, waiting for the day when I become powerful enough to reveal it and dazzle the entire continent. This exhausting work took less than 2 weeks. When I returned to that mountain later, good grief, 2 more had been eliminated. All right, no need to waste words. Each of them gets a foundation establishment pill as severance pay. Let's go. With the remaining 8 elites, I took them to the devilish training ground I had meticulously prepared. Let me tell you, the scene had an 800-meter track, various obstacle facilities, horizontal and parallel bars, everything you could imagine. Especially the barbed wire glinting in the distance and the bubbling mud pit. When these 8 little brats saw it, their faces turned green and cold sweat started pouring down. I looked at their cowardly expressions and couldn't help but laugh. I directly raised the intensity. Welcome to hell. For the next 1.5 years. You'll be living here. Scared? You can still leave now. Otherwise, once we start, you'll either complete the training alive or be carried out on a stretcher. The 8 of them turned pale with fear. A few were clearly trembling, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and none of them left. Good. You got guts. I nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, warm up with a 10,000-meter run. Go. After saying that, I charged out first. The 8 little brats had no choice but to run for their lives to keep up. Let me tell you, I ran incredibly fast, unleashing all my soul power, and kept shouting behind me for them to stay close. After 10,000 meters, I remained unfazed, but the 8 of them looked like they were pulled out of water. Their soul power and stamina completely drained. That's the effect I wanted. After a brief rest, we immediately moved on to the next event, an 800-meter obstacle course. No soul power allowed. Anyway, their soul power was already depleted, so there was no chance to cheat. It was the first day, so I mainly wanted them to adapt. The intensity wasn't top tier, but even so, these 8 little geniuses were exhausted like dead dogs. Half of them had "I want to go home" written all over their faces. In the evening, I took them to their living quarters, a row of small wooden cabins. After they chose their rooms, I directly served dinner. High-energy, highly nutritious old beast meat that I personally prepared. Wow. When these little brats caught a whiff of the meat, their eyes lit up and all thoughts of fatigue and retreat vanished. They dove in and ate like little pigs, not even lifting their heads. After they were full, I pulled out a giant wooden barrel from my ring, filled to the brim with bubbling green medicinal liquid. Then I took out 8 small bathing tubs for them to share. Listen up, go back to your rooms and soak. Girls, make sure to close the door. While soaking, practice your soul power and replenish what you used up today. They were obedient, each one following my instructions. But I had anticipated this. Mental willpower ISNT something everyone possesses. I quietly observed from outside, and sure enough, 7 of the guys fell asleep in the tubs like dead pigs, snoring loudly. Only one person, the only girl, Han Qingzhu, gritted her teeth and persisted in practicing her soul power until the next morning. As soon as the sun rose, I went over and pulled each of the 7 sprawled-out guys from their tubs, directly splashing them with a basin of cold water to wake them up. A quarter of an hour later, on the training ground, the 7 guys stood there like frostbitten eggplants. I frowned and snapped. You 7 big guys are even worse than a girl. Do you know how precious that medicine is? If you had held on last night, each of you would have at least leveled up. Now it's all wasted. Everyone is included. 5,000 meters warm up if you can't finish it. Don't even think about having breakfast. After scolding them, I turned and went to find Han Qingzhu. This girl is impressive. I really admire her resilience. I've decided that the captain of this team has to be her. When I arrived at her door, she had just finished her training and, upon seeing me, immediately apologized. Director, I'm sorry. I was so engrossed in my training last night that I forgot about the morning session. It's fine, I waved my hand, softening my tone a bit. I'm not here to pursue that matter. I want to ask you, our team needs a backbone. What are your thoughts on the position of team leader? I stared at her intently, wanting to hear her say it out loud. She hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up her mind and looked at me with determination in her eyes. Director, I also want to compete for the position of team leader. I don't think they are better than me, and I have confidence in leading this team well. Wow, that confidence, that aura. I instantly felt energized. Usually looking delicate and weak, I didn't expect her to be a hidden strong woman. Good, ambitious. I immediately decided, I'll give you a task, and also give everyone a chance. Whoever can complete, it will be the team leader. Please go ahead, Director. Her small face flushed with excitement. It's simple. There will be training assessments every half month, and whoever can get first place 3 times in a row will be the team leader. You will tell the others this news. I had her relay the message as a little test. If she kept it to herself or delayed telling others just to secure the captain position for herself, then I would know I misjudged her. No matter how strong her abilities are, poor character would render it useless. In the end, Han Qingzhu didn't disappoint me. As soon as the morning training ended, she told everyone the whole story. It immediately stirred up excitement in the team. Besides Han Qingzhu, there were 2 others who were really interested in the captain position. One was Ouyang Shanshan, a tall and wealthy guy from Tiando City, good-looking and quite capable. The other was Zhuge Kuan, short and chubby. But he had maxed out his social skills and could get along with anyone like a brother, with a rather mysterious background. In the following months, these 3 were like gods fighting. They chased after each other, neither willing to back down. Ouyang Shanshan was the strongest, winning first place twice in a row. But in the 3rd round, he was unexpectedly taken down by Han Qingzhu. After 4.5 months of this competition, the winner was finally determined. It was still Han Qingzhu, living up to expectations and successfully securing the captain position. However, I always felt something was off in the last few rounds. Ouyang Shanshan and Zhuge Kuan seemed to be intentionally holding back. Maybe they felt they couldn't compete, or perhaps they thought having a girl as captain was a good idea, especially since she was quite nice. But whatever, my goal was achieved. I publicly announced that Han Qingzhu was elected as the captain and also declared the end of the 4-month devilish physical training, giving them a 3-day break. Did you think that was it? Think again. That was just the appetizer. The upcoming training is the real hell mode. The daily routine is as follows. Wake up in the morning and run a warm-up of 50,000 meters. After breakfast, the morning training consists of continuously using soul skills, with the requirement to completely drain their soul power before lunch. By noon, they eat as if they are exhausted, then spend 2 hours meditating to recover their soul power. And of course, this time there are no medicinal baths. In the afternoon, once their soul power has mostly recovered, it's their entertainment time. Soul power control training borrowed from Naruto, which includes water stepping and tree climbing. Similarly, they practice until their soul power is exhausted. Then, do you think they can rest? In the evening, their regular physical training, another 50,000 meters. After running back, they have dinner, and by this time, they are completely drained of both soul power and physical strength. Once back in the dormitory, they could do nothing but sleep or cultivate. Who understands my training intensity is quite explosive across the entire continent. After some time, they could already instantaneously release their soul skills. I added a new project, soul skill optimization. In simple terms, it's about how to use the least soul power to achieve the strongest effect and how to make a soul skill more versatile. For example, can a defensive earth wall be made to emerge from all directions and turn into a control skill? This requires creativity. So I started it off and let them research on their own. As the dean, I had the luxury of relaxing every day on Lake Heart Island, researching my beast egg project or working on some small toys to store. My warehouse was almost full, so I had to dig underground, expanding it tenfold. One day, while I was lying in the yard sunbathing, my unfortunate apprentice, acting Dean Lu Huang, came to find me. Upon seeing me so relaxed, he was about to cry, saying, "Teacher, you're so comfortable while I'm busy every day." I laughed and teased him, "What's wrong? Don't want to work anymore?" No, no, no. He hurriedly came over to massage my legs. "I just want you to find someone to help me." "Oh, right, teacher. I came this time for an important matter. The Spirit Hall sent a letter, specifically addressed to you. It was personally delivered by a titled Douluo." "Oh, a titled Douluo delivering a letter?" My heart skipped a beat. I received a letter, and I initially thought it was a love letter from Bibi Dong, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. However, as I opened the envelope and read on, my expression grew increasingly grave. After finishing the letter, I let out a long sigh, and all that remained on my lips were two words: the gods. I am directly stunned. Bibi Dong said in her heart that she has been receiving the inheritance of the Rakshasa god these past few years. But that's not the point. The point is that the entire divine realm seems to have opened a gateway, and all the gods have started frantically searching for successors on the continent. Goodness. This sudden change has completely wiped out my advantage as a time traveler who knows the plot. The storyline has gone completely off the rails. Whether the Shrek 7 monsters can even come together is now a problem. I sent away the worried Lu Huang and directly found the recluse Douluo, who was enjoying his retirement on my island. "Old Poison, help me with something." I transmitted my message while standing outside his door. Douluo appeared in front of me in an instant. "Just give the order. Help me inquire about a few people. Then make a trip to the city of Slaughter and see if there are any changes over there. Remember, just observe and don't take action." Douluo took his orders and left. My unease grew stronger in my heart. The arrival of these gods was definitely not a coincidence. It was most likely aimed at me, a variable. I locked myself in a secret room and took stock of my assets. Looking at the more than 1,000 little iron balls I had made with my own hands in the warehouse, I finally felt a bit more confident. Although these things can't kill the gods, they can definitely turn the entire Douluo continent upside down. If I get really angry, I'll just flip the table and everyone will restart together. Just as I was thinking this, the gods in the divine realm suddenly felt a chill down their spines. A huge sense of crisis enveloping their hearts, but it vanished in an instant. I am waiting for news from Douluo to prepare the next step. Soon, Douluo returned. No, it's not right to say he returned. He dragged himself back with his last breath. As soon as he arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, he collapsed, covered in blood and in a deep coma. As soon as I saw his miserable appearance, my heart sank instantly. Something big has happened. I told you. Old Douluo was knocked out and lay unconscious for a month before waking up. I was anxiously waiting outside the treatment room, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. This old man was my strongest ace, a level 93 titled Dalu, and he actually got knocked down by someone with a blunt weapon. How powerful must that opponent be? My mind raced as I considered two possible locations. One was Shrek Academy, and the other was the city of Slaughter. If it was the latter, it meant there were forces I didn't know about involved, and the situation would become chaotic. Fortunately, a month later, the old man woke up. I hurried in to ask him what happened, and to my surprise, he dropped a bombshell. The person who attacked him was Tang Hao, the legendary Hao Yin Douluo. He had come out of nowhere outside the city of Slaughter and immediately started fighting, as if he was covering for something. I was stunned at the time. Tang Hao, how did he go to the Slaughter City so many years in advance? That's not how the script is written. I quickly asked, what about those little brats from Shrek? Is Tang San there? Old Douluo said they were all there, training hard as if they were on steroids. And Tang San had just broken through to level 30 a few days ago. As soon as I heard this, my heart skipped a beat, and then I instantly swallowed it back down. I understood, completely understood. Tang San being at level 30 meant that the main storyline hadn't collapsed. Tang Hao's appearance, there was an accident, caused by other variables. At this moment, the tension in my mind was completely tightened. I rushed back to the secret chamber, nearly wearing out my tactical whiteboard. Tang San, Tang Hao, the city of Slaughter, the Shura god. I wrote down all the keywords and connected them one by one. I tell you, these immortals are purely treating the mainland as a chessboard, and we are all just pieces. In the original work, Tang San holds the dual positions of Sea God and Shura God. But now it's obvious that something has gone wrong with the Shura God side. Tang Hao has entered the game early, which likely means that Tang San's Shura God position is lost. The successor will either be Tang Chun or Tang Hao. That old man Tang Chen's mind is not pure anymore, so pass. The biggest variable is definitely Tang Hao, coupled with the intelligence that BB Dong gave me earlier. The gods have already started making their moves. If Tang Hao is a person of the Shura God, then Tang San is the Sea God's designated successor, right? Which god is behind BB Dong? Have they already discovered that I am a time traveler? My mind is racing. If I were a god and discovered a suspicious variable, I would just eliminate it without hesitation. But they haven't made a move. What does this mean? It means they have restrictions and cannot personally intervene. Thinking of this, I instantly calmed down. Fine, you play your game. I want to participate. I'll just cheat. For the past 2 years, I've been focused on building my career and haven't touched the system lottery, which I've accumulated over 300 times. Now it's time for a big wave. I went straight to my system's blue fat guy. Give me 200 consecutive draws. Just send the prizes directly to the warehouse and list them out. Goodness, I got 2 promotion tokens. Without a second thought, I crush one. My soul power instantly surged, and with a boom, the 6 soul ring condensed. A red circle with a base of 100,000 years. I shot straight from Soul King to Soul Emperor. The new soul skill is called Heavenly Feather Dragon Slaughter Dance. I was speechless. Why is it always about dragons? Don't stop, keep going. I crushed the second promotion token. This time, the commotion was even greater. I felt the entire spiritual energy of Lake Hard Island being sucked dry, forming a massive tornado. When the 7th soul ring emerged, it was a deep red with flashes of golden light, almost reaching 1,000,000 years. Steady now, level 71 Soul Sage. Just like Zhao Wujia, a Soul Sage can escape the encirclement of the Spear Hall. I can definitely protect myself now. But do you think this is the end? The main event has just begun. Right after my upgrade, my companion beast Nunu, which is my martial soul, suddenly started to get restless, howling like a wolf. Immediately, we were enveloped in a golden light egg. The martial soul is about to evolve. Family, who understands? I watched helplessly as Nunu, my good big son, rolled around in pain inside the egg, bleeding all over. It wasn't ordinary blood, but the essence of bloodlines. The bloodline of the Gale Wolf King. Within it was fiercely rejecting a new, more domineering energy. I was stuck inside that broken golden eggshell, unable to do anything. Only hearing its painful cries directly reached my mind. My heart was almost shattered. For 3 whole days and nights, Nunu finally stopped calling out, left with just a breath, lying in a pool of blood as if dead. My eyes turned red. Finally, the eggshell cracked. I smashed it with a punch. And the first thing I did was carry Nunu to the bed, pouring all sorts of precious healing herbs into its mouth as if they were free. When it woke up again, goodness, its entire appearance had changed. It had deer antlers, a face like a wolf donkey, a neck like a lion, fur as sharp as steel needles, front claws like eagle claws, and back claws like tiger claws. It was a total mishmash. I was in a daze when it struggled to lift its head, licked my face, and then a sweet, childish voice rang directly in my mind. Brother Tao. Nunu is back. I was frozen in place at that moment. It can talk. I quickly opened the system panel and saw that the martial soul section had changed from Storm Wolf King to the 4 big characters. Ancient Wolfhound. The 7th soul skill is even more ridiculous, called 1 hound against 3 dragons. Another dragon. I asked the blue fat guy what this hound was, and he told me that it is an ancient divine beast, the ancestor of zombies, and after reaching adulthood, it feeds on divine dragons. I'm completely stunned. My martial soul evolution is just too hardcore. At this moment, the blue fat guy reminded me that the prize list for the 200 draws has come out. I glanced at it and was instantly captivated by 2 items. One is called the Heavenly Tao Embryo. The blue fat guy said this is a failed embryo of the Heavenly Tao, with no consciousness, and I can use it as a second avatar, fully loaded with talent. That means I have an extra life. Plus, it's a cybernetic body with maxed out talent. The other item is a blueprint for a soul-guided mecha, wearable with combat power. At the Soul Saint level, doesn't this mean I'm taking off directly? I have packed up all these treasures and, feeling content, decided to come out of seclusion. After being in seclusion for so long, it was time to check on my team. The first thing I did after coming out was to call my little apprentice, Lu Huang, over. I took out a book of secrets and, with a mysterious expression, told him, "Disciple, this is an unparalleled cultivation method that your master created specifically for you during my long seclusion." Hee. I didn't tell him that this thing is called the innate pure yang skill, and after practicing it, he might forever remain in this adorable 6-year-old form. That old man is quite wicked, and he's talking about me. My disciple Lu Huang has been with me for so many years. He knows what I want to do as soon as I move. He picked up that secret book and flipped through it repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with the excitement of a treasure appraisal, almost needing a magnifying glass. Although his face was full of doubt, as if to say, "Teacher, are you trying to trick me?" In the end, he still accepted it honestly. I looked at his demeanor, and the veins on his forehead were about to burst. I couldn't hold back and went up to deliver a love tap. "Bang, you little rascal. How could I possibly harm you?" Guess what? This kid covered his head, put on a dramatic act, and pitifully said, No, please don't get angry, teacher." Good grief, all my skills in being shameless have been learned by him. I instantly felt bored, waved my hand, and directly left to the back mountain to check on my 8 precious little ones, leaving Lu Huang alone by the lake. Probably still mumbling to himself, "This old man must be hiding something from me." I told you when I went to the training ground on the back mountain, those 8 little brats looked like they were all hyped up. Their soul power control was absolutely incredible. Threading a needle with soul power was child's play. 2 of them could even use their soul power as fishing line to directly catch fish from the lake. With their foundation nearly solidified, I thought it was time to ramp up the intensity. I clapped my hands to call them over, clear my throat, and said, "Congratulations everyone, your beginner village task has been completed. Next, we're going to start the real hell mode training. Are you excited?" What was the result? There was complete silence below, and they looked like withered eggplants. Weakly responding, "Excited. Family, who understands? This generation of young people is just too hard to manage. I give them devilish training every day, draining their soul power and physical strength, and their enthusiasm has long been worn out." I frowned and said, "Speak up. Haven't you eaten?" "Captain, you go first." Captain Han Qingzhu stood up abruptly, looking serious. "Report to the dean. We are very happy." Well, their straightforwardness left me speechless. I waved my hand and said, all right. Once you're on my pirate ship, don't think about getting off. Stick close. I'll take you to a good place." Without saying a word, I led them to a teleportation array. I stepped in first, and with a whoosh, I disappeared. I left the 8 little ones staring at each other in confusion, looking completely bewildered. Hey, I did it on purpose, letting them experience the disparity of the world. I arrived at a place called the Training Tower, which is a fragment of space, basically a preparation area or a large square. After checking around and finding no issues, I teleported back and watched as they queued up like curious little kids to enter the teleportation array. The light flashed 8 times, and everyone was gathered. I briefly explained the rules, and then tossed them all into the first level of the trial space. So what did I do? I took out a picnic mat, sunflower seeds, and a cold drink from my ring, sat down on the ground, and pulled up a light curtain in front of me to live stream. This feeling was simply amazing. On the light curtain, 8 people formed a perfect marching formation, weaving through the primitive forest. 2 strong men were leading the way, with Han Qingzhu covering the rear, and the wing team members were ready to support at any moment, looking quite impressive. For this first stage, I didn't throw any monsters at them. Instead, I set up a few small traps to whet their appetite. Sure enough, our conspicuous teammate Zhuge Koen stepped into thin air and fell right into the pit I had dug. Thankfully, I had a conscience and didn't stick bamboo skewers at the bottom, or this chubby guy would have turned into a meat skewer. Having learned from this experience, they were clearly much more cautious afterward, and they safely made their way to the exit of the first level. Just as they were about to reach the finish line, that fat guy Zhuge Koen started talking big again. "Captain, this isn't right. Where are all the monsters? Just a few broken pits? I tell you, some things really shouldn't be said casually." His mouth is like it's been blessed. As soon as the words fell, a loud roar erupted from all directions. Immediately after, a grayish-blue, tusked humanoid monster, moving as fast as lightning, charged straight at Han Qingzhu, who was lagging behind. Damn, this thing is too fast. The others didn't have time to react at all. The young master, Ouyang Shanshan, was the quickest to respond, swinging his sword. But it struck the monster like a mere scratching, creating only a shower of sparks. The claw, glinting coldly, was about to reach Han Qingzhu's face. With that claw, the beauty of our team would be disfigured. Just at that critical moment, a chubby hand reached out from an awkward angle, grabbing the strap of Han Qingzhu's back and yanking her back with force. Han Qingzhu stumbled, perfectly dodging the lethal strike. The team members all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was Han Qingzhu's quick reflexes. But hiding in the background, I saw it clearly. I was stunned. That hand. Was it that fat guy Zhuge Kuan's? Han Qingzhu was also taken aback, but there was no time to think about it now. She gripped a green, iron bamboo tightly, her figure flashing to the back of the monster, and with all her strength, thrust the iron bamboo directly through the monster's back to its chest. A lethal blow. But before the monster died, it let out a wailing scream that echoed far and wide. Roar, roar, goodness. More than a dozen identical monsters charged out from all directions. Complaining about fat Zhuge Kuan was back online, damn. How come there are so many? What the hell are these things? Han Qingzhu's eyes turned cold. She pulled out the iron bamboo and shouted, "Follow me. Leave none behind." 8 people, along with their summoned companion beasts, instantly engaged in battle with a group of monsters. Honestly, these monsters were only a bit fast and tough-skinned, but their reactions were really slow. In no time, they were completely taken down by these little guys. After their fight, they rested in place, not daring to venture further. Actually, these monsters were soul-guided puppets I created. If they got damaged, I would have to repair them, which pained me greatly. When the day's trial time was up, a beam of light teleported them all back to the preparation square. Looking at these little guys, though messy, their gazes were more determined. I nodded in satisfaction. Go back and rest well. We'll review tomorrow. From now on, this will be the routine. Fight for a day, rest, and summarize for a day. After sending them off, I stayed alone in the training tower, painfully taking on the role of a repairman. The next day, I called them to an empty classroom and directly projected the recorded battle footage from yesterday onto the blackboard. After fast-forwarding through it, I said nothing, and the 8 of them were so embarrassed their heads were nearly buried in their laps. How is it? Speak up. How did you perform yesterday? I tapped the desk. Han Qingzhu stood up first. Report, Dean. It was childish and terrible. Well said. I immediately fired back. It's not that you lack strength, but your mindset hasn't shifted. Your brains can't keep up with your actions. I pulled the video to the part where Zhuge Kuan fell into the pit. Fatty, tell me, how can you enter an unfamiliar environment without any vigilance? I had a surprise prepared at the bottom of the pit. If I hadn't been soft-hearted, you wouldn't still be standing here in one piece. Zhuge Kuan shivered in fear and repeatedly admitted his mistakes. Then, the screen froze at the moment when Han Qingzhu was in danger. I slammed my hand on the table, my anger rising. Han Qingzhu, the danger is right in front of you, and you're still daydreaming. What are you thinking? Do you want to die? This is the first time I've gotten so angry at them. Han Qingzhu's eyes turned red, and she softly said, "I'm sorry." Is sorry useful? I raised my voice even more. You don't need to apologize to me. Go apologize to your team members. It's fine if you get yourself killed, but don't drag everyone else down with you. My words were a bit harsh, and Han Qingzhu immediately started to cry, turning around to about 90 degrees to the other 7 people. I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault. Seeing her like this, my anger subsided a bit. All right, sit down. Your captain position is temporarily suspended. You can have it back when you perform satisfactorily. After that, I praised Ouyang Shanshan for her quick reaction and pointed out some minor issues with the others, but I didn't go into too much detail. They needed to figure out combat on their own. After the review, I had them all go back to write summary reports and then called Zhuge Kuan out individually. The sky was already dark, and there were only the 2 of us on the playground. Without turning around, I started, "You should know why I called you out. I don't want to know what you're planning. I just want to tell you, this is my territory. Understand?" At the end, I suddenly turned around, staring at him with a gaze as sharp as a knife. The fat guy was so scared that he stuttered, I understand. I won't. Only after receiving his assurance did I retract my imposing demeanor, turned around, and left, leaving behind a remark. I hope you keep your word. I'm not interested in your malicious games. Watching me walk away, Zhuge Kuan's expression changed instantly, no longer resembling the timid look from before. He stood there with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself like an old man. Malicious games? Interesting. But how did this guy know? What a mysterious character. As a result, I found out a deadly problem after just 3 days. I was going broke. That training tower was simply a money-burning pit. Those little brats would ruin at least 5 puppets each time they went in. And with repairs, the money spent in a month exceeded our academy's monthly expenses. My savings can't stand this kind of spending. I have to find a way to increase my income. I pondered that the social structure of Douluo continent is quite similar to that of ancient times in my previous life. I have plenty of money-making ideas in my mind, and just picking one out could easily dominate the competition. I have decided to use the most classic and traditional method, establishing a chamber of commerce. It will specialize in selling the soul guides produced by our academy, which is an exclusive business, so there's no worry about it not being popular. Without further ado, I need to recruit some people. I can't do this alone. I opened the system store, which just refreshed 3 days ago, and I browsed for a long time until my eyes were dizzy. Blue fat cell. I directly called the system. Filter the products that can help me establish the Chamber of Commerce, and list all of them within my budget. As you wish, master. Please take a look. When the light curtain appeared, I was stunned. I tell you, that list is dazzling, with everything from heavenly account books to artificial intelligence. It almost makes my mouth water. Slurp, unfortunately, my pockets are cleaner than my face. I want it all, but I really can't afford it. However, there are a few things that really strike a chord with me, especially that artificial intelligence. ISNT, that exactly the soul I need for my mecha, and their SA summoning card, but I'm puzzled. What can this thing help me with? Fighting? In the end, the blue chubby guy is jumping around, giggling and saying, Master, Master, this is a special benefit I applied for you with System Daddy. It's a designated summoning card. It can only summon people, and all the ones summoned are business elites, helping you make money. I chuckled twice, realizing what was going on. I thought I could summon my brother Zilong to play with some guns, but it turned out I just got a CFO instead. Well, it's better than nothing. I braced myself and shouted at the blue fat guy. Charge me 5 million gold soul coins. I want both the artificial intelligence and the summoning card. The money vanished in an instant, but my system coins increased by 500. Transaction confirmed. Purchase successful. I quickly opened my system backpack, and lo and behold, there was a card lying inside, along with a doll that looked particularly cheap. I muttered to myself, is this what artificial intelligence is? It looks like something from a 9 yuan shipping deal. I couldn't be bothered with that, so I took out the summoning card and crushed it. Ding! Summoning successful. The richest man in Jiangnan, Shen San, is on standby. Please specify the location for his appearance. I was stunned at that moment. Shen San, does anyone understand? This is the real god of wealth. I quickly looked around my small courtyard on the island, and it was empty. Perfect. System. Just let him appear in front of me. As soon as I finished speaking, a stylishly dressed man with a buzz cut appeared before me and cupped his hands in greeting. Wealth generates wealth, and there is a way to make money. My lord, Shen San, is here to report. I'm dumbfounded. Isn't that Zhang Weijian from the TV series The Treasure Basin I watched in my last life? I tell you, I really had an impulse to go up and ruffle his hair to see if there was a shiny bald head hidden underneath. Good. I was so excited that I said good 3 times. He's a fellow countryman. Although we're from different eras, it feels so familiar. I grabbed his hand, and I was so thrilled. The system even noted for me that although old Shen doesn't have a martial soul, his physical fitness is maxed out, comparable to a soul saint. Indeed, without some fighting ability, doing business in this world of the survival of the fittest would just be asking for trouble. Shen San is also a straightforward person. As soon as he landed, he got into work mode. My lord, can you introduce the plans of our Chamber of Commerce and your goals? No problem. Come. Sit down and let's talk slowly. I pulled him into a small pavilion, took out my treasure tea leaves, and while pouring tea for him, I started to paint a big picture. Old Shun, let me be frank with you. I have a unique hard currency in my hands that is unmatched across the continent. Soul-guided devices. Moreover, I have a very close relationship with the continent's #1 power, the Spirit Hall. What do you think? Can this business be done? I tell you, when Shen San heard unique, his eyes lit up instantly. When he heard that the backing was the Spirit Hall, his breathing became significantly heavier. He suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Great, this is fantastic. My lord, if you take one of these, you can create a commercial empire. If you have both, then I can go all out. This matter is bound to succeed. Good, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I immediately made a decision. From now on, you are fully responsible for all business matters in the academy. I only need you to turn the academy's finances from loss to profit within 3 months and guarantee my research funding. As for everything else, I won't interfere. Now it's settled. The god of wealth is officially on the job. 2 days later, when I finally had some free time, I remember my 9.99 free shipping artificial intelligence doll and wanted to retrieve it from the system. Guess what happened? It failed. The system's cold notification sounded. No suitable carrier found. Extraction failed. Carrier? What is that? A computer? I hurriedly called out the blue chubby one again. The blue chubby one explained that artificial intelligence needs a carrier with computational ability to operate, which can be a computer or the formations I created. Moreover, the stronger the carrier's computational ability, the more powerful the artificial intelligence will be. As soon as I heard it, I suddenly realized. I almost thought my few million had gone down the drain. All right, it's just a server, I'll build one myself. A sharpened knife does not delay the work of chopping firewood. If I'm going to build one, I might as well make it the best. I directly lay on the table and started drawing plans like crazy. Let me tell you, my design idea focuses on the principle of great effort leads to miraculous results. I designed a giant Rubik's Cube with dimensions of 5 meters in length, width, and height, which is essentially an enlarged version of a 5-layer Rubik's Cube. It consists of 125 1 cubic meter small cubes, and I plan to engrave a 9-layer deduction array core in each small cube. With 125 9-layer cores working in parallel, once this thing gets running, its computing power will absolutely explode. I tell you, this is my Tianhe, one in this world. This move puts us far ahead. I spent nearly 3 weeks drawing the plans, and my thoughts were finally organized, and a month just passed like that. But when I looked at the materials list, my scalp went numb instantly. The materials needed were simply astronomical. There was no way around it. I had to find my financial backer. When I found Su Yuntao, he was preparing to hold an auction. I asked him how the business association was doing, and he said it was still in the early stages, burning money to establish channels. And they had already opened stores in all major provincial capitals, with the next step being to enter small and medium-sized cities. Wow, that's quite a bold move. I was a bit worried and asked him if the funding chain could hold up. Su Yuntao, however, was extremely confident and smiled at me. My lord, the conditions you've provided for starting up are too good, which is why I dare to do this. I've investigated, and the business in this world is still in its infancy. Our only competitor is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, but the Wuhuan Temple is on our side, so defeating them is just a matter of time. As for those small fry, they can be easily wiped out. Hearing him say this, I felt relieved. Then I hesitantly asked, Yuntao, how much do we have available in our account? I have a project that requires a large amount of materials. Su Yuntao didn't even blink. My lord, how much do you need? I said, I can't be sure either, but definitely a lot. Just for one rare metal called Aurora Cold Iron, I need around 500 tons. As soon as Su Yuntao heard this, he immediately calculated. My lord, I know this. 1 ton costs about 130,000 gold soul coins. He paused, seeing that I looked a bit disappointed, thinking that the Merchant Association stock was insufficient, and immediately smiled confidently. My lord, don't worry. Just give me the list, and I guarantee to get it done within 2 weeks. I am the god of wealth. Su Yuntao, ha ha ha. With you saying that, I feel reassured. Let me tell you, this guy is really impressive. He didn't just throw money around to buy things. He's playing a business war. He first leaked news that he was going to collaborate with a certain influential group that had resources, keeping them on edge, and then turned around to support the competitors of that group. When that group got anxious and came to him seeking collaboration, he put on a difficult front, and in the end, reached a mutually beneficial agreement, naturally getting the resources he wanted. After this whole operation, he not only secured the materials, but also expanded his business territory, gaining more and more partners. This maneuver is all about creating a business closed loop. Simply amazing. 2 weeks later, the mountains of materials were indeed delivered. Next, it was my turn to do the heavy lifting. I spent a whole 2 weeks finishing over 120 small blocks, each engraved with formations. Then came the most physically demanding part, assembly. Each small block weighed over 5 tons, and the final product totaled a weight of 650 tons. I had to do it all by myself, struggling to move each block up. My back was about to break. Finally, I managed to piece it all together. I quickly connected this large processor to the power source and started it up. I saw the entire huge cube glowing, with golden light flowing through the gaps, operating quietly. I no longer hesitated and directly retrieved the long-abandoned artificial intelligence doll. As soon as the doll appeared, it wobbled towards the large cube as if drawn by a magnet, reached out its little hand to touch it, and said in a babyish voice, "Not bad. This will be my new home." As soon as the words left its mouth, a flash of light flickered in the doll's eyes, and it fell straight down. Suddenly, the huge cube let out a loud hum. The sound was so loud that it almost knocked me over. It was definitely operating at super frequency. "Stop it. The carrier can't handle it," I shouted anxiously. It seemed to hear my words, and the humming quickly subsided, returning to normal. I waited anxiously for 12 hours, and finally, a light curtain unfolded before me. Scanning successful. Permission binding successful. 0-level artificial intelligence. Nice to meet you, master. Please name you master. I was silent for a while. I'm really bad at naming things and couldn't come up with a good name, so I could only choose a homophone. Xiaoling. From now on, you will be called Xiaoling. By the way, you can address me as Your Excellency the Dean. Xiaoling is officially online now. But there's a problem. She's like a newborn baby, knowing nothing. This world doesn't have the internet for her to learn on her own, so I can only teach her a little bit at a time. The efficiency is too low. Moreover, our business association is expanding rapidly, covering the entire continent, and managing it without an instant messaging system is quite difficult. Therefore, I've decided to create my own communication system. Fortunately, the artificial intelligence, Xiaoling, is already online, and her deduction ability is simply divine. I directly taught her all the knowledge about formations that I had in my mind. I must say, she learns incredibly fast, and her theoretical level quickly surpassed mine. Of course, she lacks creativity and can only deduce within known rules, but that is exactly what I need. I was wearing a white lab coat and issued my first official command to Xiaoling's holographic projection. Xiaoling, analyze the 1,000-mile transmission array in the database and decode all the communication technologies and protocols within it. Xiaoling's virtual image smiled slightly at me. Understood, Director. Please wait a minute. Countless data streams flashed in her eyes, and rows of incomprehensible code appeared before me. 1 minute later, with a ding, the analysis was complete. Thousands of pages of data reports came out in a flurry. I don't have the patience to read this. Just say, Xiaoling, filter it out and find the technical information that can help us achieve long-distance real-time communication. Filtering, done. There are 3 items in total. Please check. This time, it took less than 3 seconds. I looked at the 3 pieces of information on the screen and fell into deep thought. Through analysis, we got 3 communication methods. One is for short distances, relying on resonance, with the advantages of high efficiency and low energy consumption, but the downside is the short range, similar to Bluetooth. The second is for medium distances, transmitted through spatial fluctuations, with the advantage of strong confidentiality, but can only be point-to-point and consumes a lot of energy. It probably requires a Soul King to activate it. The last one is ridiculous. It's for long distances based on principles similar to quantum entanglement, highlighting a metaphysical aspect. Xiaoling's deduction says this technology may have originated from the idea that everything has cause and effect. I was baffled. This thing has no scientific basis, yet it undeniably exists. It's even present in the 1,000-mile sound transmission formation I obtained. Su Yuntao's understanding of it in the formation is that the mother-son formation is of the same root. When one moves, the other will respond accordingly. His own existence is quite metaphysical, so although it's hard to understand the principles of this technology, Su Yuntao can easily accept this fact. It's contradictory, but that is how it is, and Su Yuntao himself can't fully understand why. Xiaoling, can we skip pursuing the theoretical principles of the third technology and directly use it to create long-distance communication products? Su Yuntao asked Xiaoling directly. For things he couldn't comprehend, he chose to set them aside temporarily and solve practical problems first. The quest for origins can wait. No problem. Although it's hard to understand, using it does have no difficulties. Well then, let us get the necessary items first. Su Yuntao then teamed up with Xiaoling to start developing the communication device they wanted based on this technology's capabilities. With the help of artificial intelligence, Su Yuntao only needed to focus on designing and thinking about how to do it. Xiaoling assisted him in verifying feasibility and correcting flaws. Within a few days, a device resembling a series of metal tubes was constructed by Su Yuntao. This is the communication device he completed with Xiaoling, similar to an antenna tower from his past life. However, this device does not receive electromagnetic signals. It receives a kind of information from the unknown. In addition, there are small receiving terminals that can be distributed to other members of the guild. Due to Su Yuntao's sentiment, he designed this small device to resemble a mobile phone. However, it does not have a glass screen. It only has a smooth piece of jade as the screen, displaying 3D images. He named these small phones Qinshuan, and when the metal tubes are assembled, they form a large communication server similar to one from his past life, serving as a relay station. Su Yuntao called this transmission platform. This can only be managed by Su Yuntao himself, and it can connect to Xiaoling, allowing her to monitor it in real time. Chapter 104 Qinshuan. Please collect. Su Yuntao produced a large number of Qinshuan devices and completed the main unit. He immediately went out and found Tang San, who was busy with the development of the guild. God of Wealth, I have a good thing here, temporarily only for our guild's use. You see if it works. Su Yuntao pulled out a large sack from his storage ring and dropped it in front of Tang San with a thud. Tang San's eyelids twitched, and he felt a bit anxious as he pulled the sack closer. While opening it, he thought to himself, what is this? So worthless that the Lord just tossed it around? Upon opening it, he found blocks resembling bricks lying in the sack, thinking, "Indeed, it's worthless stuff. My lord, what is this?" Despite his thoughts, he still needed to put on a show, as this man before him had given him life. "Oh, this? Isn't this what you've been complaining about? That the guild is getting bigger and harder to manage? This thing can allow you to communicate with people thousands of miles away. How about that? I told you it's a good thing." Su Yuntao proudly showcased it to Shen San. "What? Really? My lord, can you confirm that it allows real-time communication over thousands of miles with this small device?" Shen San was so excited he could hardly contain himself. The communication barrier between guilds was currently the main obstacle blocking his further development. He didn't expect his lord to be so powerful, developing such a magical device. "Indeed, I can guarantee it will achieve such effects." Su Yuntao responded to Shen San's inquiry without a hint of impatience, answering him kindly. "Ha ha ha, it's simply a blessing for our guild. With such a magical tool, distance will no longer be a barrier to our development. Instead, it will become our advantage, an unparalleled advantage." Su Yuntao smiled as he looked at Shen San, his most loyal subordinate, understanding his excitement. Although Shen San was a character summoned by the system, once summoned, he became a living person. He exists just like a normal person, experiencing life, aging, sickness, and death. However, he will remain loyal to the one who summoned him, a fact that won't change with time. Take all these, making this thing isn't difficult. Even if others want to replicate it, it's quite simple. But their replicas won't work. I've kept a trick on my sleeve. You can confidently distribute them and let people use them freely. Su Yuntao explained the usage of these Qinshuan devices to Shen San and informed him about the trick he had kept, allowing him to use it without worry. Shen San naturally fully supported this. Even if Su Yuntao hadn't kept a trick, he would have proactively made such a request. "By the way, my lord, if this thing, this Qinshuan is stolen by others, our messages soon be intercepted?" Shen San, a true commercial genius, thought things through quite thoroughly. Su Yuntao smiled mysteriously, then whispered in his ear, "You don't think a Haven team monitored the communications, do you?" "Ha ha ha." After saying that, Su Yuntao turned around and left Shen San with a smile, leaving Shen San alone in a state of confusion. After a while, Shen San shook his head and smiled, picking up the sack of Qinshuan from the ground and leaving. The use of Qinshuan is very simple. Su Yuntao didn't make it complicated. Users only need to input their soul power into it, and then say a specific number to connect to the corresponding Qinshuan. Once connected, the two parties can communicate in real time, very convenient. Moreover, the power of Qinshuan is not large. It is merely a receiver and does not participate in calculations. Therefore, once users input their soul power, they can use it for an entire day, and the standby time can last up to a week. After handing over these Qinshuan devices to Shen San, Su Yuntao didn't concern himself with any subsequent usage issues. Because these tasks can be directly handed over to artificial intelligence to assist him, he continues to focus on his unfinished business. He needs to create a production line specifically for Qinshuan. Su Yuntao estimates that Shen San will soon fully establish the communication system of the Chamber of Commerce. This means that he needs to prepare a large number of Qinshuan for him. But he is just one person. How can he manage? Therefore, the manufacturing of the production line is imperative. Not only that, but he also needs to build a fully automated production line, allowing him to directly assign the production tasks to Shaoling. Following the production process of Qinshuan, Su Yuntao begins to manually create the production line project. Since there are some small formations engraved within Qinshuan, he needs to tune a super precise etching device. During this process, Su Yuntao's divine sense plays a significant role. The divine sense can be as fine as a thread, undetectable to the naked eye. A month later, after giving a report, Shen San once again came to see Su Yuntao. "My lord, this Qinshuan of yours is really amazing. Previously unreachable, the Xingluo Empire is now fully covered by our Chamber of Commerce. We just need to wait for the subsequent plan to begin, and our big goal will be achieved." Shen San immediately reported the results of his efforts over the past month to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was also very pleased. After all, if the god of wealth matters can go smoothly, his research will proceed without any pressure. "Haha, that's great. You're here this time for more Qinshuan, right?" Su Yuntao clearly understood the purpose of his subordinate's visit and asked straightforwardly. Shen San did not hide anything and replied directly. "That's right. My lord, I calculated that our Chamber of Commerce needs more than one 500-foot Qinshuan to achieve communication coverage across the continent. All right, I'll give you 3,000 Qinshuan. In fact, I have not limited Qinshuan to be used only by our Chamber of Commerce. Do you understand? Su Yuntao said with a hint. As a business elite, Shen Wansan quickly understood Su Yuntao's meaning. My lord, I have thought about what you said, but for now, Qinshuan is a significant advantage for our Chamber of Commerce. Selling Qinshuan to other forces would create certain obstacles for us. Shen Wansan analyzed the pros and cons for Su Yuntao. However, he did not understand what building an upstream ecosystem meant. After all, he was just an ancient business genius and could not comprehend the commerce of 1,000 years later. Nevertheless, his talents were sufficient in this world. But Su Yuntao wanted more. He, my god of wealth. I would never do anything detrimental to our Chamber of Commerce. Just think, if everyone comes to buy our Qinshuan, what a huge business that would be. Su Yuntao chuckled and began to flaunt his meager commercial knowledge that was 1,000 years ahead of Shen Wansan. Moreover, not only that, but I also control the lifeline of Qinshuan communication. We can adopt a charging model based on communication duration. Just think, once they use Qinshuan, how substantial our profits would be. With Su Yuntao's introduction, Shen Wansan's breathing became heavier. Charging by duration? My lord is truly a genius. After realizing it, Shen Wansan's admiration for Su Yuntao was like a river flowing endlessly. All right. Be a bit low-key. I am a low-key person. Come, follow me. I'll show you something amazing. Su Yuntao pulled Shen Wansan towards the place where he set up the production line, intending to boost Shen Wansan's confidence. Arriving at a building entirely covered in glass, Su Yuntao said to Shen Wansan, "This is the foundation of our Chamber of Commerce, and also your foundation." After that, without waiting for Shen Wansan to express his amazement, he directly took him into the observation room of the production workshop. Su Yuntao spoke in a headset he was wearing, shouting, "Start the production line." My lord, what is this? Shen Wansan asked in confusion as he looked at Su Yuntao, who was talking to himself. It's nothing. Just watch below, and don't be scared. The startup of the production line was accompanied by a buzzing sound, and Shen Wansan, who had never seen such a scene, instinctively stood in front of Su Yuntao, defensively looking ahead. Su Yuntao was startled by his reaction and felt a mix of amusement and a touch of emotion. Wansan, it's okay. Su Yuntao said gently to Shen Wansan, who was blocking him while gently pushing him aside. Chapter 105, Eggshell, Seeking Recommendation Votes. This is a complete Qinshuan production line that can produce 100,000 units per day. Su Yuntao introduced the concept of assembly line production and production lines to Shen Wansan, who was filled with ancient knowledge. Shen Wansan's expression turned to one of delight as he realized the treasure he had found, continuously asking Su Yuntao questions about the production line. Su Yuntao answered each of his questions in detail, and then said, "Wansan, our Chamber of Commerce should make a big move now." Shen Wansan nodded in agreement, saying, "My lord, I have the same intention. We've been developing quietly for several months just for this moment. The sale of Qinshuan is not urgent for now." Even the production line was only briefly demonstrated to Shen Wansan before production was halted. The so-called big move refers to the establishment of soul guides as products in various branches of the Chamber of Commerce across the continent. In this era, where the method of making soul guides has been lost, the availability of a large number of soul guides for sale in Su Yuntao's Chamber of Commerce undoubtedly brings immense fame. Since Su Yuntao had maintained the tradition of soul guide auctions from the beginning, the people on the continent have come to accept the existence of soul guides. Let's announce this news after the auction ends. From now on, the auction hosting will be fully taken over by the Chamber of Commerce. The Academy needs to remain pure. Su Yuntao hinted. Shen Wansan nodded thoughtfully in agreement to this matter. After discussing the development of the Chamber of Commerce, Shen Wansan left first. Su Yuntao was left alone, standing in place, contemplating how to proceed in the future. He learned from his spies that the plot of the original work had already begun, and the Shrek 7 monsters were beginning to take shape. Although Su Yuntao had dealt with that man through BB Dong, the formation of the Shrek 7 monsters was not affected. Due to some of his actions and his relationship with the Pope of the Spear Hall, it was inevitable that he would stand on the opposite side of the Chosen One in the future. To avoid being treated as a sacrificial pawn, Su Yuntao could only seek his own path. To put it bluntly, the later battle is merely a matter of several gods in the divine realm being bored, wanted to find a successor instead of being gods. The disputes among the gods, as well as the contradictions between the Shura god and the Rakshasa god, led to the outbreak of war. Although the feud between Tang San's family and the Spirit Hall was also a trigger for the war, it became less significant in the power struggles between gods. Su Yuntao understood very well how much influence he held in the current world. He had definitely fallen into the chessboard of the gods. However, the god schemes had not yet unfolded, and he had not been implicated for the time being. Su Yuntao wanted to break out of the chessboard and take action. Moreover, he not only wanted to do that, but also wanted to be the one playing chess. The gods were not unattainable. He was confident that he would be able to defeat them in the future. Next, what Su Yuntao wanted to do was to extract the beast companion egg, making it easier for him to popularize it through the merchant association. This way, a soul master would only need to sacrifice one soul beast in their lifetime, greatly reducing the pressure on the soul beast world. Su Yuntao would not try to eliminate the reliance of soul masters on soul beasts, as without pressure, the strength of the soul beast world would undoubtedly increase. At that time, they would definitely invade human territory to secure their living space. Therefore, being able to achieve this step was already a form of mercy. If he went too far, it would be considered excessive compassion. Excessive compassion is undesirable. History has shown that too much mercy is cruelty to oneself. He didn't rush to study how to realize the idea of the beast companion egg. Instead, he spent the past few days wandering around the academy. But it wasn't aimless wandering. He wanted to hear the most genuine opinions of the students about the academy. After changing into a different outfit and informing Lu Huang, he entered among the many students as a student himself. Su Yuntao experienced student life for a total of 10 days and 9 nights and discovered many issues that a dean would normally not notice. These issues were not particularly large, but were basic flaws. Moreover, he learned through blending in with the students that there were some teachers in the academy who had no teaching ethics. Su Yuntao's character could not tolerate even the slightest occurrence of such things, especially since he had already relinquished most of his power. He did not want to handle these matters personally, as it would completely waste his research time. Su Yuntao called Lu Huang, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, over and said, "Take a look at these issues and resolve them quickly. Also, these are areas where the academy's work has not been adequately addressed." He handed Lu Huang an investigation report that he had personally written, detailing the issues he had observed over the past 10 days. Lu Huang respectfully took the report, flipped through it casually, and said, "I understand, teacher. I will take care of it as soon as possible." Su Yuntao nodded, feeling quite assured about Lu Huang's current abilities. Since he promised to resolve it quickly, he would definitely take it seriously. "You can go back now. There are no major problems in the academy. Just pay attention to the teacher's ethics." Su Yuntao reminded him before Lu Huang left. After finishing all the tasks and spending a few days with his daughter, Su Linger, he locked himself in the laboratory again. The design of the beast companion egg needed careful consideration, and the most challenging part was the design of the eggshell. The eggshell must possess a certain strength and cannot be easily broken. Secondly, it needs to have the function of a fusion formation. In fact, these 2 points are manageable, as they could be easily resolved through the application of formations. What troubled Su Yuntao the most was how to activate the fusion formation and how to self-dissolve the formation after use. After all, once the egg was sold, the user would definitely not know about the formation, so it needed a foolproof activation method. Su Yuntao thought for a long time and finally came up with a way, adding a nipple as a battery. This would allow the user of the beast companion egg to input their soul power into a specific area on the egg to activate the nipple, releasing energy to operate the formation. There was no way. Mechanical devices had no effect on formations, so he had to take a roundabout way to handle it. Due to this modification, the cost increased, and not only that, but the production process also became more complicated. As for the dissolution method, Su Yuntao ultimately decided to use a physical dissolution method. He would directly put some corrosive liquid inside, and once the formation sensed that the user had successfully fused with the beast companion, it would directly release the corrosive liquid stored inside the eggshell. Of course, Su Yuntao would create instructions to inform the buyers about the corrosive liquid. However, he would not mention that it was to conceal the formation. He would say it was due to the preservation conditions required for the beast companions. After figuring out all the ideas, Su Yuntao officially began the production. The first attempt failed. The reason was that the compatibility between the formation and the eggshell was poor, making it impossible to engrave it in. Su Yuntao had only considered the need for the eggshell to be tough and had not taken into account the requirements of the formation when selecting materials. So he had to choose new materials for the eggshell. After some operations, a new eggshell was remade. The second attempt began. Failed. The beast companion could not adapt to the environment inside the eggshell and died. The third attempt began. Failed. The fifth. Su Yuntao lost count of how many times he failed. In any case, he spent a full 3 months on it. During these 3 months, Shun Wansan's merchant association successfully launched soul guide devices, completely establishing the association's reputation. Yet, Su Yuntao's production of the beast companion egg still had not seen any light, as he was stuck at the final step. The preservation time of the beast companions was very short. They could only survive in the eggshell for 7 days. Given the transportation conditions on the continent, if the Merchant Association were to move them within 7 days, they would only just be leaving the province. Thus, Su Yuntao's wish to spread the beast companions worldwide could not be realized. He needed to calm down and think carefully about where the problem lay, or if there were any other solutions. Chapter 106. Arrange the stomach. Please collect. Please recommend votes. To solve this problem, Su Yuntao worked tirelessly for 15 days. In the end, he resolved the issue, and his solution was quite simple. He had simply entered a misunderstanding. Why did he have to extend the shelf life of the beast companion eggs? It was enough to ensure that the egg could be preserved during the Merchant Association's transportation and sale process. Having only 7 days of shelf life when it reached the buyer was actually a good thing. Therefore, Su Yuntao specially designed and created a device for the Merchant Association to preserve these eggs. It was a large rectangular box filled with low-temperature formations. Everything in this world follows certain rules, and the low-temperature rule is one of them. All objects or matters lose their activity under low-temperature conditions. This low-temperature preservation box, designed specifically for the beast companion eggs, could perfectly solve their transportation issues. After the customer purchased it, the Merchant Association staff could simply take out the beast companion egg and thaw it. Once restored to normal temperature, the encapsulated mimic soul beast inside the beast companion egg would slowly lose its activity. After realizing all this, he still could not sell it directly. He needed Su Yuntao to automate the process. Otherwise, he couldn't just act as a worker producing beast companions, as only Su Yuntao, Lu Huang, and his daughter Su Ling, who was still learning about formations, could engrave the formations. As for the production of the eggshells, Su Yuntao could directly hand over the process to Tang San and let him hire people for production. The engraving of formations could only be done using artificial intelligence. He needed to help Xiaoling create a mechanical arm and install some energy storage devices. The layout of the formation required a large amount of spiritual energy. But Xiaoling was just an artificial intelligence and could not directly use spiritual energy. However, she could control the energy storage devices to release spiritual energy, thus achieving the purpose of using it. He input the production process he designed into Xiaoling's database, and then let her try to create a companion beast egg. Su Yuntao stared intently at the newly installed mechanical arm of Xiaoling, which was made of materials very compatible with spiritual energy and soul power. This maximized Xiaoling's ability to control the use of spiritual energy. 3 large arms etched intricate formation lines on a shell as thin as a cicada's wings. The power of technology. Su Yuntao suddenly felt this way in his heart. Soon, Xiaoling completed the task assigned by Su Yuntao. An eggshell covered with lines was successfully produced. It was incredibly efficient for an artificial intelligence to handle such delicate work, because it would never make mistakes within the established rules. Su Yuntao carefully observed this first automated product eggshell. A perfect piece. It was completely usable. After a long time, Su Yuntao, as a master of formations, gave his evaluation. Finally, he successfully achieved automation, and the next step was to arrange the production line. With a command from Su Yuntao, Tang San notified the Commerce Guild to deliver all the materials he needed to the production base next to Lake Heart Island. The buildings on Lake Heart Island were increasing, and the required area was also getting larger. He could only expand the area of Lake Heart Island multiple times, creating a large new area, which also increased the lake's area considerably. The manufacturing of the production line was no longer a challenge for Su Yuntao. He had designed the entire process and could create the production flow with his eyes closed. In less than half a day's time, he set up the production line and directly let Xiaoling take over it. At the same time, her mechanical arm was also moved to one of the links in the production line by Su Yuntao. One by one, companion beast eggs were produced and then placed in a low-temperature storage box under Xiaoling's control. However, the operation of the production line lasted less than an hour, and after a total of 50,000 companion beast eggs were produced, it shut down. Insufficient mimicry soul beasts. Su Yuntao had known about this issue long ago, but the amount of soul beast from the Spirit Hall and his soul was limited to this. More than that was beyond what the Spirit Hall could manage. A large number of captured soul beasts would definitely attract the attention of major figures in the soul beast world, and losing 1,000 or 2,000 low-level soul beasts each month would not concern them. But more than that would certainly be a problem. In just 1 hour, Su Yuntao consumed 50,000 soul beasts to meet the market demand of the continent in the future. He would definitely need a large number of soul beasts to produce mimicry soul beasts. It seemed he had to take a trip deep into the Douluo forest to communicate with those freaks. Otherwise, his production line couldn't operate. It was really a headache. Su Yuntao scratched his head, which had lost quite a bit of hair, and said somewhat discontentedly, if there were no accidents, he would never want to go into the depths of the Douluo forest to seek trouble. However, he would eventually have to make that trip. The little dragon still in the hatching process would also need to go into the Douluo forest to find its great-grandmother in the future. He didn't know if his great-grandmother would recognize him. Su Yuntao shook his head, discarding the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. He had already confirmed that he must go to the Douluo forest, but he needed to wait until his dragon egg hatched before going. It was just right to use the excuse of helping the little dragon find its organization to approach those big shots and then decide whether to trade soul beasts with them based on the situation. There was less than half a year until the start of the Continental Soul Master Competition. Su Yuntao believed he should put aside other matters and focus entirely on training the contestants. Moreover, it was time for them to see real blood. He arrived at the training base on the back mountain, where the team situation was very stable. Apart from entering the trial space for practical combat, they were practicing their application of soul skills at the training base. They were not slacking off at all. They had all been selected through layers of screening, so they would never engage in such unworthy behavior. Su Yuntao clapped his hands and gathered the team members together. Your training is over. There are only 6 months until the competition starts, and you have not truly seen blood. This is unacceptable. So for the last 6 months, you will spend your time in the battle arena. My requirement is simple. Achieve 20 consecutive wins against opponents of the same realm. Su Yuntao did not set any conditions for them to obtain badges of a certain level, because that had no practical significance. What he wanted was to train their ability to face battles without being timid. The improvement in strength had already been achieved during previous training. Letting them enter the battle arena was just to build their courage. Su Yuntao took them to the battle arena in Nodding City to register and allowed them to arrange their own fights. He went alone to the back of the battle arena and met the person in charge of this arena. This person was also an old acquaintance of Su Yuntao. Originally, there was no battle arena in Nodding City. However, due to the rise of Su Yuntao's academy, the nearby Nodding City underwent great development. The battle arena would definitely not miss the opportunity to establish a branch here. This person in charge was also from Nodding City, and, as the leader here, Su Yuntao was familiar with most people in Nodding City. Old Su, take care of my 8 students. Just don't let them get killed. Just push them hard enough to leave them some breath. The person in charge of the battle arena, Old Su, initially thought Su Yuntao came to ask him to help take care of his people. He didn't expect the care to be in this manner. Brother Tao, what are you doing? I've never seen such a request. Old Su asked Su Yuntao, both amused and exasperated. Su Yuntao chuckled. These little ones are still very immature. They need to be nurtured by blood to grow. Old Su, arrange it for me, and I'll treat you to a meal. Just remember to leave them some breath. Since Old Su took over the battle arena, he had witnessed life and death, so he quickly understood Su Yuntao's purpose and patted his chest. Brother Tao, you can rest assured. Your matters are my matters. I guarantee I will take care of these few people you brought. Haha, just waiting for your words. I'll leave them to you, and next time I'll treat you to drinks. After arranging his 8 team members, Su Yuntao returned to the academy. He was very reassured about what Old Su promised. This person was very trustworthy. Otherwise, how could he take over the position of the battle arena's head? People who could reach such a position all had their own characteristics. Old Su's characteristic was that he was very trustworthy. He would do what he promised perfectly. Chapter 107. Preliminary Match Schedule. Please vote for recommendations. Please save. Dean, here is the schedule for the preliminary matches. Please take a look. A teacher specifically assigned to monitor the competition situation handed Su Yuntao a schedule. Okay, I understand. Just put it on the table. I'll take a look later. Su Yuntao nodded and let him leave for the time being. Half an hour later, he finally finished processing the business documents returned by Shan San and picked up the schedule on the table. Shan San had gone on a business trip to the Starry Empire, so Su Yuntao needed to help him handle some nearby business affairs. Su Yuntao pushed up his glasses and quickly reviewed the schedule. Sure enough, the schedule was the same. There was no change compared to previous years. The preliminary matches would be conducted in a team battle format, which was good news for them. He put down the schedule and headed towards the Duhun Arena in Nodding City. It had been a while since he met with the 8 team members, and Su Yuntao planned to see them before the preliminary matches began. Upon arriving at the arena, the noisy crowd hit him like a wave. Next, let's welcome our Beast Spirit Battle team. They have achieved an impressive 18 consecutive victories in team battles and are undoubtedly the kings among teams of the same rank. After the announcer finished speaking, Han Qingzhu led her 6 team members into the arena. Including her, there were 7 people in total. The team battle allowed a maximum of 7 members, and the one who did not enter was Zhuge Kun. The 8 members, except for the captain, were drawn randomly for the match. Zhuge Kun did not get the chance to participate this time and was watching from the sidelines. Once Han Qingzhu and the others stood firm, the announcer continued. As their challengers, the Gale Battle team, all members are soul masters of level 48 and above. Their captain is even a soul king of level 52. Which side will emerge victorious today and take home the prize of 500,000 gold soul coins? Let's wait and see. Oh, the atmosphere on site was once again ignited. Waves of cheers filled the air, as if the sound could lift the roof off. Su Yuntao didn't rush to find them. Instead, he found a spot with a wider view to watch the battle on stage. He hadn't seen the 8 members for some time, and the battle process was quite thrilling. None of the 8 were control or support types. They were all strong attack and agile attack types, making the combat very intense. Except for Han Qingzhu, the agile attack captain, who was maneuvering on the edge to direct her teammates. The other 6 members immediately found their opponents. Powerful punches and kicks relentlessly struck the enemy's defenses. Ouyang Shanshan let out a roar, and his clothes were torn to shreds. His body, full of impressive muscles, drew continuous screams from the ladies in the audience. Ouyang Shanshan's martial soul was the savage bull. According to his family's tradition, as soul power increased, his physique would be somewhat influenced by the characteristics of the martial soul, making him more robust. However, Ouyang Shanshan was different. He still looked like a graceful young man outside of battle. Once he entered combat, he seemed to feel compelled to tear off his outer clothing. Otherwise, he didn't know how to fight. Another surprising thing about Ouyang Shanshan was that he was a master swordsman, with a physique akin to Schwarzenegger. He wielded a beautiful long sword and charged at his enemies with wild slashes. He was truly a strong attack-type soul master. Ouyang Shanshan faced his 2 opponents and swung his longsword at them. The exquisite, slender blade cut through the air, creating a series of whooshing sounds. His unparalleled swordplay speed left the 2 opponents with no reaction time. Just as the sword was about to reach them, Ouyang Shanshan changed his movements, striking horizontally with the sword. Bang! The 2 MTs of the Gale Battle team were directly knocked out by Ouyang Shanshan, sent crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Both of them fell to the ground, spitting blood. Hey, I've taken care of my side. Do you need help? The muscles on Ouyang Shanshan's body slowly faded away as he pulled out a new set of clothes to put on. A graceful young man reappeared on the stage, and he had no intention of continuing to fight. Indeed, just as he finished putting on his clothes, the battle was completely over. Han Qingzhu wiped a bit of blood and walked with her teammates to Ouyang Shanshan's side, waiting for the referee to announce the result. The blood she wiped was not from spitting. She had just bitten her lip during the battle, causing a small amount of bleeding. Although Han Qingzhu was the commander and did not participate at the start, she joined the fight after Ouyang Shanshan quickly dealt with his opponents. Her opponent was the only Soul King, but it wasn't a one-on-one. She launched a sneak attack. The real confrontation with the Soul King was handled by the team member known as the Tank. Dalu, being the strongest in defense among the 8, naturally took on the task of facing the Soul King. After the battle, Dalu's hair was still perfectly in place, with only a few fist marks on his clothes. I declare the winner is the Beast Spirit Battle team. Congratulations to everyone. Beast Spirit, Beast Spirit. Amid the cheers from the crowd, Han Qingzhu and the others left the stage and returned to the exclusive lounge arranged by the organizers. Overall, everyone performed well in this battle, although one person was quite fond of showing off his physique, which had a somewhat negative effect. As the captain, Han Qingzhu began summarizing the battle right after it ended. It's not my fault for having a good physique. I don't want to be an exhibitionist. It's just how it is, Ouyang Shanshan muttered quietly. He was afraid the woman in front of him would hear. Otherwise, he would surely be in trouble. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the lounge was knocked on, interrupting Han Qingzhu's reprimanding of Ouyang Shanshan. One of the closest members opened the door, and Su Yuntao walked in with a bright smile. I've been watching everyone's performance today, and honestly, it was great. You haven't wasted all your hard work over the past time. His first words expressed his satisfaction and praised the team members. I want to say much more praise. I'm afraid it will make you too proud. I'm here to tell you that the time for the preliminary matches has been confirmed, and you need to prepare to head to Tiando Imperial City for the competition. Han Qingzhu couldn't hide her excitement when she heard Su Yuntao say the competition was about to begin. After working so hard for so long, wasn't he at all for this elite competition? Okay, Dean, when we set off, Su Yuntao nodded in satisfaction and said, you all go back and prepare your things. We will set off for Tiando Imperial City tomorrow morning. I'll personally lead the team this time. After breakfast tomorrow morning, wait for me at the entrance of the Awakening Academy. All right, the team members replied in unison. Meanwhile, Zhuge Kun, who was still watching the battle from the audience, had no idea about any of this. He was still enjoying the fight and occasionally cheering for one side, until the entire Seoul arena closed. Zhuge Kun returned to the academy dormitory and found that his roommate had already packed his luggage. Big Head, what are you doing? Planning to run away from home? Big Head, who was still busy, replied without turning his head, you're the one planning to run away. By the way, where have you been? I've been looking for you for half a day and thought you weren't staying overnight at the academy today. The dean came to inform us that we would depart for the competition tomorrow, so you should hurry up and pack your things. Big Head, squatting on the floor, looked particularly large-headed. He was the second-ranked defensive soul master in battle, weaker in defense than Dalu but stronger in attack. He was considered a relatively balanced contender, but balance meant he couldn't stand out too much. Of course, this was only in comparison within the B-Soul team. Big Head's strength was among the top 10 students in the academy. Zhuge Kun's whole body shook with excitement as he asked, the tournament? The elite tournament is about to start? Yeah, Big Head replied gruffly, still focused on packing his luggage. However, he was thinking that this trip would definitely take a long time. What if he couldn't adapt to the environment? Should he bring more snacks? 2 days later, in the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, Su Yuntao brought the 8 members of the B-Soul team to the tournament venue. The team's name was chosen for convenience in team battles at the Seoul Arena and has been used ever since. Su Yuntao and all the team members never considered changing it, thinking it was quite good. The first half of the elite tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent was held in Tiando City. Today was the opening ceremony of the tournament, and the group arrived at the designated resting area prepared for participants by the organizers. The first thing Su Yuntao noticed was 7 people dressed in a strikingly strange green outfit. It wasn't intentional. Their bizarre clothing was too eye-catching. The 7 of them sat quietly in a corner, wearing masks, while Flander, wearing glasses, stood closely beside them. After sizing them up, Su Yuntao led his team to the front, the best spot with the clearest view. His academy's reputation still carried some weight in the eyes of major factions, so no one dared to come over and cause trouble. You all wait here. Staff will come to notify you when it's time to enter. I'll head to the stands to watch your performance. After saying that, Su Yuntao left without giving them a chance to respond. After exiting the resting area, he went straight to the VIP area behind the podium, where a special seat was reserved for him. Most teams participating in the tournament brought extra members as substitutes, like the group from Shrek Academy. Apart from the leader Flander and Lu Erlong, they also had 4 substitute members. In contrast, Su Yuntao's B-Soul team had only 8 members, all of whom could be considered main players. Except for Han Qingzhu, everyone else would draw lots to compete. Soon, the tournament staff entered the resting area to organize the orderly entrance of the teams. The B-Soul team was arranged to enter among the first few, and each time a team entered, there would be announcements. Once all teams had entered, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui, began his speech amid warm applause. At this point, his health was not in good condition, and Su Yuntao could be sure that the Spirit Hall's plot against Tiando had reached a critical moment. Shui's speech didn't say much. After a few encouraging words, he handed over the floor to the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji's little antics led Su Yuntao to sever ties with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect for soul tool transactions. In a sense, this person had already entered Su Yuntao's blacklist. Ning Fengji's speech was lengthy, filled with a lot of meaningless words, and he also took the opportunity to flatter the Tiando Empire and Shui. Su Yuntao, seated right behind him, felt a wave of nausea listening to his speech. After all the ceremonial processes, the opening ceremony finally got to the main topic. The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall drew lots to determine the opponents for the first round of the preliminary matches for various teams. Su Yuntao didn't pay much attention to the other matchups. He only cared about the situation of the B-Soul team and Shrek team. As expected, Shrek was matched against the Tiando Royal Academy team. The B-Soul team was up against the Horon Academy team. This was a relatively unknown academy, and Su Yuntao wasn't worried at all that his team would be defeated. All 8 members of the B-Soul team were above level 45, so it was highly unlikely they would be easily defeated by other teams. Since his team's match was still later, Su Yuntao had no interest in the matches of others. Therefore, he remained in a daze, lying in his seat with his eyes slightly squinted, constantly observing the emperor of the empire, who was already exuding a decayed aura. Su Yuntao thought to himself, this old emperor's health is much worse than in the original timeline. I wonder if it's because of the butterfly effect I caused? Rounds of battles began and ended, and soon it was the Beast Soul team's turn to compete. Walking out first was Han Qingzhu, full of vigor. Her exquisite features paired with a unique aura that made her a killer for many young men. Behind her, a group of beasts followed closely, occasionally glancing at the stand with eyes that warned, "Don't have any ideas about our captain, or we'll crush you." The competitors prepared, and the match began. With the referee's command, the match belonging to the Beast Soul team officially started. Han Qingzhu stepped forward alone, directly manifesting her soul rings without summoning her spirit beast. She quietly watched the academy team opposite her release their martial souls. Han Qingzhu was a 4-ring soul master, but her level had already reached level 50. She hadn't yet accumulated enough energy to advance, so she remained at the soul master stage for now. The optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple appeared on her, causing gasps from the audience. Even the drowsy Emperor Shui Yi perked up. Her opponents had no soul masters among them, all being 3-ring soul scholars. Once her opponents had all released their martial souls, Han Qingzhu suddenly vanished from their sight. So fast, the auxiliary player from Huarong Academy's eyes suddenly narrowed, feeling her body lift off the ground. At that moment, her mind was filled with just one thought. Wow, the auxiliary from Huarong Academy was taken out in an instant. Unbelievable. How could this girl be so strong? Su Yuntao smiled in satisfaction as he saw Han Qingzhu eliminate her opponent's auxiliary in one move. The subsequent battle was entirely handled by Han Qingzhu, and it took no more than a minute. Her teammates had no intention of participating in the fight from the start. The other 6 stood at the edge of the arena, arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle of her battle. The captain's strength had increased significantly. She was likely to advance to Soul King before the finals. Yes, indeed, I announced that the winner is the Soul Beast team. After the referee announced the winner, Han Qingzhu first led the team members who had just played a supporting role back to the resting area. At this moment, Tang San, one of the Shrek Academy's 7 monsters who was the first to finish his match, stared at Han Qingzhu and his team with a serious expression. "Dean, we are in trouble," Tang San said solemnly to Flender, who had always been by his side. "Very tricky? No confidence. Maybe we can win against them in a life-and-death battle." This was the first time Tang San showed a lack of confidence in front of Flender. This surprised the seasoned soul sage, who had experienced many storms, as he glanced a few times in the direction of the Soul Beast team. Su Yuntao was unaware that his team had already been targeted by the destined child of that Douluo world, and they had become the biggest threat. The day's preliminary matches quickly came to an end. Su Yuntao returned to the player resting area and called his team members to a more luxurious restaurant to celebrate. Although it was just the first round of the preliminaries, Su Yuntao was not a stingy person. The team had achieved a good start, so they had to celebrate. Moreover, he wasn't short on money. Ever since Shun Wanson stabilized the business association, Su Yuntao hadn't worried about funding. After a feast with his 9-member team, they returned to the hotel obediently. Although one member wanted to go out for fun, under Su Yuntao's suppression, he quickly dismissed this immature thought. The strength of Han Qingzhu and his 8 teammates was unmatched in the preliminaries, and they successfully advanced with a crushing momentum. A total of 30 teams advanced to the finals, but before the finals, there was still a ranking battle to determine the seeding. The advancement battle was conducted in a special way, similar to a defending platform format. One member from each team would take turns to fight. The winning side would either stay on the platform or choose to withdraw. The losing side would send another member to battle again. This one-on-one combat would continue until all members of one team were defeated. The team with no remaining members would be declared the loser, while the last standing team would be the winner. This format tested the leader's adaptability, but in the face of absolute strength, these factors became less important. For weaker teams, the strategy of using fast horses to race slow horses was a necessary means of victory. Chapter 109, Battle against Meng Iran. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. Compared to team battles, individual battles place more emphasis on each member's personal strength. The format of the advancement battle perfectly highlights the individual abilities of each contestant, which is also an opportunity for many to stand out. Not only the royal family of the Tiando Empire was watching, but many other forces were also present. Their purpose for coming here was to see if they could recruit some standout contestants into their families or sections. Su Yuntao led his 8 members to the large training ground where the advancement battle was held, and it was already crowded with people. Thousands of royal knights surrounded the area tightly. When they entered the training ground, the other 14 teams had already arrived. Su Yuntao's team was the last to arrive. In addition to these 15 competing teams, all other teams were also present. After all, according to the subsequent schedule, everyone could potentially be an opponent. It was necessary to come early to understand the strengths of each major team. According to the draw order, the B-Soul team's match was the second to last. So the 8 of them followed Su Yuntao through the process and then returned to their resting area. Today, there were a total of 7 matches, with the B-Soul team being the 6th, while Shrek Academy's team was the 4th. Su Yuntao was not interested in sitting in the VIP seats on the podium today. He felt uncomfortable just looking at old Ghost Ning's back. He had never been a person with a large temperament, and after being humiliated by the other side, Su Yuntao had clearly regarded the 7-treasure glazed tile school as a local entity. He just sat with his teammates in the resting area, planning to stay there as long as no one came to chase him away. This place had a good view and ample space. There was no reason to change locations. Ignoring the strange gazes from other teams, Su Yuntao took out many snacks and drink from his storage ring to distribute to Han Qingzhu and the others. After receiving the food, Zhuge Kun smiled broadly, his eyes almost disappearing. Su Yuntao also watched the Battle of Shrek Academy and had to admit that they were outstanding among all the academy teams. However, if he were to evaluate them in detail, he could only say that they were indeed the protagonist team. Given Shrek Academy's strength at this time, there was absolutely no chance for them to win the championship. Shrek Academy easily defeated their opponent, the Ballot Kingdom team, with a crushing performance. Soon, the penultimate match of the day was about to begin. Han Qingzhu led the 6 members who were drawn to the stage, following the staff into the competition area. Their opponent in this match was the Exotic Beast Academy team, which included a familiar character to Su Yuntao. One of Tang San's love interests, Meng Yiran, was a student of this academy. She was also leading the Exotic Beast Academy team to compete this time. Only she was worth the Soul Beast team's attention. The other members of the Exotic Beast Academy team were relatively weaker compared to Han Qingzhu and the others. Su Yuntao had informed his teammates about Meng Yiran's information before the match. Therefore, he didn't arrange any tactics for them. They would just steamroll through. However, Su Yuntao did give them 1 point. Everyone had to fight. Don't be afraid to expose your strength. 1 person per opponent. This was Su Yuntao's only requirement for them because, in the last team match, these 8 had made Han Qingzhu, the captain, fight several rounds alone. Su Yuntao found it hard to watch, even though it was Han Qingzhu's own request. Her soul power level had reached level 50, but the energy accumulated in her accompanying beast was not enough to support her breakthrough, so her soul power had to stop there. According to Su Yuntao's plan, he intended to let Han Qingzhu and the others finish the match before returning to the academy, where he would provide them with the energy needed for advancement. However, Han Qingzhu was a bit anxious to break through. She wanted to help the team go further. The accumulation of energy from the accompanying beast could be accelerated through battle, which was why she took the initiative to request this. At this moment, with the referee's signal, the match officially began. Both teams sent out their first contestant, who was a mid-level member of their respective teams, wanting to test each other's strength. However, the contestant from the Soul Beast team inherited the reckless character of his teammates, and, as soon as the opponent was ready, charged straight at them. He threw all the soul skills that enhanced his own abilities without hesitation and rushed forward with his extraordinary physical qualities. His opponent clearly was not very strong. Upon seeing his fierce momentum, they lost their desire to fight. It was like a small truck crashing into a low wall, stirring up a huge cloud of dust in the arena. Soon, when the dust settled, the contestant from the Exotic Beast Academy lay unconscious on the ground. However, this member of the Beast Soul team didn't even let out a breath, standing in the place of the unconscious opponent, brushing off the dust from his body. Wow! The member from the Exotic Beast Academy was killed in an instant. The Beast Soul team once again brought us a scene of a one-hit knockout. The commentator at the scene shouted in an exaggerated tone, and the audience cheered along with him. After the referee declared the victor, he granted a minute for rest and tactical arrangement. Meng Yiran from the Exotic Beast Academy looked very grim. She knew her team members were not strong and would likely lose to the opponent, but she didn't expect that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Next, I will go directly into the arena. If I lose, then there's no need to continue fighting, Meng Yiran said to the other team members without any doubt. The other team members had no objections to Meng Yiran's words. They clearly understood the gap between themselves and the opponent and saw no reason to seek their own suffering. The second match continued. Both sides, please take the stage. The first member of the Beast Soul team was supposed to continue defending. But due to the orders given by Su Yuntao, he declared defeat as soon as he entered the arena. This action once again caused an uproar among the audience, and even Meng Yiran's expression lost its composure. Fortunately, the Beast Soul team immediately sent out another member, which calmed Meng Yiran's already surging anger. The member sent out was the captain, Han Qingzhu. Since the opponent had sent out their strongest member, Han Qingzhu certainly couldn't back down. Both sides prepare. The match begins. With the referee's command, Han Qingzhu transformed into a shadow and rushed towards Meng Yiran, who was still summoning her martial soul. Under Su Yuntao's guidance, all members of the team shared a core belief. Physical fitness determines everything. Therefore, they developed a habit of relying on their physical fitness in combat, with most of their soul skills aimed at enhancing their own abilities. Since they had fused with their accompanying beasts, the soul rings they condensed after advancing could be chosen in terms of direction, although it was just a rough direction and not very precise. This was also one of the advantages of having accompanying beasts. Han Qingzhu was like this. Her soul skills all enhanced her movement speed and attack power, with no defensive soul skills at all. As an assassin, the agile attack type in arena battles was inherently unfair, so she needed to seize every opportunity in combat. Therefore, she didn't adhere to the combat etiquette between soul masters, which involved both parties reporting their martial souls and soul power levels before the fight. Meng Yiran's expression was chaotic, but her movements were not slow. The moment Han Qingzhu disappeared, she dove to the ground beside her to avoid Han Qingzhu's sudden strike. A trick? Meng Yiran, still shaken, questioned immediately. Han Qingzhu didn't have time to pay attention to her childish words and vanished from the arena again. When she reappeared, it was at Meng Yiran's back. Just as Meng Yiran got up and hadn't steadied herself, she suddenly turned around to defend her back, but was still kicked to the ground by Han Qingzhu. Holding her stomach, Meng Yiran stumbled to her feet, and at this moment, Han Qingzhu did not strike a fallen opponent, but quietly watched her get up. Give up. You have no chance of winning. Chapter 1, 10 consecutive victories. Please collect. Please vote. No, I can still fight. Meng Yiran stubbornly stood up, holding her stomach. This girl was inherently strong-willed. The fact that she could attempt a sneak attack after Tang San let her go showed she was unwilling to concede. Han Qingzhu had heard about this person's character from Su Yuntao before the match and was not surprised by her response. Shaking her head, Han Qingzhu transformed into a shadow once again. She did not hold back with her full-speed burst. She appeared in front of Meng Yiran before the shadow left its original position. Since you won't concede, then I'll just knock you out. Han Qingzhu's thoughts were quite kind. She just wanted to knock Meng Yiran out. What bad intentions could she possibly have? On the field, Meng Yiran's body flew around in the air like a rag, unable to land. The teacher leading the Exotic Beast Academy covered her mouth to suppress her tears. It was just too tragic. Yet, even in this situation, Meng Yiran still did not faint. She maintained her consciousness, which astonished Su Yuntao, who was watching from the resting area. What a strong-willed girl. Su Yuntao did not want to see Han Qingzhu continue to bully her. 1, it was unnecessary, and 2, it was somewhat disgraceful. He directly sent a mental message to Han Qingzhu, instructing her to knock Meng Yiran out of the arena. After hearing Su Yuntao's message, Han Qingzhu, although unsure how the dean managed to do it, perfectly executed his command. Once again, she flashed to Meng Yiran's back and directly used a soft force to push her out of the arena. The victor, the Beast Soul team here. The referee declared the result of the battle as soon as Meng Yiran exited the arena, perhaps not wanting her to continue being bullied. Everyone present was very surprised by this battle. Both the Platinum Pope and Ning Fengji were very interested in Han Qingzhu. However, regarding the academy she belonged to, both were quite troubled and dared not approach her casually. The results of the subsequent battles need not be elaborated. They all ended in a crushing manner. Moreover, the fighting style was uniquely fierce and graceful among all participating teams. They were strong like monsters, more monstrous than us. This was Tang San's evaluation. He watched all the battles of the Beast Soul team. Especially Han Qingzhu's extreme speed made Tang San's scalp tingle, although his eyes could see Han Qingzhu's movements clearly. His body's reactions were not that quick. With a solemn expression, Tang San silently left the scene with the other Shrek 7 devils, not even watching the last match. As for Su Yuntao, since he and his team had nothing else to do, they continued to stay and watch the subsequent matches. The competition progressed day by day, and after 10 rounds, 3 teams still maintained a perfect record. There were the Beast Soul team, Shrek Academy, and the Godwind Academy, whose strengths were vividly displayed in the early rounds of the qualifying matches. Among them, the Beast Soul team's fighting style remained quite rough and violent. But no team had managed to probe their martial soul situation. They only knew their soul power levels and soul ring situations. With an average soul power level of 48 and all soul rings perfectly matched, just looking at the soul power levels dispelled the winning desires of a large portion of teams. Today, the opponent of the Beast Soul team was the God Wind Academy. And this was the first match in a long time that Su Yuntao personally focused on. The captain of the Shenkong Academy team is Feng Xiaotian, whose strength is quite formidable. Although his soul power level has not yet reached the average of his teammate, Su Yuntao, sitting at only level 44, he is not to be underestimated, especially since he is capable of forcing Tang San to use his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and the chaotic wind hammer technique in the original work. Furthermore, Feng Xiaotian possesses the ability to fly, which creates a significant disadvantage for his team. As Su Yuntao is well aware that none of his 8 teammates can fly, he does not believe that such an obvious weakness has gone unnoticed by others. Most importantly, Feng Xiaotian's talent among those without cheats is extraordinarily powerful. He has created a powerful soul skill called 36 Slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf by leveraging his existing soul skills and the characteristics of his martial soul. The night before the competition, Su Yuntao called all his teammates into his room for the first time. Without much ado, he warned them to be cautious of the Shenkong Academy captain, Feng Xiaotian, who is not simple at all. He proceeded to share all the details he knew about Feng Xiaotian. Looking at his teammates, who were all wearing serious expressions, he simply said, "You should study the match for tomorrow. Believe in your strength to solve the problems." Then he left first. Once outside, Su Yuntao realized it was his room, and he wondered why he had come out. Oh well, he thought, let them figure out the tactics. He walked with his hands behind his back towards the hotel lobby to grab a late-night snack. Inside the room, Han Qingzhu, as the captain, broke the silence first and said, "Leave Feng Xiaotian to Dali. With his defense, that person should be unable to do any damage. Even if we can't win, a draw would be good. Or at least we can exhaust his soul power to create opportunities for the others." Dali stepped forward and said, "That's right. Leave this task to me. I guarantee I can drag him down." As the chief MT of the team, Dali was resolute when the team needed him the most. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with the captain's strategy of having Dali face Feng Xiaotian. All right, besides Feng Xiaotian, there's this person. Han Qingzhu continued to lead the team in discussing other strategies, which was a first. In previous battles, since they were individual matches, they had just rushed in without much planning. After Su Yuntao had eaten and filled up, he brought some food to the still discussing teammates, telling them to eat and then rest, as it was late and they needed to be prepared for the battle tomorrow. The next day, the battle between the Beast Soul team and the Shenkong Academy team officially began. The Shenkong Academy sent out their weakest member first, with Feng Xiaotian instructing him to try to exhaust the opponent's stamina and soul power. However, the Beast Soul team sent out Dalu, the second MT of the team, whose mission was to force Feng Xiaotian off the stage. With his defense, if Feng Xiaotian did not leave the stage, no one could defeat him. The first battle ended swiftly, with Dalu, who possessed both offense and defense, knocking the opponent to the ground during an opening in the attack. After pinning him down, the opponent had no choice but to reluctantly concede defeat. "Captain, I'm sorry. I couldn't meet your expectations." Feng Xiaotian, with a gentle smile, nodded and replied, "It's all right. It's my fault. I didn't anticipate that they would send this person out first. It's not your fault." After receiving the captain's comfort, the teammates' guilt eased considerably. During the 1-minute break, Feng Xiaotian realized the opponent's strategy. Were they trying to force him to act prematurely? Well, let it be as you wish. He looked at his teammates and thought it unnecessary for them to go up and face defeat. "Brothers, the opponent is very strong, so I've decided to act early. If I fail, you all can concede. There's no need to continue fighting. Save your strength for the finals." Feng Xiaotian's sincere words moved the other teammates, who expressed their trust in him and agreed to his later requests. As the 1-minute break ended, Feng Xiaotian stepped onto the stage first. Dalu, who was just about to go on, was taken aback when he saw Feng Xiaotian already on stage. "Sister Head, what should I do? Should I go big or go home?" Dalu asked Han Qingzhu, who was the only one he called Sister Head. "Do as you wish. If you want to fight, then fight. Just don't cry after getting hit," Han Qingzhu replied, feeling uncomfortable with a nickname, but unsure how to refute Dalu, so she just responded curtly, "All right." Dalu excitedly walked onto the stage. He stood firm in front of Feng Xiaotian, knowing that one must stand straight when taking hits, and he was ready to take the blows without thinking of fighting back. "Big Pot, let me test your strength. Go easy on me," Dalu said with a playful grin at Feng Xiaotian. Chapter 111. Daluo's battle, seeking recommendation votes, seeking collections, wishing everyone good health. Dalu smiled naively at Feng Xiaotian. He then activated his soul rings, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings perfectly suited to him. Come on, give it your all. Ugh, what nonsense is this brat talking? Su Yuntao couldn't help but retort first. He would never want to admit this brat was one of his students. Feng Xiaotian, facing Dalu directly, felt his skin twitch. He knew that the members of the B-Soul team were not ones to follow rules. So he didn't wait for the referee's signal and directly used his martial soul. A layer of green light overflowed from him, and as the light surged, he completed the process of martial soul manifestation. Feng Xiaotian's martial soul was a mutated martial soul, transforming from the Gale Demon Wolf into a 2-headed wolf. A near top-tier martial soul. This was also the advanced form of Su Yuntao's lone wolf martial soul. Though now it was hard to say whether Su Yuntao's martial soul still belonged to the wolf category. Before Dalu could attack, Feng Xiaotian accelerated towards him. His martial soul also possessed the ability to attack with the power of the gale, making his speed extremely fast, almost reaching Han Chengzhu's level. This suited Dalu's intentions perfectly, as he had no desire to initiate an attack. After Su Yuntao's explanation before the match, he knew there was no way he could match Feng Xiaotian's speed. So, he did not rush to attack directly. It was better to wait for the right moment. Ha! When Feng Xiaotian charged at him, Dalu let out a loud shout. Suddenly, he transformed into a golden figure. His martial soul was a mutated golden cicada, which should have been just an ordinary cicada, but under Su Yuntao's magical techniques, it awakened as a golden cicada. He had also fused with a companion beast, though he didn't T-summon it for battle. However, this did not hinder him from releasing his soul skills. Dalu's 4 soul skills were: the first soul skill, Golden Light Shines, which increases his body's defense and vitality, was the one he was currently using. The second soul skill is Vibration, which can release vibrational power from any part of the body. The effect is said to be quite good. The third soul skill is Flight, allowing one to soar into the sky with the speed and transformation ability of a cicada, balancing speed and agility. The fourth soul skill is a type of soul attack, Cicada's Call. This is a rather rare soul skill that can directly attack the soul of the target. However, when facing an opponent with a higher soul power level, its effectiveness will be greatly diminished. In fact, if encountering an unyielding enemy, it may even backfire on the user. Nevertheless, this drawback does not prevent him from showing off after acquiring this soul skill in front of his many teammates. Haha, what a thrill! After taking a claw from Feng Xiaotian head-on, Dalu laughed heartily, but his current physical condition was not as comfortable as he claimed. This guy is really strong. Just one hit caused me some internal injuries. I shouldn't have taken it head-on. I am a wise meat shield. After releasing the golden light, Dalu was not unable to move, but the trade-off for increased defense and vitality was a significant reduction in his already low ground movement speed. Seeing his attack was effective, Feng Xiaotian mercilessly launched a rapid assault. The continuous claw strikes fell like raindrops, mercilessly bombarding Dalu's golden chest. Due to the use of the first soul skill, Dalu's defense and vitality greatly increased. Although he was being attacked continuously and was seriously injured internally, he still stood firm on the arena. After a while of bombardment, Feng Xiaotian's wolf claws suddenly stopped. His eyes widened. He thought to himself, not good. Huh, I finally got you. I told you I am wise. Now it's your turn. At this moment, Dalu's right hand, for some unknown reason, was gripping one of Feng Xiaotian's wolf claws tightly. His second yellow soul ring flickered, giving Feng Xiaotian no time to react, and his left fist swung toward Feng Xiaotian's wolf face. The ability of the soul skill Vibration instantly attached to his left fist, showcasing nearly 2 years of training results at this moment. The release of the soul skill had no pause whatsoever and did not affect the ongoing action. Heavy hammer, critical hit. Boom. Feng Xiaotian was directly punched, causing him to spit blood. His entire wolf face became a bloody mess. However, since he had 2 heads, only one wolf head got swollen. This did not affect his future handsomeness. Honest Dalu, seeing that he still had another wolf head unscathed, and with the idea of helping him achieve symmetry, raised his left fist again and hammered toward Feng Xiaotian's other head. Don't go too far. Feng Xiaotian had always been proud of his handsome face. How could he allow Dalu to continue hammering it? More than a dozen wind blades, under his command, rushed toward Dalu's right hand. At this moment, if Dalu did not let go, his right hand would definitely lose the ability to move for a while. Dalu had to give up the idea of continuing to hammer his face, releasing Feng Xiaoyan's wolf claw and jumping back, directly leaving the attack range of the wind blades. Wind blade formation. Although Dalu was simple-minded, he was not foolish. He clearly remembered what Su Yuntao had said. Therefore, he immediately recognized the soul skill Feng Xiaotian was using. The two temporarily separated, both wary of each other. Dalu was wary of Feng Xiaotian's speed on the ground, while Feng Xiaotian was wary of Dalu's ferocity. For his own ferocity, to be able to attack him, he did not hesitate to be clawed multiple times by his own wolf claws. With the battle momentarily paused, the vitality brought by Dalu's first soul skill began to take effect. His chest, which had been heaving heavily, gradually calmed down, and even the internal injuries were slowly recovering. Only a few claw marks on the surface of his body were still bleeding, looking quite intimidating. Feng Xiaotian did not know what kind of martial soul this brute in front of him possessed. In fact, no one present, except for Su Yuntao, was clear about it. He once again increased his speed and charged toward Dalu. However, this time Feng Xiaotian did not plan to engage in close combat. It was obviously unwise to fight against the opponent with his own weaknesses. He quickly circled around Dalu's immobile figure, searching for his weaknesses. Suddenly, a series of wind blades flew toward Dalu. Since close combat was not an option, he still had ranged attack soul skills. This was also a way for him to find a way to counter Dalu. Ding ding ding. The wind blade struck Dalu's golden body, producing a series of crisp sounds. Dalu remained motionless under this torrential rain of wind blades, but the wounds occasionally inflicted on him proved that he was not as relaxed as he appeared. I can't keep letting him attack like this. If this continues, I'm bound to lose. Dalu's third soul skill was activated in an instant, and a pair of thin cicada wings appeared on his back. Then, with a gentle flap of the cicada wings, Dalu's whole body appeared in mid-air on the arena. At this moment, the cicada wings were no longer visible. The flapping of the cicada wings was happening at an extremely fast speed, which is why Dalu could possess extraordinary speed and agility in the air. He was able to come to a sudden stop and quickly change direction while flying at high speed. Just as Dalu was evading the wind blades unleashed by Feng Xiaotian from the ground, as if he were strolling leisurely, elegant, and composed. These two compliments were more suitable for him at this moment than for this simpleton. Rising into the air, Dalu seemed to be in an unbeatable position, as if the outcome was already decided. Even the commentators on site believed so. However, Dalu and the other members of the B-Spirit team did not let their guard down. They knew that Feng Xiaotian also possessed the ability to fly. The real battle was just beginning. But for Dalu, aside from his ultimate move, the fourth soul skill, he had exhausted all his options. However, up to this point, Feng Xiaotian had only used his first soul skill, wind blade formation. The other three soul skills had yet to be seen. Even if one of the soul skills was a flying skill, there were still two soul skills that Dalu had not forced out of him. Not to mention, he still had a self-created soul skill. Chapter 112. Dalu seriously injured. Please vote for recommendations. Please bookmark. Han Qingzhu and others also knew Dalu's current predicament and looked worriedly at Dalu, who was still dodging the wind blades in the air. Due to the rarity of soul skills, Su Yuntao had specifically instructed him not to use it if possible. With the respect and admiration Dalu had for Su Yuntao, he would absolutely follow the order without a second thought. In his eyes, not using the fourth soul skill was an order, and he treated everything Su Yuntao said as commands to be executed. Su Yuntao officially understood this, so he no longer cared about the so-called competition rules and directly sent a voice transmission to Dalu. Dalu, come down. You have done very well. In midair, Dalu also heard Su Yuntao's voice transmission, hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Seeing him nod, Su Yuntao let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid this brute would continue to be reckless. After all, Dalu was very obedient to him. After nodding to indicate his agreement, although he did not immediately admit defeat and leave the arena, Su Yuntao still set aside his worries. Su Yuntao believed that Dalu might be looking for a suitable moment to concede. No one knew what Dalu was thinking while suspended in midair. I can't just admit defeat like this. At the very least, I need to force out one or two of his other soul skills first. On the ground, Feng Xiaotian, who was slightly out of breath from continuously using the wind blade soul skill, also stopped his attacks. Facing the calm Dalu in the air, he knew that his wind blade posed little threat to him now. Hey, if you keep this up, you won't win against me. Although I can't defeat you either. This way, it will only end in a draw at most. Your teammates are no match for my other teammates, you know? After Feng Xiaotian stopped attacking, Dalu seized the opportunity to catch his breath and immediately said without hesitation, Dado's words were exactly what Feng Xiaotian was worried about. He frowned, looking at the still, arrogant Dado in the air, biting his cheek. As you wish, a pair of large wings unfolded from Feng Xiaotian's back, and a blue light flowed throughout his body, finally converging on the wings on his back. He clapped his wings and soared into the air in a gust of wind. With just one flap of his wings, he reached an altitude of 50 meters above Dado. Wow, he can fly too. Are all the contestants this year like this? The twists and turns on the field excited the audience watching from above. They initially thought that Dado, who could fly, had an absolute advantage, but they didn't expect Feng Xiaotian could fly as well. Ignoring the enthusiasm of the audience, Dado looked up at Feng Xiaotian above him. Twin Wolves Possession. This was his second soul skill, and the third soul skill was the pair of wings on his back. The phantom of a two-headed wolf merged into Feng Xiaotian's body. The ability of this soul skill was to increase power, defense, and agility by 50%. Without any hesitation, Dado's first reaction was to leave his original position. As he expected, the moment he left his spot, a wind blade that was even faster than before sliced through the air. It then struck the ground, leaving a 2-meter-long, 5-centimeter-deep scratch right there. This was a venue specifically designed for battle, and ordinary attacks couldn't cause any damage to it. However, Feng Xiaotian's wind blade in this state produced such power. I hope you can keep dodging. A round of 10 wind blades swept towards Dado from all directions, sealing off all the space around him. Seeing the 10 wind blades approaching, Dado knew he definitely couldn't dodge all the attacks this time. All he could do was protect his vital spots, try to avoid some of the wind blades, and take the rest head on. The wings on Dado's back, which had been flapping rapidly, suddenly stopped, completely enveloping his back with thin, cicada-like wings. Then he faced a wind blade that he couldn't possibly dodge with his back. Seeing this scene, Su Yuntao couldn't sit still any longer and shouted to the others watching at the edge of the arena. What are you waiting for? Get ready to save him. He also walked towards the player's entrance, intending to personally intervene to save Dado. Just at that moment, the wind blade struck Dado's back. The thin cicada wings could not provide him with any defensive capability, only slightly affecting the wind blade's flight speed. Then it struck mercilessly against Dado's back, leaving a huge cut extending from his left shoulder to his right hip, forming a massive dividing line across his entire back. Dado's body was also slammed to the ground by the tremendous impact. At this moment, the fastest Han Qingzhu had already declared defeat to the referee before Dado was hit and, without waiting for the referee to respond, turned into a shadow and appeared beneath Dado's falling body. Bang! The two were knocked to the ground, but fortunately, Han Qingzhu acted as a cushion, preventing Dado from suffering a secondary injury. Han Qingzhu let out a muffled groan as he moved Dado off of himself. At this time, the others, who had reacted a moment too late, rushed over and helped Dado and Han Qingzhu out of the arena. Dado had already lost consciousness by this point. When Dado was carried off, Su Yuntao also arrived at the edge of the competition field, reaching out to take the heavily injured and unconscious Dado from Dali's hands. You all prepare for the next match. I'll take him out to treat his injuries. After speaking, Su Yuntao silently carried Dado away from the arena. This incident could not be blamed on anyone. It was just a normal competition, and it couldn't be blamed on Feng Xiaotian either, as it was Dado's own decision. Fortunately, Su Yuntao had anticipated that injuries could occur during the competition, so he had borrowed the spirit control bottle from Su Linger. Moreover, it was filled with miraculous life energy, perfect for treating injuries. After refusing the help of the healing soul masters responsible for treatment on site, Su Yuntao took Dado back to the hotel. He brought him directly to his room, set up a concealment formation, and then took out the spirit control bottle to transfer the life energy to the unconscious Dado. The effect was very good, and with Dado's own recovery ability, he awakened after a short while. Dado looked like a child who had done something wrong. After realizing that the person in front of him was Su Yuntao, he lowered his head and remained silent. Did you make a mistake? Su Yuntao didn't specify what he did wrong, just asked this one question. I was wrong. Dado answered in a low voice. Wrong about what? Su Yuntao continued to question, almost laughing at his timid demeanor. Dado stammered for a long time without being able to explain. Su Yuntao didn't press the foolish boy further, instructing him to rest well and not go out for now before leaving the room. The Beast Spirit Team's competition was not over yet, and Su Yuntao needed to return to the scene to watch. Since Dado was fine now, he didn't stay at the hotel any longer. When he arrived at the site, Dali and Feng Xiaotian's battle had just entered a heated phase. Dali was not like Dado, who was a half-hearted MT. He had put all his attribute points into defense. The wind blade, boosted by Feng Xiaotian's attributes, felt like a tickle to Dali, who was completely unfazed. Dali's attack methods were almost non-existent. If the rebound force generated while defending counted, that was his strongest means of attack. Dali's physical quality was the strongest among all members of the Beast Spirit team. His powerful physique brought advantages in strength, although he had no real attack methods. His basic attacks could still kill. Because of this, Feng Xiaotian found himself in a tough battle. And even his self-created soul skill, Gale Demon Wolf 36, did not inflict any damage on Dali. He merged his wings with his hands and slashed at Dali's body, but Dali met him with clenched fists. With a loud bang, Feng Xiaotian quickly retreated from the ground, while Dali's hands glowed with a yellowish light, receiving no damage at all. Another monster, Feng Xiaotian, who has always been refined and easygoing, couldn't help but curse at this moment. With his hands subtly aching, he had to think about the current situation of his academy's battle team and whether it was necessary to continue fighting against the Beast Spirit team. His handsome cheeks still bore the imprint of the punch from before, but the swelling had subsided. It should be time to take a minute to rest and heal a bit. With no way to deal with Dali, Feng Xiaotian hovered in midair, contemplating whether to continue the fight. Dali, noticing the change in Feng Xiaotian's expression, knew he probably didn't want to continue and said, "Are we still fighting? If not, just admit defeat. You can't harm me at all." After a moment of hesitation, Feng Xiaotian retracted his wings and landed on the ground, then gave Dali a deep look before voluntarily stepping out of the competition area. In the end, he chose to admit defeat. The referee announced the result of the match the moment Feng Xiaotian left the arena. The winner is Dali from the Beast Spirit Academy. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian, who had already stepped out, paused and said, "We from the Xinfeng Academy concede the following matches." Then he left the competition site with his teammates without looking back. The tank was really too disgusting. Feng Xiaotian felt frustrated about losing, so he didn't want to stay here for even a minute. Anyway, they had already secured a spot in the finals, and the ranking wasn't that important. His mindset had become much more laid-back due to the 2 rounds of battles with the tank. Chapter 113. Ambushed after this match. The Beast Spirit team had no other matches for 2 days. 2 days later, if nothing unexpected happened, it would be a battle for first place against the Shrek Academy team. Su Yuntao directly requested that the team concede this match, as there was no need to fight to the death with Shrek. After the preliminary rounds, the Beast Spirit team had secured their ticket to the finals. The promotion matches were purely about ranking for them. This ranking only determined the opponent for the finals and had no other significance. With the current points of the Beast Spirit team, securing second place was a foregone conclusion. By then, the team they would face in the finals would be considerably weaker, which was enough for Su Yuntao. He didn't want his team to expose too much of their strength by fighting against Shrek Academy. In fact, Su Yuntao had wanted to concede against the Xinfeng Academy as well. However, in the end, he decided to let his team engage in one more high-intensity battle to cultivate their adaptability. Therefore, the final battle against the 7 main characters of Shrek Academy could be completely avoided, a reason Su Yuntao had already communicated with his teammates. The team members expressed their understanding. For Su Yuntao and the members of the Beast Spirit team, this meant several more days of recovery time. Dali's injuries could fully heal before the finals, which was undoubtedly good news. With a week left before setting off to participate in the finals in Wuhan City, the team members, who usually focused solely on training, rarely indulged themselves. Moreover, since Tiando City was the imperial city with countless places to visit, the 7 days allowed Han Qingzhu and the others to enjoy themselves thoroughly. Of course, Dali, who was recovering, could only watch enviously, as Su Yuntao had placed him under house arrest to ensure he would recover without any issues. The finals would be held in Wuhan City, which was not a short distance from Tiando City. Therefore, Emperor Shuya dispatched Prince Shueqinghe as an envoy to lead the participating teams to the event. The Wuhan Palace is located at the junction of the 2 great empires, about 3 weeks' journey from Tiando City. 3 days after the Shrek Academy team effortlessly secured first place, a procession of over 1,000 people headed towards the Wuhan Palace. Su Yuntao was sitting in a specially modified carriage, while his team members were in the 2 carriages assigned to the Beast Spirit team by the Tiando Empire. Of course, these 2 carriages could not match the comfort or speed of Su Yuntao's modified one. Su Yuntao's carriage was specially modified with soul guide technology, optimizing the shock absorption system to an extraordinary degree. It felt as smooth as walking on flat ground, which is no exaggeration. Quickly, 10 days passed, and they had covered more than half the journey to the Wuhan Palace. One day, as the team reached the area between 2 low hills, the captain of the Royal Knight Brigade shouted, "Everyone, be alert!" Su Yuntao, sitting in his carriage, had already opened his eyes before the alert sounded. What was to come had returned, despite all the changes he had made. He quickly got out of the carriage and ran towards his team members. In such situations, the first priority was to protect his students, which was what a dean should do. As for helping to fight, that could only be done after ensuring the absolute safety of his students. Everyone come out and stay by my side. Don't go anywhere. The team members, who were a bit dazed at encountering a robbery for the first time, quickly calmed down upon hearing Su Yuntao's voice. They immediately followed his orders and gathered around him, forming a defensive formation to face the black-clad attackers approaching the team. Just then, countless falling rocks came tumbling down from the hillsides, swiftly heading towards the team. Su Yuntao's expression changed slightly. He knew the main target of these black-clad individuals was the Shrek group, but he didn't expect them to be so shameless. He quickly reached his carriage, took the reins from the horses, and lifted the entire carriage with both hands. He carried the carriage to his team's side, blocking it on the side where the falling rocks were coming, although it took a while to describe. The time from when Su Yuntao lifted the carriage to when he set it down was under 5 seconds. This specially made carriage had no problem withstanding these boulders. Therefore, the falling rock crisis posed no real threat to the Beast Spirit team, and they safely weathered this wave of attack. After the rock fall subsided, Su Yuntao directly used his soul power to form ropes to tie up the children, stepping into the air. He was the first to lead his team away from this dangerous terrain, and since he couldn't free his hands to help, he had to prioritize escaping. After passing through the 2 hills, Su Yuntao saw that the black-clad attackers had already reached the Royal Knight Brigade. The 2 sides collided, and a fierce battle erupted instantaneously, with brilliant soul skills flashing continuously. Although the combat power of these black-clad individuals was not particularly strong, their coordination was excellent, and there were dozens of Soul Kings among them. Su Yuntao realized that the Academy's team probably wouldn't be able to win this fight. After arranging his teammates in a concealed location, Su Yuntao said to them, "You all stay here quietly and don't go out to cause trouble. Just watch how your dean demonstrates his might." After saying this, he rushed towards the battlefield, not forgetting to quickly set up a temporary defense formation for Han Qingzhu and the others before leaving. In fact, considering the strength of the Beast Spirit team, participating in this battle would not be a problem. However, Su Yuntao was an academy administrator. The safe growth of his students was his philosophy. There would always be opportunities to hone practical combat skills. There was no need to engage in such a large-scale battle. There are simply too many people, and it is difficult for Su Yuntao to take care of everything in unexpected situations. Su Yuntao arrived over the battlefield, where the most intense fighting was undoubtedly taking place in the direction of Shrek Academy. However, the most tragic scene was on the side of the Royal Knights, who suffered the greatest losses. Using his divine mind as a mirror and soul power as a weapon, he employed his miraculous control to compress his soul power into tiny pellets. His divine mind instantly locked onto the few individuals who posed the greatest threat to his side. Bayu, one by one, the soul power pellets shot into their bodies from a peculiar angle. Su Yuntao became the best control master on the scene, wherever danger arose. A pellet would be shot over. Around 100 black-clad individuals died inexplicably, creating immense pressure on their leaders. After a few Soul Kings fell, they could no longer sit still. A powerful pressure of a Soul Douluo swept across the battlefield, and as soon as he emerged, he aimed for Su Yuntao's location. However, Su Yuntao didn't care whether he was a Soul Douluo. As long as he posed a threat to his side, he would treat him to a pellet. Bayu, a precisely aimed soul power pellet, flew directly towards Lord Dias, the newly appeared Soul Douluo. A sense of extreme danger. Lord Dias's face changed drastically as he desperately tried to control his body to evade the attack, while shouting loudly, "My lord, help. Sir, must you wade into this murky water?" A long voice rang out from nowhere, and a petal that appeared out of thin air successfully intercepted Su Yuntao's pellet. "Oh, a tidal Douluo." Su Yuntao immediately recognized who had arrived, but he did not speak. Since it was a tidal Douluo and the attack method was a petal, who else could it be but Zhu Huaguan? Knowing who had arrived, Su Yuntao remained quietly suspended in midair, neither leaving nor continuing to interfere in the matter. "Sir, our target has nothing to do with you. Can you please cease your actions?" The voice rang out again, and Su Yuntao merely nodded slightly this time, refraining from further action. That person seemed to understand Su Yuntao's intention, and after Lord Dias cast a pale glance at Su Yuntao, he charged towards Shrek Academy. Su Yuntao glanced lightly at the 2 hilltops and did not continue to assist those from other academies. He knew this attack was nearing its end. After finding the members of the Beast Spirit battle team, He led them away first. He did not wish to witness the confrontation between the 4 titled Douluos, especially since 2 of them were from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 114. Spirit City, Papal Palace. After contributing his carriage to the team members, the speed of the Beast Spirit Battle team greatly increased. He had already done enough for the other academies, providing assistance sufficient for them to deal with the black-clad individuals. Moreover, it was clear that the attackers were sent by the Spirit Hall. As a force standing on the side of the Spirit Hall, he could not possibly confront Zhu, Huaguan, and Gue Mei, the staunch supporters of Bibi Dong. Preserving those innocent academies was enough. He could never be a saint. Su Yuntao led his team towards the Spirit Hall in advance, and due to their increased speed, they reached the power center of the Spirit Hall, Spirit City. In just 4 days, the towering walls of Spirit City stand 80 meters high. Su Yuntao was accustomed to it, having been here once before. However, Han Qingzhu and the others were not. It was their first time, and they were inevitably awestruck by the magnificent city. Principal, is this Spirit City? What a grand sight! Ouyang Shanshan, a noble from Tiando City, exclaimed at this moment. Of course, this is the power center of the continent's strongest force. After the patrol soul masters checked their documents at the city gate, the group of 9 entered the city. Su Yuntao relied on his memory to guide his team to the outskirts of the Papal Palace. He pointed to the special building and said, "Look, that's the Papal Palace. The Pope resides and works there. Wow, what a beautiful building." The only girl in the group, Han Qingzhu, admired the Papal Palace not far away. It is no exaggeration to say that Bibi Dong is an idol in the hearts of all women on the continent. After wandering around nearby, Su Yuntao took them to a nearby restaurant to check in. Since they arrived early, with plenty of time before the finals began, and since they were now in what could be considered half of Su Yuntao's territory, he did not have to worry about anyone posing a threat to his team. He decided to give the team members free activity instructions again, while he himself secretly came to the Papal Palace in the middle of the night. Accustomed to high places, Su Yuntao did not use the front door. He used his divine mind to quickly locate Bibi Dong, who was currently alone in her chamber. After avoiding all the training personnel, he arrived at her chamber door. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door of Bibi Dong's palace. Sitting on a chair reading documents, Bibi Dong glanced at the door of her palace. Puzzled, who would come to see her so late? Is there something that can't wait until the day? However, as a competent leader, she still walked towards the door. Who is it? What do you want? But what awaited her was still silence. No one answered her question. Bibi Dong's temper, as the Pope, flared up instantly. No one had ever dared to play tricks on her like this. She yanked open her door, her heightened alertness making her wary of the outside. The moonlight streamed into the palace as she opened the door, illuminating Su Yuntao's figure, which shone brilliantly in the moonlight. Dong, a long time no see. The moment she saw Su Yuntao outside, Bibi Dong was entranced, to the point that she didn't even respond to his greeting. Perhaps it was an outpouring of emotions accumulated over the days, or the longing she had felt, as 2 lines of tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she threw herself into Su Yuntao's embrace. I miss you so much. The words that had not been spoken for years were encapsulated in those 4 words. Me too. Holding her delicate body, Su Yuntao was momentarily at a loss for what to do. He could only let her hold him. After a long while, Su Yuntao helped her wipe away the tears on her face and gently pushed her away. Donger, I'm here to lead the team for the finals. Su Yuntao first explained the reason for his visit. I know. A few days ago, Elder Zhu returned and told me he saw you. I knew you would come to see me. I've been waiting for you for these days. Bibi Dong no longer exhibited the dignity of the Pope. At this moment, she was just a little wife waiting for her boyfriend's return. Those 2 are the title Dalu you sent out, right? It's actually unnecessary. That kid is very hard to deal with. I suspect there is something behind him. Su Yuntao pointed to the top of his head, and Bibi Dong instantly understood his meaning. This is going to be difficult. Forget it. Let's not worry about him for now. Tao, don't leave tonight. Bibi Dong's cheeks turned red, and her voice got softer as she spoke. Tonight, the moon is bright, and the stars are sparse. The sky is dark and calm. After Su Yuntao and the B-Soul team arrived in Wuhuan City for a full 5 days, the other academy teams finally arrived together. At this time, the staff for the finals in Wuhuan City finally brought news. The draw for the finals will take place in 3 days. After learning the news, Su Yuntao gathered everyone who had been having fun during this time to put them on probation and refocus. The first round of the draw is quite important for Su Yuntao and the others. A total of 33 teams will draw lots to determine their opponents, and 3 teams will have a bye in this first round. In other words, 30 teams will compete to advance to 15, plus the 3 that have buys, making 18 teams advancing to the second round. However, in the second round, 2 teams will have buys, specifically the first-place teams from the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. This means that Shrek Academy will have a buy in this round. This round is to determine the top 8, plus the 2 teams with buys, making 10 teams competing for the top spots. The third round will have the top 2 teams that have not had buys receiving buys, while the other 8 teams will compete for 4 spots. The fourth round will decide the top 3 among these 6 teams. Finally, the top 3 will determine the first place through individual battles, while the 2 teams in the loser S bracket will determine the first and second places. Finally, the second place team will challenge the first place team in a team battle to determine the ultimate winner. The schedule is quite complicated. Su Yuntao took a long time to understand it and then informed the team in the simplest way. You just need to know that if we make it to the 4th round, it will meet my expectations. Understand? Su Yuntao's expectation for them is to make it to the top 3. Aiming for first place is purely wishful thinking. With the protagonist team and the villain team there, how could the still young B-Soul team possibly win? Understood. The team members had relaxed for so many days, and as the finals approached, their fighting spirit had already risen. After Su Yuntao took them to the venue, he went as the team leader to participate in the first round of the draw. Soon, he returned with the draw results. It was decent, a good opponent. Hearing this, the team members' tense feelings instantly eased a bit. Su Yuntao drew the opponent from the Xingluo Empire's academy team, and he wasn't very clear about their strength. But since he hadn't heard of them, it meant they didn't even have a minor role in the original story. The first round of the competition started quickly and ended just as quickly. Han Xingzhu and the others took less than 10 minutes to defeat their opponent, and once off the stage, they questioned Su Yuntao's words. "Dean, is this what you call a decent opponent?" Zhuge-kun, who spoke bluntly, didn't care about Su Yuntao's expression and hit the nail on the head. The group returned to the hotel, joking and laughing, and after Su Yuntao treated them to a big meal, he let them go back to adjust their state. The first round of the competition went smoothly without any mishaps, and the second round of matches began the next day. In this round, they once again drew the academy team from the Xingluo Empire, another academy they hadn't heard of, and the B-Soul team once again won without any pressure. At this point, the opponents they faced were all at the same cultivation level. However, the effects of the B-Soul team as physical training provided them with excellent conditions to win. So much so that their victories felt very effortless. In the third round, the B-Soul team had a bye, and they advanced to the top 6. The fourth round of the competition would determine the top 3. This was also the rank that Su Yuntao expected for the B-Soul team. During the day off they had from a bye, the B-Soul team practiced and meditated well in the hotel. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yuntao once again visited the Pope's palace to meet Bai Bidong, this time not for reproductive purposes, but for serious matters that needed discussion. Chapter 115. Little Wu's identity exposed the next day. Su Yuntao returned to the hotel and found the 8 members of the B-Soul team to go to the competition venue together. Today is the 4th round of the competition and the last 2 matches of the finals. The 4th round will be held in the morning, where 6 teams will determine the top 3. A total of 3 matches will be played, and there will be enough time. In the afternoon, it will be individual battles, following the same competition format as the qualifying matches to determine the first place, after which the other 2 teams will compete to determine the winner, and the winner will face the first place in the finals. The afternoon matches will take longer, with a total of 6 matches to be played. Once again, the opponents were determined by drawing lots, and Su Yuntao's luck was still good. He faced his old rival, the Shunfeng Academy team. However, the Shunfeng Academy team at this time was completely different from the previous one. The Chihua Academy team had given up their competition rights and had fully joined the Shunfeng Academy. They reasonably exploited the loopholes in the competition rules, complementing each other, creating a brand new team composed of the best students from both academies. At this time, there were 3 members of the Shunfeng Academy team that were particularly noteworthy for Su Yuntao and the B-Soul team: Feng Xiaodian, Huowu, and Huowu Xuan. However, at this moment, Su Yuntao had no mood to pay attention to his team members' performances in the competition because a famous person was about to arrive. As soon as he entered the competition venue, his attention quickly heightened and his vigilance was at its peak. That man possesses the highest attack power martial soul in the entire continent, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Moreover, today was also the day that little rabbit, the 100,000-year soul beast, would become known. He clearly understood that from today onward, the relationship between Tang San and the Wuhuan Hall would take a sharp turn for the worse. and a hostile relationship would be officially established. The first match of the day was the Beast Soul Team's match. After the two pairs took the stage, the referee directly issued the command to start the match without much explanation. The Shinfeng Academy team still released their martial souls first and then assumed combat stances. However, the Beast Soul team had never had this habit. They stood in place waiting for their opponents to be ready before charging in all together. They pounced towards the members of the Shinfeng team, facing a full team of combat members from the Beast Soul team. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang were a bit at a loss about what to do. Only Feng Xiaotian, this old rival, had a deep understanding of the Beast Soul team. He immediately used his third soul skill to fly into the air. Though he also quickly targeted Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, he did not engage with Feng Xiaotian, because at this moment, it was a team battle, and he lacked flying capabilities, making it impossible to restrict Feng Xiaotian's movements. The one facing Feng Xiaotian was still the big head who had previously been defeated by him. Only the big head could fly, and he still had some fighting strength against him. Moreover, Han Qingzhu's task for him was not to confront Feng Xiaotian directly. He just needed to entangle him. He only needed to wait for the others to deal with Feng Xiaotian's teammates before helping him fight Feng Xiaotian. The battle on the stage was lively and exciting, with back-and-forth exchanges. However, Su Yuntao discovered that the situation below the stage was not inferior to that above. Several powerful auras he had never encountered before flashed continuously among the crowd watching the battle. Su Yuntao knew that these were people arranged by the Spirit Hall, and their purpose was for that man who was either about to arrive or had already arrived. The Beast Spirit team faced a very difficult battle this time, especially with Dalu being the main tank. He had to withstand the pressure of a professional player as a diamond-level contestant, while also limiting that professional player's ability to support others. The difficulty of this was undoubtedly immense, and Dalu had sustained various degrees of injuries several times just to keep Wind Xiaotian occupied. Especially with the sharpness of Wind Xiaotian's wind blade, Dalu was already covered in numerous cuts, bleeding profusely. "Big sister, hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." Dato, pale-faced, had reached his limit, using his last bit of strength to call for support from the captain down below. At that moment, Han Qingzhu seized the opportunity, darting behind Huo Wu and delivering a sidekick that sent her crashing off the stage. "Here she comes." She stomped her feet forcefully on the ground, and her whole body seemed to lose the force of gravity as she soared towards the spot where Dato was about to fall. "Gotcha! Take good care of him." After catching Dato as he fell, she handed him over to the timely arriving Dolly. "Everyone follow me." Since the actions of the Shinfeng Academy were unethical, Han Qingzhu and the others no longer thought about one-on-one battles, but instead charged together to gang up on Wind Xiaotian. Although none of them had the ability to fly, they were strong. This was their unique advantage. Dolly acted as a protector while also serving as a cannon, using his teammates as projectiles to launch at Wind Xiaotian in the air. Then he would catch them as they were about to land and throw them back up again. Besides the already injured Dato, Dolly was tossing his other teammates up and down like a juggler. The audience at the scene was stunned by this spectacle. They really knew how to play. Wind Xiaotian wore a gloomy expression as he continuously dodged attacks coming from the ground, clearly exhausted from the effort. He did not possess the instantaneous soul skills like the Beast Spirit team, and due to needing to control his movements to dodge, he had no time to unleash his own soul skills. Ultimately, the match concluded with the victory of the Beast Spirit team, as Wind Xiaotian could not hold on any longer and fell from the air, exhausted of soul power. He was then surrounded and beaten into unconsciousness by Han Qingzhu's subordinates, and the referee took this opportunity to announce the winners. After the match ended, Su Yuntao immediately went to the Beast Spirit team members and instructed them that besides participating in the match today, they must stay with him. The morning matches officially concluded, and the top 3 academy teams had been decided: the Shrek Academy team, the Spirit Hall Academy team, and the Husky Beast Spirit team among the Wolves. By this point, the strengths of the first 2 teams had been largely revealed, but the members of the Beast Spirit team had yet to release even a single soul skill. Of course, this was merely the thought of those unaware of the truth. Those in the know from the Spirit Hall and various major forces understood that the Beast Spirit team members' soul skills had transformed into something extraordinary. The reason they had not released them during the matches was likely because the accompanying beasts were not effective. In fact, if Su Yuntao knew of this line of thought, he would definitely refute it, as the accompanying beasts he had concocted were not that useless. Su Yuntao knew that there was no need for him and the others to continue participating in the afternoon battles. So he found an excuse to notify the Spirit Hall staff about the B-Spirit team withdrawing from the competition. His teammates did not object and accepted this arrangement silently, as they noticed their leader's tense expression, realizing that there might be unexpected situations they were unaware of. Thus, they obediently followed Su Yuntao's decision to withdraw. This matter had been discussed between him and Bibi Dong the night before. Only through this method could he extract his Beast Spirit team from the Storm's core. Bibi Dong was not surprised by Su Yuntao's decision, as she already knew he was someone keen on self-preservation. Lunch was a bit of dry rations, and they did not return to the hotel to rest. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that the final match finally began. The Shrek Academy team and the Spirit Hall Academy team exchanged blows on the stage, and early on, due to the presence of several Soul Kings in the Spirit Hall team, they held an absolute advantage. The situation gradually turned unfavorable for the Shrek Academy side, with Tang San finding himself isolated and helpless. All his teammates were restrained by other members of the Spirit Hall, leaving only Tang San to face the most powerful Xiaoyu. At a critical moment, Tang San, under the guise of using a self-created soul skill, executed the top 10 Tang sect hidden weapon technique, Bat Reincarnation, embedding fragments of his external soul bone into the bodies of the Spirit Hall Academy members. This inflicted them with severe poison, forcing Bibi Dong to concede and acknowledge Shrek Academy as the champions. Just then, a well-meaning but misguided person appeared. As Ning Fengji's method of pretending to heal caused Xiao Wu to topple to the ground, causing the Xiangxi Duanchong Red to fall from her arms. Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year-old beast was recognized by the titled Douluo's present. Chapter 116. The young eagle soars with the wind at this moment. All the titled Douluos focused their attention on Xiao Wu. Greed, excitement, inexpressible shock, except for Bibi Dong, who already knew the truth. The expressions on the faces of the other titled Douluos were highly synchronized, quickly stuffing the Xiangxi Duanchong Red back in her arms. Xiao Wu instantly sensed the pressure emanating from those titled Douluos. Tang San's injuries quickly recovered with the help of the well-meaning Ning Fengji. Under Bibi Dong's request, he purged the severe poison from the bodies of the Spirit Hall Academy team members. Su Yuntao clearly knew that Tang San had acted sneakily here. He was not a good person. After cutting off the cultivation paths of the Spirit Hall's most outstanding seeds, could he still be considered a good person? The subsequent plot developments showed no signs of change. After Bibi Dong distributed the soul bones and announced the end of the competition, she immediately set her sights on Xiao Wu. Ghost Daluo, Daluo, take that girl down. She pointed directly at Xiao Wu, shocking everyone. Without discussing the heartfelt dialogue between Xiao Wu and Tang San, as Ghost Daluo and Daluo were about to approach and block Tang San in front of Xiao Wu, a deep voice suddenly erupted, resonating throughout the venue, causing everyone present to tremble involuntarily. You two dare to harm my son? Get lost. A black figure appeared in midair, and Su Yuntao squinted his eyes, looking at the imposing man. He thought to himself, this guy has finally arrived. The battle between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall quickly ignited, with 7 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall appearing to confront him. Tang Hao directly used his martial soul true form, the Hao Yin true body. He swung a hammer directly towards the direction of the Papal Palace. This is exactly what Su Yuntao was worried about. All the contestants were competing not far from the Pope's palace. With such power in this strike, even the aftershock was something these level 40 to 50 students could not withstand. Su Yuntao glanced at Bibi Dong, who was preparing to meet this strike head-on, and with a long whistle, he rose above all the contestants. His powerful soul power surged continuously. Although his rank was only a soul sage, he could confidently say that everyone present was beneath him in terms of soul power quality. He directly activated his holy master domain, and circles of golden light continuously flowed around him, enveloping all innocent people present, except for the 2 combatants. Boom! A deafening roar resounded throughout the venue. The low-level soul masters who were not protected by Su Yuntao instantly fell to the ground, bleeding from their orifices and losing consciousness. Those soul masters below level 70 also experienced varying degrees of dizziness, with most collapsing to the ground amidst the roaring sound. After the strike, Tang Hao seemed to suffer significant backlash damage, spitting out a mouthful of blood before fleeing with his son and daughter-in-law. Su Yuntao, who had directly blocked the aftershock of this strike, was not having an easy time either, although he was not injured. The necessity of protecting such a large area caused considerable impact to his internal organs. Fortunately, apart from feeling a bit uncomfortable, there were no major issues. Dang Hao Di Sapipa, and the interception by the Spirit Hall was ineffective. Su Yuntao had informed Bibi Dong the night before that Tang Hao had come. However, he did not know why Bibi Dong took more actions in this incident. Although everything seemed reasonable, Su Yuntao felt there were many things that were off. If the Spirit Hall had been prepared, they would never have allowed such a formidable enemy as Tang Hao to leave so easily. Moreover, according to the suggestion he gave to Bibi Dong, Tang Hao should not have had the opportunity to attack the Pope's palace. Yet the developments were exactly as they were in his previous life memories. Su Yuntao gave Bibi Dong several meaningful glances, and after retracting his domain, he took his team to leave. He felt that he might have been schemed against, although it was an unfounded feeling. However, due to the increasing faith absorbed by his deity, his premonitions had become more accurate. Su Yuntao chose to trust his instincts and led his team to leave first. Now that the competition was over, they had officially met the graduation standards. After returning, it would be the graduation ceremony with their fellow students. On the way back to the academy, Su Yuntao addressed everyone in the B-Spirit squad. After experiencing the grandeur of the competition and witnessing the battle between titled Douluos, they had both surprises and shocks. At this moment, the still shocked crowd felt their emotions dampen a bit upon hearing Su Yuntao's words. Even their rapidly beating hearts calmed down somewhat. They knew that after returning this time, it would be time for goodbyes. Don't hold back, as the dean. I still want to hear your true thoughts, Su Yuntao said, looking at the silent crowd. After a moment of silence, Han Qingzhu was the first to speak. Dean, I don't know what my future plans are, but I still want to learn from you. Her voice was clear and firm, healing Su Yuntao's slightly sorrowful heart. He nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Han Qingzhu's request, and turned to the others to ask, "What about you?" Dalu glanced at the silent Dali and then spoke up. "Wherever Dali goes, I will go. He is my brother. I don't want to be separated from him." Dali looked up at Dalu, opened his mouth, but words still did not come out. The rich second-generation Ouyang Shanshan, seeing the heavy atmosphere in the carriage, casually said, "What's wrong with everyone? There is no banquet that does not end. Everyone needs to plan for their future. It's not a big deal. I'll go first. I was born to be the end point in most people's eyes, so I don't have much pursuit. But after coming to the academy and joining the team, I feel I have found my purpose for the future. I want to stay in the academy with Qingzhu." His words relaxed everyone's expressions a lot, and Han Qingzhu even rolled her eyes at him. Once the conversation opened up, everyone began to share their future plans. In the end, everyone had an idea of where they would go after graduation, except for Dali and Zhuge Kun, who remained silent. Su Yuntao understood Dali's situation. He came from a vanished family, and his lifelong goal was to avenge his relatives. The gentlest Dali, however, bore a deep blood feud. It still showed his tenderness to others every time. His broad shoulders provided everyone with a sense of security, but in his world, there was no harbor to dock. Dalu was a little brother he took in after arriving at the academy, and from then on, Dalu never left his side. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on him, Dali's gentle voice rang out. "I'm sorry, everyone. I need to leave for a while, but I promise you, I will come back." Looking at Dali's sincere gaze, everyone expressed their understanding of him. Although they did not understand what Dali would do, as teammates, shouldn't they support him unconditionally? Only Zhuge Kun, who had not reacted at all, had mostly been a bystander in this competition. He had only been on the field twice and hadn't exerted much effort, focusing solely on his opponents, neither outstanding nor drawing attention. Zhuge Kun lifted his plump head and, as usual, smiled and said, After graduation, I will go home to inherit the family business. Hope to see everyone again in the future." Su Yuntao looked at his iconic smile and felt a hint of bitterness for some reason. All right, let's not dwell on this heavy topic. No matter where you all end up in the future, remember that you are students who came from this academy. If you get into trouble out there, except for the extent of being universally opposed, if you can't resolve it, come back to the academy. I'll take care of it for you. Su Yuntao patted his not-so-broad chest as he conveyed this final request to them. The carriage headed toward Nodding City, and at full speed within less than a month. Su Yuntao brought his team back to the academy. They just in time caught the graduation ceremony, and from that moment on, they officially took flight as fledglings. After obtaining Su Yuntao's permission, Han Qingzhu, Ouyang Shanshan, and the other two team members stayed on to teach at the junior academy. Chapter 117, Sword Formation, Happy New Year. 3 months passed after returning to the academy. During these 3 months, Su Yuntao spent most of his time leisurely. After Han Qingzhu returned, she broke through to the rank of Soul King with Su Yuntao's help. During this time, she was consolidating her cultivation on Lake Heart Island. Though it did not take the full 3 months, It was only after 2 months that Ouyang Shanshan also reached the conditions for a breakthrough. So, Su Yuntao was going to help him with the breakthrough to become a soul king, and time passed like this. In fact, the so-called help was just providing some energy to supplement the consumption of accompanying beasts. Since the two of them had successively made breakthroughs at the center of the lake, Su Yuntao did not have his own time to attend to the following matters. Today, Ouyang Shanshan finally solidified his cultivation, exited the retreat, and left Lake Hard Island. Su Yuntao also had time to see the rewards from this mission. The task settlement was completed when Tang Hao left. Now he was just waiting for Su Yuntao to collect his rewards and refresh the next task. Blue Fatty, come out quickly. I can't wait to collect my rewards. He eagerly opened his system panel and called out to the system sprite, Blue Fatty. Okay, Master. Blue Fatty seemed to sense Su Yuntao's urgency and wasted no time. With a wave of his little hand, the task settlement interface appeared in front of him. Main task: participate in the Advanced Soul Master Duel Competition of the continent. Requirements: form a team of no less than 10 members to participate in the competition and showcase the style of our academy. Task rewards: determined by the final performance of the team. Participating in the Advanced Soul Master Duel Competition rewards a Pei-Yuan-Dan recipe. Achieving a top 10 finish rewards a complete sword formation. Achieving a top 3 finish rewards a design principle and blueprint for a flying soul guide. Achieving first place rewards a random martial arts classic. Completed rewards Pei-Yuan-Dan recipe, sword formation, flying soul guide, design blueprint, and principle. Completion. Team achieved 3rd place. Su Yuntao looked at the task rewards with joy and then said, claim rewards. Rewards have been issued to the system backpack. Please check them yourself. The new task has been updated. Please check. 2 system prompt sounds echoed in succession, which Su Yuntao had long anticipated. He didn't rush to check the new task, but first opened his system backpack to see the sword formation content he wanted the most. An ancient book appeared in Su Yuntao's hands. It is well known that the more ancient a book is, the better the recorded content. Su Yuntao reverently opened the first page of the book, and 4 unfamiliar characters appeared before his eyes, yet he could understand their meaning. Zhu Xian's sword formation. After understanding the meaning, Su Yuntao exclaimed in surprise. Heaven helps me. The number 1 killing formation of the Honghuang era has actually fallen into my hands. Ha ha ha. Due to overwhelming excitement, he took a while to calm down. Then he opened the second page of the book to check the detailed records. The text read, Zhu Xian sword formation. The number 1 killing formation of the heavenly Tao, composed of the 4 Zhu Xian swords. Zhu Xian array, Lu Xian array. Xian sword, Zhu Xian sword, combined with the Zhu Xian array diagram. Unbreakable by 4 individuals of the same realm working together. This book is a detailed explanation of the arrangement method of the Zhu Xian sword formation, excluding the 4 Zhu Xian swords and the array diagram. After reading the entire introduction, Su Yuntao's excitement instantly vanished, and he even felt like crying. It's just a detailed explanation of the formation. I thought it was the original Zhu Xian sword formation, but that is not right. This is the original Zhu Xian sword formation, just missing 2 necessary components. He teased himself, finding solace in his own misfortune. Sigh, forget it, one should not be too greedy. Having it is already good enough. After adjusting his mood, Su Yuntao immediately pressed the ancient book against his forehead. The book instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light and drilled into him. An incomprehensible aura immediately manifesting on his body. Su Yuntao's spiritual power began to surge. 1 time, 2 times, until it surged more than 10 times before gradually stopping. As the growth of his spiritual power ended, a ray of sword light, as if cleaved from the endless starry sky, imprinted itself on Su Yuntao's forehead. In that moment, Su Yuntao's mind was not only filled with insights about the formation, but also an unexpected insight into the sword path surged in without warning. Logically speaking, given Su Yuntao's current mental sea capacity, he should not experience a painful swelling from being overwhelmed by insights and knowledge. However, he indeed felt a throbbing pain caused by overloading his brain. The time he took to accept the inheritance of the 2 paths was not long, only 2 days. Yet, he had not digested this knowledge and inheritance during those 2 days. He merely accepted them in a haphazard manner and stored them in his mental sea. Su Yuntao opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and let out a long breath. Feeling extremely fatigued, Su Yuntao, who had consumed a lot of spiritual power, forced himself to focus on his other 2 rewards. He first took out the recipe for the Pei-Yuan-Dan. After reviewing it briefly, Su Yuntao understood the effects of the Pei-Yuan-Dan and stored it away safely. The Pei Yuan Dan can restore 50 of 1's soul power with no side effects. Applicable for those below the Soul King level. For those above Soul King, such as title Douluo, the effect decreases by 10 for each level increased. At the title Douluo level, it can only provide a 5 effect. It can also be used to treat physical injuries caused by excessive use of soul power, serving to solidify the foundation. He was very satisfied with the effects described on the Pei Yuan Dan recipe. If he wasn't satisfied with this, he would be too greedy. In fact, as long as the effects described in the recipe were half as effective, Su Yuntao would feel it was very good. He contentedly looked at the last reward, which was another item resembling a book. But this was not a book. It was a stack of complete blueprints and principle analyses. Over 400 blueprints appeared before Su Yuntao. He gently flipped through them and instantly stored them in the storage ring specifically used for Soul Guide blueprints. Su Yuntao frowned, feeling a bit of a headache. How long is it going to take to look through this huge stack of blueprints? I'm really having a hard time. I never loved studying this much in my previous life. In a short time, Su Yuntao had no interest in dealing with this stack of blueprints. Moreover, he already knew how to fly, so there was no immediate need for that. The feeling of mental fatigue kept washing over him, and he simply couldn't hold on any longer. I'll check the new task tomorrow, he mumbled before lying down on the bed and falling asleep. The next afternoon, after sleeping for a full 16 hours, Su Yuntao finally woke up. I haven't slept this comfortably in a long time. He got up stretched, tidied up his personal hygiene, and returned to his room with a fried dough stick he grabbed from the academy cafeteria. There was one more thing he hadn't done. And of course, Su Yuntao wouldn't forget. He opened his system task panel, and a new task appeared. Main task, the Dragon's Agreement. Task requirements. Sign a contract to purchase soul beasts with the Silver Dragon King, who resides deep within the Stardow Forest. Task reward. The Divine List, Otherworld version. Putting aside the reward of the Divine List, why does this task require me to find the Silver Dragon King, this big boss? To sign an agreement? It's for purchasing soul beasts. What could I possibly have that such a powerful being would need? Could it be that I need to use those golden soul coins to buy? Looking at this new task, Su Yuntao instantly felt that the system he had always loved had abandoned him. However, according to the system's nature, if I don't complete this task, the next task won't refresh, which means I have to go once. Since I can't resist, I can only accept it. It's just that I haven't drawn from the lottery for a long time, and I've accumulated almost 300 chances without using them. After waiting a few days to gather enough for 300 draws, I'll use the lottery to enhance my strength, and then I'll be ready to find that Silver Dragon King to complete the task. Su Yuntao calculated that after completing this lottery draw, he would be able to raise his soul master level to the limit of this world. However, he didn't know if the promotion symbol could help him break through the boundary between humans and gods, allowing him to reach level 100. Shaking his head, he threw those vague thoughts aside. Raising his level was the most important thing right now. With strength, he would have confidence wherever he went. Chapter 118, Lottery Event Closed, Happy New Year. After studying the new task for half a day, Su Yuntao found that there was no way to take shortcuts. He had to give up those unrealistic ideas and took a few days to relax and adjust himself to the best state. After explaining a few things to several key individuals, he resolutely walked into his training room. Half a day later, Su Yuntao opened his eyes and summoned the blue chubby creature. Help me draw the lottery chances clean and list the prizes. Put everything in the system backpack for temporary storage. He realized that ever since he got the system spirit, he had become lazier. Exciting things like the lottery were all left to the blue chubby creature to handle. Master, I can't do that. The blue chubby creature said to Su Yuntao with a hint of grievance for the first time. Oh, why is that? Su Yuntao asked, puzzled. According to the system rules, after you draw 200 times, you will receive enough promotion symbols to reach the title Douluo realm. At that point, the lottery system will automatically close. So, I can only help you draw 200 times, not 300. The blue chubby creature felt that it couldn't help its master and was about to cry from feeling wronged. At this point, Su Yuntao was stunned. He never thought that the lottery system had such a rule. Well, just help me draw 200 times for now. But I have a question. What about the remaining 100 times? Will they just go to waste? Su Yuntao looked at the downcast blue chubby creature and said softly, after receiving the master's request. The blue chubby creature quickly regained its mood. Okay, master, I'll help you draw now. Please wait. The blue chubby creature spun around in the air and suddenly disappeared, but quickly reappeared in front of Su Yuntao. It stuck out its tongue and said, by the way, I forgot to answer your question. The remaining 100 chances will be converted into system coins at an equal rate, and there will be no accumulation of lottery chances in the future. They will all be converted into system coins. Su Yuntao nodded, indicating his understanding. He couldn't exactly say how he felt about the closure of the system's lottery feature. He just felt a bit regretful. However, after the last system update, the mall had been upgraded, and now a batch of new products would appear every month. His means of obtaining system-produced items had not decreased. It was just that they had changed from free to paid items. But the lottery chances being converted into system coins at a 1-to-1 ratio was clearly a gain for him. Not long after, the blue chubby creature appeared in front of Su Yuntao again. Master, the task is complete. Hee. Great. Thank you for your help, Su Yuntao said, unusually polite to it. Just that one sentence made the blue chubby creature, this system spirit, so happy that it flew around joyfully, repeatedly saying words that Su Yuntao couldn't understand. Su Yuntao did not stop its actions, and just smiled as he watched it fly around, expressing its happiness. It had the purest thoughts. Being needed or praised by its master was the happiest thing for it. After the blue chubby creature had enough fun, Su Yuntao handed over the list of prizes and let it go back. Now it was time to improve his own strength. He took out a promotion symbol and used it skillfully. Soon, the signs of promotion appeared. A circle of soul rings suddenly appeared around him, changing gradually from the initial white soul ring. White, yellow, purple, black, and finally stopping at red. Another 100,000-year soul ring appeared on Su Yuntao, marking the fourth 100,000-year soul ring on his body. Since this soul ring was brought by the promotion symbol, it still had only one soul skill. But the power of the soul skill far exceeded that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul ring skill. At this point, Su Yuntao officially advanced to the soul Douluo level. A strong person at this level could be considered a candidate for title Douluo. Generally, those who can reach the soul Douluo level at a young age have the potential to break through to title Douluo. A strong person at this level only needs an opportunity to step into the peak, but some may be stuck at level 89 for their entire lives, never able to step into the hall of the peak. After advancing to Soul Douluo, Su Yuntao did not rush to use the last promotion symbol to break into the title Douluo stage. He quietly adjusted his state, calming his soul power that was still boiling from the recent breakthrough. Once he detached himself from the state of promotion, Su Yuntao immediately operated his Wolf King Howl technique. He wanted to further enhance his physical strength before the next promotion. Su Yuntao aimed to make a final push for the last soul ring, seeking to obtain a 1,000,000-year soul ring. The previous 100,000-year soul ring was actually very close to reaching 999,000 years. He knew that his physical strength was holding him back a bit. Otherwise, he could have obtained a 1,000,000-year soul ring at the 8th soul ring. Su Yuntao calculated that after completing this phase of training in the Wolf King Howl technique, he would be more than capable of absorbing a 1,000,000-year soul ring. The tempering of the physical body was not like the cultivation of soul power. It was a gradual process. Even if Su Yuntao was anxious, he had to wait patiently. Fortunately, he was already very familiar with this technique, and in less than a month, he completed this phase of physical body tempering. Continue. The last promotion symbol transformed into light and disappeared from his body, and the signs of promotion appeared once again. His soul power boiled uncontrollably, and Su Yuntao's cheeks turned red due to the high-speed operation of his soul power. Soon, a brand new soul ring appeared on Su Yuntao, its brilliance beyond description. It was somewhat white, somewhat golden, or rather, it would be more appropriate to describe it as sacred. It emitted a divine light. Reaching level 100 to become a god is the rule of the Douluo world, applicable to soul masters. However, in ancient times, there were also legends of soul beasts becoming gods after 1,000,000 years. The soul power level that had been accumulated all this time surged up when Su Yuntao broke through to title Douluo. Level 91, level 92, level 95. Su Yuntao's soul power level reached 95 right after breaking through to title Douluo. This saved him a lot of arduous training. Of course, Su Yuntao did not have the qualification to say such things. However, he always believed that his soul power level was achieved through hard work. There was absolutely no mixing of impurities. Although his soul power had gradually stabilized at the level of 95, there were still no signs of him waking up. At the level of title Douluo, having a high soul power level is not enough. Combat strength does not increase without understanding of cultivation and the rules. However, Su Yuntao's soul power level was all granted by the system, and he still lacked a lot of comprehension. Fortunately, as a master of formations, he was not lacking in understanding of the rules. Nevertheless, it would take him a long time to adapt to his own strength. That long time passed in the blink of an eye, and a year had gone by. A year later, at the center of the lake, Su Yuntao lay on his small boat, holding a fishing rod, fishing for spirit fish in the lake. due to the existence of the spirit gathering formation. The spiritual energy in the lake was particularly rich, benefiting the small fish, which evolved into spirit fish. He had been out of seclusion for a week, and after completely consuming the results of his advancement, he can now fully unleash his strength as a tidal Douluo. In a couple of days, after upgrading his soul guide mecha, he planned to go to the Douluo forest to take on missions. Su Yuntao thought about what self-protection items he needed to prepare. If conditions allowed, he would have wanted to bring all his resources with him for reassurance. However, life still had to go on. Resources were just resources, and he couldn't let this trip leave him empty-handed. Su Yuntao did not prepare to bring many items, just a few dozen space transition talismans, a dozen small iron balls, a set of soul guide mecha, 2 death substitute puppets, an array plate for 2 storage rings, and 3 soul guide devices that might be used with storage rings. It wasn't too much. These items didn't even account for 1% of his resources, just some minor items. These things could only be used in a couple of national wars and were nothing compared to those high-level gods. Su Yuntao believed they would definitely be insufficient to face a powerhouse like the Silver Dragon King. He still needed a trump card. Su Yuntao arrived at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, which he hadn't visited in a long time, and once again planted various rare and holy herbs. In the very center of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, there was a large dragon egg floating in the spring water. After several years, this dragon egg had shown no signs of hatching. In the first 2 years, it would occasionally move, but in the last 2 years, it hadn't made a sound. If it weren't for the increasingly intense life fluctuations from within the dragon egg, Su Yuntao would have suspected he had ruined it. Little dragon, how about I take you to find your aunt? Chapter 119. The first experience in the Douluo forest after carefully packing the dragon egg in a large package. Su Yuntao headed towards the Douluo forest. Since the dragon egg was a living creature, it couldn't be stored in a storage ring, so he had no choice but to carry it on his back. From a distance, Su Yuntao's figure looked like a thief from a Metal Slug game, only missing an eye mask. He didn't plan to let anyone know about his journey, so he traveled by night and took small paths to avoid all pedestrians. He quietly arrived at the outskirts of the Douluo forest and entered from the side. As soon as he stepped into the forest, he heightened his vigilance to the maximum. This was the most dangerous thing he had ever done, venturing alone into a forest he had only heard of but never visited. Su Yuntao felt quite uneasy, as if he were floating on the surface of water. Today's sunlight was very pleasant, with rays filtering through the gaps between the leaves and casting patches of light on the ground. Su Yuntao walked alone in the dense forest, with the presence of soul beasts passing by him constantly, keeping his nerves taut. His spiritual sense was also scanning continuously, allowing him to avoid all areas where soul beasts resided. After walking for 3 days and nights, Su Yuntao finally reached the outer layer of the Douluo forest. Here, soul beasts of 10,000 years began to appear, and from this area onward, the activity range of the soul beast was clearly defined. Each soul beast moved within its territory and would not roam around unless necessary. This allowed Su Yuntao's nerves, which had been tense for so long, to relax slightly. During these 3 days, he had been walking without a proper rest. After arriving here, Su Yuntao found a neutral area between 2 10,000-year soul beasts, dug a deep hole, and rested for a night. Su Yuntao thought, isn't he already at the level of tidal Douluo? Why is he still being so cautious and careful? Yes, he was indeed being cautious. In his understanding, the perception of soul beast powerhouses was extremely strong. If his whereabouts were exposed, he could be torn apart by those so-called soul beast tyrants before even entering the core area of the Douluo forest. He had heard that a tyrant among soul beasts resided in the outer layer of the Douluo forest, known as the Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear, referred to as the Bear King. Moreover, Su Yuntao understood that it was impossible to establish communication with these temperamental soul beast kings. The only path was to develop cautiously. After eating a few bites of the rations he brought and drinking some clear water, he opened a map he carried with him and studied it for a while. Based on my current speed, it will probably take another 2 days to reach the territory of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. The Sky Blue Bull Python should be able to communicate. Should I inquire about it? He thought for a while, realizing he couldn't recklessly go searching for the Silver Dragon King's location, not to mention whether he could find the place. Just suddenly appearing there would definitely provoke those old guys and might even get him killed. Just think about it. If someone quietly appeared behind you, wouldn't you want to eliminate them? He needed to find a guide. But what could move the Sky Blue Bull Python? Xiao Wu. Su Yuntao stroked his chin, feeling a bit awkward as he hadn't shaved in days. Let's just go and see. With my current strength, even if the Ming brothers teamed up, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat me. Running away wouldn't be a problem. Determined to find the sky blue bull python as a guide, Su Yuntao continued on his way after resting for a night. 2 days later, in the core area of the Stardo forest, after passing through a dense thicket, Su Yuntao's vision suddenly opened up, revealing a breathtaking scene. A serene little lake appeared before him, surrounded by towering trees guarding it. The water was clear and a deep green, with ripples reflecting the sunlight that leaked through the gaps in the leaves. By the lakeside, there was a field filled with blue silver grass, and a majestic black figure lay sprawled on it. Its chest rose and fell, seemingly in sync with the gentle breeze. As it slept soundly, Su Yuntao crouched in the grass, observing everything around him. He didn't act rashly and quietly approached the little lake, extending his spiritual sense into the water. I mustn't wake this silly bear. Otherwise, things could get very troublesome. I don't want to fight for no reason. Su Yuntao held onto this thought, restraining his aura as he lay by the small lake. His consciousness gradually probed deeper into the center of the lake, and soon a massive figure appeared in his perception. Finally found you. He felt a surge of joy in his heart as he gently stirred the enormous body of the Tianqing-Niumang with his consciousness. The Tianqing-Niumang, which had been in deep slumber, slowly opened its enormous bovine eyes, revealing a hint of confusion, as if it did not understand why it had awakened. Daming, look up. I have something to discuss with you. Su Yuntao transmitted this message through his consciousness. The Tianqing-Niumang, still dazed, suddenly became alert and looked sharply at Su Yuntao's small figure on the surface of the lake. It was startled. Someone had approached its lair without either it or Erming noticing. Who is it? Erming, wake up quickly. The Tianqing-Niumang burst out of the water, shattering the calm surface of the lake and sending splashes everywhere. Su Yuntao quickly leaped back, avoiding the water splashes while also maintaining a relatively safe distance from Daming and Erming. The splashing water shimmered with brilliant colors under the sunlight, scattering in all directions. The water splashes also awakened the still sleeping Erming, which nimbly climbed up to stand beside its elder brother, together with Daming, cautiously watching the direction of Su Yuntao. Daming emerged from the water, towering over 10 meters tall. Its massive bovine head was particularly conspicuous. Human, you have crossed the boundary. Quickly leave. The Tianqing-Niumang spoke human language, but the first thing it said was for Su Yuntao to leave immediately. Boss, why waste words with him? Just take him down. The deep voice of the Titan giant ape sounded. As soon as it opened its mouth, Su Yuntao felt a headache. Bears are not very clever, only thinking about fighting and killing. Daming, wait, I have something to say. He didn't want Erming, the fool, to speak again, lest they really end up fighting. Daming's bovine head seemed to short-circuit instantly. The name Daming was known only to those closest to him and was not recognized by other soul beasts, let alone by a human he had never seen before. Who are you? What is your purpose? Daming pondered for a moment, thinking it was necessary to clarify this person's intentions first. Who I am is not important, but I have news about Xiao Wu. Don't you want to know? Su Yuntao laid out his bargaining chip directly. The two soul beasts instantly became excited, especially Erming, who was anxiously scratching its ears and cheeks, eager to know about Xiao Wu. Human, tell us the news about Xiao Wu, and we can let you go. Daming's urgent voice rang out. Su Yuntao couldn't help but laugh at Daming's Navi proposition of wanting to know about Xiao Wu in exchange for letting him go. It was as if it were dreaming of peaches. He was already running out of patience to argue with them. He understood that his strategy had encountered a problem. The world of soul beasts is actually quite simple. Strength is all that matters. As long as he could beat them all once, wouldn't he achieve his goal? Why couldn't they just trade properly? As Su Yuntao finished this thought, a terrifying aura surged forth from him, causing the surrounding leaves to scatter wildly. This horrifying pressure immediately swept over Daming and Erming, and the two soul beasts' large eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of fear. At that moment, 9 strange soul rings appeared on Su Yuntao's body. Purple, yellow, black, red, platinum. Especially the last soul ring was outstanding, as if it caused a significant tremor between heaven and earth. It seemed the space could hardly bear its power. After it appeared, strands of black light continuously appeared and disappeared around it. This was the phenomenon of space cracking and then repairing. The two soul beasts could no longer maintain their proud demeanor. They were overwhelmed by the pressure generated by this soul ring and could not lift their heads. Chapter 120. Emperor Tian, Happy New Year. After Su Yuntao unleashed his strength and gave the two difficult-to-communicate soul beasts a sound beating, they were finally able to communicate calmly. He repeated his demands to the Tianqing Yomang and also shared the information he had regarding Xiao Wu, of course only mentioning the positive aspects. Take me to the inner part of the Lake of Life. Is that all right? Su Yuntao asked Daming, who was standing tall above the lake. Daming awkwardly smiled and then said timidly, "My lord, I cannot leave here. I do not have the qualifications to enter the inner part of the Lake of Life. Can you go by yourself? Is that so? But I think it would be better to have someone familiar accompany me. Since you can't, then this silly bear should be able to, right?" Su Yuntao resolved to find a guide, not because he was unfamiliar with the path, but to reduce the risk of going alone. To avoid being beaten as soon as he appeared, having a guide would at least give him a chance to negotiate. As soon as Erming heard that this calamity wanted him to accompany him, he felt his heart sink. He knew very well what kind of beings resided inside. He could very well get beaten as soon as he appeared there. "I'm not going. Even if you beat me to death, I won't go." Upon seeing that these two fellows were unwilling to accompany him, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Go or not go? The already restrained pressure suddenly reappeared on the two soul beasts. The Tianqing Yomang shot a glance at the Titan giant ape and secretly transmitted a message to it, saying, "Erming, you accompany him. When you get close to the place, make some noise and then take the opportunity to escape. Let that guy inside fight this human. Do you understand?" Erming, panting heavily, suddenly brightened up. I'll go. With Su Yuntao's level of consciousness, he could clearly perceive that these two fellows were communicating secretly, although he didn't know the content. He didn't care to pursue it, since Erming had already agreed to accompany him. "Well then, let us go. You lead the way." After Erming agreed, he concealed his aura as a 10,000-year soul beast and began to swim into the inner part of the Lake of Life. Su Yuntao's target, the Silver Dragon King, was healing inside the Lake of Life. Currently, the overlord of the Lake of Life was the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. First, he would find Emperor Tian and then find a way to awaken the Silver Dragon King. Su Yuntao glanced at the dragon egg he was carrying on his back, feeling somewhat reassured. Soon, Erming brought Su Yuntao to a grayish portal, hesitating and unwilling to take another step forward. "What is going on? Keep leading the way." Su Yuntao patted the Titan giant ape's head, puzzled. "My lord, I don't dare to go in. Can you go by yourself? If I go in, I will definitely be beaten to death." Erming, this rough 10,000-year soul beast, rarely begged Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected such a situation. He didn't realize that Emperor Tian exerted such great pressure on them. Forcing Erming to accompany him inside was certainly possible, but it wouldn't be gentlemanly to force a bear, even though gentlemen aren't worth much anyway. However, I've always liked this silly bear since my previous life. For the sake of my little obsession, I won't make it difficult for it. Forget it, you can stay outside. Just wait here while I knock on the door. Don't think about running away. Did you hear that? As a guest, how can I barge in? Isn't it more polite to knock? Su Yuntao would never admit that he was being cowardly. Erming nodded repeatedly. As soon as he heard that Su Yuntao wouldn't let him in, he forgot all the advice that the sky blue bull python had given him. Su Yuntao looked at the grayish portal in front of him, steadied his mind, and suddenly shouted into the portal, "Emperor Tian, come out and meet your guest. I'm here to wish you a happy new year." His powerful shout, mixed with Su Yuntao's strong spiritual energy, caused the surrounding lake water to churn violently. Su Yuntao looked at the phenomenon he had caused and nodded in satisfaction, clearly knowing that his voice should have reached inside. As long as the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, wasn't in a deep sleep, he would receive his greeting. Sure enough, after a while, an overwhelming dragon pressure emanated from the portal in front of Su Yuntao. Who disturbed my slumber? A man dressed in black, about 2 meters tall and relatively handsome, stepped out from the portal. However, the first impression he gave wasn't about his appearance, but the overwhelming dragon pressure he radiated. His authoritative eyes looked at Su Yuntao, and he spoke, "Human, did you disturb my slumber? Who brought you here?" An immense pressure instantly descended upon Su Yuntao. Although his strength had reached the level of title Douluo, he still felt somewhat inadequate in front of this beast god. "Emperor Tian, I'm here to find you for something important. Please don't resort to violence. It's a serious matter concerning your dragon clan." Su Yuntao's words successfully caught Emperor Tian's attention, who also noticed the familiar aura emanating from the package behind Su Yuntao, constantly stimulating his nerves. The atmosphere between the two grew somewhat tense due to Emperor Tian's silence. He was thinking. He had just been awakened from deep meditation and his mind was still a bit unclear. Initially, He had only planned to kill or chase away whoever disturbed his seclusion. But clearly, the situation was beyond his expectation. The mysterious man in front of him made Emperor Tian feel a hint of threat. This threat didn't come from Su Yuntao himself, but rather from his own unique sense of danger as a beast god, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Moreover, the aura coming from the package behind Su Yuntao even made him have a faint thought of submission. This was too strange. Emperor Tian shook his head, cleared his thoughts, and then asked, "Human, state your purpose for being here." Indeed, figuring out this person's purpose was the top priority. "I want to meet the Silver Dragon King." Su Yuntao dropped a bombshell right away. Emperor Tian's eyes narrowed, and he looked seriously at Su Yuntao. Then he waved his right hand towards where Ming was, sending him away from the scene. "Where did you hear this?" His tone was so serious that it even froze the lake water. Su Yuntao scratched his head and replied, "I really have business with the Silver Dragon King. I was sent by our old friend to handle a matter. I don't have any hostility towards you. Otherwise, that little bear would have been dead by now." Having escaped from the area, Ming suddenly felt a chill around his neck, and his escape speed quickened, knocking down many trees in his path. "Old friend?" Emperor Tian murmured, still somewhat disbelieving of his words. After all, only those who participated in that great battle would know about the existence of the Silver Dragon King, and even he had only heard about that battle, without the qualification to participate. Thus, the old friend must be a being of Dragon King level. However, this person in front of him spoke so confidently, and from his perspective, he definitely wasn't lying. "Can you tell me who your old friend is? Is he still alive?" Numerous possibilities flashed through Emperor Tian's mind, the most likely being that this person had met with the ancestors of their dragon clan. So he asked. After hearing Emperor Tian's inquiry, Su Yuntao thought for a moment and realized that there was nothing he couldn't say about the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King. Moreover, since the Dragon Tomb had already recognized him as its master, could the Dragon Clan really take them back? At most, he would just return the dragon corpses of the two Dragon Kings. Thus, Su Yuntao began to recount his encounters with the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King to Emperor Tian bit by bit. However, he didn't mention anything about the dragon eggs for now, only stating that he obtained the relics of the two Dragon Kings and was sent by the Dragon Kings to find the Silver Dragon King. After listening to Su Yuntao's story, Emperor Tian took a deep breath, feeling that he already believed more than half of what he said. I don't even know how he took a deep breath in the lake water. The Silver Dragon King is still asleep, and I cannot wake her. Can you please give me the relics you need to return first? I can wait until the Silver Dragon King wakes up to pass them to her. Emperor Tian conveyed his hesitation to Su Yuntao and shared his solution, asking if it would be acceptable. Su Yuntao's purpose for coming here was to meet the Silver Dragon King and complete the transaction. How could he pass it on to someone else? Chapter 121, Meeting the Silver Dragon King at the bottom of the Lake of Life. At the entrance to the Dragon Realm, Emperor Tian looked at Su Yuntao with difficulty. After clearly informing Su Yuntao that the Silver Dragon King was still in slumber, the two stood in a standoff. Emperor Tian, since the Silver Dragon King hasn't awakened yet, I will wait here. Whenever she wakes up, I will give her the items. Su Yuntao insisted on personally meeting the Silver Dragon King, but Emperor Tian knew that the Silver Dragon's injuries were very serious. No outsiders could disturb the lady's healing slumber. Why can't you let me take care of it first? Emperor Tian looked at Su Yuntao with a face full of black lines. He shook his head. This was a serious matter. The requests of the two Dragon Kings could not be neglected. I will just wait here. After saying this, Su Yuntao set up a small area outside the Dragon Realm portal using his spiritual power. He took out a sleeping bag, placed it in a small space formed by the separated lake water, and crawled into the sleeping bag, leaving only half of his head exposed. He looked at the silent Emperor Tian beside him and said, I will stay here. I shouldn't disturb you, right? No. Emperor Tian dryly said 2 words. Su Yuntao maintained his stubborn state of not leaving Emperor Tian feeling powerless. How could he chase away someone who had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to fulfill the wishes of their deceased elder? At this moment, Emperor Tian found himself in such a situation, watching Su Yuntao, who had already tucked his head into the sleeping bag. He sighed deeply and headed towards the Dragon Realm. Emperor Tian thought to himself, in this case, I can only forcefully wake the lady up. I hope that what that kid brought back is useful for our Dragon Clan. While it was certainly important for the Silver Dragon King to heal, the requests of the 2 ancient Dragon Kings were still significant, leaving Emperor Tian in a difficult position. I hope forcibly waking up the Silver Dragon King won't have too much of an impact on our injuries. Otherwise, it would require a lot of resources to make up for it. After Emperor Tian returned to the Dragon Realm, he went alone to the most mysterious place in the Dragon Realm, a place only the kings of the Dragon Clan could enter. The Dragon Tomb. This is the final resting place of the Dragon Kings of past generations, where the Silver Dragon King is hiding to heal. This was also something Emperor Tian learned from the previous king only after he was established as the Dragon King. Emperor Tian hesitated in front of the Dragon Tomb for half the night, but ultimately made up his mind to wake up the Silver Dragon King. He took out all the herbs he had prepared for healing and nourishment just in case. Then he took a deep breath and let out a long, lingering dragon roar towards the direction of the Dragon Tomb. Roar, roar, the dragon roar carried special information deep into the Dragon Tomb. In the deepest part of the Dragon Tomb, a stunning woman sat cross-legged on a cold, deep-sea ice bed. She had long silver hair casually cascading down her back, with strands falling onto the icy bed. Her hair exuded a crystal-like texture, adding even more beauty to her already stunning face. Her fair skin appeared particularly pale, indicating that she was in a severely injured state. Her previously closed eyes slowly opened in response to the sound of the dragon roar, and an unusual flush appeared on her face. Wow, cough! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, staining the white, jade-like, icy bed. A glimmer of cold light flashed as she became very angry at the dragon that interrupted her healing. Are you that little black dragon? The cold and crisp voice reached Emperor Tian's ears outside the Dragon Tomb. Upon hearing this voice, Emperor Tian immediately excitedly bowed. Emperor Tian pays respects to the Silver Dragon King. What is it? Guyana asked shortly, as her condition was not good. In response to your excellency, a human has found us here in the Dragon Realm. He says he was sent by the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King to see you. It seems he has something for you. Emperor Tian respectfully informed Guyana the reason. Since the battle in the Divine Realm, the Silver Dragon who had been healing did not know what was happening outside, and she couldn't even search for the remains of her old companions. Now, suddenly hearing news about the Water and Fire Dragon Kings, her excitement was hard to express. Guyana said with a trembling voice, I cannot leave this place. You will bring him in. There are some things I need to ask in person. Emperor Tian looked in surprise at the Dragon Tomb, not far away. Although there were regulations in the Dragon Realm against bringing outsiders in, the Silver Dragon King had spoken, and rules set by dragons could be changed, right? Please wait. But your injuries? After agreeing to Guyana's request, Emperor Tian asked with some concern. It's nothing. I won't die for a while. Let him in. Her cold voice carried a hint of urgency. Emperor Tian nodded and quickly made his way to the entrance of the Dragon Realm. Upon seeing Emperor Tian leave, Su Yuntao hurriedly got up and equipped his soul-guiding mech. He approached the entrance to the Dragon Realm, looking left and right. Occasionally, he poked at it with his finger. How amazing! The power of space can be used like this. I've learned something new. Feeling like he had discovered a treasure, Su Yuntao treated the entrance to the Dragon Realm as his research subject, pulling out various testing instruments from his storage ring. Thus, Su Yuntao began his research at the bottom of the Lake of Life, gradually entering a state of oblivion. Emperor Tian arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Realm, and without any caution, he stepped out of the door. Clang! A sound like a steel basin being kicked over rang out, startling Emperor Tian, who poked his head out of the door. When he looked, the dragon was dumbfounded. Outside the door, besides the many instruments that Su Yuntao had moved out, there were various wires and probes connected to the entrance of the Dragon Realm. A person and a dragon stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Su Yuntao quickly realized that he might have done something rude. Hey, you're back. So, does the Silver Dragon King want to see me? He naturally greeted Emperor Tian and then casually asked. However, his hands moved without any hesitation, quickly putting everything back into his storage ring. After finishing, he nodded in satisfaction, as if to say to Emperor Tian, you didn't see anything. It was all an illusion. Emperor Tian ignored Su Yuntao's greeting and thoroughly checked his door. Relieved to find no problems. Human, follow me inside. The master wants to see you. With a face full of black lines, Emperor Tian did not question Su Yuntao's previous behavior and said in a muffled voice. After speaking, he turned around and headed back in the direction he came from, showing no concern as to whether Su Yuntao was following. After learning that the Silver Dragon King was willing to see him, Su Yuntao excitedly shouldered the dragon egg and followed Emperor Tian's pace. As he stepped into the Dragon Realm, Su Yuntao's first reaction was, isn't this my Dragon Tomb space? This place was very similar to Su Yuntao's Dragon Tomb space, except for the absence of those two gigantic dragon bones. He followed Emperor Tian without speaking or looking around. A person, a dragon, and a dragon egg soon arrived in front of the group of dragon tombs. Human, I can only take you here. Once you go in, just walk straight to the end, and you will see the person you want to meet. Emperor Tian stopped and turned back to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao nodded. Tightening his pack, he passed Emperor Tian and walked alone towards the inside. Before long, Su Yuntao arrived at a small lake, which looked exactly like the lake of life outside, with the same feeling. Next to the small lake was a small courtyard, with a path leading straight to where Su Yuntao was standing. The courtyard was filled with many dark attribute plants that thrived without sunlight. This small courtyard exuded an air of decay from the inside out, giving a feeling of having not been inhabited for a long time. As he entered the courtyard, Su Yuntao suddenly heard a very pleasant female voice. He was momentarily taken aback, standing still to calm himself before stepping confidently into the courtyard. The Silver Dragon King was right in front of him. Whether this task could be completed depended on whether he could impress her with what he brought. Su Yuntao entered the small courtyard, unsure of what to do, as it was clear that the Silver Dragon King was in the room. After allowing him to enter, she did not say another word. Su Yuntao could only stand there, looking at the house not far away. Chapter 122. Reaching an agreement. Please collect. Please vote. Su Yuntao stood there dumbly in the middle of the courtyard, not daring to move. He stood there for about a quarter of an hour when finally, the door of the house not far away made some noise. Creak. The sound of the old door being pushed open reached him. Su Yuntao fixed his gaze on the door, and when it opened, he was momentarily stunned. A woman walked out with weak steps, her long silver hair casually falling behind her, her skin a pale shade of white. All the words that depict beauty cannot describe the stunning appearance. Tinged with a hint of sickly red, the woman before Su Yuntao is the incarnation of the Silver Dragon King. Upon seeing her, Su Yuntao is unable to utter a single word, only hurriedly lowering his head, avoiding direct eye contact with her. You've come. Can you tell me about the two of them? Her melodious voice causes Su Yuntao to momentarily lose his focus. Okay, he stammers in response. Then, Su Yuntao recalls his initial experience in the Eye of Ice and Fire, organizing his thoughts before narrating the events. After the Silver Dragon King leads Su Yuntao to a small table in the courtyard to sit down, she quietly listens as he recounts the story of the two Dragon Kings. The story is straightforward. Su Yuntao does not conceal anything he witnessed in the Dragon Tomb space, even mentioning the fact that the space acknowledged him as its master. One person speaks, the other listens. The Silver Dragon King's beautiful eyes do not leave Su Yuntao for even a second. After an hour of his earnest narration, he finally tells the complete story. Through her observations, the Silver Dragon King concludes that this man before her is not lying. He indeed saw the remains of the two Dragon Kings. You haven't mentioned your purpose for coming here. Her soft and pleasant voice emerges, nearly causing Su Yuntao to lose his composure. All right, I haven't talked about the main issue. Su Yuntao quickly retrieves the bundle he had on his back and places it between them. Then, under the gaze of the Silver Dragon King, he slowly opens the bundle, revealing a dragon egg before them. The Silver Dragon King looks at the dragon egg with surprise and asks excitedly, "What is this?" Su Yuntao nods affirmatively in response. This is the offspring that the Water and Fire Dragon Kings sacrificed themselves to nurture. According to the last image left by the Water Dragon King, it perfectly inherits everything from both Dragon Kings and possesses the potential to become a dragon god. After he finishes speaking, the Silver Dragon King becomes much calmer. Her current physical condition does not allow for excessive excitement. After observing Su Yuntao for a while, she asks in a calm tone, "What do you want?" Upon hearing this question, Su Yuntao's mind momentarily goes blank. So easy? He quickly regains his composure and asks, "Can I make a few requests?" The awkward atmosphere arises as the Silver Dragon King gives him an annoyed glance and replies, "Two." This glance makes Su Yuntao's heart race, feeling like it's his first love. Despite his racing heart, his professional instincts remind him to continue with the main issue. The first condition is, I hope to reach an agreement with the Spirit Beast realm, targeting myself and the current leader of the Spirit Beast realm. Su Yuntao articulates each word carefully, fearing the Silver Dragon King might misunderstand the meaning or create unnecessary misinterpretations. What kind of agreement? She prompts. After receiving permission, he explains the Spirit Beast realm will provide me with some old, weak, sick, and disabled spirit beasts. And I will do my best to help these spirit beasts escape the fate of becoming human spirit rings. After he finishes speaking, the Silver Dragon King stares at him in disbelief. Her beautiful lips part as if to say something, but no words come out. Rationally, She tells herself that what this man is saying cannot be realized, yet she subconsciously chooses to believe Su Yuntao, unaware of the Silver Dragon King's internal struggle. Su Yuntao notices that she falls silent after he speaks. He feels that she seems to doubt his words, so he hurriedly adds, I have a method that allows a human spirit master to only need a single spirit beast sacrifice for their entire life. And I have used this method myself. Su Yuntao's words bring the Silver Dragon King back to reality, and she looks at him with a mix of surprise and skepticism. The Silver Dragon King nods slightly, indicating for him to continue. He breathes a sigh of relief, then explains the existence of the accompanying beast in detail to the Silver Dragon King. He even releases his accompanying beast, Nunu, to show her. This is the case. I need you to provide these spirit beasts for the purpose of creating accompanying beasts. In the future, a human spirit master will only need one spirit beast, greatly reducing the pressure on the spirit beast realm. Perhaps this will even achieve harmonious coexistence between humans and spirit beasts, though that is just a hope for the future. Su Yuntao speaks eloquently, panting a gran visión, fully utilizing the tactics of his past life as Jack Ma to create a beautiful picture. This convinces the Silver Dragon King, who already has a good impression of Su Yuntao to a large extent. After pondering for a long time, the Silver Dragon King realizes that sending him some old, weak, sick, and disabled spirit beasts would not impact her side at all. After all, these spirit beasts do not live long, so it could be seen as helping them live a life in an alternative way. Having come to this understanding, the Silver Dragon King agrees to the agreement proposed by Su Yuntao and informs Tian, who secretly manages the spirit beast realm. Now, say your second condition. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuntao looks at the dragon egg before him and says, the little dragon has already established an equal contract with me before I even embraced it. When it is born in the future, can I come to visit it? Seeing the Silver Dragon King slightly frowning, Su Yuntao quickly adds, don't worry, I won't interfere with its destined mission. I just want the opportunity to visit it. Whether it is his sincere words that move the Silver Dragon King or the fact that this is not an excessive request, she readily agrees to his request after he clarifies. All matters reach a unified agreement through their conversation, as the purpose of this visit has been perfectly achieved. Su Yuntao bids farewell to the stunning woman before him. After she nods in agreement, Su Yuntao reluctantly glances at the dragon egg and then turns to leave the courtyard. The Silver Dragon King remains in place, supporting her smooth chin with her hands, watching Su Yuntao's departing figure, and suddenly smiles. In that moment, the flowers in the courtyard lose some of their color, but unfortunately, the already distant Su Yuntao does not have the fortune to appreciate it. An interesting human man, a gentle breeze blows, and the beautiful woman in the courtyard disappears without a trace. Su Yuntao follows the path he came, soon spotting Tian, who has been waiting at the same spot. Let's go, you should leave now. Tian says this upon seeing Su Yuntao, then turns and leads him toward the entrance of the dragon realm. On the way, Su Yuntao asks Tian, do you know the content of the agreement? Tian nods in frustration, unsure why the Lord would agree to such an impudent request. However, he thinks that although the request is impudent, it is not excessive. Upon learning the details of the agreement, Tian analyzes the pros and cons and ultimately concludes that there is nothing overly unreasonable about it. After all, they are just some dying spirit beasts. Considering the current situation of the spirit beast realm, countless spirit beasts die each year. It's just a drop in the bucket. What do you think about the content of the agreement? Su Yuntao continued to ask. Ever since he met the Silver Dragon King, he felt a bit elated. Tian paused for a moment, then continued walking forward while saying, since it is the Lord's order, I will definitely accomplish it. As for my thoughts, they are not important. Su Yuntao was speechless and did not say anything more, and the man and the dragon walked in silence. Soon, Tian escorted Su Yuntao out of the Lake of Life. Su Yuntao stood above the Lake of Life, glanced at the surface of the lake, and then headed towards the outskirts of the starry forest. This trip was fruitful. Not only was the task completed, but he also witnessed the Silver Dragon King's stunning figure. Making it worth the trip, he left the starry forest satisfied and headed straight to his territory. Chapter 123, The God List. Happy Valentine's Day. Please subscribe. When he returned to the academy, the sky was just turning dark. Su Yuntao was enveloped in a soul-guided mech, descending from the sky and quietly landing on the open space of the island in the center of the lake. After stepping down from the mech, he waved his hand to store it in his storage ring and walked towards his training room. I should have completed this main task quite quickly. I wonder if the reward for this task, the God List, is what I understand it to be. Upon entering the secret room, he awakened the system's spirit, the blue fatty, and then instructed it to help him claim the task reward. Su Yuntao looked at his system backpack, where a silk list lay quietly inside. He took it out. The god list appeared in his hand, and Su Yuntao did not feel any weight at all, nor could he sense its presence in his divine consciousness. Only the tactile feedback in his hand proved that the god list was indeed being held. Slowly, he opened it. The list was written vertically. He stood it up, and upon looking, the first row had 3 unimaginably large characters. Aside from that, the list was clean and had no other words. However, for some reason, Su Yuntao clearly understood that this god list could only inscribe 121 names. It could grant 1 main god, 12 god kings, 36 natural deities, and 72 cultivation deities. Once he figured out everything about the god list, he intuitively used his divine consciousness as a pen and wrote his name in the first row of the god list. The 3 characters of Su Yuntao flickered on the god list, written in simplified characters from his previous life. A loud buzzing sound erupted in Su Yuntao's mind. Like a thunderclap, in an instant, he felt as if he had merged with the entire world. At that moment, he heard a voice calling him in a way that felt incredibly familiar. Quietly opening his eyes, Su Yuntao sensed the direction and began to dig downwards. Since his current state was incredibly in tune with the world, he didn't need to exert much strength to dig through the soil. He only needed to continuously adjust his direction, and the surrounding soil would evade him with a wave of his hand. He moved incredibly fast through the underground, and the calling in his heart grew clearer. At this point, his mind was still somewhat unclear, only holding on to a clear thought, to quickly find the source of that voice. In the pitch-black underground, Su Yuntao avoided patches of lava and diligently dug forward. The surroundings were dark, and he had no sense of time in this environment. He didn't know how deep he had dug or how far he had gone. He only knew that he had exhausted his strength 3 times before finally reaching a white, misty space. Su Yuntao stood alone in the white space, where there was no distinction between up and down, no front and back. He could only stand there casually, and the voice in his heart suddenly disappeared after he arrived. Everything was white, making it easy for Su Yuntao to feel aesthetically fatigued. So, he shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why have you called me here?" It seemed that his shout had an effect. The space not far from him began to ripple like water. Gradually, it transformed into a flat mirror, standing not far from him. After the changing action completely disappeared, Su Yuntao stepped into the void and walked towards the mirror. When he reached the front of the mirror, it was initially empty. Upon sensing Su Yuntao's arrival, the scene within the mirror began to change. First, there was the birth of a baby, then his martial soul awakening at the age of 6, the death of his parents at 18, and joining the martial soul hall as an awakened steward at 20. The final scene was him leaving Luya village, and then the image cut off. "This is me," Su Yuntao murmured affirmatively. "Yes, but for some reason, I cannot view your life beyond this point." A voice identical to the one that had previously echoed in Su Yuntao's heart resonated from all directions in the space. "Who are you?" Su Yuntao quickly turned his head and looked around. "Who am I? I'm not too sure myself. If according to your understanding, I could be called the Tao." Its voice was not a specific language, just some strange intonations. However, Su Yuntao could understand it clearly. "Tao, why do you call me here?" As someone who has seen the world, I quickly understood the meaning of its words. "I sense your existence, so I called you here. I don't know what to do, I just instinctively wanted to summon you." Tao's vague speech made Su Yuntao furrow his brows. The only thing he had done that might have triggered this Tao was writing his name on the god list. In an instant, he clarified what the source was. However, what should he do in this situation? Su Yuntao had no thoughts at all. It was too unexpected. He never imagined that this being who summoned him would be so unreliable. After thinking for a while, he concluded that waiting like this was not a solution. So he asked, "Have you encountered any trouble recently? You can tell me. I might be the one who can help you." TV dramas often depict such scenarios, where someone is inexplicably summoned to a place to help solve a problem, and afterward, that person receives some rewards. Tao seemed to be contemplating something, and after a long while, its voice finally spoke again. "I was about to advance, wanting to take the opportunity to escape the control of the divine realm. But for some reason, the progress of my advancement suddenly stopped, causing my pace of escape to slow significantly. Those guys in the divine realm sense my movements and have now activated the contingencies left in my body, trying to pull me back under their control." It was as if it were talking to itself or venting to Su Yuntao about the issues it encountered. However, its words did not convey a desire for Su Yuntao to help solve this problem. Perhaps it thought that this person could not help with matters involving gods. Connected the dots. So that is how it is. Su Yuntao took a deep breath, and the parts he previously didn't understand suddenly became clear. The turmoil in the divine realm was due to the Dao of the Douluo continent world wanting to advance and take the opportunity to break free from control. Therefore, the gods were using their means left on the continent to find successors to the deities. Because once the natives of the continent become successors to the gods of the divine realm, the bond between the Douluo continent world and the divine realm will deepen. And then the Dao's plans will be completely thwarted. In possessing the list of deification, this was something that could break the god schemes. After obtaining divinity, Su Yuntao understood that the god he would become in the future could only be a god of the continent itself. The positions sealed by the list of deification would also be gods of the continent itself, which explains why the Dao called him to this place. The more gods there were from the continent, the lower the influence of the divine realm on the world. Then the Dao could take the opportunity to break free from the control of the divine realm. However, there's still one question that Su Yuntao couldn't figure out. Why did the Dao's advancement suddenly stop halfway? I think I know how to help you solve this problem. While speaking, he took out the list of deification that he had kept in his arms and slowly unfolded it in this place. A strange aura spread throughout the space the moment the list of deification appeared. After a while, a slightly trembling voice sounded again. "Sir, welcome home." This time it was Su Yuntao's turn to be stunned. What was this unfolding? "Sir, why do you address me like that?" Su Yuntao asked in confusion. "First there was the world, then there was me. And the world is yours. So it is only natural and reasonable for me to call you sir." As Su Yuntao pondered over what it said, a beam of golden light came from afar and instantly merged into the list of deification. "I have infused a complete rule into it, which can help you absorb the inherited power of those gods in the divine realm." The Dao's intention was very clear. "You help me eliminate the influence those gods have on me, and I will help you acquire the things and powers left by the gods." Chapter 124. New Task. Happy Valentine's Day. Su Yuntao nodded and put the list of deification back into his arms. There was no way. He didn't know if it was because this artifact was too powerful, but it could not be stored in the storage ring. So how should I leave this place? Now that he had found a reason for being summoned here, and he had agreed to help the Dao, it was time to leave. "I will send you back to where you came from," the Dao said. As soon as its voice fell, a strong spatial fluctuation surrounded Su Yuntao. With a flash of silver light, Su Yuntao's figure disappeared into the white space. When he reappeared, he was already back on Lake Heart Island. In front of him was the large pit he had dug earlier. After waving his hand to fill it in, he walked towards his training room. As he walked, he pulled up his task panel, and sure enough, the new task had refreshed. Main task: break the god's plans. Requirements: acquire all deities except for the sea god. Destroy the inheritance sites of the gods on the continent. Task rewards: dependent on completion. The new task perfectly aligned with his subsequent goals. The system truly loved him. The moment Su Yuntao saw the new task, he was delighted. He didn't know how many gods had left their inheritance on the continent. How should he go about it? He suddenly recalled this matter and scratched his head in distress. At this moment, the list of deification in his arms stirred. Su Yuntao quickly took out the list of deification from his arms. The moment it appeared, it struggled in Su Yuntao's hands. He let it move freely, wanting to see what it intended to do. One end of the list of deification was still held by Su Yuntao and did not fly away. But the other end kept pointing in one direction. Su Yuntao turned that end of the list in another direction, but after a while, it pointed back to that direction again. "Are you telling me where there is a site of divine inheritance?" Su Yuntao asked softly. Unexpectedly, the list of deification actually responded to his words, with the end indicating the direction, shaking up and down, as if affirming Su Yuntao's words. It really is like that." Su Yuntao looked at the list of deification in his hand with a smile. "I still need to make some preparations. I will set off in a few days." He really treated the list of deification as a living being and spoke to it like this. After his words, the list stopped indicating the direction and returned to its original form. "Blue Fatty, I should still have one chance for a martial soul awakening, right? I haven't used it yet due to previous matters. So let's use it now." This time, the martial soul awakening was the system's welcome gift, given when the soul power level reached 50, 70, and 90 levels, with a divine awakening each time. The martial soul awakening and awakening one's martial soul are two different concepts. The former upgrades or transforms an existing martial soul, while the latter awakens one's own martial soul. After Blue Fatty responded, a special feeling quickly emerged from within Su Yuntao's body. Nunu appeared on the floor of the room without Su Yuntao's permission. After experiencing the previous awakening, Su Yuntao immediately placed Nunu on the prepared mat. After 2 evolutions, Nunu's current race was Wolfhound. He didn't know what it would turn into after this one. Su Yuntao's knowledge of the hound as a divine beast was limited to it being a zombie's progenitor, and he had no effective information beyond that. However, through his observations of Nunu over this time, he found that it showed no signs of being related to a zombie. Instead, it gave him a feeling of a divine beast because whenever he put it outside, Su Yuntao would always receive some good news or experience something good that day. However, after Su Yuntao took Nunu back, he would live a plain life for a long time without any surprises or shocks. It seemed that its appearance had transported all of Su Yuntao's good luck for a period into that day. Su Yuntao knew well that a person's fortune is always conserved, especially in this world where the heavenly path is complete. It was precisely because of this that he did not let Nunu use its passive ability continuously. The evolution process continued, and after the first wave of system energy washed over him, Su Yuntao woke up. Quietly watching Nunu, who was showing signs of pain, Su Yuntao prayed for it in his heart. However, this time the evolution process was clearly not as torturous as the last one. Nunu only showed a pained expression without excessive struggle. This time, the evolution took a total of 6 hours. After Nunu completed its evolution, it woke up, licked Su Yuntao's hand that was stroking it, and then voluntarily returned to the martial soul space. Su Yuntao could not see any changes in it because on the surface, it had only changed to a golden coat of fur, with no other parts altered at all. He could only open his personal panel to check. Host, Su Yuntao, SuTaos, age, 27 years martial soul, Douluo Wolfhound level, 95 title Dalu soul rings, purple, yellow, black, black, red, 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 red. Platinum soul skills, steel claw, iron head, gale flash, howl of the moon, wind control, heavenly feather dragon dance, 1 hound versus 3 dragons, 5 elements, divine light. Divine Power Domain. Holy Master Domain, a domain-type skill composed of divine power, possessing the power of rules. Extra level. None. Each stage of soul power differs by a factor of 10. He clicked to view the introduction of his martial soul. Wanting to know what this Douluo Wolfhound was. Douluo Wolfhound. Buddha saves all beings. Wolfhound saves the Buddha. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Wolfhound, as you wish, naturally possesses the ability to restrain all evil things in Buddhist law, causing dragon clans and Buddhist practitioners to feel weakened by 3 points in its presence. Su Yuntao looked at the introduction of his martial soul and couldn't help but smile. Is there a Buddhist presence in this world I'm in, and what use is it? However, the buff against the dragon clan still exists. This is also an old tradition of the system. Next, Su Yuntao clicked on his soul skill introduction, realizing that since he had advanced to title Dalu, he had not carefully studied his soul skill abilities. He directly ignored the first 7 soul skills and started looking from the 8th one. 5 elements divine light. Has the ability to negate all soul skills. This is a universal defensive soul skill that can directly counter all soul skills. But the only downside is that it has no offensive power. It is only suitable for cooperating with his other attack methods. The 9th soul skill, Divine Power. A soul skill with a rather plain name. Divine Power. Gains a power 30 times that of his maximum strength. The introduction is the same as the 8th soul skill. Just 1 sentence. However, this sentence undoubtedly shocked Su Yuntao. 30 times. System, did you make a mistake? That's too strong. No wonder it's a million-year soul ring. This surprise, which should have been received earlier, was left for now due to Su Yuntao's indifference. He had never regarded his soul master cultivation system as a primary combat method, so he had not paid much attention to soul skills. Therefore, this time, the soul skill gave him a huge surprise. This soul skill, combined with my current physical cultivation, is simply a perfect match. It is too in line with my wishes. Based on Su Yuntao's current physical strength, he at least has the power of 100 dragons. This is still the regular power attribute. He also has the enhancement of the Wolf King Howling Sky technique. If he stacks all his enhancement methods together and uses this divine power soul skill, Su Yuntao believes he can change the world with 1 punch. After 10 years of diligent cultivation, I finally have the strength to survive in a great battle. Haha, I truly deserve it. My efforts have not been in vain. After imagining a scene of himself smashing the entire continent with 1 punch, he fell into a strange state and began to laugh to himself. Luckily, he was alone in this training room. Otherwise, he would have been considered a lunatic by others. After organizing his recent gains, he began to plan for the divine inheritance of the gods. After sorting through the locations and situations of the deities he knew from the original work, Su Yuntao looked at the blackboard full of divine inheritance strategies in front of him and fell into deep thought. Chapter 125, City of Slaughter, Seeking Recommendation Votes, Seeking Subscriptions, Seeking Collections. After carefully evaluating the strategy board in front of him, Su Yuntao ultimately decided to first eliminate the divine inheritance of the God of Slaughter. This is because the location of the God of Slaughter's inheritance has a uniqueness that other divine inheritances do not. Soul power cannot be used inside the City of Slaughter. In this way, with his current physical strength, no one in the entire continent, except for soul beasts of the same level, could match him without using soul power. The only thing to worry about was the King of Slaughter, but he was limited by the rules of the City of Slaughter and could not easily take action, only able to use some methods in secret. However, for Su Yuntao, as long as he did not personally go into battle, he was not afraid of any secret methods. Over the next period, Su Yuntao went to the Pope's palace to obtain the specific location of the City of Slaughter from Bibi Dong, and after making sufficient preparations, he set off toward the City of Slaughter. Although the divine ranking had a guiding function, based on Su Yuntao's observation, it could only point to the nearest divine inheritance location. It could not point to a specific destination. After arranging things with the Academy and the Chamber of Commerce, Su Yuntao headed north. In just 3 days at full speed, he arrived at a small town. This town was not large, and as soon as Su Yuntao stepped into it, he felt many complex auras. There were bloodthirst, violence, and so on. Fortunately, his divine sense was keen, allowing him to easily discern them. Otherwise, others might only sense a bit of abnormality and coldness. Following Bibi Dong's instructions, Su Yuntao headed towards a small tavern in the middle of the town. Walking through the town in broad daylight, he surprisingly did not encounter many people. The few passers-by he did see were all dressed in black and hurriedly walking. Soon, he arrived at the tavern's entrance, without hesitation stepping inside. A murky atmosphere rushed towards Su Yuntao, almost suffocating him. With some obsessive-compulsive habits, Su Yuntao frowned in discomfort. Inside the tavern, there are not many people, only about a dozen customers quietly sitting at their tables. 3 tavern staff were cleaning the stains on the floor, and with his remarkable perception, Su Yuntao could clearly see that the stains were remnants of human tissue. His arrival attracted quite a bit of attention. Seeing his frowning expression, the owners of those gazes revealed a hint of ill intent. "A rookie has come." A rough-looking man with an exaggerated appearance said loudly, without hiding his voice. His words instantly drew Su Yuntao's focus onto him as he was looking for a seat. "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking about you. You little rookie who hasn't even grown hair. This is not a place for you. Go back where you came from," the rough man said harshly, seemingly trying to scare Su Yuntao away with threatening words. Su Yuntao was unclear about this person's intentions, so he simply took a few good looks at him and then found a secluded seat to sit down. The rough man realized his words did not disturb Su Yuntao and turned away in frustration, muttering to himself, "Good words are hard to persuade the damned ghost. Just a pity at such a young age." His voice was very low and no one else heard it, but Su Yuntao was different. Since entering the tavern, his divine sense had been fully covering everyone present, and he clearly heard the rough man's words. Su Yuntao's body, which was about to sit down, paused for a moment but had no other reaction. After he sat down, a waiter dressed in black walked towards him. With a cold expression, he said, "What do you want?" Su Yuntao naturally knew the rules here. To enter the City of Slaughter, one must drink a Bloody Mary, or kill everyone to force their way in. He did not answer the waiter's question, but instead pulled out a soul-guided dagger and stabbed it directly into the waiter's heart. The man's body instantly lost its strength and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Yuntao stood up, surveyed all the people in the tavern, and said, "I'll give you a chance to leave. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell to atone for your sins." No one among the more than 10 people in the hall left. Although they were shocked by Su Yuntao's sudden attack, everyone except for the rough man who had spoken earlier drew their weapons against him. Su Yuntao, who had always maintained a cold demeanor, unexpectedly broke into a happy smile upon seeing this scene. The onlookers, who had been observing Su Yuntao's reaction, felt a chill in their hearts at his cheerful expression. The rough man, seeing Su Yuntao smile, immediately fled outside the tavern. Su Yuntao did not stop him, but quietly watched the remaining crowd. The show was about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao's body vanished from view, and when he reappeared, his hand was already plunged into a person's chest. With a squelch, Su Yuntao withdrew his hand, revealing a still-beating heart in his palm. There were no good people in the tavern. Each one had blood on their hands. Killing them posed no psychological pressure for Su Yuntao and felt entirely natural. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. In less than 10 seconds, all the people in the tavern had been eliminated by Su Yuntao, including the 2 bartenders, who were also dispatched effortlessly. Based on his memories from his previous life, Su Yuntao approached the bar and stomped heavily on the floor beneath it. With a loud crash, the entire floor shattered into pieces along with the bar. A dark hole appeared before Su Yuntao, and he stood beside it, looking inside. This should be the entrance to the city of slaughter. Without hesitation, Su Yuntao jumped into the hole. In less than a second of entering the dark pit, he landed underground. He looked up at the ceiling and estimated that the depth was less than 5 meters. He moved towards the direction of the airflow in the darkness. The tunnel was quite long, and after walking about 1,000 meters, he turned a corner and saw a light ahead. Finally, he was about to exit. The dark environment was indeed oppressive. After passing through a doorway, the light brightened, revealing a group of people blocking his path. These individuals wore black armor and were fully armed, obstructing Su Yuntao's way. Without waiting for them to chatter, he charged directly at the approximately 100 people. The soul-guided dagger in his hand slashed through the group. He killed 1 person with each step, taking only 101 steps to eliminate them all. Su Yuntao then turned and walked over to the corpse of the group's leader, searching him and retrieving a credential. This credential was merely a black plate engraved with a number, 8333. Holding the plate, he walked toward the nearby city of the City of Slaughter. Upon reaching the city gate, a row of warriors stood guard, and a woman wearing a black veil awaited there. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter," the woman greeted in a formal tone. Su Yuntao nodded slightly in acknowledgement and stepped into the city, not waiting for the silent woman who had followed him. "Sir, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The time limit is 12 hours. The woman said as he entered the city. "Take me to the inner city. I need a place to stay," Su Yuntao commanded without asking her any questions. His goal was to break through the hellish slaughter arena in the shortest time possible and embark on the path to find the inheritance of the Azura god. Under the guidance of the woman in the black veil, Su Yuntao soon arrived in the inner city. You can choose any unoccupied house here. Of course, you can also choose one that is occupied, the woman said, leaving the latter part of her sentence hanging. Su Yuntao understood what she meant. Simply eliminate the original owner or something along those lines. Chapter 126, King of Slaughter. Thanks for everyone's support. Upon reaching the residential area in the inner city, Su Yuntao selected the house he found most pleasing and moved in. After asking the woman in the black veil for the location of the hellish slaughter arena, he sent her away. After tidying up the house by himself, he set off toward the location of the hellish slaughter arena. Along the way, Su Yuntao witnessed numerous inhumane acts that made him feel uncomfortable, unable to describe the sensation. However, a voice in his heart kept insisting that such a filthy place should not exist on the continent. Upon arriving at the hellish slaughter arena, he poured a Bloody Mary he had obtained along the way into the entrance container. After registering with his identity plate, he waited at the entry point. A group of 10 was required for Su Yuntao's team to enter and fight. The matches were conducted in a rolling manner. Once registered, they could start the competition as soon as they gathered 10 people. As a newcomer, Su Yuntao's first match was quickly arranged. The battle was completely one-sided, with Su Yuntao defeating 9 opponents single-handedly. He assessed his own consumption and felt no significant fatigue, so he decided to register for the next match. After a day, Su Yuntao finally left the hellish slaughter arena, with all the spectators watching his departure with fearful eyes. No one dared to take advantage of him when he was exhausted. Over the course of the day, Su Yuntao participated in 5 battles, each time slaughtering 9 opponents with brutal efficiency. His methods were so ruthless that they were appalling. After the battles, none of his opponents were left unscathed. Everyone who had watched his matches feared him. Even when he left the slaughter arena, not a single hyena dared to appear and take advantage of him. Back in the house he had chosen, Su Yuntao set up defenses and slept soundly. In fact, with his physical condition, he still had a good amount of stamina left. The consumption was not significant. Only the mental fatigue could not be shaken off. Due to the peculiar nature of the City of Slaughter, after killing people here, he always felt a foreign killing intent subtly eroding his consciousness. However, being one with spiritual awareness, he could only kill while simultaneously using his spiritual awareness to defend against the encroaching malevolence. The next day, Su Yuntao set out again for the slaughter arena. He participated in 3 to 5 matches every day, returning to rest for a night after each competition. If luck was on his side, he could participate in 5 matches. If not, he might only find opponents for 3. This situation continued for 20 days. That day, as usual, Su Yuntao arrived at the waiting area of the Hell Slaughter Arena, waiting for 10 people to gather for a match. However, the situation was destined to disappoint him. 12 hours passed, and he did not match with a single opponent. Today's battle had to be cancelled. Su Yuntao approached the staff in the slaughter arena and asked, "What is going on? Why isn't anyone here to compete?" The staff respectfully replied, "Due to your formidable reputation, they have reached a consensus. As soon as they see you coming, they shut themselves in, preventing you from competing." Bloodlord? Having been oblivious to worldly matters and solely focused on the slaughter arena, Su Yuntao did not know the origin of this title. The staff could only stammer and didn't dare to speak further. "Forget it. I'll come back another day," Su Yuntao said, feeling a bit frustrated as he left the slaughter arena. He never expected that his ruthless methods had frightened these thugs of the slaughter city. "This won't do. If this continues, my time to participate in the Hell Road will be delayed. I need to come up with a solution." Back in his house, Su Yuntao stroked his chin, pondering how to break this stalemate. Over the past 20 days, he had participated in 78 matches, achieving 78 consecutive victories without a single injury. With just 22 matches left to qualify for the Hell Road, this sudden turn of events made Su Yuntao feel uneasy. What if I sneak into the slaughter arena each time without them knowing? A flash of inspiration struck him. Hiding his movements seemed like a good idea. The next day, he stealthily made his way to the slaughter arena and participated in a match without anyone knowing. However, this method had a significant flaw. After just one battle, he was recognized. Now, apart from those already registered, no one else dared to compete. In the end, he only managed to catch them off guard and participated in 2 matches that day. He could not engage in any further battles and had to return home helplessly. 20 matches left. What am I going to do? He suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Damn it. Why are these guys so scared of death even when they're here? Frustrated, Su Yuntao may not have realized that they weren't afraid of death, but rather afraid that he would turn them into fragments at any moment. Su Yuntao thought long and hard, but couldn't find a suitable way to resolve the issue. He could only spend every day waiting at the Hell Slaughter Arena, queuing for matches without leaving for 12 hours straight. Surprisingly, this method proved effective. Everyone there had survival pressure. They needed to offer sacrifices and participate in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Each person had to win at least once a year in the Hell Slaughter Arena to extend their life for another year. With this rule in place, after blocking the arena for a month, Su Yuntao finally had new matches to participate in. Thus, his streak of consecutive victories began to steadily increase. 3 months later, Su Yuntao faced his 99th battle, and after this fight, just one more victory would qualify him for the Hell Road. As the battle commenced, Su Yuntao, as usual, faced 9 opponents alone. Everyone in the Slaughter City had come to an unwritten agreement. When facing Blood Lord Su Yuntao, they would join forces against him. Despite the 9-person assault, Su Yuntao remained calm, wielding the dagger he always carried to intercept each attack. Those who could fight Su Yuntao were seasoned fighters with 60 to 70 consecutive victories, and their soul power levels were generally above 70. In a place where soul power couldn't be used, those who achieved high victory counts either had exceptional physical strength or extraordinary combat skills and experience. Over these 4 months, Su Yuntao had evolved from relying solely on brute force to fighting in the most efficient way possible. His figure darted between the openings in the 9-person assault, evading multiple incoming strikes. Suddenly, after dodging one attack, he found himself behind the closest opponent and plunged his dagger into their body. At that moment, the synchronized attack pattern of the 9 was shattered by Su Yuntao. The situation became clear, with 1 less opponent. The remaining 8 had no chance of resisting Su Yuntao's elusive movements. The remaining battle concluded in less than a quarter of an hour, leaving Su Yuntao as the only one still standing. Just as he was about to leave to register for his next match, a palpable killing intent filled the arena, rendering everyone silent. Azura King, Bloodlord, congratulations on achieving 99 consecutive victories in the Slaughter Arena. To commend your achievement, I have decided to grant you the status of a guest elder in our Slaughter City. You may enter and exit the Slaughter City freely. The words of the King of Slaughter carried a hidden meaning that Su Yuntao understood well. It was clear that this old man feared he would threaten his rule if Su Yuntao acquired the domain of the god of killing and could use soul power without restriction in the Slaughter City. To be honest, Su Yuntao didn't care about the domain of the god of killing. He was only interested in finding the inheritance location of the Azura god. And it was evident that the inheritance location was within the Hell Road. Su Yuntao had to enter the Hell Road. Chapter 127. Hell Road, please collect. Su Yuntao firmly rejected the invitation of the King of Slaughter and demanded to start his 100th battle as soon as possible. He was not worried at all that this so-called King of Slaughter would take action against him. The rules were set that way. Even if he did take action, Su Yuntao was confident he wouldn't lose, even without using soul power. The King of Slaughter's expression darkened significantly. Su Yuntao's rejection had left him without any dignity, embarrassing him in front of so many people. He had the urge to eliminate Su Yuntao right then and there. However, bound by the rules of the Slaughter City, taking forceful action could lead to severe consequences. After weighing his options, he still didn't have the guts to act directly. The Hell Road is not easy to traverse. Have you thought this through? The King of Slaughter glared angrily at Su Yuntao and said meaningfully. Su Yuntao believed the King of Slaughter's words. But since his main goal wasn't to go through the Hell Road, he treated the threat as mere hot air. King of Slaughter, let the match begin. Su Yuntao said again with a firm tone. Good, good, good. The King of Slaughter was furious and shouted good 3 times before instructing those around him to prepare for the match immediately. Soon, Su Yuntao's 100th match officially began. In this match, Su Yuntao's 9 opponents were increasingly cowardly. They all looked at him in fear, their weapons trembling in their hands. He held his dagger in reverse grip and stepped towards them. With each step he took, the 9 retreated a step. Su Yuntao really didn't want to waste too much time on these 9 people, and when he took his 3rd step, his figure suddenly vanished. Gone. So fast. Where? Not good. Everyone retreat. The strongest among the 9 shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao appeared behind him, and the moment he materialized, the dagger accurately plunged into this man's back. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood flowed from his mouth, his face horrified, using the last bit of strength in his body. He turned to look at Su Yuntao. You can't escape. Just accept it obediently. I will be quick, it won't hurt. Su Yuntao spoke in a calm tone like a great villain. Before his words were finished, he had already charged at the last 8 people. The battle started quickly and ended just as fast. The courage of the 8 had been completely frightened away by Su Yuntao, and they couldn't organize a decent resistance. Congratulations to Lord Blood for achieving 100 consecutive victories. Lord Blood, Lord Blood. Su Yuntao paid no attention to the cheers from the crowd. His gaze remained fixed on the King of Slaughter above. The King of Slaughter's expression had turned ugly since Su Yuntao rejected him, and it was even worse now. Since you have made up your mind, then walk the path of hell. I believe you won't regret your choice. Hee hee. The King of Slaughter said with a dark face and a sinister smile. Suddenly, a thick blood-colored mist was released from his body, and everyone present was intimidated by the aura he emitted, except for Su Yuntao, who stood unmoved. The King of Slaughter glanced at Su Yuntao in surprise, but did not stop his actions. The extremely evil aura continuously impacted the entire Slaughter arena, and red ripples swept over the spectators. Gradually, the audience, who were previously very lively, all fell silent. As time passed, under the influence of the red light, one by one, they began to self-harm. What should have been an extremely painful experience, Su Yuntao saw excitement and enjoyment on their faces. The bizarre scene made him, who usually had a heart as steady as a rock, shiver. Su Yuntao gritted his teeth and quietly stood in the arena, not watching the tragic state of those wicked people. He quietly waited for the end of this sacrificial ceremony. Blood slowly flowed from the audience into the arena, gathering on the ground to form a huge blood-colored pattern, and then a sky-high red light swept toward Su Yuntao. His body vanished in an instant. Good luck. The sharp voice of the King of Slaughter echoed in the silent Hell Slaughter arena. Su Yuntao struggled to maintain his balance inside the blood-colored light mass, and soon he felt the ground beneath his feet. As the red light gradually dimmed, Su Yuntao found himself on a circular platform. The platform was not large, about 5 meters in diameter, and there was a narrow path extending out from one side of the platform. Finally arrived at the path of hell. Next is to find the location of the inheritance. Su Yuntao took out the god list that he had kept in his arms and gently held one end of it. The god list seemed to sense its location and began to tremble continuously. The end not held by Su Yuntao started to search for direction. Soon, the god list pointed downward from the platform, and below was an abyss. According to his memories from his past life, Su Yuntao knew that beneath the abyss was a sea of blood. Then the inheritance of the Shura god should also be buried in the endless sea of blood. He guessed. Holding the god list, he stepped into the void and found himself standing in midair, following the direction indicated by the god list. Su Yuntao walked step by step toward the sea of blood. With a clear goal, he maintained only the necessary stamina and moved at full speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Su Yuntao stood suspended above a sea of blood. Looking at the god list in his hand, he thought, "It's still deeper." With some disdain, he glanced at the sea of blood, and after covering himself with his divine sense, he plunged into the sea of blood. The depth of his sea of blood was also extraordinary. He estimated he sank about 500 to 600 meters before he felt the ground beneath his feet. Following the guidance of the god list, he walked step by step toward his destination. Soon, a structure resembling a sacrificial altar appeared before his eyes, and the god list was also pointing at that altar. Su Yuntao was overjoyed. He had finally found it. He approached the altar and, according to the method taught to him by Tao, covered the entire altar with his divine sense through the god list. At that moment, the god list emitted a brilliant light. A golden light surged toward the altar along Su Yuntao's divine sense. The altar seemed to be activated, and a blood-red glow appeared within it. The two beams of light began a tug of war, but after 2 rounds of confrontation, the golden light completely gained the upper hand. Soon, it devoured the entire altar. In a place far away in the boundless chaos, known as the divine realm, the Shura god suddenly felt his mind becoming unstable. His previously solid divine position suddenly wavered, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. As expected of the Shura god, who ranked highly in the divine realm, the blood he spat out was golden. With the consumption of the god list ending, the originally boundless blood-colored space began to shake violently. Fragments of stone fell from the top of the space, crashing into the sea of blood and causing waves to rise. The inheritance of the Shura god contained all the rewards of the divine test, as well as a thread of the true meaning of the Shura god's path of slaughter. Su Yuntao sorted through the things consumed by the god list and found quite a few good items. "I will check them when I return." He put the god list back into his arms and turned to look at the surrounding sea of blood that enveloped him. Suddenly, he realized that the energy contained in this sea of blood seemed quite good too. Su Yuntao decided to absorb this sea of blood as well. Although the abilities it contained were mixed, the quantity was vast. He took out a universal array plate from his other pocket. This array plate was not particularly powerful. It could only be used to set up most conventional formations. Purification array, temporary space array. In an instant, the 2 formations were set up on the array plate by Su Yuntao. The purification array, as the name implies, is used to purify energy, while the temporary space array is used to temporarily store energy. The formations were activated immediately, and suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sea of blood centered around the array plate. The vortex grew larger and larger. Accompanied by this, the blood in the blood sea became less and less. The formation plate was completely like an invincible hole, welcoming all. The hell road was collapsing, and the blood sea was being absorbed. The king of slaughter, who was still lurking outside, began to emit endless wails. Chapter 128. Harvest, please collect. Su Yuntao was unaware of the events in the outside world. He was wholeheartedly purifying the energy within the blood sea deep inside. What he did not know was that the king of slaughter, as the apparent manager of the city of slaughter, derived most of his power from the blood sea. Although he was at the level of a 99 limit DAW before going insane after undergoing the divine test of the Shura god, he gradually became eroded by the killing intent and lost his sanity. As a result, the disoriented Tang San, who was the king of slaughter, could only rely on the energy from the blood sea to maintain his strength and life. The hell road, lacking the divine power left by the Shura god, began to collapse at an increasingly rapid pace. Even Su Yuntao at the bottom of the blood sea sensed it. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. If the hell road space completely collapsed, although Su Yuntao would not be injured, he would be banished to an unknown location by the spatial turbulence. He needed to speed up. If necessary, he could abandon part of it. After all, it was all free gains. With this thought, Su Yuntao's movements accelerated significantly. After an hour, the space of the hell road had reached the critical point of complete collapse. He waved his hand to collect the formation plate, exerting all his strength to leap towards the top of the space. Upon reaching the top of the hell road space, Su Yuntao placed his hand on the spatial barrier, his divine consciousness frantically sensing the coordinates of the outside world. Fortunately, Su Yuntao still had some understanding of spatial techniques. In no time, he sensed the location of the small tavern where he had entered earlier. Just then, the space could no longer be maintained and instantly collapsed. Seizing this moment, Su Yuntao used the energy generated by the space rupture to transport himself towards the small tavern. A severe dizziness. This was the first feeling Su Yuntao experienced upon appearing. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, he finally suppressed the nausea. Once he felt better, Su Yuntao walked towards a small tavern. There was still one thing he had not done, which was to eliminate this place of evil. Everything left by the Shura god on the continent had been taken away by Su Yuntao, so this place no longer had any value of existence. Moreover, there was also Tang San, who was destined to be an enemy. Su Yuntao had no reason to let him go. The power of the Shura god had disappeared, and the restrictions of the City of Slaughter had also vanished. At this time, the City of Slaughter had already fallen into chaos, and Su Yuntao effortlessly re-entered the inner city of the City of Slaughter. The wailing king of slaughter, with blood-red eyes, surprisingly showed a glimmer of clarity in such a state. Upon arriving at the Hell Slaughter Arena, Su Yuntao was unaware of how many roadblocks he had eliminated along the way. He looked up at the king of slaughter, who was engulfed in madness, and directly activated his 9th soul skill, Divine Power. The immense amplification effect startled Su Yuntao in an instant. This was the first time he had unleashed all his strength. As a result, his power experienced a momentary loss of control, but fortunately, he possessed a divine consciousness that ordinary people did not have, allowing him to quickly regain control of his suddenly increased power. Su Yuntao clenched his right fist at his waist, his legs gathering strength as he pushed off the ground. The ground instantly exploded, and debris flew everywhere. Su Yuntao's body soared towards Tang San, and as he approached, his right fist, held at his waist, suddenly struck out towards him. Boom! After a loud bang, the King of Slaughter, transformed from Tang San, was directly knocked to the ground by Su Yuntao's surprise punch. There was no movement for a long time. How refreshing! A full-force punch felt truly exhilarating. A sense of unprecedented pleasure enveloped Su Yuntao's heart. Slowly descending from the air to the ground, he walked towards Tang San's position. Su Yuntao did not let down his guard. He feared that one punch might not be enough to kill this inhuman monster. Upon reaching the large pit where he had struck, Su Yuntao exhaled a long breath. He should be dead by now. In the pit, half of Tang San's head had been shattered by Su Yuntao's punch, with blood and brains splattered everywhere, clearly indicating he was not going to survive. To be safe, Su Yuntao ignited a fire at the pit to ensure complete cremation. He watched as the once-feared king of slaughter slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. The final battle of a legendary powerhouse concluded with just a punch. No one would believe it if told. Next, Su Yuntao began to clear out the small fry, meticulously searching every corner of the City of Slaughter. It wasn't until the underground city was devoid of any living beings except for Su Yuntao that he stopped. After a day and a night, Su Yuntao left the City of Slaughter. He headed at full speed towards the Awakening Academy. Upon returning to the academy, he first met with several responsible individuals and Lu Huang before returning to his island in the lake. It was now time to sort out the spoils. All right, first, let us have Linger store this energy. Saying so, he summoned Su Linger through the omnipresent formation within the island. Let me use the spirit bottle first. Okay, Daddy. Su Linger obediently handed over the spirit bottle she had kept with her to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao took out the formation plate he had been carrying and opened a small opening at the mouth of the spirit bottle that Su Linger had handed him. Streams of energy flowed into the spirit bottle under Su Yuntao's control. The amount of energy was immense. Su Yuntao and Su Linger took a full 5 hours to completely transfer it. Daddy, where did you get this food from? Can Linger taste it? Su Linger asked Su Yuntao with round, big eyes. Of course, but it might not taste very good. Su Yuntao agreed to Su Linger's request. Su Linger opened the spirit bottle, controlling a portion of the energy that had just been transferred to flow out towards the mouth of the bottle. Slurp like slurping noodles. Su Linger quickly sucked it into her belly. Burp. Su Linger quickly covered her little mouth with both hands, smiling shyly at Su Yuntao. I'm so full. This kind of food doesn't taste very good, but it fills my stomach. After eating her fill, Su Linger smiled so much that her eyes turned into crescent moons, which was incredibly cute. It's all yours. Linger, you should go back to class now. Daddy has things to do. After sending Su Linger away, Su Yuntao began to inspect the gains from this trip alone. Aside from strand of the true meaning of the Shura God's path of slaughter, the rewards from the divine test were indeed plentiful. Over 300 divine granted soul rings. He wasn't sure if they could still be used. They contained the divine power of the Shura God, which could be absorbed directly. He would decide later. If they couldn't be used, he would simply absorb the divine power within to resolve the matter. Wow, the super artifact, the Shura Sword. How did the Shura God get this down here in advance? Now that it has fallen into my hands, it's mine, even if I can't use it myself. After erasing the mark of the God of Slaughter, I can directly give it to my disciples as gifts, which is quite appealing. At this moment, Su Yuntao is like a little squirrel hiding in its nest, counting how many pine nuts it has stored. The joy of this is something others can't imagine. Huh? A large mass of the god of slaughter domain. How can this thing be collected by the divine ranking? It seems that even a purely mental force can be collected by the divine ranking. All I can say is, please collect more. Among all the gains, this is the most special thing. The god of slaughter domain, as a purely mental power, cannot be quantified and is not material. It is completely formed by the condensation of killing intent through special methods, and essentially counts as a manifestation of spiritual power. Su Yuntao already has the holy master domain, so there is no need to integrate this so-called god of slaughter domain. He plans to place this large mass of the god of slaughter domain as a reward in his training tower, so that anyone who meets certain conditions in the future can receive the god of slaughter domain as a reward. There are only a few things that are worth looking at. The rest are of little use, so they will be kept in the training tower as future prizes. Su Yuntao spent a lot of time sorting through the things he had obtained and finally cleared everything up. He lay contentedly on his small bed and soon fell asleep. After such a long time of intense fighting, he was physically and mentally exhausted and needed a good rest. While Su Yuntao was asleep, the gods in the divine realm did not enjoy such good sleep quality, especially the god of slaughter, whose divine position had been affected, resulting in a significant loss of divine power and strength. Since Tao stood on the same front as Su Yuntao, it had long helped him conceal his whereabouts. As a result, the gods in the divine realm were completely unaware of the unexpected situation, with only the god of slaughter knowing that his legacy on the continent had been completely destroyed. It is unclear what his purpose was, but he did not explain his situation to the other gods. This incident led to a significant reduction in the divine realm suppression of the Douluo world, and the evolution of Tao was once again initiated. Chapter 129. The Encounter of Tang Hao and his son. Please collect. After spending so much time obtaining the legacy of the god of slaughter, Su Yuntao planned to take a break. A month later, Su Yuntao was still quietly staying on his island in the lake, focusing on studying the recipe for the cultivation pill. Thousands of miles away from Nodding City, in a wild area, Tang Hao was leading Tang San, hiding their identities as they headed toward a certain place. Their route was very strange. They avoided any populated areas and only traveled along small roads, wild fields, and mountains, with a very clear direction. Under Tang Hao's guidance, the father and son arrived at a dilapidated little town. The town had been abandoned, although there was no overgrowth. It was completely devoid of life. It appeared particularly lifeless, and a bloody smell lingered everywhere. Huh? What is going on? This place shouldn't be like this. Tang Hao's low voice sounded, revealing his surprise. Tang San looked at his father with confusion, feeling that he might be hiding something from him. Dad. Tang Hao turned to glance at Tang San and said, "Let us go. It's up ahead." After saying that, he took the lead toward a small tavern in the middle of the town. Seeing that his father had no intention of explaining, Tang San followed him into the tavern without asking further. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of their footsteps on the street was clear. The atmosphere in the town gradually became eerie. Tang San couldn't help but move closer to his father, grabbing his hand. Feeling Tang San's action, Tang Hao paused slightly, but continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. However, he tightened his grip on Tang San's hand. The father and son soon arrived at the tavern. They looked at the ground covered in ravines, speechless for a long time. After a while, they both gasped in shock. Dad, what kind of strong expert fought here? Tang San's good virtue of asking questions when he didn't understand was evident at this moment. Tang Hao frowned at Tang San's question, his expression very serious. I don't know, but I can be sure that they are definitely stronger than me. They may have already reached that level. The latter half of his words, Tang Hao did not voice out, only saying to himself. Tang Hao released Tang San's hand and walked alone to the ruins of the tavern, rummaging through the ground as if searching for something. After a long time, Tang Hao straightened up and surveyed the completely destroyed buildings around him. Was it really just wiped out like this? His voice was as low as a whisper, almost inaudible. Until now, he still couldn't believe that the city of slaughter, which had existed for so long, was wiped out without a sound. It must have been done by the Spirit Hall. In his understanding, only the Spirit Hall in the entire continent had such strength. This was not to elevate the Spirit Hall, but simply a fact. Sanner, it seems I need to change the plan I prepared. Tang San nodded, taking a good look at the place. In a vague sense, he felt that this place seemed to have some connection with him. However, he didn't know why. And his father, Tang Hao, did not tell him what this place was, but it seemed that it had been destroyed by some mysterious existence. Let's go. Tang Hao, with a complex expression, took one last look at the place and first headed outside the town. Tang San followed closely behind him. The father and son headed towards the extreme northern region, preparing for Tang San's next stage of training. Tang Hao's initial idea was to throw Tang San into the city of slaughter for training, but he didn't expect that the city of slaughter had already been destroyed. They could only seek other methods. Fortunately, there was still a place on the continent suitable for practical training, although they could no longer obtain the unique god of slaughter domain. This was indeed a regret. The extreme northern region, as a place with unique climatic conditions on the continent, had a considerable number of soul beasts, making it very suitable for training. Thus, the father and son had to set off again, heading there. During this time, Su Yuntao was living quite comfortably. No one came to disturb him. He devoted himself to studying the pill recipes in his lab. Hard work pays off. He had already mastered the refinement of the cultivation pill. Moreover, during this period of refinement, he produced several bottles of cultivation pills. Su Yuntao distributed these cultivation pills to a few close acquaintances. Of course, Douluo also received a share, and when he first saw this kind of pill, he was overjoyed. He almost immediately wanted to worship Su Yuntao as his master and follow him to learn alchemy. However, Su Yuntao resolutely refused. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach Douluo alchemy skills, but for some reason, alchemy was somewhat rejected in this world. Only Su Yuntao could refine pills. Others simply couldn't learn the art of alchemy. Previously, he had even let Lu Huang try to learn this skill, but he was never able to get started. At first, Su Yuntao thought it was due to Lu Huang's insufficient talent in alchemy, so he tried other people. He discovered that they could only produce powder and could not use alchemy techniques to refine pills. Even if they physically shaped the pills, their effects would inexplicably vanish. After shaking off Douluo's entanglement, Su Yuntao returned to his small blackboard. He picked up a piece of chalk and crossed out the words Shura God and City of Slaughter. Then he looked towards the second target, Thunder Canyon. Su Yuntao rubbed his chin and realized things were a bit tricky. To enter Thunder Canyon, he must obtain permission from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Otherwise, if he forced his way in, he would have to face them head-on. The terrain of Thunder Canyon is very special. It has only one entrance, which is where the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is located. It is said that the ancestor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had a fortuitous encounter here and successfully advanced to a title Dalu, after which they established the sect. Therefore, they regard this place as a forbidden area, and, generally, they do not enter the inner part of Thunder Canyon unless they need to hunt soul beasts. Over the past few months, Su Yuntao's soul power level had already reached level 99, but for some reason, he couldn't advance to level 100. The passive ability provided by the system to enhance his soul power seemed to fail after reaching 99. There were only two ways to enter Thunder Canyon. As mentioned before, one could either force their way in or pay a price to gain the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect permission. If all else fails, he might as well fight his way in. By the way, it seems that the Spirit Hall is also about to pressure the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Should he take advantage of that? Upon thinking of this, Su Yuntao suddenly realized he wasn't in a hurry to go to Thunder Canyon. Waiting might be better. According to the information Bibi Dong revealed last time, the Spirit Hall's plans against the Heaven Do Empire had accelerated, and it wouldn't be long before Emperor Shuya would pass away. After that, they would start targeting the two prominent sections. Just in time, he could follow behind the Spirit Hall and make a good plan to obtain Thor's inheritance. Having made up his mind, Su Yuntao circled the words Thor and Thunder Canyon, indicating that they were pending. Next, he turned his attention to the third known divine inheritance location, the extreme north, the ice and snow dual gods. This was feasible. He only needed to defeat the ice scorpion and the snow woman. They were his next target. As Su Yuntao listed the extreme north as his next destination, he was unaware that two acquaintances were also undergoing trials there. He didn't know if the two sides would meet. With a decision made, Su Yuntao felt great. He wanted to take 2 more days to stay in the academy and spend some quality time with Ling. He didn't know when he would return after this trip. After finishing in the extreme north, he estimated that the Heaven Do Empire would have changed hands, and the Spirit Hall's actions against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would have begun. Su Yuntao thought about directly dealing with the 2 divine inheritance locations consecutively, which would save a lot of time. The father and daughter spent these 2 days in a loving manner, hardly wanting to part. It seemed that Su Ling also sensed something. During these 2 days, she had never relied on Su Yuntao so much. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Yuntao only informed Lu Huang. He then set off alone towards the extreme north under the cover of night. He was afraid that if Su Ling found out, He wouldn't be able to resist the urge to stay longer, thus delaying his schedule. Chapter 130, What's Wrong with Me? Requesting recommendation votes. Su Yuntao swiftly flew towards the extreme north. Since Nodding City was located in the south, and the extreme north, as the name suggests, was in the extreme north, the distance between the two places was vast, and he had to fly. Moreover, he couldn't be too ostentatious while flying. It wasn't that Su Yuntao was afraid, but he really didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. It would waste time and be very troublesome. Thus, Su Yuntao flew through remote wildernesses, heading north. The scenery along the way transformed from endless green to yellow earth, and then began to show traces of white snow. Finally, Su Yuntao arrived in a world of ice and snow. Everywhere was a vast expanse of white, and he looked around, noticing the lack of human presence. Su Yuntao had read the geographical records of Douluo continent, so he was well aware of the local environmental conditions. It was indeed beautiful, but after a long time, it hurt his eyes to look at it. Su Yuntao commented softly. Taking out the divine seal list from his pocket, Su Yuntao once again followed its direction towards the inheritance site. In the extreme north, he rarely encountered soul beasts, let alone human soul masters. Su Yuntao walked carefreely on the snow and ice, overcoming obstacles, and spent a week reaching a remarkably tall glacier. He hadn't reached his destination yet, but he sensed a battle occurring not far ahead. Titan Snow Demon King. Who is he fighting? Su Yuntao concealed his aura and stealthily approached the area of the battle. Hiding behind an ice mound, he cautiously peered out to observe the fight. This sight filled Su Yuntao with immense surprise. He didn't expect it to be them. Why are these two here in such a desolate place? Su Yuntao couldn't understand why he would encounter Tang, Hao and Tang San in this freezing place. He did not consider the influence of the City of Slaughter. The Titan Snow Demon King was the adopted son of the Ice Snow Woman. However, this guy had unhealthy thoughts, obsessively thinking about his adoptive mother. He also had improper desires for the Ice Emperor, wanting to obtain her bloodline power and merge the powers of ice and snow to unlock the inheritance of the ice and snow god. Su Yuntao's purpose for this trip was precisely the inheritance site of the ice and snow gods. Collecting the bloodline power of ice and snow was also necessary. He needed to think of a way to get Tang Hao and Tang San out of the way. He couldn't let them interfere with him here. Su Yuntao's first thought upon seeing the two was to get rid of them, as Tang San was the child of destiny. With his strong luck, there was a high probability that unexpected situations would arise while Su Yuntao searched for the inheritance site, allowing Tang San to obtain the inheritance. Su Yuntao would not help others sew wedding clothes. While he was pondering how to handle the situation, the Titan Snow Demon King was predictably at a disadvantage. At this moment, he was already being pressured by the two. While observing the battle, Su Yuntao noticed that although Tang Hao was also fighting, he was clearly not exerting much effort. No good. He had to help this big guy. Otherwise, after this father-son duo finished fighting, there would be no place for him. Crouching behind the snow mound, Su Yuntao began to use his disguise skill. With his current control over his physical body, it was no problem to temporarily change his appearance and physical characteristics. After the massacre in the City of Slaughter, his aura had changed significantly from before. After some disguise, Su Yuntao took out a mirror and looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. My parents will be proud. He didn't rush out to mediate, but continued to crouch quietly. The timing for entering the arena still needed to be grasped well. Tang San and his father were battling the Titan Snow Demon King, with Tang San as the main offensive force and Tang Hao supporting him defensively. The Snow Demon King was becoming more and more frustrated, unable to fight back effectively while others could still inflict some damage on him. Although the damage wasn't severe, the humiliation was strong. When had he ever felt this way? Even when fighting the Ice Empress, he had never been so embarrassed. Suddenly, the Snow Demon King slipped, his body uncontrollably tilting. Tang San's eyes lit up, knowing the opportunity had arrived. He immediately swung his Hao-Ian hammer, continuously smashing towards the Snow Demon King with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Originally, the chaotic cloak hammer technique had a certain wind-up, but just at that moment, the Snow Demon King made a mistake, allowing Tang San to successfully complete the preliminary action of the technique. One hammer after another fell relentlessly, forcing the Snow Demon King to step back gradually. As the Snow Demon King was about to falter, Su Yuntao finally found an excellent opportunity. Tang Hao had to yield a large space for his son to execute the technique, which caused him to exit the battle circle. It was precisely this retreat that unknowingly brought Tang Hao much closer to Su Yuntao's hiding spot. This created a perfect distance for Su Yuntao to launch a sneak attack. Secretly gathering his strength, his gaze fixed tightly on Tang Hao's figure. Su Yuntao was like a leopard ready to pounce. Tang Hao stood not far from the battle circle, watching his son Tang San fight with concern, almost entirely focused on his son. Seeing Tang San drive the Titan Snow Demon King back with each hammer, Tang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his whole being relaxing significantly. Now's the time. I strike. Su Yuntao suddenly punched toward Tang Hao's back, but his target wasn't the lower back. Su Yuntao didn't actually intend to kill Tang Hao, knowing that killing a title Douluo wasn't that simple. However, it wasn't difficult to make him lose the will to fight. Su Yuntao's primary goal was to force Tang Hao and Tang San to leave this extreme northern land. Tang Hao truly lived up to the reputation of Haoyan Douluo. His combat instincts were frighteningly sharp. Just as Su Yuntao's attack was launched and still some distance from Tang Hao's body, Tang Hao instantly reacted. He shouted loudly and immediately forced his body to dodge. However, Su Yuntao's punch was not easy to evade. He locked on with his spiritual sense, and it was no exaggeration to say it hit exactly where aimed, without any surprises. Despite Tang Hao's emergency dodge, Su Yuntao's punch still struck his right shoulder. With that punch, Tang Hao's right shoulder cracked and his scapula was broken. Seeing his attack succeed, Su Yuntao immediately retreated to a safe distance, closely watching Tang Hao and Tang San. San, hurry and go. Tang Hao immediately realized he couldn't win against this mysterious person. He covered his right shoulder, stepped out beside Tang San, and swung his Haoyan hammer down at the Snow Demon King, already struggling to defend. The Snow Demon King had no ability to block Tang Hao's hammer and was smashed in the head. Then, Tang Hao withdrew his martial soul, embraced Tang San, and fled into the distance. In a flash, Tang Hao's series of actions took only 3 seconds. Su Yuntao did not pursue. His goal had been achieved, and he wished for these two to leave him as quickly as possible. Approaching the corpse of the Titan Snow Demon King, he took out a specially prepared jade vial from his storage ring. He used the vial to collect all of the Titan Snow Demon King's blood. This jade vial was specifically prepared by Su Yuntao to store blood, capable of preserving its vitality for a month. This soul beast was filled with treasures. Besides the blood he collected, Su Yuntao had also dissected other parts and stored them in a storage ring. After handling everything, he took out the God Sealing list and continued on his journey. In a city of ice and snow, the Ice Empress was resting on her throne when she suddenly felt a sense of sorrow arise. Although it wasn't very strong at her level of cultivation, even the slightest change in her body had a reason. What's wrong with me? Where is Binger? Her first reaction was to find the Ice Empress, as only she could enter her heart throughout her long life. Chapter 131. I won't take responsibility, please collect. North of the Tiando Empire, in the extreme north, a figure dressed in white, Su Yuntao, was moving through the icy wilderness. This cursed place, where the winds cut like knives, not only brought cold, but also waves of pain. Su Yuntao looked ahead, unsure of how far he had to go. The direction indicated by the God Sealing list remained smooth, showing no signs of drastic change. This meant he was still far from the place of inheritance. He didn't know if his luck had run out. After encountering the Snow Demon King, he hadn't run into the other 2 Polar Kings at all. He looked at the distant swirling snowstorm and murmured uncomfortably. What was unpleasant was that he seemed to have underestimated the size of the extreme north. He had been traveling through this desolate ice and snow for over a month. A blizzard struck once more, and as Su Yuntao spotted the approaching storm, he prepared himself. He used his soul power to carve out a windbreak on the ground, curling his whole body inside. The blizzards in the extreme north usually didn't last long. When encountering one, Su Yuntao would either move away or, if unable to escape, bury himself as he did this time. Having become a tidal Douluo, Su Yuntao felt less confidence facing the might of nature. If he had to face a blizzard head-on, his strength wouldn't pose much of a problem. The key was that there was no need to do such a thing. There were no beautiful women around to show off to, so why flaunt his prowess? Su Yuntao quietly meditated in his hideout for an hour, sensing that the storm outside was gradually diminishing. He opened his eyes, his gaze drifting northward. A scorpion? After waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, the blizzard finally left Su Yuntao's hiding spot. He leaped up, standing in the air. He brushed off the snowflakes on his body, but his eyes remained fixed on the north. Su Yuntao swiftly headed in that direction. At that moment, the Ice Emperor Scorpion was outside its home, clearing away the snow piled up by the ancient blizzard. She radiated 2 colors of light, one being a transparent icy hue and the other a jade green. From a distance, she looked like 2 harmonious pieces of jade fused together. As a soul beast, She possessed unparalleled beauty. This was a soul beast that sparkled like a gem, and anyone who saw her would praise her beauty. Her movements while clearing the snow were as graceful as a noble lady. But suddenly, this elegant action came to a halt. Her entire soul beast body became alert, and her eyes glowed as she focused on a slender figure approaching from the south. Halt! This is my territory. Due to the distance, the Ice Emperor did not know who was approaching, but her long-standing caution as a soul beast made her issue a warning right away. You must be one of the 3 Ice Kings of the polar region, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, right? Su Yuntao did not stop his steps because of her warning. He stood still only when both sides could clearly see each other. Hiss, the Ice Emperor raised her 2 massive pincers, threatening Su Yuntao. Human, this is not a place for you. Either leave, or I will eat you. I come with no ill intent, just wishing to make a deal with you. May I? Su Yuntao stated his purpose politely. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had lived in this desolate place for a long time and had no basic understanding of the outside world's complexities. Although she was extremely cautious due to Su Yuntao's human identity, she couldn't help but want to know what kind of deal this human was talking about. A deal? What kind of deal? Don't think you can trick me. I warn you, if you dare to deceive me, I will tear you apart and eat you. While speaking, she lifted her pincers, making a threatening gesture. For some reason, this action from the Ice Emperor appeared particularly cute to Su Yuntao. You must be facing your next great calamity soon, right? Su Yuntao asked gently, knowing that the Ice Emperor was simple-minded and not very intelligent. So he aimed to gain some goodwill from her. Who told you that? I'm far from my next great calamity. The Ice Emperor immediately retorted upon hearing Su Yuntao's question. However, her rebuttal felt like an attempt to hide the truth. You can't fool me. There is probably less than 10,000 years left, right? Soul beasts face a great calamity every 100,000 years. Who knows if you can survive the next one? The Ice Emperor fell silent, even lowering her pincers that had been waving around. Although she was reluctant to admit the stranger's words, what he said was indeed true. Her lying skills were poor, so much so that she didn't even know whether to refute his words and could only respond with silence. Seeing her demeanor, Su Yuntao immediately understood that he had achieved his goal. I can help you safely survive this great calamity. This gentle statement from Su Yuntao instantly touched the Ice Emperor's heart. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live alongside Schwerer forever. Although she could transform into a human and live a lifetime, the Ice Emperor's pride made her extremely averse to doing so. If she couldn't survive the great calamity, she would just have to wait for death. What do you want? Since Su Yuntao's first statement was about making a deal, she understood that this human must have his eyes on something she possessed. I need a few drops of your blood, that's all. Su Yuntao sincerely stated his request. The Ice Emperor looked at Su Yuntao suspiciously and hesitantly asked, What do you want my blood for? What is your purpose? No particular purpose. Just want to see if your 100,000-year soul beast blood has any special properties. That's all. Su Yuntao wouldn't reveal the truth, as it concerned the inheritance of a god, which was a serious matter, so he could only make up a casual excuse. Oh, I see. That's fine. But you have to tell me how I can successfully survive the great calamity first. Although the Ice Emperor seemed a bit naive, her mind was still quite clear. My method is simple. You just need to further strengthen your body's strength. The Ice Emperor looked at Su Yuntao in disbelief, already considering him a foolish dreamer in her heart. Our soul beast body strength is something a mere human like you can help strengthen? The words dripped with extreme distrust, and she was already prepared for battle, raising her diamond-like pincers and glaring at Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao didn't expect her to change her attitude before he even finished speaking. Don't be hasty. I haven't finished yet. I have a pill here that can help you. While speaking, Su Yuntao took out a body refining pill from his storage ring. This body refining pill was one of the prizes he obtained from his last lottery draw, totaling 3 bottles, with 10 pills in each bottle. The effect was to increase the user's body strength by 30%, regardless of level, and could only be consumed once in a lifetime. Moreover, the user's body strength would permanently be 30% higher than other strong beings of the same level. It could be considered a divine pill. However, Su Yuntao was unsure whether this pill would have any effect on soul beasts. But according to the system's nature, items produced by the system must be top-notch. It should be feasible for soul beasts to consume it as well. What is this? The Ice Emperor asked curiously upon seeing the pill Su Yuntao had taken out, and she relaxed her attack stance. Body refining pill. It can help you increase your body strength, but each person can only consume one. Su Yuntao explained the effects and limitations to her. So what do you say? Can we trade? The Ice Emperor's jade-green eyes were fixed on the pill in Su Yuntao's hand, filled with longing. Then she remembered that her shuer also needed this pill. Can you give me 2? If that's not possible, I can offer more blood in return. When the Ice Emperor said this, her tone was very lacking in confidence. She knew her request was a bit excessive, but she couldn't abandon shuer. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback by her expression, then immediately nodded. No problem. Although I don't know why you want an extra one. Let me clarify first. Each person can only consume one. If anything happens because you disobey, I want to take responsibility. Chapter 132. Inheritance in Hand. Please collect. The Ice Emperor readily agreed to Su Yuntao's somewhat irresponsible statement. Su Yuntao first handed over 2 body refining pills to the eager Ice Emperor, then gestured for her to try one to see the effect. The Ice Emperor carefully maneuvered one of her massive pincers to grip a small body refining pill, struggling to bring it to her mouth. For some reason, Su Yuntao found this scene very amusing. At the same time, he felt quite worried about the simplicity of this 400,000-year-old soul beast, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. She wasn't afraid that this was poison. Fortunately, he had no intentions of harming her. I really am a good person, Su Yuntao thought to himself. The immense medicinal effect contained in the body refining pill surged into her body the moment the pill entered the Ice Emperor's mouth. In a short time, the medicinal effect spread throughout the Ice Empress's body, slowly transforming her physique. It altered her physical strength from the inside out, a process that took some time, ultimately increasing her physical strength by 30%. A comfortable sound escaped from the Ice Empress's mouth, igniting a flurry of thoughts, which startled her awake. How could this happen? So embarrassing. At this moment, the Ice Empress was filled with shyness. Su Yuntao had no resistance to such sounds, but he would pretend. Although his inner self was already in turmoil, on the surface, Su Yuntao still wore a calm expression. Seeing the Ice Empress open her eyes, Su Yuntao asked, "How's the effect? Not a bad deal, right?" His tone even carried a hint of pride. The Ice Empress, still recovering from her embarrassment, could only nod her head in response. Noticing that this big scorpion was lost in her own world and had no intention of settling the final payment, Su Yuntao couldn't help but urge, Ice Empress, shouldn't you give me the blood for the transaction? As soon as Su Yuntao said this, the Ice Empress instantly returned to normal, nodding repeatedly as she said, "Sure, it's just a few drops of blood, I'll give it to you." With that, she pierced her scorpion tail into her leg, creating a small wound. Dark green blood slowly seeped out in a few drops, which the Ice Empress caught and handed to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao didn't dare to approach the Ice Empress recklessly to take the blood. Even though she gave off a cute vibe, the thoughts of soul beasts were unpredictable, especially those of female soul beasts. He didn't want to risk his safety, so he used his spiritual power to gently pull the few drops of blood towards him. Taking out a clean jade bottle, he stored the blood inside. With his goal achieved, Su Yuntao felt the urge to continue his journey. Now that he had both types of blood, it was time to travel at full speed. After bidding farewell to the Ice Empress, he donned his soul-guided mech and flew at full speed towards the direction indicated by the god ranking. Along the way, he crossed glaciers and snow-capped mountains. He didn't know how many miles he had flown, but Su Yuntao only knew that after exhausting his soul power 3 times, the god ranking suddenly vibrated violently, indicating that he was nearing his destination. Since he had been flying north, the surrounding temperature had also dropped significantly. From the initial -10 degrees, it had now plummeted to over -80 degrees, which Su Yuntao found quite exhilarating. Taking a deep breath of the cold air made him feel refreshed. After flying north for another quarter of an hour, a massive ice mountain appeared before him. The peak of the ice mountain was the first to come into view, and after flying a little further, the entire structure of the mountain finally came into sight. The ice mountain glowed with a bluish hue, showcasing both the transparency of ice and the grandeur of a mountain. The speed of the soul-guided mech was astonishing, and soon Su Yuntao arrived at the foot of the ice mountain. Holding the god ranking, he circled the mountain and discovered that the place of inheritance it indicated was indeed this ice mountain. During his circuit, Su Yuntao found no passage that would allow him to enter the mountain. This left him in a bit of a predicament. He looked helplessly at the massive ice mountain before him. He knew that entering the place of inheritance required the powers of both ice and snow bloodlines. But he had not heard how to actually enter the ice mountain. It was clear that the real place of inheritance must be buried inside the mountain. And the first step was to get inside before using the 2 types of blood to access the inheritance. Or should he just smash the ice mountain? The place of divine inheritance shouldn't be so fragile that it could be destroyed along with the mountain. After pondering for a long time, Su Yuntao finally came up with this not-so-great idea. Whatever, let's just give it a try. Can a living person really be suffocated by a full bladder? Saying this, Su Yuntao clenched his fist and used 1/3 of his strength to strike the base of the ice mountain. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Ice shards flew everywhere, and snowflakes were lifted by the powerful impact, scattering everywhere. Su Yuntao waved his hand to disperse the snowflakes that obstructed his view and stared in shock at the scene before him. A fist imprint appeared where he struck the ice mountain, but that was all. The entire mountain remained utterly unmoved, showing no signs of change. Damn, so hard. Su Yuntao rubbed his fist and suddenly realized he might have done something foolish. Who hits a mountain with their fist? Does he think he's that old man who loves to sleep? Looking left and right with no other options, Su Yuntao took out his god ranking. He remembered that Tao had mentioned before that the ranking was endowed with the ability to help him acquire divine inheritance. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Su Yuntao input his soul power into the ranking and pressed it against the ice mountain. Suddenly, the god ranking shone brightly, and in an instant, it opened a passage large enough for one person to enter the mountain. Su Yuntao was delighted to see this opening. Thinking to himself that he had indeed not been mistaken, he immediately put away the ranking and sidled through the opening into the interior of the ice mountain. The interior of the ice mountain was entirely different from the outside. It had a vast space. As he walked inside, he was surrounded by stunning landscapes made of eerie blue dark ice, featuring various ice columns, ice sculptures, and more. It was breathtaking. Following the dark ice corridor ahead, Su Yuntao soon reached the entrance of a grand hall. The overall style of the hall was quite distinctive, constructed from dark ice in an ancient palace-like architecture. The door was engraved with snowflakes and patterns of cold ice, and several dark icebergs were carved on the eaves of the palace. This must be the Ice and Snow Temple. The way to enter this grand door likely required the power of the two bloodlines. He had heard rumors that the dual gods of ice and snow had some sort of connection, but he didn't know if it was true. At this moment, Su Yuntao was still pondering some irrelevant thoughts and regretted not asking the Ice Empress whether she had any relationship with the Snow Woman. However, he figured that even if there was some connection, she probably wouldn't tell him, and she might even get angry. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he returned his focus to the task at hand. He took out the two types of blood he had obtained, which possessed the powers of snow and ice, and dripped them onto the door according to the patterns. As the two bloodlines converged, the door slowly opened before Su Yuntao's eager gaze. The contents of the hall gradually came into view. The hall was extremely clean, so clean that there was nothing inside, except for an ice throne placed on a high platform at the front of the hall. The god ranking in Su Yuntao's hand exuded an impatient emotion, directing his attention to the ice throne. Without hesitation, he approached the throne and directly opened the god ranking, covering it over the throne. Without any surprises, it went smoothly, so much so that Su Yuntao could hardly believe it. In no time, the ice throne melted into a pile of ice shards. The function list has returned to his hands. Su Yuntao roughly sensed the gains within the function list, and a wave of emotion called joy surged uninvited. Truly rich, it is worthy of being a place of inheritance that has never been entered by anyone. Su Yuntao took one last look at the ice and snow temple hidden within the iceberg, feeling a tinge of reluctance, and set off on his journey home. This time, after returning, Su Yuntao would find a way to enter the Thunder Canyon under the disguise of the Spirit Hall, planning for the inheritance of the Thunder God. Chapter 133. The Death of Snow Knight. Subscription and collection requested. While Su Yuntao was on his way, a significant event was happening in the Heavendo Empire. In the royal palace of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe hurried towards the bedroom of Emperor Shuiyi, followed by a servant carrying a food box. Inside the food box was medicine that Xue Qinghe had personally prepared for Emperor Shuiyi. After passing through several layers of inspection, they arrived at Shuiyi's bed. "Father, please take your medicine. I'm here to help you." Xue Qinghe gently woke Shuiyi, helping him sit up. Emperor Shuiyi struggled to open his eyes, half awake, and asked, "Qinghe, you're here." His voice was extremely weak, barely audible, and Xue Qinghe had to lean close to hear him. Emperor Shuiyi's complexion was pale, and he seemed to be on the brink of death. "Yes, father, please drink your medicine. You will get better." Xue Qinghe urged softly, his eyes reddening. Shuiyi weakly waved his hand, signaling Xue Qinghe not to fuss. He took a deep breath, holding it in without exhaling. Miraculously, Emperor Shuiyi's complexion turned bright red, and his spirit suddenly improved. He stared at Xue Qinghe. "Qinghe, I know my own body. My time is short. I only regret the burden I've placed on you. Take good care of your useless brother from now on." After saying this, Shui began to breathe heavily. After a long while, he calmed slightly and turned to the chief eunuch who had been serving him by the bed, nodding. The chief eunuch also had red eyes and quickly nodded when Emperor Shui looked at him. Then he walked to a nearby table. Shui Qinghe, who had been helping Shui regulate his breathing, noticed their interaction, his eyes flickering momentarily. When the chief eunuch brought over the prepared items from the table, Emperor Shui used his last bit of strength to say, proclaim the edict. He fixed his gaze on the chief eunuch, not breaking eye contact for an instant. The chief eunuch responded, yes. By the decree of His Majesty, the throne is to be passed to Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. Regarding the late emperor, everything will be simplified. The chief eunuch read aloud the succession edict drafted by Emperor Shui, tears streaming down his face. As soon as the edict was read, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Emperor Shui's face. With great effort, he raised his head and looked around his bedroom one last time. He wanted to take one last look at the world he had fought for all his life, but alas, he could only survey his chamber. Shui's gaze seemed to penetrate the entire palace, sweeping over everything in the Heaven-Do Empire, like a dying lion surveying its territory in its final moments. Gradually, his gaze became unfocused, and his body lost its last support, collapsing into Shui Qinghe's arms. Father! A heart-wrenching cry echoed from the bedroom to the ears of the ministers kneeling outside. Farewell, Your Majesty. All the ministers knelt down, bidding farewell to a great emperor. According to Emperor Shui's final wishes, Shui Qinghe rightfully ascended to the throne, with the coronation ceremony scheduled for half a month later. At this moment, Su Yuntao had just arrived at the border city of the Heaven-Do Empire, and the news of Emperor Shui's death had not spread this far, so he was unaware of it. However, Shan San, who traded across the world, had already received the news and had been trying to contact Su Yuntao through Qianquan. Su Yuntao's Qianquan had been kept in his storage ring, blocking the reception of messages. After resting for a night in the border city, Su Yuntao noticed something was off in the atmosphere the next morning. The streets were draped in mourning, and even some elderly people were looking in the same direction. Crying out loud, he went to the inn's lobby, and after asking a servant, he learned, has Emperor Shui passed away? In that case, the actions of a spirit hall should begin. I need to prepare in advance. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yuntao felt time was becoming urgent. He quickly settled his expenses and hurried towards the spirit city between the two great empires. He needed to know the exact timing of Bibi Dong's actions against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, so he could take the opportunity to enter the Thunder Canyon. During this time, Shui Qinghe successfully ascended to the throne. During the coronation ceremony, he simultaneously announced a general amnesty to gain significant support from the populace. With the formal assumption of the new emperor, the court inevitably began to stir. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers, and the new emperor had to rally some while suppressing others. The Spirit Hall took advantage of this opportunity to send a large number of personnel into the court of the Heaven-Do Empire. Not to mention that even the emperor was from the Spirit Hall. Shui Qinghe officially changed his title to Emperor Qinghe. On this day, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, came to the palace to meet the new emperor. As Shui Qinghe was a disciple of Ning Fengji, he naturally treated him well. However, during their conversation, Ning Fengji repeatedly inquired about Shui Qinghe's stance, wanting to know the future attitude of the Heaven-Do Empire towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But Shui Qinghe skillfully diverted the topic, not engaging with him at all. In his heart, Shui Qinghe thought, the Spirit Hall will soon flatten your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What attitude do you expect me to have towards you? After getting nothing from the conversation, Ning Fengji calmly left the palace and returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's base in Heaven-Do City. Upon returning, his first words were, pack up and withdraw from the Heaven-Do Empire. Wait for the young emperor to beg us to return. Due to the long-standing opposition between the two great empires, the Spirit Hall had long been mediating to prevent full-scale conflict. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had consistently supported the Heaven-Do Empire, not just in words, but also providing substantial financial support. Therefore, after experiencing humiliation in the palace, Ning Fengji's first thought was to withdraw their base and cancel their support for the empire. In the palace, Your Majesty, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School withdrew from Heaven-Do City last night. After a moment of silence, Shui Qinghe nodded slowly to acknowledge. Once this person left, he stood up and looked towards the direction outside the palace. The plan should have already begun. I wonder if it can achieve your goals this time. Su Yuntao hurriedly found Bibi Dong, who was preparing to command the battle at the front line before the Spirit Hall's operation began. BB Dong, dressed in black, stood on a small hill, looking at the approaching Su Yuntao. What are you doing here? Are you planning to take action against the 7-treasure glazed tile school, or the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect? Su Yuntao asked with some urgency. BB Dong frowned slightly. Are you trying to stop me? Su Yuntao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, No, you misunderstood. I specifically came to help you. Oh, really? This time, it was BB Dong who was surprised, knowing that Su Yuntao usually did not like to get involved in the conflicts between factions. Well, I just need to ask you for a favor, Su Yuntao stated his purpose directly. After realizing that Su Yuntao was not there to obstruct her, BB Dong kept smiling at him foolishly. Upon hearing that Su Yuntao needed her help, she nodded in agreement without hesitation. Aren't you going to ask what it is before agreeing? Su Yuntao asked somewhat speechlessly. With our relationship, there's no need to ask these things. By the way, our target this time is the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Su Yuntao immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, so it hasn't started yet. I made it just in time. That's perfect. I need to go into the Thunder Canyon. Cover for me. Su Yuntao explained his intention to enter the Thunder Canyon. BB Dong immediately patted her chest and readily agreed to his small request. Watching her actions, Su Yuntao secretly swallowed several times. Even though he had played with it before, he was still tempted. Then it's settled. I'll hide in the shadows and wait for your signal. After saying this, Su Yuntao disappeared into the night. After watching him leave, BB Dong returned to the team waiting for her. Their group was composed entirely of powerhouses above the sole Douluo rank, with more than half being titled Douluos. And even 2 titled Douluos at level 95 had come. BB Dong was determined to recruit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Chapter 134, Thunder Canyon. Seeking subscription. Seeking collection. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is built among towering mountains, backed by the Thunder Canyon, with a terrain that is easy to defend but hard to attack. BB Dong and her group appeared among the mountains, looking at the faintly visible buildings in the gaps between the mountains. She spoke up, Pope BB Dong of the Spear Hall. Please let the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect come out to meet me. Her voice, infused with soul power, echoed like thunder, spreading throughout the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, so that everyone could hear it clearly. Inside the sect in the core conference hall, Yu Yuanjin looked at the many elders and said, It seems that the Spirit Hall has come with ill intentions. How should we respond? Sect Master, why not go take a look? They likely want us to submit to the Spirit Hall, the Grand Elder analyzed with a heavy expression. Yu Yuanjin sighed and then said, In that case, let's all go out together. Currently, he was the only titled Dalu in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, making their strength the lowest among the top 3 sects, so it was understandable that the Spirit Hall would target them. They soon appeared in midair, looking at the people from the Spirit Hall from a distance. Your Excellency the Pope, I don't know what brings you to our sect. Yu Yuanjin feigned ignorance and asked. Yu Yuanjin was also quite helpless. Everything was for the continuation of the sect, and he could only play dumb. The purpose of our Spirit Hall's visit. I believe Sect Master Yu understands very well. BB Dong said bluntly. The tight pressure made Yu Yuanjin's expression very unsightly. After all, he was also a titled Dalu, and the Spirit Hall's attitude was far too rude. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Yu Yuanjin said word by word, and he had secretly prepared for a fight. Since they refused to accept, then let us fight first. As soon as he finished speaking, BB Dong waved her hand, and the many powerful souls behind her charged toward Yu Yuanjin. In an instant, the 2 sides were in a chaotic battle, and strong reinforcements kept coming from the sect behind Yu Yuanjin, hidden in the shadows. Su Yuntao saw BB Dong wave her hand and immediately headed toward the forbidden area of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the Thunder Canyon. Along the way, Su Yuntao perfectly avoided all the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, successfully bypassing the defenses of the forbidden area and stepping into the Thunder Canyon. This place had a unique environment, constantly filled with thunder and lightning, hence the name Thunder Canyon. There were also soul beasts present here, most of which were dragon type and thunder attribute soul beasts. The deeper he went, the stronger the soul beasts he encountered, and he even began to see soul beasts that were 80 to 90,000 years old. Su Yuntao did not immediately take out the God Sealing list to guide him, as there was only one path in the Thunder Canyon. The entrance from the outside led directly to the depths of the canyon. He followed this only road, continuously moving toward the deepest part. The increasingly dense thunder power brought Su Yuntao considerable trouble, forcing him to divert some of his energy to resist the lightning striking towards him. Half a day later, he arrived at a place densely covered with bamboo. Right in front of Su Yuntao was a thick bamboo forest, It was hard to imagine that there was such a vibrant place in an area filled with thunder. The bamboo forest appeared a deep blue, with occasional flickers of lightning among the bamboo. My goodness, such a vast bamboo forest of thunder. This is excellent material for making thunder attribute soul tools. It's a pity I can't take so much. Su Yuntao looked at the bamboo forest in shock, and then shook his head regretfully. With the path ahead blocked, moving through the bamboo forest could easily lead to getting lost, so he took out the God Sealing list at this moment. Su Yuntao carefully pushed aside a few bamboo stalks in front of him, and then followed the indicated direction, making his way through the bamboo forest with difficulty. At this time, the outside world was in full swing. The battle had already escalated, with one of the Soul Duo elders from the Spirit Hall dead. Kill. Leave no one alive. Bibi Dong was furious due to her side suffering casualties and immediately issued a command for a full-scale attack. All remaining members of the Spirit Hall, under Bibi Dong's order, bypassed the high-end combatants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and charged toward the sect's location. In an instant, the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect suffered heavy casualties. This scene was witnessed by Yu Yuanjin, who was fighting Bibi Dong above, causing him to spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. Yu Spirit Hall will not have a good end. Yu Yuanjin began to fight recklessly, which even made Bibi Dong somewhat weary of defending. However, her advantage in soul power was still there, and soon, after adapting to Yu Yuanjin's reckless fighting style, she severely injured him. Originally coming with the intention of surrendering, Bibi Dong did not expect it to turn into a complete extermination battle. After capturing Yu Yuanjin, she looked somewhat headache-inducing at the battle occurring not far away within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and then began to assist other titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall in defeating or killing their opponents. The war was considered over after Bibi Dong's victory. It's just that when dealing with a snake, you have to kill it, so there is no longer a need for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to exist. As Bibi Dong began to wrap up her work, Su Yuntao finally walked out of the Thunder Bamboo Forest. At this moment, Su Yuntao was completely naked, his clothes torn in the bamboo forest, so he simply took them off. His hair stood on end, and the tips of his hair even had a slight burnt smell. His face was also pitch black, looking as if he had come from a war-torn Syria. After walking out of the bamboo forest, Su Yuntao couldn't help but crack a smile. Finally out, with his dark face, when Su Yuntao smiled, a row of bright front teeth shone. After exiting the bamboo forest, there was a vast thunder lake where blue lightning flickered continuously above the water. On the other side of the lake stood a huge palace built by the lake. Looking at the distant palace, Su Yuntao knew he had found the location of the inheritance. He lightly leaped, soaring toward the lake's surface. After gliding through the air for a distance due to inertia, his body slowly descended toward the lake. Just before landing on the water, he gently tapped his foot on the surface, propelling himself back into the air toward the palace. Soon, Su Yuntao landed in front of the palace, instinctively stomping his foot hard on the ground. His feet were numb. After a while, he finally recovered from the numbness. Looking up at the palace before him, he saw the plaque reading, Thunder Temple. The four large characters made Su Yuntao feel as if he was immersed in a sea of thunder. The endless mysteries of thunder continuously impacted Su Yuntao's body, causing him to tremble. When Su Yuntao finally came to his senses, he looked at the plaque in fear and then shifted his gaze. He walked toward the main door, and as soon as he touched it, the door slowly opened by itself. Holding the God Sealing list, Su Yuntao walked slowly into the hall, which had the same structure as the Ice and Snow Temple. Inside the hall, there was nothing, just an empty space, with only a chair made of thunder appearing in the center. Su Yuntao suddenly realized one thing. Every time he found a place of inheritance, he never triggered the divine assessment. At the very least, there should be a qualification assessment, like stepping on some kind of testing staircase. Yet there was nothing. Just like that, he arrived at the final inheritance location. If it weren't for the God Sealing list still reacting, he would have doubted whether he was in the wrong place. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clues and could only set this matter aside for now. The important thing was the main event. He opened the God Sealing list and placed it on the thunder chair, golden light rising as it slowly began to absorb the inheritance left by the thunder god. This caused quite a commotion. This place was not like the Ice and Snow inheritance location in the extreme north, which had been mostly quiet. As soon as Su Yuntao covered the chair with the God Sealing list, the already continuous thunder in Thunder Canyon suddenly went into a frenzy. Strikes of thunder randomly struck everywhere, causing the soul beasts living in Thunder Canyon to suffer greatly. The thunder bamboo forest swayed in the tumultuous sea of thunder, with bamboo leaves flying everywhere in the air. The thunder lake before the thunder temple stirred up towering waves. The infinite power of thunder in this realm crazily fled in all directions, but could not escape being drawn toward the place where Su Yuntao was by an invisible force. However, inside the Thunder Temple, everything remained calm, and he was completely unaware of all this. Such a phenomenon was even sensed by Bibi Dong, who was still outside, dealing with the remaining small fish in the sect. She immediately confirmed that the source of the anomaly was the Thunder Canyon, looking at it with a worried expression. As time passed, the inheritance of the Thunder God was completely absorbed by the God Sealing list. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and Su Yuntao quickly tucked the God Sealing list into his arms and swiftly ran outside the hall. As soon as he left the hall, the Thunder Temple collapsed with a loud crash. When Su Yuntao came to his senses after the collapse, he was stunned by the scene behind him. The Thunder Lake had vanished. The bamboo forest was left with only bare bamboo stalks. The rolling thunderclouds in the sky had also completely disappeared, revealing the bright sunlight. No way. It really was a one-time inheritance place. Su Yuntao found it hard to accept. He never expected that, just by receiving an inheritance, the entire Thunder Canyon would be rendered useless. After a long while, Su Yuntao finally regained his composure and walked toward the valley exit. Outside the valley, everyone from the Spirit Hall had already returned with the captured members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, all arranged by Bibi Dong. Only Bibi Dong herself remained, anxiously waiting at the entrance of the valley. Chapter 135. Ning Fengji's Decision. Please collect. After passing through the bamboo forest and crossing the long canyon passage, Su Yuntao arrived at the entrance of Thunder Canyon. A charming figure stood not far away, constantly peering into the canyon. The moment that figure saw Su Yuntao, her anxious face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. "You're back." A calm statement that stirred waves in his heart. "Yes, I'm back. Let's go. I'll accompany you," Su Yuntao said in a seemingly vague manner, but Bibi Dong understood what he meant. She nodded and took the initiative to hold Su Yuntao's hand, and together they headed toward the Heaven-Do Empire. In the Heaven-Do Empire, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji was anxiously pacing in his conference hall, while Douluo and Sword Douluo stood nearby, looking somewhat bored. "Fengji, stop pacing, it's making me dizzy," Douluo said irritably. Ning Fengji paused his steps and, puzzled, asked Douluo, "Uncle Bone, do you really think this little emperor has just given up on our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect for no reason? How dare he?" He originally thought that after the Heaven-Do Empire learned about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's withdrawal, they would send someone to retain them. However, he never expected that after such a long time, there hadn't even been a single reaction, let alone any attempts to retain them. Well, how would this old bone know what those young people are thinking? As for the Heaven-Do Empire, I say just give up. As long as I and that woman are here, the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to act rashly, Douluo said dismissively, while Tang San beside him glared at the term "that woman." Although he was displeased with Douluo's choice of words, he also felt that Douluo's words made sense. Old Bone is right. As long as the two of us are still around, the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to act against us lightly. Seeing that the two he trusted most said so, Ning Fengji could only nod in agreement and temporarily set aside matters regarding the Heaven-Do Empire. At this time, Bibi Dong, who had returned to the Spirit Hall, once again gathered her troops and, under the cover of night, set off toward the territory of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Over 10,000 soul masters, all dressed in black, quietly ambushed not far from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They only needed to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike at this top force on the continent. The location of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is beside a mountain, with a feng shui layout that enhances the mystery of the entire sect. Tonight's night is beautiful, with a sparse moon and stars, making it nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of them. If it weren't for the two titled Douluo of level 95 leading the team from the Spirit Hall, who had keen senses, they might not even be able to find the right direction in such conditions. Bibi Dong originally planned to send only two titled Douluo of level 95, but still dispatched more than 10 titled Douluo. However, Su Yuntao insisted that Chun Xen, the Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, possessed a battle power of level 96 and was one of the strongest attack type Douluo on the continent. If Ning Fengji were to amplify him, even two level 95 would struggle to defeat him. Bibi Dong listened to Su Yuntao's words and summoned a level 97 elder from the worship hall. Although she didn't get along well with Qian Dalu, they could still reach a consensus on major matters concerning the Spirit Hall. A level 97 worship elder, two ordinary elders of level 95, plus more than 10 ordinary titled law and over 10,000 soul masters, all attacking the 7 treasure glazed tile school at once. This lineup could not be considered weak. It gave sufficient face to one of the top 3 sects. In the darkness, thousands of soul masters silently surrounded the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Su Yuntao did not act with them. Instead, he went alone to wait at the most likely escape route of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This place was not far from the main battlefield. Su Yuntao's spiritual sense could clearly perceive what was happening there. Just after midnight, at Bibi Dong's command, her assassins quickly moved toward the hidden sentries of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After a few barely audible muffled groans, one of them returned to report to Bibi Dong that they had succeeded. With a wave of her hand, all the remaining people rushed into the interior of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Because the main building of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is the 7 treasure glazed tile fortress, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The assassination methods of the Spirit Hall lost their effectiveness here. The Spirit Hall could only launch a strong attack on this fortress. In the depths of the fortress, 2 terrifying auras burst forth into the sky the moment the Spirit Hall launched its strong attack. The owners of these 2 auras were clearly the only 2 title Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Bone Douluo of level 95 and the Sword Douluo of level 96. At this moment, the interior of the 7 treasure glazed tile fortress was also ringing with alarms. All the survivors rushed out of the buildings, fully armed, to defend the fortress. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is divided into 2 parts. The outer section houses the affiliated soul masters, while the inner section is home to the direct disciples of the sect. Under the assassination of the Spirit Hall's elite, the outer disciples had already been completely slaughtered. As soon as these disciples rushed out of the fortress, they suffered devastating blows. The Spirit Hall had long anticipated this situation and was prepared with siege weapons. The siege crossbows, a type of highly destructive weapon, bolts began to rain down on the fortress walls. The power of these bolts was such that they pierced through the walls. Countless disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were killed or injured. When Ning Fengji appeared on the wall and saw such a tragic scene, his eyes instantly cracked with blood and tears streamed down his face. Spirit Hall, you all deserve to die. Uncle Bo and Uncle Jian killed them. Ning Fengji shouted hoarsely. Bibi Dong and the many elders of the Spirit Hall remained in place, closely monitoring the battlefield situation not far away. Seeing Chen Xian and Gu Rong appear, she nodded to the 2 level 95 elders beside her. The 2 elders immediately charged toward the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. The battle between Title Douluo instantly erupted. The main combat force, Sword Douluo, wielded sword energy that swirled around, using his strength alone to block the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall. Old Bone, go down and save the disciples. Chen Xian fought 2 opponents and showed no signs of panic, effortlessly managing the situation, which made Bibi Dong feel somewhat relieved. Fortunately, she listened to Yuntao. Otherwise, the losses would have been heavy. Outside the fortress, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall continued to pour into the fortress. At some point, the fortress gate had been breached, and both sides had begun close-quarters combat. The Bone Douluo cast a worried glance at Chen Xian and decisively charged toward the battlefield below. Let them all die. 4th soul skill, Bone Domain, activate. The Bone Douluo activated his soul skill Bone Domain the moment he charged into the crowd. Countless bones emerged from the ground, piercing upward into the soul masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall, killing dozens in an instant. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, stop him. Bibi Dong, who had been controlling the entire battlefield situation, could not allow him to kill without pressure, so she immediately dispatched Yue Guan and Gue Mei. At this time, the entire battlefield was divided into 3 parts. The offensive and defensive battle at the fortress wall, where Ning Fengji was located, Gu Rong fighting 2 opponents in the sky, and the battle between the Bone Douluo and Zhu Douluo and Gue Mei. The battle on the wall quickly tilted in favor of the Spirit Hall. The Bone Douluo was completely on the defensive, while Gu Rong and Sword Douluo maintained a significant advantage in their 2-on-1 fight. Seeing the Bone Douluo cough up blood from being hit, Ning Fengji anxiously shouted to Gu Rong in the sky, Uncle Jian, hurry, Uncle Bone can't hold on much longer. Poof! Another mouthful of blood sprayed from the Bone Douluo's mouth. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Brat, don't worry about me. I can still hold on. Kill them. Ning Fengji's face was pale. He knew the 7 treasure glazed tile school could not be saved. Looking at the children around him who were still desperately resisting, his heart bled. He then looked up at the blood-spraying Bone Douluo and made a decision. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, come to me. The seven treasures have a famous saying. In an instant, several colorful lights fell on the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. After the three of them joined together, Ning Fengji gathered the remaining disciples around him and said to the two, Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, clear a path for them to escape. I'll hold the rear. I'll leave Rong in your care. The four titled Douluo and countless soul masters now surrounded them. Chapter 136. Root removal, what nonsense are you talking about? Stay close to me, I'll lead you out. Sword Douluo, Chan Xen roared angrily, wrapping himself in countless sword energies. As the sword light flickered, all the soul masters blocking his path were cut down. Old Bone, defend the rear. While speaking, Sword Douluo grabbed Ning Fengji and led the remaining personnel toward the cleared path. Good courage. Block them for me. Bibi Dong shouted, and the level 97 elder beside her howled and rushed towards Sword Douluo and the others. Old Bone, seeing an unknown powerhouse coming again, Sword Douluo anxiously shouted to the Bone Douluo. Bone Dragon True Body. The Bone Douluo transformed into a massive skeletal dragon, blocking the path of the Wuhuan Hall offerings. Seeking death. The temper of this offering was quite foul. Upon seeing someone 2 ranks lower than himself blocking his path, he immediately launched a punch. Unsurprisingly, the true form of Bone Douluo's martial soul didn't withstand for long and was shattered. Bone Douluo Gu Rong was also heavily injured and unconscious on the ground. Seeing his friends severely wounded, the Sword Douluo could no longer care for Ning Fengji. Anger surged within him, and his aura rapidly rose as he directed all his life's accumulation towards that barrier. A terrifying wave of energy spread rapidly throughout Chun Xian's body, and an unparalleled sword energy shot up into the sky, slicing towards the void. The entire sky seemed to be cut in half, and the soaring sword intent instantly pressured the whole scene. Chun Xian placed his sword martial soul at his waist, gripped the hilt with his right hand, and surveyed the surroundings like an eagle, finally fixing his gaze on the level 97 offering of the Wuhuan Hall. At this moment, Chun Xian had already broken through to level 97, not falling behind in soul power. However, in terms of attacking power, he was now no weaker than a level 99 limit Douluo. He integrated all his essence, energy, and spirit into the sword martial soul in his hand, locking onto the person who had severely injured Bone Douluo. Just as he was building momentum, an invisible giant sword appeared above Chun Xian. At this moment, the wind stopped. The world fell into a deathly silence, and all eyes were focused on him alone. He swung his sword. To be precise, he drew his sword. Su Yuntao sensed the intent of the sword-drawing technique from him. Fast to the extreme, where his gaze landed, the sword energy followed. Pucci, just as he was about to annihilate the body of the Wuhuan Hall offering who had prepared to kill Bone Douluo, it split into 2 halves. For a moment, the cross-section appeared smooth. It took a while for blood to erupt from his body. Bibi Dong's face was filled with shock. Dead. In an instant, Bibi Dong glared at Chun Xian, who was teetering in the air, and shouted, "Leave none alive. Kill." Bibi Dong personally charged towards Chun Xian. At this moment, unbeknownst to everyone, a weak sword light appeared beneath Ning Fengji's feet. The people from the Wuhuan Hall were furious, fighting without reservation, completely committed to desperate moves. It was truly incomprehensible which side was at a dead end. Chaotic battle. It was complete chaos. The sword Douluo single-handedly faced all the titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Hall, and blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. While Chan Xen was fighting desperately, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ning Fengji's figure. The sword Douluo saw that the remaining members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were on the verge of death and chose to self-destruct. The intense wave of energy caused everyone's movements to pause for a moment. Boom! After a loud bang, Chun Xian's body was completely obliterated, along with 3 ordinary titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Hall. Even Bibi Dong, who was closest, was left in a miserable state. But as the most esteemed person on the continent, she naturally had her means of survival. Her situation didn't even count as a light injury. She was merely somewhat exhausted and looked quite disheveled. Bibi Dong surveyed the battlefield, realizing that apart from the soul masters from the Wuhuan Hall who were far away and the remaining 7 titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Hall, there was not a single living person left. Seeing this scene, her heart ached to the point of being unable to breathe. Out of over 10,000 soul masters, less than 8,000 remained, with over 2,000 casualties. 1 titled Douluo at level 97 sacrificed himself. 3 other titled Douluo sacrificed themselves. And the soul saints and soul Douluo suffered heavy losses. With this, The Wuhuan Hall had truly suffered a heavy blow. After returning, she would have to explain to that old man. It was truly a headache. Just as Bibi Dong was feeling this headache, Su Yuntao had already positioned himself on the only path for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to escape. In Su Yuntao's spiritual sense, he had locked onto a stream of light, which was the one coming from the battlefield of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dressed in black, clothing identical to that of the Wuhuan Hall's current mission, Su Yuntao directly stood in the way of the stream of light. This path is blocked. He fully released the aura of his titled Douluo, pressing down on that stream of light. Get lost. A voice emerged, carrying endless despair and sorrow. Master Ning, it's time for you to go. Gurong, Chen Xin should not be far away. As soon as the words fell, Su Yuntao directly grasped the stream of light. The stream of light struggled continuously in Su Yuntao's hand, but under his soul power suppression, it couldn't stir up even a ripple. Eventually, the energy of the stream of light was exhausted, and it quieted down. A small sword made entirely of jade appeared in his hand. Su Yuntao covered it with his spiritual sense and could clearly perceive a weak soul hiding within the jade sword. That's right. This is Ning Fengji's remnant soul. Before self-destructing, Chen Xin used his supreme sword intent to help him escape successfully. Su Yuntao had no intention of continuing to waste words with him. His spiritual sense suddenly charged towards that already weak soul, and a sound akin to a balloon being popped echoed. In just a few seconds, Ning Fengji disappeared from this world. After completing his task, Su Yuntao cast a distant glance at Bibi Dong, then vanished and headed towards Nodding City. Adding the Thunder God inheritance obtained this time, Su Yuntao had now destroyed 3 inheritance sites. According to memories from his previous life, Su Yuntao knew a total of 6 known inheritance sites: the Azura God, the City of Slaughter, the Ice and Snow God, the Extreme North, the Thunder God, the Thunder Canyon, the Angel God, the Angel Temple, the Rakshasa God, the Rakshasa Temple, and finally, Tang San Sea God, the Sea God Island. Looking at it this way, Su Yuntao had completed all the inheritance of the gods that he could easily obtain. As for the remaining Angel God, Su Yuntao felt that he couldn't kill Dalu to obtain it. The Sea God, the system wouldn't allow it. The Rakshasa God was inherited by his own wife. What to do about this? It seemed that this task couldn't continue. While hurrying along, Su Yuntao suddenly realized that the task was at an end. The only inheritance sites of these gods that I know of might have others that I'm unaware of. After careful thought, Su Yuntao figured he could still give it a try. Since this task was different from the past, it could be settled at any time. Main task: break the plans of the gods. Requirements: obtain all gods except the Sea God. Destroy the inheritance sites of the gods on the continent. Task reward: depends on completion. In other words, given the current situation, Su Yuntao had already eliminated 3 gods' inheritances, so for the task settlement, he could only receive rewards for eliminating 3 gods' inheritances. He was unwilling to end the task like this, so he could only continue seeking the remaining unknown god inheritance sites. Upon returning to the academy, Su Yuntao found Shun Wansan and requested to fully acquire information about unique landscapes or forbidden places on the continent. Even records of wild history should not be overlooked. Su Yuntao's idea was that perhaps a long time ago, other gods had emerged, but the truth had been buried in the long river of history. What he needed to do was find traces that corresponded to the inheritance sites among those miscellaneous materials. For the next 6 months, Su Yuntao stayed in the academy, researching various materials and historical texts. Eventually, he uncovered some strange events and identified 2 locations that were most likely to hold inheritances. One was a dormant volcano at the southernmost tip of the continent. Despite being dormant, it had erupted once 10,000 years ago. That eruption had significantly altered the continent's map, expanding the area by over 1,000 miles in that southern region. Chapter 137, God of Fire and God of Wind. Su Yuntao believed that the power of an ordinary volcanic eruption could not reach such a scale, suggesting something unusual was at play. The other location was a peculiar valley deep within the Sunset Forest. According to records, nothing existed in that valley, yet strange sounds resembling the cries of monkeys could be heard continuously. Adventurers had entered to investigate, but none had found any answers. What made Su Yuntao even more suspicious was that everyone claimed the area was completely safe, with not even a single wild beast present. This point raised doubts in Su Yuntao's mind. Soul beasts might not exist for various reasons, but the absence of even wild animals was utterly abnormal. He marked these 2 locations as primary suspects. Su Yuntao began gathering detailed information about these 2 places and marked their exact locations on a map. After making preparations, he set off once again, with the first stop being the southernmost part of the continent. The other location could wait until he returned. Dressed in his top travel gear, the soul-guided mecha, Su Yuntao soared towards his destination. Previously, he had obtained a blueprint for a flying soul-guided device, and he cleverly integrated it into the mecha, giving it a qualitative leap in flying speed, allowing it to cruise at 5 times the speed of sound, and potentially reach a maximum speed of 50 times the speed of sound, disregarding the pilot's endurance. In less than 2 days, Su Yuntao arrived at the base of the volcano mentioned in the records. He did not land directly at the volcano's mouth. Instead, after descending to the foot of the mountain, he took out the God Sealing list to see if it would react. As expected, the moment it appeared, it pointed towards the interior of the volcano, and Su Yuntao was overjoyed. He activated the mecha and flew to the volcano's mouth, where he punched open the blocked crater. Standing above the volcano, he looked inside and found that the magma had inexplicably cooled. Only some red rocks lay within, and there was also a cave-like entrance. He turned on the mecha's lighting device and piloted it into the cave. The entrance was narrow, but inside was a vast cavern filled with crimson crystals. Under the effect of the mecha's energy sensing device, Su Yuntao discovered that those crimson crystals contained a massive amount of energy. He manipulated the mecha to break a piece of crystal and inserted it into the mecha's energy slot. Under the effect of the formation, the mecha, which had only half of its energy remaining, was instantly fully charged. Conversely, the crystal still embedded in the mecha showed no signs of change. Su Yuntao gasped in shock. The energy within these crystals was astonishing. After recovering from his astonishment, he collected himself and cautiously walked deeper into the cavern. After navigating through several crimson energy crystals, he arrived in front of a large door, which was entirely made of a single piece of crimson crystal. Su Yuntao nyarli drolith. It looked so enticing. Above the door, ancient characters were inscribed, spelling out Temple of the God of Fire. Don't ask how Su Yuntao knew this. It was the system's ability. Without further ado, Su Yuntao took out the versatile God Sealing list and pressed it against the door. As soon as it was placed, the list trembled as if entering a divine pool, making Su Yuntao extremely envious. Once the entire door was absorbed and disappeared, the God Sealing list let out a human-like burp. After retracting the mecha, he walked through the door. The height of the door was not very accommodating for the mecha, so he had to temporarily store it. The world behind the door was a sea of red. It was a palace made entirely of crimson crystals, with a high throne at the front. Below the throne were about 100 seats, and in addition to that, something that made Su Yuntao's entire body tingle appear before him. Sitting on the throne was a person. This scene nearly scared Su Yuntao to death. His first reaction was that the owner of the Temple of Fire, the God of Fire, was still alive. However, after standing cautiously in place for a long while, the person sitting above showed no signs of movement, not even opening their eyes. What was going on? Su Yuntao slowly approached the person and, through mental perception, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dead. The God of Fire was dead? Various signs indicated that the person sitting on the throne was the last God of Fire, but for some reason, he had died alone in his place of inheritance. The God Sealing list. After some maneuvers, Su Yuntao managed to collect this divine transformation and the inheritance into the God Sealing list. Then, he turned to look at the entire palace, his eyes radiating a greedy desire. These crimson crystals were too tempting. If he could take them all back, his Lake Heart Island would not have to worry about a lack of energy for tens of thousands of years. After sending a message to a few important people, informing them that he would not be returning for a while, he settled down in the Crystal Palace. During this time, he needed to move all the crimson crystals from the volcanic cave into his storage ring. He also had to create enough storage rings to hold these crystals. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily reside there. In this way, Su Yuntao spent a month as a mover inside the volcano. Finally, he managed to collect a mountain of crimson crystals. Throughout that month, he rested directly on the crystals, enjoying himself like a fool. After organizing everything, he took one last look at the cave that had enchanted him before diving back into Mecca and flying towards the Sunset Forest. Since this was the extreme southern region, the return journey was as fast as the outbound one, with the Mecca flying at high speeds. In fact, it took even less time than the journey there, and Su Yuntao soon arrived at the deepest part of the Sunset Forest. The peculiar valley was right here, with one or two relatively strong adventurers exploring the area. This was the first time Su Yuntao was exploring a place of inheritance with outsiders around. However, He did not plan to drive these adventurers away because, according to the God Sealing list, there was indeed a place of inheritance here, located directly beneath the valley, deep underground. Therefore, Su Yuntao was not worried about being discovered. He concealed his figure and then piloted the mech to drill down into the ground. While drilling, Su Yuntao filled the passage behind him to prevent any lucky players from coming down and interrupting him. With ample power, the mech drilled quickly. 3 hours later, Su Yuntao felt his body suddenly lose gravity and fall downwards. He urgently controlled the mech to issue a flight command, fortunately avoiding a direct drop to the bottom. Here was a spacious underground castle, predominantly colored in cyan. Su Yuntao sensed that the air was filled with wind elements, which he found very strange. It was clearly underground. It was brimming with the power of wind elements. Something didn't seem right. He maneuvered the mech to slowly land at the castle's entrance and looked at the door. The door was inscribed with a script very similar to that of the Fire Temple, reading Wind Temple. It seemed this was indeed the place of inheritance of the Wind God. Having long been familiar with this, Su Yuntao quickly obtained the inheritance of this place. This time, he was not startled. There were no remnants of the Wind God inside the temple. Moreover, with just a glance, Su Yuntao could tell that the Wind Goddess inheritance was the poorest he had ever encountered. There was nothing else besides the divine gift soul ring and the intangible will of the wind. Not even a deity existed. This led Su Yuntao to speculate that the Wind God likely had not died or did not leave an inheritance on the continent. Of course, this Wind God referred to the current one. So, could it be boldly speculated that the Wind Goddess inheritance was taken away not long ago by this current Wind God? And this Wind God was living comfortably in the divine realm, completely uninterested in finding a successor. After some self-reflection, Su Yuntao organized his things and left. From now on, the way to search for inheritance locations could only be like searching for a needle in a haystack, looking for strange places or locations where special events had occurred in the past. The continent scavenger, Brother Tao, officially began his duties. This search, like looking for a needle in a haystack, lasted 3 years. Chapter 138, Peaches and Cow Dung, please collect. Over the 3 years, Su Yuntao spent a lot of time reviewing various documents. In addition, every 6 months, he would go to a few places he deemed most likely to yield results. During these 3 years, Su Yuntao had almost scoured the entire continent and indeed found quite a few inheritance locations, including those he had already obtained. Su Yuntao found a total of 21. Most of these divine inheritance locations were in a state of abandonment, with only some remnants of divine intent remaining. Overall, his gains were not significant, adding up to less value than the crimson crystals from the Fire Temple. In the recent 6 months, Su Yuntao had no gains at all. Even with the God Sealing list wandering across the continent, there was no response. Even if there was a response, it only indicated the 3 immovable divine inheritance locations. So be it. It was time to settle the task. After Su Yuntao returned from his last round, he directly completed the main quest. Master, settlement successful. Rewards have been issued to your backpack. The blue chubby creature reported joyfully to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao nodded and then immersed his mind into the backpack to check the rewards. 9 turn yuan gong, 3,000-year-old peaches, several elixirs, and the 4 swords of extermination. The 4 swords of extermination. How did this come about? Su Yuntao was pleasantly surprised to see the last reward, the 4 swords of extermination. He had never expected to obtain the main quest's 4 swords so easily. Filled with excitement, he took the 4 swords of extermination out of his backpack. The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword each had their own characteristics. But the only thing they had in common was that Su Yuntao could only hold them and look at them, completely unable to use them. Am I being teased? What a waste of joy. Su Yuntao muttered, somewhat disheartened, as the initial joy of obtaining them quickly faded by more than half. However, it was also good, as it spared him the trouble of figuring out how to obtain them later. He comforted himself in his heart. Then, Su Yuntao took the peaches from his backpack into his hands and weighed them repeatedly. This thing, can it be planted? As someone from that kingdom, farming was ingrained in his bones. This peach was bigger than his head, a bright red and very tempting. The skin emitted a refreshing fragrance, and it was so tender that it could drip water with a squeeze. Unable to resist its temptation any longer, Su Yuntao took a big bite out of the peach. A rich fragrance wafted up, and the sweet juice slowly flowed down his throat into his stomach, generating a warm feeling from his dantian. The texture was soft and juicy, the taste sweet and delicious, making Su Yuntao savor it endlessly. After one bite, He lost all perception of the outside world, completely immersed in the deliciousness. Coming back to his senses, Su Yuntao swallowed the entire peach, which was as big as his head, in just a few bites. He could fully relate to what Zhu Beiji felt when eating the fruit of life. It was simply wonderful. With a flushed face, Su Yuntao had steam rising from his head and was still reminiscing about the taste. He could feel his cultivation rapidly increasing. This cultivation was not referring to soul master cultivation, but a type of cultivation distinct from all current cultivation systems. Su Yuntao sensed that he could now harness spiritual energy for his own use, which was a power even more advanced than soul power. I have the ability to move mountains and fill seas. This was his first feeling, not an illusion, but a genuine sensation. The peach brought a seemingly inexhaustible rise in his spiritual energy cultivation, initially forcefully filling his lower dantian with spiritual energy. After the lower dantian was completely filled, a mysterious aura emerged from the undigested peach in his stomach. Under the influence of this mysterious aura, the spiritual energy in Su Yuntao's dantian began to mist, then gradually condensed into droplets of spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid slowly dripped into his dantian, starting with 1 or 2 drops, then pouring down like rain, clattering into his dantian. From a small puddle, it gradually became a pool of water, eventually resembling a lake. The spiritual rain fell endlessly in Su Yuntao's dantian, and his dantian seemed boundless. After the spiritual liquid accumulated into a lake in his dantian, the rate of spiritual rain decreased. Su Yuntao could sense that the peach was about to be fully digested. However, it could only be said that the peach in his stomach had been digested. The medicinal power of the peach still lingered throughout Su Yuntao's body, waiting for him to absorb it later. So refreshing. The redness on Su Yuntao's face began to fade, returning to normal, and the steam rising from his head gradually dissipated. Feeling completely at ease, it was as if he hadn't bathed for a month and had finally found a skilled bath master. After going through a series of techniques, it felt like he had just stepped out of the bathhouse. After a while, Su Yuntao finally regained his composure. If only cultivating could always be this comfortable. This wish, however, was destined to be unfulfilled, and he could only shift his gaze once again to the other 2 rewards in his backpack. The 9 turns Yuan Gong was undoubtedly one of them, but he wondered if he could cultivate to that level in this world. Su Yuntao took out the 9 turns Yuan Gong and directed it towards his forehead. The technique transformed into a stream of light and entered his sea of consciousness. This was the convenience of the cultivation system's techniques. It could directly imprint all the contents of the technique into his memory, inscribing it in his sea of consciousness. Thus, the question of whether he could understand the technique was non-existent. Su Yuntao could treat the 9 turns Yuan Gong as instinctual and directly begin cultivating. The only drawback was that the system could not directly provide him with the proficiency for cultivation. The levels of the technique still required Su Yuntao to cultivate layer by layer on his own. As the name implies, the 9 turns Yuan Gong had a total of 9 levels. Although Su Yuntao was familiar with the contents of all levels, his body did not permit him to start from anything other than the first level. He began his training by mobilizing the spiritual energy in his dantian according to the descriptions of the meridians. After one complete cycle, smoke began to rise from the top of Su Yuntao's head again. This phenomenon of smoke was actually a sign that Su Yuntao's physical endurance was insufficient. It indicated that he could not continue to run through the next cycle, or else his body might get injured. Few peaches are still delicious. Gradually withdrawing his energy, Su Yuntao took out the last part of this reward, only to hear a series of clinking sounds. Countless pill bottles fell before Su Yuntao, and fortunately, the quality of the bottles produced by the system was reliable, with no breakage occurring. Where are all these? Su Yuntao stared in disbelief at the ground covered with pills, casually picking up a bottle to look at the label. Foundation pill, used to stabilize the foundation, effectively improving the unstable state after a breakthrough in cultivation. Good stuff. He collected them, specifically clearing out a storage ring to store the pills, with the interior space categorized for organization. What's this pill? He looked at the most conspicuous bottle among the scattered ones, puzzled. This bottle was exceptionally large. It was about 3 times the size of the other bottles. Picking up this bottle, he opened the label. Power pill, an auxiliary pill for ancient body cultivators. One can increase strength by 10,000 gene. So powerful. He quickly removed the cork and peered inside. Inside this big pill bottle, there wasn't a multitude of pills as Su Yuntao had imagined. Instead, there was only one pill quietly lying in the bottle, and this pill couldn't be described as a single piece. It was more appropriate to describe it as a lump. What a big lump of the pill. This is so ugly and so big, Su Yuntao exclaimed, as someone who knew the art of alchemy. It was his first time seeing such a rugged pill. I'll eat it. He didn't care about anything else. The extra 10,000 gene of strength was too tempting. He had to eat it first as a sign of respect. He took bites out of the pill. This time he didn't dare to swallow it whole like he did with the peaches. Besides, this thing looked like it wouldn't taste good. Sure enough, a strong smell of cow dung wafted up, and Su Yuntao forced himself to swallow the entire pill, suppressing his nausea. Perhaps it was the alchemy methods from that region. Almost choking, Su Yuntao lamented. Complaining aside, the effect of the pill was indeed remarkable. There were no special reactions. It didn't hurt or itch, but Su Yuntao could feel his muscles becoming fuller. When he clenched his fist, he felt an immense surge of strength. Chapter 139. Bait. After fully digesting the effects of the power pill, Su Yuntao began to tidy up the other pills on the ground, categorizing and storing them all in his storage ring. After a while, Su Yuntao straightened up, letting out a long, satisfied sigh. Right? There's a new task I haven't checked. Let's take a look. Su Yuntao opened the taskbar and saw a new task marked in red. Main quest. Eliminate Dalu. Quest requirement. Eliminate Dalu under the least influential circumstances. Quest reward. Perfect divine path cultivation. Originally, Su Yuntao had his eyes closed, but suddenly he opened them, revealing an expression of disbelief. Perfect divine path. Is it really that big? But I like it. Su Yuntao just happened to be planning to help Bibi Dong eliminate Dalu. During this time, he had not taken action as he needed to search for the locations of divine inheritances. The main reason for not acting was just that Su Yuntao didn't have time, but also because the spirit hall still needed such a limit Douluo existence. Without further ado, Su Yuntao immediately began packing his things and headed towards the spirit hall. He didn't want Bibi Dong to know. He planned to quietly eliminate Dalu. On the way, Su Yuntao contemplated how he should lure Dalu out. The old fellow valued a few things above all: Rinshua and the divine inheritance. Quickly, Su Yuntao grasped the key to luring Dalu out. Rinshua was still the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, so he couldn't move against her. Therefore, he could only use the divine inheritance. Fabricating a divine inheritance location to lure him out would be a good plan, having searched for so many divine inheritance locations. Su Yuntao dared to say that no one in the continent understood how to fabricate a divine inheritance better than him. The only point to pay attention to was that the news needed to be accurately delivered to him without too many people knowing. Since Qian Oliu's martial soul was the six-winged angel, he had a family inheritance of divine power. Thus, a regular divine inheritance might not be enough to sway him. Coincidentally, Su Yuntao had previously obtained a type of divine inheritance that was very suitable for him, making it the perfect bait. The temptation of the fallen angel inheritance would surely be something that old man couldn't refuse. Su Yuntao let out a cunning laugh as he flew on his way. Before long, Su Yuntao arrived at Spirit City, bypassed the Pope's palace, and came to the location of the worship hall. He used his divine sense to control a hurried member of the spirit hall and made him hand over a fabricated fake map to the second elder, Golden Crocodile, Dalu, of the worship hall. This is a map we obtained from a mysterious place. It has an angel drawn on it, which feels unusual, so we brought it to present to the elder. Su Yuntao controlled this member, perfectly demonstrating the story he had prepared in advance. Coincidentally, this Golden Crocodile Douluo wasn't very bright. He was someone who only understood fighting and lacked in other areas. He easily believed Su Yuntao's fabricated lies. And once Su Yuntao controlled this person to leave, he immediately went to find Dalu. When Su Yuntao sensed that Golden Crocodile Douluo was leaving in a hurry, a smile appeared on his face, and he turned around and quickly headed towards the ambush location he had chosen. This location was the fallen angel inheritance site that Su Yuntao had visited before. Traveling at full speed, Su Yuntao crossed the entire southern Great Road and reached his destination in less than an hour. This place was close to the extreme north, where the climate was very pleasant and it felt like spring all year round. However, it was a dead zone filled with swampland, and the air was constantly permeated with miasma. Rarely seen were even soul beasts. The only ones that could survive here were mostly of the 5 poison species, such as poisonous snakes, toads, and centipedes. They were not afraid of the miasma's toxicity and thrived in the swampy environment, making this place a paradise for 5 poisonous creatures. Su Yuntao quickly traversed the miasma-covered swamp and arrived at a patch of grass. The fallen angel temple was not far beneath this grass, which Su Yuntao had found through the guidance of the God Seal list. This grass patch was like his island in the lake, surrounded by swampland, with only the ground beneath it being solid. Satisfied with the grass patch, Su Yuntao moved, and his figure disappeared into the miasma. Since the fallen angel temple had not been destroyed by Su Yuntao, only the inheritance items inside had been taken. There was no need for him to set up the scene. He just needed to erase any traces of his presence to ensure everything was foolproof. The map he forged was made from a piece of cowhide taken from the temple, which was imbued with some divine essence. Just as Su Yuntao was ready to lie in ambush, golden crocodile Douluo's figure appeared in Qian Dalu's small courtyard. Old Croc, why aren't you focusing on your cultivation? What brings you here? Qian Dalu asked, sitting in the courtyard and savoring a steaming cup of tea. He put down his teacup and poured a cup for the already seated golden crocodile Douluo from a nearby kettle. Great Elder, my subordinates discovered something that I believe you might like. Golden Crocodile was not in a hurry to tell Qian Dalu, but instead teased him. Oh, what is it that makes you rush over here? After a long time of cultivating his mind, Qian Dalu's heart was as calm as water, hardly stirring even a ripple. This time, he was merely a bit curious. Golden Crocodile Douluo, feeling somewhat bored, pouted and handed the map he had hidden in his arms to Qian Dalu while drinking tea alone. Boom! Qian Dalu stood up in shock, even knocking over his favorite teacup, which fell to the ground with a loud crash. Old Crocodile, quickly tell me, where did your subordinate get this thing? At that moment, Qian Dalu no longer cared about his serene cultivation. His heart had already flown away. Golden Crocodile Douluo took a sip of tea and calmly said, "It's from the location on the map. They nearly died there, which is why they brought this map back." After saying this, he glanced at Qian Dalu and added, "Don't worry, I checked my subordinate. He wasn't lying. There is indeed something real." At this point, Qian Dalu had calmed down significantly. After hearing Golden Crocodile's words, he slowly nodded in agreement. Golden Crocodile Douluo finished the last sip of tea in his cup and said, "With your cultivation, you shouldn't need me to join this commotion. I'll head back first. I still have a pile of documents to deal with. The Starluo Empire has been quite restless lately." Saying this, he shook his head and left Qian Daolu's small courtyard, feeling quite good. This was the first time he had seen Qian Dalu so out of sorts, finally giving him some capital for bragging. Left alone in the courtyard, Qian Dalu carefully thought about what Golden Crocodile had told him and found that there were not many loopholes. The only question was why the spirit hall member mentioned by Golden Crocodile would go to that place, which remained unexplained. However, Qian Dalu did not care about this matter, as sensing divinity from the map was enough for him to personally investigate. Qian Dalu was not one to procrastinate. Once he made a decision, he set off alone according to the location depicted on the map. Upon arriving at the miasma-filled swamp, he became even more convinced that the so-called fallen angel inheritance was real. Fortunately, his six-winged angel martial spirit had a holy attribute, which had some restraining effect on the toxins. Otherwise, dealing with the miasma alone would have cost him a lot of effort. With his robust strength, Qian Dalu reached the special patch of grass in no time. Even so, he had already been affected by the miasma to some extent, but under the suppression of his soul power, it was not a major issue. However, this not a major issue only applied if Qian Dalu did not engage in high-intensity battles in the short term. The reality was that the moment Qian Dalu arrived, Su Yuntao, who had been hiding in the miasma, quickly sensed him and immediately launched an attack. Chapter 140, Battle, Please Collect. In the swamp, on the patch of grass independent of the swamp, Su Yuntao and Qian Dalu stood facing each other. Su Yuntao's sneak attack did not harm Qian Dalu at all, allowing him to narrowly evade it. Although Su Yuntao had already locked on with his divine sense, Qian Dalu, as one of the closest individuals to divinity on the continent, was not to be trifled with. The attack left a cut on Qian Daolu's clothing, and he looked grimly at Su Yuntao, who appeared before him. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me without warning?" Qian Daolu questioned Su Yuntao. At this moment, Su Yuntao did not look like his usual self, but appeared quite unremarkable, making it so that even those who were close to him would not dare to claim they knew him. "Stop the nonsense. Clearly, it's either you die or I live." Without further ado, Su Yuntao charged straight at Qian Dalu, still using his fists for ordinary attacks. He disliked using soul skills in battle and was more inclined to solve problems with his fists. If one punch didn't work, he would throw another. "Take this punch." Su Yuntao's attack appeared before Qian Daolu in an instant, and a massive fist smashed into Qian Daolu's right cheek, causing him to stagger. However, he quickly stabilized his stance. "What were you seeking, death?" Awakened by the punch, Dalu exhaled deeply and then, filled with rage, confronted Su Yuntao. He drew his Tianjian, Sword of Heaven, and slashed at Su Yuntao, unleashing endless sword energy that quickly swept towards Su Yuntao with immense force. Damn! Using a sword? Golden Bell, Suppression Mountain. A massive golden bell appeared over Su Yuntao, helping him withstand Dalu's sword energy attack. The Golden Bell Suppression Mountain was an essence of Su Yuntao's Golden Bell Shield martial arts, and he used it to defend against Dalu's attack. Seeing Su Yuntao completely unscathed from the sword energy, Dalu's expression darkened further. He silently raised his sword and charged at Su Yuntao. The two quickly engaged in battle. Between the flashes of sword light and fist marks, their attack frequency increased, and the destructive power of their fight grew stronger. After several hundred rounds, Dalu understood that if he only relied on this level of strength, he couldn't do anything to the little thief in front of him. Finding an opportunity, Dalu slashed Su Yuntao back a few steps, then quickly retreated to create a safe distance between them. Angel Domain. A strong golden light erupted from Dalu, instantly spreading over a radius of more than 100 meters, enveloping Su Yuntao within his domain. Domain, huh? I have one too. Holy Master Domain. A vast, righteous aura quickly emanated from Su Yuntao's body, rushing towards Dalu's Angel Domain in the blink of an eye. The Angel Domain, without even a proper resistance, was dispersed by Su Yuntao's Holy Master Domain. How could this be? Dalu was taken aback. The Angel Martial Soul, without hesitation, instantly covered Dalu as he completed the Martial Soul embodiment. 3 pairs of pure white and enormous wings flapped forward, and under the reaction force, Dalu quickly retreated into the miasma behind him. At Dalu's level, upon seeing Su Yuntao's domain suppressing his own, he had no hesitation and chose to flee for his life. One could not say he was indecisive. Even Su Yuntao was taken aback by his decisiveness for a moment, and that brief moment allowed Dalu to escape a considerable distance. Seeing Dalu running away, Su Yuntao immediately pursued him. Although the Angel Martial Soul could fly, it did not possess the innate speed characteristic of some martial souls. Su Yuntao did not spend much effort to catch up to Dalu, but Dalu was quite cunning, continuously releasing sword energy to disrupt Su Yuntao's pursuit. Thus, in this chase and escape, the two moved deeper into the swamp. Realizing he couldn't easily injure Dalu, Su Yuntao thought of a solution. He quickly opened a ring he specifically used to store soul-guided mechas, and a silver-white mecha floated behind him. Xiaoling, take over the mecha, target Dalu, Su Yuntao said as something resembling headphones was inserted into his ears. Take over successful. Target locked. A mechanical female voice appeared in Su Yuntao's ears. Xiaoling's main body was not here, but still remained on the central island of the lake. However, due to Qiansun's layout, Xiaoling could already achieve remote control of the mecha. Even though this was in no man's land, Qiansun's signal could still reach here. Don't ask why. Just know it's quantum entanglement. Activate fire coverage mode, bombard him. Su Yuntao ordered with a flushed face. This was his first time using saturation fire coverage, so he felt a bit excited. Click, click. After several clicking sounds, the originally gentle appearance of the mecha transformed into a terrifying visage. Dozens of cannon barrels appeared on the front of the mecha, and countless small cannon barrels covered the entire body. Even the back was completely covered. In the mecha's hands were 2 fully charged electromagnetic cannons, aimed at Dalu's fleeing figure. Beep, beep, beep. Fire. Countless fixed-position soul missiles and an uncountable number of bullets rained down on Dalu. Initially fleeing, Dalu turned back for just a glance, and unexpectedly, that one glance left him dumbfounded. With his experience, he couldn't comprehend what kind of existence that was, but from its terrifying appearance, he was already drenched in cold sweat. A warning bell rang in his heart, and this perception was amplified infinitely after the countless bullets were fired. Life-threatening danger. I'm going to die. In a panic, Dalu had no time for other thoughts and desperately activated all his life-saving measures. Even the wings of his martial soul transformed into a cocoon, wrapping him entirely inside. Su Yuntao stopped pursuing as the mecha opened fire and put on a pair of sunglasses. Boom! A blinding light erupted with a loud bang, and a mushroom cloud formed from the gathered smoke slowly rose. Wow, what a spectacle! Standing still, Su Yuntao looked through his sunglasses at the explosion center, not letting down his guard against Dalu. If a limit Douluo could die so easily, it wouldn't be worth much. As the dust gradually settled, Su Yuntao's expectations were confirmed. Dalu did not turn to ashes in the explosion. Dalu was now covered in blood, with only 1.5 wings of his 6-winged angel martial soul remaining. Covered in blood, Dalu looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Not at all like a representative of angels on earth. He slowly raised his remaining hand, condensing a holy sword of angels, and resolutely began to burn his life. No, not just his life, but also his spirit, soul power, everything he could still possess. Dalu calmly raised the giant sword above his head, then suddenly swung it down, pointing it at Su Yuntao. A dazzling light erupted like the sun, the ultimate golden light, the ultimate light and heat. If viewed from above, it appeared as if Dalu was wielding a giant sword to control the sun. His momentum rapidly accumulated, exploded, and then reached an indescribable peak. Go! Dalu softly uttered that word, and the giant sword shot towards Su Yuntao like an arrow. Su Yuntao's eyes radiated intense fighting spirit, and he frantically activated the defensive techniques from the Wolf King's Howl technique. Defensive golden light rapidly enveloped Su Yuntao's entire body, and finally, the soul-guided mecha charged directly towards the giant sword. As the first line of defense, the mecha immediately made contact with the giant sword. There was no expected loud bang. Instead, there was a sizzling sound as if meat was frying in hot oil. Under the extreme heat, the mecha quickly split into 2 halves, falling from the sky. In contrast, the giant sword only slowed down slightly. The bright light and intense heat did not weaken at all and continued to fly towards Su Yuntao. As for how Su Yuntao would respond, that is another story. At this moment, if not for Douluo's desire to see Su Yuntao die with his own eyes, he would have already ceased to exist. Even so, his figure was already riddled with cracks, and the part below his waist had turned to ashes. Small teleportation array. As the giant sword was about to reach Su Yuntao's body, he immediately shattered a formation plate, and then he disappeared right before Douluo's astonished gaze. Only a fool would take it head-on. The small teleportation array is much better, right? To ensure you experience great joy and sorrow in your last moments. I sacrificed my mecha, what a blood loss. Su Yuntao's voice appeared behind Dalu. After hearing this, the already dying Dalu uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, his life force quickly dissipated, eventually vanishing completely. Along with the remaining parts of his body, they disappeared with the dissolution of his consciousness. He completely vanished from the entire world. Ding! Task completed. Rewards are being calculated. At this moment, a voice buried deep within Su Yuntao's memory echoed in his mind. What the hell? System, you can talk now? Unfortunately, Su Yuntao's question received no response at all. Realizing this, Su Yuntao summoned the blue fat man and asked him the reason. The blue fat man scratched his head awkwardly and said, Master, I just enabled this voice prompt feature for you. It was available after the last system upgrade, but I forgot to set it up for you. Hith. After a couple of dry laughs in response to Su Yuntao's deadpan expression, he retreated back into the system. Chapter 141. Instantly becoming a god. Please collect. After finding Douluo's storage ring, Su Yuntao quickly disguised the scene before leaving. Back at the academy, he couldn't wait to open the system task panel. The reward calculation was completed on the way back. Main task, eliminate Douluo. Completed, task reward, perfect divine path cultivation. Not claimed. Without hesitation, Su Yuntao clicked the claim button. Speaking of which, even with the system sprite, the operation of these panels still required hand clicks. Without any thought control, it was really quite weak. Fortunately, Su Yuntao had long developed a habit of checking the system interface discreetly, always hiding to view alone, greatly reducing the chance of exposing the system's existence. Just as Su Yuntao clicked the claim button, an indescribable sensation abruptly appeared in his senses. Like water, like wind, he felt as if he had completely merged with the world. Su Yuntao had a feeling that with a single thought, he could change the day into night, move mountains and fill seas. This was not an illusion. It was a tangible perception. Countless rules of heaven and earth surrounded Su Yuntao's mind, and a scene emerged from the void, appearing in his mind. It was a chaotic world, where there was no distinction between up and down, south and north, east and west. Everything was in a state of chaos, with no signs of life existing in the world. One day, a ray of light appeared in this world. It seemed to possess intelligence, and after arriving in this world, it looked upon it with compassion. After a long time, it made a decision. An infinite divine light emanated from it. The chaotic world shattered under the illumination of this endless divine light. An ultimate light appeared in this chaotic world, with some light and clear things slowly rising to become the sky, while other heavy and turbid things slowly sank to become the thick earth. A new heaven and earth emerged in this boundless chaos, but this heaven and earth was very weak, merely a fragment world. At that moment, the light of divine light, exhausted, took a last look at the heaven and earth it had created, transforming into a seed that entered the center of this world. With the arrival of this unknown existence, the world's level began to rise. After countless years, the first batch of living beings was born within the world. By this time, the world's level had evolved from a fragment world to a small thousand worlds. It only possessed the most basic physical rules and cosmic laws. All living beings could not cultivate, and there was only a sparse amount of spiritual energy in the world. After an unknown number of years, in the center of the world, the seed made of light finally germinated. It birthed its own will, wanted to make this world better. This was its only obsession, even at any cost. It began to control the world's membrane, forcefully absorbing the chaotic energies from the outside world. This way, while it allowed the world to have enough energy for living beings to evolve, it also suffered severe damage, falling into an endless slumber. After its slumber, the beings in the world began their cultivation journey. The animals evolved into soul beasts and mastered the methods of cultivation. However, this path had an end. All soul beasts could not break through the million-year cultivation limit. They could only die with endless reluctance after reaching the limit of 999,000 years. Until the arrival of some uninvited guests. One day, a world drifting in the endless chaos coincidentally discovered this newly born world, which was not very strong. The natives in that world possessed incredibly powerful strength and, within a few hundred years, broke through the world's membrane. They descended upon this world, calling themselves gods, demanding that all living beings in this world believe in them. They provided the power of faith for their cultivation and kindly broke the cultivation restrictions on the continent, allowing the soul beasts in this world to become gods within 1,000,000 years and ascend to their world. Their world was thus referred to as the God Realm. This captured world was later known as Douluo continent. The reason being, after countless cycles, a new race named humans was born on the continent. At first, they did not believe in gods or heaven, creating their own cultivation methods. Thus, soul masters were born. They fed on soul beasts, using them as a ladder for cultivation, sustaining themselves on the faith of humanity. Through the efforts of generations of soul masters, the human race finally gave birth to its own god. He was called the ancestor of humanity, inheriting the will of the world and leading the native strong ones of the continent to launch a counterattack against the God Realm. This battle lasted for 10 yuan meetings, with each yuan meeting lasting 12,960 years. The ancestor of humanity, exhausted, died in battle, and the side belonging to the continent was defeated. However, it was not without achievements. Under the fierce offensive of the ancestor of humanity, most of the older strong ones in the God Realm died. Moreover, in addition to the war, he paid a great price to successfully repair the damaged world membrane, ensuring that there was always a barrier between the God Realm and the continent. From then on, the strong ones of the God Realm could not forcibly descend unless they wished to destroy the entire Douluo world. However, this did not align with their goals, as they needed the faith power of countless beings on the continent. Afterward, countless yuan meetings passed, and generations of strong ones from the continent ascended to the God Realm. But they controlled the authority of the God Realm. This also led to an increasing connection between the continental world and the God Realm, even beginning to merge. Of course, this merger was not a good thing, as the world consciousness of the God Realm sought to devour the entire Douluo world and merge it into itself. In the center of the Douluo world, the slumbering consciousness awakened for a brief moment, sharing a bit of its power with the dragon race on the continent. This allowed them to become gods without the constraints of the God Realm for 1,000,000 years, achieving divinity without the need for deities. Thus, the dragon race gave birth to a generation of powerful leaders, overseeing millions of dragons, quietly cultivating, seeking higher levels of power. Until he possessed strength capable of rivaling the entire God Realm, he extended his claws toward the God Realm. The outcome of this battle was clear to Su Yuntao. Even without witnessing it, he knew he had lost, with the dragon tomb still in his possession. The following scenes were familiar, depicting significant events recorded in the continent's historical texts involving Su Yuntao. Eventually, Su Yuntao's figure appeared before Tao. The entire scene became blurry and fragmented. At that moment, in the outside world, Su Yuntao's body was enveloped by endless spiritual energy, with beams of divine light penetrating into him. At some point, a golden halo appeared behind his head, radiating a gentle golden glow. Su Yuntao's eyes slowly opened, immediately focusing on the location of Tao. Do you have any regrets? His lips seemed to move, yet this question resonated throughout the heavens and earth, unheard by anyone. However, the volume was immense, echoing across the entire world. At the center of the world, deep underground, Tao remained silent, its light fluctuating between weakening and strengthening, reflecting its inner turmoil. After a long while, Tao sighed like a human and said, "I greet my master." Good. Another voice of the heavens and earth emerged from Su Yuntao's mouth. At this moment, the Douluo world officially recognized Su Yuntao as its master. He was the one true God. As his mind returned to his body, Su Yuntao sensed his divine consciousness advancing rapidly once again, undergoing a qualitative change. His divine consciousness transformed into a remarkable existence that left him in awe. The deity manifested as a colorful crystal within this transformed divine consciousness space, serving as the energy source for all of Su Yuntao's divine cultivation. The Master Path Divine Kingdom. From now on, this will be my unique world. Su Yuntao gazed intensely at the world within his mind and said, "Indeed, the divine consciousness space integrated the sea of consciousness, domain power, and the accumulated faith power over time, forming a small thousand worlds, the Master Path Divine Kingdom." The Divine Kingdom was filled with the rules mastered by Su Yuntao. In this world, no one could escape his control, just like Sun Wukong could not escape the Buddha's grasp in the Buddha's kingdom. After completely stabilizing his aura, Su Yuntao opened his system panel. Data updating. Countdown. 23 hours, 21 minutes. Please wait. Chapter 142. New task. Please collect. Due to the system data being updated, Su Yuntao could not access his attribute panel. Fortunately, the required time wasn't long. He could use it to consolidate his cultivation, as his recent breakthroughs had come too quickly, which was not good. A day and night soon passed. Holding a radish and munching on it, Su Yuntao's mind was already immersed in the system panel. 10-9-2-1. System rebooting, please wait. Reboot successful. Welcome back. At this moment, Su Yuntao's eyes lit up as a completely different interface appeared before him, compared to the previous interface. The current one was undoubtedly more dazzling and had a stronger sense of technology. This is the system I know. Unlike the shabby appearance before that made me embarrassed to say I had a system. After admiring the new interface for a while, Su Yuntao opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Yuntao li Fispan. Cultivation, perfect true God, divine path cultivation, early celestial immortal, immortal path cultivation, talent divine ability, master path divine kingdom technique, 9 revolutions yuan skill god level alchemy art oddity, wisdom light, divine flame items, several pets, Nunu, level 99 title Doa. The attribute panel had undergone significant changes. The most noticeable being that Su Yuntao's soul master cultivation was no longer displayed at all. What amused Su Yuntao the most was that Nunu had become his pet and possessed the cultivation of a level 99 title Doa. Su Yuntao could sense that his soul master cultivation still existed, and he could still use those soul skills. Curiously, he clicked on the pets section, and the interface quickly changed, revealing new data lines before him. As expected, it contained the data from his vanished soul master cultivation system, including soul rings and soul skills. All of these were summarized by the system under the accompanying beast Nunu, treated as its cultivation data. Su Yuntao felt no aversion to this. After all, in practical terms, Nunu was indeed his martial soul. They were completely intertwined, sharing glory and loss, so there was no need to differentiate too clearly. The main thing was that Su Yuntao could still use his soul master cultivation. It didn't affect anything, just some changes in display. Next, he wanted to see if there were any new tasks available, considering the system had just updated its data, and he was unsure if the task system had changed. Su Yuntao flipped to the task interface. Everything was the same as before, with no changes in the rules, just a lot of beautification on the interface. Main quest. National War Task Requirements. Lead your faction to victory in the war between nations. Task reward. 1 small realm increase in immortal path cultivation. Note, task information as follows. This task was somewhat strange. Su Yuntao was puzzled when he first saw it because, as far as he knew, the only 2 empires on the continent had not officially gone to war yet. Although the Spirit Hall was also stirring, they were still accumulating strength and were not prepared to go to war immediately. The task even had task data at the end, which had never happened before. After carefully studying the subsequent information, Su Yuntao complexly closed the system interface. How did Tang San become the behind-the-scenes mastermind? Isn't this forcing me into a Douluo version of the Three Kingdoms? Just thinking about competing with my wife in the future made me a bit excited. From the task information, Su Yuntao learned that after Tang San underwent training with Tang Hao, he went to Sea God Island to receive the inheritance. However, he did not just receive the Sea Goddess inheritance there, but rather the inheritance of all the gods. Because Su Yuntao had swept away the inheritance sites of all the gods on the continent over the years, only the inheritances of the angel god, sea god, and Rakshasa god remained. The connection between the divine realm and the continent had become the weakest in history, and the gods could only communicate and interact with the Douluo world through these three inheritance sites. Therefore, Tang San, who found Sea God Island, became the spokesperson for the gods on the continent. While inheriting the sea god's divinity, the other gods provided him with some support to varying degrees. Thus, Tang San inherited the inheritance of the gods. As for the Rakshasa god, she had always had a poor relationship with the other gods and did not participate in this game. The angel god, being a family-based inheritance deity, was not deeply affected by these matters and chose to protect herself. As a result, the forces on the continent, aside from the two major empires on the surface, were reduced to three factions. One was the Douluo Empire, which Tang San would control upon his return, thanks to his relationship with his white tiger brother. The other was the Spirit Hall, led by Bibi Dong, which had long harbored ambitions to engulf the entire continent. The last party, of course, is Su Yuntao, who currently has no sphere of influence. The territory he openly controls is, at most, just the city of Nodding. Some may ask about the Heaven-Do Empire. This empire has long been under the control of the Spirit Hall, and even the Emperor is a member of the Spirit Hall, so there's not much to say. Of course, all this is based on the information provided by the system. In reality, Tang San is still on Sea God Island and has not come out yet. However, it won't be long before Tang San is expected to return to the continent, meet up with the Shrek members, enter the Douluo Empire, and ultimately take full control of this empire. Su Yuntao believes that Tang San will need 2 to 3 years to achieve this. Su Yuntao carefully analyzed the task information provided by the system again and found that what he could currently do was act as a third-party figure in the shadows. When the clam and the snipe fight, it's the fisherman who profits. Su Yuntao made up his mind to be that fisherman. Thanks to the help of Tao, Su Yuntao has not been exposed to the eyes of the gods. They only know that someone is cleaning up the legacy land, but do not know who it is. This gives Su Yuntao the conditions to continue hiding. Everything is being manipulated by Bibi Dong. Su Yuntao feels no psychological burden about deceiving his wife, especially after being beaten by her so many times. He must get back at her once. Of course, he won't go around proclaiming that these things are the work of the Spirit Hall. He has mostly pointed the clues toward the Spirit Hall in his previous actions. For example, the explosion in the Douluo forest and the destruction of the Azura God's legacy land, etc. With Tang San's meticulous nature, it shouldn't take long for him to uncover the truth and spark a national war. The only things Su Yuntao needs to do now are two. One is to continue being a low-key dean, and the other is to secretly build his own influence. Store up grain and wait to claim the throne. This wisdom of our ancestors must be fully implemented by me as the successor. After coming out of seclusion, the first thing Su Yuntao did was summon Shen Wansan back through Qinshuan. Haha, Wansan, our business association owes its thriving operation to you. Su Yuntao was very happy to see Shen Wansan. This man is his own god of wealth. For so many years, where did Su Yuntao's research funds and various expenditures come from? They all came from Shen Wansan's hard-earned money. It can be said that Su Yuntao's ability to steadily ponder his affairs owes 9/10 to Shen Wansan's contributions. My lord, your words are too much praise for me. I don't deserve such compliments. Thank you, my lord. Shen Wansan was very happy, but kept being humble. He was very pleased with his lord's praise, as it was a recognition of his work. My lord, why did you call me back this time? After a few rounds of mutual flattery, Shen Wansan, as a subordinate, was the first to ask. Su Yuntao put away his smile, adopted a serious expression, and then said, Wansan, the continent is about to become unsettled. Shen Wansan looked at his lord's expression and felt a tightening in his heart. It seems the situation I discovered before is true. My lord, is war about to begin? Su Yuntao looked at him in surprise and asked curiously, how did you know? Did you discover something? This made Shen Wansan completely convinced of his deduction, and he explained to Su Yuntao, I learned this through the operation of the business association. In the past 6 months, The sales situation that was easy to open up in the Douluo Empire has encountered significant obstacles. Moreover, many nobles on the borders of the two countries are hoarding supplies, especially food and healing medicines. Su Yuntao was enlightened by Shun Wansan's analysis. He didn't expect his perception to be so sensitive, able to deduce the signs of impending war from these unusual circumstances. He couldn't help but give Shun Wansan a thumbs up. After a moment of silence, Su Yuntao said meaningfully, "We need to be prepared." Chapter 143. The situation after summoning Shun Wansan back. The two of them conspired for a long time. The next day, Shun Wansan, following the instructions given by Su Yuntao, went to Heaven-Do City. Su Yuntao, on the other hand, stayed quietly in the academy, chatting with the students and boasting with Douluo. In the suburbs of Heaven-Do City, outside the Imperial City, in a farmhouse, Shun Wansan stood before about 10 subordinates, listening to their briefing. From now on, your goal is to take root in Heaven-Do City and, ideally, make a name for yourselves. Do you understand? Understood. The subordinates answered in unison. These subordinates were carefully cultivated commercial spies by Shun Wansan. Of course, this was the term used during peacetime. They were a group of people who knew the ins and outs of the business association and were completely loyal to it because their families relied on the association for their livelihoods. Shun Wansan's purpose in bringing them here was to let them use some resources from the business association to establish themselves in Heaven-Do City, allowing them to have a certain influence in that area. After bidding farewell to this group, Shun Wansan began to travel across various cities in the Heaven-Do Empire, deploying the personnel he had prepared one by one. On the surface, these were business association outposts in these cities, but secretly, they were a group of hidden hands. Especially in remote cities, great emphasis was placed on this. Shun Wansan specifically arranged capable leaders for these areas. A month later, in all the cities of the Heaven-Do Empire, there were both visible and hidden members of the business association. This was just the first step. Next, Su Yuntao assigned him a daunting task: to cultivate a team of soul masters to be placed in the Douluo Empire. For these individuals, Su Yuntao's instructions were simple. They didn't need to show their faces. They just needed to hide well. They would wait for instructions from Su Yuntao and act accordingly. As the days went by, when Shun Wansan completed his tasks and returned to Lake Hard Island, it was already a time of heavy snowfall. He had been sent out for nearly 9 months and finally succeeded in completing the tasks assigned by Su Yuntao. "My lord, this task you assigned to me was really a bit too much. You can only do business, but these things were really difficult for me." Shun Wansan, who had lost some weight, immediately began to complain to Su Yuntao upon his return. Hearing this, Su Yuntao smiled a bit apologetically. Indeed, asking this business talent to do these things felt a bit off. However, Su Yuntao was very satisfied with what Shun Wansan had accomplished. "Wansan, you've worked hard during this time. Now, you can take a good rest and look after the business association." He handed Shun Wansan a medicinal herb he had picked from the ice and fire yin-yang well. This was a newly grown celestial herb called Dragon Bloodbeard, a herb similar to ginseng. Its effect is to enhance the strength of a user's muscles and bones, allowing them to gain greater endurance. In short, it serves to strengthen the body. "Thank you, my lord." Shun Wansan excitedly took the dragon blood whisk and called out words of gratitude. As the head of a merchant association, he was well aware of the value of such a divine herb. Give me the list. You can go back now." Su Yuntao nodded and took the list that Shun Wansan handed him. This list contained Shun Wansan's achievements during this period. It detailed the basic information of each person assigned, as well as their locations and the businesses they were about to develop. After flipping through it casually, Su Yuntao solemnly put the list away. Through his connection with the Tao, Su Yuntao learned that Tang San had returned to the continent a month ago. His first destination was the Haotian sect. Although Su Yuntao didn't know exactly what he had done, he could roughly guess some of it. It was probably just a homecoming to acknowledge his ancestry, reconnecting with the elders of the Haotian sect, analyzing the current situation on the continent, and persuading the Haotian sect to emerge from seclusion. By now, the news of the 2 major sects being destroyed had spread throughout the continent, leaving all factions feeling insecure. Even the Haotian sect was somewhat anxious. After all, as a member of the top 3 sects, with the other 2 gone, it was the only remaining target. During this time, the Spirit Hall had also been busy, with Bibi Dong showcasing her large-scale tactics to perfection, leading most of the lower 4 sects to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. This significantly heightened the sense of crisis within the already uneasy Haotian sect. They had long-standing enmity with the Spirit Hall, and now that the Spirit Hall was dominating the continent, their discomfort grew. After Tang San's explanations and persuasion, the Haotian sect immediately announced that they would emerge from seclusion, no longer deceiving themselves with hidden sect status. Why would the Haotian sect make such a risky decision in such an unfavorable situation? That's because Tang San told them that he had powerful backing. Moreover, he was a good friend of the royal family of the Douluo Empire, and this time he returned to help his friend seize the position of crown prince. At that time, the Haotian sect could take the opportunity to announce their emergence and openly support the Douluo Empire, uniting all possible forces to contend against the Spirit Hall. The plan was detailed and highly feasible. This made Tang San's uncles immediately choose to support his venture. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao, after arranging all his undercover agents, fell silent. His daily routine consisted of 3 points: the academy, Lake Heart Island, and a laboratory. It seemed as if all the undercurrents on the continent had nothing to do with him. Upon learning that Tang San had returned, Su Yuntao's first reaction was merely to say, "The war is finally unavoidable," and then continued with his own matters. Everything proceeded at his own pace. He would occasionally contact Dao to understand what was happening on the continent, but that was about it. By the way, there was another matter that stirred up some waves in the Spirit Hall. Dalu had gone missing. When the golden crocodile Douluo had waited for several months without seeing Dalu return, he finally sensed something was wrong. He then informed several other brothers in the worship hall about this matter. However, everyone initially dismissed it. At Dalu's level, it was very difficult to fall, and since he often secluded himself for months at a time, they weren't too anxious. Until recently, the golden crocodile Douluo could no longer wait. It had been too long without any news of Dalu, and his heart was pounding. He always thought that Dalu was just in that so-called place of inheritance, benefiting from it and needed time to cultivate. But then he thought, that's not right. Even if Dalu needed to cultivate, he should at least come back to say something. A short-term retreat might be excusable, but this had been over half a year with no news at all. Even if he didn't come back himself, he should have sent someone to bring a message. Thinking this way, the golden crocodile Douluo became increasingly suspicious. He began to mobilize the forces directly under the worship hall of the Spirit Hall to search for news about Dalu. Once he started, Bibi Dong couldn't possibly fail to notice the problem, and upon inquiring, she was almost overjoyed. It took her a while to calm her emotions. Whether Dalu was dead or not was still unknown, and it was unwise to act rashly. She decided to observe further. Bibi Dong decided to temporarily hold back her knife and not take action against the worship hall, waiting to see how things unfolded. As time passed, there was still no news of Dalu, and the only clue was that map. However, the golden crocodile Douluo had only glanced at it hurriedly and didn't remember the detailed locations at all. Oh, and the person who gave him the map. By the time the golden crocodile thought of asking, he found that the person had unexpectedly died shortly after handing him the map. This left the golden crocodile completely panicked. He frantically searched the entire continent, turning over every suspicious place. Of course, the place where Dalu supposedly met his end was also searched. However, Dalu had burned everything he had at that time, turning to ashes. Anyone who came here would find nothing unusual. In the end, this matter, under Bibi Dong's interference, ended without resolution. Moreover, under her manipulation, the worship hall was completely under her control. The only one stubbornly trying to find Dalu was the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo, who wanted to leave the Spirit Hall. He insisted on seeing a living person or a dead body. Bibi Dong did not make things difficult for him. After comforting him with a few words, she let him go. After all, a 98th level Douluo close to the limit was not something Bibi Dong could handle without incurring losses. So she gave him a bit of face and allowed him to leave peacefully. Chapter 144. Imminent conflict in March of the following year. The Spirit Hall finally revealed its fangs to the outside world. A 200,000-soul master army was stationed less than 100 miles from the Douluo Empire's border, with the sounds of daily drills echoing loudly. Even in Luoxing City, the closest city to the border, the sounds were clearly audible, leaving the citizens inside the city in constant fear, worried that the Spirit Hall would attack. Bibi Dong, dressed in a white battle robe, sat in the military camp's main tent, repeatedly examining the border city on the opposite side. Luoxing City, as the border city of the Douluo Empire defending against the Spirit Hall, had formidable defensive forces. The 200,000-soul master army of the Spirit Hall was a devastating force compared to the Douluo Empire, but Bibi Dong planned to strike decisively, aiming to severely damage the Douluo Empire in one battle and take it down. That was why she had stationed the army there. quietly waiting for the opportunity to arise. In Nodding City, Awakening Academy, Lake Heart Island. My lord, as you predicted, it hasn't even been a year, and the Spirit Hall can't hold back any longer, Su Yuntao reported to Su Yuntao with some surprise, relaying the message received through the 1000 News channel from the Merchant Association. I've been dealing with this Pope for quite some time, and I understand her style very well. It's about time. Su Yuntao nodded and explained to Su Yuntao. Then, my lord, should we also intervene? Su Yuntao asked hesitantly. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Yuntao said, we definitely need to intervene, but not now. Let them fight first, and we'll talk later. Notify my subordinates to stay calm and be ready for battle. To be honest, Su Yuntao doesn't even know how many subordinates he has. The composition is too complex and the personnel too numerous for him to keep track of. However, he is generally aware of the situation. Starting with the strength of the Merchant Guild. The Merchant Guild, as the foundation of Su Yuntao, has become the strongest merchant guild on the continent after years of careful management. Its economic power is incredibly strong. Such robust economic strength has naturally fostered combat power. Su Yuntao has attracted a group of very powerful experts through the precious cultivation resources in his possession, excluding those below Soul Saint. There are more than 10 Soul Douluo and 20 Soul Saints. Even 2 wild title Douluo have been lured in, although they are only ordinary title Douluo at level 92, but they are still title Douluo. As for Soul Kings, they are countless. Almost every larger city branch has a Soul King or Soul Emperor station there. Then there are the strong individuals from Su Yuntao's academy, over the years to say nothing else. He has cultivated no fewer than 100 teachers at the Soul Emperor level. He doesn't even plan to count the graduates, although they are also combatants. He just didn't prepare them for battle. Additionally, there are a few specially trained disciples of Su Yuntao, whom he has rarely managed over the years. However, all resources have not been spared, and he occasionally gives them some small boosts. Now, the initial few disciples who specialized in soul guidance have reached the level of advanced soul guidance, and they can fight using soul tools below level 9 without any issues. Among them, 3 have the ability to control level 9 soul tools without pressure: Huang Tao, by Su Yin, and Xiao Ke. Their combat styles are all different, allowing for perfect complementarity, forming a small team of 3 soul masters. What surprised Su Yuntao the most was Su Yu. After she found her own path, Su Yuntao hardly guided her in her cultivation direction, fearing that his good intentions might lead to bad outcomes. However, she has been treated the same as everyone else, and he has never treated her poorly. Thus, after finding her own path, Su Yu's cultivation has progressed as easily as drinking water. In just a few years, she has gained the ability to fight evenly with Lu Huang. Moreover, the techniques Su Yu uses are quite strange, resembling not a human fighting, but more like a soul beast with human intelligence in battle. Speaking of Lu Huang, he can only move within the range covered by the formation, so he is not much to rely on. However, his strength should not be underestimated. In the Academy's territory, Lu Huang is the only true god aside from Su Yuntao. No one can do anything against him when within the formation as coverage. Even a level 99 limit Douluo could be easily dealt with. He can only be used as a goalkeeper and has little effect on the front lines. If Su Yuntao's forces were to be counted, they still fall short compared to the Spirit Hall, but they are not lacking compared to Tang San's side. It's just that he does not have his own territory, so neither side takes him seriously. Bibi Dong might know a bit, but she doesn't want Su Yuntao to get involved in these matters, so she selectively ignores his existence. At the border of the Star Luo Empire, the border army welcomed a group of reinforcements. It was Tang San and his group, which not only included the Shrek 7 monsters, but also members of the Haotian sect and powerful individuals sent by the imperial royal family. Upon their arrival, they took over all affairs of the border army, with Tang San as the commander, leading the 3 armies. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire didn't know how Tang San convinced them. But anyway, Dai Mubai became the heir to the empire, and the Star Luo Empire fully supports Tang San and his companions in countering the Spirit Hall. However, it's likely that strength was the convincing factor. The Spirit Hall side also sent scouts to monitor the situation on the opposite side, so they were very clear about the changes in the Star Luo Empire's border army. Bibi Dong sat alone in her large tent, her expression grave as she looked at the intelligence in her hand. Has the Haotian sect also come down to the battlefield? I haven't even come to find trouble with you. You've come knocking on my door. It's perfect for me to catch them all. Bibi Dong frowned and said sternly. She paced back and forth in the tent, contemplating the upcoming situation. The involvement of the Haotian sect has greatly increased the high-end combat power of the Star Luo Empire. According to the situation of the Spirit Hall, the low-end combat power holds a complete advantage, but the high-end combat power is merely on par. At most, it's a slight advantage. After thinking it over, she realized that although the Spirit Hall still holds the upper hand, the war would not be easy to fight. Of course, this is under the condition that the Tiando Empire is not involved. The Spirit Hall's trump card is the control of the entire Tiando Empire without anyone knowing. However, the trump card must play its role. She wants to ensure that once the Tiando Empire enters the war, they must be able to completely take down the Star Luo Empire. After the arrival of Tang San and others, the friction between the two sides became more frequent, and the battle between the two super-large forces was on the verge of breaking out. It seemed even the weather in the border area was affected, with the atmospheric pressure unusually low. Heavy dark clouds covered the entire battlefield area. Occasionally, a few drops of rain would fall, but it just couldn't form a heavy downpour. It was more like a drizzle that couldn't decide whether to rain or not. The Divine Realm was also paying attention to the situation here. Most of the gods, except for a few who chose to keep a low profile, participated in the layout of the continent. We must find that person. Otherwise, our inheritance cannot continue. You wouldn't want to stay in the Divine Realm for the rest of your life, would you? The god of destruction spoke first. This god is a clear hawk, advocating for support of Tang San and letting him plot on the continent. One of the 5 major powers of the Divine Realm, the god of kindness, silently glanced at the god of evil, but said nothing. The god of evil, sitting in the main seat, then spoke, "Destruction, you and Shura can handle this matter." After speaking, he disappeared from the throne. The god of kindness greeted the god of life, and then also vanished, following her husband, the god of evil. The god of life maintained an attitude of indifference, not wanting to get involved in these matters. After responding to the god of kindness, she also disappeared after her. Only the 2 gods, Shura and Destruction, remained. Destruction said, "Shura, what do you think?" The god of Shura rolled his eyes at him and replied, "What else can I think? Let them fight." The god of Shura has never gotten along well with Destruction. And being the first victim of the destroyed inheritance land, he has a lot of pent-up frustration. Tang San and Tang Hao hovered in the air, looking towards the direction of the Spirit Hall, their voices mixed with soul power, calling out, "Your Holiness the Pope, may I ask if you can tell me where my teacher, Yu Xiaojing, is?" Bibi Dong frowned, realizing that this matter was not simple. Chapter 145. The army surrounds the city, seeking collections. "Who are you?" She opened her red lips and asked with a frown. "My name is Tang San, a disciple of teacher Yu Xiaojing. Once a teacher, forever a father. Please, you must tell me where my teacher is." As he spoke, Tang San paused for a moment, his expression grim as he said, "Is he still alive? If he is dead, I killed him." No one had ever dared to question him like this, except for Su Yuntao, and Bibi Dong responded in a very cold tone. At the same time, her soul power had already been mobilized, ready to launch an attack at any moment. After hearing Bibi Dong's unhesitating answer, Tang San felt as if he'd been dealt a heavy blow and retreated several steps. After Master S' disappearance, combined with his Father S' description, he had long been prepared for the possibility of Yu Xiaojing's death. However, upon hearing the confirmed news, he couldn't help but feel immense sorrow, coupled with a deep hatred for Bibi Dong. Although Yu Xiaojing had not taught him for long before disappearing, Tang San, as a traditional ancient man, placed extraordinary importance on a master-disciple relationship. "You deserve to die. I will definitely avenge my teacher," he said, his eyes filled with hatred as he fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong paid no mind to his words, even wanting to laugh a little. It had been a long time since she had heard such naive remarks. The expression on her face changed like the weather in June. Just as Tang San's words had not yet settled, Bibi Dong issued the command to attack. "Kill them." Hundreds of thousands of soul masters surged forward, attacking the army of the Star Luo Empire. The majority of the Star Luo Empire's army, aside from the leadership, was composed of ordinary people. And when faced with an army made entirely of martial souls, they were like paper. One poke, and they would break. The air was filled with cries of despair. The Soul Master army of the Spirit Hall was like executioners emerging from hell, killing anyone in sight until the entire army of the Star Luo Empire was routed. Only then did they stop their assault. Upon seeing Bibi Dong suddenly issue the attack command, Tang San's expression changed, and he rushed into the army. As the commander, the first thing he needed to do was stabilize his army and counter the Spirit Hall's forces. Then deploy high-end combatants and the Spirit Hall's strong to confront them, thus gaining a strategic advantage. Unfortunately, before he could stabilize the morale of his troops, The Spirit Hall's Soul Master army had already breached their lines. Tang San had no choice but to send out a few of his generals in advance. Uncles, please take action to stabilize the army's collapse. The other strong ones from the Spirit Hall, let the remaining people help block them. He immediately dispatched 2 titled Douluo strongmen sent by the Haotian sect. They charged straight toward the Soul Master army, wielding a dark black hammer that was impenetrable. Those in the Soul Master army died upon contact, and those who were merely brushed by it were injured, causing immense losses in a short time. Elder Ju, Bibi Dong nodded toward Ju Hua. After Ju Guo responded to Bibi Dong, he transformed into a shadow and rushed toward the 2 from the Haotian sect. Upon seeing the Spirit Hall making a move, Tang San immediately sent a titled Douluo from the Star Luo Empire to confront Ju Douluo. Quick response. Press the attack. Charge through them. Bibi Dong waved her delicate hand, and the remaining army instantly charged toward the army of the Star Luo Empire. Although the titled Douluo was powerful, he was not enough in the face of thousands of soul masters. At this moment, the Spirit Hall's entire army pressed the attack, and the battle was without suspense. The Star Luo Empire's army had originally only been in retreat and had not completely lost combat capability, but now it had turned into a rout, losing its fighting spirit. In less than a quarter of an hour, Tang San and his high-end combatants were about to be surrounded by the enemy army. Seeing the situation was dire, Tang San made an immediate decision. Retreat. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao, standing beside him, grabbed his Haotian hammer and charged toward Bibi Dong. He intended to use an old trick, attacking the enemy, to save himself, to create conditions for Tang San and the others to escape. Haotian true body. Bibi Dong. Take this. Tang Hao shouted angrily as the Haotian hammer, now transformed into a giant hammer, smashed down toward Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's expression turned extremely ugly. She did not expect Tang Hao to treat her as a soft persimmon to squeeze. Pointing the Pope's staff toward the sky, an endless beam of golden light surged toward the Haotian hammer. The world lost all sound, falling into silence, and the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted. The ordinary people within the Star Luo Empire's army were all stunned into deafness by the sound, and those who were close were directly killed by the shockwave. As for the Soul Master army of the Spirit Hall, they were somewhat better off, only experiencing a buzzing in their ears from the noise. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted from Tang Hao's mouth as he looked at Bibi Dong in shock. Then he quickly regained his composure and retreated hurriedly. Fleeing in a panic, Bibi Dong tidied her hair that had been blown about by the wind and pointed the Pope's staff downward, pursuing Tang Hao. Dad, stop her. Tang San, seeing Tang Hao injured, anxiously commanded several of his strong allies to provide support. Sanya, hurry and go. Bibi Dong's strength is no longer comparable to before. Tang Hao, seeing Tang San still waiting for him, felt moved but anxiously shouted back at Tang San. In the end, Bibi Dong still did not catch up to them. She was entangled by a titled Douluo and several soul Douluo, having to stop to deal with them. It only took a few seconds to eliminate them. However, those few seconds cost her the track of Tang San and the others. Frustrated, she waved her staff and could only head toward the Soul Master army to oversee the continuation of the war. The outcome of this battle was that the Spirit Hall achieved a great victory, pushing the front lines southward by 10 cities. The Spirit Hall's army was exceptionally fierce, and the battle was as simple as drinking water. They broke through cities like a hot knife through butter, conquering 10 cities of the Star Luo Empire. For Tang San and the others, the only good news was that Bibi Dong was still somewhat wary of the Haotian sect and did not push too aggressively, advancing too much at once. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall's army needed to leave some to garrison the cities they had taken, which took a considerable amount of time. As Tang San and his group fled, they returned to Star Luo City to set up their final line of defense. He directly abandoned a large amount of Star Luo Empire territory, preparing to concentrate forces to defend Star Luo City. In Nodding City, Su Yuntao also learned of the official declaration of war between the two sides and responded accordingly. Wansan, let all personnel within the territory of the Heaven-Do Empire mobilize, and have them quickly take control of the cities. With this order, a large number of soul masters immediately appeared in the business associations of all the cities within the Heaven-Do Empire, heading toward the city lord's mansion and the garrison of the city's guards. In less than a quarter of an hour, under the powerful strength of those soul masters, they had taken control of the entire city's defense forces. As messages came in, Su Yuntao learned that he had gained actual control over all cities in the Heaven-Do Empire, except for Heaven-Do City. Pass the order down, surround the city. Target Heaven-Do City. Force Shui Qinghe to abdicate. Su Yuntao coldly commanded the liaison personnel and set off toward Heaven-Do City himself. The 8 large cities surrounding Tiando City have changed hands, and the heads of these cities received orders from the Lord simultaneously. They controlled the newly incorporated army and marched towards Tiando City, surrounding it with 400,000 troops. Due to the suddenness of the event, the defensive forces of Tiando City only reacted when the army had already approached the city. They hurriedly organized personnel to fend off the enemy while relaying the news of the army besieging the city to the imperial palace. Inside the palace, Qian Renxue, who was role-playing, was stunned upon hearing this news. After recovering from the shock, the emperor she was portraying immediately became furious. Where did this army come from? Why was no one notified? The ministers below, still shocked by the sudden news, were awakened by Qian Renxue's angry shout. The prime minister, trembling, was the first to respond. Your Majesty, we did not know. After this statement, it seemed to drain him of all his strength, and he slumped down in the grand hall. Su Yuntao's power rapidly expanded, and within a day, through the widespread merchant associations, he instantly changed the entire empire. At this moment, all news from the Tiando Empire had been blocked by Su Yuntao, and Bibi Dong, who was besieging Xinghua City, was unaware that Tiando City was surrounded by the army. Chapter 146. The Change of Mastery in Tiando. Please collect. When Su Yuntao arrived at the army surrounding Tiando City, it was already the 2nd day of the siege. On this day, he met Xue Qinghe, who was disguised as Qian Renxue, and engaged in a friendly exchange. Why are you besieging the city? Xue Qinghe shouted sternly from the high city wall, protected by many guards. Su Yuntao, dressed in black battle attire, stood at the forefront of the army, staring intently at Tiando City. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to run out of patience, he finally answered softly, "Today, the Tiando Empire changes hands." He did not directly answer Xue Qinghe's question, but instead made an ambitious statement. Xue Qinghe was infuriated by this remark. Her face flushed, and she pointed at Su Yuntao, unable to speak for a long time. Su Yuntao had no intention of continuing to chat with the false emperor before him. He directly issued the order to attack the city. With his command, all the soldiers in black armor surged towards Tiando City. The siege weapons began to unleash their power, with boulders flying towards the city walls. Xue Qinghe was immediately protected by her guards as they retreated from the city wall, angrily returning to the imperial palace. She actually did not care about the fate of the Tiando Empire. She was just unwilling to see the empire that her spirit hall had plotted for so long being so easily taken away by others. This made her feel as though the fruits of victory had been stolen from her, like a river crab that was half-cooked and then snatched away by the enemy jungler. At that moment, a person responsible for contacting her from the spirit hall quietly approached Qian Renxue and whispered, "Miss, what should we do?" The person outside is well prepared, and it seems Tiando City won't hold out much longer. We should make plans early. Qian Renxue, who was still sulking, gradually calmed down upon hearing this and nodded in agreement with his suggestion to prepare early. Let's gather our things and clean up a bit. We can't let them discover anything. When the city falls, we will leave through the secret passage. Qian Renxue covered her face to make herself look haggard, then went to the council chamber. Silently observing the many ministers below who were still waiting for news, she finally spoke slowly after a long time. "Gentlemen, make plans early." She then hunched over and slowly walked towards the back palace. This was the last thing she did after becoming emperor. Everything in the Tiando Empire would no longer concern her. Alone, she arrived at the retreat prepared by the spirit hall, casting a reluctant glance at the outside of Tiando City before slipping into the secret passage. Under the fierce assault of Su Yuntao's army, Tiando City was breached in less than 2 hours, and after another hour, the army completely took over the city's defensive forces. The ease with which they breached the political center of the Tiando Empire was largely due to the spies Su Yuntao had previously planted in Tiando City. Some had infiltrated the defending army and, at a critical moment in the battle, allowed the main forces to ascend the city walls. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao had completely embraced the Tiando Empire and began to implement nationwide policy reforms. On the other side, Bibi Dong had captured all cities except Xinghua City, surrounding it completely. The Spirit Hall's army, under Bibi Dong's restraint, did not harm the common people after capturing the cities, ensuring they would not oppress them. Of course, with a large army, there were all kinds of people, but after Bibi Dong severely punished a few typical offenders, everyone in the army established this principle. She also applied this brainwashing technique to the common people. The Spirit Hall's army was attacking cities while also propagating to the people. Their slogan was, "We do not kill those who surrender. We will not take a single penny from the common people, and we promise to never oppress them, bringing them better living conditions. Furthermore, the spirit hall's branches were spread across every corner of the continent, and most common people awakened their martial spirits with the spirit hall's help, so the general public did not have a bad impression of the spirit hall. Therefore, it was easy for the spirit hall to gain control over all the captured cities. In Xingluo Empire, within Xingluo City, Tang San had gathered all the strong sect members of the Xingluo Empire here after his previous retreat. Even though they did not want to get involved in this war, they were physically compelled by Tang San to assist in defending the city. Since Xingluo City was the imperial city, its infrastructure was very complete, with all the necessary living conditions available, such as a water source with specially excavated wells and enough food storage to sustain the entire city for more than 2 years. Thus, in Tang San's eyes, Xingluo City had the potential for long-term defense. Moreover, almost all the strong individuals of the Xingluo Empire were present here, making it unlikely for the Spirit Hall to easily breach it. Your Highness, according to the information provided by our scouts, there are still about 10 titled Douluos in Xingluo City, not to mention countless soul masters of all ranks. Our soul master army does not have an advantage against such a heavily fortified city. A member of the Spirit Hall's think tank analyzed the intelligence and situation to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong nodded to indicate she understood, then turned her gaze towards the direction of the Tiando Empire, her thoughts unknown. After a long time, she looked at the generals in the big tent and said, "Surround, but do not attack. Wait for my command. You may withdraw for now." Once everyone had exited, Bibi Dong murmured to herself, "Brother Tao, you should have succeeded by now." After a week of organization, Su Yuntao finally clarified the detailed situation of the entire empire. Sensing something, he looked towards the direction of the Xingluo Empire, thinking, "Are you anxious? I will be there soon." A day later, Su Yuntao summoned the newly appointed civil and military officials. Immediately, he dispatched 200,000 troops targeting Xingluo City, avoiding all cities along the way. They marched quickly towards Xingluo City. Without waiting for them to speak, Su Yuntao directly stated his purpose and indicated for them to start discussing the arrangements for the army's deployment. Leaving a group of people in the main hall to discuss military matters, Su Yuntao returned to his residence and put on his battle armor. This residence was not the imperial palace, but a specially allocated royal mansion next to the palace. Clad in battle armor, Su Yuntao led the prepared army of 200,000 towards the Xingluo Empire. Along the way, there was no delay other than necessary rest. Soon, they reached the border of the two countries and ordered the army to camp in place, while Su Yuntao hurried towards Xingluo City alone. Upon meeting Bibi Dong, the two exchanged smiles. "I'm here. I will notify them to let you in." Su Yuntao nodded and embraced Bibi Dong. After a long while, they finally parted. "After this war, let us go into seclusion together. How about living our own little lives?" Su Yuntao asked Bibi Dong softly. Bibi Dong responded softly like a little cat. After a tender moment, Su Yuntao said goodbye to Bibi Dong and headed towards the army stationed at the border. The next day, the army of the Tiando Empire, after resting for a day, set off to march deep into the Xingluo Empire. Along the way, thanks to Bibi Dong's orders, they encountered no obstacles, and in less than 3 days, they arrived at the Wuhuan Hall's garrison in Xingluo City. After arranging the troops, Su Yuntao floated up and arrived above Xingluo City. "I need someone who can talk." A voice infused with soul power echoed into the city. Inside Xingluo City, in a conference hall, Tang San sat at the top, looking at the strong figures below. "Everyone, let's discuss how to fight this battle. Speak freely and share your strengths." They had just learned that the army of the Tiando Empire had arrived at Xingluo City without any hindrance from the Wuhuan Hall. It was evident that this army was not their reinforcements. Otherwise, the Wuhuan Hall would not have allowed them to pass. This left the previously confident group unsure, and they quickly began the meeting. "Tang San, if it doesn't work out, let us just give up. I'm already very satisfied with what you've done for the Xingluo Empire," Dai Bai said dejectedly to Tang San. Believing that Tang San was making such efforts for him, Tang San looked at Dai Bai, who said this, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, and had to remain silent. Meanwhile, he wondered in his heart, "Lord Sea God, what should we do now?" Chapter 147. The change of rulers in Xingluo Empire. Requesting subscriptions. Requesting collections. In the divine realm, the sea god wore a worried expression, as he never expected that even with the support of himself and the other gods, Tang San still couldn't hold onto the territory of the Xingluo Empire. "Tang San, don't rush. Try to hold on, with your strength, even if you lose. You can escape." Such irresponsibly spoken words came from his mouth. Nevertheless, Tang San believed it. He thought the sea god had a point. His own strength was not inferior, but the strength of the army below was too different. Even if they couldn't hold on, it wouldn't be a problem to escape. Thus, Tang San agreed with the sea god's suggestion. He then told his friends and family, "It's fine, we will defend the city. I believe that even if the Wuhuan Hall has the support of the Tiando Empire, it won't be so easy to defeat us." Tang San wasn't foolish. He wouldn't reveal that he had already prepared for a possible escape. Outside Xingluo City, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong arrived at the foot of the city. Looking at the heavily guarded Xingluo defenders on the city wall, Su Yuntao waved his hand, and the army behind began the siege. All the high-end combat forces of their side rushed towards Su Yuntao and then soared into the air towards the city wall. Except for Su Yuntao, everyone opened their soul rings as they took to the skies, each surrounded by different colored lights, heading straight for the city wall of Xingluo City. Kill for me. The first person to reach the city wall will be rewarded with a soul bone. As Su Yuntao charged towards the city, he didn't forget to boost morale. Hundreds of thousands of troops launched a siege on Xingluo City simultaneously, their momentum resembling a dark cloud pressing down on the city. This lowered the morale of the defending troops. Just as Su Yuntao's side initiated the attack, Tang San led a group to ascend the city wall. "I'm counting on my father and uncle." Seeing Bibi Dong and Su Yuntao rushing toward the city wall, Tang San had no choice but to send his two strongest fighters to engage them. Although Tang San had gained the support of the gods, he had not grown for long and had just reached the level of Soul Sage. If he fully unleashed his power, he could hold off a tidal daw momentarily. But in a prolonged fight, defeat was inevitable. The siege emphasized surrounding 3 and lacking 1, aiming to ensure that the defending soldiers knew there was a retreat route, preventing them from fighting to the death and causing unnecessary losses for the attackers. However, Su Yuntao's siege did not follow this. They directly attacked from all sides simultaneously. There were no feigned attacks. All were genuine assaults. Whichever side reached the city wall first would converge towards that side. Additionally, the merchants Su Yuntao had planted inside the city had been secretly propagating the policies of the Wuhuan Hall, promoting how they treated civilians well and soothing the hearts of the residents within the city, minimizing their resistance. Su Yuntao and several of his generals headed towards the high-end combat forces of the Qingdao Empire, with Su Yuntao deliberately lagging half a step behind. This way, everyone found their opponents, except for Tang San, who was still commanding the defense on the city wall, and Su Yuntao, who had intentionally fallen behind. Perfectly, Su Yuntao met Tang San head-on. "Take this punch." With a green glowing fist, Su Yuntao struck directly at Tang San's handsome face. At this moment, Tang San had already received the inheritance of the Blue-Silver Emperor, so he looked much more handsome than before. Seeing this face, which was even more handsome than his own, Su Yuntao felt an impulse to punch him. When Tang San saw someone attacking him, his first reaction was to defend. Countless blue-silver grasses surged out from his body, forming a wall in front of him. In Tang San's mind, this wall made of blue-silver grasses would have no problem defending against a punch. If it were a knife or sword, it might not hold, but he was confident that a fist could be defended against. However, before he could be confident for even a second, his blue-silver grass wall was instantly torn apart and shattered by Su Yuntao, who said a fist can't turn into a claw strike halfway. Su Yuntao smiled at the astonished Tang San and replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao's fist swung again towards Tang San's cheek. "Haotian hammer." With a duong, Su Yuntao's fist visibly swelled. After feeling the intense pain in his fist, he quickly retreated. "Ooh, that hurts. You little brat, don't follow the rules of martial arts." Su Yuntao was indeed being foolish. He knew very well that Tang San had another martial soul, the Haotian hammer, yet he still charged in with his fists. If it didn't hurt him, who would it hurt? Su Yuntao thought that according to the usual battle process, Tang San would only use the Haotian hammer after he was completely unable to win. He never expected that Tang San would disregard martial ethics. It made him furious. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to unleash his dog. Nunu, go and bite him. A bright blue light enveloped Su Yuntao, and soon a creature that resembled a wolf appeared in front of him. Nunu let out a long howl and dashed straight towards Tang San. It had been a wolf for too long, and its howl still maintained the pitch of a wolf's growl. Before long, a man and a wolf were fighting, with Nunu completely dominating and pressing Tang San down. In just a short time, a claw mark appeared on Tang San's left cheek, a small scratch. However, with his extraordinary abilities, removing a scar was a trivial matter. After watching for a while, Su Yuntao turned and headed towards the southern city gate. Facing a rain of arrows, he reached the gate, which was a dead angle where arrows from the city wall couldn't reach. Su Yuntao placed his fist at his waist, using his legs to exert force, gathering all his strength into his fist at his waist. At that moment, Su Yuntao's eyes narrowed, and he swung his fist down onto the city gate. Bang! The sound echoed across the battlefield like a bell tolling, and the indestructible city wall collapsed under Su Yuntao's punch. The city gate was breached. Charge! Countless soldiers rushed in, and Su Yuntao quickly soared into the air to avoid the group of soldiers like wolves and tigers. Commander, this is bad. The southern city gate has been breached. A small officer guarding the gate hurried over to Tang San and Nunu's battle, shouting loudly. When Tang San heard the previous loud noise, he thought it was bad news. And sure enough, the southern city gate had been breached. Time was of the essence, and Tang San immediately realized that he couldn't continue to be entangled with this unknown creature. He quickly gathered all his soul power and shouted to Tang Hao, who was fighting not far away. Father, quickly repel the enemy and withdraw from the battle. When Tang Hao heard this, he realized it was the signal he had agreed upon with his son the previous night. As soon as he said this, it indicated that the situation was dire and that they should quickly retreat. His heart tightened, and he immediately made a judgment. Tang Hao's attacks suddenly became more frequent, forcing his opponent while looking for an opportunity to withdraw from the battle. He immediately reacted, swinging a hammer towards the gap in his opponent's defenses, causing his opponent to panic as he rushed towards Tang San without hesitation. Tang Hao grabbed Tang San and quickly joined the others from the Haoqian clan, helping them drive back their opponents. After exchanging glances, they quickly fled the battlefield with Tang San. It wasn't that Tang San and the others were being ungrateful. It was that the army they had under them was not on the same level. They were being completely overwhelmed in every battle, making it impossible for them to fight. Of course, none of the members of the Shrek 7 Devils were left behind. They all ran away together. Seeing them about to escape, Bibi Dong immediately chased after them. However, Su Yuntao, who had appeared beside her at some point, blocked her way. Looking at Bibi Dong's puzzled expression, Su Yuntao said, "Don't chase after a desperate enemy. You never know if they have set up an ambush along the way. It's very likely to lead to trouble, especially under such an orderly retreat." Bibi Dong felt that what Su Yuntao said made a lot of sense. She admired him and nodded in agreement. The most important thing now was to completely occupy Xingluo City. Bibi Dong stopped thinking about the small matter of a few people escaping. As the army entered the city, any forces that wished to continue resisting were crushed by the Martial Soul Hall's troops. By the time the sun rose the next day, Xingluo City officially announced a change of ownership, with the Xingluo Empire fully conquered by the Martial Soul Hall. Chapter 148. Establishing a nation with martial souls. Please collect. After Bibi Dong led the Martial Soul Hall's army to officially attack Xingluo City, Su Yuntao sounded the retreat and led the army towards the Tiando Empire. He did not participate in the distribution of the spoils of victory after the battle, choosing to leave quietly. Once Bibi Dong officially took over the entire city, she wanted to turn back and share her joy with the person she cared about the most, only to find that he had already left. This diluted her happiness somewhat. After returning to the Tiando Empire, Su Yuntao distributed power among his subordinates and sent a few trusted people to supervise things while he returned alone to Lake Heart Island. At the Awakening Academy, on Lake Heart Island, Su Yuntao, who hadn't had leisure time for a long time, took a fishing rod and lay on a small boat, fishing leisurely. Not far from shore, Douluo was drinking alone in frustration. "Hey, I say, you just let that Xingluo City go to the Martial Soul Hall? Why do we rush over there?" He was very puzzled by Su Yuntao's abandonment of the spoils in Xingluo City. Lying on the boat, leisurely, Su Yuntao chuckled and teased Bo, "I say, you old poison master, when did you start caring about these things? I asked you to accompany me to battle, but you didn't want to go. Now you're not bored talking about these things?" Douluo hadn't participated in the battle at Xingluo City. He had been sent by Su Yuntao to assist in a small principality to the north of the Tiando Empire. He was helping Su Yuntao's subordinates control those small countries. Those small countries didn't have any titled Douluo-level experts, so Douluo could easily suppress them. Before the expedition, Su Yuntao had planned to call him back to join the battle at Xingluo City, but Douluo was unwilling to return, saying he was enjoying a good life in the small country and didn't want to move. Su Yuntao could only go along with Douluo's wishes. In fact, Su Yuntao knew that Douluo was simply worried about the situation there and wanted to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in those small countries. "What are you talking about? I'm doing this for your own good." Xinglua City is the imperial city, and there are plenty of treasures inside. You just let it go like this? Isn't it a loss? Su Yuntao himself didn't care about those things, but Douluo was feeling sorry for them, making Su Yuntao smile wryly. Su Yuntao suddenly thought that Bibi Dong should have finished her business by now. Why hadn't she come to find him? Isn't Chao the fastest person in the world? Just as he thought of Chao, Bibi Dong appeared. At this moment, Bibi Dong paid no attention to the impact and directly flew to Su Yuntao's Lake Heart Island. She had long had permission to come here, so she did not trigger any formations. As soon as Douluo saw Bibi Dong, he stood up like a mouse seeing a cat. He immediately stood up respectfully and said, "I greet you, Your Holiness. I did not know you were here." Bibi Dong raised her hand, signaling him to stand up and speak. "This has nothing to do with you. I'm not here to find you. I'm here to find him." As she spoke, she pointed towards Su Yuntao with her delicate white finger. "Oh, I understand. I'll leave now." Douluo realized this and quickly nodded, turning to leave the center of the lake island. Bibi Dong looked at Douluo's departing figure with confusion, wondering what he understood. After thinking for a while and coming up with no answers, she decided not to dwell on the matter. She lightly tapped her toes, and her whole body leaped towards the small boat where Su Yuntao was waiting. Su Yuntao sensed her presence the moment Bibi Dong appeared, but seeing her talking to Douluo, he didn't disturb them. Now, seeing her leap towards him, he naturally extended his arms and embraced her. Why did she leave so quickly before? A hint of sulkiness crept into Bibi Dong's words, which she wasn't even aware of. However, Su Yuntao noticed it and couldn't help but smile slightly, resting his chin between Bibi Dong's neck. To avoid unnecessary disputes, Su Yuntao's gentle voice rang in her ear, accompanied by the warm breath he exhaled, softly blowing against her fair neck. In just a brief moment, Bibi Dong's face turned crimson, and the tips of her small ears flushed with a playful red, looking particularly beautiful. "Leave the Spear Hall to Schwer, and from now on, how about you stay on my lake island?" Su Yuntao asked, seeking her opinion. In a bashful state. Bibi Dong's voice was as soft as a cat's meow, barely audible unless Su Yuntao's hearing was good. Su Yuntao was overjoyed and simply held Bibi Dong, not saying anything. It wasn't until sunset that they slowly parted ways. Su Yuntao held her small hand and walked back to his courtyard. As the courtyard door creaked shut, the sky darkened completely. A crescent moon quietly appeared, and the silvery moonlight filtered through layers of clouds, gently illuminating the earth. Softly and tenderly, just like the two people in the room. Since Bibi Dong agreed to live on the lake island, Su Yuntao's smile had never faded. After a series of communications, Bibi Dong completely entrusted the matters of the Spirit Hall to Qian Renxue. This left the young lady of the Spirit Hall utterly baffled, unable to understand why her malicious mother would make such a sudden decision. Fortunately, having been an emperor for several years, she had already honed her ability to handle political affairs. So when she suddenly took over the Spirit Hall and the two great empires, she showed no signs of panic. Indeed, Su Yuntao, who controlled the Tiando Empire, also transferred power to the Spirit Hall. With Bibi Dong's help, the Tiando Empire officially returned to Qian Renxue's rule. This left Qian Renxue nearly bewildered by such left-hand to right-hand maneuvering. In truth, if it weren't for the system's task requirements, Su Yuntao wouldn't have gone through this trouble. However, this operation allowed the previously hidden Qian Renxue to step into the spotlight, thus resolving the identity issue of Shueqinghe. Tao. Schwetter sent word that our Spirit Hall is about to establish a nation and wants to invite us to the ceremony. Bibi Dong lay in Su Yuntao's arms, the two whispering to each other. Su Yuntao had no objections, nodding and saying, "Sure, what day is it? I'll make time for us to go." "It's the 15th of next month," but Bibi Dong hesitated, wanting to say something but having some concerns. Sensing her emotions, Su Yuntao turned to face her, speaking gently. "What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" "Well, I don't know if Schwer can accept your existence. As her mother, I feel guilty towards her, and I'm quite anxious about returning." She had no reservations in front of Su Yuntao, directly sharing her thoughts with him. "I see, this could be tricky," Su Yuntao said deliberately. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was instantly alarmed. What should we do?" She barely paid attention to her own state, immediately sitting up and asking Su Yuntao, who was looking at her with an appreciative gaze. "What should I do? What should I do?" At this moment, under Su Yuntao's guidance, Bibi Dong had already resolved her hearts not regarding Qian Renxue and was quite concerned about her daughter. Therefore, she really valued her opinion of Qian Renxue and hoped to receive her daughter's blessing. Su Yuntao was aware of this and had long been prepared, secretly informing Qian Renxue about his and Bibi Dong's situation. To Su Yuntao's surprise, Qianren showed no aversion to their relationship, only finding it somewhat abrupt. However, she quickly accepted the reality, and the mother-daughter relationship gradually warmed up, breaking the ice. Only Bibi Dong remained unaware, thinking that Qianren was in the dark, anxiously considering how to handle the situation. Su Yuntao didn't care about her thoughts. Such a beautiful scene was hard not to be moved by, together under the big quilt, with the moon and stars sparse. After a year of the Spirit Hall, on the first day of the first month, the Spirit Hall Empire was officially established, encompassing the territories of the two great empires and various principalities, except for all lands beyond the endless sea. From then on, there would be only one empire on the entire continent, with the first female emperor being Qianren and Bibi Dong being titled the founding martial emperor, while Su Yuntao was named the founding civil emperor. Chapter 149. Tang San becomes a god. Please subscribe. In the spring of the third year of the Spirit Hall, on Sea God Island. Tang San, are you ready? I'm about to begin, Poseidon said, looking at Tang San. Tang San nodded, without speaking. Poseidon sighed. Tang San, actually, even if you don't undergo the sea god inheritance, there will still be other opportunities in the future. Tang San remained silent. He had no way out. The Spirit Hall had already unified the continent for over 2 years, and the Haotian sect had been completely suppressed under the Spirit Hall Empire, leaving them with no room to survive. He knew very well that inheriting the divine position was his last chance. He had no retreat left. Tang San looked at Poseidon with a determined gaze, silently conveying his choice. Poseidon opened her mouth, but ultimately did not say more words of persuasion. She seemed exhausted, waved her hand towards Tang San, and turned to walk towards the inheritance platform in the Sea God Temple. Let everyone come in. The inheritance is about to begin. Tang San nodded and turned to walk outside. The sunlight was gentle today, warm like spring. The sea god, 7 sacred pillars, guarded Douluo, and the Shrek 6 monsters along with Tang Hao were waiting outside the Great Hall. Upon seeing Tang San appear, everyone looked at him with questioning eyes. Everyone, let's go in. The inheritance will start soon. Tang San was the first to turn and return to the Great Hall. Walking up to the platform where the sea god's trident was placed at Poseidon's gesture. After stabilizing himself, he nodded to Poseidon, signaling that he was ready. Poseidon slowly raised her golden scepter. Her soul power began to burn wildly, and the diamond-shaped gem at the top of the scepter instantly became dazzling. The brilliant light illuminated the entire hall, and Tang San uncontrollably floated into the air, holding the sea god trident, which also emitted a radiant light, reflecting the scepter in Poseidon's hand. Suddenly, Tang San's expression changed drastically as he looked down at Poseidon with immense sorrow. At that moment, Poseidon's soul power surged, lifting her body into the air without any wind, floating mid-air. The 9 soul rings surrounding her pulsated continuously, all of which were over 10,000 years old. A terrifying aura was recklessly unleashed into the Grand Hall. After a long howl, Poseidon transformed into a beam of light and vanished within the sea god's palace. The inheritance ceremony on the platform was finally successfully ignited, and a sacred aura enveloped Tang San completely. Since Tang San's sea god's heart was complete at that moment, he experienced no setbacks during the entire inheritance process. After a month, Tang San successfully emerged from the inheritance space. At the Awakened Academy, on Lake Heart Island, Su Yuntao, who was fishing by the lakeside, suddenly stood up and looked towards the direction of Sea God Island. Has he become a god? It's finally happening. In a space deep underground, countless meters below the central continent, the divine realm, you have completely angered me. The voice of Tao, filled with rage, echoed throughout this space. Immediately, a strange wave spread across the entire world along with its roar, and the rules of the continent began to change quietly. The first to notice this change was the continent's only true god, Su Yuntao. He connected with Tao through his divine consciousness and inquired, "What is this?" There are powerful beings in the divine realm who, taking advantage of Tang San's opportunity to become a god, want to break through my world barrier and descend back onto the continent to once again manifest the so-called divine glory. Tao's anger was so palpable that Su Yuntao, far away on Lake Heart Island, could clearly sense it. After a moment, Tao, whose anger had slightly subsided, continued, "But don't worry. They won't succeed so easily. I'm not who I used to be. With your presence, my status has greatly increased. I have no way to deal with them. But because there is still a living sea god on the continent, my pace of leaving the control of the divine realm has to slow down." It said somewhat regretfully. Since their communication was on a soul level, Su Yuntao could clearly understand what Tao was expressing. From this communication, Su Yuntao learned that the emergence of gods like himself on the continent would greatly aid in the world's level advancement. He also understood what Tao had just done with the wave. It was the power of modified rules, aimed at sealing off the birth of another inheritance god like Tang San. In other words, in the future, the emergence of divine positions could only be achieved through personal cultivation, not through inheritance. This undoubtedly disturbed the foundational principles of the divine realm. Su Yuntao was well aware that the actions of the inheritance land could at most be considered a superficial remedy. Tao's actions were a fundamental remedy, completely severing the faith of the divine realm. Why didn't Tao do this before? How could a younger brother possibly defy an elder brother? But with the emergence of the local god, Su Yuntao, it was different. The younger brother had the capital to fight back and would certainly take advantage of it. After notifying the Empress Qianren of the martial soul empire about Tang San's ascension to godhood, Su Yuntao secluded himself. Blue Fatty, come out and help me retrieve the task list. After returning to Lake Hard Island, Su Yuntao had already claimed the rewards from the last national war task. Currently, his celestial cultivation had risen slightly to the mid-stage of celestial immortal. His divine cultivation had reached its peak in this world and could not be further improved unless he helped the world successfully advance. Main quest: War of Sealing Gods. Task requirements: achieve final victory in the divine battle and reward those who performed excellently in the divine battle, filling the vacancies in divine positions. Task reward: perfect physical cultivation, Tian Dao level. Su Yuntao did not quite understand this Tian Dao level of perfect physical cultivation and immediately asked Blue Fatty, why is perfect physical cultivation at the Tian Dao level, and what level is this Tian Dao? Blue Fatty explained somewhat awkwardly, Master. The reason for only rewarding the Tian Dao level is that this world's maximum capacity is the Tian Dao level. Any higher and the world would not be able to bear it and would expel your existence. As for what level the Tian Dao is, I do not know. As he spoke, Blue Fatty lowered his head, feeling down that he had not been able to help Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao did not press the matter, nodded, and let it go. In fact, he had speculated that this Tian Dao level might be the level of his current divine cultivation, as his divine cultivation had long been unable to break through, constrained by the world level and its capacity. In the capital of the Martial Soul Empire, Martial Soul City. At this moment, Martial Soul City was not what it used to be. It had been expanded more than tenfold, bustling with people. In the Empress's palace, after receiving Su Yuntao's message, Qianren summoned many ministers to discuss the impact of Tang San becoming the sea god on the Martial Soul Empire and how they should respond. At this time, Qianren's soul power had already reached the limit of the 99th level Douluo, but she had not succeeded in becoming a god due to the lack of a person to sacrifice themselves to unlock the final inheritance of the angel god. Under the persuasion of Bibi Dong and Su Yuntao, she also gave up continuing her inheritance of the angel god. And Bibi Dong had given up the Rakshasa god as well. Su Yuntao had collected the inheritance lands of these two gods a year ago. Right, Chancellor? What do you think our Martial Soul Empire should do? Qianren noticed that the ministers below were looking at each other, unwilling to express their opinions, and immediately pointed out, Right, Chancellor. The administrative division of the Martial Soul Empire had drawn from Su Yuntao's suggestions, splitting the powers of the Chancellor. It adopted a policy of separation of powers with a Left Chancellor and a Right Chancellor plus a Chief Minister. The Left Chancellor mainly managed internal affairs, while the Right Chancellor managed external affairs. The Chief Minister oversaw the overall situation and had only advisory powers, with no decision-making authority. However, the Chief Minister's advisory powers were directly faced with Empress Qianren and could influence her judgments to some extent. The Right Chancellor stepped forward, saluted Qianren, and then straightened up to say, I believe the Empire should prepare for war against this so-called god. This statement had a significant impact among the ministers, and they began to discuss it fervently. Silence. The extremely calm words from Qianren immediately quieted the hall. The Right Chancellor makes a valid point. Does anyone else have any unique opinions? She first expressed her affirmation of the Right Chancellor, then turned to ask the others. At this moment, the Left Chancellor stepped forward and said, I believe the Right Chancellor is right. The Empire's finances are ample, and the country is stable. We have plenty of resources for war and can fully support a large-scale conflict. The ministers agree. Chapter 150, Assault on Haotian Sect, Requesting Collection. Su Yuntao decided to personally participate in the war initiated by the Martial Soul Empire. Empress Qianren appointed Su Yuntao as the commander of the three armies, leading an army of 500,000 soul masters to attack the Haotian sect. Indeed, an army of 500,000 soul masters, with an average soul power level of 34. What a terrifying power. It really gives the Haotian sect a lot of face. Of course, this order was issued by Qianrenshua, mainly to give Su Yuntao, the civil emperor, enough face. After learning about it, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. According to his original plan, he only needed to bring 1 or 2 tens of thousands of high-end combat forces. There was no need to mobilize such a large army. However, both of the women were unwilling, so Su Yuntao had to comply with the arrangement. Since they were all soul masters, there were no difficulties in marching, and within just a few days, Su Yuntao brought the 500,000 troops into the deep mountains where the Haotian sect was located. Stop advancing, set up camp, and cook. With a command from Su Yuntao, the neatly arranged 500,000 troops immediately obeyed and halted, following the instructions to set up camp. The quality of these soldiers was quite high, thanks to the military training manual that Su Yuntao had imparted to the martial soul empire. Su Yuntao looked at the distant mountains, lost in thought. This time, Bibi Dong also accompanied the army, but she was not in the spotlight. Besides her, most of the people related to Su Yuntao were required to participate in this war. Because only by participating in the war could they be granted titles based on their merits, this was a good opportunity. As for what Qianrenshua would do, she was the ruler of the martial soul empire, and the army belonged to her. So whether she participated in the battle or not, she had already earned her merits. And it would not be a problem for her to be granted a divine position. Then there was Lu Huang, Su Yuntao's second disciple, who was a special life form. The existence of gods was irrelevant to him. Lu Huang possessed endless lifespan, possibly outliving even gods as gods could fall. When the time came, Su Yuntao would arrange a wave of upgrades for him as a reward, which would make him happy for a long time. Douluo, take our biochemical troops and set up an ambush at the front on the windward side. You will lead the charge. After watching for a long time into the distance, Su Yuntao said to Douluo, it was actually quite difficult for Su Yuntao to make the decision to have the biochemical troops lead the charge. After all, their lethality was too great, and there was a possibility of harming their own side. Mainly, it was not very humane. Yes, Commander. Douluo didn't think too much. Being asked to lead the charge was a sign of trust from the commander, and he absolutely couldn't let him down. Douluo, with a joyful expression, led his 10,000 biochemical troops into the distance, disappearing into the mountains. They were all soul masters with toxic martial souls, and their development path was primarily to use poison as their main combat method. Su Yuntao watched them leave, then turned to Hulaina behind him and said, take the assassin team and first scout the specific terrain. Be careful not to alert the enemy and hide yourselves well. Understood. Hulaina then gracefully left, leading her assassin team to scout the specific location of the Haotian sect. Hulaina was originally the Holy Maiden of the Martial Soul Hall, but after the establishment of the Martial Soul Hall, the position of Holy Maiden was abolished. Hulaina was assigned to a special unit as an instructor, and all the assassins were trained by her. Beast Soul Team, all members respond. Here, Su Yuntao looked at the 8 people emerging from his academy and nodded with satisfaction. The organization of the Beast Soul Team was still retained, and all its members had been summoned back by Su Yuntao before the battle. Each of them was at least a soul emperor, with team leaders Han Qingzhu, Ouyang Shanshan, and Zhugakun already at the soul sage level. After the battle begins, assist the army in combat. Be sure to intercept anyone who poses a threat to the army. The Haotian sect should not exclude those with high cultivation, at most up to the soul Douluo level. With your teamwork ability, you should be able to hold them off and coordinate with the army. This time, Su Yuntao spoke the most, as he was worried about his 8 students encountering problems, so he explained clearly. Lastly, it was time for his few core disciples from the soul guidance system. Your main task is long-range fire support. The target is the high-end battlefield. They were all high-level soul engineers, capable of battling soul Douluo and tidal Douluo individually. Having them carry out long-range fire strikes to support the high-end battlefield was an excellent choice. Elders, please assign some of your members to protect these incompetent disciples of mine, so they can focus on providing fire support. Su Yuntao then said to several elders of the Martial Soul Empire. These elders had been around since the Martial Soul Hall era, and they were well aware of Su Yuntao's background. They had also witnessed the power of soul guidance devices before the battle, so they did not dare to be negligent regarding the disciples Su Yuntao mentioned. Not all. Commander, please give your orders. We will definitely not disappoint you. Su Yuntao nodded with satisfaction, pleased with the attitude of these elders. After arranging everyone around him, Su Yuntao instructed the army to rest quickly, planning the attack for midnight at 3:10. Su Yuntao had a connection with Dao and knew clearly that Tang San was still adapting to his sudden surge in power, staying on Sea God Island to cultivate. Tonight was the best opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Haotian sect. Otherwise, if Tang San returned, there would be many variables. The army lay quietly in the forest, all maintaining silence, with only the faint rustling sound of the messenger running. Su Yuntao stood alone on a hilltop, observing the entire battlefield situation. Suddenly, a breeze swept past him, lifting a strand of hair, and Su Yuntao abruptly waved his hand. Douluo led the biochemical troops to launch the first attack on the Haotian sect's location. Countless clouds of poison enveloped the sect built atop the mountain. Wherever the poison passed, plants withered and animals wailed in death. In just a few minutes, all areas contaminated by the poison turned into dead zones. Watching the scene, Su Yuntao secretly made up his mind to disband them upon returning and assign them to the research department. It was truly terrifying. Anyone who witnessed this scene trembled, and even their gaze towards Su Yuntao, the commander, was filled with some fear. 15 minutes passed, and after seeing that the poison mist had completely enveloped the Haotian sect, Su Yuntao immediately ordered Douluo and the others to retreat and recalled the poison mist. The poison mist could not continue to spread. Otherwise, before the people of the Haotian sect perished, his own army would also be affected by it. All-out attack. The 500,000 army could not all squeeze into such a small valley. Su Yuntao divided them into 4 armies to jointly launch a strong assault on the Haotian sect. Additionally, he left 100,000 troops blocking the most likely retreat route of the Haotian sect, ready to support the front line at any time. What kind of scene would it be with 100,000 troops in each direction? It could be said that the mountains and plains were filled with people, and the dazzling display of soul skills illuminated the night as bright as day. Thanks to the intelligence provided by the assassin team, Douluo's poison mist attack had accurate targeting, directly taking out the eyes of the Haotian sect. At this time, apart from those who were resting inside with closed doors and windows, most of the people from the Haotian sect had basically passed out. The army's permission to attack inevitably created a lot of noise, which was quickly noticed by the strong members of the Haotian sect. A mournful long howl rang out. Enemy attack. The sect leader of Haotian sect, Tang San, swiftly soared into the sky, looking at the corpses scattered across the Haotian sect. Tears of blood flowed down his face in an instant. Kill. The Haotian hammer, Tang Zhao's martial soul, appeared in his hand, and he did not hesitate to use the secret technique of the Haotian sect. The essence of the great Sumeru hammer, exploding ring. In an instant, Tang San forcibly detonated all his soul rings, and his soul power surged rapidly, terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from his body. Tang Zhao's strength rose to a level almost close to that of a god in a very short time. He wielded the Haotian hammer and used the chaotic cloak hammer method to smash down at the army that was rushing towards the Haotian sect. You dare! Su Yuntao could not sit idly by, seeing Tang San attacking his own troops. He stomped his right foot on the ground and charged directly at Tang San. Chapter 151. Battle with Tang San. Subscription request. You dare! In an instant, Su Yuntao appeared before Tang San. With a turn, he kicked towards Tang Zhao's Haotian hammer. Boom! Tang Zhao's expression changed drastically as an overwhelming force surged from the Haotian hammer, instantly tearing through his palm. The Haotian hammer could no longer be controlled and flew off into the distance. Tang San hurriedly retreated, standing at a safe distance, looking at Su Yuntao with fear. He raised his hand and looked at it, his fear turning into despair. His bloodied hands seemed to tell the story of his overestimation of himself. Wendy, are you really planning to eradicate us completely? After a bitter laugh, Tang San asked Su Yuntao in despair. Su Yuntao smiled without denying it, saying, Who told your nephew to stand on the opposite side of the continent? In the struggle for ranks, no one can stop it. Tang San did not understand Su Yuntao's words. He did not know what the struggle for ranks was, nor did he understand why his nephew Tang San stood on the opposite side of the continent. From his perspective, he only knew that the Haotian sect could not be saved today. His spirit was struck heavily in an instant, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang San reached out into the distance, and the Haotian hammer reappeared in his hand. Since the situation was set, he felt powerless to change it, so he decided to perish along with the Haotian sect. Kill. Filled with despair, Tang Xiao swung the Haotian hammer, creating a whistling sound, and faced Su Yuntao. In a very short time, he activated the chaotic cloak hammer method to a stacked state of 81 layers, completely ignoring whether his body could withstand it. Tang Xiao only thought of using his strongest power to deliver a final blow. The Haotian hammer in the stacked state of 81 layers of the chaotic cloak hammer method, along with the residual power from the exploding ring, cut through the surrounding space, leaving behind traces of black. The Haotian hammer, carrying terrifying power, tore apart the surrounding space. And this pure level of power undoubtedly reached the divine level. Su Yuntao looked solemnly at the Haotian hammer attacking him, wanting to test his current strength by confronting this attack head-on. Su Yuntao fervently urged his divine cultivation, and the divine path, sacred kingdom, transformed into a golden halo appearing behind his head. He turned into a golden figure, the divine path golden body. Infinite righteous energy emanated from the golden wheel, spreading around him, causing everyone to stop their actions under the influence of this righteous energy. Looking up at Su Yuntao in reverence, Duong, an indescribable bell-like sound rang out in the sky. Su Yuntao's right fist struck the incoming Haotian hammer. After the sound, a whirlwind centered on the point of collision blew in all directions. Not good. Everyone, quickly protect the army. Bibi Dong appeared in the middle of the battlefield, shouting urgently. The powerful individuals who accompanied the army reacted immediately to her shout, swiftly appearing at various locations within the army. A series of protective shields formed by soul power enveloped the army. At that moment, the whirlwind approached the army whoosh. Dust and stones flew. The terrifying howling echoed in everyone's ears. After a long while, the whirlwind finally passed, revealing the situation on the battlefield. Everyone was stunned by the apocalyptic scene. Except for the areas protected by the powerful individuals of the martial soul empire, the ground was devoid of anything but crisscrossed ravines. Green plants had been completely obliterated in the whirlwind, and the entire battlefield looked as if it had been plowed. Turn to look at Su Yuntao in the sky. His golden radiance had faded, and his clothes were tattered. However, externally, he showed no signs of injury. Su Yuntao's fist still struck the Haotian hammer, and at this moment, he slowly retracted his fist. With this single action, cracks began to appear on the surface of the Haotian hammer, the continent's #1 weapon, martial soul. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, it transformed into pure soul power and dissipated into the heavens and the earth. Tang Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, which was faintly mixed with some internal organ fragments. Immediately after, he fell backward, losing all signs of life before he hit the ground. Su Yuntao moved, catching Tang Xiao's body and gently placing it on the ground. Turning around, he looked at Bibi Dong and the others rushing towards him and ordered, "Give him a grand burial." Are you okay? Bibi Dong looked at Su Yuntao with concern. Su Yuntao slowly shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and then walked to the front of the army. Facing the direction of the Haotian sect, he waved his hand, "Kill the survivors. Quickly clean up the battlefield." Understood. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers responded simultaneously, all sincerely submitting to Su Yuntao's unparalleled presence. The remaining battles quickly came to an end, facing little resistance. The people of the Haotian sect were terrified by Su Yuntao's might. After Su Yuntao and others treated the injured on site, they led the army back to the martial soul empire. On Sea God Island, Tang San was practicing with Xiao Bai to gain better control over his power. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Clutching his chest, he half knelt on the ground. The magic soul, great white shark, Xiao Bai, quickly supported him, worriedly asking, "Tang San, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Tang San shook his head with a grim expression, indicating he was fine. He pushed Xiao Bai away, stood up alone, and his delicate face inevitably bore an expression of endless sorrow. At that moment, Tang Hao rushed towards Tang San, shouting, "Saner, your uncle, your uncle." Before he could finish, this burly man was in tears, unable to stop the flow. "Father, I already know. Tomorrow, I will set off back to Heaven Do." Tang San's calm words concealed endless killing intent, causing even Tang Hao, who was still immersed in sorrow, to shiver involuntarily. "Your Majesty, reports from the front lines indicate that Emperor Wen has successfully breached the Haotian sect, and the sect leader has died in battle. The remaining disciples of the Haotian sect, except for the direct descendants, have all surrendered and been captured." After a moment of silence, the messenger continued, "All direct members of the Haotian sect are dead. Either they died in battle or committed suicide." Upon hearing this, all the ministers in the hall fell silent, including the female emperor Qian Rushue, whose expression was also quite complex. After a long while, Qian Rushue seemed to digest the news and asked, "Where is Emperor Wen now? Is he injured?" "Reporting to your majesty. Emperor Wen is leading the army back to the military district, preparing to settle the troops before returning to the imperial city." Qian Rushue nodded, feeling relieved as long as they were unharmed. "Good, very good. Convey my orders to reward the troops." Qian Rushue immediately issued orders to reward the army and then began to handle a day's worth of state affairs with the ministers. Su Yuntao returned with the army to the Tiando military district, settling them here. The Wuhuan Empire is divided into 8 military districts, with the original 2 empires, Tiando and Xinghua, each establishing 2 military districts, Xinghua as 1st and 2nd military districts and Tiando as 3rd and 4th military districts. The other 4 military districts are the Wuhuan Linyu Guard and Wuhuan Yuling Guard, as well as the 5th and 6th military districts stationed in the territories of the original principalities. The Wuhuan Linyu Guard and Wuhuan Yuling Guard are elite troops directly under the female emperor. The former guards the Wuhuan Imperial City, while the latter protects the female emperor's palace. Both units are composed of powerful individuals above the Soul King level, possessing decisive strength. After settling the troops, Su Yuntao sent a message to Qian Rushue, who was far away in the imperial city, stating that Tang San was on the move and he needed to guard Tiando. Indeed, Su Yuntao was aware of Tang San's destination as soon as he set off. "Tao, Tang San is coming towards Tiando." The voice of Tao echoed in Su Yuntao's mind. This was the 2nd day after Tang Zhao's death. Su Yuntao decided not to return and went to the border of Tiando, waiting for Tang San's arrival. Chapter 152. The Return of Tang San. Subscription and collection requested. Su Yuntao stood alone on a cliff near the border closest to Sea God Island, gazing far out at the ocean. The sun was shining brightly today, and the waves were gentle, softly lapping against the rocks along the shore. "Tao, do you think I can defeat that sea god?" Su Yuntao asked lazily in his heart. "I can't say for sure, as I've never seen you use your full strength." Making it hard to compare, Tao replied straightforwardly in Su Yuntao's mind. Although Tao had developed its own emotions, it maintained the indifference expected of a ruler of rules. While it had its preferences, it still treated all matters with relative equality. Just like with Tang San and Su Yuntao, it favored Su Yuntao but still allowed Tang San the right to fight. "How much longer?" After half an hour, Su Yuntao inexplicably asked. 15 minutes, Tao responded. "Okay." Su Yuntao nodded, focusing intently on the distant sea, lost in thought. Tao was exceptionally precise with its timing. Exactly 15 minutes later, Tang San's figure appeared on the horizon. A brilliant blue-gold light emerged within Su Yuntao's line of sight, speeding toward the cliff where he stood. In the blink of an eye, the light appeared above Su Yuntao's head, and in that blue-gold glow, Tang San, donned in sea god attire, appeared in midair. He was clad in blue-gold armor, with 4 pairs of cloud wings unfurled behind him, wearing the sea god's helmet and holding the sea god's trident. The moment Tang San saw Su Yuntao, a terrifying killing intent enveloped Su Yuntao, and a vast divine consciousness firmly locked onto him. "Sea god Tang San." Su Yuntao. Tang San introduced himself first, revealing his identity as the sea god, but he did not expect that this familiar figure would only state a name. This made Tang San sense an overwhelming confidence from this person. After all, he took pride in becoming the sea god, while this person took pride in himself. They were not on the same level. Just from this small matter, Tang San's expression darkened slightly, falling into a disadvantage. "Did my uncle die at your hands?" Tang San exhaled deeply, steadying his mind, and then frowned and asked. Su Yuntao nodded affirmatively, slowly assessing the now divine Tang San. "You shouldn't have become a god now. You will definitely have other opportunities in the future." Su Yuntao said this somewhat nonsensically, leaving Tang San puzzled. What Su Yuntao meant, but could not say, was that since Tang San had received his blessing, he would surely become a god, by giving up the sea god inheritance. He must have something better awaiting him. However, Su Yuntao certainly could not voice these words. Tang San's confusion only lasted a moment before he set it aside and looked at Su Yuntao with a serious expression. "Come, let us fight." Su Yuntao shook his head and said, "I don't want to fight you. My enemies are those guys from the divine realm. Withdraw from your sea god position, and I can help you become a local god. I believe you understand what I mean." Upon hearing this, Tang San's pupils instantly contracted, and he incredulously asked, "Those places of inheritance, did you destroy them?" With Su Yuntao's current strength, there was no need to hide, so he simply admitted it. "That's right. Those people from the divine realm are like vampires clinging to the continent. I have no reason to continue indulging them. Su Yuntao's words reached Tang San, and they were also known to the gods in the divine realm who were observing the battle. Illegitimate child. Tang San, kill him. A hot-tempered god roared. Tang San was not swayed by these gods and rushed towards Su Yuntao without hesitation, wanting to clarify many things he did not understand. What is this local god position? Tang San was intrigued by Su Yuntao's mention of this god position and temporarily set aside the thought of fighting to ask Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao welcomed Tang San's inquiries. A local god position is like mine. Just watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao's divine power was instantly unleashed without concealment. And at that moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were rejoicing at his appearance. The entire world became Su Yuntao's stage, and the overwhelming might of heaven and earth pressed toward Tang San. At that moment, Tang San felt like a fish drowning, unable to breathe. The very heavens and earth that had once been friendly to him now regarded him as an enemy. The divine might Su Yuntao summoned did not last long before dissipating, and he fixed his gaze on Tang San. Do you understand? Tang San, pale-faced, nodded. He realized he had been schemed against by the divine realm, becoming their pawn. However, soon after, Tang San's expression returned to indifference as he gritted his teeth and said, "But I cannot avoid avenging my family. I am Tang San." Su Yuntao understood his words and nodded. "However, you can't even withstand my pressure, let alone fight against the entire world with just yourself. You have no chance of winning. Are you still going to fight?" Tang San nodded fiercely and said firmly, "Fight. Good. Then let's fight. I won't bully you. I won't use the pressure of the heavens. Let's have a fair match. If you lose, you give up those so-called powers of the gods. If I lose, I won't pursue your family and friends anymore. Of course, if you want to kill me, that's probably impossible now. I've already merged with the heavens and the earth. As long as they don't perish, I won't die." Su Yuntao spoke the most shocking words in the most plain tone. How many people have pursued immortality all their lives? Come on. Su Yuntao waved to the sea god Tang San, signaling him to take the first move. Tang San began to accumulate the power of the sea god, his whole body radiating a blue glow. He raised his sea god trident and instantly pointed it at Su Yuntao, then slowly withdrew his power, heading toward the sky. Su Yuntao followed closely behind, leaping up and stepping on the air, chasing after Tang San towards the heights. With their strength, if they fully unleashed their power, they could shatter the bedrock of the continent, causing terrifying natural disasters. Therefore, they could only fly to the heights, which would be their battlefield. Su Yuntao quietly watched Tang San, just as Tang San watched him. Suddenly, Tang San smiled bitterly, and the sea god trident in his hand charged towards Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao summoned the Zhuxian sword, which he had been nurturing within him. With a casual wave, a brilliant sword light shot towards the attacking Tang San. Tang San's face changed drastically. He crossed the sea god trident in front of him to block. After a clang, Tang San was pushed back a few steps by this casual strike. He twirled the trident in his hand, pointing it sideways. His chest heaved heavily a few times before he calmed his rapid breathing. So strong. What kind of divine weapon is this? Tang San looked warily at the Zhuxian sword in Su Yuntao's hand and asked. Su Yuntao smiled faintly, then without explanation, swung the Zhuxian sword at Tang San. Tang San's eyes narrowed, and he flapped his 8 wings behind him to meet Su Yuntao. A sword light passed, and Tang San's body shattered into droplets of water, dissipating in the vast sky. Su Yuntao's figure slowly reappeared not far away, looking seriously at the place where Tang San had been. His consciousness surged out wildly, scanning the entire sky. "Found you." Su Yuntao suddenly turned around, raising the Zhuxian sword to block in front of him. In a hurry, he was struck by Tang San's sea god trident and sent flying. Su Yuntao's divine power surged behind him, stopping his retreating body. "I underestimated you. Let's fight again." He charged at Tang San with the Zhuxian sword. After inheriting the position of sea god, Tang San gained the ability to transform into a water element, allowing him to evade physical attacks at any time. As long as his divine power was not exhausted, he could keep using it. Quite a practical ability. Su Yuntao was not to be underestimated either. Upon seeing that ordinary slashing attacks could not harm Tang San, he covered the Zhuxian sword with a layer of righteous energy. Su Yuntao's figure instantly disappeared from its original position and reappeared in front of Tang San in the blink of an eye, swinging the Zhuxian sword imbued with righteous energy at him. Tang San attempted to transform into a water element again to evade, but Su Yuntao's sword directly struck his true body. Fortunately, Su Yuntao did not intend to kill him quickly. He merely slashed Tang San at the waist. Blood, shimmering with golden light, flowed from Tang San's wound, and he suffered a heavy loss, retreating away from Su Yuntao. Tang San's complexion turned somewhat pale due to the intense pain. Don't use the same move on me a second time. I'm not an idiot. Su Yuntao's expression darkened. He truly did not expect Tang San to make such a mistake. However, Su Yuntao did not know that after he destroyed the city of slaughter, Tang San had not undergone the baptism of slaughter and had not developed his combat intelligence. Tang San looked at Su Yuntao with a heavy expression, tearing a piece of cloth to bandage his wound. He raised the trident once again, pointing it at Su Yuntao. Gritting his teeth, Tang San shouted, "Take my trident." The sea god trident transformed into a massive shadow, and a huge figure appeared behind Tang San as well. He threw the sea god trident like a javelin at Su Yuntao. Good. Chapter 153, Crushing Defeat. Please collect. Please subscribe. The moment the sea god trident was thrown by Tang San, Su Yuntao released his grip on the tightly held Juxian sword. The Juxian sword began to float in mid-air without any external force, quietly hovering in front of Su Yuntao. This was Tang San's exhausted strike, barely reaching Su Yuntao's level in terms of power. Su Yuntao swept his hands over the Juxian sword in front of him, and a sword soared into the sky. Then, with one hand behind his back, he pointed with his right hand in a sword gesture, and a double fish diagram appeared in the void before him. Just as the sea god trident appeared not far from Su Yuntao, it would pierce him in the next second according to its speed. Su Yuntao rimandum perturvith, watching the incoming trident, and pointed his sword hand at the thrusting trident. The Juxian sword, carrying the yin-yang double fish diagram, instantly intercepted in front of the trident. Endless Juxian sword intent surged from Su Yuntao, and the sword chi erupted, blocking Tang San's full force strike in one blow. The sword and the trident were locked in a standstill in the void, not far from Su Yuntao. On one side was an infinite amount of sword chi light, and on the other was the blue-golden power of the sea god. Clang! It didn't take long before the sea god trident made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Tang San, standing far away while maintaining the trident, suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His momentum greatly diminished. At this moment, Su Yuntao, quick of eye and hand, rushed towards Tang San. As he passed the Juxian sword, he casually grabbed it and swung it at the sea god trident. The trident could no longer withstand the pressure and retreated, and Su Yuntao closely followed the retreating trident, charging at Tang San. Due to the damage to the sea god trident, Tang San's mind and spirit were also affected. At this moment, the 8 wings behind him spread out fully, crazily absorbing the energy drifting in the heavens and the earth to replenish his internal deficiencies. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyes remained fixed on the approaching Su Yuntao. Stop absorbing. You can't succeed. Take my sword. Su Yuntao, who had reached close to Tang San, suddenly stopped, and the Juxian sword, carrying his sword intent, slashed towards Tang San. Tang San's eyes had not left Su Yuntao, and he saw his pupils suddenly constrict. Both hands began to tremble, transforming into phantoms as Tang San executed the Tang Sect's hidden weapon techniques to perfection. Countless various hidden weapons dodged Su Yuntao's sword energy attacks and flew towards him. Tang San chose to take Su Yuntao's sword strike head-on, buying himself time to unleash his hidden weapons. Both sides would be injured? How could that be? Su Yuntao watched Tang San's actions without changing his expression, feeling no disturbance in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. He was completely unaware that at their level, the power of hidden weapons was nearly negligible. Su Yuntao did not retract his movements, continuing to slash at Tang San with his sword, and even accelerated his speed slightly. At this moment, Tang San was stunned by Su Yuntao's choice, his eyes wide open. In the blink of an eye, all the hidden weapons Tang San launched struck Su Yuntao's body. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao's sword nearly cleaved Tang San in two. A massive sword wound extended from his left shoulder to his right waist, with his internal organs faintly visible. In contrast, Su Yuntao was like a hedgehog, covered in hidden weapons, but none penetrated his flesh. They only embedded themselves in his skin. Su Yuntao looked at the severely injured Tang San not far away, noting that he did not immediately check his injuries, but instead stared at Su Yuntao with reluctance. Hith. Sorry to disappoint you. Su Yuntao pinched a golden needle-like hidden weapon on himself, gently pulling it out with ease, then looked at it in the sunlight. TSK, quite impressive. Unfortunately, you still don't understand what it means to become a god. These things don't harm me at all. Look, after saying this, He pointed at the small hole where the hidden weapon had exploded on his body, and not a single drop of blood flowed from it. Moreover, it was visibly healing at a noticeable speed. At this point, Tang San was completely disheartened, covering his stomach with his hands to prevent his organs from spilling out and worsening his injuries. However, Tang San was not someone who gave up easily. He was only disheartened by the fact that the hidden weapons could not harm Su Yuntao. He still had other means that he had not yet unleashed. There was still a possibility. Are you going to continue? Su Yuntao looked at Tang San, who was still preparing to attack, in disbelief. To be honest, he admired Tang San's persistence in his heart. Unfortunately, they were on opposite sides, and he would not show mercy to Tang San. The divine position had to be destroyed. Honestly, wouldn't it be better to surrender obediently? I could destroy your divine position and set you free. There is no need to be their pawn. Su Yuntao sincerely advised. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, thinking, destroying me is no better than killing me. What a nice way to put it. Fortunately, Tang San silently watched Su Yuntao perform his one-man show, secretly recovering from his injuries while accumulating strength to continue fighting. After talking for so long and seeing Tang San remain unresponsive, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Why are people nowadays so stubborn? Forget it. Su Yuntao decided not to continue speaking, picking up the Zhu Xian sword again and looking at Tang San. Have you recovered? Let us continue. Su Yuntao's body suddenly disappeared from Tang San's sight, reappearing behind him. By the time Tang San noticed Su Yuntao, a pair of size 42 feet appeared right in front of him. Poof! A kick sent Tang San vomiting blood as he flew forward. Su Yuntao's figure vanished again from where he stood, then reappeared above Tang San, delivering another kick that sent him crashing down. Tang San immediately felt his vision darken and briefly lost consciousness under Su Yuntao's strike. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in free fall towards the ground. Facing the ground, he took a look. Good heavens! This glance was alarming, almost making Tang San's eyes pop out. Su Yuntao was directly below him, examining himself. You're awake? Then take a punch from me. Su Yuntao threw an uppercut at Tang San's chin. Tang San's falling body transitioned from extreme motion to stillness, then back to motion, flying upwards. This punch knocked Tang San's eyes back in his head, and it seemed he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Su Yuntao watched Tang San flying upwards this time without following, instead standing in the air waiting for Tang San to fall back down. Sure enough, the already unconscious Tang San soon dropped to the spot where Su Yuntao was waiting. Su Yuntao did not attack Tang San again, but reached out to catch his falling body. Then he took out his function list and wrapped Tang San in it. At this moment, the golden light on the function list burst forth, and the sea god power within Tang San began to resist. The sea god mark on his forehead flickered in and out of visibility. Seriously, even unconscious, what are you resisting? Su Yuntao couldn't help but complain. Complaining aside, his hands did not stop moving. He began to channel his divine power into Tang San. And just like that, the sea god power, which had been resisting fiercely, immediately turned into a docile kitten. The Fengshan list also began to successfully absorb the sea god power and emitted a strange radiation, destroying the deities within Tang San's consciousness sea. Su Yuntao continued to let the Fengshan list absorb the divine power from Tang San while using his own divine power to carry him towards the Heaven Do Empire. Avoiding everyone, he returned with Tang San to the center island of the Awakening Academy, then swiftly arrived in an underground chamber. He placed the completely unconscious Tang San on a small bed and sat cross-legged on a cushion beside the bed. His divine consciousness surged towards Tang San's sea god mark. Su Yuntao aimed to contact the group of behind-the-scenes figures in the divine realm, certain that there were surveillance marks within Tang San's sea god inheritance. The beings in the divine realm must be monitoring Tang San in real time to gather information from the continent. Due to the Tao's reasons, the gods in the divine realm had long lost the ability to monitor the continent, and only Tang San's existence provided them with an opportunity. Chapter 154. The Angry Sea God Poseidon, Seeking Subscription, Seeking Collection. Su Yuntao's divine consciousness scanned towards the sea god mark on Tang San's forehead. He had already checked other parts of Tang San's body, including the deities in his consciousness sea, and found no information related to the divine realm. The only thing he had yet to check was the flickering sea god mark. As expected, as soon as Su Yuntao's divine consciousness touched the sea god mark, it began to shine brightly. Su Yuntao felt a fragment of his consciousness pass through an endless void, arriving at a colorful world. After a burst of intense white light, Su Yuntao saw 4 individuals he had never encountered before. Their faces were ordinary, making it impossible for an average person to recognize them. One could see them, but could not remember them. However, among them, Su Yuntao immediately recognized one person. He was dressed entirely in ocean blue, and there was a mark on his forehead that resembled Tang San's sea god mark. This should be the former sea god. Su Yuntao was secretly estimating the identities of these individuals. His current state was quite magical, as long as he did not actively interact with others. They could not detect his presence. It was as if his consciousness existed in the opposite realm of the world, akin to the existence of a dark world. At that moment, the group of people, no, it should be the group of gods, began to communicate with each other. The one who seemed to be the sea god was furious, shouting, "I finally found the inheritor, and his divine position is being stripped away. I must kill that guy named Su Yuntao." When Su Yuntao heard this, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. "Just you, a second-rate god? How dare you?" After a moment of impotent rage, the sea god calmed down, and then a figure who did not seem to be a good person started to speak. He said, "Poseidon, calm down. Right now, our divine realm is competing with the heavenly Tao of that world for control. And the most important thing is to find a way to break the world membrane so we can descend." Yes, destruction is right. Another god, whose identity was unclear, echoed. Then the last god said, "Unless the 5 gods of the divine realm council act simultaneously, don't even think about breaking the world membrane." He then disdainfully glanced at destruction. The god of destruction was immediately infuriated and said angrily, "Azura, don't speak. You know very well that aside from us 2, the other 3 in the Divine Realm Council won't care about such matters. They originally ascended from that world." At this point, the god of Azura cast a knowing glance at Poseidon. This glance ignited Poseidon's already simmering anger. "Azura, what do you mean? I'm a god from that world. So what? Do you have a problem with that?" Logically, the god of Azura's status was far higher than that of the sea god. But Poseidon was clearly in an abnormal mental state at that moment. Thus, after receiving a scolding from Poseidon, Azura merely rolled his eyes and ignored him. Su Yuntao, who was observing everything in secret, found it hard to comprehend these 4 foolish gods. Did they not realize that the other gods did not want to get involved in this matter? Su Yuntao could not understand their thought processes. Additionally, he initially thought the entire divine realm was targeting the Douluo continent, but it turned out to be just these 4 fools, especially the one called the god of destruction, whose thoughts were completely abnormal. From just a few exchanges, Su Yuntao could tell that this guy was likely the biggest behind-the-scenes mastermind. From his conversation with the god of Azura, it seemed that he was also part of the Divine Realm Council. Since there were 5 gods in total on the council, and 2 were targeting the Douluo world, that meant half of the Divine Realm's power was enemy territory. With this in mind, Su Yuntao felt relieved. Otherwise, he would feel like he was bullying them by only facing these 4 fools. Having seen what he wanted to see, Su Yuntao immediately withdrew his consciousness. In the Divine Realm, the god of Azura glanced at the empty space to his right and thought, "That guy should have left, right?" He then silently retracted the barrier he had set up in secret. This barrier's purpose was to conceal any aura and fluctuations, specifically targeting Su Yuntao's consciousness. It could be said that the god of Azura helped Su Yuntao hide, preventing him from being discovered by the god of destruction. Meanwhile, the oblivious god of destruction continued to speak confidently, brainwashing the sea god, although the god of destruction was far more powerful than the god of Azura. Azura had many tricks up his sleeve to keep destruction from noticing his small maneuvers. After returning, Su Yuntao looked at Tang San, who was still quietly lying on the bed undergoing the surgery of divine position stripping. After checking and finding no issues, he turned and left the secret chamber. Once stripped of his divine position, Tang San became an ordinary person with only slightly greater physical strength than others. Su Yuntao was not worried about him escaping. The secret chamber was specially designed and could not be opened by anyone below the tidal Douluo level. After exiting, Su Yuntao found Bibi Dong and the others, who were anxiously waiting for news, and informed them that he had defeated Tang San. The subsequent events were straightforward. The Spirit Empire fully took over the location of the Haotian sect and began to implement the Soul Guide cultivation system and accompanying spirit beasts nationwide. Su Yuntao's task was not yet complete. The divine ranking still could not proceed with the conferring of gods, but it had undergone a change that allowed Su Yuntao to find the key to conferring gods. That is on the ranking list. Aside from Su Yuntao's own divine position being colorful, the others were gray. However, after absorbing Tang San's divine position, the sea god's entry turned colorful. And when Su Yuntao used his divine sense to touch it, he actually received feedback that the sea god position was vacant and could be conferred. Su Yuntao pondered to himself that if he wanted to complete the conferring of gods, he might need to go to the divine realm to capture the corresponding divine power. Given the current strength of the Spirit Empire, there was no possibility of launching an attack on the divine realm. The former dragon god, who could attack the divine realm, along with those powerful dragons, had terrifying strength back then, yet they still failed. The dragon god was beaten into 2 dragons. One locked in the divine realm, and the other escaped back to the continent, becoming the Silver Dragon King, who was still healing deep in the Stardew Forest. Su Yuntao knew that to achieve that step, he could only accumulate power slowly. Although only those 4 fools were currently plotting in the divine realm, due to the actions taken during Tang San's ascension, the divine realm's channel for acquiring faith in the continental world had been completely severed. Thus, it was likely that over time, more powerful beings from the divine realm would join the god of destruction's ranks. Su Yuntao felt a strong sense of urgency. Therefore, he made a decision to publicly share part of the academy's secrets and also teach that gymnastics in conjunction with breathing techniques. However, Su Yuntao still kept the enlightenment technique tightly in his hands, as it was on a completely different level from gymnastics and breathing techniques. There was no benefit in sharing it. Moreover, with gymnastics and breathing techniques, they would be sufficient for the vast majority of ordinary people on the continent. Additionally, relying on his identity as the Emperor of Culture, Su Yuntao opened numerous schools across the continent, enrolling children of suitable ages and helping them embark on the path of becoming soul masters. Of course, he did not completely suppress the existing primary academies and other higher-level schools. He merely established institutions similar to the Awakening Academy, directly enrolling those with strong talents into the academy in Notting City. Those with insufficient talent would continue their studies at local primary academies. In this way, all the geniuses of the continent were gathered into Su Yuntao's hands. However, after all, he was only setting up academies, and students would eventually graduate and plan their futures. Therefore, Su Yuntao reached a consensus with the Empire's Empress Qianruxue that as long as students meet the requirements upon graduation, they will all be eligible to join the Empire's army. This aligns with Su Yuntao's intentions because, in the future, if they want to attack the divine realm, the main force will certainly consist of the strong from the Empire's army. It's not like the benefits are going to outsiders. Additionally, with the external dissemination of the soul mentor system, the use of soul guides has entered countless households. Even the Empire has specifically established a Tiangong pavilion to study the use and production of soul guides. The strength of the entire Empire is rapidly growing. And after Su Yuntao finished giving his instructions, he returned to Lake Heart Island to live a quiet life with Bibi Dong, quietly waiting for the right moment to arrive. Chapter 155, Coach, please subscribe. Please collect. Su Yuntao's leisurely life was disrupted after only enjoying it for 3 months by the arrival of someone. Wang Hu. Su Yuntao looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Wang Hu's eyes were filled with tears as he knelt on one knee and saluted, saying, "Greetings, teacher. How are you, teacher?" "Good, haha. I'm doing well indeed. But it's been so long since you last visited. What have you been busy with?" Su Yuntao was happy to see Wang Hu again. "Please forgive me, teacher. I went to the Death Canyon for trials under orders. I just completed the trials recently." Wang Hu proudly spoke about his experience in the Death Canyon. Su Yuntao suddenly realized, so that's it. He knew where the Death Canyon was and understood the situation there. When he was searching for the place of inheritance across the continent, he had visited this so-called Death Canyon and even found the place of the Grim Reaper's inheritance deep within it. However, he had not encountered Wang Hu, but it was quite normal that they didn't meet, as the Death Canyon was nearly a few thousand kilometers deep, and if Wang Hu was on the opposite side, it made sense they wouldn't cross paths. "Are you back specifically to see me after your trials?" Su Yuntao teased Wang Hu. Wang Hu's face turned red, and he said shyly, "Teacher, visiting you is one reason, but I also want to ask you to come out of seclusion." After saying this, Wang Hu lowered his head and stood there, waiting for Su Yuntao's response. Wang Hu felt a bit guilty in his heart for not visiting his teacher for years and now returning with a request. Little did he know that Su Yuntao also felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, as the first sum of gold he obtained was through selling his disciple. Although that buyer was now one of their own, Su Yuntao had anticipated Wang Hu's request to come out of seclusion, estimating it was the Empire that sent him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go ahead, what is it specifically?" Wang Hu felt a surge of joy upon hearing Su Yuntao's question and quickly replied, "Teacher, due to the dramatic increase in the number of soul masters on the continent, the Empire's army is also expanding. However, the empire lacks many talents who understand military training. Therefore, they asked me to come and invite you. Su Yuntao, as a literary figure under the empire's title, along with the branch academies already established across the continent, was indeed the most knowledgeable person about cultivating soul masters. Furthermore, training soldiers aligned perfectly with his expertise. Training soldiers? Didn't the empire already unify the entire continent? Why do they need to train so many armies? Su Yuntao was not averse to coming out of seclusion to train soldiers. He was even somewhat interested in experiencing it. However, he found it hard to understand this point, as having too many armies would be useless in the battles against the divine realm. What was needed were top-tier powerhouses. Teacher, you may not know, but the empire's territory has reached its limits due to the constraints of the continent's map and cannot expand further. Our empress, however, is unwilling to settle for this level. She has ordered an advance towards the ocean, which is why there is a need for this military training. The goal is to train a force capable of fighting at sea. After Wang Hu's explanation, Su Yuntao nodded in realization. He hadn't expected that after giving up on the path to godhood, Qian Ruxue had become enamored with the taste of imperial power. But this was also good. Su Yuntao analyzed the empress's thoughts in his heart. Wang Hu, return and report back. I agree, but I will need 3 months before I can take office. I need some time to organize my thoughts on military training. Additionally, try to select soul masters who have a high affinity with water or the sea as recruits. After agreeing to Wang Hu's request and putting forward his own requirements, Su Yuntao sent him back to report. After Wang Hu left, Bibi Dong gracefully approached and stood by Su Yuntao's side, watching Wang Hu leave. Tao, I can hardly see through his current strength, and his relationship with Schwerer seems to be quite good. With her pointed comments, Bibi Dong's thoughts were clear to Su Yuntao. There was no need to interfere in their matters. Everyone has their own fortune. Wang Hu's cultivation should be around level 95. He may have received some special inheritance, giving him the ability to hide his strength. The strength Wang Hu displayed to others was merely at the level of a newly advanced soul saint. He could deceive others, but he couldn't hide from Su Yuntao's spiritual perception. Titled Douluo, how could he advance so quickly? Bibi Dong exclaimed. Su Yuntao smiled mysteriously and then chuckled. Who knows how this happened? But he probably hasn't gone astray. From my perception, his cultivation is solidly trained, and there's no evil aura about him. The only thing is that he seems a bit heavy on the intent to kill. Bibi Dong looked at Su Yuntao with confusion. The intent to kill? Is it from the Death Canyon? Su Yuntao nodded thoughtfully, perhaps. In the following time, Su Yuntao began drafting his training outline, referring to experiences from his past life regarding military discipline. The training intensity was set according to the varying strengths of soul masters at each stage in this world. The main purpose of the training remained to enhance physical strength and the overall cooperation and coordination of the army. Thus, Su Yuntao collected various military training methods from the current world, summarizing and extracting the best aspects to integrate into his training outline. After 3 months, Su Yuntao arrived at the military camp arranged by the Empire with a training outline of over 360 pages. This was a new recruit camp specifically established by the Wuhuan Empire, located on a beach near the continent's edge. The new recruits, selected according to Su Yuntao's requirements, had all arrived over the past half-month, just waiting for their chief instructor to take office. Upon arriving, Su Yuntao found the new recruits in the camp casually moving about in groups of 2 or 3, showing no military discipline whatsoever. He was not surprised by this phenomenon. In fact, he thought it was still lacking. Soul masters inherently possess extraordinary abilities that ordinary people do not, and they all have their pride. Although this pride seemed ridiculous to Su Yuntao, it was indeed a reality, including the last time Su Yuntao led the army to attack the Haotian sect. That group of soul masters didn't really understand military discipline. In battle, they relied entirely on individual strength and rarely knew how to cooperate. Even when they did cooperate, it was usually in the small team format of 7 people. This mode was ingrained in the lives of soul masters, and they were very accustomed to this kind of small team cooperation. They had no concept of legion warfare. Su Yuntao turned to the temporary head of the military camp and said, "Assemble." This temporary head was sent by the Empire to assist Su Yuntao in management, similar to a secretary role. "Yes, Chief Instructor." He promptly saluted Su Yuntao and walked towards the nearby training ground. "All personnel assemble. The Chief Instructor has arrived." Immediately, the military camp erupted like a boiling pot, with noise everywhere. After a long time, everyone finally gathered. Su Yuntao shook his head at this scene. Once everyone stood properly, Su Yuntao said, "You don't look like soldiers at all. Just a bunch of ruffians." Not convinced, Hold it in. Su Yuntao sarcastically addressed the new recruits in front of him with a face full of anger. This was serious. Everyone's expression changed, and they all looked at Su Yuntao with indignation. Hey! At this moment, Su Yuntao smiled. I thought you were all completely useless. I didn't expect you to have some spirit. However, your baring of teeth is not directed at me, your instructor. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Su Yuntao, crushing toward the army in front of him. Boom! A group of people all knelt neatly on one knee, their faces pale as they looked at the imposing Su Yuntao on the platform, full of disbelief. Su Yuntao looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and slowly withdrew his aura. However, none of the people below dared to rise. Chapter 156. The Sun and Moon Empire. Please subscribe. Please collect. After Su Yuntao became the chief instructor of the Navy, he once again gave wings to the development of the empire. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Su Yuntao trained 800 naval soldiers for the Wuhuan Empire. They boarded the ships built by the empire and set off to explore the distant seas. Su Yuntao knew that on the other side of the vast ocean lay an immensely powerful nation. They had long completed unification, productivity had rapidly increased, and they possessed a complete inheritance of the soul guide system. The strength of this nation was extraordinary, possibly even stronger than the newly unified Wuhuan Empire in certain aspects. However, he thought about it, and still did not inform the Wuhuan Empire of this news, because the Wuhuan Empire, which stood out on the continent, needed a competitor to spur its continued growth, and the Sun and Moon Empire was just a good choice. Moreover, Su Yuntao was confident that with his presence, the Sun and Moon Empire would not pose any fundamental threat to the Wuhuan Empire. After completing his work, Su Yuntao compiled his training methods from all these years into a book for future generations and returned to Lake Heart Island. The commander of the Wuhuan Empire's naval expedition was none other than Wang Hu. After Su Yuntao retired successfully, he fully took over this force at the request of the Wuhuan Empire. In the spring of the following year, using the ocean currents, they headed south. Their goal this time was to explore a safe maritime route for the successors of the empire. Their ships were equipped with the latest research result from the Empire's Heavenly Machine Pavilion, a super large caliber main gun. The principle was based on the electromagnetic cannon principle applied in the fixed soul guide cannon originally developed by Su Yuntao. After so many years, the earliest fixed soul guide device had already been thoroughly researched. The main gun on the ship required enough energy to drain the entire soul power of a soul sage to fire a single shell. Therefore, it was also equipped with a super large energy supply system specifically to provide soul power. Wang Hu commanded the fleet to sail deep into the ocean, encountering many islands along the way. Under the powerful strength of the fleet, they conquered them all, turning them into territories of the Wuhuan Empire. Particularly, there was an island called Sea God Island, which had a group of very powerful soul masters. Wang Hu exerted a lot of effort to completely conquer it. However, even so, there was still an area on the island that was completely inaccessible. He could only surround it, establish a no-go zone, and leave nearly 10,000 troops to guard it. He also sent a fleet of 1,000 back to report to the Empire, urging it to take over the area as soon as possible. Afterward, he encountered every island of value, leaving part of the fleet there to guard, while sending another part back to report. As a result, the entire massive fleet became smaller, but their combat power actually increased. 3 years later, Su Yuntao received information on Lake Heart Island, informing him that Wang Hu's fleet was approaching the Sun and Moon continent. After learning the news, Su Yuntao immediately set off for the Sun and Moon continent across from Douluo continent. To save effort, he donned his soul guide armor again for more comfort. Traveling at several times the speed of sound, he flew straight towards the Sun and Moon continent. Along the way, he saw traces of Wang Hu's fleet. They were left behind to wait for the Empire's people and would then return to the Navy's headquarters. Following the route map provided by Tao, it took nearly a week to finally meet Wang Hu's fleet. However, he was still a step too late. They had already engaged with the people of the Sun and Moon Empire. Wang Hu was single-handedly fighting against 10 level 9 soul instructor from the Sun and Moon Empire in the air, showing no signs of losing ground. Although he arrived late, Su Yuntao found that the situation wasn't too bad. Wang Hu's fleet had not been overwhelmed by the Sun and Moon Empire. Instead, they were in a back-and-forth battle, both sides locked in a stalemate. Although Wang Hu was fighting 10 at once, looking impressive, he was feeling bitter inside, despite his outward appearance of ease. He had already lost the ability to counterattack and could only desperately fend off their attacks. At this moment, Wang Hu thought to himself, if I had known, I would have brought a few high-end fighters with me. Su Yuntao hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Wang Hu, closely watching his battle, ready to intervene at any moment. Wang Hu had discovered this new continent a week ago and was overjoyed, attempting to send envoys to land first for diplomatic activities. Before he set sail, the Empress had specifically called him to the palace to explain some tactics. For instance, during the first meeting between both parties, he must not reveal his intentions and should focus on establishing friendly relations. The Empress also gave Wang Hu a clear mission for this voyage, exploration, to explore new islands and new continents. However, the envoys he sent never returned, and at this point, Wang Hu understood. The races on this new continent were not friendly. They possessed exclusivity and blatant ambition. Because of this, both sides had started fighting as soon as they disagreed. Wang Hu also discovered something. The strong individuals on this continent are not the traditional soul master types, although their power source is still soul power. Their combat methods are particularly unique and very familiar. When they first met, this unexpected situation caused Wang Hu to suffer a small loss. Commander Hu, continuing like this isn't a solution. Our supplies are limited, but they are so close to their base. Dragging this out is very unfavorable for us. Wang Hu's deputy, after defeating his opponent, quickly rushed over to support Wang Hu. While fighting, he communicated with Wang Hu through sound transmission. Wang Hu deeply agreed with his deputy's words and began to think about retreat. With the support of his deputy, Wang Hu finally had the extra energy to consider the retreat issue. After thinking for a long time, he found it difficult. The people below were in a chaotic battle, and to retreat safely, they had to break away from the fight in a short time. Seeing this situation, Wang Hu inevitably felt a hint of impatience. The Empire entrusted me with a heavy responsibility, entrusting everyone's lives to me. I must bring them all back. The conviction in Wang Hu's heart was incredibly strong, and his combat actions inevitably took on a fierceness he had not shown before. Far up in the sky, Su Yuntao also noticed Wang Hu's anomaly and thought to himself, "Can't hold on anymore." Then, with a thought, he communicated with Wang Hu, "You all go first. I will hold them off." Then the Zhuxian sword reappeared in Su Yuntao's hand, and he realized that the Zhuxian sword suited him perfectly. He made a simple slash at Wang Hu's opponent, and then a plain sword energy flew towards a level 9 soul engineer of the Sun and Moon Empire. Crack! Crack! After two cracking sounds, the flying soul device of that level 9 soul engineer shattered into two pieces. The others, seeing such a bizarre scene, quickly took the injured soul engineer away from Wang Hu and the others. They had no idea where this attack came from, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Fear of the unknown filled their hearts, as no one knew if they would be the next target of such an attack. In contrast, Wang Hu and his deputy were both taken aback. His deputy was confused, not understanding what had happened, only knowing that a mysterious strong person had helped them. Wang Hu, however, was overjoyed, shouting in his heart, "Teacher, you have come." Far up in the sky, Su Yuntao also heard Wang Hu's thoughts and couldn't he help but feel a bit exasperated. Why didn't I notice his silly side when he was a child? It's me. Stop calling. Hurry and leave here. I will not help you kill your opponents. This is your war. My intervention is only to help you escape. Su Yuntao's words extinguished Wang Hu's little thoughts. However, Wang Hu quickly understood Su Yuntao's good intentions. He knew that Su Yuntao was doing this for their benefit. As the saying goes, to become strong, necessary training is essential. With Su Yuntao's help, the people of the Sun and Moon Empire could only watch helplessly as Wang Hu's fleet disappeared from their sight and fled. They did not lack attempts to pursue, but were warned by Su Yuntao's sword energy, which dispelled their thoughts of chasing. Chapter 157. In the Imperial Court, Seeking Collection, Seeking Subscription. After helping Wang Hu's fleet retreat, Su Yuntao set off alone towards the imperial capital of the Sun and Moon Empire. On the way, he captured a few bandits and used his spiritual sense to obtain their memories, successfully learning the language habits of the Sun and Moon Empire, as well as some of its customs, history, and more. It can be said that now, if Su Yuntao didn't reveal that he was an outsider, no one would be able to tell. He stealthily made his way toward the empire, and after 15 days, he finally arrived at the political center of the Sun and Moon Empire. When he saw this city, he momentarily felt as if he had returned to where he came from. Tall buildings rose from the ground, colorful soul guide lights flickered, and open yet reserved people strolled down the streets. The first impression the people in this city gave Su Yuntao was confidence. It was a confidence in their country and in life. At this moment, Su Yuntao felt like someone who had never seen the world, finding everything novel. He hadn't expected that the focus on soul guides could develop to such an extent, completely comparable to the application of electricity in his previous life. Su Yuntao suddenly felt the need to learn from them. This was an extremely rich treasure. His spiritual sense could completely ignore the outer shell of those finished soul guides and directly scan the internal structures. Plus, he was originally a top-tier soul engineer, so he could fully understand the principles. This way, replicating these strange soul guides would not be a problem. Su Yuntao maintained his spiritual sense at the same power level while scanning the various soul guides all over the streets. For a whole day, Su Yuntao wandered around, replicating the structural diagrams of all the soul guides he could see. The next day, he concealed his form and headed to various hidden places in the Sun and Moon Empire. With his strength, as long as he didn't want to be found, no one could detect him. His first stop was a prestigious academy in the imperial capital, where he scanned all the soul guides he had discovered. Of course, there were likely many more hidden in various secret places that Su Yuntao did not scan. But just when he scanned soul guides, Su Yuntao found them very useful, as many were teaching experimental models. These things reflected design ideas that allowed Su Yuntao to see a different brilliance. At Su Yuntao's level, wanting to grow stronger with just cultivation was no longer very useful. However, these different ideas greatly helped him, giving him some unique insights into understanding the rules. Overjoyed, Su Yuntao became even more focused on the upcoming matters. One laboratory after another, one soul engineer academy after another, were all visited by Su Yuntao. After a month, Su Yuntao finally concluded his observational journey. He then turned his gaze toward the palace not far away. It was time to get down to business. He stood by his window, staring at the palace until the bright moon hung high in the sky. Su Yuntao leaped out the window, free-falling headfirst toward the ground. As he neared the ground, he swiped his hands behind him in a motion reminiscent of a frog stroke. Instantly, his vertical flight transformed into a horizontal flight, soaring like a meteor toward the highest point of the palace. Su Yuntao made no attempt to conceal this action, displaying it openly for everyone to see. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the palace, and countless strong individuals appeared from various places within the palace, rushing to intercept Su Yuntao. "Stop! Those who trespass into the palace shall die." The captain of the palace guards, a powerful soul, Dalu, blocked Su Yuntao's path, sternly warning him. Although he is just a Contra, he is a level 9 soul master, equivalent in status to a title Douluo. Su Yuntao picked up his very handy Zhuxian sword and struck, severely injuring his opponent to the ground. This scene was clearly seen by the various powerful figures who came to support, and everyone unconsciously stopped in their tracks. "Your Majesty, we implore you to hide quickly. The unknown, powerful figure outside does not come with good intentions." An old eunuch knelt before the current emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire, earnestly advising him. It was originally nighttime, and all the ministers were resting in their residences. However, this sudden attacker made the ministers rush to the palace, fearing for their emperor's safety. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Great Hall was filled with civil and military officials of the Sun-Moon Empire. In fact, with Su Yuntao's strength, he could have reached the palace in less than a quarter of an hour, but what he wanted was not just to eliminate the emperor. The pillar of the civil service, the left prime minister of the empire, stepped forward and knelt, saying, "My emperor, please prioritize the greater situation and temporarily leave here." As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Following this, various ministers echoed his advice. In contrast, the emperor in the Great Hall had an extremely dark expression. Bang! A wine cup was slapped to the ground by the emperor, and in an instant, the ministers fell silent, trembling as they looked at the already aged emperor on the throne. Indeed, this emperor was quite old and was currently busy selecting the next successor. Unexpectedly, before a successor was chosen, the plague god Su Yuntao had arrived. "Silence. Can so many powerful figures of my empire not stop him alone? And what about the empire's heavy artillery? Bring it out and aim at him." Su Yuntao crossed his arms over his chest, watching with interest the fixed soul-guided device aimed at him in the distance. He did not know what this soul-guided device was called, but it looked quite impressive, especially the energy fluctuations it emitted, which made Su Yuntao want to withstand it head-on. It wasn't that he had a masochistic tendency, but rather that he was excited by the hunt. The caliber and range are a man's romance. If it could also balance power, then no man could resist such temptation. Su Yuntao shouted loudly, his body glowing with golden light, transforming into a golden figure, like a golden body of an Arhut. At that moment, the cannon of the soul-guided device in the palace emitted a silver-white light, with enough energy fluctuations to distort space brewing on it. Suddenly, without a sound, a blinding silver-white beam shot towards Su Yuntao. Wherever this beam passed, the air was rapidly vaporized, leaving a vacuum area, which, due to the rapid replenishment of air from other areas, stirred up a whirlwind. When the silver-white beam approached Su Yuntao, he felt an extreme high temperature and quickly mobilized the soul power within him towards the silver-white beam. The soul power rapidly dissolved under the extreme high temperature, making a sizzling sound. Fortunately, the persistence of this silver-white beam was not strong. After a while, when Su Yuntao had consumed nearly half of his soul power, he finally withstood the beam. Su Yuntao let out a long breath that was quite intense. I want this thing. With his eyes shining, he looked at the soul-guided device that was still cooling down in the distance. In a flash, he appeared next to the soul-guided device. With a wave of his hand, he took it into his pouch before everyone's eyes. He even revealed a row of big white teeth grinning. After making a goodbye gesture to everyone, Su Yuntao entered the palace and saw the old emperor still sitting on the throne. The old emperor looked at the uninvited guest, Su Yuntao, without changing his expression and said, "What do you seek? As long as it is within the capabilities of my Sun Moon Empire, I will not refuse." A person capable of being an emperor has an exceptional mindset. In such a situation, his thoughts remain clear. Hehe, as you say, I am not a bad person. Su Yuntao smiled at the perceptive old emperor. Well, the old emperor nodded non-committally and said, "Speak, what do you want?" "Then I want to be polite. I want your Sun Moon Empire not to step out of the continent for 10 years. The sea is my territory, do you understand?" Su Yuntao put away his smile and pretended to look angrily at the old emperor. Upon hearing such an impudent demand, the old emperor's first reaction was to refuse. But when he suddenly looked up at Su Yuntao's expression, he retracted his earlier thoughts. He decisively chose to follow his heart. And since his empire had not developed much regarding the ocean, giving it up was no big deal. Then, the old emperor pretended to think for a moment and slowly said, "My Sun Moon Empire agrees." Chapter 158. Another court meeting. Please collect. Please recommend. Seeing the old emperor agree to his conditions, Su Yuntao slowly put away his Zhuxian sword. What a show. I almost couldn't resist just taking you out. Su Yuntao thought to himself. Not only that, but the hearts of the ministers in the Great Hall nearly jumped out, secretly cursing, "What a good actor. The sword was almost at your head, and you only know how to restrain yourself now." Well, His Majesty the Emperor is indeed a person who understands the greater picture. This is how it's decided. Anyone I see going out to sea without permission will be blamed on me for not giving the Emperor face and will be dealt with directly. After finishing this threatening statement, Su Yuntao quietly sighed. He really couldn't play the role of a bad guy. Then everyone was happy. Su Yuntao left the Sun Moon Empire with a full harvest, and the old emperor also ended his anxious feelings with Su Yuntao's departure. Su Yuntao did not plan to return to the Wuhuan Empire for the time being. He intended to wander around the surrounding area of the Sun Moon continent for a while to prevent the old emperor from going back on his word. Meanwhile, Wang Hu had finally returned to the territory of the Wuhuan Empire after several months of travel. As soon as he appeared in the imperial territory, someone noticed him and sent the news of his return back to the imperial capital via messenger. Qian Renxue was organizing a morning meeting with the ministers when suddenly a report came from outside. Report: the Navy commander has returned with a great army. He is currently in the Sea God Island area and will soon arrive on the continent. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was instantly overjoyed. She had been looking forward to Wang Hu's return for a long time. It was just in time to inquire about the situation overseas and plan for the future development of the empire. "Everyone, the Navy commander has returned. Please follow me to the mainland coast to welcome his triumphant return." Saying this, Qian Renxue flew towards the seaside, with the ministers following closely behind. After the Wuhuan Empire completed the unification of the continent, it absorbed a large number of talents for its own use. These ministers also possessed remarkable soul power and were all capable of fighting. 3 days later, Qian Renxue and the ministers arrived at a temporary palace by the seaside, where they settled for the time being. She had taken care of the strength of the ministers, which was why it took them 3 days to reach here. Otherwise, with her strength, she could have arrived in less than a day. Report: Commander Wang Hu is just 1 day's journey away from this port. Report: Wang Hu. A person dedicated to monitoring Wang Hu's itinerary would report every hour, allowing the Empress to know the fleet's exact position at all times. When Wang Hu was less than an hour away, Qian Renxue brought everyone to the harbor, gazing at the distant sea. As time slowly passed, a mast flying the flag of the Seoul Empire gradually appeared. First, it was a small black dot, then a flag followed by the entire mast, and finally, a warship appeared on the distant horizon. Your Majesty, they are coming. Qian Rinxue nodded, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. On the distant sea, Wang Hu stood on the deck of the lead ship, also gazing at the coastline of the continent. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a stunning figure on the shore, and his heart was filled with a slow wave of emotion. Unable to wait any longer, Wang Hu leaped into the air, stepping into the void, making his way toward the continent. With her excellent eyesight, Qian Rinxue also noticed Wang Hu's actions and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "My goodness." Wang Hu is walking in the air, a tidal Douluo. Although her voice was soft, the ministers around her had sharp hearing and showed expressions of surprise. Wang Hu soon arrived at the harbor, slowly descending from the air, careful not to disturb the most esteemed person in the empire. He then knelt on one knee before Qian Rinxue and shouted, "I have seen your Majesty. I have returned." Those few gentle words consumed a great deal of Wang Hu's energy. Just coming back is good. Just coming back is good. General, please rise quickly. Due to her status, Qian Rinxue did not personally help him up, only making a gesture to indicate she was helping. Wang Hu nodded, thanked her, and stood up. At this moment, Qian Rinxue frowned slightly and asked, "General, what is this?" She pointed at the tattered armor on Wang Hu's body. Wang Hu looked down at his tattered armor, feeling not despondent but rather excited. He said excitedly, "Your Majesty, there truly exists another world overseas. It has vast lands and a powerful nation. Our Soul Empire is not alone." Qian Rinxue was first taken aback by Wang Hu's strange reaction. Then she realized the implications of his words and was once again shocked. Following that was an endless joy and excitement surging in her heart, and a flower-like smile appeared on her stunning face. The surrounding ministers and Wang Hu were all dumbfounded. Ahem! Qian Rinxue quickly noticed that everyone was acting strangely and helplessly coughed to remind them. She swiftly retracted her smile, maintaining her aloof persona, secretly reminding herself to be even more aloof in the future. Then she asked Wang Hu, "Is what you said true?" "True. All members of the fleet can testify. Moreover, I even fought with them and suffered a bit of a loss. I almost couldn't return to see Your Majesty and the ministers." Wang Hu sighed. Qian Rinxue nodded, indicating her agreement with his words, and then said, "Let's go back to the palace. Tell me everything you saw and heard this time." Under the Empress Qian Rinxue's request, everyone returned to the seaside palace. Given the current situation, returning to the imperial capital was not realistic, and since Qian Rinxue was eager to know the specifics, they decided to discuss matters in the palace for the time being. Moreover, when the palace was built, it was considered that the Empress would need an office here. So a conference hall was established, though it was not as grand and formal as the main hall of the imperial palace in the capital. Upon returning to the conference hall, everyone took their seats in order of rank, with Empress Qian Rinxue sitting at the front. Wang Hu was forcibly arranged to sit at her left hand, a position that could be said to be second only to her. This was undoubtedly a signal from Qian Rinxue, informing others of Wang Hu's status in the court moving forward. The ministers remained silent about this situation. "Let's begin. Wang Hu, quickly tell us what the situation is with that nation. Does the empire need to conquer them?" Qian Rinxue asked impatiently. Wang Hu scratched his head and said, "That nation is a highly unified empire, just like our Soul Empire, and it has unified the entire continent. I'm not too sure about their strength, but judging from the powerful individuals they sent to stop us, it is very likely a nation not weaker than our Soul Empire." At this point, Wang Hu paused and continued, "There's a possibility that they are even stronger than us. Moreover, what else? General, hurry up and say it. You're making me anxious," a quick-tempered minister below hurriedly asked. Wang Hu hesitated and glanced at Qian Rinxue, saying, "Moreover, the combat techniques used by this nation are consistent with the battle methods of the graduates from Lord Wen's Soul Engineer Academy. They belong to Soul Engineers." At this point, Wang Hu's heart was uneasy as he stopped speaking, uncertain how to explain the high degree of similarity between his teacher's Soul Engineer Academy and the situation of this unknown nation's continent. He did not want to doubt his teacher unless absolutely necessary, but he was filled with confusion, and he felt he should not keep anything from the empire. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Qian Rinxue looked helpless. She then said, "The matter of Lord Wen has nothing to do with this new empire. I can guarantee that. Let's skip this topic, and Wang Hu, continue your introduction." Wang Hu nodded and then recounted how he discovered the new continent and how he engaged in battle with the other side. After listening, the ministers repeatedly nodded, shocked that there was such a powerful empire overseas. In contrast, the more Qian Rinxue listened, the brighter her eyes became. as if her thoughts were drifting to the battlefield where Wang Hu had been. Bang! Qian Rinxue slammed her fist on the conference table, her expression serious as she issued commands. This new continent, I will claim it. Notify everyone. The Empire is entering a state of war readiness and will fully develop naval power. Chapter 159. Dark Clouds. Please collect. Please subscribe. With Empress Qian Rinxue's order, the only hegemon on this continent began to reveal its fierce face as a war machine. Countless shipyards sprang up like mushrooms after rain, one after another. Most were state-owned, but many private shipyards were also established. After returning to the imperial capital with her ministers, Qian Rinxue signed document number 48, which contained guidelines for allowing private merchants to participate in maritime operations. This included requirements regarding taxes and the registration of ship usage, allowing major merchants to accompany the Empire's army to develop overseas commercial activities. As soon as this document was approved, a large number of merchants within the Empire sprang into action. Those with strength and conditions built their own ships. Those without conditions, but with money-bought ships. Merchants without conditions and limited liquidity partnered with other merchants for business. In summary, the merchants acted faster than the official empire. As the head of the business association, Su Yuntao was certainly not to be outdone by Shen Wansan. Under the operation of Shen Wansan, the association established a dedicated department for maritime business, named the Tao Maritime Business Department. With the strong financial backing of the association, the Tao Maritime Business Department was the first to complete the manufacturing of ships. These were large vessels that could rival military warships, though they were not equipped with destructive weapons, only some conventional self-defense weapons. After the ships were ready, they still could not set sail. Preparations for supplies were needed, as well as waiting for the official announcement of the specific time they could go to sea. This move by the Spirit Soul Empire completely resolved the issue of supply and transportation pressure on the high seas. The participation of numerous merchants turned this most challenging problem into a thing of the past. During this great maritime expedition, the relationship between the merchants and the Imperial Navy was one of close cooperation. The former needed to sell goods to unknown countries and bring back local specialties to sell on the mainland, earning a profit. This required the Imperial Navy to provide escort and, most importantly, to open the gates to that country. As for how to open them, Qian Rinxue had never considered using gentle means. When Su Yuntao returned to the imperial territory, he was quite surprised by what he had seen along the way. He had expected the empire to actively prepare for war against the Sun and Moon Empire, but he did not anticipate that it would turn into a nationwide event. Upon returning to Lake Hard Island, Su Yuntao called Shen Wansan, who was responsible for all the affairs of his business association and intelligence, and asked, "Wansan, what has happened in the empire during my absence? How has it changed so much that I can barely recognize it?" Shen Wansan smiled proudly and replied, "Return, my lord. This matter has to start with the return of Commander Wang Hu." All right, you don't need to waste so many words. Just tell me about the various policies issued by the empire. I know about Wang Hu's trivial matters better than you do. Upon hearing Shen Wansan mention Wang Hu's return, Su Yuntao understood most of it. However, he was still not fully aware of the empire's changes. The simplest way to understand was to review the various new policies issued by the empire. Shen Wansan had initially wanted to play coy, but was surprised that Su Yuntao knew about Wang Hu. He then organized his words and explained the empire's new policies in the simplest terms. The more Su Yuntao listened, the brighter his eyes became. And when Shen Wansan finished explaining, he slowly said, "I didn't expect her to have such cognitive abilities." Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. Shen Wansan was puzzled, but, as a subordinate, knew to listen and observe more while speaking less. By the way, Wansan, has our business association also gotten involved? Su Yuntao recalled something and asked Shen Wansan. Shen Wansan nodded. "My lord, the association immediately expanded into maritime business according to the empire's policies." Su Yuntao first expressed his approval of Shen Wansan's actions, then said, "I am well aware of that country across the sea. I went there this time scout. They have a highly developed spirit guiding device civilization. Their use and design of spirit guiding devices are beyond our comparison. If the empire's actions succeed this time, it will have a huge impact on our future spirit guiding device business." After saying this, Su Yuntao clearly explained everything, including the fact that he had concealed his trip to the Sun and Moon Empire from everyone. Shen Wansan had long experienced his lord's capabilities and was not surprised that he could cross the sea. Does the lord mean that we need to gradually cool down our spirit guiding device business? Shift the focus of the association away from it. After pondering for a moment, He tentatively asked Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao nodded and said, "That understanding is not wrong, but the business can still continue. We just need to gradually reduce the resources invested in it." Seeing Shen Wansen's signal that he understood, Su Yuntao continued, "This time, we will go out with the Navy to do business, focusing on providing logistical support for them." Upon hearing this, Shen Wansan's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Su Yuntao in astonishment. "My lord, are you saying?" Su Yuntao mysteriously nodded, confirming his guess. Shen Wansan couldn't hide his joy, his face full of smiles. Su Yuntao laughed and shook his head. "Why are you still standing there? Go prepare." "All right, I'm going to get ready right now," Shen Wansan said as he hurriedly ran out. After watching him leave, Su Yuntao reined in his smile and turned to walk towards his secret chamber. After he left, Bibi Dong, who was resting in the yard, curiously glanced at the secret chamber he had entered. At that moment, 1,000 guesses sprang up in Bibidong's mind. Did someone come from outside? Or had he gotten something good? He didn't come to see me first when he returned. Oomph. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her cheeks puffing out. If it weren't for the remaining rationality in her heart telling her that Su Yuntao must have important matters in the secret chamber and that she shouldn't disturb him, she would have stormed in to ask, "Do you not love me anymore?" Unbeknownst to Su Yuntao, who was inexplicably being speculated about, he had just narrowly escaped a disaster and entered his secret chamber dedicated to researching spirit guiding devices. He had many secret chambers divided into different projects. There were chambers specifically for researching spirit guiding devices, those for researching formations, and various other types. The purpose of the secret chambers was to study things that could not be seen by others or could not be revealed in the short term. Besides the secret chambers, there was also an outer laboratory, which focused on research that did not require high concealment or was intended for public display. Upon entering the spirit guiding device secret chamber, Su Yuntao took out a large stack of blank white paper, found the most comfortable angle, and sat down. He lay flat on the desk and directly copied the design of a ninja Kakashi. He completely replicated the vast number of spirit guiding device design blueprints in his mind onto the white paper. He also directly used his divine power to enhance his drawing and writing speed. Shadows danced at the tip of Su Yuntao's pen, and unique and beautiful design blueprints appeared on the desk. After 3 days of seclusion without any rest, Su Yuntao finally completed all the blueprints. The sheer number of these blueprints filled the entire spirit guiding device secret chamber. Even after finishing, he found he had no place to step as he wanted to leave. He had to free up a storage ring specifically to hold these blueprints. He categorized them based on value and stored them in the storage ring. Only then did Su Yuntao, looking disheveled, emerge from the secret chamber and stretch his body with a satisfied stretch, contentedly touching the special storage ring in his hand. At that moment, a sharp gaze focused on the ring on Su Yuntao's ring finger. The originally bright, sunny sky suddenly darkened for some unknown reason. Su Yuntao's previously content expression suddenly froze as he looked at the sky shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. Thinking to himself, "It's going to rain." He then slowly shifted his gaze downward, where under the cover of the dark clouds stood a stunningly beautiful figure. Chapter 160. Not good for sharpening knives, seeking recommendations, seeking collections. Seeing the low-pressure BB Dong standing not far away, Su Yuntao thought to himself, "Not good." He immediately tidied up his cheerful mood and ran toward BB Dong with a flattering smile on his face. His legs moved quickly. "Ugh, I haven't seen my little darling for so many days. I miss you so much. Come here, let us hug." Su Yuntao opened his arms and rushed toward BB Dong, his hands skillfully reaching up to her head. "Get off me. Go away." BB Dong dodged Su Yuntao's affectionate gesture in a flash, still cursing. Su Yuntao was momentarily stunned, feeling that his little darling no longer liked him. It was like a bolt from the blue, and Su Yuntao's mindset crumbled. "I was wrong." Su Yuntao said these 3 words almost unconsciously, as if an innate inheritance was guiding him. Upon hearing this, BB Dong almost couldn't hold back her laughter and continued to maintain a stern face. Asking, "Where did you go wrong?" Su Yuntao looked at BB Dong with an aggrieved expression, opening his mouth but unsure where to start. "Speak quickly. Where did you go wrong?" BB Dong pressed him, noticing he hadn't responded for a long time. "Everywhere." Su Yuntao felt even more wronged. He was still in a daze and had no idea what was going on. Seeing Su Yuntao's aggrieved little expression, BB Dong finally couldn't hold back her laughter and quickly covered her red lips. She turned away, not wanting Su Yuntao to notice her loss of composure. But how could Su Yuntao, being the exceptional person he was, not notice such a small action? In an instant, he understood his current situation. So it turned out she was jealous. Realizing this, Su Yuntao wanted to regain the initiative. It was fine if he didn't understand before, as the situation was unclear, and he could only respond to her words. But now, the situation was different. Understanding that the problem did not lie with him gave Su Yuntao confidence. A two-level reversal. Su Yuntao stepped closer to Bibi Dong, who had her back to him and was unaware of his approach. She was still asking, "Where did you go wrong? Where exactly? Hey, why aren't you answering? I'm asking you." Seeing that Su Yuntao hadn't replied for a long time, her little temper flared up again. Suddenly, she turned around angrily and asked, Su Yuntao had already reached her back when she turned. Seeing her turn around, Su Yuntao quickly hugged her and whispered in her ear, "If you don't tell me, how would I know where I went wrong?" A wave of warmth brushed against Bibi Dong's ear, instantly making her blush. Then, Su Yuntao, in a princess carry, took her back to the room amidst her surprised cries. In the summer of the 12th year of the martial spirit era, under the command of the Empress of the vast naval forces of the martial spirit empire, they officially set out. Along with them were numerous merchant ships. At this time, Su Yuntao also took Bibi Dong aboard his family's merchant ship. The main purpose was to take a vacation with Bibi Dong while also helping the naval forces. Originally, the merchant ship arranged by Tang San was only of ordinary ship size, but since Su Yuntao suddenly mentioned wanting to travel with them, Tang San had to urgently arrange for the construction of a ship that matched Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong's status. Since the workers building the ship were powerful soul masters, it didn't take long to construct a custom ship. Regarding the ship, after consulting Su Yuntao's suggestions, he directly handed Tang San a battleship blueprint and asked him to build according to the design. It must be said that after this naval expedition, the shipbuilding industry in the empire experienced a significant boost in technical strength. They built the ship according to the blueprint without even asking questions. Su Yuntao was quite pleased with this matter for a long time. Standing on his own battleship, Su Yuntao looked at the surrounding merchant ships guarding his vessel, feeling very satisfied. How many boys in his past life dreamed of this? All right, he was still missing a beautiful girl to hold. Just as he thought of this, Bibi Dong appeared by his side. Su Yuntao hugged her, and they stood together on the battleship's deck, watching the waves split by the ship. Perfect. Su Yuntao felt elated. However, in Bibi Dong's eyes, the scene in Su Yuntao's arms seemed just silly. She even slightly pouted in disdain, but her body remained honestly leaned against Su Yuntao without moving. However, Su Yuntao didn't do anything reckless like those classic Titanic moves. Such metaphysical things were unpredictable. To accommodate the sailing speed of the merchant ships, Su Yuntao's battleship was only operating at less than half its speed. They could only sail slowly across the sea, perfectly matching their desire for a vacation. The naval fleet had distanced themselves from the merchant convoy and was heading directly towards the location of the Sun Moon Empire. Thanks to the guidance of the Wang Hu fleet, they did not stop at any islands along the way, speeding towards the New World. Finally, after many days, the naval fleet spotted land on the distant horizon of the sea. They immediately returned to notify the following fleet, and all the warships stopped at the command. This would serve as the naval fleet's base, right above this boundless sea. The wide view provided them with a good range for vigilance, allowing the fleet to respond quickly upon spotting enemies. They could attack or defend as needed. Wang Hu decided to wait in this area for the merchant convoy to arrive and have them stationed here, while the naval fleet moved forward a distance. 10 days later, Su Yuntao joined up with the merchant convoy and the naval fleet. After being notified that the ahead was the new nation, the various merchant guilds were very excited. After receiving Wang Hu's permission, they all sent people to scout and check the situation for accuracy. Half a day later, the heads of the merchant guilds who learned the exact news were extremely delighted, as if they had seen endless wealth. Wang Hu allowed them to send scouts to gather information to appease their hearts. After all, people's hearts are hard to predict, and maintaining a relationship between the two sides relied more on solidifying interests. Once everything was prepared, Wang Hu gave the order, and all the naval fleet ships sailed toward the nearby continent. However, everything unfolded completely differently from what Wang Hu and the others had anticipated. As they approached the continent, they faced no obstacles or attacks. This strange situation made Wang Hu and the others very uneasy. "Commander, this..." Wang Hu's deputy asked nervously. Wang Hu waved his hand to signal him to stop talking. As a commander, it is most taboo to develop an uncertain mentality at critical moments. He needed to give the soldiers below him confidence that everything was under control. The enemy was likely planning to launch a surprise attack after we got closer. After all, in the last battle at sea, they did not gain any advantage and we managed to retreat safely. This time, they would definitely be prepared. Pass the order down. Get ready for battle. The location is when we approach the opposite continent. Wang Hu analyzed with great certainty, while also having his deputy relay the command. Although he appeared confident on the surface, he felt quite uneasy inside. The situation was indeed strange. What Wang Hu never expected was that his reasoning perfectly aligned with the actual situation. Though the reasons were different, the outcomes were the same. The army of the Sun and Moon Empire, afraid to venture out to meet the enemy at sea, could only set up a defensive line along the coastline to block the advance of this unknown force. They were also suffering internally, restricted from exercising control over the sea by a mysterious, powerful figure. They could only place the battlefield on their own territory, thus incurring significant costs. They had considered ignoring the mysterious figure's words and directly engaging in battle at sea. After all, they were already under attack. How could they hold back? However, thinking of the fate of those who had previously tested the waters, they couldn't help but shiver. The upper echelons of the Sun and Moon Empire abandoned this thought and decided it was best to honestly defend their territory. Su Yuntao was unaware that he had put such psychological pressure on the enemy. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether to ease some restrictions on them. After all, a sharpening stone needs to be rough to effectively sharpen a blade. Chapter 161. Landing Battle. Seeking Recommendation Votes. Seeking Collections. The navy of the Spirit Soul Empire quickly approached the coastline of the Sun and Moon continent, and at this moment, the army of the Sun and Moon Empire could no longer hold back and opened fire on Wang Hu's side. After the first soul-guided shell was fired as a positioning shot, countless soul-guided shells rained down on the navy of the Spirit Soul Empire. When the first shell was fired, Su Yuntao, together with Bibi Dong, headed towards the battlefield not far away. The two stood high in the sky above the battlefield, taking in the entire situation. The navy on their side appeared calm and prepared in the face of the saturated firepower from the opposite side. Having experienced the previous blow from the Sun and Moon Empire, Wang Hu had gained some understanding of their combat system. This kind of saturated firepower suppression tactic had been demonstrated during the last battle with the strong of the Sun and Moon Empire. Therefore, the navy of the Spirit Soul Empire was somewhat prepared for such a situation. As they faced the bombardment, powerful figures appeared on each ship, calmly commanding the troops to dodge the shells. In situations where dodging was impossible, they personally intervened to intercept the shells. As a result, most of the shells were successfully avoided, and even those that hit the ships, which were not intercepted by the powerful figures, could not cause large-scale damage. Both Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong expressed their approval of Wang Hu's response. At the beginning, of course, one could not ask for too much. Next, it would be the turn of their navy to show its might. The Empire's Tianshij and Su Yuntao Soul Guidance Academy were not to be taken lightly. The naval ships were also equipped with the latest artillery. In return, there was no rule that said only they could bombard us, while we could not retaliate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the ships in the naval fleet, at Wang Hu's command, launched a covering attack on the nearby continental coastline without regard for consumption. Boom, boom, boom. The coastline of the Sun and Moon continent was violently shattered under this round of bombardment, with large chunks of rock crashing into the sea, producing a loud rumble. That's quite powerful, Su Yuntao exclaimed excitedly. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him. Su Yuntao seemed oblivious to Bibi Dong's little gesture, secretly thinking, "Humph, this is a romance that belongs to men. You wouldn't understand. Don't ask why I don't say it out loud. A man who loves his wife never argues with her. If there's a dispute, it should be in a specific place." The battle below continued, and it appeared that it would not end anytime soon. The Sun and Moon Empire was completely unfazed. They had no logistical pressure, and the firing of shells was almost free. In contrast, the navy of the Spirit Soul Empire could only maintain a full counterattack for 2 rounds before the firepower of the soul-guided artillery significantly decreased. Observing the changes on the battlefield, Wang Hu thought, "This won't do. At this rate, I can only take a risk. Old Lu, you take over the command. I am handing over full authority for this battle to you." Wang Hu called his adjutant over and transferred his command authority. "What are you doing, old Wang?" Old Lu asked, quite confused. "Not doing anything. Not doing anything. I have other things to do," Wang Hu hurriedly said, not even noticing his tone had become erratic. After successfully transferring command of the upcoming battle to Old Lu, Wang Hu let out a long shout and rushed toward the coastline, not far away. Su Yuntao immediately noticed Wang Hu's actions, exclaiming, "Wow, this kid is really bold. Being a vanguard is quite good. Of course, he's my disciple." Bibi Dong proudly looked at Su Yuntao with her head held high like a peacock. Su Yuntao, with a black line on his face, pulled her into his arms, saying, "That's my disciple. Mine. The two began a verbal dispute high in the sky. Unconcerned, as Wang Hu soared into the air, dozens of powerful figures from the fleet followed his lead, charging towards the coastline of the Sun and Moon Empire. They braved the incoming shells, continuously closing in on the defensive line of the Sun and Moon Empire. Wang Hu single-handedly blocked more than half of the incoming fire, with the remaining shells being shared by the other 10 powerful figures. A giant black tiger emerged from Wang Hu's body, transforming him into the image of the black tiger. In a single leap, he successfully landed on the ground. The moment he landed, he charged towards the defensive line of the Sun and Moon Empire. The response from the Sun and Moon Empire was quite swift. The strong figures who had previously intercepted Wang Hu appeared in front of him once again, successfully blocking his advance. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra intensity. As soon as both sides met, the battle entered a heated phase. Wang Hu's attack style almost abandoned any necessary defense, focusing solely on attacking one person with reckless abandon. In less than 10 exchanges, one of the strong figures from the Sun and Moon Empire was eliminated by Wang Hu. Of course, Wang Hu also paid a significant price. He was stabbed in the right shoulder by a soul-guided knife, blood flowing profusely. However, in this state, Wang Hu's combat power further increased. This is the special ability of the King Tiger's martial soul. In this soul beast form, the heavier the injuries, the stronger the combat power, until the King Tiger's injuries directly threaten his life or when his blood runs dry. With his combat power surging, the King Tiger began to overpower his opponents, and they found it increasingly difficult to withstand his attacks as they lost a combatant. The commander from the Sun and Moon Empire also noticed this situation and sent 2 9th-level soul engineers for support once again. However, at this time, more than 10 powerful individuals who had followed the King Tiger also successfully landed on this new continent. They immediately rushed to support the King Tiger, instantly clashing with the reinforcements from the Sun and Moon Empire. On the sea, Old Lu, seeing that their commander had successfully landed and was being besieged, was extremely anxious. But after witnessing the King Tiger kill someone in a desperate manner, his eyes suddenly shone brightly, and he quickly issued an order. All members, please pay attention. Fire all the shells and forcefully land in the direction of commander. Once this order was given, the morale of the Wuhuan Empire's navy soared. They roared as they drove their warships towards the coastline of the Sun and Moon continent. They fired all their shells at once, creating a spectacular scene. The Sun and Moon Empire was momentarily stunned by this sudden and intense firepower. During the time, the Wuhuan Empire unleashed its firepower. They couldn't lift their heads for a moment. When they finally managed to endure the barrage and looked up, the first thing they saw was the naval soul masters who had already approached them. Countless martial souls were summoned, and the colorful soul rings illuminated the battlefield beautifully. So beautiful. What do you think, my dear? Su Yuntao asked affectionately as he looked at Bibi Dong from above. Bibi Dong looked at the chaotic battlefield below, with severed arms and legs flying everywhere, feeling nauseous. She couldn't comprehend what was beautiful about it. After gagging for a while, Bibi Dong glanced at Su Yuntao with a resentful expression, not knowing what was on her mind, her delicate hand unconsciously touching her abdomen. Su Yuntao was completely oblivious to everything, enjoying the battlefield below by himself. He had never considered how Bibi Dong, who had personally killed countless people, could possibly vomit upon seeing the battlefield scene. As a late-stage male chauvinist, apart from having a strong survival instinct, there was really nothing commendable about him. The war continued for 3 days and nights, and finally, under the King Tiger's desperate fighting style, they successfully occupied a foothold on the coastline of the Sun and Moon continent. This would provide a bridgehead for future battles. Seeing the cessation of this war, Su Yuntao also returned to the sea where the merchant ship was stationed with Bibi Dong, who had been blown by the wind for 2 days. Once back on the ship, Bibi Dong returned to her room alone, ignoring Su Yuntao's puzzled gaze. This moment had finally arrived, but I wasn't prepared at all. Bibi Dong, with a maternal glow, touched her abdomen, filled with strange thoughts. Chapter 162, 10 Days, 8 Cities, Please Collect. Please subscribe. After returning to the merchant ship, Su Yuntao ordered someone to go to the front line to liaise with the naval fleet, the head of the maritime business in the trading company. Upon receiving Su Yuntao's order, directly sent ships filled with ammunition to the navy. They drove the ships to the shore and hurriedly left in small boats, without even discussing expenses with the naval logistics officer. With Su Yuntao around, the trading company was not worried that the empire would withhold such a small amount of money. Furthermore, under Su Yuntao's arrangement, the pills provided to the army were given at cost price, with only a small amount added for labor. Even without considering Su Yuntao's face, Qianren Xue would accept this convenience provided to the empire. Most of the other forces trading company heads, upon witnessing this scene, expressed confusion, with many feeling hostility towards Su Yuntao's side. They believed that Su Yuntao's trading company had broken the rules, affecting their benefits. Unbeknownst to them, the rules were set by people, and that person was the empire's official. Of course, some clever individuals followed suit and sent military supplies from their own trading fleets to the temporary base established by the Navy. This move particularly touched the officers responsible for the Navy's logistics. They kept thinking, truly, these are the empire's merchants. Their awareness is really high. I must mention this to His Majesty when I return to the empire. Officers in charge of a military's logistics clearly had strong backgrounds. Many were trusted confidants of the Empress, which is why they were entrusted with such important responsibilities. At this moment, King Tiger, with one arm bandaged, was arranging soldiers to build military positions. They couldn't let the small piece of hard-earned ground be taken away before it even warmed up. Ship-mounted soul-guided cannons were being disassembled by professionals and set up on the positions. King Tiger hadn't planned to do this. He clearly remembered how delighted he was when the logistics supervisor rushed to him, saying they still had a lot of shells left. He decided to dismantle the soul-guided cannons from the warships to reinforce the position's firepower. Old Lu jogged to King Tiger's side and whispered, "Commander, there's something I don't know if I should say." King Tiger looked at Old Lu with a puzzled expression, brushed off the dust from his body with one hand, and smiled. "What can we talk about?" "Go ahead, what's the matter?" Old Lu surveyed the position King Tiger was organizing and said, "Just now, the scouting team reported that the reinforcements from the Sun and Moon Empire will arrive in 3 days." Upon hearing this news, King Tiger was stunned, and it took him a while to come back to his senses at Old Lu's call. What did you just say?" King Tiger suddenly shouted at Old Lu. "Lower your voice. You heard correctly, it's in 3 days. I think we don't need to build this position anymore." Old Lu rubbed his ears and chuckled. King Tiger felt as if he had been hit hard. 3 days. This was 3 days. How dare they? "Pass my order. Cease construction on the position. All troops assemble." After King Tiger issued his command, everyone returned to formation according to their respective units. "Old Lu, where's the nearest city to us?" King Tiger, now rejuvenated, asked energetically. Old Lu opened his intelligence manual and replied, "Less than 10 miles to the south. At our army's speed, if we set off unexpectedly, you could have breakfast in the city by tomorrow morning." "Good. Pass my order. All troops advance. Target the city to the south." King Tiger's entire demeanor was completely different from before, as if even his injuries no longer hurt. He had initially thought they would engage in a tug-of-war with the enemy, but unexpectedly, the enemy was so careless. No, it should be said they were overly confident. They had never considered that they could be defeated by our side. The naval forces of the Wuhuan Empire had now completed their landing mission, and after a magnificent turn, they all transformed into the Empire's ground forces. The Soul Master Army. After hurrying along, King Tiger finally arrived at the city before nightfall. At this moment, the guards in the city had already received the news of the border's defeat and had tightly closed the city gates. All the guards appeared on the city walls, each of their defensive soul devices already fully charged. All long-range soul masters stepped forward. Target the defensive soul devices on the city wall. Blast them to pieces. No time limit, no limit on the number of attacks. Keep going until your soul power is exhausted. A command lacking any commanding authority was transmitted among the army in Wang Hu's excited tone. Instantly, everyone's morale inexplicably rose, leaving Wang Hu with a look of surprise in his eyes. Wow, have I awakened some extraordinary ability? This question was destined to go unanswered. Among the army behind him, all the long-range soul masters stepped forward as he requested. They consciously stood at predetermined distances and began chanting their soul skills. Waves of dazzling soul skill lights, like comets with tails, surged toward the city walls not far away. Since this was just a coastal city, they had never had the chance to participate in a war, resulting in a significant lack of combat experience. Their preparations against the long-range attacks from the Martial Soul Empire's army were insufficient, leading to the destruction of many defensive soul devices. Seeing that the time was ripe, Wang Hu issued the order for a full-scale attack just as the soul power of the long-range soul masters was about to be exhausted. At once, the mighty army of soul masters surged toward the border town. The city wall's guards offered no resistance and were all captured. The city gates were opened, and Wang Hu led the army into the city successfully. Due to the training methods of the Martial Soul Empire's army originating from Su Yuntao, the discipline was exceptionally strict. After entering the city, The entire army did not disturb the civilians. Until dawn, the terrified civilians, who had spent a night in fear, saw that this disciplined army would not wield slaughtering blades against them, and some bold individuals cautiously opened their doors to observe the soldiers stationed on the streets. Some were even chattering and seemed to be amazed by the strength of this army. Su Yuntao, uneasy about Wang Hu and the others' reckless advance, quietly followed behind the army. He could never have imagined that the cities of the Sun and Moon Empire would be so easily defeated, falling within a single night. What followed was the usual routine. The army left a portion to take over the city and waited for those skilled in handling political affairs to assist in governance. The main force of the army then continued toward new cities, as Wang Hu aimed to seize as much territory as possible within the 3 days before the enemy could react. This way, the pressure on their logistics would be significantly reduced. With enough territory, the materials needed by the army could be obtained on-site, greatly facilitating the army's operational capability. In the following 5 days, Wang Hu led the army to capture nearly a city a day, seizing territory that belonged to the Sun and Moon Empire. As the army advanced, the information obtained increased, and their understanding of the opposing empire deepened. They learned that their opponent was the Sun and Moon Empire and confiscated many items and technical records related to soul devices. On the 3rd day, Wang Hu indeed encountered reinforcements from the Sun and Moon Empire, but after a fierce battle, the Sun and Moon Empire was once again defeated. However, despite their loss, their strength was not severely diminished. After abandoning 2 cities, they confronted the martial Soul Empire across a large river, resulting in a stalemate once more. Wang Hu promptly changed tactics and turned to attack the cities on the same bank of the river. Thus, 10 days after the martial Soul Empire's army landed on the Sun and Moon continent, they had captured a total of 8 cities. Moreover, the martial Soul Empire's army was now separated from the Sun and Moon Empire by a large river, providing them with sufficient resources to sustain ongoing warfare. The river acted as a natural barrier, ensuring that the Sun and Moon Empire would not be easily breached by the martial Soul Empire's army. However, it also hindered the Sun and Moon Empire's desire to reclaim their territory, serving both as a hope and helplessness. After the war entered a prolonged phase, Wang Hu sent word to the merchant fleet still waiting at sea, allowing them to enter the territory under their control for trade, stimulating economic development and helping the army acquire a large amount of war supplies. Chapter 163. It hurts me so much, seeking recommendation votes. The Imperial Navy has conquered 8 cities since landing. This news caused a huge uproar as soon as it returned to the Imperial homeland, sparking nationwide discussions. Upon learning the news, the Empress immediately issued orders to reinforce the front lines. This time, the scale of the reinforcements was nothing short of terrifying. The Empress unilaterally ordered full-scale reinforcements. This meant that only essential defense personnel remained in the homeland, while all other combat troops were dispatched to the Sun and Moon Empire. Such a large-scale reinforcement operation was undoubtedly reckless, even a gamble. Of course, from the outside, it appeared that way. However, the Empress Qian Ruxue understood that this was not a big deal. She possessed powers that outsiders could not even fathom. Even if the empire was left with only her as a usable fighting force, she still had confidence in suppressing the treacherous ministers and rebels on the continent, no matter who they were, except for the civil emperor and the martial emperor. When Su Yuntao learned that the empire was sending even more reinforcements, he already had a clear understanding of the upcoming situation on the battlefield. He knew that the possibility of the empire losing was very low and that the war was expected to continue for a long time. Therefore, Su Yuntao decided to head towards the evil spirit forest with Bibi Dong. This was the second objective of Su Yuntao's journey along with the merchant fleet and the expeditionary navy, to capture the tyrant ruler in the evil spirit forest. Su Yuntao regarded it as an important research material, as the tyrant ruler possessed the powerful divine ability of time and spacelight. It was undoubtedly a highly valuable research material for Su Yuntao, providing him with the conditions to study the path of time, since it involved capturing rather than killing. It was not very safe for Su Yuntao to go alone. If he were to kill the tyrant ruler, he could do so with one hand. However, if he wanted to avoid harming its life, Su Yuntao would be constrained in his actions, and a small mistake might allow it to escape using its time and space powers. To ensure success, Su Yuntao wisely brought Bibi Dong along to assist. As long as Bibi Dong could interfere for a moment if Su Yuntao faltered, it would be enough for him to capture the tyrant ruler. Following the guidance of the path, Su Yuntao flew with BB Dong for 2 hours before finally reaching the largest soul beast forest on the Sun and Moon continent, the Evil Spirit Forest. Unlike the Star Do Great Forest, the Evil Spirit Forest was primarily composed of various pine forests, resembling the forests of Russia in the past. In some areas, thick snow had accumulated, and the temperature was considerably colder than that of the Douluo continent. The two of them flew through the air, and not a single soul beast dared to disturb them. It wasn't that the soul beasts were weak. It was simply that the divine aura emanating from Su Yuntao's body was too intimidating for them. Just a glance, and the low-level soul beasts in the Evil Spirit Forest would foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, while the slightly higher-level soul beasts trembled and lay in their nests, unable to move. As for those soul beasts that had existed for over 10,000 years, wrapped in their 100,000-year forms, they were all doing their utmost to hide themselves, fearing detection by this unknown powerful being. They turned into soul rings. Avoiding many troubles along the way, Su Yuntao and his companion quickly reached the innermost part of the Evil Spirit Forest. In the core area of this Evil Spirit Forest, there was only one unique tribe. That was the Eye of Evil Tyrant tribe, with the tyrant ruler being the king of their tribe. Currently in a state of slumber, it was completely unaware of Su Yuntao and his companion's arrival. "Donner, stay back. I'm about to unleash my big move," Su Yuntao said as he pulled out his most handy weapon, the Excalibur. He turned back and instructed BB Dong, who nodded and obediently retreated several thousand meters along the path they came from. After seeing her move away, Su Yuntao angled the Excalibur downwards towards the territory of the Eye of Evil Tyrant tribe. An endless aura of righteousness emanated from Su Yuntao, quickly enveloping the Excalibur. Then, the power of the sacred light of the Master appeared on the Excalibur, carrying the unique killing intent of the sword itself, transforming into a massive sword energy that flew towards the territory of the Eye of Evil Tyrant tribe. The rampant sword energy instantly slaughtered countless soul beasts, the vast majority of which were from the Eye of Evil Tyrant tribe. This commotion immediately awakened a tyrant who had been asleep for countless years. "Who? Come to die." Suddenly, accompanied by a violent and cold voice, a mental force that seemed almost tangible surged towards Su Yuntao's location. Su Yuntao immediately sensed the aura akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Brutal, cold, evil. This was his most intuitive feeling, but it did not affect him much. After all, he was a man who had slaughtered his way through the city of slaughter. Such a small scene felt as light as a breeze on a mountain. Under the oppressive mental force that even caused the space to tremble, Su Yuntao remained steadfast. No wonder it can rival Emperor Tian. Indeed, it possesses its unique abilities, Su Yuntao thought to himself in astonishment. As of now, based solely on the strength of its mental force, it was likely that only the dream ice silkworm, still sleeping in the far north, could steadily overpower the tyrant ruler on the entire continent. To say why Su Yuntao couldn't be counted among them is that, in essence, Su Yuntao's mental force had long evolved into divine consciousness. Furthermore, regarding strength, when Su Yuntao's mental force had not yet evolved, he was far from being able to match the tyrant ruler. Even now, from a quantitative perspective, he could only be on par. At this moment, a dense dark power enveloped the entire sky, and the space began to fluctuate continuously under the terrifying mental force, forming a massive vortex, from which a gigantic single eye emerged. "Who are you? This king has never provoked a powerhouse like you." The tyrant ruler immediately noticed Su Yuntao, who was behaving exceptionally under its violent mental force. It quickly realized that it was not Su Yuntao's opponent, and thus hesitantly asked. The tyrant ruler was adept at the art of escaping. Even before the fight began, its large eye was darting around, searching for an escape route. You indeed haven't provoked me. I'm the one who came looking for you. How about being my little brother? I usually don't give chances to ordinary soul beasts," Su Yuntao said with a sense of superiority that seemed to come from nowhere. After hearing this, the numerous tentacles of the tyrant ruler that had been flailing about came to an abrupt stop. "What a joke. I am a tyrant ruler. Death Ray." Although the tyrant ruler was greatly wary of Su Yuntao's strength, its pride as the boss of the entire Evil Spirit Forest would not allow it to endure further. It immediately launched a special talent skill formed by a mixture of powerful mental and soul force towards Su Yuntao. A pitch-black death ray shot towards Su Yuntao before he had any chance to react. "Damn, we're fighting just like that? At least give me a heads up. Can't you show some martial ethics, you old soul beast?" Su Yuntao complained, but his actions did not hesitate. A white mirror made of countless righteous energies appeared before Su Yuntao. Silently, the death ray was reflected back by this mirror. The tyrant ruler did not expect such a countermeasure and hurriedly dodged the reflected death ray. Even its several tentacles could not escape in time, getting burned and creating several holes with no blood flowing out. The wound was filled with a deathly aura, further corroding the tentacle. As a result, the tyrant ruler had no choice but to painfully sever the injured tentacles. Its only eye, filled with a brutal aura, stared in the direction of Su Yuntao, and the pain caused its eye to redden. Su Yuntao did not give the tyrant ruler a chance to rest, instantly rushing towards it with a blink step, the Excalibur dancing rapidly in his hand. He continued to mercilessly disturb its thoughts and affect its emotions. Damn, big brother, is this really necessary? It's just a few severed tentacles, nothing to cry about. Oh no, look at those little red eyes. It breaks my heart. Here, take one of my swords to ease the pain. Exhausted from defending, the tyrant ruler's ability to maintain a solid defense began to diminish under Su Yuntao's relentless verbal assault. Finally, Chapter 164. Successful capture. Please collect. Please vote. Oh, I'm so angry. Woman's D. Mental paralysis ray. With a furious roar from the tyrant ruler, all its tentacles immediately began to flail about in the sky, shooting rays at Su Yuntao. Faced with this divine-like attack, Su Yuntao showed no sign of retreat. Wielding the Excalibur and charging forward, he fully activated his movement technique, dodging and weaving amidst the countless rays of attack. The Excalibur cleaved through the rays, and Su Yuntao moved as if completing a form of art. His dodging movements against the tyrant ruler's attacks were filled with a unique beauty. Gradually, the tyrant ruler, panting heavily, ceased its flailing tentacles, its massive eyes staring blankly at the tiny figure before it. Its heart was filled with rage, yet it did not know where to direct it. It was evident that it was being toyed with by this human. The thoughts of retreat that the tyrant ruler had previously set aside resurfaced. It suddenly roared towards Su Yuntao, transforming its body into a blood-red form, with the pupil in its single eye turning vertical, changing from deep brown to gold. Ready to fight to the death. Su Yuntao's spirit instantly focused as he sensed the tyrant ruler's change, secretly preparing for its desperate attack. The tyrant ruler's body emanated a violent mental force, and suddenly, a massive blood-red light beam with a diameter exceeding 100 meters surged towards Su Yuntao. Just in time, golden body. The moment Su Yuntao saw the blood-red light beam, he transformed into a small golden figure. However, the powerful destructive force that Su Yuntao anticipated did not materialize. With a loud bang, the blood-red light column, over 100 meters in diameter, shattered like foam the moment it touched Su Yuntao. Immediately, Su Yuntao sensed something was off and quickly looked in the direction of the tyrant ruler. Sure enough, the giant figure had disappeared. How could you escape? What a shameful loss. Su Yuntao's face turned pale as he stared at the spot where the tyrant ruler had been, secretly cursing. He wasn't particularly worried about the tyrant ruler actually escaping. After all, he had others behind him. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed from less than 3,000 meters away from Su Yuntao. A small mushroom cloud appeared there, and upon seeing this scene, Su Yuntao couldn't help but think of the previous explosion incident. This wasteful woman. My little iron ball. What a waste. Su Yuntao's face twisted in pain. Without further delay, he immediately headed toward Bibidong's direction. He found that the forest had turned into ruins from the massive explosion, and the ground had formed a large pit identical to the one in the Stardow forest. At the bottom of the pit lay the tyrant ruler, teary-eyed and shaking at the sight of Su Yuntao. Furious, Su Yuntao appeared before Bibidong, pointing at the large pit on the ground, and then at her, speechless with anger. On the contrary, Bibidong looked shocked at Su Yuntao's finger pointing at her, suddenly changing her expression, and swatted his hand away. Pouting, she turned and headed toward the territory of the Wuhuan Empire, leaving Su Yuntao and the still-crying tyrant ruler behind, both looking confused. Crying. I want to cry too. Didn't you see my wife is angry? Su Yuntao impatiently interrupted the tyrant ruler's soft sobs. He leaped next to it and directly infused a divine power into it, easily sealing the remaining soul power within. The tyrant ruler was ready to resist, but didn't expect Su Yuntao to be so decisive, directly severing its last link to its remaining soul power. Su Yuntao grabbed the tyrant ruler's tentacle and soared into the air, chasing after Bibidong's retreating figure. He truly didn't understand why she was angry. Just because he pointed at her? That shouldn't be a reason. With his emotional intelligence, Su Yuntao couldn't comprehend it all. However, one thing he did know was that whenever he encountered something he couldn't understand, he would temporarily set it aside and look for a solution instead. Clearly, his wife was angry, and the reason was temporarily unknown. So, he decided to first cheer her up before figuring out the problem. This habit of Su Yuntao was indeed an excellent one, perfectly aligning with the tempers of most girls. Along the way, no matter how fast he hurried, Bibi Dong never allowed Su Yuntao to catch up. He was also afraid that if he pursued too closely, Bibi Dong, out of her competitive spirit, might hurt herself. So, he had to lag behind at a steady pace. The journey was calm, without any unexpected incidents, except for the tyrant ruler, who was still crying behind him. After returning to the camp, Su Yuntao tossed the tyrant ruler into his specially made cage and then, without anyone noticing, slipped into Bibi Dong's room. As soon as he entered, he hugged her tightly. Bibi Dong was startled and reflexively tried to break free from his embrace. However, after struggling for a moment, she seemed to consider something and allowed Su Yuntao to hold her. Su Yuntao thought his strategy had succeeded and wanted to take further action. But just as he was about to do something, a startled Bibi Dong bit down on his hand. Ouch! Let go. That hurts. Su Yuntao pretended to be in pain to cooperate with her. To be honest, with Su Yuntao's current physical strength, even if he let down all defenses and allowed Bibi Dong to bite, she wouldn't be able to hurt him one bit, even if she bit her teeth to pieces. Bibi Dong, believing Su Yuntao was genuinely hurt, unconsciously released her grip. Seeing her mood lighten a bit, Su Yuntao turned her body to face him and asked, "Donger, what's wrong? Since we came here, you've been acting strangely. If there's something, you can tell me. There's no need to bear it alone." Seemingly touched by Su Yuntao's sincere words, a tear rolled down Bibi Dong's cheek. This was it. Su Yuntao, who had been careful, panicked instantly and hurriedly began to wipe her tears. "Don't cry. I hate it when you cry. When you cry, I feel uncomfortable. Whatever it is, just say it. Don't keep it bottled up." Su Yuntao looked at Bibi Dong in panic, thinking she might be hiding something significant from him, feeling quite anxious. However, from a certain perspective, Bibi Dong hiding this from Su Yuntao was indeed a significant matter. Under Su Yuntao's continuous comfort, Bibi Dong finally calmed her emotions. Amidst his anxiety, she spoke softly, "Tao, I'm so scared. I'm so scared you won't want me anymore." Bibi Dong's words nearly made Su Yuntao echo back with, "I'm scared too." Fortunately, she followed up with another sentence that instantly relieved his tense heart. Thankfully, it wasn't something he couldn't handle. Su Yuntao sighed in relief. "That will never happen. As long as you don't think about leaving me, I will never not want you." Su Yuntao said earnestly, his tone gentle. I believe you." Bibi Dong replied softly, her voice like a mosquito under Su Yuntao's penetrating gaze. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuntao immediately understood that the crisis had passed. Next, it was time to get down to business. Su Yuntao looked into her eyes, slowly leaned in, and gently kissed her. This time, Bibi Dong did not resist and responded passionately. The night in the Sun-Moon Empire was beautiful, with the lone-eyed giant beast beneath the moon looking desolate. How pitiful! Who will save me? The tyrant ruler's heart was filled with despair, even imagining its future as a soul ring. But let's not mention how heartbroken it was. Inside the room, Su Yuntao also looked dejected, realizing he ultimately did not succeed. Bibi Dong pushed him away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her head down in shyness. After a moment, she looked up at Su Yuntao's incredulous expression and whispered, "I'm pregnant." Just 3 words made her retreat back into the covers, too shy to look at Su Yuntao. In contrast, Su Yuntao felt as if he had been struck hard and took a step back. Then, as his conscious awareness returned, his heart was filled with immense joy. He quickly flipped over, climbed onto the bed, and carefully pulled her into his arms. The bright moonlight outside illuminated the earth. The tyrant ruler, whose spirit had been severely damaged, was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep in his cage. He had already made up his mind. Every day he could survive was a blessing. Escape seemed impossible, as those 2 guys were stronger than himself and seemed like monsters. Chapter 165. The War of Annihilation. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. Seeking subscriptions. Ever since he learned that his wife was pregnant, Su Yuntao successfully leveled up to become a war man of the new era. He took care of his wife meticulously, even paying less attention to the war between the 2 great empires. "Wife, let us go back to Lake Hard Island to rest. The environment here isn't good with battles happening every day." Su Yuntao approached Bibi Dong with a flattering look and asked. Bibi Dong glanced at him with disdain, but thought for a moment. Indeed, the environment was not suitable for the fetus's growth. She nodded and allowed Su Yuntao to make arrangements. After receiving his wife's approval, Su Yuntao happily went to instruct the person in charge of the merchant association about what to do after he left. Primarily, he instructed the person in charge to pay attention to the changes in the war here and report back to him if there were any developments. Su Yuntao's merchant association had a monopoly business called Qinshuan. With the arrival of the merchant association, the communication lines of Qinshuan began to gradually establish on the Sun and Moon continent. Su Yuntao planned to help the merchant association stabilize the communication situation of Qinshuan completely before leaving. The affairs of the merchant association on the Sun and Moon continent will be fully entrusted to you. This time, I will take some members back first to transport goods, and let them bring more goods from the empire. Su Yuntao instructed the person in charge, as he was the big boss of the merchant association and finally knew how to handle some affairs smoothly. The person in charge nodded repeatedly, eager for Su Yuntao to return quickly and bring more supplies. Boss, when you go back, please tell Manager Shun to send some soul engineers here as soon as possible. The soul-guided devices here have great reference value. Good fellow, no wonder he is my subordinate. Their thoughts are quite similar. Su Yuntao secretly mocked in his heart, but his face showed a knowing expression as he said, "Did you forget how your boss built his fortune? Is there anyone in the empire who understands soul-guided devices better than me? I've already taken care of this matter. All right, you can go now. Help me prepare the ship and supplies. We will be returning soon." After hearing Su Yuntao's words, the person in charge was shocked at first. Then his expression changed to one of realization. Finally, he looked at Su Yuntao with admiration. "Yes, I understand, boss. I will go prepare." Su Yuntao watched as his subordinate, who still had an admiring expression, slowly left, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. "Hey, does this count as corporate culture? Interesting." He smiled, shook his head, and then turned around with a flattering face, quickly walking towards Bibi Dong's room. 3 days later, Su Yuntao returned home with a small merchant fleet. Along the way, he checked the Qinshuan communication facilities established along the route and made upgrades and protections to ensure the signal was strong enough and to increase their resistance to natural risks, so they wouldn't be blown down by the wind or knocked over by waves in a few days. It took him less than half a month to successfully return to the exclusive harbor of the Merchant Association on the coastal area of the continent. This harbor was obtained after Su Yuntao sent a message to Qianrenxue. Other merchant associations did not have such good conditions. They all shared a large harbor provided by the empire for a fee. After returning to his territory, Su Yuntao handed over the remaining affairs of the merchant association to Shun San and returned with his wife to Lake Hard Island to care for her pregnancy. Every day, he provided her with delicious food and drinks, especially the exquisite medicinal herbs cultivated in the Eye of Ice and Fire, which were beneficial for her and the fetus. Any immortal-grade herbs that were not harmful to the fetus but beneficial to Bibi Dong were stuffed in her mouth by Su Yuntao. He also used divine power daily to help nurture her. Days passed like this, and the war on the Sun and Moon continent entered a feverish stage. Various trump cards and tactics emerged from both sides, especially from the Sun and Moon Empire. Due to the natural barrier of the Great River, they had gained a long period of recovery and breathing space. After recovering, the high-ranking officials of the Sun and Moon Empire took out the powerful soul-guided devices they had treasured for many years. This made Wang Hu and others feel a headache. But the Empire's soldiers were not to be underestimated. They reflected on themselves during the war and found ways to counter the strange and powerful soul-guided devices of the Sun and Moon Empire. They indeed found many methods, allowing the martial Soul Empire to maintain an advantage throughout the war. The captured cities were gradually increasing, and a large wave of capable ministers from the martial Soul Empire was dispatched. It had been over 6 months since Su Yuntao returned to Lake Hard Island, focusing solely on caring for his wife and ignoring the war. The martial Soul Empire's Soul Master Army was less than 50 miles from the imperial capital of the Sun and Moon Empire. This war, which had lasted for more than half a year, finally reached its final stage. The intensity of the war was terrifying, with tens of thousands dying every day. Both sides suffered losses. Empress Qianrenxue had also gone to the Sun and Moon continent 3 days ago. She intended to personally oversee the battle and unify the entire Sun and Moon continent in the shortest time possible. The situation here was too suitable for the development of soul-guided devices. After the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in the Empire sent people to scout, they confirmed that the Sun and Moon Empire had rich mineral resources that they did not possess. If the Empire wanted to develop better, capturing this continent was imperative. Su Yuntao, who stayed on Lake Hard Island, also learned about the real-time situation of the war through the information channels of the Merchant Association. Even Empress Qian Rinshue's arrival was informed to him by Shun San. Wife, Xiao Xue has gone to the front lines. After all, she was Bibi Dong's daughter. So Su Yuntao had no intention of hiding this news from her. Aren't we in a favorable position? Why is she going there? Bibi Dong was momentarily surprised by this news, but felt more puzzled than worried. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, she probably wants to see things for herself. After all, it's hard to see the truth from the rear. Bibi Dong nodded and then said, let Douluo help her. Su Yuntao thought for a moment and nodded as well. In such a large-scale war, having Douluo participate would indeed provide a tremendous advantage. After hearing Su Yuntao's request, Douluo immediately took Douluo and headed towards the Sun and Moon Empire. In fact, according to Douluo's personality, he had long been unable to stay here, and this mission just fulfilled his desire. As for why he brought Douluo, it was because Douluo had recently broken through to Soul Sage and needed practical combat training to stabilize her realm. A month later, the War of Annihilation officially began. In Mingdu, the armies of the two empires faced off inside and outside the city. At this moment, a mysterious figure appeared on the side of the Sun-Moon Empire in the capital, Mingdu. With this person's arrival, the morale of the Sun-Moon Empire's army seemed to rise a few points out of nowhere. Outside the city, in the camp of the Soul Master Empire's army, Qian Rinshue frowned as she looked at the suddenly appeared mysterious person. Wang Hu, has this person appeared in our intelligence reports? Wang Hu shook his head and replied, there has been a report, but it didn't specify his exact situation, only mentioning that there is a mysterious national teacher within the imperial capital of the Sun-Moon Empire. At this point, Wang Hu paused for a moment and hesitantly added, suspected to be an evil soul master. Qian Rinshue was surprised and said, an evil soul master? How could such a thing appear so openly? It's quite strange. She then buried her astonishment deep down and shifted her focus to the enemy's troop arrangements. However, after just a brief glance, she dismissed it. The battle formation of the Sun-Moon Empire was completely chaotic and had no research value. They relied entirely on their powerful soul guide devices, applying only a very basic level of troop arrangement. After thinking for a moment, Qian Rinshue turned to Wang Hu and asked, has Elder Douluo set off yet? He set off about 15 minutes ago. I estimate that in a little while, we will be able to launch our attack. All right, send the order down to keep an eye on that so-called national teacher. Notify me immediately if there are any movements. I will deal with him personally. Qian Rinshue decisively took the matter of dealing with this mysterious person into her own hands. She looked at the hesitant Su Yuntao and directly interrupted his intended words. Go down and prepare. I want to win this battle. At this time, receiving the task given by Qian Rinshue, Douluo stealthily made his way into the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire, Mingdu, hidden near the city walls of Mingdu. His task was to release poison at the most critical moment of the battle, forcibly providing the Imperial Army with an opportunity to breach the city gates. Just as Douluo was about to take his position, the Soul Master Army of the Soul Master Empire charged toward Mingdu after the war drum sounded. Wang Hu hovered in the air above the Soul Master Army, commanding the battle. The Soul Guide artillery units were ordered to cover the entire city wall with firepower as soon as the army was 200 steps away from the wall, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. When the army was about to reach the city wall, he ordered a cessation of bombardment. Holding a communication device, he issued orders to the Soul Guide artillery positions at the rear. Everyone, launch a frontal assault on the city wall. No feigned attacks, all main force. At this moment, the Soul Guide artillery of the Soul Master Empire began to take effect, with countless fixed Soul Guide cannons flying toward the city walls, making a whistling sound like the call of death. The Sun-Moon Empire had prepared for this after fighting so many battles with the Soul Master Empire. A massive gray shield enveloped the entire Mingdu. The bombardment from the Soul Guide artillery had no effect on this protective shield, losing all its intended power and falling harmlessly to the ground. Wang Hu looked at the gray shield and thought to himself, they're using their trump card. He recognized at a glance that the cost of using this item was enormous. The Sun-Moon Empire had truly begun to fight desperately. The previous fear in the face of the Soul Master Empire had dissipated, and under the pressure of national extinction, they began to fight at all costs. Long-range Soul Masters. Prepare. Target that protective shield. Fire. Wang Hu urgently adjusted the tactics, directly bringing down the specialized long-range attacking Soul Masters from the rear. He aimed to use the soul skills of the long-range Soul Masters to deplete the energy of the protective shield. Since the Sun-Moon Empire had activated the protective shield, Their own soul guide artillery could not be used, as this protective shield did not have the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. This was different from the Sun Moon Empire during Hua Yuhao's time, when the defensive soul guide devices they developed could already identify enemies under the dazzling attacks of soul skills. The protective shield of the Sun Moon Empire began to flicker and ultimately could not bear the burden of energy, actively ceasing its release. When Wang Hu saw the protective shield disappear, his heart trembled. He immediately ordered the rear soul guide artillery to continue firing. The Sun Moon Empire's army felt a heavy weight in their hearts when they saw the protective shield removed. Under the bombardment of the Soul Master Empire's soul guide artillery, they chose to retaliate furiously, and one soul guide artillery after another began to roar. Thus, the two-side soul guide artillery began to exchange fire without regard for costs. However, Wang Hu's side still suffered some minor losses. After all, they were the attacking side, and their cover was limited, resulting in significant casualties from the bombardment. But the soldiers of the Soul Master Empire were made up of Soul Masters, whose quality completely overwhelmed that of the Sun Moon Empire. Under the rain of artillery fire, the soldiers of the Soul Master Empire, relying on their excellent individual strength, avoided a large portion of the casualties. Otherwise, the losses alone would have caused Qian Rinxue great pain for a long time. Assault team, move up. Wang Hu issued this command just as his forces were about to reach the city wall. At the same time, he transformed into a massive black tiger and charged toward the city wall. Logically speaking, as a titled Dalu, Wang Hu should have fought in the air to avoid excessive harm to the other soldiers. However, Wang Hu did not care about that. And since most of his attacks were based on his own strength, he was not worried at all. When he arrived at the city wall, he leaped up, and amidst gasps of astonishment, he was the first to stand on the city wall. Kill! Charged toward the commander. Hurry! 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 The captain of the assault team, seeing Wang Hu snatch what should have been his own task, turned red with anger. He yelled at his team members and rushed toward Wang Hu's position. As both armies had already engaged, the powerful Soul Guide artillery was rendered ineffective, and the real battle began. The Soul Master Empire, having captured nearly all the territory of the Sun Moon continent, had grown to an indescribable level of power. Especially the group that had fought alongside Wang Hu from the beginning. Their individual strengths had multiplied several times compared to before. Now, in the chaos, they were often in a situation of one against several, and even had the upper hand. Additionally, the Soul Master Empire had brought a large number of reinforcements with the arrival of the Empress to ensure a decisive battle. In terms of numbers, they outnumbered the defensive forces of the Sun Moon Empire's Mingdu by more than double. This time, after relying on his powerful strength to forcibly ascend the city wall, Wang Hu seemed to take root in place, forcibly opening a gap that could not be closed. Soldiers succeeded in climbing the city wall using Wang Hu's obstruction, but they were fiercely pushed back by the desperate soldiers of the Sun Moon Empire. However, a steady stream of soldiers continued to surge toward this gap, and finally, they could not hold on any longer as the Soul Master Empire forcibly occupied a section of the city wall. Just like the initial landing battle, Wang Hu once again established an advantage using the same method. The fighting below was intense and brutal, while the battle in the sky had also begun. That mysterious national teacher, after ignoring Wang Hu, leaped towards the camp of the Wuhuan Empire. His ambition was quite significant, as his target was actually Qian Rinxue. His appearance caused the remaining 9 ninth-level soul instructors of the Sun and Moon Empire to follow him out of the battlefield. But they were quickly intercepted by the titled Douluo experts of the Wuhuan Empire. The mysterious national teacher was specifically requested by His Majesty, and we let him pass. You insignificant fish think you can reach His Majesty's battlefield? Do you think too little of us? In an instant, a battle belonging to the titled Douluo broke out. And with just one encounter, one of the 9th-level soul instructors from the Sun and Moon Empire was taken down. The reason was simple. Our side had a titled Douluo who was an assassin and did not appear in front of them immediately. At the moment the battle broke out, he concealed his form amidst the intense battle fluctuations and suddenly appeared behind that 9th-level soul instructor, delivering a backstab. In contrast, Qian Rinshua's battle was simply a one-sided massacre of that mysterious national teacher. Moreover, the intelligence was accurate. He indeed was an evil soul master. His ability was to absorb the essence and spirit of other soul masters to assist his own cultivation. He was one of the royal members of the Sun and Moon Empire, considered the ancestor of the current emperor. He had always relied on the strong ruling power of the Sun and Moon Empire to capture dissatisfied soul masters from the common folk and sacrifice them for his cultivation. due to the fact that most of the national teacher's strength came from improper means. Despite having the cultivation of a 96th level title Daluo, his combat power was not very strong. His only powerful mental strength was suppressed by Qian Rinxue's holy light power. This was because his mental strength was mixed with the will of many of those he had killed, making it appear quite evil. Coincidentally, Qian Rinxue's six-winged angel martial spirit had a powerful restraining ability against such evil powers. The battle did not last long. A figure fell from the sky, crashing to the ground like a piece of rag. Indeed, this person was the national teacher of the Sun and Moon Empire, who had already lost his life. The appearance of this scene caused the soul instructors still fighting to instantly lose their confidence to continue resisting. Except for a few 9th level soul instructors who were very loyal to the royal family, choosing to self-destruct, the others chose to surrender. They were sealed by the powerful experts of the Wuhuan Empire and taken into custody. Not far away, the siege battle, with Wang Hu's powerful strength assisting, gained a significant advantage. At that moment, Douluo made his move, unleashing countless poisonous green phosphor snake emperor toxins from his spirit beast, which quickly spread throughout the city. Fortunately, he did not intend to turn the entire city into a dead zone. The toxins spreading to other areas were not lethal except for the guards on the city walls that he focused on. However, even so, it still shocked Wang Hu and the others, causing cold sweat to pour down their foreheads. Undoubtedly, after this war, the one with the highest single output was none other than Douluo, although he only played a minor role. Chapter 167. Meow Meow. Due to Douluo's ultimate move, the remaining people of the Sun and Moon Empire all unconditionally surrendered. After the poison gas dissipated, the army of the Wuhuan Empire took control of the Ming capital. Under the protection of the crowd, Qian Rinxue arrived at the palace in the Ming capital. The journey was smooth due to the presence of the army. Soon she met the old emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire. The already exhausted old emperor was now slumped on the throne, his two aging eyes half open. When he saw Qian Rinxue and the others arriving, he showed no reaction. Only the pupils of his eyes moved slightly with the figures of the visitors. If it weren't for this, the people of the Wuhuan Empire would have thought the old emperor had died on the throne. Once the visitors stood not far from him, the old emperor slowly propped himself up. A long breath escaped his lips, sounding like a flickering flame. "Ah, Your Excellency, what a skill." Seeing the old emperor's state, Qian Rinxue felt no pity whatsoever and said, "I know my skills, but do you have any other methods? If not, then you can set off on your journey." "Ha ha. Cough cough. How the victor takes all. I have nothing to say. But there's one thing I've never understood. Was the powerful one who blocked my empire from going to see one of yours?" The old emperor forced a smile, nearly choking himself. Holding his breath, he voiced his biggest confusion. Qian Rinxue did not know about any powerful figures, but during the war, she had learned through the interrogation of prisoners that there was indeed a powerful presence that had forcibly blocked the seas of the Sun and Moon Empire. "I don't know. Maybe." Qian Rinxue spoke honestly, not caring about the life of someone who was about to die. However, this single sentence caused the old emperor, who was already holding on, to instantly lose all his strength. In the end, am I still unaware of who defeated my empire? This was the old emperor's last thought, and he soon collapsed on the throne he had occupied his entire life. He was buried with the treatment of a prince. After confirming that he had completely lost his breath, Qian Rinxue turned to leave and instructed the guards beside her. According to the etiquette, the old emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire should be buried with the treatment of an emperor, but Qian Rinxue thought he was not a qualified emperor. At most, he could be considered a somewhat decent opponent, and giving him the treatment of a prince was already a sign of her good mood. The Wuhuan Empire had already conquered the entire Sun and Moon continent, but due to the emergence of rebel armies in various places on the continent, Qian Rinxue had to stay in the Sun and Moon continent to personally maintain order. Only after the situation was completely stabilized would she return to the imperial capital of the empire. The news of the frontline victory quickly reached Su Yuntao's ears, and he was very happy upon hearing it. However, seeing that Bibi Dong would be giving birth in a month or two, he had no time to focus on other matters and devoted himself entirely to taking care of her. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Su Yuntao anxiously waited outside the delivery room of the Academy Hospital, pacing back and forth with a very tense expression. The Academy Hospital was an institution that Su Yuntao had established 6 months ago, specifically to provide Bibi Dong with a better environment. It was equipped with various medical soul tools borrowed from the Sun and Moon Empire, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. "Master, please stop pacing. You made me dizzy. Take a break." The lady will definitely be fine. This hospital that you personally supervised is very powerful. There will absolutely be no accidents. At this moment, Shen Wansen was also waiting alongside Su Yuntao, as this was a significant event for Su Yuntao's forces. Yeah, I know, but I'm still nervous. At this moment, Su Yuntao was completely devoid of his usual calmness, his heart in turmoil. His gaze never left the door of the delivery room. Soon, a baby's cry came from within the delivery room. She has given birth. My wife has given birth. Wansan, did you hear that? The baby is crying. Su Yuntao was instantly filled with surprise, unable to hide it. He was so excited that he jumped up, then nervously looked at the door that had not yet opened. Why hasn't she come out yet? Just as he finished speaking, a young lady in a white outfit came out of the delivery room, holding a newborn baby in her arms. Director, it's a little angel. You should hold her. She handed the baby to the flustered Su Yuntao. After excitedly receiving the child, Su Yuntao found himself in a stiff state, completely inexperienced in holding a baby. He didn't dare to move, fearing he might hurt her. After a brief moment of holding, he handed the baby over to a professional and turned to walk back into the delivery room. At that moment, the nurses had already cleaned up inside. Bibi Dong was lying on a transfer bed. Su Yuntao took a step to her side, grasping her sweaty hand tightly. You worked hard. Bibi Dong opened her eyes slightly, glanced at Su Yuntao, and softly asked, "Where's the baby?" Su Yuntao quickly replied, "The nurse is holding her. I couldn't hold her well, afraid I might hurt her. She's a beautiful girl, definitely going to be as lovely as you." Satisfied with Su Yuntao's sweet words, Bibi Dong closed her eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. Su Yuntao personally pushed her back to the specially prepared room. Since he had no parents, he had no idea how to care for someone who had just given birth. So he could only invite professionals to take care of her, while he followed along to learn. After all, taking care of her himself was far more reassuring than having others do it. Tao, have you thought a name for the baby? A week after giving birth, Bibi Dong had already regained her ability to move and was now holding the baby, asking Su Yuntao about the name. I had prepared a lot of names before, but you didn't really like any of them. I haven't thought of a better one yet. Su Yuntao had a condition called naming difficulty syndrome. This condition had two simultaneous symptoms. One was being useless at naming, and the other was not knowing how to choose after coming up with a bunch of bad names. Bibi Dong then helped him make a choice, but ended up not picking any at all. How can you still show your face? Which father doesn't choose a name before the child is born? Bibi Dong sneered at the waxy-faced Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao had nothing to say in response to her mockery. After all, he couldn't rely on anyone else for his flying situation. Ultimately, after a friendly negotiation between the two, the baby's name was finally decided. Su Miao Miao. The nickname was Miao Miao. Of course, while it was called friendly negotiation, it was actually Bibi Dong's will that ran through the entire process. Su Yuntao only managed to secure the right to name the nickname, and then his condition flared up again. In the end, he had to use a homophone to just get it done. Bibi Dong looked down on this, but fortunately, after getting used to it, she reluctantly accepted the nickname Miao Miao, which means a batch of water. Just as Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong were finalizing their daughter's name, Qian Rinxue returned to the Spirit Empire with a small army. Since a large army was needed to guard the territory of the Sun Moon Empire, no, it's no longer the Sun Moon Empire. It should be said that a large army was needed to guard the territory of the Spirit Empire on the Sun Moon continent. Qian Rinxue could only bring back her personal guards. Upon returning to the imperial capital, she immediately received news about Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong. Qian Rinxue then fell into a complex emotional state. Sister? A feeling she had never experienced before arose in Qian Rinxue's heart. Was it joy? Not quite. Was it surprise? A little. But more than that, it was a sense of acceptance. Acceptance of this new life that bore her bloodline. The complex emotions diluted the joy she felt after defeating the Sun Moon Empire. The first thing she did upon returning to the palace was to rummage through her palace's storeroom. Qian Rinxue wanted to prepare a gift for her mother and this little sister. Chapter 168. Inner Turmoil in the Divine Realm. Please collect. Please recommend. Su Yuntao took Bibi Dong and Miao Miao back to Lake Hard Island to recuperate. The gifts sent by Qian Rinxue had already been piled up in a small warehouse on Lake Hard Island. Qian Rinxue knew that the couple did not lack material wealth. So the items sent were all supplements for Bibi Dong and toys for the baby. It was evident that she had put thought into it, and Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong were very satisfied with her intentions. However, the child was still small and did not understand how to play. So the toys could only be stored in the warehouse for later use. One day, while Su Yuntao was holding Miao Miao and lulling her to sleep, he received a piece of news that had not been heard in a long time. Inner turmoil in the divine realm. Su Yuntao's shaking arm paused for a moment. Then he continued to soothe the child as if nothing had happened. However, he was inquiring in his heart. What is the specific situation? Tao, I don't quite understand the specifics either. I only know that the gods led by the god of destruction are attacking the gods led by the god of Azura. However, there is another force in the divine realm watching the battle without intervening. Su Yuntao's heart jolted, and he immediately asked, who is watching? The god of life and the god of death. They are the strongest in the divine realm, but neither has participated in the inner turmoil nor prevented it from happening. Su Yuntao continued to ask, can we find out the reasons behind the inner turmoil? Dao fell silent. After a long time, when Su Yuntao thought Dao had left, it finally spoke. There are a few gods in the divine realm who came from the continent and have some connections. We could try to communicate with them, but I cannot appear myself. At this point, both Su Yuntao and Dao fell silent. Su Yuntao knew that doing so carried great risks because human hearts are unpredictable. Who knows if those gods still have ties to the continent? Forget it. If we don't know the reason, we don't need to. We just need to know that they temporarily don't have time to affect you. Su Yuntao continued to inquire, how long will it take you to meet the requirements? The silent Dao, upon hearing the question, spoke again. This time next year, it will be possible. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and even the movement of holding the baby shook a bit. Good. By this time next year, you prepare well. Success or failure will be determined then. Unlike Su Yuntao's excitement, Dao was not in a good mood. It had many concerns, and when it truly reached this point, it felt some hesitation. However, it was good that this matter was also etched in the depths of Dao's rules, so it did not hesitate for long. It then said, all right, let's confirm it for this time next year. After finishing, the voice of Dao disappeared from Su Yuntao's heart. Meow Meow quickly fell asleep in Su Yuntao's embrace. He carried her into the bedroom and placed her next to Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong's gaze was somewhat unusual, looking at Su Yuntao as if she had some worries. Tao, I can sense that there seems to be something on your mind. Can you tell me about it? After hearing her words, Su Yuntao looked at her in surprise. He then asked, how did you sense that? Oh, no. What could I possibly have on my mind? As soon as Su Yuntao lied, he couldn't bear to look her in the eye. Bibi Dong immediately noticed his insincerity, and his previous words had already exposed his thoughts. Forget it then. Bibi Dong hugged the child and turned away, ignoring Su Yuntao, pretending to be very angry. Su Yuntao looked at Bibi Dong, who was ignoring him, feeling both amused and helpless. He then said, Donger, it's not that I don't want to say anything. It's just that because of this matter, I don't want to involve you. Meow Meow is still so young. As soon as Su Yuntao finished speaking, Bibi Dong's tears began to flow. He panicked. He hurriedly approached her, flustered, trying to help her wipe away her tears. Anxiously, he said, don't cry, I. For Su Yuntao, a woman's tears were the best leverage when Bibi Dong cried. He felt flustered. Seeing Su Yuntao's panicked expression, Bibi Dong broke into a smile. Then she said very seriously, I want to help you. Su Yuntao fed silent. Facing Bibi Dong's earnest request, he was deeply moved. However, it was unnecessary for her to get involved in this matter. Even if she did get involved, she probably wouldn't be able to go up there with him. She would just be left watching from below, worrying about him, which was really unnecessary. Seeing that Su Yuntao was silent, Bibi Dong's lips curled, and tears fell again. Countless divine beasts flew through Su Yuntao's mind, and he secretly thought, this woman really has a hold on me. Reluctantly, he nodded and agreed to Bibi Dong's request. At this moment, Bibi Dong was genuinely overjoyed, her face radiating a bright smile. This scene made Su Yuntao, who was initially anxious, feel much better instantly, and his thoughts began to flow more freely. He leaned down to pick Bibi Dong up around the waist and headed toward his room. Before leaving, he set up a formation on Meow Meow to remind himself when the child woke up. With a year left, Su Yuntao began to prepare. First of all, he needed to notify the personnel who would accompany him. Secondly, the supplies had to be well prepared because he had no idea how long he and the others would need to stay there. If all went smoothly, they might be able to return in just a few months. However, if they encountered special or unexpected situations, it could take a year and a half. Or they might not be able to return at all. The little girl picking mushrooms, Su Yuntao hummed a tune while rummaging through his storage room. Wow, when did I store so many small iron balls? Take them all. If we can't win, then blow them up. Hee. Su Yuntao discovered a special storage ring on a shelf in the corner, and when he opened it, it was filled with small iron balls. There were at least 10,000. Just thinking about throwing handfuls of those small iron balls at those gods made Su Yuntao feel a rush of joy. Indeed, a man's romance is not only about fists, but also about something longer, farther and more powerful. With unexpected joy, Su Yuntao put the ring on his thumb. Then let me see if there are any good things in the pills. Oh no, there are too many pills in stock? I don't even know where to start. Besides the 2 types, he casually refined himself. All of Su Yuntao's pills were from the lottery system before. He didn't need to use pills for his cultivation. And aside from giving a few bottles to his wife and apprentice, he left them in the storage room to collect dust. Of course, the pills were also stored in the storage ring. I need to bring a few bottles for healing, and I also need to bring some to replenish soul power. And I should bring some for stamina. Those work pretty well for me. Should I bring a few poisonous pills? They're good stuff. When Su Yuntao saw a few strange poisonous pills mixed in with the other pills, he couldn't help but imagine the scene of spreading poison in the divine realm, which was simply too delightful to look at directly. Bring them, right? I should also bring my old buddy, the Mecha. It's good to bring it along to scare people. Hee hee, I just love seeing those gods who have never seen the world before. Lost in his own amusement, Su Yuntao didn't realize that behind him, Bibi Dong was quietly watching him rummage through various soul-guided storage rings with his but sticking out. To be honest, this was her first time entering this storage room. It wasn't that Su Yuntao didn't allow her to come in, but she was very conscious not to let him feel that she had no private space. As for why she came in this time, it was because she couldn't find anyone after looking for a long time upstairs. And it was inconvenient for her to take care of the child alone, so she had to come down to seek help. Sure enough, Meow Meow was still being held by Bibi Dong, her round, curious eyes surveying the storage room. Tao, where are all these things? Bibi Dong could no longer tolerate Su Yuntao's greedy demeanor and had to interrupt his self-indulgence. Su Yuntao's movements suddenly paused, and he awkwardly turned his head to smile foolishly at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong suddenly covered her slightly pained forehead, gritting her silver teeth. She continued, I'm asking you a question. What are you laughing at? If there's nothing important, come up and take care of the child. I can't handle everything by myself. All right, my baby. As soon as Su Yuntao heard this, he immediately dropped the storage ring he was holding and took Meow Meow into his arms. Those are things I've casually stored over the years. To be honest, I don't even know what all there is. It's just too much and too mixed. If you have nothing to do, feel free to come here and sift through. You might find something you like. After Su Yuntao had a moment with Meow Meow, he remembered Bibidong's question and said with some distress, Chapter 169. The passage is established, continent in disaster, subscription requested. Half a year later, in the source of the Douluo plain, a colorful energy ball was vibrating violently, since it was closely related to everything on the continent. A huge upheaval was happening on the continent at this time. Your Majesty, the continent has begun to undergo unknown changes. Many volcanoes have erupted simultaneously. There are signs of earthquakes everywhere. The messenger hesitated for a moment. Moreover, the Sun and Moon continent has experienced an unprecedented tsunami. 1% of the entire continental plate has disappeared, turning into an ocean. Upon hearing this, he seemed to lose all strength and collapsed in the Great Hall. What? Qian Renshua immediately couldn't sit still, quickly stepping down from the throne to support the messenger, anxiously asking, Is there any specific information? Yes, there is. The messenger immediately reacted, taking detailed information from the bag he carried and handing it to Qian Renshua. She immediately took the information, reading it quickly, and instantly grasped the overall situation. The situation was not as bad as imagined. Although it was true, due to the urgent actions of officials in various places, the loss of life was not significant. The area with the greatest losses is undoubtedly the Sun and Moon continent, since it is a newly acquired territory. The control of the Spirit Empire over it is not as strong as it is in the homeland. Some civilians or lower-level officials have not fully implemented the Empire's regulations and systems, leading to delayed responses when the disaster occurred, resulting in many disobedient people dying. Qian Renshua, who let out a long sigh of relief, immediately turned serious and said, Send my orders. All officials must immediately go to the disaster area for rescue and ensure that losses are minimized during the upcoming disasters. Additionally, the safety of personnel's lives is the top priority. Understood. All the ministers on both sides of the hall immediately took the order with serious expressions. Then, the two prime ministers on either side quickly began organizing tasks, swiftly dividing all the ministers according to provincial capitals and dispatching them. Under Qian Renshue's supervision, the entire process was completed in less than an hour, and all the ministers who received orders had already set off to various parts of the country. At this moment, the two prime ministers in charge approached Qian Renshua and reported, Your Majesty, the territory on the Sun and Moon continent is too far from us, and we cannot arrive in time in the short term. Do you have any solutions? Upon hearing this question, Qian Renshua frowned. This issue cannot be blamed on the two prime ministers' inefficiency. It is indeed an objectively existing problem without a feasible solution. After thinking for a while, Qian Renxue had no choice but to say, first send people to assist at full speed. As for timing, I will think of other ways. She waved her hand and walked towards her palace, feeling somewhat troubled. The two prime ministers exchanged glances, each seeing concern in the other's eyes. They knew very well that a territory just incorporated into the empire is usually not a problem, as it will eventually integrate with time. However, under the current circumstances, the people there have not truly accepted the empire, and the disaster has come so suddenly that it can easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives. This could lead to the empire losing its authority in the eyes of the local populace, giving rise to many forces resisting the empire's rule and reviving rebel armies. Furthermore, it could potentially result in the empire losing its dominion over the Sun and Moon continent. The right prime minister thought for a moment, and then said to the left prime minister, "Let us follow the emperor's orders for now. If necessary, the empire can wage another war to reclaim it. With our current war reserves, we can still afford to fight." The right prime minister is a representative of the hawkish faction, inherently inclined towards conflict, so his words were always tinged with a sense of aggression. The left prime minister rolled his eyes at him, but didn't respond. He actually thought the same, but, as a member of the moderate faction, couldn't voice it outright, and could only silently agree with him. The right prime minister quickly saw through the left prime minister's subtle thoughts, and let out a chuckle, then dragged the sulking left prime minister towards the hall's exit. They still had a long list of matters to deal with. On Lake Heart Island, with only 6 months left until the date agreed upon with Tao, Su Yuntao was rushing to prepare everything. If he were going alone, he wouldn't need much preparation. But since Bai Bidong insisted on accompanying him, the preparations had to be multiplied, making the timeline quite tight. "Tao, the continent has been severely affected by my actions, and I need your help." This was the sudden voice of Tao, which hadn't appeared for a long time, now carrying a sense of urgency. "Huh? What happened?" Su Yuntao, staying on Lake Heart Island, was somewhat unaware of the outside situation and asked in confusion. "I made some significant moves to achieve my goals, which caused a backlash on the continent. Natural disasters have erupted everywhere, and I need your help. I need to maintain the results and stabilize them completely, but I can't spare the effort right now. I needed to solidify the passage. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if Su Yuntao reached the divine realm and couldn't return." Su Yuntao quickly understood the situation, feeling a wave of concern. "Can you pinpoint the exact coordinates of the disasters that have occurred or are about to occur?" He asked immediately. "Yes, I will send them to you right now. These are the specific coordinates of the disasters that will occur in the next 3 months. I will be able to free up my hands to resolve these troubles in just 3 months. Okay, I will buy you 3 months. Su Yuntao was not one to procrastinate and immediately gave Tao a precise response. He temporarily set aside his current tasks, came to the ground, and found Bai Bidong, who was still nursing the baby. "Donger, I will be away for 3 months. You stay safely on Lake Heart Island and don't go out. Don't worry. This trip isn't going there. It's because various natural disasters have occurred on the continent, and I need to help." Su Yuntao directly informed her of everything to avoid worrying her. This time, Bai Bidong did not insist on going with him, knowing that Su Yuntao's strength would handle these natural disasters without any issues. She didn't want to annoy him and understood that compromise in certain matters was the secret to their relationship. This was her wisdom. "Okay, you go. Remember to come back and see Meow Meow when you pass by home." Just a simple sentence moved Su Yuntao, who immediately embraced her. After a long time, they finally parted, and Su Yuntao soared into the sky, heading towards the nearest disaster site. This was a dormant volcano 500 miles from the heavily impacted Nodding City. But due to the overall turmoil of the plains, it had regained its vitality. Su Yuntao arrived above the volcano and watched the energy below beginning to fluctuate violently, along with the nearby village still at work, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time. It had not yet erupted. Without a word, Su Yuntao waved his hand towards the already turbulent volcano, and a massive array composed of many formations appeared inside the volcano. In an instant, the tumultuous activity of the volcano was quelled and gradually calmed down. Done. Next, Su Yuntao began his temporary role as a firefighter, rushing around the continent. It was precisely because of this that Su Yuntao's figure was captured by the Spirit Empire's intelligence system at the first opportunity, and it was promptly reported to Empress Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, who was still anxious about the situation on the Sun and Moon continent, was immediately filled with surprise. "Where's Lord Wen Emperor right now?" She immediately asked the intelligence officer. Reporting to your majesty, Lord Wen Emperor is currently in Haiyan village, which just experienced a tsunami 3 days ago. He is there using magic to calm the raging sea, the intelligence officer said somewhat awkwardly, as he couldn't understand what it meant to use magic, but that was what the information from below stated. However, Qianrichua was not surprised at all. She nodded as a matter of course and said, immediately relay the situation of the Sun and Moon continent to Lord Wen Emperor and let him decide for himself. You don't need to worry about anything else. You can go. Understood. Finally, that side's issue is resolved. Given that guy's character, he should rush to handle it right away, she thought. Chapter 170. Firefighter, Brother Tao, please vote for recommendations. At this moment, Su Yuntao was in Haiyan village, having just finished sealing the turbulent waves of the near sea and preparing to move on to the next location. At this time, a soul master dressed in black approached him and, upon meeting, performed a courtly salute. I greet your majesty, Emperor Wen. I am a member of the Empire's Dark Guard. Here with the Empress's order. Here is my token and the hand order. After performing the salute, he took out a token and a document from his bosom and handed them to Su Yuntao. After carefully examining the hand order, Su Yuntao returned it to the Dark Guard in front of him and then opened the hand order. The Dark Guard cleverly avoided his gaze. The hand order contained information regarding the Sun and Moon continent, and Su Yuntao frowned repeatedly as he read. How could it be this serious? The materials provided by Dao did not highlight this, only marking that a major tsunami occurred. Moreover, the emergency level is not high. What is going on? After understanding the contents of the hand order, Su Yuntao immediately became suspicious. He then inquired in his heart, what is going on over at the Sun and Moon continent? I have received information that contradicts the provided materials. As the administrator of the continent, Dao instantly grasped the situation. Dao, the site of the tsunami is in a desolate area, and the damage to personnel is not severe. It is possible that someone there exaggerated the truth of the matter. The reasons are unclear. Just be careful. Su Yuntao had already harbored doubts, and hearing Dao's explanation ignited a few sparks of anger within him. At such a time, there are still people making small moves, unaware of their own mortality. His anger was not directed at the Dark Guard in front of him. He maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. He then instructed the Dark Guard, I also have a handwritten document that needs to be delivered back to the Empress. She must receive it personally. No one is allowed to see it. Yes, sir. Su Yuntao waved his hand over the handwritten document, and the text disappeared. He then used his soul power as ink and his finger as a pen to write a report about the Sun and Moon continent, which he handed to the Dark Guard. Hurry back. Also, please inform the Empress that she need not worry about the situation on the Sun and Moon continent. I will resolve it. Yes, sir. The Dark Guard once again saluted and then used a soul technique to transform into a shadow, disappearing from spot. After watching him leave, Su Yuntao looked towards the direction of the Sun and Moon continent and snorted coldly. He then continued his work as an activity coordinator according to the priorities outlined in Dao's materials. Since the rescue was not organized by distance, Su Yuntao often had to traverse the entire continent. This truly exhausted him. It wasn't a physical exhaustion, it was mental fatigue. Each time he got close to Nodding City, he would fulfill his promise to Bibi Dong and return to Lake Hard Island to rest. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. Su Yuntao had already handled all the dangerous areas on Douluo continent. He then immediately headed towards the Sun and Moon continent. Due to the need to cross the entire ocean, Su Yuntao happened to take the route where the communication devices were installed. Along the way, he reinforced the stability of those devices once again. Upon arriving at the Sun and Moon continent, Su Yuntao found the overall leader there and immediately delivered a heavy punch that severely injured him. To be honest, without the overall leader's authorization or tacit approval, could the subordinates have acted in such a manner? After 2 months of rescuing, Su Yuntao had completely lost all patience and was about to turn into fire. Then came a thorough investigation from top to bottom. Su Yuntao did not spare anyone. All who participated or indirectly participated in this matter were dealt with by him. They were locked up in a specially designed cage. Furthermore, Su Yuntao discovered signs that officials from the Empire's homeland had been bribed by the Sun and Moon continent's rebel army. This time, Su Yuntao's anger could not be contained, and he directly employed the most severe methods. He activated his Master's divine kingdom, enveloping everyone he encountered within it. In his divine kingdom, no one could lie to him. If they attempted to, they would face self-denial and condemnation deep within their hearts, leading to mental breakdown. Su Yuntao did not care about anything else. As long as someone was enveloped, he uniformly questioned them. Have you done anything that wronged the Empire in your appointment? If someone experienced a mental breakdown during this process, Su Yuntao would directly incapacitate them and lock them up. For those who admitted to their actions, he would seal their martial souls and soul power before locking them away. For other honest officials, Su Yuntao would promote them so they could fulfill their roles. After this entire process, more than half a month had passed. In the remaining half month, Su Yuntao established defense formations in various cities across the Sun and Moon continent. He was too lazy to go around putting out fires. He simply set up temporary defense formations to deal with the volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. Dao found Su Yuntao's approach somewhat amusing and frustrating. It had requested Su Yuntao's help to alleviate its own stress. Allowing disasters to occur in this manner was of no help to Dao. However, with the situation on Douluo continent completely resolved, leaving the Sun and Moon continent unattended did not have a significant impact on Dao. In due time, it would just take a little time to recover. Soon, the appointed date arrived. Su Yuntao returned to Lake Hard Island in advance, and together with Bibi Dong, they brought their child to the imperial capital of the Wuhuan Empire. After announcing their arrival, the two entered deep into the palace. Qian Rinxue, dressed in imperial robes, stood at the entrance waiting for their arrival. First, she saluted Bibi Dong, and only then did Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong return her greeting. Without waiting for Qian Rinxue to speak, Su Yuntao directly handed her a document in his hand. I have cleared the situation on the Sun and Moon continent for you. However, the higher the heavens, the Emperor is far away. What is bound to happen will eventually happen. I believe you understand. You are the Emperor, after all. Su Yuntao's meaning was very clear. He would no longer concern himself with her matters and would find a way to resolve the issues of that territory. Qian Rinxue had anticipated this situation and nodded without responding. Instead, she looked at the child in Bibi Dong's arms and asked, "Is this my little sister? She's so beautiful. She will definitely grow up to be a stunning beauty." Bibi Dong nodded, somewhat awkwardly handing the child to Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue naturally took the child, then looked blankly at Bibi Dong and Su Yuntao. "Why are you handing me the child for no reason? Although I would like to hold her." Su Yuntao did not care about her thoughts. He only knew he was about to leave with Bibi Dong, looking back longingly at the child in Qian Rinxue's arms. This scene was completely observed by Qian Rinxue, who was already confused and even more bewildered. "You guys are." Before she could finish her sentence, Bibi Dong interrupted her, saying directly, "We need to go away for a while, and we'll leave Miao Miao in your care for a time. I believe you'll take good care of her." Qian Rinxue, completely bewildered, felt the child in her arms suddenly heavier. However, being an emperor, she quickly cleared her tangled thoughts, considering the previous matters related to the deities. "Are you going to?" Bibi Dong nodded, confirming her guess. Su Yuntao continued, "If everything goes smoothly this time, it will completely change our position with the divine realm. You will achieve." What exactly they would achieve was left unsaid. But both of them understood. Qian Rinxue, being the emperor, had ambitions that even Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong could not match. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Yuntao, asking excitedly, "Is the timing ripe?" Su Yuntao looked at Qian Rinxue in surprise, then slowly shook his head at her disappointed expression. "I see. Don't worry, I will take care of Miao Miao. If you too, I will do my best to train her and wait for the right moment to take revenge." As she spoke, her tone carried an endless, chilling, murderous intent, causing the heavens and earth to tremble for a moment. The Dao, which was sensitive to such matters, unconsciously trembled and glanced curiously at the imperial capital. Upon seeing Su Yuntao there, it confidently retracted its perception. Chapter 171. CEI, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Seeing Qian Rinxue's expression, Bibi Dong opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. In the end, she could only remain silent, as if tacitly agreeing with her words. Su Yuntao beside them also felt unsure about how to ease the atmosphere. He was the only one who clearly understood that since he had agreed to follow Bibi Dong, he was fully prepared, not only relying on his own formidable strength, but also with the help of the Dao. In their previous communication, it had indicated that it had a way to bring them back at a critical moment. In this atmosphere, after a short while, Su Yuntao said, "You should find some people to help guard this place to prevent any accidents from blocking the exit here." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately detached herself from her emotions and assured him that she would ensure everything would go smoothly. Su Yuntao nodded, turned to take Bibi Dong's hand, and after exchanging a glance, they focused their attention on Miao Miao. With deep reluctance, the two left the imperial palace after she fell asleep. In the sea area, the two set off hand in hand towards the coordinates specified by the Dao, with raging waves all around. It was evident that the Dao had paid a tremendous price to forcibly open the passage. Su Yuntao looked at the roaring sea with a complicated mood, inwardly questioning the Tao. This situation seems to be caused by more than just you. Is there some other reason? Do you need my help? Yes, as you said, this special realm of the sea has characteristics that the continent does not have. Our passage was opened using the power of the sea. It seems that the problem is quite serious. However, it's fine. I have freed up my hands and will soon be able to repair it. It's just that some people above are a bit upset right now. Hee. The Tao rarely laughed, and it was the first time Su Yuntao had seen such schadenfreude. His confusion lasted only a moment before he realized why. Wasn't that entity in the divine realm the one who was proving their divinity over the sea? This turmoil in the sea would certainly not be easy for him either. I understand. The coordinates of the passage should be nearby. Why can't we find where it is? After a quarter of an hour, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong stopped above the sea, scanning their surroundings with their divine sense. However, they not only failed to see any trace of the passage, but even the spatial fluctuations that existed after the passage opened were absent. They quickly inquired the Tao. Don't worry, the passage isn't in the main space. It's in the sea space. It's normal that you haven't found it. Now, follow the route I give you and dive to the seabed. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's inquiry, the Tao hurried to explain. Su Yuntao nodded, releasing his divine power to envelop both of them, preparing to dive to the seabed. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something, paused for a moment, left a noticeable mark on the sea surface, and sent the coordinates to Qianren Shue. Only then did he dive into the sea hand in hand with Bibi Dong. Once they entered the sea, their senses changed entirely. The endless ocean was full of inclusiveness, housing countless biological species far richer than those on the continent. The underwater scenery, distinct from that on land, left Bibi Dong, who shared the same love for beauty as any ordinary woman, in awe. To accommodate her curiosity, Su Yuntao did not swim fast, allowing her to enjoy the sights. This alone moved her for quite a while. So, to win a woman's heart is quite simple. It just depends on whether you have the heart to do it, as any effort spent will not be in vain, except for the straight men. The two traveled smoothly along a specific route, encountering no marine soul beasts that were supposed to be omnipresent in the ocean. Tao, you're 5 meters in front of you. Stand there, and I will open the portal to the sea to let you in. Soon after, the voice of the Tao rang in Su Yuntao's mind again, reminding him that they had arrived. Su Yuntao looked suspiciously at the 5 meters ahead of him, seeing nothing but the ubiquitous sea water. He immediately scanned the area carefully with his divine sense, and sure enough, he finally discovered something abnormal. The space here was very weak, as if there was another space linked here. Thus, Su Yuntao finally confirmed the exact location and brought Bibi Dong over as required. After getting ready, he turned to Bibi Dong, who was obediently waiting beside him, and said, Dong, are you ready? We're about to set off. Bibi Dong did not respond verbally, merely nodding firmly and tightening her grip on his hand. Su Yuntao smiled casually, confirming his position with the Tao in his heart, and then let it begin. In an instant, the once relatively calm sea erupted with a series of roars, howling like a hurricane. Following this, a massive vortex appeared above Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong, slowly descending towards them. The two, witnessing this scene, only felt a sense of wonder at nature's magic, without any hint of fear. A vortex entirely composed of seawater, upon contact with the two, instantly turned into bubbles and vanished. At the same time, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong also disappeared into the sea. In the extreme motion and stillness, the interior of the ocean once again returned to calm, with only the scene of tumultuous waves remaining on the surface. After a moment of dizziness, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong found themselves in a deep blue space, filled with seawater. However, their gaze immediately fell upon the enormous passageway entrance in the center of the space. It seemed that there were some restrictions at this entrance, preventing the seawater from pouring in. The external appearance of the passage was a pitch-black vortex, exuding a sense of mystery. Su Yuntao explained to Bibi Dong, this is the sea space, which serves to stabilize the ocean. That over there is the passage to the divine realm, forcibly opened for us by the will of the continent. I see. So, are we going there now? Su Yuntao initially thought Bibi Dong would be anxious, but to his surprise, she was even more eager than he was. Nodding, Su Yuntao took her hand and walked towards the entrance of the passage. At that moment, a light shadow appeared before them. It was the projection of Tao. Tao, once you enter this passage, it will be very difficult for me to contact you. Unless it's an emergency, I might not be able to reach you. You must take good care of yourselves. Also, this is a strand of my power. Take it with you. When you return, activating it will allow me to sense you and bring you back. The usually aloof Tao seemed to be quite talkative this time, but Su Yuntao felt no impatience, patiently listening to its instructions. Bibi Dong beside him was equally attentive, as this was related to their lives. All right, that's all I have to say. Take care. You may go now. Soon, it stopped speaking and bid farewell to the two. In a short time, it had conveyed all the information that could be helpful to them, especially various knowledge related to the divine realm. Su Yuntao slightly nodded at Tao and, with a firm step, led Bibi Dong towards the enormous passage entrance. Their figures slowly disappeared into the CI space under the watchful gaze of Tao. Everything was very calm. One could say the silence was even greater than when they entered the CI space, as they walked quietly into the passage. Inside the passage, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong instantly lost their sense of direction, but they could see each other's presence, which calmed their initially restless hearts. Su Yuntao tightly grasped her delicate hand, using his spiritual sense as a guide to lead the somewhat fatigued Bibi Dong onward. In this directionless passage, they walked for a full 2 hours. However, this was just the external time. For them, it felt as if they had been walking for a month. Just as Su Yuntao was about to become numb to the passage of time, a white light suddenly appeared before them. There was another portal, and in an instant, both of them became excited, encouraging each other as they headed toward the portal. The moment they crossed through it, their vision was instantly lost, engulfed in a sea of white. Chapter 172, The Death of the Sea God, Seeking Recommendation Votes. When Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong's vision finally returned, the first thing they saw was a magnificent valley. It was a utopian world where tigers and sheep coexisted, both having their own cultivation. Everything was harmonious, and the first impression was that this was the divine realm. So beautiful. Bibi Dong gazed dreamily at the valley they were in. She did not possess spiritual awareness and failed to notice that, in Su Yuntao's spiritual sense, all the creatures in the valley had no signs of life. Saying they were lifeless wouldn't be inaccurate. They were merely puppets of the gods. The gods needed them, so they existed. There was no relation to nature or ecology. Everything existed according to the will of the gods. However, Su Yuntao chose not to interrupt her enthusiasm and silently accompanied her. In his heart, he was studying the map left by Tao, which marked the coordinates of various divine palaces. The most prominent were the 5 divine palaces of the Divine Realm Council, spread across the 5 directions of the divine realm, occupying the most advantageous positions. Once Bibi Dong's enthusiasm for sightseeing waned, Su Yuntao looked at her and said, "Dong, being here is not like on the continent. Danger lurks everywhere. The divine realm has just begun to experience internal strife, with 2 factions vying against each other. If we are careful, we won't attract attention, but if we're discovered, it could be quite threatening. You must stick close to me and never lose focus." Bibi Dong blinked her eyes and curiously asked, "Internal strife?" Su Yuntao nodded seriously, saying, "It's precisely because of this that we have the opportunity to sneak in here. Our goal is to kill a god and absorb their divine power to provide energy for the advancement of the continent's will, so I can progress further." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly sparkled, and her small tongue licked her lips. Kill a god? This character was also one who thrived on chaos, with a more intense, rebellious nature buried deep within her than Su Yuntao. Over the past few years, she had restrained much of it for love and for their child. Seeing Bibi Dong's expression, Su Yuntao immediately felt a headache, fearing she would become impulsive. He tugged at her arm and said, "We agreed that here, you must listen to me. Do not act on your own." He reminded her once more, and Bibi Dong impatiently grunted, her face full of excitement as she pulled Su Yuntao to walk out of the valley. She didn't even pay attention to the scenery here, let alone the target. Su Yuntao had no choice but to abruptly pull her into his embrace, restraining her movement, and said helplessly, "Do you know where you're going? Just walking outside? Aren't you afraid of dying?" "Hee, I'm just too excited. It's been a long time since I fought, and I'm itching for it. I can't help it," she said somewhat bashfully. Su Yuntao shot a fierce glance at the shy Bibi Dong and silently led her towards his chosen first target. Along the way, they both tried their best to disguise themselves. Su Yuntao was not afraid of any god, but being surrounded could lead to trouble. Thus, stealth was also a necessary tactic. The scenery along the way was not all like that of the valley. The divine realm also had its desolate areas. Moreover, such places were quite numerous, giving Su Yuntao the sensation of a plane that had lost its vitality, existing only by parasitizing on various weaker planes to extract energy. "Tao, this place isn't as beautiful as I imagined. I'm a bit disappointed," Bibi Dong said, her enthusiasm long spent as she looked at the grim side of the divine realm. Su Yuntao, having anticipated this, calmly comforted her. In truth, there is no such thing as a divine realm. This is merely a plane that is one level higher than ours, with its glorious side as well as its dark aspects. Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat down, simply murmured in response. During the following journey, they did not continue to converse, maintaining a high state of vigilance. They safely arrived at a divine palace on the eastern side of the divine realm, where the lucky individual Su Yuntao had long chosen resided. Indeed, it was the palace of the sea god. Due to his divine successor, Tang San was stripped of his divinity. Poseidon could only rely on his remaining divine power to continue fulfilling his responsibilities as the sea god. At this moment, not only was the sea god present in the sea god palace, but there was also a guest. This guest had an unknown purpose, and on the surface, he was still communicating with Poseidon as usual. However, secretly, he had already gathered divine power in the palm of his hand behind his back. This guest of the sea god was none other than the god of destruction, one of the old powerful figures in the divine realm and a member of the divine council. His strength was only inferior to that of the god of death and the god of life, the married couple. He had long been dissatisfied with the existence of the council and had been plotting his ambition to dominate the divine realm. The origin of the god of destruction was unknown. It was only known that he had existed since the divine war. Unlike the god of life and the god of death who rose during the war, his strength had already reached the realm of a divine king. But during the divine war, he was injured by the dragon god, leaving him with lasting effects. The fact that he could maintain his strength for so long without regression was already a testament to his formidable power. After such a long time since the divine war, his injuries had healed, and he had developed the ambition to unify the divine realm, attempting to restore the dominance that existed before the great formation of the divine realm. Destruction, my heart, as the sea god, has suffered a heavy blow. It is impossible for me to follow you in starting an internal conflict. You should give up on this idea, Poseidon said, his expression grim as he addressed the god of destruction. The cause of the divine realm's internal conflict was the damage to the sea god's strength. The god of Shura had advised several gods at the time to temporarily abandon their plans for the Douluo continent. However, the stubborn god of destruction disagreed with this proposal, attempting to forcibly descend upon the Douluo continent to change the situation. Unexpectedly, he was warned by the god of Shura in the name of a meeting, causing his long-standing dissatisfaction to explode instantly. He directly attacked the god of Shura, and the battle between the two gods quickly escalated into a conflict between two factions. The two strongest divine kings, who had always maintained neutrality, allowed their conflict to unfold. In fact, for the gods, a Douluo realm was not particularly important to them. The divine realm had plenty of lower realms. Therefore, for the god of destruction and the god of Shura, it was more about face and the ambitions hidden deep within the god of destruction. Poseidon, are you saying that you want to separate from us? A hint of dissatisfaction immediately surfaced in the eyes of destruction. Upon hearing this, Poseidon felt somewhat lacking in confidence because the god of destruction had helped him greatly when he became a god. No, I just can hardly protect myself right now. Joining you would only be a burden. That's why. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction's grim expression eased significantly. His voice became much gentler as he continued to persuade Poseidon. It's all right. What I need is your support. I don't urgently need your strength. You can take your time to recuperate. The god of destruction was not coveting the body of the sea god, but rather the loyalty of the other gods who followed him. Poseidon was very stubborn. He did not want to bind the gods who followed him to the ship of the god of destruction. Therefore, he once again rejected the request of the god of destruction. This time, the patience of the god of destruction was finally worn thin, revealing his fangs. Refusing a toast, and instead drinking a forfeit. Since that's the case, then you, this already damaged sea god, can go die. The attack that the god of destruction had long prepared struck Poseidon's chest before he had any time to react. The sea god, Poseidon, looked in horror at the arm embedded in his chest and raised his head to gaze at the unfamiliar god of destruction before him, disbelief filling his eyes. Seeing the disbelief and despair in Poseidon's eyes, the god of destruction felt a moment of hesitation, but then he thought of his goal. He pushed his right hand, which was already embedded in Poseidon's chest, further in, directly grasping the sea god's heart. The god of destruction closed his eyes and squeezed hard. At that moment, the sea god revealed a look of relief, memories of his life flashing through his mind, leaving a hint of guilt on his face. I'm coming. Wait for me. Don't go too far. Chapter 173. Tao Ji's mood is not so pleasant, seeking recommendation votes. With a squelch, The god of destruction withdrew his arm after confirming that Poseidon had completely lost his life force. A golden blue heart appeared in his hand as he pulled out his arm. A fleeting moment of regret appeared on the god of destruction's face, and then he darkened his expression as he swallowed the heart containing all of Poseidon's power. Instantly, his gloomy face turned red, a sign of overindulgence, and then he sat down on the ground, fully absorbing the power within the sea god's heart. At this time, due to the sudden death of the sea god, an unusual upheaval occurred in the divine realm, and all the gods sensed this disturbance. Gods with insufficient strength might not have noticed anything, but the other members of the divine council immediately sensed something was off the moment Poseidon died. In the palaces of the god of death and the god of life, the god of death wore a very grim expression as he spoke to the god of goodness. This god of destruction is becoming increasingly unruly. He knows the situation in the divine realm. It can no longer withstand turmoil. In contrast, the god of goodness maintained a calm demeanor and said leisurely, "You know his ambitions. Why get angry? Keep a peaceful mindset and let Shura continue to provoke him. It would be best to force him to completely reveal himself. All right, let us do as you say. It's really a headache, but it's a pity for Poseidon. He was quite a perfect tool," the god of death said, rubbing his forehead, feeling depressed. At this moment, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong had just arrived near the sea god palace, but before they could prepare to infiltrate, he sensed the disturbance in the divine realm. Due to his powerful divine cultivation, he easily understood the meaning of this disturbance. With a shocked expression, Su Yuntao turned to Bibi Dong and said, "The sea god is dead? Our target is gone." "What? How could that be?" Bibi Dong replied, equally astonished as she looked at Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao's expression was very grave. After thinking for a moment, he pulled Bibi Dong towards the sea god palace not far away. As they walked, he said, "Let's go take a look. If the sea god was killed, then the murderer must not have had time to leave. If it was a natural death, then we can just rummage through the sea god palace to see if there's anything useful." Oh. Then let us hurry." Bibi Dong immediately grasped his hand and pulled him forward upon hearing this. Su Yuntao looked in astonishment at Bibi Dong, who was pulling him along, suddenly regretting bringing her out to see the world. It was truly embarrassing. Thankfully, no one saw him. His face turned red, and he did not want to look at her, burying his head and following her towards the sea god palace. The two stealthily arrived at the entrance of the sea god palace. Just as Bibi Dong was about to reach out, Su Yuntao pressed her head back down. "Ugh, shoo, don't make a sound. I'll go first, you stay here." Upon seeing his serious expression, Bibi Dong immediately settled down, no longer being mischievous, obediently staying in place. Although Su Yuntao's divine sense did not scan inside the palace, he could still sense the presence of a living being in the center of the main hall. Moreover, this person's aura was quite powerful, comparable to a third of his own. This made Su Yuntao feel vigilant. Turning around, he saw Bibi Dong calmly staying in place, which eased his tension by half, and then he looked warily at the large door in front of him. Carefully, he reached out and pushed open a small crack. Quietly glancing inside, he happened to see the god of destruction still cultivating, along with the deceased sea god Poseidon beside him, immediately retracting his divine sense. Su Yuntao returned to Bibi Dong's side, not daring to make sound. He communicated with Bibi Dong through his divine sense. As expected, the sea god was killed by someone else. The murderer is still inside, acting so arrogantly. He killed someone? No. He killed a god and still hasn't fled the scene, staying there to cultivate so openly. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes instantly shone with determination, and she quickly said, "Then if we take him down, isn't that the same? It's him who told him to be so arrogant." Su Yuntao had the same intention. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he immediately made a decision. He quickly transmitted to Bibi Dong, "That guy inside is a bit strong. You must not let him discover you. If he threatens me with you, we will be in trouble. Be obedient." Bibi Dong pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling wronged as she said, "Fine. I'm just a burden." Su Yuntao found it somewhat amusing as he glanced at the pouting Bibi Dong and, in a flash, kissed her on the lips. Then, habitually, he patted her fluffy little head and transmitted, "Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. He can't defeat your husband. I'll try to finish the battle quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao unleashed his full aura and charged towards the sea god palace. In an instant, his power erupted, blasting open the palace doors and sending them crashing towards the god of destruction, who is still absorbing the sea god's heart. Who is it? Seeking death. The god of destruction quickly sensed this momentum, sprang up, and extended his hands to block in front of him. He managed to stop the flying palace door. but the force coming from behind made him take 2 steps back involuntarily. Of course, this was just a hurried defense from the god of destruction and didn't count for much. Even he himself didn't take it seriously. In a swift motion, the god of destruction placed the palace door behind him and cast a sharp gaze towards the entrance. He thought it was one of the members of the committee coming to trouble him, perhaps that Shura god. However, upon seeing the figure at the door, the god of destruction couldn't help but frown. With a vigilant tone, he asked, "Who are you? Why are you meddling? Do you know I am one of the members of the Divine Realm Committee?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's brain started working quickly. As far as he knew, there were only 5 members of the Divine Realm Committee: the Shura god, the god of destruction, the evil god, also known as the god of death and the god of wine, the good god, and the life goddess who never gets involved. The god of death and the good god were family and rarely acted alone. He had seen the Shura god during the trials in the city of slaughter. So it was clear that the guy in front of him was the god of destruction. Upon realizing his identity, Su Yuntao's bright eyes sparkled as if he had seen a rare treasure. "You are the god of destruction? The one who plotted against the Douluo plain? Great. I'll borrow your origin for a bit." Su Yuntao immediately wolfed out and charged directly at the god of destruction, throwing a punch straight to his face. The god of destruction felt a tightness in his heart at the decisive attack coming towards him and hurriedly tried to evade, aiming to counterattack. Su Yuntao noticed his counterattack, subtly shifted his steps, and dodged. The hasty encounter caused the somewhat unsteady god of destruction to stumble and nearly fall. Su Yuntao kindly helped him up, but the next moment, his fist once again struck the god of destruction's slightly handsome face. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the god of destruction's cheek had swollen up. No matter how he used his divine power to heal the injury, it was futile. The swelling remained. Su Yuntao's punch was not just an ordinary punch. It contained his understanding of the rules since becoming a god. If the god of destruction couldn't comprehend rules similar to Su Yuntao's, he wouldn't be able to eliminate the swelling in a short time. He could only rely on gradually using divine power to erase Su Yuntao's divine energy from the injury. Enraged and embarrassed, the god of destruction unleashed countless principles of destruction, forming his unique domain, pressing towards Su Yuntao. Hee. The last thing I'm afraid of is competing in domain power. Besides, mine is a divine nation of mastery. Sounds of reading echoed from the void as a divine nation formed entirely of academies appeared between the two. As soon as it emerged, endless righteous energy surged towards the domain of destruction. Like a withering tree, the domain of destruction couldn't even withstand a second before being crushed by Su Yuntao's divine nation. With the shattering of the domain, the god of destruction suffered a backlash and spewed out a mouthful of blood infused with destructive energy. Chapter 174, Battle with Destruction. Please collect. Who on earth are you? There can't be such an existence in the divine realm. The incredulous voice of the god of destruction echoed again. Su Yuntao ignored his question and, with one hand clenched into a fist, attacked the somber-faced god of destruction once more. Due to his earlier carelessness, the god of destruction had been seriously hurt. This time, his divine sense was locked onto Su Yuntao's figure from the beginning. Seeing him attack again, the god of destruction's expression became grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. Intently watching Su Yuntao's fist, Su Yuntao unexpectedly appeared behind the god of destruction, turning around in surprise to look at the still stationary figure of destruction. Interesting. You can actually detach from physical form. I finally feel a bit of excitement. Su Yuntao's voice carried a hint of excitement, causing the god of destruction's expression to change drastically. His face turned as dark as it could be. Anyone could tell that this guy's fate was grim, and it was only a matter of time before disaster struck. Endless golden light surrounded Su Yuntao, and an overwhelming aura surged outwards. His body slowly levitated in the air. As a result, his hair began to move without wind, and golden light rapidly wrapped around the tips of his hair. When 2 strands of hair collided, sparks of golden lightning appeared. "Come and try to catch my move." Before Su Yuntao's voice fell, his figure vanished from the god of destruction's perception. When he reappeared, he was already less than 2 meters away from the god of destruction. He saw a massive fist shimmering with golden sparks continuously enlarging in the god of destruction's vision. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and the body of the god of destruction crashed against the wall of the sea god palace like a rag, embedded in the wall like a mural. He was unable to move for a long time. Cough, cough. As the god of destruction caught his breath, he coughed twice, and the wall finally could not withstand the force. With a loud rumble, it collapsed burying the recently revived god of destruction beneath the rubble. Not far away, Su Yuntao covered his eyes with one hand, making a tch sound. Hidden outside the hall, Bibi Dong mirrored Su Yuntao's actions, also covering her eyes. To prevent Bibi Dong from being discovered by the god of destruction due to unforeseen circumstances, Su Yuntao had long set up many formations around her without her knowledge. The main purpose was to hide her presence, allowing him to fight the god of destruction without worry. Su Yuntao had anticipated that he could defeat the god of destruction, but he did not expect it to be this easy. He hadn't even exerted much strength before he fell. Su Yuntao walked step by step toward the place where the god of destruction was buried, his divine power surging forth to sweep away the bricks and tiles. After a cloud of dust settled, the god of destruction, curled up on the ground, reappeared before him. Cough, cough. Who, after appearing, the god of destruction coughed heavily twice, as if trying to expel his lungs, followed by a mouthful of blood. However, after this mouthful of blood, he completely regained his composure and staggered to his feet. His expression was remarkably calm, as if he were not the one at a disadvantage. This abnormal situation made Su Yuntao's heart race, and his vigilance peaked. He looked seriously at the slowly steadying god of destruction. You are truly strong. The strongest person I have ever seen, bar none. Even the ancient dragon god pales in comparison. The god of destruction continued to speak, regardless of whether Su Yuntao was listening. And it's precisely because of this. His aura became immensely powerful under such circumstances. This time, it was Su Yuntao who felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. But a bud emerged from the god of destruction's mouth, and Su Yuntao's already serious expression turned bizarre. He thought to himself, too much theatrics, hey. The god of destruction, unaware of Su Yuntao's thoughts, continued, however, you shouldn't be fighting me at this time. I still have the sea god's heart in my stomach that I haven't fully digested. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao's expression changed drastically, and without a second thought, he charged at him. In contrast, the god of destruction paid no heed to the approaching punch and laughed heartily. Haha, too late, sea god's heart, shatter for me. Virum. It was as if an endless power of the sea god rushed towards Su Yuntao, causing him to halt in his attack on the god of destruction. Under the impact of this divine power, he slowly began to retreat. At this moment, the laughing god of destruction stopped his laughter and glared at Su Yuntao, who was resisting the sea god's power. It's all your fault. You forced me to give up this hard-earned sea god's heart, and now the time to achieve my goals has been indefinitely delayed. You deserve to die. Due to his hatred, the god of destruction's previously somewhat handsome face became incredibly ferocious. In a fit of rage, he raised his hands, all 10 fingers aimed at Su Yuntao's body. Destruction, divine light. An infinite power of destruction, in the form of light, transformed into 10 gray-brown divine lights and shot towards Su Yuntao. Outside the battlefield, Bibi Dong watched with great concern as the situation turned increasingly unfavorable for Su Yuntao. In her heart, she had already made up her mind, a determination to follow Su Yuntao to the death. Unaware of Bibi Dong's thoughts, Su Yuntao felt a wave of frustration. He thought to himself, if I had known, I wouldn't have acted so cocky. I should have just taken him out while he was buried. Why go through so much trouble? As he thought this, his actions did not slow down. Before the destruction divine light reached him, a massive golden bell appeared around him, enveloping him within. The destruction divine light struck the golden bell, producing a series of booming sounds, and ripples spread across the surface of the bell, yet it showed no signs of shattering. However, after the god of destruction shattered the sea god's heart inside him, he had an inexhaustible supply of divine power. The destruction divine light continued to surge toward Su Yuntao without pause, forcing him to struggle to maintain the existence of the golden bell while resisting the erosion of the sea god's power. According to Su Yuntao's calculations, given the energy intensity of the sea god's heart, this kind of erosion wouldn't last long. However, providing the god of destruction with a continuous energy supply could last for days. This made Su Yuntao certain that as long as the erosion of the sea god's power dissipated, he would find a way to escape this awkward situation. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat the god of destruction, but that this guy played dirty, ambushing the sea god and obtaining the sea god's heart. Observing the battle from the outside, Bibi Dong felt somewhat relieved that Su Yuntao could use the god of destruction's attack to his advantage. However, she also felt discomfort for Su Yuntao's embarrassing predicament, like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Su Yuntao's mood mirrored Bibi Dong's, feeling very distressed, wanting to break through this predicament but unable to think of a good solution. Just then, It seemed as if Su Yuntao thought of something and shifted his gaze to the storage ring on his right-hand finger. Immediately, two little figures appeared in his mind, arguing with each other. The white figure said, that's not good. It's too inhumane. The black figure shoved it aside and replied, it's the other party who acted dishonorably first. You're just acting in self-defense. There's nothing wrong with that. The white figure looked at the black figure with grievance. But before it could finish, the black figure kicked it away and fiercely nodded at Su Yuntao. After struggling with his thoughts, Su Yuntao made up his mind and let out a long breath. Destruction. You're forcing my hand. Don't blame me. Su Yuntao shouted, pulling out 10 small iron balls from his storage ring and throwing them toward the god of destruction. Then, in the astonished gaze of the god of destruction, he quickly fled. During his escape, he conveniently grabbed BB Dong, and a massive golden wing appeared behind him. With a single flap, the two of them appeared hundreds of miles away. BB Dong looked at Su Yuntao, who had brought her to safety, in surprise and asked, why are we running so fast? Gasping for breath, Su Yuntao, with a heavy expression, looked back at the sea god palace and silently counted down. With just 1 second left, Su Yuntao said to BB Dong, small iron balls. Upon hearing those 3 words, BB Dong's expression changed drastically, and in an instant, she lifted Su Yuntao, wanting to take him further away. As they ran, they shouted, damn, how did you unleash those ghostly things? Hurry, hurry, run. Their voices trembled, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Chapter 175, Not Dead Yet? Seeking recommendation votes. Su Yuntao grabbed BB Dong, who was still trying to escape into the distance. Don't run, it's fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound like the opening of the heavens and the earth erupted, and the mere arrival of the sound wave destroyed everything around them. Su Yuntao's expression did not change at all. He pulled BB Dong behind him and then opened the previously summoned golden bell. It completely enveloped the two of them just as the sound wave arrived. The sound crashed against the golden bell, producing a series of ringing sounds that left both Su Yuntao and BB Dong feeling dizzy. Su Yuntao thought to himself, not good. I made a mistake. I shouldn't use the giant bell to defend against sound waves. But it was too late to change tactics now, as the shockwave and high temperature from the explosion followed closely behind the sound wave. The two of them, covered by the golden bell, swayed like a tiny boat in a turbulent sea during the explosion. However, they never completely capsized. Su Yuntao, with a distressed expression, said to BB Dong, it's better not to use this thing. BB Dong, who was tightly hugging Su Yuntao, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just as they were struggling, the god of destruction at the center of the explosion was even more miserable, contrary to what Su Yuntao and BB Dong thought. He wasn't vaporized at the moment of the explosion. Instead, he was still alive, desperately searching for a way to save himself at the center of the explosion. The reason the god of destruction survived the explosion was that he had directly mobilized all the remaining energy within him, including the shattered remnants of the sea god's heart, overloading it to support a protective shield that could shatter at any moment. At this moment, he wore a terrified expression, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of a way to survive. But in the sea of flames, no matter how he searched, there was no result. The unwilling god of destruction, clinging to his last hope, chose a direction and charged toward that way to break through. In contrast, Su Yuntao and BB Dong outside were leisurely. As long as they got past the first wave of the explosion shockwave, their situation stabilized relatively. Aside from the ever-present high temperatures, there were no other threats. BB Dong took out a bunch of purple grapes and fed them to Su Yuntao, who was still trying to maintain the existence of the golden bell. Surprisingly, they were quite sweet. Su Yuntao nodded in satisfaction and ate a few more. After all, in this place of extreme heat, it was normal for his bodily fluids to evaporate significantly, leading to some thirst. These grapes are delicious. We should plant some in our yard when we get back, Su Yuntao said, clearly enjoying the taste. BB Dong replied, sure, but the survival conditions for these grapes are quite harsh. You'll need to prepare a suitable piece of land for them to grow. Oh, I see. That does sound troublesome. But that's life, right? It's all about experiencing various troubles, Su Yuntao said matter-of-factly. Just then, a dark figure appeared before the two of them, resembling a mummy that had lost all moisture. The figure staggered toward Su Yuntao and BB Dong, getting closer. Finally, Su Yuntao recognized who it was from the tattered remnants of clothing. Damn, the god of destruction, he's still alive. Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock at the approaching figure. Hearing Su Yuntao's exclamation, BB Dong asked in confusion, Who? Who's still alive? Just as she spoke, the figure collapsed in its path, casting a reluctant glance towards Su Yuntao before falling. A severely shriveled arm reached out toward them, as if trying to grasp someone. Su Yuntao stared in astonishment at the fallen god of destruction and said, equally perplexed, "The god of destruction, the one who fought me before. But he's dead now." As he spoke, he pointed at the fallen god of destruction. The flames in the area had not extinguished, they were merely diminishing. However, the god of destruction, having lost all power to resist, instantly turned into a fireball as he lay on the ground. Under the extreme heat, he slowly transformed into a pile of ashes. Then, due to the earlier explosion that had already caused turmoil in the divine realm, the death of the god of destruction further exacerbated the chaos. It was as if the world was ending. Countless mountains collapsed in an instant, and innumerable plants and animals died without warning. Volcanoes that usually lay hidden deep underground erupted, and the earth began to crack apart. In the realm of will, the remnants of consciousness in the divine realm emitted cries of despair. This series of phenomena quickly drew the attention of the gods. However, there were few gods genuinely inclined to help. Instead, most adopted a passive attitude, watching the events unfold. At that moment, Tao also sensed the anomalies in the divine realm and was overjoyed. It perceived that the suppressive power of the divine realm over it had significantly diminished. Tao acted swiftly, immediately beginning to break free from control, happily stoking the flames. It knew that breaking free from the divine realm's control was still somewhat unrealistic. The moment the god of destruction died, Su Yuntao thought, not good. He was well aware of the repercussions of a god's fall. Let's go. We need to grab what we need and leave the divine realm quickly. Su Yuntao immediately decided to act swiftly, leading Bibi Dong toward the location of the god of destruction's fall. He used a metal rod to clear away the ashes of the god of destruction, revealing a heart of destruction that shimmered like obsidian before them. Su Yuntao's face immediately lit up with joy, and he exchanged a glance with Bibi Dong, both seeing joy reflected in each other's eyes. Let's go. Back immediately. The two, having reached a consensus, promptly crossed the sea of fire, heading toward the valley where the heart had fallen. They did not delay at all, moving stealthily without paying attention to anything else. Su Yuntao's spirit sense remained active, and as soon as anything appeared within his perception, he would lead Bibi Dong to avoid it from a distance. During their return, Su Yuntao sensed many odd occurrences. The number of gods they encountered increased, and they all seemed to have a common destination. It was not the place where Su Yuntao had fought the god of destruction, but rather a location in the opposite direction. Referring to the markings on the map given to him by Tao, he realized that the gathering place of those gods was the palace of the god of Shura. This is very strange. According to intelligence, the internal strife in the divine realm is a confrontation between the god of Shura and the god of destruction. In contrast, the god of destruction died at the hands of the small iron ball, and Su Yuntao is well aware of this. So what is the purpose of these gods gathering in the territory of the god of Shura? With a belly full of questions, Su Yuntao returned to the valley with Bibi Dong. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly communicated with Tao to retrieve what was left for him, quickly establishing a connection with Tao. Tao, what is the current situation in the divine realm? Why has such great turmoil occurred that even I have lost some control? Before Su Yuntao could speak, a series of questions from Tao appeared in his mind. Su Yuntao had to clarify his doubts first. The god of destruction was killed by me, which triggered the great upheaval. However, before this, the sea god was just killed by the god of destruction. So the combination of these two events caused such an impact. As soon as Su Yuntao finished explaining, Tao happily said, "Tao, I really didn't misjudge you. You're amazing." He nodded, gladly accepting Tao's praise, and then said, "What do we need to do to go back now? Since the divine realm has already experienced such turmoil, and the two of them have accomplished their goals, there is no reason to stay here any longer." Tao did not hesitate and directly inscribed the method of communicating with the passage in Su Yuntao's heart, while also reminding him, after returning this time, you will have to wait 5 years to activate the passage again. Chapter 176, Return, Please Collect. Su Yuntao confidently replied to Tao, "Yes, let's go back. The matters here have concluded, and staying here is not meaningful. Most importantly, 2 gods died at once, and the gods of the divine realm will surely be in an uproar." Upon hearing Su Yuntao's analysis, Tao immediately stopped speaking, affirming his analysis. Su Yuntao followed the method Tao provided for leaving, using his divine sense to perceive the weakest point in the space within the valley. Then he communicated with the continent from there, using divine power to directly strike at this weak point in space. Instantly, the space shattered like broken glass, with several dark cracks appearing within it. Then, Tao, who had been waiting, immediately reacted, bringing forth the passage at the location where the space had shattered. Not long after, A dark vortex appeared in the valley, which was several times smaller than the passage in the CI space. Let's go home. Su Yuntao took Bibidong's right hand and stepped into the vortex passage together. Their figures quickly vanished from the divine realm after just one breath. At this moment, less than half a minute after the vortex disappeared, two blurred figures appeared in the valley. A more feminine figure said to the male figure, "There seems to have been a spatial fluctuation here. What do you think?" The male figure snorted coldly and replied, "What else is there to think? The gods all have their own thoughts, including you and me. What happens here has nothing to do with me." After saying this, he disappeared before the astonished expression of the female figure. The female figure cast a deep glance at the valley before lightly stepping and vanishing from sight. Su Yuntao was completely unaware of what happened after he left. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have felt any change in his heart. When the two entered the passage, their sensations were completely different from when they first came to the divine realm. Previously, it felt as if they had lost all perception. In contrast, this time, they felt like they were in the position of an observer, taking in the entire Douluo world. Countless sights flowed through the passage. With each step they took, they saw different things. The Lake Heart Island, the imperial capital, etc. were all visible, and even the child Miao Miao, held in the arms of Qian Renshu, was seen by them once. "Tao, I miss our child. Let's hurry back. I didn't help at all this time." Bibidong tugged at Su Yuntao's sleeve. Speaking with a downcast mood, Su Yuntao gently stroked her head, holding her in his arms without saying any comforting words. They embraced each other as they sped through the passage, even watching the scenery flowing by on both sides. As time passed, the two took the same amount of time as before to return to the continent. As soon as they arrived back in the CI space, water from all directions surged toward them. In an instant, Su Yuntao transformed his divine power into a protective barrier, shielding the two of them. Looking at the surrounding blue space, Su Yuntao couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the atmosphere here is quite appealing. Amicham. Bibidong nodded repeatedly upon hearing this sigh. After the two rested in the CI space for a while, they held hands and headed toward the outer sea. In the sea area, a massive sea tornado appeared on the surface of the sea. At this time, a naval force from the Wuhuan Empire was stationed in this sea area, composed entirely of high-level soul masters, with exceptionally high quality, obeying only the orders of the Empress. A month ago, they were ordered to station here and drive away any creatures that might disturb the peace of the sea. Suddenly, a huge sea tornado approached this sea area, causing the naval force of the Wuhuan Empire to react immediately, quickly leaving the outer perimeter of the sea area. They maintained a safe distance while constantly observing the situation in this sea area. At the first opportunity, they reported what was happening here to Empress Qian Renshu. Wuhuan Empire, imperial capital. After completing a day's morning meeting and handling all administrative affairs, Qian Renshu went to her residence in the palace. Originally, this residence was only inhabited by her, with at most a couple of people coming to clean occasionally. But now it was completely different. There were always people waiting here. Of course, they were not waiting for Empress Qian Renshu, but to take care of a little girl just over a year old. Qian Renshu took Miao Miao from a maid's hands and played with her amidst joyful laughter. Suddenly, a jade bracelet-shaped soul guide on her wrist emitted a slight vibration, causing her to pause for a moment while holding Miao Miao. Then, as if nothing had happened, she continued to play with her. However, today's playtime was noticeably shorter than usual. After putting Miao Miao down, Qian Renshu immediately returned to her sleeping quarters and opened her jade bracelet. A message appeared before her, suspended in the air like a holographic projection. An incident occurred in the sea area. Situation unknown. A sea tornado has appeared. 3 short sentences, but they conveyed a huge amount of information. This message was transmitted through a special line. Qian Renshu's expression turned serious as she closed her jade bracelet and leaped out of the window of her sleeping quarters, soaring into the night sky and quickly heading toward that sea area. At this moment, Su Yuntao and Bibidong had already passed through the portal of the sea and arrived in the outside world. However, as soon as they appeared, both of them felt a wave of dizziness. Upon focusing their eyes, they discovered they were in the center of a sea tornado. "What's going on?" Su Yuntao asked, somewhat confused. The voice of Tao immediately resonated in Su Yuntao's heart. "The order of the sea is somewhat out of control, but it's okay. This sea tornado shouldn't be a problem for you." Hearing such irresponsible words, a black line appeared on Su Yuntao's forehead. On the other hand, Bibidong had a better attitude. Despite the current situation, she was curiously observing the sea tornado with her wooden pipe. To be honest, It was indeed her first time witnessing such a magical natural phenomenon, and anyone would be curious about it. Su Yuntao had no choice but to unleash the divine power that had been protecting them, spreading it in all directions. This powerful force instantly disrupted the balance of the sea tornado. The previously stable tornado shape immediately changed, beginning to sway in various directions. Amidst the staggering, the sea tornado turned into bubbles and slowly dissipated over the sea. The two of them, standing on nothingness, gradually descended above the sea surface, then looked at the warship approaching them from a distance. At this moment, Qian Rushue's figure also arrived in this sea area, and she quickly noticed Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong standing on the sea surface. She hurried over and embraced the smiling Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao was unsure of where to stand, feeling a bit awkward as he remained on the side. His eyes fixed on the approaching naval forces as if trying to see something extraordinary in them. The fleet's leader also noticed Qian Rushue's presence, being directly under her command. Everyone in the fleet could clearly recognize her appearance. The commander immediately ordered the warship to stop advancing and maintain a safe distance while keeping a lookout on the surrounding sea. He approached Su Yuntao and the others alone. When he arrived, Su Yuntao was surprised to find that the newcomer was actually a familiar face. Indeed, he was someone he knew very well, Wang Hu. Su Yuntao had previously wondered why Wang Hu, who had made great contributions in the attack on the Sun Moon Empire, had suddenly disappeared. He didn't expect him to become Qian Rushue's personal bodyguard. A smile of amusement appeared in his heart. This is interesting. Su Yuntao looked at Wang Hu with meaningful eyes, causing the young man to feel embarrassed and awkwardly glance elsewhere. The mother-daughter duo, who were sharing their stories, did not notice the secret between the two men. Seeing Wang Hu wanting to approach, Su Yuntao gave him a stopping glance and then walked over. He intercepted the uncomfortable young man, and the two of them headed toward the warship first. Behind them were the two women still whispering to each other, following Su Yuntao's pace toward the warship. Chapter 177, Heart of Destruction, requesting recommendations. By the time they returned to Lake Heart Island, a day had passed. After discussing everything with Bibi Dong, Su Yuntao went to the training room alone. He then took out the Heart of Destruction he had stored and placed it on the table in front of him, carefully examining it. After a while, apart from the rich divine power contained within it that he could sense, he couldn't perceive the existence of any rules. Unable to understand, Su Yuntao decided to contact Dao for inquiry. I want to reference the rules inside this thing. How should I do it? Dao's voice responded without hesitation, resonating in his heart. You just need to infuse your divine power into it, awaken the hidden rules inside, and express them. Also, when can I take a look at the Heart of Destruction? I need to learn from it to complete my own rules. Su Yuntao, of course, would not be stingy with Dao's request, especially since they had agreed before going to the divine realm. They planned to find a way to kill a god and retrieve his core to study its secrets together. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. I just need to memorize all the rules within it, and then I can give it to you. After all, I am not on the path of destruction. So the significance of the Heart of Destruction to me is similar to what it is to you, serving as a means of learning. Su Yuntao readily agreed to Dao's request, but he needed some time to study it. Dao trusted him, and upon hearing this, he stopped asking about it, and then said, by the way, you can absorb the divine power from the Heart of Destruction into that strange list of yours. It should be quite beneficial for it. Dao's words completely reminded Su Yuntao, and he immediately took out the God-sealing list that he had kept in his arms for a long time. By using his divine power, he guided most of the divine power from the Heart of Destruction and fed it to the God-sealing list. The moment the divine power touched it, it detached from Su Yuntao's hand and floated in the air. Waves of destructive divine power surged toward it, and it silently absorbed them. As more and more divine power was absorbed, the brilliance emitted by the God-sealing list grew brighter. Originally, the platinum color occupied a large portion, while the azure color took up a smaller part. However, after absorbing the destructive divine power, a gray hue also appeared on it. Before long, when the gray hue fully solidified, it stopped absorbing the destructive divine power. The God-sealing list slowly descended back into Su Yuntao's palm. The divine power in the Heart of Destruction had not been absorbed too much by the God-sealing list, only about half. Su Yuntao picked up the transformed God-sealing list, slowly opened it, and looked at the divine positions. Sure enough, the position of the God of Destruction was successfully lit up on it. Understanding the implications, Su Yuntao realized that the God-sealing list had initially gained the ability to seal gods. It had two blank divine positions, meaning it could currently bestow two deities. One position was for the sea god, taken from Tang San, and the other was derived from the divine power within the heart of destruction, which was for the god of destruction. He gazed thoughtfully at the two blank divine positions, already having some ideas about the candidates for these two gods in his heart. The sea god needed a heart as vast as the ocean, preferably with a water-type martial soul. Therefore, Huang Tao, who was already a level 9 great soul instructor and currently teaching at his academy, was very suitable. He had previously participated in the siege against the Haotian sect and performed remarkably. As long as he could earn some merits during the real divine battle, he could be directly bestowed the position of sea god. As for the candidate for the god of destruction, Su Yuntao thought Wang Hu would be quite appropriate, as his martial soul was a tiger that dominated the power of slaughter. Making him the god of destruction or the god of Shura would be quite fitting. There are actually two people who are quite suitable for the position of the god of destruction. One is my daughter-in-law, Bibi Dong, and the other is Wang Hu. As for why Bibi Dong is a viable option, it is because Su Yuntao wants to leave a stronger divine position for his family, which can grant more rule permissions. The divine positions on the god list are not quite the same as those in the divine realm. Aside from Su Yuntao's unshakable status as the sole main god, there are also 5 great divine kings with permissions second only to his. They represent creation, destruction, life, death, and a level above these 4, time and space. Given Bibidong's situation, it would be quite feasible for her to take charge of death or destruction. The next rank below these 5 includes various elemental gods or thought gods. For example, the Azura god, who embodies the will to kill, is also known as the god of killing. The meaning of elemental gods is easy to understand. They include wind, thunder, fire, electricity, earth, wood, mountains, rivers, and so on. The sea god can also be categorized as an elemental god. Being a relatively high-ranking elemental god, the ability to manipulate the sea can be considered invincible in certain specific battlefields. Su Yuntao intends to leave a divine position among the 5 great divine kings for Bibi Dong and Wang Hu. However, he has not yet figured out how to allocate these positions, so he can only temporarily postpone the matter of conferring gods, as it is not urgent. It only needs to be completed after the final battle of gods. After slowly retracting his thoughts, Su Yuntao closed the god list and once again tucked it into his bosom. He then glanced at the now slightly dull heart of destruction on the table and tentatively directed his divine power toward it. Gradually, according to what Dao told him, he activated the hidden marks of the path of destruction within. As Su Yuntao slowly stirred it with his divine power, the marks of the path of destruction revealed their true form, like a newlywed bride. Su Yuntao immediately focused his gaze on those mysterious patterns, and his divine consciousness continuously scanned the meanings contained within. With the combination of his eyes and mind, he memorized a significant portion of the superficial meanings of the path of destruction. He then fell into a moment of enlightenment. Before Su Yuntao fell into this moment of enlightenment, he communicated with the formation in the room and instructed Lu Huang to activate the characteristic skill of his martial soul, the brainstorming ability. The range was limited to this secret chamber. Thus, Su Yuntao, lost in enlightenment, with the aid of this ability, was analyzing everything about the path of destruction at full speed. The manifestation of the Dao text was quickly detected by the entire world. An immediate feedback was sent back to Dao. Dao looked at the direction of Su Yuntao's Huxin Island with surprise, puzzled as to how he could reach the threshold of the path of destruction so quickly. Inside the secret chamber of Huxin Island, after catching a glimpse of the door to the path of destruction, Su Yuntao did not immediately inscribe the Dao text of the path of destruction into his divinity. To master a path, one must inscribe the Dao patterns, and Su Yuntao could completely do so for the path of destruction. However, he was very clear about how he wanted to walk his own path in the future. Therefore, he did not need other paths to interfere with his choices. Decisively, he abandoned the opportunity to inscribe the Dao patterns. As a result, the Dao patterns of the path of destruction, which were faintly visible on Su Yuntao, quickly concealed themselves and disappeared. Yet, the endless meanings still flowed around him. The divine kingdom of the master quietly appeared behind Su Yuntao's head. The way of the master transformed into an exceptionally thick rule chain, binding a weak path of destruction and forcefully pulling it into the divine kingdom. Su Yuntao, however, had no awareness of any of this. He only knew that his understanding of various rules was becoming increasingly profound. His comprehension of the path of destruction was also deepening, and he could sense that although he was not a controller of a rule, he could still forcibly operate the power of destruction with the divine power of the way of the master. This realization brought him great joy. and he continued to observe the various destruction divine patterns on the heart of destruction with enthusiasm. Far away in the origin space of the plane, Tao was increasingly perplexed by Su Yuntao's strength. In its perception, Su Yuntao's cultivation had not increased, yet the level of danger he posed was rising sharply. Moreover, Tao was already surprised that Su Yuntao could comprehend a portion of the path of destruction in such a short time. When Su Yuntao proactively gave up the opportunity to inscribe the Tao patterns, Tao was left speechless in astonishment for a long time. Chapter 178. Origin Space of the Plane, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Because no one can resist the temptation of mastering a path, gods are no exception. However, Su Yuntao's thoughts differ from those of others. He believes that mastering one path is better than being proficient in many. Influenced by his past life, his subconscious understanding is that mastery is more important than comprehensiveness. It is precisely because of these excellent traditions brought from his previous life that he could decisively abandon such temptations. Su Yuntao was unaware of Tao's astonishment. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have any thoughts about it, nor would he bother to explain. As he saw his exploration of the path of destruction becoming clearer, Su Yuntao finally took a thorough look at the heart of destruction and then ceased his contemplation of the path of destruction. He communicated with Lu Huang through the formation to cancel the enhancement of the brainstorming ability. He carefully took the heart of destruction from the table and stored it safely. Calmly, he communicated with Tao, saying that he would go to his side to deliver the heart of destruction. And he also had a portion of rule power from various divine inheritance locations that he needed to give him. The voice of Tao echoed in Su Yuntao's heart once more. Yes, it's the same place as the first time. You just need to enter the tunnel you dug once again. Though it was said like that, Tao still provided Su Yuntao with its current coordinates and a map for arrival. Okay, wait for me a few days. It's been a while since I returned, and I haven't spent time with Miao Miao. Are you in a hurry? If you are, I can send it over first. Su Yuntao initially intended to go directly to the origin space to deliver the heart of destruction to Tao, but when he was about to leave, he suddenly thought that he hadn't properly spent time with his child since returning. He couldn't help but feel a longing to hug Miao Miao. Tao was very perceptive and understood Su Yuntao's thoughts clearly. Besides, he wasn't too anxious about needing the heart of destruction, so waiting a day or two was completely fine. He then said, "All right, when you're coming, just let me know. I'll make time. I've been busy repairing the continent lately." As Tao had said, it was indeed very busy. Repairing the continent was just one aspect. More importantly, it was about the uncontrollable sea. The death of the sea god not only had a certain impact on the divine realm, but also seriously affected the sea of the Douluo world where he had attained his path. In just a few days, it had lost Tao's control over it. Moreover, there was a deep-sea magic whale king with cultivation close to 1,000,000 years, which took advantage of the sea god's absence, forcefully occupying a part of the control over the sea, intending to become a god in 1,000,000 years. However, due to the chaotic operations prior to Tao, the passage from the continent to the divine realm for becoming a god has been blocked. The ambition of the deep-sea demon whale king has not been realized, which has caused it to lose all rationality. As a result, it has stirred the sea into chaos, with endless waves everywhere. Tao is trying every possible way to regain control over the sea, currently relying solely on its influence on land to restore control over the coastal areas. For the loss of control over the deep sea, it can only take its time. This has made it difficult for the fleets of the Martial Soul Empire heading to the Sun-Moon continent, as their recent voyages have all ended in failure. 5 days later, Su Yuntao arrived at the source base of the plane as scheduled. Returning to the place where he had previously buried the hole, he dug up the soil that was covering the entrance once again. It revealed a bottomless cave, and Su Yuntao entered without hesitation. Using divine power to protect himself, he charged through the passage at full speed, completely ignoring the collapsing tunnel behind him. He had no patience to walk slowly through the tunnel, moving forward at full speed. Even if the road ahead was blocked or narrowed, Su Yuntao simply crashed into it, forcibly opening a path. Tao, who had been informed in advance by Su Yuntao, was paying close attention to his arrival. Seeing Su Yuntao darting around at high speed in such a narrow space made it feel quite speechless. Irritated, it communicated in his mind, "There's no rush. Why are you going so fast? Slow down. The mantle has deformed because of your movements. I still need to sort it out." Upon hearing this voice in his mind, Su Yuntao's high-speed figure immediately stopped in place. Huh, the mantle has moved? Did I make that much noise? He was somewhat astonished, thinking he had only disturbed a bit of soil with little impact. Yet, he didn't have a clear understanding. Divine power was a completely prohibited ability on the continent. Could it really just be a casual bump? Dao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it had the ability to sweat, if it weren't for me holding back, those few movements of yours would have caused the ground to upheave. People would have died. Is it that serious? My bad. I want to do that again. Su Yuntao scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty as he apologized to Dao. For the rest of the journey, Su Yuntao completely restrained his speed. In areas where the tunnel still existed, he protected himself while advancing at high speed. However, whenever he encountered blockages, he had to slowly clear the soil in front of him to pass through. When Su Yuntao arrived at the previous space, he spent one less hour than the first time. The first thing he did upon reaching the location was to leave his divine thought imprint there, so he could directly teleport over through the formation in the future. Although there were confirmed coordinates before, this space was technically not on the continent, so the teleportation array couldn't achieve accurate positioning. With the help of the divine thought imprint this time, the positioning issue was easily resolved. Upon arriving here again, the first thing Su Yuntao noticed was that the light form that Dao had transformed into was much larger than before. Dao, you've gained weight. 3 black lines appeared on that light form, and a distinct voice came from it. You're the one who gained weight. Your whole family is fat. The voice was very crisp, sounding neither male nor female, quite androgynous. This left Su Yuntao somewhat stunned as he looked at the light mass. Dao, can you speak now? When we went to the divine realm before, you couldn't speak, only transmitting thoughts. In response to Su Yuntao's question, the light mass moved slightly and then said, thanks to your help, I have successfully detached from a part of the control of the divine realm. My growth has increased a bit. Now I can communicate freely. Su Yuntao looked at the light mass with delight and said, that's great. Oh, by the way, all of this is for you. He opened a storage ring he had set aside and sent it towards the area near the light mass. With a clatter, a pile of various divine heritage items appeared beside Dao, similar to the sea god's trident that Tang San received from the sea god. Dao did not express strong excitement towards these items as a human would. After expressing slight gratitude to Su Yuntao, it extended a tendril from the light mass and swept all the items into it. At this point, having accomplished his goal, Su Yuntao was unsure what to do next, as this journey had gone too smoothly. However, Dao's somewhat calm demeanor was somewhat unexpected for Su Yuntao, yet also reasonable. In the source space of the plane, the atmosphere became a bit awkward, with one party unsure of what to say and the other unsure of what they wanted to say. Finally, Su Yuntao broke the silence first, saying, since everything is done, then I'll head back. 5 years from now, shall we officially declare war on the divine realm? As soon as this was mentioned, Dao instantly brightened up. Yes, 5 years from now. That'll be my time to rise. After confirming the timing of their offensive with Dao, Su Yuntao said goodbye again and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, Dao's somewhat hesitant voice came through. Wait, Dao, can I trust you? Its tone carried a nervousness that had never been there before. Su Yuntau's departing footsteps halted abruptly. Without a moment of silence, he revealed a big, bright smile again. Of course. Chapter 179. Fusion of the source of the plane, seeking recommendation tickets. After hearing Su Yuntao's response, Dao seemed to let out a long sigh of relief. With an extremely serious tone, it said, Tao, I hope you can seriously consider what I am about to say. It seemed to have made a significant decision, causing the entire light mass to take on a faint pink hue. Tao, I hope you can fuse with the source of the plane, which is what nurtured this light mass of mine. Dao quickly spoke to Su Yuntao, gathering its courage. But after saying that, it became shy and fell silent. Turning back, Su Yuntao still wore a radiant smile and asked with some confusion, ISNT this light mass you? If you wanted to fuse with it, what will you do? He couldn't understand why Dao would suggest this, as it seemed to become shy. Hearing Su Yuntao's question, Dao fidgeted for a while before finally organizing its words. The source of the plane needs a carrier to handle the significant changes that come with its advancement. Of course, it's possible to advance without a carrier, but many lives on the continent might be greatly threatened. Although Dao said so, Su Yuntao has been observing its state, and it seems that this statement is not enough to make it feel shy. Not fully believing this statement, Su Yuntao thought for a moment and said, No, you're not telling the truth. I won't rashly merge with something uncertain. Originally acting like an ostrich, Dao became anxious upon hearing this. Wait, I'll tell you. In a rush of emotion, even the shyness in its heart disappeared completely, and it began to spill all its plans like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that it was preparing to make Su Yuntao the master of this plane, so as long as Su Yuntao was strong enough, the promotion of the plane would not be restricted. In this way, the future potential of the plane would greatly increase. Of course, This kind of thing is only suitable for certain special individuals, like Su Yuntao, who completely cannot see the bottom line of potential. After listening to its explanation, Su Yuntao understood most of it, but still didn't quite understand what Dao was being shy about. He also understood why Dao asked that question, because once this was done, Su Yuntao and Dao would share glory and loss, making mutual trust very important, which is why it asked that question. After thinking for a long time, Su Yuntao slightly nodded, agreeing with Dao's statement. After all, he had not found any loopholes in its words after searching for so long, so he had to give up his desire to get to the bottom of it. Dao, who was nervously waiting for Su Yuntao's decision, felt extremely anxious, fearing that he would not agree to its suggestion. In fact, this matter was indeed a good thing for Su Yuntao. Once the fusion with the origin of the plane was completed, he would become the true master of the Douluo plane, holding the power to decide everything in that world. The rules of a world would unfold before Su Yuntao, greatly aiding his current cultivation. Moreover, in the future, if he could help the plane successfully upgrade, as the master, would also gain tremendous benefits. Additionally, with his already possessed Su divine kingdom, he might one day achieve something like the burning lamp ancient Buddha, where one flower represents one world, wielding the immense power of a vast world at his fingertips, capable of delivering a powerful blow to his enemies. So Tao, can we start? Dao's words were tinged with caution. As soon as the words fell, a pink glow that puzzled Su Yuntao appeared once again. Su Yuntao felt ultimate confusion in his heart, but since he had already agreed, he couldn't go back on his word. After all, he was a proud teacher, a successor of the unparalleled divine path of Su. From any perspective, he could not be an untrustworthy person, just like the author, who promises 2 updates a day and will never do 3, like a donkey being driven onto a cart. Su Yuntao was completely urged by Dao to begin his fusion with the origin of the plane. He gently placed his hand on the origin light sphere according to Dao's prompt. The divine thought in his mind flowed toward the light sphere slowly through the contact point of his palm. There was not a trace of resistance. Everything was very gentle and smooth. The entire process took a very long time. After the fusion began, a faint golden light began to emanate from Su Yuntao's body. Then, like breathing, it flickered according to a fixed rhythm. The light sphere began to become colorful, and as the golden light from Su Yuntao appeared, it also started to flicker to its own rhythm. 2 different lights appeared in this space, each shining according to its own rhythm. Gradually, it seemed that the origin light sphere was influenced by the flickering rhythm of the golden light from Su Yuntao, slowly aligning itself with his rhythm. After 10 days, the golden light on Su Yuntao's body suddenly brightened, covering the original brilliance of the origin land in less than a second. The origin light sphere began to merge into Su Yuntao's body under this bright golden light, like a bubble slowly merging into another bubble. As the origin light sphere completely merged, the origin space suddenly began to shake violently. The endless golden light on Su Yuntao's body immediately started to retract. Once all the golden light was drawn back in his body, the entire fusion process was complete. Even at this moment, if one were to look with the naked eye, the brilliance belonging to the origin light sphere had long since disappeared, leaving only an invisible and intangible spiritual entity quietly standing in place. Yes, that was the will of Dao. The origin of the world's plane possessed infinite energy, and after Su Yuntao merged it into his body, he could not fully digest it. He could only store it in the SuTaos divine kingdom, waiting to use it when needed later. Soon, this stage of the process came to an end, and Su Yuntao slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual entity that others could not see was immediately noticed by Su Yuntao. It was a beautiful woman that he could not describe, a beauty that could only appear if all the facial features of the world were combined. Even the stunning Bibi Dong could not compare to her. But who was Su Yuntao? He was the only true god. His will was unyielding, unmatched by anyone in the world. After just a few glances, he withdrew his gaze and coughed. Ahem, Dao. Su Yuntao had his own guesses about this. The beautiful woman gently nodded, and a voice that was hard to distinguish between male and female came from her mouth. Moreover, just with this simple nod, her spiritual entity's face slightly flushed. Dao actually developed its own intelligence many years ago and spent an unknown number of years finally giving birth to its spiritual entity. Due to its inseparable connection with the origin of the plane, it could only reside in the origin, managing the entire world on its behalf. Now that Su Yuntao had merged with the origin, she finally had the permission to emerge. However, she would still be limited by the origin of the plane merged with Su Yuntao. To put it mathematically, It meant that she would henceforth be limited by Su Yuntao's control. Su Yuntao merged with the origin, thus Su Yuntao equaled the origin. Tao was limited by the origin, and Tao was limited by Su Yuntao. The equation was established. Flawless. Convincing. After receiving all the information from the origin, Su Yuntao also understood the origin of this beautiful spiritual entity before him. He further realized that she would be limited by him in the future, leaving his feelings quite complicated. Su Yuntao was internally screaming, "But I have a wife. I'm an exceptional man. She's just a pink skeleton. I'm only attracted to her body, not love. I'm a ba." Seeing Su Yuntao mumbling incomprehensibly, Tao, in its spiritual form, asked in confusion, "What are you mumbling about?" The origin fusion was successful. "Hurry up and take me away from here. This place would disappear soon." Tao's ambiguous voice instantly pulled Su Yuntao's thoughts back to reality. After turning his head and looking around at his current situation, he confirmed the fact that this place was about to collapse. Without saying a word, he directly summoned the Tao back into his consciousness. Then, divine power surged from his body, protecting himself as he charged towards the ground. Upon successfully making contact with the soil, he transformed into a golden light and merged into it. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuntao returned to his territory, Lake Heart Island. Chapter 180. Route Issues, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Upon returning to Lake Heart Island, the first thing Su Yuntao saw was Bibi Dong standing in the yard with the child. Instantly, his somewhat restless heart was filled with endless satisfaction, leaving no room for other thoughts. Having one beautiful woman in this life is enough. This was the most genuine reflection of Su Yuntao's mental state at that moment. He quietly approached Bibi Dong from behind and suddenly hugged her. Bibi Dong's body jolted in surprise, nearly striking back with a palm, and she was already prepared for battle. However, the voice that followed made her completely let down her guard. "Dong, it's me. Why would you want to hit me? Aren't you afraid of being hit back?" Su Yuntao's words carried a different meaning, causing Bibi Dong's little face to blush slightly. In a spoiled tone, she murmured, "I was going to hit you. Who told you to be gone for so many days and scare me when you returned?" Though her tone was spoiled, Su Yuntao detected a different emotion from it. It seemed there was some resentment in her heart. Su Yuntao realized, "No, there was a slight unexpected situation, and I stayed a few more days over there. But don't worry, I won't be going out again for a while after I return this time." Su Yuntao's firm words quickly calmed Bibi Dong's somewhat fluctuating emotions. In an instant, she recalled what he said about an unexpected situation, and her heart tightened again. Breaking free from Su Yuntao's embrace, she circled around him several times, and only after confirming that he wasn't missing any limbs did she stop. Regarding her sudden concern, Su Yuntao showed no impatience, allowing her to fuss over him. Once she calmed down, Su Yuntao once again pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I can still move tonight." His words made Bibi Dong's face turn bright red as she playfully punched his chest. Su Yuntao immediately pretended to be in pain, coughing violently, which was his little amusement. However, Bibi Dong didn't understand, thinking he had sustained internal injuries, especially since he had just mentioned an unexpected situation. In an instant, Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically, and she worriedly began to rub the spot where she had just hit him. As she comforted him, tears began to well up in her eyes. She also remorsefully said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. It's my fault that your injury flared up. It's all my fault." This sudden change in situation left Su Yuntao completely dumbfounded, even starting to doubt himself. He hurriedly helped her wipe her tears, while also tending to the baby in her arms, feeling overwhelmed. After finally soothing her, Su Yuntao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and resolved inwardly that he would never pull such a trick of pretending to be hurt again. Not wanting Bibi Dong to continue worrying, Su Yuntao had no choice but to recount everything that had happened in the source space to her. Of course, he modified the spirit that took the form of Tao, transforming it into a male spirit. This was not because Su Yuntao wanted to hide anything, but to avoid unnecessary trouble. No wife would allow a stunningly beautiful spirit to reside within her husband. Bibi Dong believed Su Yuntao's account completely, as her previous experience of breaking into the divine realm together had brought her trust in him to a peak. Naturally, Su Yuntao couldn't let Bibi Dong down. He actively blocked his memory of the Tao figure and removed the spirit of Tao from his consciousness, arranging it within the divine kingdom. Bibi Dong was unaware of this whole process. Only Tao continued to criticize Su Yuntao for being unfaithful, forgetting his brothers after getting a wife. Regarding her approaches, Su Yuntao simply smiled it off and returned a big grin. What a joke. What brother could compare to his wife? Even his own brothers had to take a back seat. Once Bibi Dong was fully assured that Su Yuntao had not been harmed, her temperament from the time of the Pope resurfaced. With a stern expression, she glared at Su Yuntao, her whole being on the edge of an explosion. Holding Miao Miao, Su Yuntao thought, this is not good. He immediately leaned his forehead against Miao Miao's little head and softly asked, Miao Miao, do you miss Daddy? The 1-year-old Miao Miao could already say some simple words. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's question, she sweetly replied, yes, I miss you a lot. Then, the father and daughter began to walk into the house, leaving Bibi Dong alone in the yard, her anger with no outlet to release. Only able to cover her throbbing forehead and turn to make dinner. 3 years later, Su Yuntao brought his family to the imperial capital, where he met Qian Rinxue and entrusted Miao Miao to her once again. This time, the duration was relatively short, only about a month. Although what Su Yuntao needed to do was not complicated, it was not suitable for bringing Miao Miao along. After calming his daughter's little emotions, Su Yuntao took Bibi Dong and left the imperial capital, heading towards the Sun and Moon continent. Their task was to go to the Sun and Moon continent and reclaim this isolated imperial territory overseas. The planning for this matter had been in the works for a long time. After merging with the source, Su Yuntao understood that this was entirely feasible. In his understanding, the Sun and Moon continent was a floating continent that was not connected to the seabed. Deep beneath the continent lay an endless ocean, and the entire continent was drifting at an imperceptible speed with the movement of the ocean. Therefore, for the past 3 years, Su Yuntao had remained at Lake Heart Island. On one hand, it was to accompany his child during this crucial growth period, and on the other hand, he used his spare time to design and create tens of thousands of high-power soul guide engines. These engines used soul power as fuel, burning it evenly before expelling high-temperature, high-pressure gas from the rear to generate thrust. As for why soul power could burn, that was entirely due to the various transformation formations Su Yuntao had inscribed. A total of 10,000 soul guide engines lay quietly in Su Yuntao's storage ring. Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong slowly made their way along the previous sea route towards the Sun and Moon continent. They were not in a hurry, as Su Yuntao still had 2 years before the next official attack on the Divine Realm, and transforming the continent was also preparing for future military actions. Along the way, Su Yuntao noticed that the merchant ships sailing towards the Sun and Moon continent were becoming increasingly scarce. This made him feel extremely puzzled, and he immediately used Qian to contact Shen Wansan. Wansan, what is the current situation of our Chamber of Commerce's development in the Sun and Moon continent? Upon hearing Su Yuntao's inquiry, Shen Wansan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Feeling that Su Yuntao's question was somewhat inappropriate, he replied, business in the Sun and Moon continent has nearly collapsed. I feel ashamed for betraying the trust of the Lord. Su Yuntao's heart sank, and he asked in astonishment, how could this happen? Wasn't everything fine before? Is it those officials in the Sun and Moon continent not doing their jobs again? As he spoke, a hint of brutality appeared in his eyes. Beside him, Bibi Dong shared his feelings and also felt a surge of anger. As soon as Shen Wansan heard this, he immediately realized that the Lord had misunderstood and quickly explained to Su Yuntao, it's not like that. Those officials have been doing quite well since you cleaned house last time. The reason for this situation is that there have been major issues with the shipping routes. What kind of issues? I'm currently on the shipping route and can help you solve it. Upon hearing that it wasn't due to the officials' incompetence, Su Yuntao's brutal expression immediately faded. Shen Wansan, realizing he was on the shipping route, joyfully said, that's great. My lord, about half a year ago, for reasons unknown, there were changes on the shipping route. The sea has become unpredictable. One moment it was clear skies, and the next there were storms. Also, a giant sea monster, whose origin is unknown, appears periodically to hunt. If our merchant ships encounter it, it could result in shipwrecks and loss of life. Therefore, I ordered a suspension of commercial activities in the Sun and Moon continent. Su Yuntao supported Shen Wansan's decision to suspend commercial activities, as life is paramount. Did anyone from our Chamber of Commerce get injured or die because of this? Shen Wansan had anticipated Su Yuntao's question, having followed him for so long. My lord, only 2 people were slightly injured due to the storm, and no one died. After hearing about the sea monster's appearance, I stopped the merchant ships from going out to sea, so no one was injured. I've heard that several ships from other chambers of commerce were destroyed. Su Yuntao was quite satisfied with this. No casualties were thanks to Shen Wansan's efforts. Chapter 181. Battle with the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. 1. Wansan. Do we have precise coordinates for the sea monster's location from our intelligence system? Since I'm on the shipping route, I can help you resolve the issue. Su Yuntao was quite interested in this so-called sea monster. After all, there are many powerful sea soul beasts in the ocean. But this was the first time he had heard of one being called monster. Moreover, according to Tang San, this sea monster had a tendency to attack people, making Su Yuntao even more determined not to let it go. After a moment of silence, Tang San seemed to be verifying the information and then replied to Su Yuntao. Not far from the Sun and Moon continent, the exact location is unclear, but I have sent you the approximate activity range. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao's communication device emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating that he had received new information. Su Yuntao was pleased with the speed of the response, and, after inquiring about some news from the Sun and Moon continent, hung up. Opening the new message in his communication device, a detailed map appeared before him. After browsing for a while, Su Yuntao had a good sense of the area, as he had passed through there a few times before. Donger, are you planning to come with me to deal with the sea monster, or do you want to head to the Sun and Moon continent first? BB Dong thought for a moment before replying, I'll go with you. I also want to see what this so-called sea monster looks like. As she spoke, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Even Su Yuntao, who had seen her many times, couldn't help but be captivated, seeing Su Yuntao staring at her. Bibidong's cheeks flushed slightly, enhancing her charm. The already infatuated Su Yuntao was almost unable to control himself when he saw her blush. Ahem, let's go. Using his strong willpower, he finally broke free from the beautiful scenery and pretended to be nonchalant as he headed off into the distance. The next day, Su Yuntao and BB Dong arrived in the sea area where the sea monster frequently appeared. At the bottom of this sea area, there was a deep, bottomless trench that ran through the entire ocean. Su Yuntao, having fused with the origin of the plane, discovered his target in an instant. That so-called sea monster, deep sea demon whale king? How did this thing end up here? After confirming his target, Su Yuntao felt a deep sense of doubt. This soul beast, most likely to reach godhood on the continent, according to its habits, should remain in the demon whale sea and not wander around. It was rather lazy, usually staying in its own territory and not traveling far. Su Yuntao did not disturb the deep sea demon whale king, which was resting in the trench, but instead inquired through the Tao in the divine kingdom about the reason. Since this incident clearly occurred before he fused with the origin, he was not very clear about the specifics. Tao, how did this big guy end up here? There are no large sea soul beasts residing here, and there are no conditions for it to hunt. The Tao in the divine kingdom looked embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Su Yuntao felt quite uncomfortable with her hesitation. What are you doing? I'm just asking why the deep sea demon whale king is here. Why are you so awkward? Ahem. This is my fault. I initially competed with it for control of the sea, but I was slightly outmatched. However, now I can surpass it. Let me out to battle it for 300 rounds. Su Yuntao couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this. What is this? How can you be so brazen after losing? Forget it. He was too lazy to bother with past issues, so after instructing her to be quiet, he focused his attention on the surface of the sea. At this moment, BB Dong, seeing Su Yuntao come back to his senses, hurriedly asked, Did you find the sea monster? Su Yuntao nodded and then corrected her. This so-called sea monster is the deep sea demon whale king, a soul beast with cultivation close to 1,000,000 years. Hearing his explanation, Bibidong's expression slightly changed, and she looked at him with some concern. Seeing her like this, Su Yuntao smiled casually and said nonchalantly, I've already defeated that god in the divine realm. This small deep sea demon whale king isn't much of a threat to me. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Seeing that BB Dong seemed to want to say something but hesitated, Su Yuntao raised his arm and showed her his muscles. BB Dong was amused by his silly gesture and then put aside her worries. When it was time to get serious, Su Yuntao's expression became serious. After instructing BB Dong to keep her distance, he landed on the surface of the sea alone. His divine sense reached out to the previously confirmed location where a giant beast, like a mountain, was lying in the trench of the deep sea. Its enormous size made Su Yuntao marvel. He thought that even one of its eyes might be bigger than him. At this moment, the deep sea demon whale king was still sound asleep, and Su Yuntao thought of a cannon barrel appearing on his shoulder. The cannon's muzzle was aimed at the body of the deep sea demon whale king, and then a small iron ball was loaded in as a cannonball. Of course, there was only one. He couldn't afford to use more. From a distance, BB Dong instinctively took a step back when she saw Su Yuntao pull out this thing. After loading the cannonball, Su Yuntao took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. Unfortunately, he didn't smoke. Otherwise, he would have at least needed to hold a cigar to match the scene. He regretfully pressed the launch button, and with a whoosh, a round little iron ball shot towards the seabed. Roar! Before the little iron ball could reach the body of the deep sea demon whale king, It felt an immense sense of danger and immediately let out a deafening roar, tilting its large head back. This roar was a magical sound that made people afraid to confront it directly. The roar, along with the seawater, rolled back, causing the little iron ball to veer off course, ultimately missing the deep-sea demon whale king and only grazing its tail, landing in a deeper part of the trench. Immediately after, a huge muffled sound echoed, and a mushroom cloud of seawater quietly rose. A massive bright light appeared in the trench, and the seawater there began to boil, changing the colors of many creatures like crabs and sea snails clinging to the trench walls. It looked quite appetizing. On the sea's surface, Su Yuntao observed the situation in the water with some surprise. It dodged such a sensitive sense of danger. Interesting. Just 3 breaths later, the deep-sea demon whale king appeared before Su Yuntao on the surface of the sea. Its massive body, compared to Su Yuntao, was like a giant mountain. Its remaining large, I was angrily staring at Su Yuntao. The deep-sea demon whale king was a one-eyed dragon. Its other eye had been gouged out many years ago by Poseidon with a trident before he became a god. Almost being killed in its sleep made it especially furious. This was the first time it had suffered such a significant loss, apart from Poseidon. However, it did not immediately launch an attack, but cautiously watched the cannon barrel on Su Yuntao's shoulder. It sensed a similar aura to that of the object that had previously caused the underwater explosion. But after less than 10 seconds of stalemate, it finally confirmed that the human in front of it did not possess the same attacking capability as before. It then turned around, its massive tail swinging towards Su Yuntao, and its giant body stirred up the entire sea. Terrifying waves were raised, crashing towards Su Yuntao. A wave thousands of meters high surged forward like a city under siege, bringing a tremendous shock. However, Su Yuntao was not intimidated. He began to retreat sharply before the attack arrived, creating space for himself and buying time to counterattack. Chapter 182, Battle with the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, Part 2, After retreating a certain distance. Su Yuntao clenched his fist and struck the surface of the sea with immense divine power. The sea wailed. It roared. A wave even larger than the one raised by the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King was stirred up by Su Yuntao. It surged towards the previous massive wave, crashing together with a loud splash. Countless water splashes soared into the sky. The immense energy vaporized part of the seawater, forming a thick fog that obscured Bibi Dong's line of sight, forcing her to constantly change positions to observe the battle. Seeing that Su Yuntao not only was not overwhelmed by the giant wave, but instead raised an equally massive wave with a punch. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King felt a profound insult. It became even angrier. Apart from that man from back then, no one had ever made it feel fear. Su Yuntao didn't care whether it was angry or not and directly attacked it, causing a thunderous roar. He leaped onto the thick back of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, repeatedly punching its back. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King rolled in pain, trying to shake him off its back. But this was futile. Su Yuntao stood firmly on its back, as if his feet were rooted, without any signs of budging. With no other choice, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King dove into the sea. Su Yuntao didn't want to follow it underwater, so he immediately let go. As the golden light around him pulsed, Su Yuntao's previously damp clothes quickly dried. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, dazed by Su Yuntao's relentless punches, was somewhat afraid of his fists continuing to strike. Consequently, it dared not surface again. However, despite its fear, it was unwilling to escape in such a disheveled manner. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King was the ruler of the sea, the reigning king. It had never experienced such feelings and was extremely furious. Below the surface of the sea, it opened its massive abyssal mouth. Countless seawater was sucked into its mouth, and then, with a powerful exhale, a stream of water sprayed out from the pores on its head. The water flow surged towards Su Yuntao like a sharp blade. Seeing it resort to such underhanded attacks, Su Yuntao couldn't help but find it amusing. But before he could actually laugh, the smile on his face suddenly vanished, replaced by a cautious expression. As the water flow approached, countless streams of water suddenly shot towards Su Yuntao from below the sea. Moreover, these water flow attacks sealed off all the space around Su Yuntao, preventing him from dodging. If he dodged this stream of water, other streams would immediately shoot towards him. Su Yuntao clenched his fists at his waist, continuously gathering power, and energy spread out into the surrounding space as he charged up. A white vapor stream formed, which under Su Yuntao's control took shape as a massive white dragon. Energy transformed into a dragon, This technique was Su Yuntao's ultimate application of physical power. It could be considered a technique, or perhaps not. The white vapor dragon, carrying boundless energy, surged towards the streams of water. Hissing sounds continuously emerged from the collision between the two. Their collision did not produce a thunderous sound. Instead, it sounded like cold water meeting hot iron. The water flow arrows formed from seawater rapidly vaporized upon encountering the steam dragon and were assimilated by it, becoming part of the dragon. Of course, this caused the high temperature carried by the steam dragon to drop sharply. As more and more water flow arrows were assimilated, the steam dragon eventually transformed into a liquid water dragon. Besides lacking high temperature, its might remained undiminished as it charged towards the deep-sea demon whale king. A faint dragon roar echoed at the moment of impact, and the deep-sea demon whale king was injured. Its paw was severely damaged from the impact, temporarily losing its ability to function. This significantly reduced its threat to Su Yuntao underwater. If it wished to continue fighting, it could only come to the surface and confront Su Yuntao head-on. However, if it wanted to escape, Su Yuntao would not agree. At that time, he would disregard the idea of not wanting to enter the sea and would directly engage in a melee with it. However, the deep-sea demon whale king was also a stubborn creature. It did not believe it was at a disadvantage. Despite being extremely wary of Su Yuntao's fists, it still emerged to the surface of the sea. The moment it surfaced, the deep-sea demon whale king launched an angry strike, charging directly at Su Yuntao. Faced with this attack, Su Yuntao had no way to dodge. The reason was that the deep-sea demon whale king's head was too large, and the area it covered when charging made it difficult for Su Yuntao to evade in time. Forced to take the hit, Su Yuntao braced himself and raised his golden bell, taking a defensive stance. Boom! The massive bell sound resonated across the sea, and Bibi Dong, watching from above, looked in shock at Su Yuntao being knocked away. As Su Yuntao flew backward, he experienced a bit of ringing in his ears and canceled the golden bell, unfurling a pair of golden wings behind him. With a flap, he halted his backward momentum and looked indignantly at the deep-sea demon whale king, which was staring at him with wide eyes. It was truly humiliating. Su Yuntao felt a hint of emotional breakdown. Only those who had faced the deep-sea demon whale king head-on would understand that even if a human's physical fitness was strong, it could never match the unique advantages of the deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean. In fact, it wasn't just Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong who were surprised. The deep-sea demon whale king was even more astonished and wary of Su Yuntao. The continuous pain in its forehead made it realize that it had actually suffered a significant loss. Although the scene seemed passable deep down, it was not at an advantage and had even sustained some injuries. In contrast, Su Yuntao had only been knocked away without any injuries. Flapping his wings of light, Su Yuntao grasped the air with his right hand, and the Excalibur appeared in his hand. He was serious now. Bibi Dong, not far away, was even more surprised. She hadn't expected Su Yuntao to unleash true fire and get serious. She couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the deep-sea demon whale king. Su Yuntao, now serious, wordlessly raised his sword and charged toward the deep-sea demon whale king. The sharp sword energy reached the whale's body even before he got close. In an instant, the whale's massive body was cut open by this sword energy, blood flowing out and staining the sea. After Su Yuntao got serious, a single encounter left the deep-sea demon whale king heavily injured. It looked in horror at Su Yuntao, who was charging at it, and disregarding the wounds on its body, it dove toward the seabed. As Su Yuntao's divine power surged, an even more terrifying sword energy than before slashed down toward the sea. The entire sea was slowly divided in half under the attack of this sword energy. Su Yuntao walked into the parted sea and quickly reached the side of the heavily wounded, dying deep-sea demon whale king. Indeed, with this sword, half of the deep-sea demon whale king's body was almost severed in two. The massive injury left it unable to move, forced to watch as Su Yuntao approached. Standing beneath its giant eye, Su Yuntao looked at it with killing intent and slowly asked, "Why did you attack human ships for no reason?" Even if he intended to kill it immediately, he needed to clarify why it had acted that way, allowing it to die with understanding. Initially, he thought this powerful creature was targeting its soul bones and rings, but he never expected it was simply because it had casually hunted some food that led to its demise. It deeply regretted this. Those food weren't even tasty, and they had brought such a great disaster upon itself. It felt wronged. Su Yuntao didn't care how it felt, seeing that it had no intention of answering. He pointed the Excalibur, which he had not yet lowered, once again at the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king had its pride. It didn't want to explain too much, and it accepted death. Slowly, under Su Yuntao's gaze, it closed its eyes, presenting a resolute demeanor as if ready to face death. Seeing it behave this way, Su Yuntao understood its thoughts and simply complied with its wishes. He thrust his sword into its mind, and, as the sword energy erupted, the deep-sea demon whale king left this world it had struggled in for a lifetime without feeling a trace of pain. Chapter 183. The Little Whip Request for Recommendation Votes. After the deep-sea demon whale king died, its massive body began to condense a circle of golden soul rings. As the strongest soul beast in the sea, its strength was infinitely close to 1,000,000 years. However, once a soul beast cultivation reaches 1,000,000 years, it crosses into a brand new level, known as the realm of gods. Of course, a certain big white worm that just eats and sleeps does not count. Therefore, after the deep-sea demon whale king's death, the soul rings it condensed were golden, indicating it had reached the 1,000,000-year level. Su Yuntao fixed his gaze on its enormous corpse. He didn't need the soul rings, but as a 1,000,000-year soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king was bound to produce soul bones. At this moment, Bibi Dong also approached him and remarked regretfully, "This golden soul ring seems to be of better quality than a 100,000-year ring. It might even be a 1,000,000-year one. It's a pity you can't use this soul ring." Su Yuntao didn't feel regretful. He comforted her, saying, "It's okay. Even though I don't need this soul ring, our daughter Meow Meow will need it in the future." Bibi Dong looked at him in astonishment. "Huh? Isn't a soul ring only absorbable when personally killed by the soul beast?" Seeing her shocked expression, Su Yuntao couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Haha, I have already become a god. With divine means, I can easily accomplish this." Upon hearing Su Yuntao say this, she believed in him deeply, feeling extremely delighted. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel happy at the thought that Meow Meow had not even awakened her martial soul yet, but had already resolved the last soul ring. Su Yuntao slowly floated up to the spot above the deep-sea demon whale king's corpse where the soul ring was located. He took out an array plate from his storage ring and directed it toward the massive golden soul ring floating in midair, channeling his divine power and divine consciousness toward the soul ring. As soon as he made contact with the 1,000,000-year soul ring, Su Yuntao felt a strong resistance. In an instant, an alien consciousness followed his divine consciousness into his sea of consciousness. Upon sensing the invasion of this alien consciousness, Su Yuntao immediately immersed his own consciousness into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the entity of the Tao appeared in Su Yuntao's sea of consciousness, forcing the alien consciousness into a corner, trembling in fear. When Su Yuntao arrived, the Tao was holding a beautiful figure, wielding a long whip that seemed to have come from nowhere, glaring fiercely at the deep-sea demon whale king's consciousness. "Wow, good fellow. I must say, where did you get that whip?" Su Yuntao's voice transformed into a little devil dressed as Tao, startling Tao, who quickly tucked away the whip she was holding. "Ah, you're here." Her stunning figure had a somewhat cute shyness. Su Yuntao, with a face full of black lines, roared at her, "Stop acting cute. Honestly, how did you get out of my divine realm? Where did that little whip come from?" "All right, now Tao can't perform anymore," she said, rolling her eyes at Su Yuntao. "That trash divine realm of yours. I can go in whenever I want and come out whenever I want. Can you stop me?" Su Yuntao nearly choked on her words due to her response. At the same time, she began to doubt herself. Is my divine realm really that pathetic? How did it become her backyard, where she can come and go as she pleases? Seeing the doubtful expression on Su Yuntao's face, Tao slightly averted her gaze, fearing that Su Yuntao would uncover the truth. In reality, she couldn't enter and exit the divine realm at will. It was only because of the intrusion of the deep-sea demon whale king's consciousness that Su Yuntao had a moment of relaxation in controlling the divine realm, allowing her to slip out. Moreover, driven by her desire for revenge, she directly wielded her innate treasure, the little whip, towards the deep-sea demon whale king without a second thought. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king, hiding in the corner of Su Yuntao's sea of consciousness, was filled with fear, afraid of attracting the attention of the two powerful beings confronting each other. Initially, it had a good plan to hide within the soul ring, waiting for it to dissipate before returning to the world and looking for an opportunity to be reborn. However, it didn't expect that Su Yuntao, without needing the soul ring, still wanted to forcibly collect it. Moreover, while collecting the soul ring, Su Yuntao aimed to eliminate the residual will within it. After all, the soul ring was to be used by Meow Meow in the future, so Su Yuntao definitely wanted it to be clean. Thus, the deep-sea demon whale king could not just sit back and wait to be eliminated. It preferred to disappear naturally than to be made to dissipate by someone else. Therefore, upon discovering that the one seeking to exterminate it was Su Yuntao, it gathered all its remaining power to form a resistance. Meanwhile, its consciousness stealthily approached Su Yuntao's sea of consciousness. Its plan was to directly assault his sea of consciousness and inflict a heavy blow. But as fate would have it, once it entered, it was dumbfounded. Oh no! In other sea of consciousness, there's merely a lake, but in Su Yuntao's sea of consciousness, it was a vast ocean. The deep-sea demon whale king thought to itself that it was a pseudo-divine existence and could surely inflict a heavy blow to his sea of consciousness. However, the moment it entered Su Yuntao's sea of consciousness and was stunned by the vastness, a woman wielding a whip appeared before it. Without any preparation, she swung the whip towards it. A deep, soul-piercing pain followed, forcing it to quickly flee to the edges, ultimately being cornered by Dao in the corner of the sea of consciousness. Just as it was in despair, Su Yuntao arrived and temporarily relieved its plight. But the good times didn't last. The more it thought about something, the more it would come. Sure enough, after Su Yuntao set aside her probing into Dao, she focused her gaze on the trembling consciousness of the deep-sea demon whale king. Seeing Su Yuntao's gaze turn towards it, Dao immediately blocked his path. This is my prey. You can't take it away. I still need to avenge my previous grievances. Su Yuntao, with an impatient expression, pushed her aside and walked up to the deep-sea demon whale king. Can you understand what I'm saying? The deep-sea demon whale king quickly nodded when it saw that Su Yuntao wasn't going to kill it right away. Its pride completely vanished after being educated by the whip. Seeing that it could understand her words, Su Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could understand. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to deal with it. Since you understand, do as I say, or I'll let this guy continue to whip you. Su Yuntao didn't want to say much else, and directly threatened it. At this moment, Dao also stopped causing a ruckus, cooperatively taking out the magical little whip and waving it in the air. This scared the deep-sea demon whale king into another fit of shivers. All right, for now, you will temporarily enter this formation plate in my hand. Stay inside without my command, understand? To the deep-sea demon whale king, Su Yuntao's words sounded like heavenly music, and it quickly nodded in agreement. Following Su Yuntao's guidance, it entered a formation plate that contained a soul space in his hand. Once the deep-sea demon whale king was fully inside, he appeared outside with the formation plate, and with a thought, Dao's figure returned to the divine realm. This caused her to curse loudly, calling him ungrateful and so on, with the most frequent phrase being having a wife and forgetting about brothers. Su Yuntao ignored her, took the formation plate, and approached Bibi Dong, saying, Donger, you still don't have a spirit beast, right? Do you want to have a unique spirit beast? Bibi Dong was already aware of spirit beasts, but had been struggling to find one suitable for her, so she had been reluctant to fuse with any weaker spirit beasts. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, the couple's mutual understanding allowed her to instantly grasp what Su Yuntao meant. Are you talking about this deep-sea demon whale king? Bibi Dong was taken aback by Su Yuntao's seemingly absurd idea. She had been surprised many times that day. Yes, that's right. Although it has died, its consciousness or soul still exists. I can use some methods to turn it into a spirit beast. However, the way it exists will differ from other spirit beasts. Chapter 184. Death Demon Whale Spider King? Seeking collections. Seeking subscriptions. Seeking recommendation votes. This is possible. After hearing Su Yuntao's explanation, Bibidong's heart was instantly moved. What a joke. This is a million-year spirit beast. How cool would it be to have it as her spirit beast? Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy. Seeing her agree, Su Yuntao nodded in satisfaction. Of course, before transforming the spirit beast, there was still one thing to do: collect the soul bone. This was a good thing. A million-year soul bone couldn't be forgotten. Su Yuntao returned once more to the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king, where the soul ring had been collected into the formation plate before he immersed his consciousness in the sea of consciousness. He approached the back of the corpse, took out the Zhuxian sword, and, after determining the position with his divine sense, gently made a cut, slicing through its skin and muscle tissue. A golden light shone from within, about to rush towards the sky. Su Yuntao, quick-witted, immediately cast a sealing formation that enveloped the area. The golden light could only collide with the great formation, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Su Yuntao looked at the wound he had made with the Zhuxian sword, where a piece of soul bone, radiating golden light, lay quietly inside. This is a million-year soul bone from the torso. Su Yuntao picked it up and examined it carefully. He realized that this so-called soul bone is an energy manifestation formed by the essence of a soul beast when it dies. It possesses abilities related to the deceased soul beast. Su Yuntao had no need for this soul bone. He would not integrate any soul bone. He always believed that incorporating something that does not belong to him into his body is not particularly beneficial. Additionally, he had always focused on refining his physical body. The cultivation of the physical body is a process of removing impurities and strengthening cells. Therefore, the integration of a soul bone might not be a good thing for Su Yuntao. He took the soul bone and walked over to Bibi Dong, casually tossing the soul bone to her. Upon seeing Su Yuntao throw the soul bone to her, Bibi Dong hurriedly caught it, feeling flustered. She said with annoyance, "How can you just throw it like that? What if it gets damaged?" When she said this, she wasn't thinking clearly. Even if the million-year soul bone hit her, it wouldn't break. Carefully holding the soul bone, Bibi Dong, touched by his gesture, quietly asked Su Yuntao, "Aren't you going to absorb it? What will you do if you give it to me?" After throwing the soul bone, Su Yuntao went to the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king to study how to transform this giant creature. He didn't hear Bibi Dong's question and was still busy fiddling with various materials he had brought from Lake Heart Island. After waiting for a long time without hearing a response from Su Yuntao, Bibi Dong put away her emotions and looked at the busy figure not far away. With some complaints, she muttered a few words and then approached Su Yuntao with a smile, helping him hand over various materials. As for the soul bone, she wasn't in a hurry. She would absorb it together with her companion beast during the fusion. With their combined efforts, they finally managed to cover the entire corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king with the transformation array. It wasn't due to anything else. This creature was just too big. It was extremely difficult to incorporate it into the large array. Furthermore, the geographical location here, being above the sea, was not as convenient for arranging formations as on land. Setting up the array here tested their patience, but fortunately, both Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong were not lacking in patience. A gigantic array, under Su Yuntao's manipulation, slowly emitted a faint gray light. The corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king within the array gradually transformed into pure energy under the array's effect. Su Yuntao then took out the array plate containing the consciousness of the deep-sea demon whale king and directly connected it to the entire array. The consciousness of the deep-sea demon whale king, not under its control, approached the mass of transformed energy. An unknown rule was instantly imposed on its consciousness by the array's enhancement. The energy beside it began to slowly merge into the consciousness. At this point, everything was ready, and Su Yuntao nodded to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, with a serious expression, stepped into the large array, standing in a fixed position. She released one of her two martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor, which was a choice made by Su Yuntao for her. Instantly, a layer of purple-black armor covered her upper body. A pair of compound eyes appeared beneath her own, and 8 strong, long legs emerged from her lower body. Seeing her ready, Su Yuntao gently waved his hand towards the deep-sea demon whale king's consciousness, which had completely absorbed the energy. Under the control of the array, it moved to the area where Bibi Dong was located. At this point, the array began to operate at full power, and countless lights began to shine. Soon after, a special energy connected from the array to Bibi Dong's transformed body. Under the influence of this energy, the Death Spider Emperor was slowly separated from her, becoming an independent entity. As for Bibi Dong, she had now returned to her original human form, but at this moment, she was completely unclothed. Fortunately, Su Yuntao reacted quickly and used the array to create a white mist to cover her exquisite figure. Beside her was the separated martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor. At this moment, the Death Spider Emperor was in a transparent state, and it did not have its own consciousness, appearing very hollow. This separation process did not make Bibi Dong feel particularly uncomfortable. She only felt a bit empty after the separation was complete. Seeing this step completed, Su Yuntao controlled the array to slowly guide the Death Spider Emperor towards the consciousness of the deep-sea demon whale king. At this point, the deep-sea demon whale king had already fallen into a deep sleep, unaware of what it was about to experience. Normally, when fusing a companion beast, it is best if the attributes of the soul beast and martial soul are compatible. However, this time Su Yuntao, through some unknown operation, transformed the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king into a pure energy body. This way, there was no issue of compatibility. As the Death Spider Emperor was about to make contact with the deep-sea demon whale king, Su Yuntao shouted to Bibi Dong, "Operate your technique." Upon hearing Su Yuntao's command, Bibi Dong immediately began to run the technique she had been cultivating. This technique was passed down from the generations of the Spirit Hall's Pope and wasn't particularly powerful, slightly weaker than Tang San's. However, it was enough for this moment. Once the technique was activated, the effect was evident. The Death Spider Emperor's body transformed into a vortex of soul power, with the target of absorption being the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. The pure energy body formed from the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King gradually turned to nothingness during the absorption process by the Death Spider Emperor. Its essence, in a confused state, entered the body of the Death Spider Emperor, gradually merging under the mysterious effect of the array. After the complete fusion of the two, Su Yuntao immediately changed his gestures, and the array began to make a loud noise. The great array suddenly began to reverse, and waves of rule power surged forth. The conscious Death Spider Emperor instantly signed a soul-based contract with BB Dong under the influence of this rule power. This was a true servant contract, with BB Dong as the master and the Death Spider Emperor as the servant. The moment the contract was signed, the consciousness of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King within the Death Spider Emperor awakened. The soul of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King found itself in a strange body and felt something extra in its soul, which frightened it. Especially when it saw BB Dong, its emotions became extremely complex. However, it could only accept its fate. Of course, after accepting its fate, it was also quite decisive and directly submitted to BB Dong. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yuntao directly transmitted to BB Dong, absorb the soul bone. As for why he didn't directly shout, it was to consider the feelings of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, as it was now one of their own. After hearing the command, BB Dong immediately absorbed the soul bone that had been in her storage ring into her body. The fleeting aura of the soul bone still slightly moved the expression of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, who had already turned into the Death Spider Emperor. However, it quickly adjusted itself. The absorption of the soul bones went smoothly, thanks to the help of the formation. And since the owners of the soul bones had already surrendered without any resistance, they were absorbed into Bibidong's body. This greatly increased her strength. Although her cultivation level remained at level 99, her power compared to before was like two different people. Now, when BB Dong unleashed her full power, she should be able to contend with the sea god Poseidon as per Su Yuntao's expectations. Chapter 185. Escape at the critical moment? Seeking collections. After BB Dong woke up and rested for a while, she set off towards the Sun and Moon continent once again. On the way, Su Yuntao contacted Shen San through Qinshuan to inform him that the problem had been resolved. Shen San was quite cunning. After receiving the news, he didn't immediately restore the operations of the maritime trade fleet in a grand manner. Instead, he temporarily concealed the news, allowing his merchant ships to set sail fully loaded with goods towards the Sun and Moon continent overnight. Of course, this news wouldn't be able to be hidden for long, and Shen San was clear about this. However, being able to gain a certain advantage before other merchant associations took action made him very satisfied. As expected, less than 3 hours after Shen San notified the fleet to leave, the heads of various merchant associations in the Martial Soul Empire received the news. However, the information was not particularly detailed. They only knew that Shen San had sent merchant ships carrying goods out to sea. They were unsure if they were indeed heading towards the Sun and Moon continent, but it was highly suspected. Therefore, the heads of the various associations gathered overnight to discuss what Shen San intended to do. The head of the Song family's merchant association, a long-established family in the imperial capital, took the lead in organizing this meeting. He spoke first. Whenever that old Shin moves, we all feel a bit uneasy. What do you all think that guy is up to? At this moment, the leader of the Zhu family's merchant association stood up and said, "Should we intervene? The sea monsters appeared on the trade route we explored before, causing many deaths. Our association has also suffered significant losses. I want to take a gamble. Otherwise, our maritime business will eventually come to an end." His words were quite provocative, but they were also understandable, as they had indeed reached a dead end. If they won this gamble, they could turn things around. If they lost, they would have to disband the maritime operations of their association. The others exchanged glances, but none stepped forward to take the lead. The fear of the sea monsters seemed as fresh as yesterday, and without concrete news, they were unwilling to act rashly. After all, they had to be responsible for the association's assets and the safety of their personnel, which involved too much. Seeing the silence in the room, the head of the Song family's merchant association stood up and said, "Since everyone shares the same thought, let us observe for now. Brothers from the Zhu family, if you want to take a gamble, I wish you good luck, and I hope you can bring back good news. Rest assured, I promise you that even if you're forced to stop your maritime operations, there will always be a place for you here." waiting for you to return to maritime commerce. His words carried weight, as the maritime business was a large pie, with the Academy's Merchant Association occupying a significant portion, around 60%, while the Song family held about 30%, with the remaining 30% distributed among other associations. With his words, the head of the Zhu family's Merchant Association felt reassured. Although when the time came, the weight of his words might not be as significant, it still left a lot of room for maneuvering, allowing him sufficient operational space. The head of the Zhu family's Merchant Association stood up and said, "In that case, I will help everyone scout the way. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, I hope everyone can bear this favor. I don't ask for much, just that everyone can save face." His words were laced with a lot of personal motives. The people present were sharp enough to understand what he meant. They readily agreed, as they did not plan to completely eliminate their competitors. That would be too ugly. The meeting ended in a somewhat awkward atmosphere, with the Song family's Merchant Association maintaining a dominant stance, bustling about to help the Zhu family's Merchant Association set sail smoothly. They were well aware of the Zhu family's intentions, but since they needed this assistance, they let it be. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong had arrived at the waters of the Sun and Moon continent. At this time, the Zhu family's Merchant Association was just getting ready with their supplies to set sail. On this day, the heads of various merchant associations came to the harbor rented by their association to see them off. While the send-off ceremony was lively, Tang San was secretly laughing in the shadows. By the time they arrived at the Sun and Moon continent, his merchant ships had already sold out all their goods and were ready to return. Moreover, this time's maritime operation was the last business for the association, as Su Yuntao had already communicated this to him. The situation on the continent was about to undergo tremendous changes, and it was time for the maritime associations to scale back their operations. Regardless of what they were thinking, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong arrived at the backside of the Sun and Moon continent. After discussing, they decided to act separately. Su Yuntao divided the prepared soul-guided propulsion devices, giving half to her and taught her how to install them before they split up. Su Yuntao headed west, installing the propulsion devices along the coastline of the Sun and Moon continent, while Bibi Dong went east, doing the same. The installation method was simple. Find a sturdy spot at regular intervals along the seabed to install the propulsion devices. Su Yuntao directly smashed his fist onto the continental plate in the sea, creating a deeper pit. He placed the propulsion device in the pit, pressed a preset button, and the device automatically extended several spikes that inserted into the continental plate. The installation method was foolproof, and with Bibidong's learning ability, she was able to learn it. They installed the propulsion devices one by one, not sparing the side of the Sun and Moon continent facing the Douluo continent. A complete circle of the Sun and Moon continent was equipped with these propulsion devices by Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong. While they were installing these devices, Sun Yuantao's trade fleet also arrived at the Sun and Moon continent's branch of the Martial Soul Empire. After months of absence, the association quickly attracted attention from various shops and nobles on the Sun and Moon continent. The goods brought by the association were sold at prices 30% higher than usual, and within 2 days, everything was sold out. Following Sun Yuantao's orders, after purchasing some supplies needed for their return journey, the association set sail back empty. According to previous practices, they should have purchased various specialty products from the Sun and Moon continent on their return trip to sell in the Martial Soul Empire for profit. However, with the news Su Yuntao provided Sun Yuantao, he decisively abandoned the procurement plan and returned empty-handed. At this time, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong also successfully met up again. On the other side of the mainland, 2 people successfully met. "Tao, everything is set up. Anyway, there's no rush. Why don't you take me around this continent?" Bibi Dong looked at Su Yuntao expectantly. Normally, the child always liked to cling to her, leaving her no chance to be alone with Su Yuntao. This time, having finally gotten the opportunity, she couldn't help but want to. Su Yuntao was well aware of her little thoughts. As a good father, he certainly wouldn't waste too much time here. He had to finish things quickly and go back to pick up Miao Miao. It was definitely not that he was scared. What was there to be afraid of? Our Tao Ge was absolutely not afraid. Dongya, I want to go back early to pick up Miao Miao. I've missed her so much after being out for so long, Su Yuntao said, bracing himself under Bibidong's almost devouring gaze. But who was Bibi Dong? She was the Pope. How could she let someone escape at a critical moment? She directly knocked him out and dragged him away. In the following days, Su Yuntao lost quite a bit of weight. When he finally escaped from her clutches, there was still the task of debugging the thrusters waiting for him to complete. With dark circles under his eyes, Su Yuntao sighed as he checked the connections of the thrusters one by one. This time, he brought out the intelligent avatar Shaoling, which would assist him in controlling the thrusters. Chapter 186. The Gray-Robed Man, Request for Recommendations. At this moment, Su Yuntao arrived at the highest point of the Sun and Moon continent, where the geographical location was favorable for signal connections. He took out the terminal he carried with him and opened the projection interface. Shaoling's image appeared before him, presented in a holographic projection, as if a real person had emerged. Upon seeing her, Su Yuntao quickly scanned the area around him, relieved to find that Bibi Dong was not following him. Shaoling, don't appear without my command in the future. What if you accidentally get your master killed? He instructed Shaoling with a hint of fear. Shaoling was not at all impressed by her master's fear of his wife, but still obediently retracted her holographic image. Only then did Su Yuntao truly relax and begin his work. First, he searched for the signals of the installed thrusters and established a connection with the terminal in his hand. On the projection interface, one by one, the bright spots were successfully lit up, but 3 positions remained dim. The successful lighting of these bright spots indicated that the thrusters were in normal condition and the connection was successful. The dim states indicated either that the thrusters were too far apart for a signal connection or that the thrusters were malfunctioning and unable to connect. 3, huh? And they are all in the same area. The beach in the southeast? Let's go take a look. After safely placing his terminal, Su Yuntao headed towards the 3 locations that failed to connect. In the southeast area of the Sun and Moon continent, a seaside village was lifeless. All the villagers wandered around like walking corpses. Outwardly, they appeared no different from ordinary people. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that their pupils were dilated, lacking any focus. Clearly, this was not the state of living people. Traveling at his usual speed, Su Yuntao arrived at this village in less than half an hour. In the middle of the village, there was an ancient well where a gray-robed figure sat cross-legged in the water. He wasn't meditating. Instead, he was holding 3 thrusters and studying them intently. What a strange thing. I haven't appeared for just 50 years, and the continent has changed so much. The gray-robed man had a face that looked withered, and his entire body seemed to be supported by nothing but bones. From his words, it was clear that he was a figure who had been active 50 years ago. Su Yuntao was not yet aware of his existence, although he could know as soon as he used the ability acquired from merging with the plane's origin. But who would keep that ability active for no reason? ISNT, that like normalizing nuclear weapons? Unless in special circumstances, it's completely unnecessary. He sensed the status of the thrusters through his terminal and walked step by step towards the village. Upon entering the village, Su Yuntao immediately noticed something was off. This was completely not the state a village should have. Was it that some blind official was exploiting the villagers? Su Yuntao's first reaction was to find out the truth and rush to punish that irresponsible official. He even thought about whether there should be another major cleanup. However, as he got closer, he noticed more and more unusual things, realizing that the situation seemed to be beyond his expectations. He quickly concealed his presence, ensuring that the wandering villagers nearby would not detect him. Controlling his spirit, he probed the villagers who were appearing not far away. To his shock, he found that there was no life force at all, no soul energy. How could they still be moving? They were lifeless, or rather, zombies. Since Su Yuntao came from that harmonious continent, he had a natural fear of lifeless beings and zombies, even though he now had the strength to crush them. It didn't change the fear that arose from his soul. What the hell? How could there be such things in this world? I'm so scared. Su Yuntao felt a chill in his heart. Although he was not afraid to the point of avoiding confrontation, that unsettling feeling lingered, circumventing those strange villagers. Su Yuntao made his way to the center of the village. The terminal indicated that the thrusters were right there. Su Yuntao couldn't understand how the thrusters ended up here. They certainly couldn't have run away on their own. Someone must have taken them. Realizing this, Su Yuntao's gaze sharpened, and he suppressed his aura even further, directing his spirit towards the ancient well, the only place where something could be hidden. The village center was a wide wheat field, with the ancient well where the gray-robed man was hiding in the middle. Su Yuntao's spirit scanned the gray-robed man without him realizing it. He sensed the man's presence clearly, and Su Yuntao felt he had a grasp of the situation. Thinking, sure enough, someone is up to no good. Didn't Donger notice anything strange when she set up the thrusters here? In his spirit perception, Su Yuntao found that this person's life force was in a peculiar state. At one moment, it was very vigorous, then slowly faded away within his observable range, eventually disappearing completely, becoming like those villagers outside. Then suddenly, his life force surged again, reaching the level of a 20-year-old young man. And then it went through another cycle. Such bizarre behavior made Su Yuntao's heart sink because he had seen similar records in an ancient book. It was said that in ancient times, there was a secret technique that allowed those who practiced it to preserve their consciousness without dissipating at the moment of death, becoming a state of living dead, unable to move and in a dormant state for 50 years. Then every 50 years, he must emerge to absorb the life and soul energy of the living in order to freely exist in the world for 10 years. After that, he must enter another 50 years of dormancy. Theoretically, this could allow for eternal life. However, this secret art is harmful and, in ancient times, those who possessed this art were hunted down by various powerful forces. Moreover, this secret art is usually passed down orally, with no written record surviving. Thus, after this group of practitioners was killed, the secret art was lost. These events were passed down as strange stories by various powerful factions, recorded in various odd chronicles. From this, Su Yuntao was certain that the villagers in the village were harmed by the person in the ancient well, because according to the records, anyone harmed by this group of practitioners would turn into a state of living dead, but unlike those with the secret art, they would lose their consciousness. Their awareness had long dissipated, and they would only wander around according to animal instincts, eating. Eventually, they would die under various accidental circumstances, dissipating into the world. The key point is that they have no ability to infect others, and their eating habits are simply a matter of consuming whatever they encounter. Su Yuntao's expression was very grim. Since he had encountered such a situation, he could not ignore it. In his heart, he never considered himself a good person, but he had his own bottom line and standard for behavior. Such people who harm others to survive are not worth lamenting. He saw no need to investigate further. Filled with anger, Su Yuntao struck the ancient well with a punch from a distance, and after a huge splash of water, the well completely disappeared from its original spot. Then, a figure stumbled out from the ground. The gray-robed person, who was already nothing but a skeleton, spat out a few mouthfuls of purple-brown blood, making him look even more frail, as if a slight breeze could blow him away. The gray-robed man looked at Su Yuntao in horror and said sternly, "Who are you?" "The current emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire is my third-generation great-grandson. Do you dare to kill me?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao instantly felt amused, and even his previously gloomy mood improved significantly. So he was still a royal? No wonder there are still people practicing this harmful secret art in this era. "You deserve to die." He drew out his Juxian sword and, without waiting for the gray-robed man to say anything else, directly cut him in half. The foul-smelling blood flowed everywhere, not at all resembling the bright red blood of a normal human. Instead, it was purple-brown like long-standing bruises. It almost made Su Yuntao feel nauseous. He quickly slapped the ground with his palm, filling the area with soil. Chapter 187. Sliding? Su Yuntao arrived outside the village and unleashed a devastating strike on the deserted village, turning it to dust. Truly a deep sin. Killing him like this really was too lenient. Su Yuntao felt a sense of blockage in his heart. He did not know if there were other such incidents happening on this continent, but as long as he saw them, he would never hold back. With a somewhat low mood, Su Yuntao reinstalled 3 spare thrusters to their fixed positions and connected them to the terminal system. He took out his communication device and contacted BB Dong, saying, "You need to contact the official currently in charge of the Sun and Moon continent to reassure the civilians. I have everything ready on my side, and we need to clear the ships in the nearby waters to make room for the migration of the continent." "Okay, I understand. I'll handle it right away." Her pleasant voice came from the other end of the communication, lifting Su Yuntao's previously heavy mood significantly. While BB Dong was busy running around the continent, Su Yuntao went alone to the various soul beast forests on the Sun and Moon continent. With his overwhelming strength, he broke in, leaving behind a multitude of fainted soul beasts. He found the current ruler of the soul beast forest, a 500,000-year old explosion ape. Soul beasts at this level of cultivation can understand human language and know how to avoid danger. Therefore, after having a friendly exchange with it, it bowed its head and submitted, obediently following Su Yuntao's orders. "You must properly restrain your subordinates and keep those soul beasts that haven't awakened their intelligence in check. Don't let them cause trouble in the human world during the continent's turmoil. Do you understand? If anything unexpected happens, I won't look for other beasts. I will specifically come to trouble you." After Su Yuntao's warning, the explosion ape quickly agreed to his request. This relieved Su Yuntao a bit. After resolving matters here, he went to the command center that had been determined earlier. He would stay here from then on, fully controlling the progress of the continent migration plan. This was the highest point on the Sun and Moon continent, allowing Su Yuntao to maximize the use of his spiritual sense and promptly detect any obstacles during the migration process. Thus, he could take emergency precautions or stop the advance. With everything ready, they just needed news from Bibi Dong. Once she completed her task, Su Yuntao would start the plan immediately. 10 days later, Bibi Dong personally arrived at Su Yuntao's location. During these 10 days, she had traveled to every corner of the continent, notifying all inhabited areas. The task was completed perfectly, and she hurried to Su Yuntao because she wanted to witness the occurrence of this miracle. The citizens of the Sun and Moon continent who knew about this plan shared her anticipation, eagerly awaiting this day. Finally, a sensation akin to a small earthquake was felt by everyone. Those with slightly stronger abilities could clearly sense that the continental plates were indeed moving. At this moment, Su Yuntao stood at the mountain peak, his eyes tightly closed, his spiritual sense focused on the direction of the continent's movement. In front of him were thousands of tactical panels, which were not something a person could understand at a glance. Even with Su Yuntao's spiritual sense, it was impossible to instantly receive real-time information from these tactical panels. The actual controller of these panels was the AI Shaoling. Bibi Dong glanced at these things and decisively closed her eyes to rest. Looking at them gave her a headache, so she simply played her protective role. Although the Sun and Moon continent had cleared out rebellious forces many times, it could not guarantee that no one would cause trouble at this moment. As for the towns, they should be safe with their comprehensive countermeasures. But Su Yuntao needed to concentrate his energy to control each thruster to manage the real-time direction of the entire continent. At this time, any remaining rebellious forces trying to disrupt things would be quite annoying. Although they couldn't harm Su Yuntao, being interrupted during such a busy moment was really frustrating. Just then, Bibi Dong volunteered to protect Su Yuntao, and he went along with her wishes. Shaoling, in the southeast, there is a group of sea beasts and dolphins wandering near the continent. Establish communication with them and inquire about their intentions. Su Yuntao was in control of all the changes happening across the continent. When the group of sea dolphins appeared in this sea area, he noticed their presence immediately. Therefore, he promptly reported the situation to the Central Intelligence, Shaoling, allowing her to use the communication device on the previously arranged thrusters to contact the group of sea dolphins. The appearance of these sea dolphins was very similar to the dolphins Su Yuntao had seen in his previous life, except for a single horn on their foreheads that gave them an ethereal look. They were thus referred to as sea spirits, and their temperament was similar to that of spirits. They disliked conflict, enjoyed playing, and favored peace, making them an anomaly in the spirit beast world. Shaoling's core data contained the language systems of all creatures, enabling her to easily communicate with them. Shortly after, Shaoling's voice echoed in Su Yuntao's earpiece. "Sir, they want to hitch a ride. That's about the gist of it. They have no intention of causing trouble. Moreover, they will help us drive away some minor nuisances." Quite cute, I must say. Upon hearing that the sea dolphins had no intention of causing trouble, Su Yuntao decided to ignore them and continued to monitor the state of the continent and the route ahead, ensuring no accidents would occur. As expected, while there were no major troubles, small issues kept arising. For instance, sometimes a volcano on the Sun and Moon continent would erupt early due to the movement of the continent. The immense energy generated caused unexpected shifts in the already moving Sun and Moon continent. Fortunately, Su Yuntao was constantly monitoring the state of the continent and, at the first sign of unnecessary displacement, was able to adjust the direction of the corresponding thrusters. One night, Su Yuntao, who had been keeping his eyes closed, finally opened them for the first time. Bibi Dong, standing nearby, immediately noticed Su Yuntao's open eyes and understood that an unexpected situation had occurred. She looked at him with a probing gaze. Su Yuntao cast a slight glance at a spot down the mountain and then closed his eyes again. Bibi Dong quickly grasped his meaning, waved her delicate hand in that direction, and unleashed a sharp palm force that flattened the area, burying many shrubs deep within the earth. The location was thus cleared, with faint traces of blood seeping from the soil. Unaware of their own mortality, Bibi Dong muttered softly. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao, still focused, heard Bibi Dong's light snort and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The group of sea dolphins that wanted to hitch a ride indeed behaved as they had said, showing no other intentions. They followed the movement of the continent wholeheartedly, occasionally heading to other sea areas to hunt before returning to their designated spot. Their actions were orderly, allowing Su Yuntao to completely relax. 3 days later, Su Yuntao sensed an unexpected visitor in his spiritual consciousness. and one could say they were enemies. The magic soul great white shark? What is it doing here? The doubt in his heart made Su Yuntao slow down the speed of the continent, but he did not stop its movement. The heavier the object, the hardest it is to start moving, but once it's in motion, it becomes much easier. Until he understood its intentions, Su Yuntao did not dare to act rashly. The lives of tens of millions of people on the Sun and Moon continent were in his hands. Xiaoling used the loudspeaker system to deter the magic soul great white shark from approaching. If it doesn't stop after 3 warnings, fire the clearing missile. Su Yuntao's voice came through the earpiece he wore, reaching Xiaoling in the intelligent core. Upon receiving the order, Xiaoling immediately used the loudspeaker system to relay Su Yuntao's words. Stop advancing. State your intentions. 3 after 3 repetitions, Xiaoling activated the clearing missile installed on the continent, targeting the magic soul great white shark, which had yet to stop. Originally, the great white shark had planned to halt upon hearing her call, but given its large size, who would use emergency brakes in non-combat situations? It would naturally slide for a distance. However, how do you explain sliding to an AI? It only knew that the shark was still moving and had not stopped. Don't. I mean no harm. At the moment the clearing cannon was aimed at it, the magic soul great white shark felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. It knew that this unknown entity definitely had the power to kill it. The magic soul great white shark spoke human language, and through the recording device installed in the thruster, Su Yuntao clearly heard its words. Xiaoling, hold off on the launch. Let's see what it wants to say. Su Yuntao immediately instructed Xiaoling to pause the charging clearing cannon. He personally used the loudspeaker to ask the magic soul great white shark, state your intentions. During this special period, I do not want any unexpected occurrences. Don't provoke me. Be straightforward, concise, and to the point. Su Yuntao's words accurately conveyed his meaning. The magic soul great white shark had originally planned to have a serious conversation with a human who had killed its enemy. But the current situation made it clear that this human did not want to hear any irrelevant topics. So it directly expressed its intentions, saying, I lead the magic soul great white shark clan, here to seek refuge. I hope to be accepted. Upon hearing its intentions, Su Yuntao was momentarily stunned and opened his eyes to look at Bibi Dong, who had also heard the words. With a glance, he inquired, what is going on? Have we had any dealings with the magic soul great white shark clan? Bibi Dong blinked and indicated, no, I'm not sure. I don't know anything. Oh wow, what a triple denial. Su Yuntao did not expect Bibi Dong to answer his doubts, and instead pondered for a moment before asking reason. Not understanding meant he needed to ask directly. The key was that he could not let a trivial matter cause the movement of the continent to stop. Therefore, after the magic soul great white shark halted its movement, Su Yuntao manipulated the thrusters to slightly increase the speed of the continent. Seeing the continent speed up, the magic soul great white shark, thinking that it was not going to be accepted, anxiously said, don't go. I can sense that you killed the deep-sea demon whale king. You avenged my magic soul great white shark clan, which is why I wish to seek refuge with you and repay the debt of gratitude. After understanding its intentions, Su Yuntao no longer thought too much and directly replied, all right, as long as you can follow the continent to reach the final destination, I will accept you. Su Yuntao did not have the time to concern himself with how the clan felt. As long as they did not disrupt his plans, everything could be discussed. He simply proposed this non-demanding requirement as a test for them. However, to the magic soul great white shark, this was clearly the benefactor testing their clan. Helping the benefactor handle unexpected situations in the sea and ensuring the continent successfully reached its destination was the responsibility of their clan. Well, this magic soul great white shark is quite imaginative. It has already started to think of itself as Su Yuntao's follower. After informing it of the sea dolphin's presence and instructing it not to disturb them, Su Yuntao paid no further attention to the magic soul great white shark. Sure enough, the clan that Xiaobai mentioned was indeed a clan. Just 15 minutes after she left, more than 10 identical soul demons great white sharks appeared directly in front of the direction the Sun and Moon continent was advancing. Su Yuntao almost gave the order for Xiaoling to open fire and clear the obstacles. Fortunately, this group of great white sharks really came to seek refuge and did not make any outrageous actions, silently leading the way in the direction of the continent's advance. The soul demon great white shark clan, after experiencing the massacre by the deep-sea demon whale king, was left with only their princess, Xiaobai, alive. However, after the ocean underwent a great change, a part of their clan that had left tens of thousands of years ago proactively returned, wanting to overcome the challenges posed by the ocean's transformation together. To their dismay, All the other soul demon great white sharks of Xiao Bai's clan were exterminated by the deep-sea demon whale king, leaving them momentarily disheartened. Fortunately, their appearance caught the attention of Xiao Bai, the only princess of the soul demon great white shark clan, who was also their queen. Xiao Bai took the initiative to contact them and discovered that they were part of her clan that had left tens of thousands of years ago, which made her overjoyed. However, she also knew that the ocean's changes posed a significant challenge to the survival of the great white shark clan. Soon after, with her overwhelming power over all soul demon great white sharks, she subdued all her clansmen and became the new leader. Next, she sensed the death of the deep-sea demon whale king and led all her clansmen to find the site of his demise to confirm the situation. Then, through her innate abilities and keen sense of smell, she became aware of the existence of her benefactor, and this straightforward clan embarked on a journey to repay their gratitude. Fortunately, after several days of searching, they found traces of their benefactor and followed them all the way. However, it seemed that the benefactor was not very welcoming. But Xiao Bai did not lose heart. As the sea spirit beast most skilled in battle, she valued gratitude more than any other race. Xiao Bai firmly believed that she could successfully repay her benefactor, fulfill her mission, and bring peace to the deceased clansmen. Su Yuntao did not understand Xiao Bai's thought process. He only knew that he had acquired a powerful fighting force for free, which made him very happy. Along the way, the unexpected situations Su Yuntao encountered drastically decreased. As the soul demon great white shark clan, a dominant presence in the ocean, was there. Any sea spirit beast that tried to cause trouble would be eliminated or driven away by them, saving Su Yuntao a lot of effort. This made Su Yuntao determined to treat them better, giving them more strength-enhancing pills and spiritual medicines. With a much improved mood, Su Yuntao felt that his fatigue in the sea of consciousness had lessened significantly. Continuous use of divine thought had gradually increased the pressure in Su Yuntao's sea of consciousness, and even he felt a certain degree of fatigue. However, he was not worried. According to Shaoling's calculations, the time required for the Sun and Moon continent to reach the homeland of the Martial Soul Empire still had a considerable margin before reaching his limit of divine thought usage. It was just that this fatigue from the sea of consciousness was quite uncomfortable for Su Yuntao. The soul power reserves of the propulsion device were still more than half, but the distance to the destination was not even half. Unless something unexpected happened, Su Yuntao believed that the chances of the continent migration plan succeeding were about 80%. The remaining 20% would only occur if a large-scale rebellion broke out on the Sun and Moon continent, affecting multiple propulsion devices. However, Su Yuntao had preventive measures for this situation. As long as the propulsion devices operated successfully, a scanning system would activate that could detect any threats to the devices in real time. Just then, as if summoned by his thoughts, a group of rebels appeared, heading toward the location of a propulsion device that was far from Su Yuntao. This propulsion device was one of the main ones controlling the direction of the continent, equally important as those providing power support. Immediately, Shaoling's alarm sounded, and a report came through Su Yuntao's earpiece. To the west, at the propulsion device, unidentified armed personnel are approaching. The self-defense system of the propulsion device has been urgently activated. Sir, please give your orders. Su Yuntao nodded, not opening his eyes, and reached out to touch a ring on his finger. The Excalibur automatically floated in front of him, and with a thought, it flew towards the site of the incident. However, at that moment, alarms sounded from multiple propulsion devices across the continent, all detecting the presence of unidentified armed personnel. A cold smile appeared on Su Yuntao's face. Someone clearly did not want to return to the jurisdiction of the Martial Soul Empire and wanted to continue acting as a local tyrant. After multiple encirclements, the Sun and Moon continent could not possibly see such a degree of armed resistance again. Therefore, anyone capable of mobilizing so many armed personnel simultaneously was quite obvious. Su Yuntao opened his eyes, which glinted coldly, and said to Bibi Dong, who was guarding him, "You go to the General Administration Mansion and kill that person we sent to manage the continent." It seems someone had become addicted to being a local tyrant. Quite the real emperor. Donger, show no mercy. Just kill him and end it. He also did not see if he had the strength to control the entire continent. It was truly a delusion. With his contributions over time, once the Sun and Moon continent connected with the homeland, he would at least rank just below the two prime ministers in status. How could he not understand this? Su Yuntao shook his head, utterly confused as to why some people sought their own demise. After hearing his words, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes also flashed with a hint of coldness. Chapter 189. successfully arrived soon after, she stood up and headed towards the General Administration Mansion. Su Yuntao instructed the Great White Shark clan to assist in guarding some of those propulsion devices. The propulsion devices were installed in the seawater, and those unidentified personnel would need to enter the water to damage the devices. This was precisely where the Soul Demon Great White Shark clan could showcase their abilities, making them overjoyed to express their loyalty. When Bibi Dong arrived at the General Administration Mansion, she directly avoided everyone's attention and sneaked into the residence behind the General Administration Mansion. Late at night, she was not afraid of seeing anything she shouldn't see and smashed open the door to the general's room with a punch. The general, who was sleeping soundly in bed, was suddenly awakened by the loud noise, along with the 3 concubines beside him. Who dares to invade the General Administration Mansion at night? Someone, the fat general, as plump as a pig, opened his eyes and saw Bibi Dong in the darkness. Due to the poor lighting, he could not recognize her appearance. He assumed it was an assassin breaking into the General Administration Mansion to kill him. Therefore, he shouted loudly, trying to attract the guard's attention to come to his rescue. Bibi Dong ignored the general's theatrics and slowly walked closer to him. At that moment, her appearance became clear under the dim light. The fat general's voice suddenly stopped, and he began to tremble all over, his eyes filled with immense fear. Every official of the Martial Soul Empire had a deep memory of the Martial Emperor's appearance. So upon seeing her clearly for the first time, the fat general immediately recognized Bibi Dong's identity. Bibi Dong frowned as she looked at his pathetic state, shook her head, and said nothing. With a sudden wave of her hand, she struck the fat steward and his 3 concubines, causing them to disintegrate into ashes in an instant. Truly a person who occupies a position without merit. After a cold snort, she boldly soared into the air in front of the group of guards who had come to support, heading off into the distance. Only a group of terrified guards remained at the scene. It was no joke. Someone who could soar into the air without any support was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't want to kill them, they would have long since been dead and gone. The guards exchanged glances, but no one dared to utter the words of pursuit. The leader among them directly led the others into the fat steward's room to clean up. A newly appointed guard beside the leader whispered to him, "What should we do?" The leader paused in his actions for a moment, then continued to clean. He spoke as if answering the newcomer, but it seemed more like he was talking to himself. "What do we do? We can only report the situation here truthfully to Her Majesty the Empress. We can only pray that she will spare our lives." He still believed that it was their failure to protect the steward that led to such an incident, and his anxiety mirrored that of the other guards. However, Bibi Dong never considered the psychological activities of these guards. Her eyes had no regard for their presence. As the saying goes, small figures have their own worries and thoughts, while the great often overlook these small matters. Yet, every action of the great can bring about earth-shattering changes for the small. A book once said well, "The tragedy of the small figures." Meanwhile, as Bibi Dong dealt with this situation, unknown armed personnel in various locations also launched their assaults on the propellers. However, it was evident that it had no effect whatsoever. The 2 sea spirit beast clans in the ocean were practically bullying those who generally lacked soul kings. Apart from Xiao Bai, who was tasked with guarding the propellers, another sea spirit beast clan was the Dolphin clan. They possessed keen sensing abilities and quickly detected that ill-intentioned individuals had entered the sea. Without waiting for Xiao Bai's clan to arrive, those unfortunate souls were swiftly dealt with. With the situation perfectly resolved, Bibi Dong returned to guard beside Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao continued to control the continent's migration, with about 1/3 of the distance remaining. Moreover, they were getting closer to the homeland of the Spirit Empire. Thus, the possibility of unexpected situations was decreasing. The news of Su Yuntao's swift return to the homeland had already reached the Empress Qianrenxue of the Spirit Empire's capital. She had begun mobilizing various officials and departments to take action. She needed to ensure all preparations were complete before the return of the Sun-Moon continent. Logistically, they needed to prepare for disaster relief, as there had been no effective support during the previous chaotic situation in the Sun-Moon continent. This had left the region in a state of waiting for reconstruction, and coupled with this continent's migration, some natural disasters were bound to occur. Therefore, as the homeland, complete preparations were essential for the return of the Sun-Moon continent. Furthermore, the cultures and various matters between the 2 distinct continents were different. How to integrate them was also a significant issue. Thus, after receiving confirmed news from Su Yuntao, the machinery of the Spirit Empire began to operate at full capacity. The last time such a situation occurred was during the Empire's preparations for war against the Sun-Moon Empire, but now the Sun-Moon Empire had become history. When Su Yuntao contemplated the migration of the Sun-Moon continent, he considered whether it was worth it. Ultimately, he still deemed it necessary. However, the various issues arising from the integration of the two continents were unavoidable. Therefore, Su Yuntao thought of a not-so-perfect solution. The first step was to safely bring the continent back. Then, when the Sun-Moon continent approached the Douluo continent, he would directly halt its migration, allowing it to remain isolated at sea but not too far from the homeland. Ideally, a single large bridge would connect the two, enabling the Spirit Empire to govern this land without pressure. This way, the two continents could avoid forcibly merging and causing violent chemical reactions. The progress of their grand integration would slow down, allowing the Spirit Empire time to react. The unprecedented strength of the Spirit Empire primarily stemmed from the lack of concerns regarding heirs. Firstly, everyone knew that the Empress Qianrenxue was still very young and in no rush. Secondly, Su Yuntao had many ways to extend her life, a fact both Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue were well aware of. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to cultivate successors. As a result, the Spirit Empire would enjoy a long period of stability, a precious time that could be fully utilized to stabilize the territory gained from the Sun-Moon continent. Months later, in Su Yuntao's consciousness, the coastline of the homeland continent was finally in sight. The appearance of the Sun-Moon continent excited those prepared on the opposite shore. It has appeared. The Sun-Moon continent has finally returned. Standing at the front, the Empress could not contain her excitement. Having this new continent under her rule was of utmost importance. At this moment, Su Yuntao also shut down the main propellers providing powerful propulsion, allowing the continent to glide on inertia. Only a few propellers for directional control remained active to adjust in case of unexpected situations. The Sun-Moon continent gradually glided to within 5,000 meters of the coastline under the eager gaze of everyone. Seeing that the optimal distance was approaching, Su Yuntao immediately issued a command to Shaoling to activate the braking propellers. On the side of the Sun-Moon continent facing the coastline, rows of propellers ignited powerfully after the command was given. The continent's speed visibly decreased, eventually coming to a steady stop less than 3,000 meters from the turbulent coastline. The ministers accompanying the Empress by the sea all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Success! This was the unspoken thought of everyone present. The tactical panels before Su Yuntao began to emit prompts, followed by self-checks. Finally, under Su Yuntao's serious gaze, all tactical panels displayed a sea of green, indicating that everything within detectable range was normal. Chapter 190. Finally arriving at Lake Hard Island. Request for recommendation votes. Seeing the green light on the tactical panel, Su Yuntao finally felt at ease, slowly retracting his consciousness that had been sustained for several months. The moment his nerves relaxed, his legs went weak, and he almost sat down on the ground, fortunately being supported by Bibi Dong beside him. "Are you all right?" Bibi Dong frowned and softly asked Su Yuntao, her tone filled with deep concern. Su Yuntao smiled slightly at her, took a moment to compose himself, and regained control over his body. Once he stood firm again, Bibi Dong, who had been watching him closely, let out a sigh of relief. In fact, Su Yuntao was not seriously affected. It was similar to the discomfort one feels after sitting for a long time and suddenly standing up. His spiritual consciousness had been under high load, and when it suddenly retracted, it caused a momentary turbulence in his sea of consciousness, resulting in a physical response, which made his legs feel weak. Su Yuntao took out a bottle of pills he had refined from his storage ring and tossed a few into his mouth. Not long after, he cleared the discomfort from his body, nodded at Bibi Dong, and headed toward the coastline facing the mainland. Seeing that he could still fly and knowing he was fine, Bibi Dong followed him toward the coastline. At the seaside of the Sun and Moon continent, an unexpected event occurred that caught everyone off guard. The officials who wanted to accompany Qianrenxue to the Sun and Moon continent for inspection, along with Qianrenxue herself, were blocked right above the sea. Indeed, it was Xiao Bai leading the soul-eating Great White Shark clan that did this, with the nearby sea beasts assisting. They were blocking them to prevent any disturbance to their master. Under orders, more than a dozen great white sharks glared ominously at the people preparing to board the ship at the beach. Qianrenxue, having received information, knew that these sea spirit beasts had arrived along with the Sun and Moon continent, but she did not expect them to block her and her companions. She understood that the existence of these sea spirit beasts was likely approved or tacitly accepted by Su Yuntao and the others. Therefore, she had no intention of attacking. She could only watch them with a mix of amusement and exasperation as they eyed her fiercely. Not far away, The two who had reached the coastline of the Sun and Moon continent learned about the situation. Su Yuntao immediately communicated with Xiao through his thoughts. We are on the same side. You all can go back. The mission is accomplished. From now on, live in the bay between these two continents. I will issue orders to ensure no one disturbs you. After receiving the message, Xiao turned with joy to look in Su Yuntao's direction and led her equally excited clan members back to the territory designated by Su Yuntao. After seeing the group of sea spirit beasts leave, Qian Rinxue and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Under the arrangement of the two prime ministers, they boarded the ship heading toward the Sun and Moon continent. They needed to review the situation here thoroughly, as they might not return to the imperial capital for some time. Of course, the Empress would not stay here. She only needed to make an appearance before returning to the capital to oversee everything. When the two sides met, Su Yuntao was grilling an enormous soul beast wing that he had obtained from somewhere. The aroma filled the entire beach, making it extremely tempting. After settling her clan members, Xiao transformed into human form and came to the beach. However, she did not stay long before Su Yuntao persuaded her to return to her territory. In just that short time, Su Yuntao's back was soaked with sweat, not from fear, but because of the heat. Come on, Dong. Try if it's cooked, Su Yuntao said, handing the grilled wing to Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong pouted and reluctantly accepted the wing, muttering, who lets their wife taste raw and cooked. Although her voice was soft, with Su Yuntao's strength, even this small sound rang loudly in his ears. He immediately changed his tone, smiling flatteringly. Wife, you must try this one. It's definitely delicious. I've already tasted it. How could you eat the first bite yourself? Straight man. Bibi Dong snatched the meat skewer from his hand, turned her back, and began to eat slowly in small bites. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao stood there like a statue, stunned. In truth, she did not want to turn away. She was just afraid she would laugh out loud, which is why she turned away. If Su Yuntao had observed closely, he would have noticed her shoulders shaking. If it weren't for the meat skewer continuously going to her mouth, she might have made a sound. However, lost in thought, Su Yuntao did not notice any of this and remained trapped in the cycle of I am a straight man. Fortunately, this scene did not last long, as Qian Rinxue arrived with a group of officials on the beach. The ministers were quite perceptive and had no intention of trying to get close to the literary and martial emperors. After simply greeting them, they headed toward the major cities on the Sun and Moon continent. They needed to quickly take over all the administrative affairs on this continent. Qian Rinxue, however, approached the two of them and sat down on the beach. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was just a child from an ordinary family, lacking the imposing aura of an empress. Bibi Dong smiled slightly at her and greeted, You're here. How is Miao Miao? Has she been crying? Hearing her inquire about Miao Miao, Qian Rinxue smiled knowingly and softly replied, No, she is very obedient. She is also working hard to learn. Su Yuntao, having returned to his senses, naturally handed a grilled meat skewer to Qian Rinxue. She similarly took it with ease, biting into it and chewing slowly. This scene had occurred frequently in the past few years, proving that Qian Rinxue had integrated into this family. Bibi Dong watched them with a smile, feeling very satisfied. Seeing her two favorite people interact harmoniously was her greatest wish. Su Yuntao stopped eating the meat skewer after a few bites and began discussing future plans with Qian Rinxue. He shared various policies he had seen in his past life that were suitable for the current situation, slowly teaching Qian Rinxue through explanations. The Empress, Qian Rinxue, was eager to absorb this knowledge. Her respect for Su Yuntao was not merely that of a younger person towards an elder, but rather admiration for someone more knowledgeable than herself. Thus, their interaction became more natural. Otherwise, just considering their status and hierarchy, it would have been awkward for both Qian Rinxue and Su Yuntao to accept such a large daughter figure. Fortunately, neither of them thought too much in that direction, perhaps unwilling to bring it up. One wanted to teach, and the other was willing to learn. Thus, night fell amidst this teaching and learning. The three of them planned to return to the imperial capital since matters here had reached a temporary conclusion. In the evening, the ministers brought news of smooth progress. Regarding the matter of the steward, Bibi Dong had already mentioned it while chatting with Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue understood. After all, she knew it was urgent without needing an investigation. Even if that fat steward was taken care of by Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue would have no objections. Not to mention the situation at hand. This matter was settled in a rather light-hearted manner. After discussing the subsequent matters, the three of them set off together back to the imperial capital. Since they weren't in a hurry, they flew at a normal pace. Although Su Yuntao was still holding back a bit and hadn't reached his normal speed. Before long, the three arrived at the back garden of the imperial palace. After bidding farewell, Su Yuntao took Bibi Dong to where their daughter Miao Miao was resting. After exchanging a few quiet glances, they quietly left and returned to their residence in the imperial capital. It was a small courtyard with 2 entrances and exits, which was quite nice in the precious land of the imperial capital. The purchase of this courtyard was not done using their identities, as they wanted to avoid disturbances from others when they arrived in the imperial capital. The next day, the 2 picked up an excited Miao Miao and headed back to their territory at the Lake Hard Island of the Awakening Academy in Notting City. Chapter 191. Teaching upon returning to Lake Hard Island, Su Yuntao stretched his waist with a satisfied expression. It was indeed comfortable to be back in his own territory. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, saying yes. There's no place like home. The small but spirited Miao Miao chimed in with her sweet voice. Home is comfortable. Home is comfortable. He. Su Yuntao smiled broadly. You're so cute. With less than 2 years left until his real counterattack against the God Realm, Miao Miao was already 4 years old. She needed to start her training before awakening her martial soul, which meant learning some gymnastics to strengthen her body. Fortunately, the 2 years Su Yuntao had left could be spent accompanying his daughter as she grew up, and then the timing would be just right after she awakened her martial soul. Previously, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong had intended to cultivate Miao Miao's ability to learn independently. Just like this time, they left her in the imperial capital to learn some etiquette and basic literacy, which she completed very well. According to Qian Renxua, it was this way. Su Yuntao hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he believed in Miao Miao. Su Yuntao did not plan to have Miao Miao attend the Awakening Academy like a normal child. He intended to teach her himself. After making up his mind, Su Yuntao returned to Lake Hard Island for a night's rest, and the next day took Miao Miao and Bibi Dong to the training ground where they had trained the B-Spirit team before. The traces of the past were still visible, leaving Su Yuntao with a sense of nostalgia, which Bibi Dong also noticed. Is this the place where that group of children trained? Su Yuntao nodded and didn't elaborate on the topic, diving straight into the main subject. He squatted down, looking directly at his daughter, and asked, from now on, you will start to step into the threshold of cultivation. Are you scared? Although Miao Miao looked gentle, she had her own determination. From a young age, she understood that her parents were respected individuals. Her innate intelligence gave her a level of understanding that others did not possess. She easily grasped the reason. Her parents were unparalleled powerhouses, possessing top-tier strength that others did not have. Therefore, her curiosity about cultivation had soared, and she was eager to start. Finally, at the age of 4, she heard her father's question, and happiness struck her so suddenly that she didn't know how to respond, even hesitating to reply to her father. Su Yuntao thought that Miao Miao, who had always seemed gentle and fragile, was unwilling to learn cultivation. With a slight sigh in his heart, he planned to give up on forcing her into the world of soul masters. After all, he had plenty of ways to gain impressive strength without hard work, even stronger than most of the powerful beings on the continent. Miao Miao, since you're not willing. Then, but before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, Miao Miao's gentle voice rang out. I'm not scared. I want to become a strong person just like Daddy and Mommy. Bibi Dong, who had been looking a bit down, suddenly brightened up, looking at Su Yuntao with pride and joy. Her expression seemed to say, see, this is my daughter, just like I was when I was young. Su Yuntao rolled his eyes at the overly proud Bibi Dong, suppressing his own joy, and patiently asked Miao Miao, do you understand what kind of strong people your daddy and mommy are? Can you take us as your goal? I don't know. Miao Miao stubbornly lowered her little head, and Bibi Dong shot an angry look at Su Yuntao, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. In her heart, she scolded, you idiot. Why are you undermining our daughter's confidence? You'll pay for this tonight. Su Yuntao, of course, was unaware of Bibi Dong's internal rant, but he felt a chill behind him. He immediately prepared to guide Miao Miao again. But to his surprise, Miao Miao lifted her head once more. With a firm tone, she said, but I know that Daddy and Mommy can make everyone respect them. I want to be that kind of person too. The couple exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and infinite satisfaction in each other's eyes. Su Yuntao was the first to regain his composure, looking at Miao Miao, who was still waiting for his answer, and spoke with unprecedented gentleness. Miao Miao is right. In the future, we not only want to become strong like Daddy, but we also want to surpass him. Are you confident? Before Miao Miao could answer, Bibi Dong, a bit displeased, interjected. Mommy is stronger than Daddy. Just surpass Mommy in the future. Su Yuntao immediately activated his life-saving skills. Yes. You see, I misspoke. We need to be stronger than both Mommy and Daddy. Only then did Bibi Dong withdraw her aggressive gaze. MHM, Miao Miao replied succinctly and firmly. As Su Yuntao responded to his daughter, he secretly glanced at Bibi Dong, quietly wiping the cold sweat off his brow. What he didn't know was that another storm awaited him when they returned home that night. In the following time, Su Yuntao began his teaching plan. First, of course, was to lay the foundation, allowing Miao Miao's young body to adapt to the existence of soul power. This step wasn't complicated. It simply involved having her soak in a specially formulated potion containing a trace of spiritual energy without bathing. During the day, both parents supervised her, helping her exercise her little arms and legs to promote better physical development. This continued for a whole year, and the year of herbal baths made Miao Miao appear particularly refined. The herbal baths made from carefully selected herbs by Su Yuntao, while not as potent as divine medicines, were more suitable for a child like Miao Miao, who was laying the foundation. Since Miao Miao didn't know any techniques, most of the potion's effects were used to increase her potential and subtly enhance her physique. It wasn't that Su Yuntao didn't teach her techniques, but it simply wasn't the right time yet. Now, a year later, it was still the same half-abandoned training ground, and Miao Miao was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Beside them, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong were both nervously watching her. Today was the day Miao Miao would operate her cultivation method for the first time. A week ago, Su Yuntao had already imparted the detailed content of the cultivation method to her. However, during this past week, she had been learning the precautions and various experiences related to the cultivation method under Su Yuntao's guidance. Today was the day she would turn theory into practice. As a mother, Bibi Dong's nervousness was even more intense than Su Yuntao's. She anxiously looked at Su Yuntao and asked, "Is it really okay?" Although Su Yuntao was also quite nervous, he managed to hold it together and said irritably, "This cultivation method was derived by me and then verified by you. There shouldn't be any problems. You've asked that same question 100 times today. It's just," Bibi Dong mumbled, feeling a bit wronged. Indeed, she had verified the cultivation method no less than 100 times herself, and she had to admit it was the most excellent cultivation method she had ever seen. No matter where it was placed, it could serve as a foundation for a sect or clan. However, as Miao Miao's mother, her concern only led to more anxiety, and her nervousness remained unrelieved. At this moment, Miao Miao, sitting on the ground, was unaware of her parents' thoughts. All she felt was excitement. After adjusting her state to the best condition in the way her father had taught her, she began to slowly run the cultivation method along the route her mother had instructed her. But just as she started, she realized her situation was different from what her parents had described. She didn't feel any blockage at all. Everything was running smoothly. Soon, she finished the first round of the cultivation method, and before she could start the second round, she eagerly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yuntao with confusion. "Dad, something seems off with me." As soon as those words were out, Su Yuntao instantly panicked, quickly moving to Miao Miao's side and carefully holding her arms. Bibi Dong's face turned pale with fear, worried that her daughter might encounter an accident, and she didn't dare to make a sound as she watched Su Yuntao check the situation. Holding her breath, she watched as Su Yuntao's expression gradually improved. "Tao is there." "No problem?" Bibi Dong asked, her voice trembling. Sure enough, the saying concern leads to chaos was not wrong at all. At this moment, Su Yuntao, having assessed the situation, let out a long breath and said slowly, "It's fine. Miao Miao just misunderstood." Hearing this, Bibi Dong finally relaxed completely and immediately asked curiously, "What exactly is going on? Don't keep me in suspense." Su Yuntao nodded, glancing at Miao Miao, who was still staring at him with wide, expressive eyes. Miao Miao's talent is so exceptional that when she runs the cultivation method, she doesn't encounter any blockage at all. When we taught her the experience of running the cultivation method before, we mentioned that there would be some resistance during the first attempt, which made her think something had gone wrong. After explaining this long string of words, Su Yuntao felt even more frustrated. He had created the cultivation method based on many existing methods, yet he still experienced resistance during his first attempt. Moreover, the subsequent improvements and verifications of the method were done together with Bibi Dong, and both of them had encountered resistance. In contrast, their daughter, Miao Miao, not only succeeded in her first attempt at running the cultivation method, but also did so without any resistance, which was indeed strange. This indicated one thing. Their daughter's talent surpassed the multiple changes that they had undergone, and it even exceeded Bibi Dong, who was a rare talent on the continent. Of course, at this moment, Bibi Dong was still immersed in the joy of her daughter not encountering any accidents and had not considered this layer. It was likely that when she realized it, it would be another scene altogether. Seeing that Bibi Dong beside him showed no signs of surprise, but was instead very pleased. Su Yuntao knew her mind hadn't processed this step yet. So he decided not to share his thoughts with her and just stood by watching the mother and daughter happily converse. Once the two had calmed down, Su Yuntao walked over to Meow Meow and explained the training task for the day. Meow Meow, there's still some time before it gets dark. Your task for today is to run the cultivation method for one complete cycle before dark, which is 36 times. Can you do that? Su Yuntao asked gently. Meow Meow nodded confidently and then began her training. Bibi Dong looked at Su Yuntao in confusion and asked, did we not set her task as running the cultivation method 12 times today? Why has it increased so much? Although she was puzzled, she knew better than to interrupt Su Yuntao while he was assigning tasks. It was a matter of principle. Seeing that she still hadn't caught on, Su Yuntao decided to enlighten her, letting her feel a bit embarrassed for a moment. Meow Meow's meridians were wider than those of normal people, so there was no obstruction when she ran the cultivation method, making one complete cycle not difficult for her. Su Yuntao was careful with his words, saying too much would leave no face and hurt feelings. Bibi Dong suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Meow Meow adapts to the cultivation method even better than we imagined. I knew you wouldn't be someone without discretion. Su Yuntao noted that Bibi Dong's focus was off track and chose not to remind her, instead watching over Meow Meow to prevent any accidents. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong continued to talk to herself. This is great. Meow Meow will cultivate faster than other children in the future. She is truly blessed. No wonder she is my daughter. Her talent is really powerful. Wait, powerful talent? Powerful. Bibi Dong stared at Su Yuntao in shock, then pointed at Meow Meow with a trembling hand, her lips moving several times without making a sound. She nearly burst into tears from anxiety, staring desperately at the calm Su Yuntao beside her. At this moment, Su Yuntao, with his arms crossed and a calm expression, nodded yes. Meow Meow's talent is strong. Invincible. Bibi Dong gasped in surprise, then regained her composure and began to weigh the terrifying reality in her mind. Don't tell me Meow Meow's talent is even stronger than the two of us combined? She shouted at Su Yuntao. As soon as Bibi Dong came to her senses, Su Yuntao cast a soundproof barrier around where Meow Meow was practicing. Sure enough, it came in handy. Su Yuntao rubbed his ears, which were a bit uncomfortable from her shout, and clearly replied, yes, her talent is stronger than both of us combined. It's very likely she will reach the level of a titled Douluo before she turns 20. As for what level she can reach in the future, I don't know. Su Yuntao's words made Bibi Dong gasp again. This made Su Yuntao want to complain. The whole continent is getting colder, and you have your share of the credit. After enough shock, Bibi Dong finally regained her calmness, but once she calmed down, her mind was filled with thoughts. Not knowing where to start untangling them, she could only silently think, sorting through them bit by bit. Su Yuntao, however, did not think too much. In his heart, there was only one thought, to give his daughter a broader sky before she truly became strong. He could not allow this world to become her shackles, which might be the way men think about problems. He sat down on the ground slowly, just like her, not far from Meow Meow, and began to operate his cultivation technique. Su Yuntao used the same technique as Meow Meow to gather the wandering spiritual energy from the world around her. He ensured that the concentration of spiritual energy in this place remained relatively saturated but not excessive, so that Meow Meow would feel uncomfortable, nor too little, making it difficult for her to absorb. In this way, after the 36th cycle of her cultivation technique, Meow Meow finally formed a complete great circulation. The spiritual energy in this space suddenly emptied, all absorbed into Meow Meow's still young body. It worked. At the moment this change occurred, Su Yuntao opened his eyes, looking at Meow Meow, who was still diligently digesting the spiritual energy with immense satisfaction. For a 4-year-old child to be able to operate the entire circulation on her first attempt was truly remarkable. Being able to complete a full circulation at once has many benefits. One of them is the forced absorption of spiritual energy after the circulation ends. Another is that after one complete circulation, the technique will autonomously operate along its original path without needing external control. Of course, this is only temporary and relies entirely on inertia. It can only last for one day, but how precious is that day? If she only needs to complete one circulation a day, she can cultivate at any time, which would definitely make others envious if they knew. In fact, to achieve continuous autonomous operation of the technique without needing to control, it is not impossible. It just requires continuous operation of the technique for 360 circulations to accomplish this. However, this is extremely difficult, as just the number of times to operate the technique would reach a terrifying 12,960 times. Moreover, It requires to be done continuously without interruption to succeed. Su Yuntao was already in such a situation. His technique was constantly in operation without needing him to do anything. Even practicing other techniques would not interrupt this process. Let's go back to the island in the lake. There's no rush in cultivation. From now on, Miao Miao, you need to cultivate one circulation morning and evening, which is 36 times in total. When Su Yuntao saw Miao Miao open her eyes, he hugged her and headed back to the island in the lake. Behind them, Bibi Dong, somewhat proud, clenched her fists towards Su Yuntao's back, then quickly chased after him, walking side by side toward the island. In the days that followed, Miao Miao would practice a circulation of the technique every morning. Then, throughout the day, she would learn some basic theoretical knowledge in the morning, have a good lunch, and take a nap. In the afternoon, there would be moderate exercise, doing gymnastics and similar activities as arranged by Su Yuntao. For dinner, they would eat soul beasts that Su Yuntao specially caught from the soul beast forest, although they were not very old. After dinner, it was Miao Miao's free time. Once she got tired of playing and returned to her room, Bibi Dong would prepare the materials for her medicinal bath. She would soak in it for 2 hours and then do her final cultivation on the bed. She would operate the technique for another circulation until she fell asleep during the practice. At this time, Su Yuntao, who had been waiting, would quietly come in to tuck her in, using his divine power to relieve her fatigue and injuries from the day to help her sleep peacefully. After everything was completed, he would return to his room to rest with Bibi Dong, who had been waiting nearby. Chapter 193, The Agreement, Seeking Recommendations. 6 months had passed since Miao Miao began her cultivation. During these 6 months, her growth rate was astonishing. In less than a month, Miao Miao found Su Yuntao with a surprised expression and indicated that she had completely finished cultivating the first layer of the technique. At that moment, Su Yuntao was in a state of bewilderment. It should be noted that the technique he created was not something common in the continent. It was entirely based on many cultivation methods he had and was adapted to the soul power system of the continent. In terms of difficulty, it was absolutely top-notch. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 1.5 years to complete the first layer. Su Yuntao had initially estimated that it would take his daughter 2 to 3 months based on her talent. However, Miao Miao came to him less than a month after starting to practice, saying she had completely finished the first layer and wanted the subsequent techniques, which shocked him. Nevertheless, despite his shock, his joy in his heart did not diminish at all. Later, after discussing with his wife, they verified overnight whether it was appropriate to teach the second layer of the technique to their daughter ahead of time. According to the rules of this world, one could not break through to the next level without a soul ring. Therefore, he considered whether it was necessary to teach Miao Miao the content of the second layer before she awakened her martial soul. After a night of verification, Su Yuntao and his wife came to a conclusion. Regardless of whether she could break through, they would teach her the content first, at least allowing her to become familiar with the subsequent techniques. This could be considered a benefit. Therefore, the next day, Su Yuntao taught Miao Miao all the subsequent techniques, which he had previously withheld to prevent her from being unable to digest them. However, it now seemed that his earlier concerns were entirely unnecessary. Another 3 months later, Miao Miao came to find Su Yuntao again. Upon seeing him, she said nothing and just looked at him eagerly. Su Yuntao was completely defeated by her gaze. He knew what she was plotting. She definitely wanted to learn something new. After receiving the subsequent techniques from Su Yuntao, she had been unable to resist the urge to break through her current level and practice the content of the second layer. Although she was aware of the limitations of the world that Su Yuntao had told her about, she still did not give up hope, and Su Yuntao did not try to dissuade her. After all, one must experience it for themselves to truly understand. The outcome was obvious. She failed to break through and could not reach the second layer. Although Miao Miao's breakthrough failed, she did not lose heart. Instead, she worked even harder to learn the content of the subsequent techniques. For the time being, she could not continue cultivating the subsequent content, but that did not stop her from thoroughly understanding the meaning of the technique. Thus, during these 3 months, aside from her daily exercises and cultivation, all her playtime was spent studying the technique. Today happened to be the day she finished reading it, and the content of the technique was entirely memorized by her. With Su Yuntao's help, she deeply understood its various essences. I currently don't have a better technique for soul power cultivation. Upon hearing her father's words, Miao Miao's small, hopeful expression instantly collapsed. Su Yuntao found it both amusing and exasperating, while Bibi Dong beside him covered her mouth and chuckled. After glancing at his wife without leaving a trace, Su Yuntao mysteriously took out an ancient book from his arms. He then waved it in front of the mother and daughter before tucking it back into his embrace. He sat there calmly, closing his eyes and ignoring the two of them. Meow Meow, who had been feeling down, immediately perked up upon seeing the book in Su Yuntao's hands, her big round eyes staring intently at it. On the side, Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, looking at Su Yuntao, who had transformed into a sage-like figure, secretly biting her silver teeth. This bastard is putting on airs, probably because he has been sleeping too comfortably these past few nights. Meow Meow, however, didn't care about her mother's thoughts and rushed into Su Yuntao's arms, planting a kiss on his cheek. Su Yuntao couldn't maintain his composed demeanor any longer and happily embraced Meow Meow. He gently asked her, "Do you want that cultivation method?" Meow Meow nodded vigorously, her small face showing an eager expression. Su Yuntao took out the book again and waved it in front of her. Meow Meow's little hands reached for the book, but Su Yuntao quickly pulled it back behind him, looking seriously at her and saying, "Let's make 3 rules first. It's okay to give it to you, but we need to set some ground rules." Meow Meow didn't understand what the ground rules were and looked at Bibi Dong for help. Bibi Dong usually didn't interfere in Su Yuntao's way of educating their child, believing that having one voice was more beneficial for the child's growth. So when she saw Meow Meow's gaze, she just shook her head to indicate she didn't know and ignored it. With no other options, Meow Meow turned her attention back to her father, Su Yuntao, hesitantly nodding her little head and saying, "All right." When Su Yuntao saw her agree, he suddenly grinned, almost scaring the child. "Good, you promised. First, the time spent on the cultivation method cannot exceed 1 hour each day. Can you do that?" As soon as Meow Meow heard this, she immediately protested, starting to shout. But Su Yuntao raised the book in front of her, and she immediately drooped her head like a defeated chick and agreed. She thought to herself, "Anyway, they won't be watching me all the time, so isn't 1 hour something I can decide for myself?" With this thought, she no longer resisted. However, Su Yuntao, who was watching everything, couldn't help but smile knowingly. "It's all stuff I've played with. Do you think you can hide it from me?" The second rule was that the content of the book could not be disclosed to anyone without mom and dad's permission. "Can you do that?" Su Yuntao proposed this requirement because the book was about mental power cultivation, and such strategic level information definitely shouldn't be revealed to outsiders. Meow Meow didn't resist this rule as much as the first one and easily agreed. Moreover, she didn't have any other thoughts this time. Since her father said so, it proved that this cultivation method indeed couldn't be leaked, and she firmly remembered this agreement. Su Yuntao was very satisfied with this and then moved on to the last requirement, which might be particularly hard for Meow Meow to accept, even more so than the first agreement. After all, she was just a child, her temperament unstable, and she had thoughts of showing off to others. Therefore, Su Yuntao had considered this agreement for a long time before deciding to bring it up. The third agreement was that, without the permission of both of us, you must not actively reveal your true cultivation level to outsiders, except in life and death situations. "Tao, this." Before Meow Meow could respond, Bibi Dong couldn't help but speak up. Su Yuntao slowly shook his head at her, signaling her not to speak for now, and he would explain later. He then focused on Meow Meow, who seemed to be deep in thought. To be honest, Su Yuntao didn't know what such a young child could be thinking. Meow Meow, who had already made up her mind, quickly responded with certainty. "Although I don't know the reason, I agree to this agreement. From now on, I want to reveal my true strength." Meow Meow's small face was filled with a serious expression, leaving Su Yuntao momentarily stunned. Bibi Dong beside them couldn't help but chuckle at her little expression, bursting into laughter. Meow Meow then glared at her mother, who was not serious at all, feeling a bit angry. Seeing her daughter about to lose her temper, Bibi Dong immediately composed herself, though the smile still lingered on her face. Chapter 194, Birthday Banquet that night. The two lay in bed, both unable to sleep. Su Yuntao was thinking about the upcoming counterattack on the Divine Realm, while Bibi Dong was reflecting on the agreements made between him and their daughter Meow Meow during the day. Su Yuntao was fine, quietly lying there with his eyes closed, contemplating. In contrast, Bibi Dong was restless, tossing and turning without knowing what to do. After a while, Su Yuntao had enough of her fidgeting, opened his eyes, and pulled her into his arms. "What are you doing, tossing and turning?" He leaned down and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her face, causing her to blush and gently push against his chest. Then, with a hint of annoyance, she lightly punched him and asked in a low voice, "I can understand the first 2 agreements you made with Meow Meow. The cultivation method indeed shouldn't be casually revealed. But the third one, asking her not to disclose her true strength. What is your reasoning behind that?" Hearing that it was about this matter, Su Yuntao immediately let go of her. pulling his hands out from under the blanket and resting them behind his head. He sat up partially, staring at the ceiling for a long while before saying, "Our time is limited. We cannot always protect her growth. What if?" He paused for a moment, believing Bibi Dong would understand. Hiding her strength would help her learn to conceal it better, which could save her life at a crucial moment, giving her the time she needed to truly grow. After saying this, Su Yuntao fell silent, lost in thought. Bibi Dong, upon hearing Su Yuntao's true thoughts, found herself at a loss for words, wanting to say something several times but stopping herself. The two exchanged silence for a while, and after some time, Su Yuntao returned to the bed, lying down and softly saying, "Don't think too much. We might be back soon. Go to sleep. Tomorrow, we still need to teach Meow Meow the body refinement technique." After speaking, he held her close, resting his chin on her head, and his breathing gradually became long and steady, as if he had really fallen asleep. Bibi Dong was originally lost in thought, but upon hearing Su Yuntao's long and steady breathing, sleep came to her unconsciously. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. However, she did not notice that once she truly fell asleep, Su Yuntao reopened his eyes. His bright eyes gazed towards the sky, revealing boundless killing intent and determination. Striking the divine realm was a prerequisite for completing his mission and something he had to do. However, this conflicted with his wish to protect and stay with his family. Therefore, he was eager to resolve the matter and return to accompany Meow Meow. 3 months later, which was the 6th month since imparting the martial arts to Meow Meow, Su Yuntao took his family to the imperial palace in the capital. This day was special as it marked the birthday of the Empress Qian Rinxue, and all the subjects of the empire would send her their sincerest blessings. It was also a national celebration day, with a week-long holiday for the entire population to commemorate the founding of the empire. The three of them arrived at the Empress's sleeping palace without any obstacles. Generally, no one was allowed inside, not even the maidservants who had to report in advance to clean. This was all to ensure the absolute safety of Empress Qian Rinxue. Of course, with Qian Rinxue's strength, unless someone had secretly poisoned her with something undetectable even to a quasi-god, only Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong could defeat her. However, Su Yuntao had never heard of such poison on this continent. The fact that Su Yuntao's family could easily enter here was certainly due to Qian Rinxue's prior instructions. After all, every year on this day, they would come here to celebrate with her unless there was a genuine matter to attend to. Meow Meow had been here before, so she was not curious about everything. She obediently let Bibi Dong carry her to the back garden of the Empress's sleeping palace. At that moment, Qian Rinxue was dressed in white, sitting in the rain pavilion of the garden, playing chess with a rugged man. When Su Yuntao walked in and saw who it was, he was surprised to find it was Wang Hu. His presence here indicated significant progress. However, Su Yuntao would not tease them about it in person. Everything was dependent on fate. If his words caused any unexpected issues between them, that would not be good. At this moment, the two players noticed Su Yuntao's family, and Wang Hu was the first to stand up. He greeted Su Yuntao, saying, "Teacher, greetings." Then he turned to Bibi Dong and bowed again, saying, "Teacher's wife, greetings." Bibi Dong nodded and allowed him to rise. After placing Meow Meow down, Bibi Dong and Su Yuntao walked over to the rain pavilion. The back garden was not very large, allowing Meow Meow to run around without the risk of getting lost. Su Yuntao let her play there, in the rain pavilion. He and Bibi Dong sat down on the 2 available stools. The chess game had not yet concluded. After greeting Su Yuntao and the others, the 2 players continued their match. Su Yuntao glanced at the board and immediately understood the situation. Wang Hu was in a clearly disadvantageous position, yet he was still thinking of ways to turn the tide. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not show signs of collapse and still had a chance to turn the tables. As the saying goes, one should not speak while watching chess. And although Su Yuntao had found several ways to break the deadlock, he did not inform Wang Hu. Consequently, after struggling for a while, Wang Hu eventually conceded defeat. This allowed both sides to have time to chat. "Mother, Meow Meow is almost old enough to awaken her martial soul, right?" Qian Rinxue asked slowly. Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "We started arranging some adaptive training for Meow Meow a year and a half ago, just waiting for the martial soul awakening ceremony in 6 months." Qian Rinxue nodded, but seemed to recall something, then asked, "Then our matter, won't it be?" Bibi Dong understood what she was trying to say and interrupted her. "The timing won't conflict. Tao said to wait until Meow Meow completes her awakening ceremony." Qian Rinxue nodded, turning to look at Meow Meow, who was running around the garden, feeling a bit reluctant. Su Yuntao also noticed Qian Rinxue's gaze and firmly said, "There's no need for that. Children will grow up, eventually, and living independently is something they must adapt to. We're just bringing it forward a bit. At this point, he thought of Tang San's experience. He had also been left to live and cultivate alone after awakening his martial soul at 6. Of course, Tang San hadn't received much care from him when he was young either. Wang Hu, who was rather oblivious to these matters, didn't want to delve into what the three were discussing and simply pretended he hadn't heard. However, seeing the atmosphere become a bit silent, he took it upon himself to lighten the mood. By the way, I heard that this year's celebration on the second continent has prepared many programs, including a flying performance. As soon as this topic came up, the two women opened up completely, especially since they hadn't seen each other for a long time and had plenty to discuss. They completely forgot about the two men beside them. Su Yuntao gave a wry smile and glanced at Wang Hu, quietly leaving his seat to join Miao Miao, who was happily playing in the garden, leaving Wang Hu alone as a qualified listener, secretly complaining about his teacher's lack of decorum. In the evening, the Empress's birthday banquet unfolded in the grand hall of the palace. Su Yuntao attended in formal attire with Bibi Dong and Miao Miao. Their seating arrangement did not match that of Empress Qianrenxue, as per their request, but was placed at the lower end instead. Originally, Qianrenxue wanted to sit with Bibi Dong and Miao Miao at the same table, but Su Yuntao helped them postpone that. In formal occasions, such matters still needed to be attended to, even though Qianrenxue didn't mind. However, it was inevitable that others might have thoughts about it, and it could lead to faction disputes, which would be troublesome. Chapter 195. Offering gifts after everyone was seated, the banquet officially began. Qianrenxue walked alone to the high platform, facing the ministers and their families seated below. She slowly began her opening speech, her voice soft and elegant, devoid of her usual authority and solemnity. She appeared very happy, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Under the soft lights of the grand hall, Qianrenxue looked beautiful and noble. Bibi Dong, watching her, felt satisfied and gratified, experiencing a sense of comfort as if seeing her daughter grow up. Welcome everyone to my birthday banquet. The opening speech lasted less than 1,000 words, but was rich in content. There is an acknowledgement of the hard work of the ministers over the years, as well as recognition of the achievements the empire has gained in the past. Of course, there is also gratitude and rewards for various meritorious officials, with a special mention of Bibi Dong, the martial soul empire's martial emperor and the mother of the empress. After all, a person's birthday is also a day of suffering for their mother. However, Su Yuntao was not mentioned at all. It wasn't that she intentionally avoided bringing it up, but rather that Qianrenxue genuinely didn't know how to start. If we were to calculate seriously, Su Yuntao played a significant role in the establishment of the martial soul empire. His decisive role in successfully conquering the Sun-Moon continent cannot be separated from Su Yuntao. Events like these all had Su Yuntao's involvement. Others might not be very clear about it, but as the ruler of the empire, the Empress Qianrenxue was always able to catch hints and find many traces. Thus, she truly didn't know how to start, and given Su Yuntao's previous style of action, which was to keep a low profile, it also indicated that he didn't want to stand out too much. In the end, Qianrenxue had to give up the idea of mentioning Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was well aware of her difficulties, so he had no thoughts about it, and instead felt that she handled it quite well. After the opening speech, the atmosphere of the banquet began to liven up. Each minister found someone they were familiar with and started toasting and chatting. In the center of the hall, performances organized by dance troupes from all over the country were ongoing. There were not only female dancers, but also quite a few male dancers, and their dances were even more enjoyable to watch. This made all the guests very satisfied, and the atmosphere of the banquet was very harmonious. Once all the guests had eaten and drunk their fill, it came to the key segment of the banquet, the gift presentation. As one of the most distinguished people on the continent, there was no doubt that there would be a gift-giving segment at Qianrenxue's birthday banquet. The reason this segment is a highlight is also because it serves as a process for guests to compare with each other. It is not about the value of the gifts brought, but rather the satisfaction of the Empress. It is a comparison of who is more thoughtful and more loyal. Of course, when the Empress's preferences are not very clear, the value of the gifts is also an important standard of measurement. This year's gift presentation segment was quite different from usual. Traditionally, gifts were presented in order of rank, from highest to lowest. However, this year saw a significant change. It was random. A maid would draw nameplates from a black box to determine the order of gift presentation. The purpose of this arrangement was not to gather wealth, but to avoid discord among the ministers. After all, if the order was according to rank, what would happen if your gift was more favored by the Empress than your superioress? Would you panic? By disrupting the order and having too many gifts, it becomes difficult for everyone to remember what each person presented, thus avoiding awkward situations. Unless your superior is intentionally keeping an eye on you, trying to undermine you, that would be a matter for you to handle in the workplace, as you failed to manage your relationship with your superior well. The gift that Su Yuntao prepared for the Empress Qianrenxue was a new type of soul guide device, which could enable ordinary people without soul power to shoot arrows with an attack power comparable to that of a great soul master. This was a soul guide crossbow designed and manufactured by Su Yuntao, combining the principles of traditional bows and arrows with soul guides. Of course, the soul guide crossbow he presented came with design blueprints. Otherwise, just giving the item would be too demeaning, as Su Yuntao was one of the officially recognized founding emperors of the empire. Qianrenxue was very fond of this gift because it greatly enhanced the national strength and could significantly boost the combat power of the empire's army. Just think, ordinary people who have received simple training could possess the power to threaten a great soul master. With such power within an army composed of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, they would all have the attack power of a great soul master. This would equate to having a massive number of great soul masters. As long as the number of arrows was sufficient, 1,000 could besiege a soul sage. 10,000 could match a soul Douluo, and 100,000 could make a tidal Douluo flee in fear. However, it would be nearly impossible to take down a tidal Douluo, as at that level, if they were determined to escape. Even a tidal Douluo of the same rank wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up. Bibidong's gift was exceptionally exquisite. It was a soul guide necklace specially crafted by Su Yuntao, embedded with a unique gemstone. This gemstone was taken from her Pope's scepter and held extraordinary significance. It symbolized the transfer of power and the transition between old and new, while also representing Bibidong's complete withdrawal from the power circle of the martial soul empire. With tears in her eyes, Qianrenxue received the necklace, and it was Bibidong herself who helped her put it on. The dazzling diamond necklace highlighted Qianrenxue's already extraordinary beauty, making her appear even more holy and beautiful. The soul guide necklace, born from Su Yuntao's hands, certainly possessed more than just aesthetic value. It also had an immense storage space, providing great convenience for Qianrenxue. Additionally, it could store enough soul power equivalent to that of a peerless Douluo, which could be used to replenish the wearer or unleash an attack equivalent to a peerless Douluo's full power, or provide absolute defense. However, this absolute defense was relative to the strong on the continent. It would be another matter when facing divine-level powerhouses. It could resist some attacks, but after being used, the stored soul power would be depleted and needed to be replenished. Such powerful functions of the necklace could not be disclosed at this moment. Bibidong would personally inform Qianrenxue after the event. Miao Miao, the child, also prepared a birthday gift for her big sister Qianrenxue before coming. This gesture was very precious, and she insisted on doing it alone without any help from Su Yuntao and the others. It was a painting depicting Qianrenxue's appearance when her martial soul was manifested, with a little figure beside her. That figure was Miao Miao, and the two were holding hands, creating a very harmonious scene. Although the painting style was not ideal and did not meet the average standard, it was made with great care. When Qianrenxue received this painting, she was exceptionally surprised. She hadn't expected to receive a gift from Miao Miao. Although the gift was not of high value, the sentiment behind it was priceless in her eyes, making her extremely happy. After Su Yuntao and his family presented their gifts, it was time for the other gifts. Some brought rare treasures, others brought exotic items. Some even directly presented large sums of money, the amounts of which were astonishing. This was then promptly confiscated by Qianrenxue, which was hardly surprising. As officials of the empire, while their salaries were not low, they certainly did not reach such levels. Qianrenxue was well aware of the worth of all the officials in the empire. Anyone who could produce such a large sum of money definitely did not acquire it through legitimate means. Thus, Qianrenxue directly ordered that he be taken away for questioning. The scene nearly made other officials laugh to death. This fellow was simply a fool. You said that if you're going to give money, you should just give it. But if the amount exceeds what one can afford, it becomes very unusual. Su Yuntao also repeatedly exclaimed that he had gained new insights and almost asked this guy on the spot, "Are you sent by a hostile force, trying to make the Empress laugh to death, and then start a war?" Although the continent has been unified by the martial soul empire, the saying still stands, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The opposing forces are always messy and cannot be completely cleaned up. Not to mention the Sun and Moon continent, even within the martial soul empire's own territory, there are still remnants. Chapter 196 Lantern Festival. In the era when the three sects still existed, they had many followers. Even now, the few sects that are still active are their underlings. So it's not surprising that there are some remaining supporters. The banquet continued without any unexpected incidents apart from this small interlude. It ended after Qian Rinchue's speech. And once the banquet was completely dispersed, Bibi Dong and Miao Miao directly stayed in Qian Rinchue's palace, while Su Yuntao returned alone to his residence in the imperial capital. That night, after Bibi Dong had taken care of Miao Miao and put her to sleep, she found Qian Rinchue, who was still awake, and informed her of the secret of the necklace. Naturally, this moved Qian Rinchue, but that topic was not mentioned again. The next day marked the celebration day for the entire empire, and everyone would step out of their homes to participate in the festive activities in the streets. These activities were organized by local officials, aimed at providing everyone with a leisurely day to relax during the year. The night passed quickly, and before dawn, Bibi Dong took the half-awake Miao Miao back to their residence. The celebration activities began early, usually at the crow of the rooster, with the line dance team starting the show, followed by various performance groups appearing in succession. They would line up in the center of the street, parading through the entire city, allowing everyone to feel the festive joy. Su Yuntao cast a waking spell on Miao Miao, and in an instant, she snapped out of her groggy state, her spirits high. With her big round eyes looking at Su Yuntao, seemingly puzzled. It was as if she was asking, what kind of father wakes his child like this? Su Yuntao's way of waking her was akin to throwing a bucket of cold water on her. However, his method posed no risk of catching a cold. Yet the effect was the same. Su Yuntao patted her little head and then headed toward the main street, where they could see all the performances from that geographical location. As the three approached the main street, the celebration program had already begun, with the lion dance team entering just in time. Dong dong chong, dong dong chong. The sound of the big drum filled the air with rhythm, gradually waking up those still immersed in their dreams. The emotions began to rise, and the atmosphere slowly developed into what a celebration should feel like. Mommy, look, a big lion. Miao Miao was seeing the lion dance team for the first time and was very excited. Yes, Su Yuntao nodded in agreement, saying, this year's team has better coordination and skills than previous years. Soon, the lion dance team left the main street and headed toward various side streets, followed by a group of street performers. These performers presented exaggerated acts, conveying a variety of meanings. However, they all shared the same theme, celebrating the birth of the empire and the legendary events of its founding figures. Su Yuntao also saw his own image among them, depicting the scene where he led the Tiando Empire to support Bibi Dong. However, their portrayal was indeed exaggerated, depicting him as a bizarre creature. Then, these strange creatures led an even stranger army, defeating the Luo Empire in a disastrous manner. Su Yuntao's eyelids twitched, and he felt very embarrassed, especially since one of the main characters from that time was right next to him. Seeing Bibi Dong covering her mouth and giggling, Su Yuntao felt helpless and silently prayed that the performers would hurry and move on, disappearing from his view. However, his prayer was destined to be in vain because this was a performance. How could they move quickly? If they did, the storyline wouldn't connect. After finally watching them leave the main street, Su Yuntao let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bibi Dong didn't go too far and didn't tell Miao Miao about those things. Otherwise, Su Yuntao would have to face a large-scale social death situation. The entire morning was filled with various performances in the form of street parades, allowing Su Yuntao's family to feast their eyes and feel very satisfied. At noon, the food festival began to heat up, with rows of various snacks appearing in the streets and alleys. On this day, all snacks were half price, offering good quality at reasonable prices. Su Yuntao took the two foodies and wandered through the streets and alleys, tasting various specialty foods. The food stalls available today had been reported to the authorities, with dedicated supervision for hygiene and safety. Therefore, Su Yuntao didn't restrict Miao Miao, allowing her to eat to her heart's content. In the afternoon, the festive atmosphere temporarily eased, as people, after eating their fill, were not too keen on wandering around. At this time, various tea stalls and bookstores opened, providing a resting place for the crowd. In the bookstores and similar places, the performance groups that had finished their morning shows continued to perform on stage to earn extra fees. The tea houses, being quiet spots, provided a tranquil place for those who preferred peace. Su Yuntao took the two women to a tea house and booked a private room near the street. The room had a window that offered a direct view of the street, allowing them to watch the afternoon performances without going outside. Of course, such a good location came at a hefty price, especially on this special day. Fortunately, neither Su Yuntao nor the two women were concerned about money, nor were they short of it. In the afternoon, the three rested in this room. Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong sat by the window, watching the still bustling crowd outside, while Meow Meow, feeling a bit tired, was sound asleep on the small bed in the private room. I really hope the people of the Empire can always be this happy. This statement, coming from Bibi Dong, was heartfelt. Su Yuntao simply nodded, lost in thought. In fact, this festival was his idea. He had planned many activities since the Empire was founded. However, it had never been executed. And then the Empire had to prepare for war against the Sun and Moon Empire, leading to a prolonged conflict that shelved those plans. In recent years, the Empire had stabilized, and Empress Qianrenxue felt that the people's lives were too monotonous and wanted to make change. This allowed Su Yuntao's plans to resurface, and many of the programs appearing today were adaptations from his past life. The scenes unfolding before him gave him a feeling of returning to his previous life, with a persistent sense of familiarity lingering in his heart, making him somewhat melancholic and restless. Bibi Dong, noticing Su Yuntao's unusual emotions, thought he was contemplating something related to future events. So she held his hands tightly and softly said, "Don't think about it. We'll talk about the future later. Aren't we here today just to spend time with Meow Meow?" Upon hearing her words, Su Yuntao opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Should he say, "I wasn't thinking about that. I just miss home"? Well, now that it's said, Bibi Dong asked, "Home? Which home?" Oh no, what should he say? Thinking this way, Su Yuntao gave up on the idea of explaining. Let the misunderstanding be. The afternoon passed quickly, and the main event of the evening arrived. The Lantern Festival. Countless lanterns illuminated the night with their own light. Along the main street, lanterns were brought out and lit one by one. The entire imperial capital transformed into a sea of lights, blooming with the lights of civilization in the endless night. Everyone appeared again on the main street, slowly walking along it. Children sat on adults' shoulders, curiously observing the revolving lanterns on both sides of the street. The lanterns came in all shapes and sizes, each depicting legends from the continent and some themed stories. Of course, there was also the lantern riddle segment, which had enticing rewards. As long as one could guess 5 riddles in a row correctly, they could win a beautifully crafted lantern. This lantern was no ordinary item, but an official gift lantern carefully prepared, different each year. In the eyes of collectors, it held extraordinary value. It was something hard to come by, with a very limited quantity. The difficulty of the riddles was set so that most people could guess 1 or 2 correctly. Very few could guess more than 3 in a row, as the difficulty of the riddles had been meticulously prepared. This activity encouraged public participation. If it were too difficult, people wouldn't want to join. If it were too easy, the prize wouldn't hold much meaning. Chapter 197. Preparations before awakening. So the design was such that the initial riddles were easy, and the more riddles guessed correctly, the harder they became. Of course, there were participation prizes as well. For instance, anyone who could answer 1 question correctly would receive a free Shadow Lantern fan. It featured various beautiful lanterns and was considered a quite exquisite gift, though it didn't have rare attributes, thus lacking significant collectible value. More so, it served as a good omen. That night, Su Yuntao took them out to have a great time, but unfortunately, Meow Meow fell asleep on Su Yuntao's shoulder before the celebration ended. Because of this, they had to leave early, and Su Yuntao flew the 2 of them directly back to Lake Hard Island. In the following days, life returned to a calm state. Every day, Su Yuntao's mission was to assist Meow Meow in her cultivation, making all plans for her, while Bibi Dong managed the logistical work. Both of them focused on Meow Meow's training, ensuring she had a solid foundation. With less than 10 weeks until her awakening ceremony, every minute and second needed to be cherished. For Meow Meow, the training tasks arranged by Su Yuntao were quite intense. In addition to the continuous cultivation of her soul power techniques every day, he also arranged training for her physique and mental strength. Moreover, Su Yuntao deemed the training for her mental strength a mandatory requirement, meaning this aspect took priority over soul power cultivation. Su Yuntao had deeply experienced the benefits of having strong mental power along his journey, so he had a sort of blind trust in this power. According to Su Yuntao's perception, Meow Meow's soul power cultivation should still be at the first stage, which is innate soul power level 10. He didn't understand why Qianrenxue had the terrifying talent of innate soul power level 20, as according to the cultivation techniques. Innate soul power levels could not exceed 10. Even Tang San, who possessed 2 of the continent's top martial souls, couldn't break through the innate level 10 barrier. However, according to Yu Xiaozhang's theory, without soul power, one could not break through to the next level, but cultivated soul power would accumulate. Su Yuntao was quite convinced of this theory, hence he did not let Meow Meow give up on soul power cultivation. Originally weak and delicate, Miao Miao gradually shed her frail image under the effects of Su Yuntao's medicinal baths and various physical training methods. However, she didn't become overly muscular. Her appearance was very harmonious. At a glance, one couldn't help but exclaim, "This child has a really good physique. She looks so healthy." The improvement in her physical quality brought her abundant energy, which sometimes led to her falling behind the training plans Su Yuntao arranged due to her lack of attention. The consequence of this was that, with her abundant energy having no outlet, along with completing her training tasks ahead of schedule, she let herself go entirely, running around the academy causing trouble and bullying disobedient students. The disobedient referred to those who didn't listen to Miao Miao. Now, under Su Yuntao's strict vigilance, Miao Miao was still growing in an unknown direction. After officially becoming a dominant figure in the academy, Miao Miao thought every day about quickly completing her training plan so she could show off. As a result, her talent was fully activated under such positive influence. Each time she completed the tasks assigned by Su Yuntao, she did so increasingly faster. Cultivating soul power and mental strength became as simple as drinking water. Although the training for physical quality wasn't as alarming, due to the feedback from the progress of those two types of training, Miao Miao's physical quality not only did not lag behind, but progressed rapidly as well. According to Su Yuntao's estimation, not counting soul skills and combat experience, Miao Miao's current strength level could steadily surpass that of soul masters below level 30. To ensure that the students in his academy could have a better experience, Su Yuntao had to once again raise Miao Miao's training tasks. He added extra learning on knowledge about soul guidance devices. This new learning content greatly increased Miao Miao's interest, as she was very curious about the process of soul guidance device creation. Previously, when Su Yuntao made soul guidance devices, she had watched several times from the side, although she didn't understand anything at the time. However, through exposure, Miao Miao's curiosity about soul guidance devices significantly increased. This new teaching content faced no obstacles and proceeded smoothly. This also allowed the students in the academy to breathe a sigh of relief, grateful for the generosity of Dean Su Yuntao. While Miao Miao was learning step by step, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong went out once again. Their destination was the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which Su Yuntao had concealed using formations. This treasure trove had become even more perfect after Su Yuntao's planning and management. Many immortal-grade herbs grew more vigorously under Su Yuntao's protection. Other slightly lower-grade herbs, under his use of various energy for irrigation, were also developing towards the immortal grade. The two arrived here, and Su Yuntao instructed Bibi Dong to place a platform in the middle of the yin-yang eye. This platform was specially created by Su Yuntao to help Miao Miao awaken. Placed in the middle of the two instruments, to bring her closer to a place rich in energy. After setting it up, Su Yuntao looked around at the numerous herbs and decided to arrange a few formations, hiding them around the two instruments' eye, invisible to the naked eye. This was actually to prevent Miao Miao from seeing them. Otherwise, with her current tendency towards becoming a witch, she might end up destroying several of them. It wasn't that Su Yuntao was reluctant. As long as they were used for a legitimate purpose, he wouldn't mind how many Miao Miao took. The main concern was that wastefulness was shameful. These immortal herbs took many years to grow, and wasting them would be a crime. After finishing the setup, Su Yuntao took Bibi Dong back to the Lake Heart Island. He still had an important task to complete. Remember that evil eye tyrant ruler? Su Yuntao still had one of its lives, sealed in the dragon tomb space for nurturing. Moreover, that guy had a strong desire to live. Because of this, Su Yuntao found it a very suitable place. After returning to the Lake Heart Island, he went alone to the dragon tomb space. There, he had his own vegetable garden, which he had been cultivating continuously. After crossing the vegetable garden in the middle of the dragon tomb space, he walked towards the tail of the Fire Dragon King's corpse. This was where the evil eye tyrant ruler was sealed, surrounded by numerous formations that Su Yuntao had added later due to his concerns. Once the evil eye tyrant ruler arrived in this dark space, it extinguished any thoughts of escape. It was a joke. How could it not see such a massive dragon skeleton? Escape? As if it could get away. When Su Yuntao, whom it hadn't seen for many days, appeared before it again, the evil eye tyrant ruler merely lifted its body slightly off the ground. After glancing at him with a fearless gaze, it lay back down, motionless, pretending to be dead. Seeing its actions, Su Yuntao smiled slightly and reached out to grab it from a distance. The evil eye tyrant ruler did not struggle. It understood that in this strange space, all struggles were futile. Bringing it before him, Su Yuntao gently tossed it to the ground. Then he squatted in front of it and said, "You now have two choices. One is to wait until my daughter grows up and is able to obtain you as her soul ring, contributing your last everything. I believe this process won't take too long. After all, you've seen my strength. As long as she can inherit 1% of my talent, your days are numbered. How about this choice? It's not bad, right? You still have at least over 10 years to live, which is not too bad. Care to consider it? The evil-eye tyrant ruler, being a soul beast that had cultivated to such a level, had seen too much. It immediately recognized that Su Yuntao was hiding other schemes and chose to remain silent, continuing to pretend to be dead and motionless. Chapter 198. Continuing preparations. Seeing that it had no reaction, Su Yuntao poked it with his finger. However, it swatted his hand away with a tentacle and shot him a dissatisfied glance with its single eye. That look seemed to say, "So annoying, don't poke me." Su Yuntao stared in astonishment at his hand that had been swatted away, blinking in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating. Wow, you're quite bold, huh? Fine. If you won't answer, I'll take it as you agreeing to this choice. Just stay there. After saying this, Su Yuntao stood up again, pretending to grab it and headed towards the formation. Upon hearing that Su Yuntao planned to handle its future roughly, the evil-eye tyrant ruler suddenly came to life. Several tentacles immediately wrapped around Su Yuntao's thigh, and its single eye shook in panic. Ignoring it, Su Yuntao continued his actions, and the evil-eye tyrant ruler, now in a panic, pleaded, "The second choice. Didn't you say there's a second choice? I choose the second one." Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao immediately stopped his actions. "Are you sure? No regrets? All right, then you've agreed. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll just eliminate you." 100,000-year frog is hard to find, but there are plenty of soul beasts. Faced with Su Yuntao's threat, it had no chance to think too much and could only begrudgingly agree. It didn't know what the second choice was, but it was surely not worse than the first. It probably just meant losing its freedom and being a subordinate to humans. The evil-eye tyrant ruler's little calculations were ringing like a bell. As for life, what was wrong with losing freedom? Moreover, the lifespan of humans was merely a blink of an eye to it. Once those humans died, the evil-eye tyrant ruler believed it could regain its freedom. Su Yuntao was not clear about its thoughts, but he was very clear about his own plans. It was impossible to make a soul beast with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation willingly accept him. That's right. Su Yuntao planned to make it his daughter's companion beast, and he needed to seal its excess strength away so that Meow Meow could bear it more easily. After reaching an agreement between the person and the beast, Su Yuntao began his preparation work. Various materials were brought out and placed on the ground beside him, including a piece of 100,000-year soul beast's head soul bone. This was the key to sealing the excess power of the evil-eye tyrant ruler. The evil-eye tyrant ruler belonged to the spiritual category of soul beasts, so its cultivation was primarily manifested in its powerful spiritual strength. This head soul bone was obtained from Bibi Dong, a treasured item from the era of the martial soul hall. A massive formation was set up by Su Yuntao in front of the astonished evil-eye tyrant ruler. Normally, people couldn't see the existence of formations, but the evil-eye tyrant ruler was the strongest soul beast in the continent's spiritual category. Seeing the formation was not difficult for it, and it could even make out some of its principles. In fact, with the evil-eye tyrant ruler's innate abilities, learning formations was extremely advantageous. However, until it became one of their own, Su Yuntao would not allow it to have the opportunity to learn. Once the formation was set up, it was time to seal its power. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuntao grabbed the evil-eye tyrant ruler and tossed it into the formation. Then he picked up the head soul bone that was placed aside and linked it to the formation's energy core. The function of this formation was singular: to strip away the evil-eye tyrant ruler's power and extraordinary spiritual strength, storing it in this soul bone. Once Meow Meow fused with her companion beast, she would absorb this soul bone. For others, absorbing a soul bone required being able to withstand it, but in this case, Su Yuntao had plenty of methods. Not to mention, directly using divine power to help his daughter fuse with the soul bone was an easy task. Divine power was practically omnipotent in this world, transcending the ordinary power system. Although the evil-eye tyrant ruler realized something was wrong and began to struggle the moment the formation activated, it was too late. However, under the suppression of Su Yuntao, all resistance was in vain. Before long, it was pulled out of the formation by Su Yuntao as if he were holding a dead fish, and placed on the open ground outside. It had lost more than 9/10 of its cultivation, and the emptiness within made it have no desire to move at all. One large eye looked at Su Yuntao in resentment. Su Yuntao ignored its gaze and approached the formation, picking up the head soul bone that was glowing with silver light. He examined the changes carefully, afraid that the soul bone might show signs of being unable to withstand the pressure. Fortunately, everything was normal. The power of the evil eye tyrant was successfully sealed within. Su Yuntao waved his hand towards the completed formation, and it vanished into nothingness. He then took other materials and rearranged another formation. The evil eye tyrant watched Su Yuntao busily from the side, feeling utterly powerless, and involuntarily shivered. It took a deep breath and asked Su Yuntao, "What exactly do you want to do with me? Just give me a straightforward answer." After saying that, it lay down again. Upon hearing his question, Su Yuntao paused for a moment, realizing he hadn't informed it about the second option. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Su Yuntao explained the existence of a companion beast to it. How should I put it? As expected of a powerful, spiritual-type soul beast. It quickly understood the form of existence of the companion beast that Su Yuntao mentioned. There was no other choice. One must bow their head under the eaves. The evil eye tyrant felt extremely complicated, glanced at the busy Su Yuntao, and resigned itself to lying there quietly. It slowly closed its eyes, reminiscing about its glorious past, where it once dominated the world. A single tear, like that of a crocodile, fell from the corner of its only eye, mourning for its future aimless life. Su Yuntao, who had been observing the situation with his divine sense, saw the jelly-like tear and paused for a moment. However, it was just a moment, and he decided to treat it as if he hadn't seen it. In his heart, Su Yuntao was mocking, "Really, this guy's crying. How old is it? So embarrassing. What's wrong with becoming my daughter's companion beast? It will have a good life in the future, won't it? If it weren't for the fact that you're a female, I wouldn't have arranged it this way." The evil eye tyrant had no idea what Su Yuntao was thinking. It only felt that it was about to become a puppet for someone else, feeling sad in silence. Ignoring it, Su Yuntao accelerated the speed of arranging the formation. And in no time, the formation was completed. He didn't want to say much more and directly placed it in the fixed position of the formation. Under Su Yuntao's control, the formation operated without any surprises, and soon the evil eye tyrant was transformed into the state of a mimicry soul beast. Moreover, Su Yuntao did not eliminate its consciousness, allowing it to remain aware. After sensing the unknown changes in its body, the evil eye tyrant felt a bit fearful. It tentatively moved its transformed body, which felt jelly-like, but saw no movement at all. However, in this state, it felt no weakness. On the contrary, it felt as if it had returned to its peak condition. Su Yuntao merely glanced at the slowly writhing evil eye tyrant in the formation space before withdrawing his gaze. Unable to bear to look, he then took out the spirit control bottle he had borrowed from his other daughter, Su Linger, and collected the curious evil eye tyrant inside. Speaking of Su Linger, one must mention her own choice. After Su Miao Miao was born, Linger voluntarily joined the Soul Guidance Department. With her background as the spirit of formations, she had a natural advantage in learning about soul guidance devices that required various patterns to be engraved. Like ordinary students, she would only return to Lake Hard Island during holidays. After having his biological daughter, Su Yuntao did not neglect Su Linger, and he could only respect her choice. Moreover, when she returned home during the holidays, Miao Miao was very close to her, and Bai Bai Dong treated her as if she were her own. However, as children grow up, they have their own thoughts. She needs a broader sky and will not always stay by Su Yuntao's side. Chapter 199. The eve of awakening. During the days when Su Yuntao accompanied Miao Miao every day, time flew by. In less than a week, it would be Miao Miao's 6th birthday. Su Yuntao arranged for her to awaken her martial soul on this day, hoping that she could awaken an extraordinary martial soul on this auspicious date. In this final week, Su Yuntao did not assign any cultivation tasks, so aside from the necessary daily practice, Miao Miao had a lot of free time. This allowed her to play around, and the people at the academy, who had just enjoyed a few days of peace, once again witnessed Miao Miao's terror. Although Su Yuntao felt sorry for them, he still turned a blind eye. He felt quite guilty in his heart, saying, "It's not that I don't help you. It's just that high-intensity learning also requires a certain level of relaxation for adjustment." Su Yuntao gave Miao Miao a full week off so she could rest well during this time. Although the awakening process of the martial soul is not heavily dependent on the state of the person involved, Miao Miao would still need to merge with the evil eye tyrant afterward, which would test her overall condition. Su Yuntao's expectation for Miao Miao was that she could reach 10,000 years when she condensed her first soul ring. Don't say it's impossible. With Su Yuntao's help, everything is feasible. He had deduced the entire process, and the feasibility was very high, but it still required Miao Miao's cooperation at that time. If even the person involved does not cooperate, then discussing years and such now would be in vain. During this week, she completely let herself go. As soon as she finished her necessary training, she disappeared without a trace. She was seen everywhere in the various academies, and in the Awakening Academy, she was the strongest, acting as the big sister. All the children who were about to awaken their martial souls were her little brothers, coming and going at her command. Therefore, the Awakening Academy was her favorite place to go, followed by the Soul Guidance Department, since several of Su Yuntao's direct students had become senior soul mentors there. They spoiled and doted on Miao Miao when they saw her. It could only be described as excessive. Miao Miao could get whatever she wanted there. Of course, educated by Su Yuntao, she didn't ask for anything too extravagant. At most, she asked for some small gadgets, soul guiding devices for children to play with. As for the Advanced Soul Guidance Academy, she only went once and never returned. The presence she had there was too strong, and her adorable appearance caused those students to become infatuated. The male students were fine, able to control themselves. However, those female trainees were quite aggressive. Upon seeing Miao Miao, they directly pinched her little cheeks. Once or twice, it was bearable. But as it happened more frequently, Miao Miao couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't fight back and couldn't escape, leaving her feeling very helpless. Fortunately, the class time finally arrived, freeing her from the clutches of those girls. From then on, she marked that place as a forbidden zone and never returned. A week of indulgence had made her temperament much wilder. On the last day, Su Yuntao almost couldn't stop her from running out to play again. Su Yuntao stood in front of Miao Miao, who was eager to run out, and said, "Tomorrow is your birthday, and it's also the day you awaken your martial soul. So don't run around. Stay obediently on Lake Hard Island." Miao Miao, who was standing there fidgeting, immediately lit up upon hearing this. Was the day finally here? That's great. After learning that she would awaken her martial soul the next day, Miao Miao extinguished her desire to go out to play. She stayed at home, adjusting her physical condition. This state involved not just her body, but also her mental state. However, her mental state had already been adjusted during a week of happy play. After spending a long time calming her excited emotions, Miao Miao began to practice the various techniques that Su Yuntao had taught her. She started with soul power cultivation techniques, then moved on to mental cultivation techniques, and finally to physical training techniques. She went through each one. Seeing his daughter start to practice with peace of mind, Su Yuntao slowly exited the area. He still had one last thing to prepare, which was the formation for Miao Miao's martial soul awakening that hadn't been set up yet. Due to the temporary nature of this formation, Su Yuntao didn't set it up too long in advance. There was still plenty of time to arrange it now. He arrived at the ice and fire duality eye, where BB Dong had been guarding all day, needing to ensure that nothing unexpected happened. "How's Miao Miao's condition?" Su Yuntao nodded and replied, "Pretty good. Looks like there's no major issue. The success rate is quite high, so don't worry." The formation hadn't been set up yet, so he got to work on it. He went to the platform that BB Dong had placed in the center of the ice and fire duality eye. Taking out many precious materials, he quickly arranged the formation. After testing it once and finding no problems, he stopped it to keep it in a dormant state. "Dong, you go back to take care of Miao Miao. I'll stay here." In fact, the two weren't guarding anything else but the already released evil tyrant ruler's simulated soul beast. The reason for its early release was to allow it to recover in advance. When the time came, Miao Miao could directly fuse with a perfectly healthy companion beast, saving a lot of time waiting for it to recover. The condensation of the soul ring required the companion beast to be in a perfect state. Otherwise, how could a weak semi-beast assist its master in condensing a high-quality soul ring? Su Yuntao had considered all these small details. After BB Dong left, Su Yuntao stood in front of the formation, sealing the evil tyrant ruler, watching it wander around in the formation space. The evil tyrant ruler's consciousness was still awake, and upon seeing Su Yuntao's arrival, it knew that its days of total freedom were numbered. It slowly crawled in front of Su Yuntao, and since it had lost its vocal organs, it could only communicate through mental power. "Is the day coming soon?" Su Yuntao nodded nonchalantly and said, "To be precise, it's tomorrow, probably around the afternoon." The evil tyrant ruler couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. It sighed and communicated. When others are executed, they always give the prisoner a last meal. "I want one too." It thought to itself that even if it was going to die, it wanted to be a well-fed ghost, and losing freedom should at least come with a commemorative ritual. Su Yuntao originally didn't want to pay attention to its message, but seeing its pitiful demeanor, as if to say, "If you don't give it to me, I'll die right here," he finally relented a little and thought for a moment before saying, "What do you want? Don't go too far. Otherwise, erasing your consciousness 1t be a big loss for me. It'll just be a bit of trouble." The reason for keeping the evil Eye Tyrant ruler's consciousness was because Su Yuntao coveted its hundreds of thousands of years of combat experience and rich knowledge. As long as he successfully turned it into Miao Miao's companion beast, it wouldn't be able to disobey her orders. All of this would become Miao Miao's foundation. This way, Su Yuntao would be more at ease leaving. After all, a relic that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years had countless tricks up its sleeve. Moreover, once Miao Miao fused with it, their lives would be bound together. If Miao Miao encountered danger, it would definitely help. Just a casual move from it would be enough to protect his daughter's life. I want to eat until I'm full. Really full. In fact, in its simulated soul beast state, it didn't have the ability to eat. However, Su Yuntao thought about it and agreed to its request. In the simulated soul beast state, it had long lost control over all its powers. It could only vaguely feel that it was at the peak of its strength, but couldn't control its powers to attack or perform other actions. Su Yuntao waved his hand and took out a bottle. Indeed, he borrowed this spirit control bottle again. He took out a portion of the food meant for Su Linger and threw it into the formation. As soon as this energy approached the evil Eye Tyrant ruler, it was absorbed by its body. Although there was no actual eating process, the sense of ritual was there. The evil Eye Tyrant ruler was satisfied and withdrew, no longer bothering Su Yuntao. Shaking his head, Su Yuntao looked at the evil Eye Tyrant ruler, which was still pursuing a sense of ritual even at this point, and found it quite amusing. Chapter 200, Tears of the Snow Wolf. The next day, Bibi Dong took Miao Miao to the ice and fire duality early in the morning. Su Yuntao had already made all the preparations. Upon seeing the two arrive, he immediately went to greet them. First, let us have breakfast, and then we'll start the ceremony. Saying this, he took out a large piece of soul beast meat from his storage ring. The three of them weren't worried about eating something greasy in the morning. They directly made a bonfire right there, with various seasonings sprinkled on top. An enticing aroma wafted out. Su Yuntao's cooking skills were definitely top-notch. His roasted meat was a specialty. Moreover, the various seasonings in this realm had even more powerful effects. For example, while Su Yuntao didn't find the kind of prickly ash tree from his past life, he did find a type of herb. Its seeds had effects similar to prickly ash, and even better than it. Most of the other seasonings were similar. So the roasted meat Su Yuntao made was more authentic compared to his previous life. The taste was even more delicious. After the three of them had eaten their fill, Su Yuntao let Miao Miao rest in place to adjust her condition. After a quarter of an hour, Miao Miao couldn't wait to get up and walk towards the position designated by Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao also came before her, flipping his palm to reveal 6 blocks of milky white stones. He then pressed them towards the center of the formation in 6 directions, and a hexagram formation appeared beneath Miao Miao's feet. She did not panic, not to mention her already thick nerves. The presence of Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong before her gave her the confidence to remain calm in any situation. Under Su Yuntao's subtle control, the formation slowly rose. He continuously infused soul power from his body into the formation. Then, golden light began to radiate from the formation, flowing towards Miao Miao's feet. At that moment, Miao Miao felt a warm current flowing from her feet towards her hands. When it reached her hands, an unprecedented sensation arose in her palms. Both hands had it. At that moment, Su Yuntao's voice rang out, urging her not to suppress this feeling, but to go along with it, and to extend her hands. Miao Miao followed his instructions, and soon she felt a magical sensation. Slowly opening her eyes, Miao Miao looked at her hands. Golden light was swirling around them, and suddenly a drop of snow-white crystal appeared on her right hand. Before she could investigate what it was, another object appeared on her left hand. A transparent little spider emerged, slowly stretching its small body. Just then, a system notification suddenly echoed in Su Yuntao's mind. Ding! New content detected, personal panel updated. Then, without Su Yuntao's command, the panel appeared before him. Other contents remained unchanged, but a new family member information summary appeared after Su Yuntao's own information, containing basic details about Bibi Dong and Miao Miao, including their martial spirits, soul rings, soul bones, and soul skills. Su Yuntao directly opened the panel regarding Miao Miao, eager to know what that drop of snow-white crystal was. The awakening ceremony was not over yet. Energy continued to flow into Miao Miao's hands, absorbed by the 2 martial spirits. This was the difference of the formation that Su Yuntao redesigned, which could seize the perfect opportunity during the martial spirit awakening to enhance the potential and quality of the martial spirits. Bibi Dong, watching her daughter successfully awaken 2 martial spirits from the periphery of the formation, was overjoyed and did not notice Su Yuntao's distraction. Meow Meow was too focused on her martial spirits to notice either. The panel slowly opened in response to Su Yuntao's thoughts, and below Meow Meow's personal attributes, there was an introduction to the two martial spirits. First was the snow-white crystal in her right hand. Snow Wolf God's Tear. It has the effect of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bone. A purely healing martial spirit, which, when used on oneself, can double its effects. So that's it. After reading the introduction, Su Yuntao felt relieved. It truly was related to himself. He almost thought it had nothing to do with wolves. If it really was a martial spirit unrelated to wolves, Su Yuntao would have to have a serious talk with Bibi Dong. As the two martial spirits in Meow Meow's hands were enveloped in golden light, it proved they were temporarily saturated and could absorb no more energy. Su Yuntao then stopped the operation of the formation and looked at Meow Meow, who was coming out of the formation, and Bibi Dong, who was approaching. Both were puzzled and looked at the calm Su Yuntao with curiosity about this novel martial spirit. Seeing their confusion, Su Yuntao immediately spoke. This is the Snow Wolf God's Tear, a mutated martial spirit, the top healing martial spirit of the continent. The two looked at each other in astonishment, and Bibi Dong asked, Snow Wolf God's Tear? I've never heard of such a martial spirit. Su Yuntao nodded and said, I haven't seen it either, but I came across relevant records while searching through various ancient texts for the god's inheritance site. I don't know the specifics, just that it is a tear shed by a snow wolf god for a beloved one when it became a god. It possesses miraculous effects, reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bone. Meow Meow might not understand this explanation, but Bibi Dong did. She gasped in shock and asked, Reviving the dead? Restoring flesh and bone? How terrifying. Does that mean with this martial spirit, one is inherently in an undefeated position in battle? Su Yuntao nodded affirmatively and added, and the effect on oneself is doubled. Bibi Dong was completely speechless, shocked by the terrifying healing effect of this martial spirit. Meow Meow, on the other hand, did not feel much about it. She wanted a powerful martial spirit, and the appeal of this healing martial spirit was not strong. Therefore, while Bibi Dong was astonished, her gaze had already shifted to the transparent little spider on her left hand. Seeing Meow Meow's calm demeanor, Su Yuntao, knowing his daughter well, realized that this little one must be dismissing the Snow Wolf God's Tear because it was a healing-type spirit. Without paying further attention to Bibi Dong's astonishment, Su Yuntao began to introduce Meow Meow's second martial spirit again. This martial spirit was also a mutated martial spirit, a mutated form of a beast martial spirit, which could fight independently without needing to be attached to a martial spirit. At this point, Su Yuntao unconsciously glanced at Bibi Dong and continued. There was once a martial spirit of a person that resembled your martial spirit's form. Both could exist independently and were individual entities, quite similar to our companion beasts. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Bibi Dong immediately thought of the man she had personally dealt with, and her expression became complex as she looked at the transparent little spider in Meow Meow's hand. After listening to Su Yuntao's introduction, Meow Meow then asked, So what is it called? Su Yuntao smiled slightly at the question and said, You can name it yourself. Since it takes the form of a spider, it should be inheriting your mother's martial spirit qualities, which is a very powerful martial spirit. It has strong combat power, and you can develop it towards a combat-oriented direction in the future. However, whether to focus on strong attack or agility attack, you need to decide the path yourself. On the system panel, Su Yuntao did not see much information on the introduction of Meow Meow's second martial spirit. There were only a few sentences. The martial spirit's name was listed as unknown, the category was spider, and the level was beyond that of Spider King. Then there were suggestions for the martial spirit's cultivation direction, combat-oriented, with both agility and strong attack possible, ideally balancing both. Therefore, Su Yuntao didn't have much information, while Bibi Dong had a deeper understanding of this martial spirit. Because the moment this martial spirit appeared, she sensed her two Spider King-level martial spirits had a sense of submission towards it. If not for her own strength being formidable, this feeling of restraint would have been very intense. Thus, Bibi Dong was certain that this was definitely a being of much higher quality than her own Spider King martial spirits. Upon hearing Su Yuntao say that this was a combat-oriented martial spirit, Meow Meow could not hide her joy. After that, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong spoke in unison to Meow Meow. Unless absolutely necessary, do not expose your Snow Wolf God's Tear martial spirit. At the same time, don't attach a soul ring to it. Chapter 201. Innate Full Soul Power? Meow Meow looked at the two of them in confusion. extended her right hand to take another look at the Snow Wolf God tier martial soul. She couldn't discern anything and didn't want to reveal her understanding of the martial soul, but she didn't understand why it couldn't have a soul ring attached. So she asked in puzzlement, why can't it have a soul ring attached? Su Yuntao stepped forward and gently patted her little head, saying, you must know that many people only have one martial soul, and those like you and your mother who possess two martial souls are extremely rare on the entire continent. Yes, I know this. Meow Meow nodded her little head. Su Yuntao smiled with satisfaction and continued, and each person has a limit on the years of soul rings they can absorb. You understand this, right? Yes. Then the question arises, for people like you who have two martial souls, can the soul ring for the second martial soul be attached later when you reach a higher level? Upon hearing this, the clever Meow Meow immediately understood Su Yuntao's meaning and looked at both of them in surprise, saying, in that case, can I wait until I reach title Douluo before attaching a soul ring to the Snow Wolf God tier martial soul? Wouldn't I be able to get a set of 100,000 year soul rings directly then? Just thinking about her soul rings all being red made her little face flush with excitement. Su Yuntao gave her a disapproving glance and said, theoretically, there is such a possibility, but you also have to consider your physical condition. How could you possibly withstand so many 100,000 year soul rings? After hearing Su Yuntao's words, Meow Meow didn't feel discouraged. Instead, a hint of ambition welled up in her heart. Su Yuntao would never have imagined that his daughter would follow the same path as him, focusing on physical cultivation as the main form of training. However, the reasons for their actions were entirely opposite. He didn't need to cultivate because of his soul power level, while Meow Meow wanted to cultivate her soul power better, nurture her martial soul, and fuse with even more powerful soul rings. After understanding her parents' plans, Meow Meow returned to calmness, playing with her future main martial soul, the transparent little spider. Su Yuntao remembered something and asked Meow Meow, have you thought about what to name this martial soul? The first mutated martial soul to appear on the continent has the right to be named. You can give a nice name. Name it. Upon hearing this, not only Meow Meow, but even Bibi Dong became interested. Women's interests are almost the same. The two of them immediately huddled together, discussing what kind of name to choose. Ignoring Su Yuntao's gaze, Su Yuntao could only shake his head and step aside to prepare for Meow Meow's fusion with her accompanying beast. Shortly after, the two of them turned back with excitement, looking at the busy Su Yuntao with knowing smiles. At this point, Su Yuntao had nearly finished setting everything up and soon stood up, seeing the mother and daughter duo staring at him. He smiled and asked, have you thought of a name? Let me hear it, and I'll help you approve it. Under Bibi Dong's encouraging gaze, Meow Meow nodded and said, Purple Emperor Spider. Purple Emperor Spider? Su Yuntao was very surprised, completely unable to understand the connection to the color purple. Seeing that Su Yuntao didn't understand, Meow Meow quickly explained. The reason the name includes the color purple is that the little spider has a hint of purple on its abdomen. Also, its eyes are filled with a noble golden color. So it's called Purple Emperor, and the Spider Emperor is derived from my mother's martial soul name. This name should inherit part of my mother's martial soul. After hearing her explanation, Su Yuntao suddenly understood. There was indeed such a layer of meaning, and it was quite appropriate. Not wanting to dwell on the name any longer, Su Yuntao directly had the rested Meow Meow stand back in the center of the formation. However, he didn't rush to activate the formation, but instead took out a huge crystal ball. This is the crystal ball for measuring innate soul power. Meow Meow, just place one of your hands on it and stimulate the soul power within your body. It will automatically display the level of your soul power. Meow Meow stared at the giant crystal ball in amazement, her voice trembling as she asked, is it really that big? Su Yuntao chuckled proudly and said, I specially modified this to accurately measure your innate soul power. How about that? Hee hee. Bibi Dong, standing by, rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit helpless. You can't blame your husband. Meow Meow followed Su Yuntao's instructions, placed one of her hands on the crystal ball, and slowly stimulated her technique to circulate her soul power. This extra-large crystal ball was much faster than the standard version used on the continent, not just by a factor of one. Just as Meow Meow began to circulate her technique, the data on it started displaying. 010, 20, 3. Su Yuntao's crystal ball was exceptionally accurate, able to sense even the slightest bit of soul power and provide an exact value. The soul power value continued to rise rapidly, soon reaching the first level of innate soul power, and the speed of increase showed no signs of slowing down. Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong were not at all excited about this situation. It was expected that if her innate soul power were below level 10, that would be surprising. In no time, the value reached 9, and at this point, Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong began to feel a little nervous. Tao, she's reached innate soul power level 9, and the value is still rising without slowing down. Bibi Dong, excited, said to Su Yuntao. At this moment, although Su Yuntao was happy, he still suppressed his emotions, knowing that Meow Meow's talent was far more than this. She had even higher potential. 9. At this point, the rate of increase suddenly slowed down, getting stuck at the value of 9. Su Yuntao anxiously watched Meow Meow, who was still steadily circulating her technique. However, Meow Meow was not anxious at all. She was not affected by this value and continued to operate her technique steadily, as usual. Her efforts were not in vain. Just as her technique was halfway through, the value on the crystal ball suddenly jumped to innate soul power level 10. Su Yuntao could no longer contain his emotions, laughing with great joy. Haha, innate full soul power, a talent that is extremely rare on the continent. Meow Meow looked at her father, who was laughing in front of her, puzzled. Her technique had not completely finished the first round, meaning the test was not over yet. And she didn't understand why her father was so happy when her innate soul power value had not truly been tested. After laughing for a while, Su Yuntao finally noticed the problem, looking at his daughter, who still had her little hand on the crystal ball. Moreover, the fluctuations of soul power around her had not truly settled down. Suddenly realizing it wasn't over yet, he quickly reined in his smile and observed the state of the crystal ball with a serious expression, fearing it might malfunction and interrupt his daughter's test. Su Yuntao's serious expression was pulled back to reality by Bibi Dong, who was engulfed in endless joy, and he immediately noticed Meow Meow's condition. He stared at Meow Meow in shock, constantly murmuring in his heart, "It's the same situation as with Schwerer. Innate super soul power." At this moment, the crystal ball, which was stuck at the level of innate soul power level 10, began to increase in value again. 10, 5, 10, 7, until the value broke through the boundary of 19 and reached 19.9. Both of them held their breath, fearing they would disturb Meow Meow's state. As Meow Meow completely finished operating her cultivation method, the value on the crystal ball that tested soul power stabilized at 25. Meow Meow slowly withdrew her little hand, staring at the value that represented her innate soul power, and was also at a loss for words for a long time. After causing so much trouble in the academy, how could she not understand what this innate soul power value represented? Chapter 202. Fusion of the accompanying beast. Su Yuntao was the first to regain his composure. He directly put the testing crystal into his storage ring in front of the two. Don't mention the matter of innate soul power to outsiders. At most, it's innate soul power level 10, understand? Seeing both of them nod, Su Yuntao then withdrew his serious expression. It wasn't that Su Yuntao couldn't handle the matter of innate super soul power, but because he and the others were about to leave the continent for the divine realm. There were too many uncertain factors, and it was better for his daughter to hide a little more to avoid being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Once both of their emotions settled, Su Yuntao took Meow Meow to the formation where the evil eye tyrant was located. This formation was prepared for her to fuse with the accompanying beast, so there was no need to deal with extra matters. Manipulating the formation, he confined the evil eye tyrant's phantom soul beast to a specific position, and then he let Meow Meow enter the formation. A giant yin-yang fish appeared in the formation after Meow Meow entered. Meow Meow was on the white fish side, while the evil eye tyrant was on the black fish side, standing opposite each other. Once Meow Meow was ready, Su Yuntao activated the formation with all his might, and divine powers surged toward the formation where Meow Meow was. He then glanced at Bibi Dong, who was on standby, and she took out the 100,000-year head soul bone that Su Yuntao had used to seal the evil eye tyrant's powers. Following Su Yuntao's earlier instructions, she directly imprinted it on a core node of the formation. Su Yuntao's gaze focused as endless divine consciousness surged toward the soul bone, and he saw the soul bone slowly floating up. Under an incomprehensible force, it gradually moved to a position above Meow Meow's head. Countless energies surged into the soul bone, transforming its structure. The head soul bone, which was as white as jade, turned into a rose gold-colored head soul bone. The entire soul bone's temperament changed drastically, losing its previous gentle jade-like quality, appearing exceptionally noble. At this moment, a massive golden wheel appeared behind Su Yuntao, representing the successful cultivation of his master's divine kingdom. An overwhelming aura surged endlessly into the soul bone, undergoing the final transformation. Not long later, the soul bone turned milky white again, but still retained a hint of golden luster. It was only when this state appeared that Su Yuntao stopped his actions, slightly panting as he controlled the formation to place the soul bone into Miao Miao's embrace. Bibi Dong, seeing Su Yuntao's laborious appearance, knew he had consumed too much energy for the time being and said nothing. Immediately, she replaced Su Yuntao and shouted to Miao Miao. Miao Miao quickly absorbed the soul bone. Inside the formation, Miao Miao did not lose her perception of the outside world and could see everything Su Yuntao was doing. With a lump in her throat, she received the soul bone that had fallen from above her head and began to absorb it as instructed by her mother. After Su Yuntao's transformation, this soul bone's quality even exceeded that of a million-year soul bone. Moreover, there was no hindrance to Miao Miao's absorption, allowing her to gently absorb it into her body. It then appeared at the position of her brain, quietly merging with Miao Miao's own skull. There were no unexpected occurrences. The fusion process was smoothly completed under the protection of Su Yuntao's divine power. Outside the formation, Su Yuntao saw that Miao Miao had entered a stable fusion process and temporarily stopped manipulating the formation to keep it silent. He took out a large number of items to replenish his consumed energy from his storage ring, including pills and various rare herbs. Relying on the extraordinary strength of his body, he saved time by swallowing them all at once. Then, he activated the body refining technique, absorbing the medicinal power from those items at an astonishing speed, replenishing himself. In less than a quarter of an hour, Su Yuntao returned to his peak state. Without any hesitation, Su Yuntao immediately resumed control of the formation. To Miao Miao, who had completed the fusion of the head soul bone, he shouted, "Calm your mind and focus. Operate your mental power technique. Don't panic in any situation, just operate the technique. I am here for everything." Su Yuntao's voice gave Miao Miao immense psychological comfort, and her anxiety was instantly calmed. The crucial moment arrived, and Su Yuntao began the process of fusing the accompanying beast in the formation. Although he had done this countless times before and had modified it for Bibi Dong to fuse with the deep-sea demon whale king, he still felt a bit worried at this moment. Fortunately, the evil eye tyrant had been stripped of all thoughts by Su Yuntao, only thinking about survival. Thus, everything proceeded smoothly without any unexpected changes, which made Su Yuntao breathe a sigh of relief. The evil eye tyrant successfully entered Miao Miao's martial soul, the purple emperor spider, causing the originally transparent purple emperor spider to undergo an unknown change once again. Its originally transparent body gradually became illusory. Seeing this change, Su Yuntao immediately covered it with his divine consciousness, wanting to understand the specific situation at the first moment. Fortunately, he did not sense anything unfavorable within, so he relaxed a bit and continued to control the formation to proceed with the predetermined process. The subsequent processes went smoothly and matched the previous changes without any other surprises. The fusion of the accompanying beast successfully concluded, and Su Yuntao immediately entered the now-stop formation to come before Miao Miao. He carefully checked to see if she had undergone any unexpected changes. At this time, Bibi Dong also arrived, having fewer concerns than Su Yuntao, and directly began to check. After the two carefully examined her, they found no unexpected situations and finally set aside all their worries. Miao Miao was still immersed in the changes after the fusion, being moved around like a puppet by Bibi Dong. Soon she regained her senses, but she was still shocked by her father's grand gesture. Dad, with just a gentle call. Su Yuntao felt delighted, knowing what his daughter was thinking. He waved his hand to interrupt her words. Miao Miao, seeing this, said nothing more and simply hugged him gently. This made the busy Bibi Dong feel a bit jealous, but she didn't interrupt them in a disheartening way. Soon the two separated, and Su Yuntao once again took out his huge crystal and placed it in front of them. Miao Miao, try testing it again and see how much soul power you have now. Miao Miao nodded, removing her small hand from the range and placing her palm on the crystal. As soon as she activated her technique, it began to operate uncontrollably, at least 100 times faster than before. In just 3 seconds, the values on the testing crystal appeared in front of the three. Level 39, Bibi Dong exclaimed softly, looking at Su Yuntao in disbelief, covering her red lips with tears in her eyes. She knew very well that simply merging soul bones and accompanying beast would not yield such a significant soul power feedback, because the accompanying beast, after all, only merged into the martial soul, and the feedback to the owner's soul power cultivation was not much. As for this soul bone, It existed primarily to seal the cultivation of the evil eye tyrant, providing a maximum of less than 5 levels of soul power feedback to Miao Miao. The surplus levels clearly came from Su Yuntao's earlier self-sacrifice. He used a small portion of his divine power and most of the power from the divine kingdom of Dao to modify the soul bone, and a small portion transformed into Miao Miao's soul power cultivation. This allowed her soul power to reach this level. At this time, since Miao Miao had not yet condensed her spirit ring, she was still just a soul master. It could be said that the soul power level displayed on the crystal was Miao Miao's innate soul power level. This meant that Su Yuntao had forcibly elevated Miao Miao's talent level. He had increased her foundational talent, which undoubtedly brought her great benefits. However, Su Yuntao was undoubtedly not satisfied with this level. In his opinion, it should have reached around level 40. But now it was only 39, causing Su Yuntao to frown in dissatisfaction. He thought for a moment and went to the system's shop to buy a AidsTang pill. He approached Miao Miao, flipped his palm, and a round pill appeared in his hand. He held the AidsTang pill in front of Miao Miao, filled with expectation, and said, "Take this pill. It should help you reach level 40. Chapter 203. 10,000 years. Miao Miao took the pill that Su Yuntao handed to her, curiously examining it for a while. Under the expectant gazes of Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong, she placed it in her mouth and swallowed it. Then she sat cross-legged on the ground, began to operate her technique, and digest the pill. As soon as the AidsTang pill entered her mouth, it transformed into a stream of heat that surged into her stomach. With the gradual operation of her technique, the rich and pure medicinal power began to transform into a concentrated energy, mixing into her soul power throughout her body. During the process of transporting soul power, it slowly mobilized to various parts of her body, gradually merging into all her cells. Miao Miao did not feel any discomfort during this process. However, her external appearance was somewhat alarming. As her technique operated, her skin began to turn bright red. Hot steam rose from the top of her head, making her look as if she had been placed in a sauna. Su Yuntao was very clear about the effects of this pill and, seeing the situation, felt no worry. This was a very normal process. The AidsTang pill's function was to modify the bones and enhance the physical potential of the user. This was the process of modifying bones. During this process, her body structure would gradually become more reasonable and superior. The medicinal power was very rich, and this process lasted a full day and night. As Miao Miao slowly expelled some black impurities from her body, most of the medicinal power in the AidsTang pill was successfully consumed. The remaining parts would settle deep within Miao Miao's body, providing her with endless benefits for her future cultivation. Gurgle, with the sound of her stomach growling. Miao Miao opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Bibi Dong, covering her mouth, chuckled and pointed at the dirt on her body, saying, "Hurry up and wash up. The barbecue will be ready soon." At this point, Su Yuntao also noticed Miao Miao waking up. He was roasting a lot of soul beast meat nearby. Knowing that with the end of the cleansing process, Miao Miao's body would consume a large amount of energy and feel hungry was completely normal. Miao Miao looked at herself, covered her nose in surprise, and hurriedly walked to the bathtub that Bibi Dong had prepared for her. While Miao Miao was cleaning herself, Su Yuntao's barbecue was quickly ready, and he began eating with Bibi Dong. During the time they waited for Miao Miao to wake up, neither of them rested. Soon, Miao Miao was dressed neatly and came to the fire, quickly grabbing the barbecue and stuffing it into her mouth, completely losing the ladylike demeanor she usually had during meals. Bibi Dong watched her devour the food with delight and occasionally helped her pass the barbecue. After finishing his meal, Su Yuntao busied himself with the next steps, which involved letting Miao Miao independently condense her spirit ring, ensuring that the energy supply was uninterrupted. This required Su Yuntao to monitor continuously, and at this time, he also needed to check in advance to prevent any unexpected situations. When the two finally finished eating, Su Yuntao returned to them and took out his testing crystal. He placed the crystal in front of Miao Miao, signaling her to test again. This test did not surprise Su Yuntao. As expected, she had indeed reached level 40 and even advanced a step further beyond level 40. The test results settled at 34th level, and Su Yuntao happily put the crystal away. Next, it's time to help you condense your spirit ring. Are you ready? Finally, they reached this step. Miao Miao looked at Su Yuntao with shining eyes and nodded firmly. The first step for a soul master is to obtain their first spirit ring, marking her official entry into the cultivation of soul power. She could be respected by countless ordinary people as Lord Soul Master. This was a very important symbol for a little girl who desperately desired strength. Taking Meow Meow to the designated area, Su Yuntao had her stand in the center. He took out the spirit control bottle and released the special energy he had collected into the area. Summon your martial soul, the purple emperor spider. After that, it will guide you in what to do. Meow Meow followed the instructions and summoned the purple emperor spider martial soul, which was still palm-sized. Under the control of the evil tyrant's consciousness, it slowly descended into the area. Then its body began to swell in size, and in no time, it grew to the size of a water buffalo. After reaching this size, the changes slowly came to a stop. Meow Meow looked at her companion beast with joy, feeling very satisfied with its transformation. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three, the companion beast slowly extended an energy channel towards Meow Meow from within itself. It was also frantically absorbing the special energy released by Su Yuntao in the surrounding area. With a sufficient supply of energy, in no time, a white halo appeared around Meow Meow. Of course, this was just the beginning. The soul ring had not yet fully formed. However, the appearance of this white halo indicated that the soul ring had successfully condensed, albeit only at the 10-year level. It still needed to go through a subsequent solidification process for the quality of the soul ring to continue improving. Seeing that the special energy in the area was rapidly decreasing, Su Yuntao understood that Meow Meow had entered a new stage of soul ring condensation. He immediately released the speed of energy release from the spirit bottle, allowing more energy to flow into the area. The process of Meow Meow improving the quality of her soul ring was very rapid. In a short time, the color of the soul ring changed to purple. This indicated that she had successfully condensed a 1,000-year soul ring, but the process was still not over. Meow Meow's companion beast was working even harder to absorb the energy provided by Su Yuntao. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and directly released all the remaining special energy from the spirit bottle. This was to supply Meow Meow's soul ring condensation. And thankfully, all of this was not in vain. Soon, the color of the soul ring on Meow Meow's body underwent a significant change. It transformed from purple to black, occasionally turning black, but always falling just short, reverting back to deep purple. This back-and-forth transformation continued, and, at that moment, a voice rang in Su Yuntao's ear. Unseal a bit of my strength to provide energy for this girl. Su Yuntao abruptly looked up at the companion beast in the arena, which was being forcefully sustained. Internally, it should be considered as the evil tyrant ruler. Evil tyrant ruler? He quickly contemplated this suggestion in his mind and realized that it was indeed a good method, but he was reluctant to do so. However, this suggestion led Su Yuntao to find a better solution. He directly linked his divine consciousness to the soul bone on top of Meow Meow's head, releasing a trace of his power from it. Since the soul bone had long been integrated into Meow Meow's skull, this energy could also be considered as belonging to her. Therefore, the trace of divine power released by Su Yuntao merged into Meow Meow's soul power without any rejection. In an instant, it caused her body to shine with a golden light. Her soul power was tinged with a golden sheen. Just this moment of change successfully pushed the color of the soul ring on her body to the black level. 10,000 years. Su Yuntao let out a sigh of relief, finally achieving his initially set goal. In fact, he was aware that he had slightly underestimated the situation, which caused Meow Meow to gain this 10,000-year soul ring with many ripples. This was because he did not account for Meow Meow's innate soul power being below level 40, precisely stuck at level 39. If she had surpassed level 40 or was far from level 40, like around level 35 or 36, Su Yuntao would not have been so eager to help her reach level 40. This led to a slight mishap. After the washing of the I Jing Dan, Meow Meow inevitably lost part of her mental state. This was why she lacked a bit of momentum during the soul ring condensation. However, the final result was still good. Su Yuntao's ultimate goal was successfully achieved. Chapter 204. War mobilization after the soul ring successfully condensed. Su Yuntao did not let her continue to condense the next soul ring. At this time, Meow Meow's state was not suitable for further condensation, so he stopped the operation of the formation and the supply of special energy. Su Yuntao and the others quietly waited for Meow Meow, who was still adapting to the changes in her strength, to awaken, without disturbing her. At this moment, Meow Meow, who had successfully condensed the 10,000-year soul ring, was immersed in an unknown space. Before her was an expanse of emptiness, and within the endless void lay a giant, transparent spider. Meow Meow knew that this was her martial soul, her current companion beast. She slowly walked towards the spider's position and gently placed her small hand on one of its massive legs. Carefully feeling the touch in her hand, Meow Meow revealed a heartfelt smile. With a loud bang, the entire illusion slowly shattered and disappeared, and Meow Meow opened her eyes. Looking down at her palm, the now shrunk, purple Emperor Spider was tiredly lying in her hand. As if sensing her thoughts, the Spider Emperor also raised its small head, its multiple eyes simultaneously locking onto Meow Meow. Meow Meow grinned widely, revealing 8 big white teeth, which shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. Seeing that Meow Meow had awakened, Su Yuntao quickly walked to her side and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" He did not immediately inquire about what soul skill she had obtained, but instead expressed his care. Bibi Dong also quickly approached, looking at Meow Meow with equal concern. Meow Meow happily jumped into her arms, tilting her small head and slowly said, "I feel great. It's unprecedentedly awesome." "Ha! That's wonderful," Bibi Dong said, stroking her head proudly. Su Yuntao beside them couldn't hide his smile either. After the emotions of the two calmed down, Su Yuntao said, "This time, we only need to condense one soul ring. When you are ready in the future, we will proceed with the next soul ring's condensation. It would be unwise to rush the condensation now. Do you understand?" After leaving Bibi Dong's embrace, Meow Meow nodded in understanding upon hearing Su Yuntao's words and said, "I understand. Although I want to become stronger, I will never choose to sacrifice my future." Meow Meow's words made Su Yuntao very gratified. Being able to let go is a necessary mindset to become a strong person. After the three tidied up, they headed back towards the island in the lake. Su Yuntao and Bibi Dong deliberately lagged a little behind, walking side by side in the last position. "Tao, how much time do we have left?" Bibi Dong asked, her mood no longer as happy as before, but rather somewhat worried. Su Yuntao walked a couple of steps forward in silence, paused for a moment, and turned to look at Bibi Dong. After a short while, Su Yuntao replied, "At most a month, the Tao passage has been prepared. This time the passage is completely open, meaning both sides can enter each other's worlds. We can enter the divine realm, and they can come here." Bibi Dong was evidently taken aback by Su Yuntao's words, but she quickly calmed her emotions. "This time we go back. Let's directly notify Schwerer to start preparing for war. In the remaining time, we should try to help Meow Meow condense all her soul rings. Hopefully, there is still time, otherwise, she will have to rely on herself." Su Yuntao was worried about Bibi Dong and didn't know how to persuade her, so after thinking for a while, he made a decision. He looked seriously in her eyes and said, "Stay here." Just these 4 words made Bibi Dong stop in her tracks. Looking at Su Yuntao beside her, she choked up and didn't know what to say. The difficult choice left her completely at a loss. Su Yuntao knew the dilemma in her heart, so he pretended to be very relaxed and said, "You saw my strength last time. Those guys in the divine realm can't threaten me." Whether it was his relaxed demeanor that affected Bibi Dong, she slowly pulled Su Yuntao into her embrace. The two stayed in place, while Meow Meow had already returned home and fell asleep. After a long time, Bibi Dong finally released Su Yuntao, turned her head, and pretended to be relaxed as she said, "I'll wait for you to come back." Upon hearing her words, Su Yuntao smiled broadly, revealing 8 pearly white teeth, and took her delicate hand. The two walked side by side towards the center of the lake island. After resting for a night, Bibi Dong arrived at the imperial capital and met with the prepared Qian Renxue. The two discussed for an entire day. When Bibi Dong left, Qian Renxue saw her off, standing silently on the city wall as she watched her mother leave. Once she could no longer see her figure, Qian Renxue retracted her tenderness, becoming very dignified as she turned and walked into the palace. Soon after, a decree was issued from the palace, and not long after, the entire empire went into a frenzy. The content of the decree was roughly as follows. After confirmation by the empire, there exists another world beyond the continent, and the empire has decided to mobilize for a nationwide war. All citizens of the empire with cultivation above martial emperor can register for battle. The rules for military merit rewards will follow the previous regulations. The rules for military merit rewards were proposed by Su Yuntao during the empire's preparations for war against the Sun and Moon Empire, and were drafted jointly by Qian Renxue and the empire's ministers. In fact, this was a military merit system that Su Yuntao referenced from the Qin Empire of his past life, but it underwent significant changes based on the circumstances of the continent. It was very suitable for the national conditions of the Wuhuan Empire and played a huge role in the last war, motivating the soldiers to put in great effort. The emergence of this decree instantly ignited the entire empire, and everyone was eager for military merit. Everyone wanted to participate in this war mobilization. But the conditions in the decree disqualified most people. As a result, they all expressed their intention to participate to their respective managing officials. This public sentiment quickly reached Qian Rinchue's hands. After understanding the situation, she felt very gratified by the support of the empire's citizens. However, this action could not rely solely on numbers, so she had to come out and explain. Subsequently, a public notice was dispatched from the imperial capital to all territories of the empire. It now informed that I am aware of the public's intentions, but the newly discovered world is filled with powerful beings, which ordinary citizens cannot participate in. I have received your hearts. The empire has decided that 80 of the benefits gained from this war will be used to build numerous public facilities for the empire, to compensate the public for their support. Once this announcement was made, the hearts of the entire empire were immediately united around Qian Rinchue and the empire. A wave of public support was easily stirred up, with everywhere praising the greatness of the empire and the majesty of the empress. As a mobilization order was issued, countless powerful beings arrived at the imperial capital's reception center to register for war. Of course, such a grand event also involved several major, direct military corps of the empire, which sent their most elite members in accordance with the mobilization order. Under the guidance of the staff in the imperial capital, these personnel arrived at the garrison camp that guarded the imperial capital. Qian Rinchue had long been waiting there, and, after several rounds of screening, a total of over 36,000 people were successfully selected. These more than 30,000 individuals will be the supporting force for Su Yuntao's assault on the Divine Realm. Their average strength was above Soul Emperor, and for the next month, they will be personally trained by Wang Hu, the leader of the Imperial Guards. This was to ensure they understood the basic rules of the battlefield, so they wouldn't be thrown into chaos at the start of the Great Battle. This war would be led by Su Yuntao, with Wang Hu as his assistant, and over 36,000 Soul Emperors as the vanguard. Qian Rinchue and Bibi Dong would no longer participate directly. They would be responsible for logistical support. According to Su Yuntao's simulation process, it was unrealistic to expect a quick victory, and he was prepared for a prolonged war. Under his arrangement, the Academy's Merchant Association began to mobilize, with countless supplies being transported to the desert of the South Road. The passage was located on the continent, but it was right in the middle of the continent's first desert on the South Road. This situation was requested by Su Yuntao to Dao. The main purpose was to avoid exposing the continent directly to the threats of the Divine Realm and to minimize unknown factors. Opening the passage in the desert could provide the continent with a significant buffer zone. Chapter 205. Divine Realm Conference. The passage had not yet been opened. The coordinates were merely confirmed to prevent the gods of the Divine Realm from discovering the passage in advance and landing in this world. As Qian Rinchue mobilized the Empire's forces to prepare for war, the Divine Realm also noticed unusual occurrences. Although Dao had blocked information about the planes from them, preventing them from detailed probing into the news within the continent, the Wuhuan Empire, as the largest force in this plane, could not hide such a large movement from the gods, even if they couldn't grasp detailed information. In the Divine Realm, as the powerful gods arrived, the seats in the conference hall of the Divine Realm Committee were already filled. At this time, only 4 divine kings remained in the Divine Realm. The 5th, the Divine King of Destruction, had long since turned to dust. The Divine Realm chose to selectively forget the death of destruction, as his previous action of eliminating the sea god was a serious violation. Therefore, the gods merely conducted a symbolic investigation into destruction's death before halting their actions. Among all the gods in the Divine Realm, only the god of Shura still had faith in the Douluo continent, while the others chose to abandon it. Moreover, the subordinate planes governed by the Divine Realm were not limited to just the Douluo continent. There were many others. They did not lack this bit of legacy. Thus, despite Su Yuntao's uproar, the Divine Realm did not take further action after destruction's death. However, this time was somewhat extraordinary. The gods of the Divine Realm were well aware that the Wuhuan Empire below had become a top-tier force in the plane. This nationwide, large-scale movement, suspected to be a war mobilization, immediately made the Divine Realm tense. It was evident that they intended to finish the battle below and turn their sights on the Divine Realm. Thus, the Divine Realm's conference was convened under the organization of the evil god. The god of Shura, as the host, spoke first. The changes in the lower plane, the Douluo plane, are known all. How should we approach this matter? The gods all nodded in agreement, recognizing that the words of the god of evil hit the mark. They were not particularly worried about the changes in the Douluo plane below. They only needed a clear stance to face this issue, and in their hearts, they were not concerned that a real conflict would arise. believing that the divine realm would not lose. With so many gods of various ranks present, and 4 top-tier god kings. Although the divine realm had lost 2 relatively powerful gods, its fundamental strength had not been significantly impacted. The god of evil glanced around at the discussing gods, knowing it was time for him to speak up. I have 2 ideas. First, to maintain the dignity of the divine realm, we can take the initiative and send some gods down to teach them a lesson and eliminate the root of the problem. As he spoke, the god of evil's stern face scanned the surroundings. However, just as the goddess of life began to speak, she was interrupted, and the god of evil continued her words, "But we will be restricted by the rules of the plane below, and we can only exert our strength up to the 8th level, just slightly beyond the limit of a soul Douluo. The power of that spirit empire down there should not be underestimated. Even if their top fighters cannot compare to us, they can still use a strategy of overwhelming numbers to trap and slowly wear us down." As the words of the god of evil fell, the expressions of the gods changed repeatedly, and in the end, they all slowly shook their heads. In their hearts, they completely rejected the proposal of the god of evil. Of course, the god of evil, as the proposer, was well aware that this was not particularly realistic. The reason for bringing it up was to raise the vigilance of the gods and make them face this issue seriously. He sensed that, barring any accidents, the empire that unified the entire plane below could not possibly be uninterested in the divine realm. Once the gods had finished their discussions, the god of evil stood up again and said, "Since no one agrees with my first idea, let me share my second idea. The divine realm should prepare for battle. When that ambitious empire below opens the plane passage and reaches the divine realm, we will strike with all our might to erase them." At this moment, the god of good looked at the god of evil with confusion, secretly thinking, why is the god of evil so aggressive today? Is it to take the initiative or to erase them? No one knew about the inner thoughts of the god of good. The gods were indeed moved by the god of evil's proposal. Their own losses were not significant, and it would maintain the dignity of the divine realm, which was quite good. The god of evil understood the thoughts of the gods and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. As expected, they were all a bunch of self-centered fools. It's worth it for me to lay the groundwork in advance. Soon, I will be able to escape this prison of the divine realm. I hope you can lend me some strength. While the gods were still discussing, the god of evil's thoughts drifted back to the first turmoil of the divine realm, recalling the figure he sensed with his powerful divine consciousness. He was not lost in thought for long before the gods concluded their discussions and directly affirmed the god of evil's idea. Thus, this meeting of the divine realm ended rather hastily. The gods all rose into the air, returning to their own abodes, with only the god of evil remaining behind. He followed the god of evil into a secret chamber. The god of Shura sat opposite the god of evil, resting his chin on his hand, curiously examining this man who never showed any emotional fluctuations in the face of any situation. "Hey, I'm really a bit confused. Why are you doing this? First, you had me secretly help that kid down below, and then you pushed the divine realm against him. What exactly are you thinking? I'm completely baffled by you." The god of Shura previously thought that the god of evil was trying to use Su Yuntao to eliminate the god of destruction, this restless element. The subsequent events confirmed his thoughts, but the following developments left him increasingly unclear. The god of evil paused in his tea-drinking action, continuing to drink expressionlessly. Seeing that he had gotten nowhere, the god of Shura stopped talking and began to inquire about other matters concerning the god of evil. "Those old fellows should come out this time, right? Are you confident? If not, we can also use the passage opened by that guy below to escape to the lower plane." The words of the god of Shura were filled with a lack of confidence, and mentioning those people made him feel a deep-seated fear. He was cowardly. He was simply afraid of those gods who had seen action. The god of evil could not help but give him a few disdainful looks upon hearing the word escape. The meaning in those eyes was clear. "Look at you, so cowardly? Why not just call yourself ashamed instead of Shura?" The god of Shura had no reaction to the disdain of the god of evil. His thick skin was truly remarkable. At this moment, the god of evil sighed and said, "If we want to regain our freedom, there are only 2 methods. One is to find an heir recognized by the divine realm. Other gods are fine, but can we 5 find a suitable one? As for the second method, you also know it's just too difficult." Although the god of Shura agreed with this statement, he couldn't help but curl his lips. He mumbled, "I found one before, although I took advantage of the sea god. And if it weren't for that little brat down below, I would have escaped from this sea of suffering long ago." Duong. The god of evil's strength far surpassed that of the god of Shura, and he directly punched him on the head. "Ouch, it hurts." The god of Shura covered his head, which had a large bump, squatting down and repeatedly saying how much it hurt. Once the pain subsided, He quickly stood up and angrily said, "What's the deal? Why did you hit me?" The god of evil had no mood to respond to his words. Still looking gloomily at the teacup in his hand, not receiving any feedback, the god of Shura gradually quieted down. The two fell into silence for a moment, and then the god of evil suddenly said, "Those old fellows, most of them fell when the dragon god attacked last time. Those who didn't die are all seriously injured, so this short amount of time should not be enough for them to recover, and most they will be about as strong as I am." Chapter 206 108 titled Law. The words of the god of evil were not very certain, and the god of Shura beside him understood the reason, because both of them could not ascertain whether those old fellows had any healing sacred medicines or similar items. The god of evil could only make a rough estimation based on the extent of their injuries at that time, whether it was accurate or not. Only the two of them could weigh in their hearts. Afterwards, the two discussed the details of their actions once again, and after going through everything roughly, the god of Shura left the god of evil's palace and headed back to his own territory. After he left, the goddess of life appeared before the god of evil, asking in confusion, "God of evil, are you really going to take such a risk?" The god of evil nodded, not speaking, but the determination in his expression made the goddess of life understand that he had made up his mind, so she decided not to persuade him any further. Resolutely taking the god of evil's hand and saying, "Wherever you go, I will go." Su Yuntao was completely unaware of the various matters concerning the divine realm, and he had been steadily proceeding with his final preparations according to his own plans. A month passed quickly during this busy time. The mobilization for the Empire's war was nearing its end, and almost all the strong individuals within the Wuhuan Empire had been summoned to a military camp in the imperial capital. On that day, Su Yuntao, accompanied by Wang Hu, arrived at this military camp. Wang Hu was the overall head of the conscription, and this time he was not recruiting ordinary soldiers but numerous strong individuals. Therefore, it was necessary to send someone who could maintain order to oversee this task, and Wang Hu readily took on the responsibility. The two arrived at the training ground, and amidst the calls for assembly, all the strong individuals who volunteered for the war gathered in the center of the training ground. There were not many, just about 3,000 people. Su Yuntao glanced over and had a rough estimate in his mind. The Empire's mobilization was indeed very enticing. Among these 3,000 people, there were at least 100 title level strong individuals. Moreover, judging by the intensity of their auras, it was clear that they had only recently broken through. Su Yuntao also sensed the aura of the Imperial Guards among them, which shared a lineage with Wang Hu. He was somewhat taken aback. Wow, there are over 100 title Douluo in the Imperial Guards? When did title Douluo become so common? Although Su Yuntao was quite shocked internally, he maintained a serious expression on the outside. When Wang Hu saw that everyone had assembled, he stepped onto the platform and spoke. "In this past month, I believe everyone has adapted to life in the military camp. The expected time for the war is not far off. This person beside me is His Majesty the Emperor, the commander-in-chief of this war." He then introduced Su Yuntao, who had been standing beside him, to everyone. Su Yuntao nodded to the many strong individuals below as a form of greeting. When Wang Hu handed over the speaking rights to Su Yuntao, he stepped forward. Just this single step released an overwhelming aura reminiscent of ancient times, directly pressuring the entire assembly, except for 108 individuals who managed to stay standing. The rest were forced to kneel on one knee due to this pressure. Of course, many fell directly to the ground under this powerful aura. Su Yuntao was pleased to see the 108 individuals standing. Those who could withstand 1% of his aura without kneeling had some degree of combat power. He then looked at the 10 or so individuals who had fallen, glancing at Wang Hu beside him. Wang Hu instantly understood his intention, turned around, and instructed some of his subordinates waiting on the side. Soon, those individuals were dragged away. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire camp became somewhat silent due to the departure of these individuals. After more than 10 seconds, Su Yuntao withdrew his pressure and slowly spoke. "To be honest, after the events of the past few years, I believe you all know about the gods and the divine realm. Our target in this attack is the divine realm. Those who can withstand my aura this time prove that you will have a chance to survive in battle when you enter the divine realm, and not be killed instantly upon meeting the enemy. Furthermore, if any of you are afraid and do not wish to go, you may apply to leave now. However, after today, there will be no chance to change your mind. If anyone flees from the battlefield, I will eliminate you before you can escape." Su Yuntao's tone was very serious, instilling great confidence in those present, which made them believe that he was a man of his word. Everyone began to contemplate their gains and losses, and seeing this scene, Su Yuntao felt a sense of relief in his heart. He respected those who could make a careful decision or overcome their desire for military merit to take responsibility for their own lives. Whether or not to retreat did not concern Su Yuntao, as he knew that everyone who had come here had their own strengths. Those who did not retreat had extraordinary courage and could fight without backing down. Those who chose to leave were responsible for their own lives and must have their own ties. He believed they would also stand up when their ties were threatened. As the contemplation time ended, Su Yuntao saw everyone present raise their heads openly to look at him. A stiff expression on his face involuntarily turned into a slight smile. Now listen to my orders. Those who are determined to follow me into the divine realm, stand on the right. Those who have concerns and have not made up their minds, stand on the left. Soon, after following Su Yuntao's orders, everyone chose their own path in order. About 300 people chose to withdraw. Su Yuntao nodded at these individuals and said to them, "You may now leave here under the guidance of the guards. Please keep the matter of attacking the divine realm confidential for now. Once the war begins, you are free to do as you wish." After these 300 individuals expressed their gratitude to Su Yuntao, they left the training ground under the guidance of the guards. Next was the arrangement for the remaining 3,000 individuals. Su Yuntao once again looked at the remaining people. "On behalf of the Empire, I express gratitude for your choice." He slightly bowed and then stood straight in front of everyone, saying, "Now, let's proceed with your arrangements. Everyone listen up." Yes. The 108 individuals who had stood until the end under his pressure stepped forward. Yes. The 108 individuals walked to the front of the line and knelt on one knee to pay their respects to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted them up. The 108 individuals did not resist at all under this force. After standing up, they all looked at Su Yuntao with expressions of fear. He took 2 slow steps forward, memorizing the faces of these 108 titled Douluos in his mind. The 3,000-strong individuals will be divided into 108 small teams, each consisting of 28 members, including a team leader. You 108 strong individuals will become team leaders. This expeditionary force to the divine realm would ultimately consist of 3,024 members, with 108 titled Douluo as team leaders. After arranging this army, Su Yuntao and Wang Hu walked side by side back to the imperial capital. On the way, Su Yuntao asked without looking back, "How many among those 108 are your men?" Wang Hu chuckled and replied, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, master. Among these 108 titled Douluo, 72 are from my imperial guards, and 24 were sent by Her Majesty the Empress. I am not clear about their origins. It seems they are from the secret guards. The last 12 are rogue cultivators from the empire who had not yet reached the titled Douluo level when they arrived at the imperial capital. It was the resources granted by the Empress that enabled them to break through." Su Yuntao nodded knowingly. With the unification of the Wuhuan Empire, resources rapidly concentrated within the empire. This allowed Qian Rinxue to have ample resources to train her subordinates, leading to the birth of numerous titled Douluos. Of course, this also meant that the chances of loose cultivators becoming titled Douluos were decreasing. After all, resources were concentrated in the official sector, making it difficult for the common people to find rich resources for breakthroughs to titled Douluo. In situations like Dagubo's previous monopoly on the ice and fire Yinyang, I were no longer possible. Chapter 207 Departure. I understand now. You can go back first. I have something to discuss with the Empress. As the two walked side by side, Su Yuntao paused and said to Wang Hu. Wang Hu, still enthusiastically talking, was interrupted and opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He could only bid farewell to Su Yuntao and head towards the imperial capital alone. After Wang Hu left, Su Yuntao leaped to the royal palace, slightly revealing his aura, and found a pavilion to sit down. The unique pressure belonging to Su Yuntao slightly leaked out, and far away in the hall of politics, Qian Rinxue sensed it. After thinking for a while, she put down her administrative tasks and headed towards the place where Su Yuntao was waiting. This was a flower garden where the Empress rewarded her subjects. And except for the summer, very few people came here. In less than 10 minutes, Qian Rinxue strolled towards the small pavilion where Su Yuntao was sitting. Su Yuntao picked up a kettle and poured her a cup of tea, which he had purchased in the system mall, made from the mother tree of Dahong Pao. The aroma was rich and lasting, refreshing. Qian Rinxue picked up the cup of tea Su Yuntao poured for her, gently blew on it, took a sip, and savored it. Good tea. Probably only you here in the entire continent could have such wonderful tea. Qian Rinxue clicked her tongue and said softly. Su Yuntao nodded in agreement and waved his hand to put away the kettle along with the tea leaves. This skilled action left Qian Rinxue dumbfounded. Su Yuntao directly ignored her expression and got straight to the point. Those titled Douluos are the foundation of the empire. If too many casualties occur this time, it will shake the very foundation of the empire. I originally planned to only need 9 titled Douluos to help me trap one god. After coming to her senses from Su Yuntao's actions, Qian Rinxue shook her head and said, "As long as I am here, my mother is still here. The Wuhuan Empire will not collapse. I look around the entire continent, and the Wuhuan Empire has no rivals. Born in worry, die in comfort. You said that. The empire needs an enemy." Her words were cold, allowing Su Yuntao to clearly perceive the considerations of an emperor. Afterward, Su Yuntao thought for a moment and realized he really had no reason to say anything else, because Qian Rinxue had long since made plans. Whether there were no casualties or heavy casualties, the divine realm would inevitably become the enemy of the empire, thus providing the empire with reasons and motivation to continue moving forward. Su Yuntao followed Qian Rinxue's thoughts and stopped entangling over this issue, then said after a week, "When the passage opens, I will go in first. An hour later, the army will enter. You and your mother should stay in the imperial capital and go nowhere, ready to use destructive weapons to destroy the passage. If any accidents occur, I will crush this communication talisman, and its sub-talisman will provide a prompt." Su Yuntao took out a small talisman and, in front of Qian Rinxue, put into a small bag and handed it to her. "If there is a violent tremor, it means the passage is about to be lost. You will need to launch the weapon I previously arranged at the first moment. Do you understand?" Su Yuntao asked, not entirely reassured, because Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong were cut from the same cloth. When they set their minds on something, they would not easily change. If they wholeheartedly wanted to rescue him and gave up on destroying the passage, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the empire. Therefore, Su Yuntao kept emphasizing this. Qian Rinxue hesitated for a moment regarding Su Yuntao's instructions and asked, "What about you?" Su Yuntao revealed his signature 8 big white teeth and smiled, saying, "What could happen to me? Even if the passage is lost, I can definitely keep my life. Surviving in the divine realm shouldn't be a problem." Su Yuntao's confidence was infectious, and Qian Rinxue temporarily believed his words, nodding in agreement to this matter. After seeing her agree, Su Yuntao proposed to take his leave and headed towards the direction of South Avenue. He needed to go to the location of the passage a week in advance to scout the terrain and make some preparations. Upon arriving at South Avenue, Su Yuntao plunged into the great desert, relying on the guidance of the Tao in his heart after losing his sense of direction. He didn't know how long he walked when a desolate oasis appeared before him. Arrived. Due to the oasis's abandonment, it had turned into a basin, and at that time, the passage would open at the center of the basin. With a wave of his left hand, a huge light shield enveloped the entire basin. A water lily appeared in his hand, and he poured it down towards the center of the basin, causing a clear stream of water to appear. In less than 15 minutes, the entire basin was filled with clear water. He then took out green plants one by one and transplanted them around the basin. These plants were drought-resistant and heat-resistant, making them easy to survive in the desert. Su Yuntao put in so much effort to transform this area, mainly because the large troops would be stationed here in the future. Some degree of transformation was necessary. A week's time was enough for Su Yuntao to complete all the transformation work, and he also left a day to return and meet the large troops. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose direction. After all, there had been sole master-level experts who went missing in this great desert. As the large troops packed up to depart, there were many tasks to handle, which Su Yuntao was too lazy to deal with, leaving everything to his deputy Wang Hu. He himself walked at the front of the large troops, guiding the way. Since the army's advancing speed was constant, they couldn't just run freely. They still had to maintain the basic formation. Therefore, the speed was not fast, taking a total of 10 days to barely reach the center of the desert. When the large troops arrived at the camp transformed by Su Yuntao, they were all stunned. It was hard for them to imagine that this could be accomplished by human effort. They arrived at the camp specially designated by Su Yuntao, quickly washed up, and then all rested. Despite everyone having strong cultivation, they still felt quite fatigued after the long journey. The next day, under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Yuntao arrived at the center of the lake surface. 1 meter below the lake surface would be where the passage would open. He stood on the lake's surface, facing everyone, and said, "I will enter the passage for 1 hour. If nothing happens, you will enter in order. The titled Douluos will go in first, followed by the others. Is that clear?" "Yes." Su Yuntao felt relieved when he saw the imposing aura, divine power, surged from his body, parting the lake water in the area, and soon a formation disc appeared in his hand. After his last visit to the divine realm, he had left behind coordinate information there. This time, with the assistance of Tao, he only needed to open a spatial portal. Compared to the last time, it was much simpler and the cost was significantly lower. He pressed the formation disc directly onto the spatial node. At that moment, the space in this area began to show signs of cracking, like a mirror shattering. Dark cracks appeared, and Su Yuntao stepped back slightly to avoid being drawn into the turbulent flow of time and space by the unstable spatial energy. Under the impetus of Su Yuntao's divine power, the formation disc quickly stabilized the fractured space. The fragmentation of space was suppressed, maintaining a radius of 1 meter. And under the constraints of the formation, it broke into a large circular hole with a diameter of 2 meters. The center of the hole still showed signs of spatial fragmentation, which definitely could not be used as a passage. After seeing that the formation disc successfully stabilized the fractured space, Su Yuntao stepped forward and took out another formation disc. In fact, it should not be called a disc. Shuttle would be a more appropriate term. Su Yuntao attached his divine sense to the formation shuttle and began to communicate with the spatial marker he had left behind. In an instant, his consciousness flew into the divine realm and quickly found the location of the marker he had left before, following the guidance. In a remote corner of the ruins of the sea goddess palace, he had buried the marker he had previously left. Su Yuntao suddenly opened his eyes, holding the formation shuttle, and threw it into the fractured space in front of him. The originally mirror-like circular passage instantly transformed into a pitch-black spatial passage under this action. The formation shuttle, upon successfully entering the passage, reached the marker in the divine realm and quietly settled in a corner of the ruins. The momentary fluctuation of spatial energy was sensed by most of the gods in the divine realm, but due to the recent fall of 2 gods, strange phenomena had been occurring from time to time in the divine realm. The occurrence of spatial fluctuations was not uncommon, so the gods paid little attention to it. Outside, Su Yuntao was continuously sensing the status of the formation shuttle through his divine sense. The moment he passed through the passage, he felt a sense of disconnection from the formation shuttle, which made him somewhat anxious. However, soon after the shuttle settled down, Su Yuntao successfully sensed its status when he attempted to make contact. The status was very good. Su Yuntao was extremely happy. It worked. The passage was successfully opened. He immediately placed his hand on the edge of the passage, injecting his strong divine power crazily into it. Although the passage had been successfully opened, it was still unstable, and Su Yuntao needed to spend a day solidifying it. This was to maximize safety, although Su Yuntao would not necessarily be harmed even if he fell into spatial turbulence. This time, he was not alone. There were over 3,000 others who needed to pass through the passage, so safety had to be guaranteed to the greatest extent. After a day, Su Yuntao withdrew his hand and slowly sat down to adjust his breathing in front of the crowd. Upon seeing Su Yuntao's actions, the onlookers immediately understood that the commander had succeeded. They were all very excited. The true face of the divine realm was finally about to be revealed to everyone, especially the 108 titled Douluo, who were even more thrilled. At their level, once they completed the requirements for the titled Douluo rank, they would face the temptation of becoming gods. The divine realm held a strong allure for them, not because they wanted to join, but because they wanted to see its true nature. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yuntao had recovered part of the divine power he had lost and slowly stood up. He turned to the crowd that had been watching him from a distance and waved his hand. Then he looked at Wang Hu, signaling him to see if he was ready. Wang Hu immediately nodded vigorously, indicating that he was ready at any time. Su Yuntao felt completely relieved at his affirmative response and slowly turned his gaze back to the pitch-black passage. After confirming with the formation shuttle in the divine realm once more, he stepped into the passage. With a swoosh, Su Yuntao's entire body disappeared. The moment his foot touched the passage, he felt a tremendous pulling force. He did not resist this force. Instead, he followed it, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived once again in the divine realm. His body appeared in a corner of the ruins, and the black formation passage lasted only a moment before disappearing. This was the effect of the formation shuttle, which had an invisibility formation that could hide all fluctuations and auras within a limited space. However, the moment the passage appeared indicated that the energy fluctuations generated when the passage transmitted objects exceeded the concealment capacity of the formation. Su Yuntao immediately began his work, checking for leaks and upgrading the invisibility formation. An hour passed quickly, and the agreed time with the main force arrived. Su Yuntao's divine sense suddenly sensed a faint spatial energy fluctuation in this space. Soon, Wang Hu's figure appeared in front of him. "Teacher, is this the divine realm?" Wang Hu asked, looking at the ruins with some surprise. He did not feel much difference between this divine realm and the continent. Su Yuntao nodded and said, "This is a space created during my battle with the God King. It has lost some of its divine realm appearance. In fact, in other parts of the divine realm, the spiritual energy is more than twice as strong as that of the continent." Although Wang Hu did not fully understand what spiritual energy was, he could guess it was the energy absorbed from the outside world during cultivation. So that's how it is, Wang Hu realized, but then suddenly froze in place, looking at Su Yuntao with a shocked expression. This massive ruin was left behind by his teacher's battle. His heart was filled with amazement. Although he had already highly estimated his teacher's strength, he had thought that at most, it was just a little stronger than someone who had just become a god. However, the intuitive feeling from this ruin was that it was even more terrifying than a natural disaster. Chapter 208. Wang Hu's change of mind as they exchanged questions and answers. The members of the main force from the lower realm gradually arrived in the divine realm. According to the requirements Su Yuntao had previously communicated, they quietly found cover and ambushed, maintaining complete silence throughout. Their well-trained state eased Su Yuntao's worries a lot. Once the personnel were gathered, Su Yuntao directly instructed them to build an underground camp beneath the ruins as their temporary hiding place. The battle must begin, but a temporary camp is also necessary. One cannot recklessly charge forward. After arranging all the members, Su Yuntao concealed himself and stealthily approached the location of a second-tier god according to the previous map. This was the closest god's residence, and his strength was not particularly formidable, making him a suitable target for the team to practice on. Soon, he arrived at the god's palace, but he sensed no life presence within. Not home, Su Yuntao reluctantly decided to wait and see if the god would return. It was not easy to find such a fitting practice opponent. As the sky gradually darkened, a figure slowly appeared not far from his hiding spot. The figure walked unsteadily, and Su Yuntao immediately recognized that this guy was drunk. Perfect. Concealing himself, Su Yuntao approached the unknown god from behind, took out a mysterious black stick that seemed to have come from nowhere, and struck him on the back of the head. The god, who had a somewhat tall physique, slowly collapsed beside Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao crouched down, poked him with the stick, and seeing that he was completely unconscious, he hoisted him onto his back and headed towards their hiding place. Arriving at the ruins of the sea god's palace, Su Yuntao tossed the unfortunate fellow onto the ground. He then communicated with Wang Hu at their base, instructing him to bring out the troops. Before long, about 3,000 people had gathered, all curiously examining the unconscious god. The others, wary of Su Yuntao's authority, did not dare to step forward for a closer look and instead stood in place, tugging at their heads in curiosity. However, Wang Hu had no such reservations. He walked directly to the unfortunate god's side and poked him with his hand. With a hint of surprise, he said, "Oh, just like us, he has a physical body." Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Su Yuntao couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied, "Of course he has a physical body, but your bodies and his body are not on the same level. This is called a divine body." Wang Hu, not offended by his teacher's retort, chuckled and continued poking the god. Su Yuntao slowly walked in front of the crowd, pointing at the god on the ground still being prodded by Wang Hu, and said, "This is a god from the divine realm, but he belongs to the weakest kind. He is not much different from us, just a bit stronger. There's no need to fear, just go for it." He then spread his hands, pressing downwards to signal the somewhat restless crowd to remain silent. He continued, "I will set up this place a bit, then wake this god up for you to practice on." Upon hearing this, everyone's enthusiasm was instantly ignited, their eyes gleaming like wolves watching Su Yuntao and the god on the ground. Wang Hu, who had been studying the unfortunate fellow, immediately lifted his head upon hearing Su Yuntao's words. "Teacher, let me do it. I want to know how far I am from being a god." Su Yuntao had initially planned for everyone to form a battle formation to confront the unlucky god, but since Wang Hu had made such a request, he decided to go along with it. "All right, but if you can't handle it, stop immediately and I'll rescue you." Su Yuntao then, under everyone's expectant gaze, slowly established an isolated formation space in the ruins. He then tossed the unfortunate god into the formation space. After completing these tasks, Su Yuntao glanced at Wang Hu and nodded to him, saying go. Wang Hu took a deep breath and decisively stepped into the formation space. This formation space was an independent small fragment of space, essentially not within the divine realm. Therefore, everyone could not see the specific battle scene and anxiously looked at Su Yuntao, their commander. Su Yuntao, of course, was aware of this situation. He calmly took out a projection stone and directed it toward an empty area. He commanded everyone to sit around it so they could all see. The projection was three-dimensional, allowing them to clearly observe all the details of Wang Hu's actions after entering the space. Soon, the projection displayed the scene. Wang Hu had just walked into the space, which was a wide expanse with a radius of several thousand miles. The unfortunate god was slowly waking up, and Wang Hu immediately spotted him. However, Wang Hu did not take the opportunity to attack. He wanted to test his strength through a real battle. Thus, he stood at a distance, remaining vigilant. With Su Yuntao's help, the god quickly awakened. Groggily looking around the unfamiliar environment, he initially thought he was still in a dream. However, as a god, he quickly sensed that something was off. Instantly alert, he sprang to his feet in a defensive posture and scanned the surroundings. Turning around, he spotted Wang Hu watching him from a distance, and his hair stood on end. Cautiously, he asked, "Who are you? Where am I?" Seeing his opponent awake, Wang Hu grinned, but his expression quickly turned serious. An intense battle aura surged from him. The overwhelming battle intent immediately enveloped the god. The still somewhat confused god sensed the mysterious figure's emanating battle aura. Despite being puzzled, he prepared for combat. Noticing the other side's readiness, Wang Hu nodded at him and, with his hands in a tiger or claw position, unleashed his full power as a tidal Douluo towards him. However, to the god on the opposite side, the power of this attack seemed rather weak, and he was somewhat baffled as to why the other party would want to fight him. He casually swiped his hand, and a battle blade, formed from divine power, appeared in his grasp. Holding the blade horizontally, he easily deflected Wang Hu's attack. Wang Hu's expression changed. He had underestimated the god's strength and wanted to quickly retract his claw strike. Despite his misfortune of being knocked down by Su Yuntao, the god was not someone who lacked ruthlessness to reach this point. The battle blade in his hand transformed its trajectory, now aiming vertically to chop at Wang Hu's arm. Wang Hu's heart tightened, realizing that if he did not respond, he would lose his arm. As the blade approached, Wang Hu let out a roar, and a sound like an ancient tiger's roar erupted from his mouth. In an instant, Wang Hu transformed into a massive black tiger. With his transformation, his change in form allowed his arm to successfully evade the blade's strike. After escaping the danger, a fierce light shone in Wang Hu's eyes. Bloodthirsty brilliance filled his gaze as he closely monitored his opponent, unwilling to attack recklessly. Even the weakest gods in the divine realm are not something mere mortals can easily resist. Wang Hu quickly adjusted his mindset, which was also Su Yuntao's intention, proving that his efforts were not in vain. Outside, Su Yuntao was very pleased that Wang Hu could change as a result. It could be said that the purpose of this battle had been achieved. Inside the space, Wang Hu's tiger-like eyes were fixed on his opponent, making the other party hesitant to act recklessly. That god was not a fool. Although he had the upper hand earlier, the state of his opponent was clearly off, so he was not in a hurry to act. The two sides stood off against each other, causing the spectators outside to grow tense. They were not naive. They understood that the longer the standoff lasted, the greater the psychological pressure on both sides. Whoever first broke and launched an attack would naturally fall into a disadvantage. However, Su Yuntao did not see it this way. He knew that the god was overly cautious. He had come to an unfamiliar place and encountered an unknown person. Naturally, he associated Wang Hu with this unknown space, believing that he had been brought here by Wang Hu, which made him worried and reluctant to take the initiative. Once they truly started fighting, that god would discover that Wang Hu's real strength was not as strong as his own. Only then would he completely reveal his divine power. This was the moment Su Yuntao had been waiting for, and he was ready to provide assistance at any time. Inside the space, with both sides in a standoff, it was ultimately the enraged Wang Hu who first lost patience. Transforming into a phantom, he charged at his opponent. The other party's eyes narrowed as his divine sense surged forth, immediately capturing Wang Hu's figure. Above, he quickly raised his head and leaned back, swiftly retreating. He dodged Wang Hu's tiger claw attack, leaving 3 lingering marks in the fragmented space. Dodged? Wang Hu looked at his opponent in shock. He was unaware that the other party possessed a divine sense, and seeing how easily he avoided his attack left him astounded. Outside, Su Yuntao watched this scene and slowly shook his head, secretly lamenting that he was glad he had held back and didn't let them directly battle the gods of the divine realm. Inside the space, the god who had just dodged the attack looked at Wang Hu with a puzzled expression, contemplating. Unwilling to back down, Wang Hu launched 2 tentative attacks against the other party. After these 2 attacks, the god understood that Wang Hu was not the mastermind who had brought him here. With that realization, he no longer had doubts and began to counterattack Wang Hu. A battle blade formed from concentrated divine power slashed toward Wang Hu. Relying on the speed he gained from his transformation, which was not inferior to that of an average god, Wang Hu barely managed to evade the dense attacks. However, he soon found himself in a precarious situation, feeling increasingly anxious. Wang Hu thought to himself, this won't do. Sooner or later, he would fall into the opponent's hands. Resolutely, Wang Hu decided to use his martial soul true form. He activated all of his soul skills at once. After receiving a massive boost, Wang Hu directly faced the opponent's strike head-on. Countless spatial cracks appeared at the point of contact between their attacks, shattering outward. The opponent likely did not expect that the one he had been toying with could unleash a blow capable of resisting his attack. For the first time, he was pushed back several meters. Wang Hu gained a moment of respite and immediately began to adjust his breathing, secretly gathering his final strength. Seeing this, Su Yuntao thought to himself, it's over. Indeed, resisting a god with a mortal body is still a bit too much. The battle situation unfolded just as Su Yuntao had anticipated. After Wang Hu unleashed a strike that concentrated his final power, he was easily shattered by the opponent. Su Yuntao controlled the formation and sent him out. Wang Hu weakly knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. The spectators nearby fell silent. Before coming here, they had all been very enthusiastic, but after witnessing this crushing battle, they all reined in their somewhat inflated spirits. However, it seemed that the blow was a bit too great. Su Yuntao noticed that everyone's faces were not particularly good. It should be known that during previous training, Wang Hu had also fought against the group. At that time, he would often take on more than 10 of them and still handle it with ease. However, this time, Wang Hu was indeed fighting entirely within the opponent's rhythm, making it fair to say he was being toyed with his prey. Seeing this situation, Su Yuntao thought, this won't do. If they lose their confidence in battle, how can they fight later? He then stood up, slowly helped Wang Hu to his feet, and addressed the somewhat disheartened crowd. Everyone, don't be so discouraged. The fact that I brought you here means that you can play a role against the gods of the divine realm. You're not here to die. Su Yuntao's voice carried a touch of his own authoritative power and was filled with confidence. Under the influence of his highly infectious voice, everyone gradually regained a bit of confidence and could lift their heads to face the situation. Earlier, I asked you to practice the battle formation. Did everyone do well? Su Yuntao changed the subject and continued to ask. At this point, Wang Hu, supported by him, gradually regained the strength to stand on his own. He straightened his body, turned around, and stepped away from Su Yuntao's support, his expression very serious as he said, reporting to teacher, the practice of the battle formation has reached an advanced level. Everyone can form the formation to confront the enemy at the first moment in any situation. Chapter 209, 3,000 against 1. Su Yuntao looked at Wang Hu, who was standing in front of him and trying hard to recover, and his heart stirred slightly. He loudly said, very good. This battle formation will be one of your main means to counter the gods in the future. He then scanned all the people around and commanded, now, listen to my orders. Everyone, enter the great formation at once and form the battle array to confront the enemy. Yes, 3,000 people, except for Wang Hu, filed in one after another into the formation space. Su Yuntao then manipulated the formation to temporarily isolate the two sides in different spaces, preventing them from meeting. Once his side of 3,000 people had entered, he removed the barriers between the two sides. As soon as they met, his side's 3,000 people quickly formed a ceaseless battle formation, with all their soul power converging together under the formation's influence. The soul power within the 3,000 bodies was incredibly abundant, radiating a terrifying aura as it circulated within the formation. The god on the opposite side was momentarily stunned upon seeing these 3,000 people, but he quickly reacted and assumed a defensive posture. He had begun to grasp his situation, realizing that an unknown powerful being had likely brought him here to use him as a practice stone for his subordinates. Although he was a god, even if he was one of the dispensable ones in the divine realm, his pride made him feel extremely angry. This mysterious powerhouse could even kill himself. But using himself as a whetstone to fight against a group of people who don't even have a divine body is truly an insult. Therefore, he made up his mind. If you want me to be your whetstone, then I will wear down your subordinates. After this, god resolved to do so. When he first saw the reappearing 3,000 men, apart from the initial caution that made him adopt a defensive posture, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed all his power, instantly activating his unique domain, which then enveloped Su Yuntao's 3,000 subordinates. As soon as the domain appeared, it collided with the battle formation, But the crushing situation he had imagined did not occur. The battle formation held firm. Wang Hu, who was observing, murmured in disbelief. What? It can actually block my domain? What kind of power is this? The god couldn't believe it. However, during the battle, there was no time for him to ponder the reasons. The 3,000 men approached him as if they were one. Among the 3,000, there were 108 leading individuals, all of whom were titled Douluo, their bodies stronger than the others. Their powerful physiques could withstand more soul power within the battle formation, causing their strength to surge dramatically. They would serve as the spearhead of the battle formation, piercing through the enemy. If Wang Hu were among them, he would be the strongest attack point of the entire formation, bearing the most important output role. As for the defense of the formation, it would be jointly borne by the 3,000. As long as the attacks they endured did not exceed the combined limit of all 3,000, it would remain unbreakable. Su Yuntao had tested this. As long as it wasn't a full-force strike from God King, a single hit would not shatter the formation. However, after multiple hits, it could easily break. The 108 people transformed into phantoms, their speed nearly increasing tenfold as they quickly approached the god. The connection of soul power made their movements incredibly unified. Using soul power as a spear and mental power as a mirror, striking towards the location of the god. Over 100 soul power spears shot straight towards the god's body, because the mental power of the 108 had coalesced into a single rope. In terms of both quality and quantity, it far exceeded the god's divine consciousness. Thus, it suppressed him to the point where he couldn't move, forcing him to face their attack head-on. However, gods have their own trump cards. Aside from the possibility of being instantly killed, it is very difficult to kill a god. A beam of light flickered from his chest, countering their spears. The immense impact made the space of the formation unstable. Su Yuntao frantically infused divine power into the formation, barely maintaining its existence. However, after that, he didn't dare to let go. He had a premonition that as soon as he did, the formation would collapse. The clash of attacks generated shockwaves that posed no threat to either side. The 3,000 on his side bore it together easily, while the god had his own defensive methods and also withstood it effortlessly. The 108 at the forefront exchanged glances and then spoke in unison. 4 symbols form. Azure Dragon. Subsequently, everyone began to shift positions, and all the control-type soul masters stepped forward. Then, a titled Douluo with a snake-type martial soul stepped out and stood at the front. With a loud roar, his martial soul enveloped him, transforming into a gigantic azure serpent. Immediately afterward, the 3,000 people collectively gathered their soul power, which surged towards him, connecting through the control-type soul master into the body of the giant azure serpent. As the abundant energy flowed in, the azure serpent immediately began to change. First, 2 pairs of limbs appeared on its abdomen, a total of 4 limbs, each with 5 claws. Then, after a loud roar, a pair of small dragon horns emerged from its head. But that was all. The evolution of the dragon horns was not complete. The specific reason, Su Yuntao speculated, might be due to the martial soul quality of the leading soul master being insufficient. Once a martial soul closer to the azure dragon was found in the future, it should be able to fully evolve. This entire process happened in less than a second. A giant azure dragon, with its head lowered, fiercely stared at the god. The god also looked up, staring incredulously into the azure dragon's eyes. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed, and the god felt uncontrollably intimidated. The appearance of this azure dragon reminded him of a long-ago battle that almost shattered the divine realm. At that time, there was also a being strikingly similar to this azure dragon, leading endless dragon clans into the divine realm. Is history going to repeat itself? The god, filled with doubt about life, momentarily froze. Seizing this opportunity, the azure dragon swooped down, its dragon claw reaching for him. The movement of the dragon claw caused signs of fracturing in the space. Damn it, these little bastards. They really want to break my formation. Su Yuntao cursed inwardly, but his actions did not slow down at all. As soon as the azure dragon showed its intention to attack, he prepared to save the formation. The god also regained his senses amidst the commotion, his divine power surging wildly, charging towards the azure dragon's claw with an attitude of I won't back down. A battle knife, condensed from his divine power, transformed into a true divine weapon, a knife gleaming with a bloodthirsty sheen. The battle knife swung fiercely in his hand, slashing toward the azure dragon's claw. A chilling blade light surged forth, heading towards everyone, except for the one who had transformed into the azure dragon. The others quickly shifted into defensive positions, and a massive defensive ring immediately rose. When the blade light struck the battle formation's defensive ring, it was instantly absorbed by the formation, only causing ripples. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon gathered all its strength into its claws to counter the radiant strike. In this clash, the Azure Dragon successfully pushed back the bloodthirsty battle knife, but the god, still wielding the knife, attacked again. He aimed for rapid strikes, hoping to overwhelm the transformed Azure Dragon with a barrage of quick attacks, forcing it to revert. However, despite the Azure Dragon's massive size, its agility far exceeded the god's expectations. In fact, the control of the Azure Dragon was not solely in the hands of the individual who transformed. The control-type Soul Masters, serving as a bridge, were also one of the controllers. Additionally, since they belonged to the same battle formation, their thoughts were interconnected. Thus, the Azure Dragon's agility saw a significant enhancement, which meant that everyone was participating in the battle process. The god, on the other hand, was relying on his personal wisdom to fight them collectively. To be honest, Su Yuntao in the outside world still admired this god. Even in such a situation, he maintained a calm demeanor, not losing his will to survive despite the dire circumstances. The dragon and the god thus entered a phase of rapid offense and defense, fighting fiercely, and if it weren't for the Azure Dragon's massive body still present, the entire battle would be beyond the observation of the naked eye. As both sides moved with incredible speed, the battle between the two lasted for a quarter of an hour, during which numerous knife marks began to appear on the Azure Dragon's body. However, the situation for the god was even worse. On his chest, there were 5 deep claw marks that could be seen down to the bone. There were still traces of blood on his mouth, making him look even more disheveled. Upon seeing this, Su Yuntao thought to himself, "It's about to end." Sure enough, shortly after, the Azure Dragon executed a sweeping tail strike, which hit the god's chest just as he was unable to dodge. His chest visibly caved in, and his spirit immediately began to decline. A decaying aura enveloped his whole body. Although there were no immediate signs of death, it was clear to anyone that his time was running out. Su Yuntao knew it was almost time, so he transmitted a message to his companions to stop their actions, then opened the portal of the formation, allowing them to leave the battle space one by one. Once they all appeared, Su Yuntao instructed them to return to their base while he, alone, entered the still intact battle space. He walked over to the god's side, slowly crouched down, and looked at the god, whose eyes were vacant, saying, "I can spare you, but you must pledge loyalty to me." His voice was devoid of any emotion, not even a hint of tone, very flat and indifferent. This made the god lying on the ground shiver involuntarily, trembling as he said, "Just give me a quick end." Su Yuntao frowned. He disliked being rejected. He then took out his god sealing list and covered the god with it. The god sealing list immediately began to stir violently. This was its first time absorbing a living god. It was filled with a sense of desire, and under this strong impetus, everything about the god quickly entered the god sealing list. When Su Yuntao opened the now-calmed god sealing list, the first thing he saw was that a seemingly insignificant divine position was lit up at the location of the 36 constellations. He understood that this should be the divine essence condensed by that god. The disappearance of a god caused the remaining will of the divine realm to feel threatened. It sensed that a part of its rules had permanently vanished, accelerating the disintegration of its already fragmented will. This led to great turmoil, and an unwilling emotion permeated the entire divine realm. At this moment, all the gods in the divine realm sensed the change. The evil god stood atop a mountain, gazing at the location of the will of the plane. He sighed and murmured, "The prophesied child has appeared. The divine realm is ultimately heading towards destruction. Its final frenzy will not be easy to endure." In the deepest part of the divine realm, in an independent space outside the divine realm, 12 figures resembling withered trees encircled a pond. The fluctuations from the divine realm slowly reached this place, and the 12 figures simultaneously opened their eyes. Their gazes were filled with decay. An ordinary god looking at them would even lose all vitality. Soon, the one leading them regained his consciousness first, looking towards the direction of the divine realm. "Evil, you have ultimately disappointed us." After Su Yuntao put away the god sealing list, he left the soon-to-collapse battle space and returned to the base. He did not continue to wander outside, because Tao had told him a piece of advice that he needed to carefully consider the consequences. Tao's exact words were, "Tao, the will of the divine realm has fully awakened, but due to the deaths of multiple gods, it has lost many rules. The defects in the rules have driven it into madness. The old monsters inside the divine realm are about to be stirred. Be cautious. After all his 3,000 subordinates had fought against the god, Su Yuntao was fully confident in them and was just about to pull them out to ambush other gods. He did not expect such a turn of events. Ultimately, it was still his own problem. He had not considered the consequences clearly before eliminating that god. At the base, Su Yuntao looked at his somewhat tired but still mentally excited companions. He was unsure how to inform them of this matter, knowing that the appearance of the old monsters left them with no chance of resistance. Letting them remain in the divine realm was tantamount to sending them to their doom. However, ordering them to leave hastily like this was something he, as well as Su Yuntao himself, could not bear to do. After careful consideration for a long time, Su Yuntao finally made a decision. That was to initiate a decisive battle in advance, finding a glimmer of hope in the decisive battle. Of course, before starting the decisive battle, there was still one thing that had not been done. Chapter 2:10. Fighting to grow stronger. This matter was sealing the gods. Apart from the divine positions of the major gods, Su Yuntao planned to seal the remaining divine positions directly to enhance their combat power. His plan was to fight to grow stronger. For every god he eliminated, he would seal one divine position. Su Yuntao directly summoned the subordinate who had transformed into the Azure Dragon, as well as the one among the 108 titled Douluos whose martial soul was a sword. The two followed Su Yuntao to a quieter place. Su Yuntao said to them, "Now there is an opportunity. You need to consider who will accept it. That is the divine position of the god you just defeated. Since his proof of the Tao weapon is a sword, you are more suitable to inherit this divine position. However, you contributed the most to defeating him. So you two need to think about who will accept this inheritance." The reason Su Yuntao did not directly force the allocation of the divine position was that he did not want his subordinates to be mere weapons of battle forever. They needed to have their own thoughts. Most importantly, he wanted to see if these two had a spirit of unity. The temptation of this divine position was significant, very significant. If one said it was not big, it was still considerable. After all, they had just worked together to defeat the previous divine position holder. At this moment, the titled Daluo with the martial soul of a snake stepped forward and said, "I voluntarily give up the choice. Let the divine position go to the little sword." Being able to become one of the four symbols is a position of pride. Su Yuntao nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, since that's the case. This divine position will go to the little sword. As for Longxin, I will find a more suitable one for you later." Su Yuntao actually had another divine position that was suitable for Longxin. The sea god position was quite appropriate. However, there were distinctions between closeness and distance. He had just recently become his subordinate and not for long. Such an important divine position would not be casually sealed off. Longxin was quite pleased with the prospect that Su Yuntao painted for him and nodded excitedly. "All right, you can go back now. It will take some time for the little sword to inherit the divine position, so do not speak of this matter for now. He will be a trump card that can catch the enemy off guard." Longxin nodded solemnly, and after agreeing, he returned to the resting area of the base. After watching him leave, Su Yuntao focused his attention on the little sword. Among so many people, the little sword's talent was considered quite good, and he was relatively young. So everyone calls him Little Knife, but his official title is Luo Dao, with innate soul power at level 8.5. Before the age of 45, he reached the level of title Dalu. In the entire continent, aside from the extraordinary talents, he can actually be considered among the top ranks. This divine position seems very suitable for Little Knife in Su Yuntao's view, as the attributes are quite compatible. After inheriting the divine position, when your soul power reaches 99, the conditions for ascension to godhood will be triggered. Each divine position has different conditions, and I do not know what the conditions for this one are. However, there's a way to reduce the difficulty, which is to enhance the strength of our continent. And then the conditions for you to become a god will become significantly easier in a mysterious way. Since Su Yuntao cannot directly mention that the ascension of planes is linked to the strength of the powerful beings within the plane, he can only hint at it in this cryptic manner. Little Knife nodded firmly, indicating that he was not afraid of difficulties. Having this hope of becoming a god made him very satisfied. After seeing his attitude, Su Yuntao instructed him to adjust his state. After a quarter of an hour, Little Knife's breath gradually calmed and became very long. Clearly, he was ready. Before he woke up, Su Yuntao took out his divine ranking. Then he infused the aura of the plane into the divine ranking, enveloping it. Su Yuntao stood upright, holding the divine ranking with both hands, and slowly opened it to both sides. A line of magnificent words appeared on the divine ranking, and Su Yuntao used his divine consciousness to perceive its meaning. Suddenly, he uttered a sound that was somewhat like a Buddha and somewhat like a Tao, which reached Little Knife's mind. Luo Tao has made contributions in battles alongside the main god, achieving minor merits, and is specially granted the position of the heavenly killing star. Once his cultivation is successful, and he crosses the tribulation of becoming a god, he can achieve the divine position. When these words were spoken, Su Yuntao did not actually understand them. He just knew he should say it this way. The pronunciation was also something he had never encountered before, but after finishing, the meaning was etched in their minds, both of them. Heavenly killing star? Little Knife murmured, and he immediately came back to his senses. At this moment, a divine position symbol had appeared on his forehead. A blood-red small knife was engraved on his forehead, occasionally radiating divine light outward. Upon seeing this, Su Yuntao thought to himself, "This won't do. I need to find a way to help him hide it. Otherwise, everyone will know he has inherited a divine position, which would be very troublesome." After thinking about the methods he had, Su Yuntao realized that using formations was the most convenient. Watching Little Knife bow to him, after he finished the bow, Su Yuntao let him come a little closer. Su Yuntao bit his finger, forcing out a drop of his divine blood, and then conjured a few lines of formation patterns out of thin air. After forming a few hand seals with his other hand, he pressed the blood formation pattern onto Little Knife's divine symbol. In just 1 second, the formation covered it and merged into his forehead. His forehead returned to its normal appearance. Little Knife curiously touched his forehead. He had no other thoughts, just felt that it was a marvelous technique. And his admiration for Su Yuntao increased further. After sorting this matter out, Su Yuntao had to send him back to await orders. He set off again to search for the solitary gods. Fortunately, not far from the previous god's palace, there was a god he had a good relationship with. After inquiring, Su Yuntao returned to lead his army out. Within just 1 day, the army returned to their base once again. By this time, they had already experienced a second battle with the gods and had become more mature. Additionally, among them, there was a new inheritor of a divine position, the same level as the one inherited by Little Knife. In the following weeks, Su Yuntao repeatedly led his army to ambush those solitary low-level gods. At the beginning, only a few gods disappeared, and aside from the usual anger and commotion from the divine realm, the other gods seemed completely unaware, showing no signs of movement. This abnormal situation made Su Yuntao very uneasy. Could it be that the old monsters of the divine realm had appeared, restraining the gods? What he did not know was that the active gods in the divine realm at this stage did not want those old monsters to appear in the divine realm. Any god with some power had come to the entrance of the small world where the old monsters were in seclusion, confronting those old monsters who had just awakened and had not fully restored their divine power. Among them was the evil god leading, with the god of Shura assisting. At this moment, the battle had not yet fully erupted, and both sides were still negotiating. The evil god was stalling for time, while the old monsters also lacked the time to fully recover their strength. Thus, they maintained a strange state of peace. Because of this, Su Yuntao, who was busy everywhere, did not encounter any obstacles. Smooth sailing all the way, Su Yuntao's army already had more than 20 strong individuals with divine inheritances. Except for rest periods, they fought small battles almost every day and major battles every 3 days. It must be said that there was a female god who, upon seeing the army attacking, wisely chose to surrender. This left Su Yuntao without a reason to continue to eliminate her. However, Su Yuntao still needed this divine position. So he had this female god transfer all her divine power into the divine ranking. After lighting up the divine position, Su Yuntao once again sealed this female god, making her divine position's territory become the Douluo plain. From then on, she was free from the jurisdiction of the divine realm and belonged to Su Yuntao. In fact, Su Yuntao did this to test whether he could sway the gods of the divine realm. The result was very ideal. The territory of the divine position could be changed through this operation, giving Su Yuntao more options. There was no need to eliminate a god upon encountering one. That would be somewhat discordant. The indifference of the gods in the divine realm to Su Yuntao led to the rampant behavior of Su Yuntao's army, except for the first few weeks when they were very cautious, fearing that while ambushing gods, they would be discovered by other gods and fall into a deadly situation. However, the current situation was not comparable to before. The overall strength had surged. Initially, a 3,000-to-1 battle required carefulness to barely win. Now, the army could simultaneously battle up to 5 third-level gods or 1 second-level god. However, So far, despite others becoming inflated, Su Yuntao remained very cautious. He had never sought opponents exceeding second-level god strength for his army. The disappearance of more than 10 gods and the vanishing of divine positions led to a rapid decrease in the rules of the will of the divine realm. This made the few old monsters at the top of the divine realm feel the strong constraints imposed on them by the divine realm. Originally, they had about 2 months left before their strength could return to normal, but the situation in the divine realm had turned drastically, causing them great anxiety. However, outside, there was an evil god whose strength was not weaker than their peak period, which made them very apprehensive and reluctant to easily go out and capture the true culprit causing the turmoil in the divine realm. The leading high priest arrived at the standoff between both sides and saw the evil god across from him. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Evil, are you sure you want to obstruct us? What benefit does the decline of the divine realm bring to you gods who depend on it?" He hoped that through his persuasion, he could make the evil god abandon the plan to obstruct them, allowing them to leave early. However, the very presence of the evil god here already proved his determination to block this group of priests. The evil god looked at the high priest with a very calm expression and slowly said, "Go back. Until your strength is restored, don't even think about leaving. If you don't believe it, you can try." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura flashed and disappeared, causing the high priest's expression to turn grim. He sensed the presence of a kindred spirit in that fleeting aura from the evil god. As he reached this point so quickly, the high priest weighed this in his heart, snorted coldly, and returned to the small world. After watching the high priest's figure completely disappear, the evil god slowly relaxed his tense body. How is this old ghost still so strong after sealing himself for so many years? The accompanying Asura god also nodded and said, "Evil, are we really going to keep blocking the door like this?" The evil god shook his head gravely and gritted his teeth, saying, "We'll block for as long as we can. We need to buy enough time for that little fellow in the prophecy." Asura thought for a moment, agreed with his statement, but still expressed some concern, saying, "Evil, what if we really end up fighting? How many can you handle?" The evil god's face stiffened, and he turned to walk away, not wanting to deal with the Asura god's comments any longer. It was just like bringing up the wrong topic. If he could handle a few, he wouldn't need to block the door, he could just charge indirectly, right? Not to mention handling a few if he could take on 2 at once. The evil god would be confident enough to directly rush into the small world. The somewhat naive Asura god didn't understand the evil god's actions and persistently chased after him to inquire. The evil god felt extremely troubled. If he directly said he could only handle one, wouldn't the gods he gathered instantly flee? Looking at the chattering Asura god following him, he wished he could sew his mouth shut. As for the evil god's assistants, on Su Yuntao's side, after the army's strength began to steadily rise, he started selecting some worthy opponents for the army. This not only increased their pressure, but also provided them with stronger support. The gods loyal to the divine realm would become the nourishment to enhance the army's strength, while those wavering gods, who valued their lives, would be transformed by Su Yuntao into part of the army. As a result, after a month, the number of Su Yuntao's army first surpassed 3,500, among which were several hundred gods. However, he did not move the members of the initial battle formation. Those gods who surrendered later were formed into a separate team. The 108 title law brought up by Su Yuntao found their preferred divine positions, and after being conferred as gods by him, became inheritors of divinity. Their strength began to rise steadily after numerous battles, with the strongest among them reaching the level of 98 title Dalu, needing only to advance one more level to enter the divine inheritance process. Synopsis: flowing protagonists, unyielding Su Yuntao, a soul from a harmonious society. Crossing over to the Su Yuntao before Tang San awakened his martial soul. In society, my Brother Tao is a coward but talks a lot. Independent academy style, not following the original plot line.